Family, who understands this? After 6 years of time travel, the system finally arrives, and it just enhances my body and then leaves. My martial soul awakened with a mutated right hand, and my soul power exceeded level 10, causing the crystal ball to explode. To avoid trouble, I went into the Stardow forest, but I just attracted a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear and was also being tracked by my mentor. This plot is insane. Let me tell you, I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. At that moment, the crystal ball went bang and exploded. Family, who understands, the mentor responsible for the awakening turned green on the spot, with shards all over the ground. He was petrified there, and I bet this will leave a shadow on his career. And I just stood in front of him, innocently asking, "A mentor, what's my soul power exactly?" Well, this story has to start from the beginning, and it's too absurd. I, LuZe, an ordinary time traveler, have been in this Douluo continent for 6 years, waiting day and night for my golden finger. Guess what? After 6 years, it finally came. Ding! The tardy system has arrived. I was so excited I nearly flipped backward, but then the next sentence left me in silence. Dear host, don't overthink it. This system still has to serve people in other worlds and can't stay by your side all the time. At that moment, I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What the hell is this? Are you a delivery guy? Why are you in such a hurry to deliver the next order? Before I could complain, a white light swallowed me, and the system's prompt sounded like a menu announcement. Body enhancement 15,099 ding. Enhancement complete. You can play by yourself. The martial soul won't be too weak. I'm out of here. Hey, wait a minute. I hadn't finished my sentence when whoosh, it really ran away, not even leaving me a newbie gift pack. I'm telling you, this system is all about that bad boyfriend experience. It just took off. Unbelievable. There's no way around it. The system ran away, but life has to go on. I thought at least it enhanced my body and said my martial soul wouldn't be weak. Wouldn't I get a god-level martial soul? Just turned 6. I dashed towards the spirit hall in the city. You know what? This enhanced body is really something. I ran for so long without breaking a sweat. When I got to the spirit hall, it was full of kids my age. I casually joined a team and entered a big room. The leading mentor looked pretty kind and asked who would go first. Can I be polite? I dashed forward. I'll go. The mentor laughed and asked my name. My middle school spirit erupted. I want to change my name or my surname. I am LuZe. He was amused by me, patted my head, and let me stand in the center of the hexagram. Let me tell you, I was so excited at that moment. God-level martial soul. Him coming. He then activated his soul power, and goodness, the whole room exploded with white light, bright as if a flash was turned on, nearly blinding my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. When the light dissipated, the mentor was completely stunned, circling around me twice, and confusedly asked, "Little friend LuZe, what martial soul did you awaken?" I opened my right hand and calmly said, "My right hand is my martial soul." He leaned in to look, and my right hand was covered with all sorts of strange golden inscriptions, extending to my forearm, looking really cool. He probably hadn't seen this before and said, "Well, let's test your innate soul power." Then, the scene at the beginning happened. I placed my hand on the crystal ball, and that thing lit up like it was on steroids, shining brightly, and finally with a crack, it shattered. The mentor was so scared his soul flew away, yelling for me to let go. But it was too late. Boom! It exploded neatly. He pulled me to a safe place, looking at the shards scattered everywhere, his expression worse than if he had eaten a fly. I was still grinning, and he forced a smile and said, "LuZe, your soul power exceeds level 10. How much specifically? I don't know, you need to come with me." Go with you? I'm not stupid. How can the secret of this martial soul be casually exposed? I grinned at him, took advantage of his distraction, turned around, and bolted into the Stardow Great Forest. Now, the most important thing is to get a soul ring. I thought I was set, feeling high-spirited, just entered the Stardow Great Forest and started wandering around, but accidentally attracted a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear. Damn, that huge guy was like a small mountain, chasing me down. It was thrilling. Luckily, my physical fitness was good, and with my small size, I dodged around in the woods like a snake, avoiding being turned into meat paste by its paw. Damn, I just looked at you a little longer. Is that necessary? I cursed while running, and the bear responded with a thunderous roar. Family, who understands, this bear was relentless. After running for a long time, my stamina was nearly depleted, and I finally found a narrow cave where the bear couldn't fit. I dove right in, and it got stuck at the entrance. I felt cocky and shouted at it, "Aren't you fierce? Come me." This made the bear furious. It kept trying to push in, and when it couldn't, it just laid down at the entrance, its eyes clearly saying, "If you don't come out, I won't leave. It'll wait you out." Wow, playing psychological warfare with me, huh? I thought, just wait, it'll turn you into my soul ring sooner or later. Then I sat cross-legged and began to study my strange martial soul. Once I meditated, I directly entered a chaotic space. In the distance, there was a light point calling for me, but no matter how I floated, I couldn't reach it, always a little bit short. Just when I was about to give up, I suddenly realized, why did I have to chase it? Why not let it come to me? Thinking this, when I opened my eyes again, the surroundings had completely changed. I was standing in a pure white space, countless golden inscriptions flowing around me, and right in front was a magnificent golden palace. I walked step by step toward it, and those inscriptions followed me like little followers. As soon as I reached the palace door, a voice sounded, "You finally came." I looked up and saw a figure sitting on the throne, radiating an aura that was simply unmatched. He told me he had been waiting for me for a long time, just to tell me the ability of this martial soul. Remember, he slowly began, your right hand is called the Hand of Rules, which can master the power of rules. But don't get too excited to truly master it. You must break the rules of this world. Break the rules of the world? Doesn't that mean I need to become a god? Just as I wanted to ask for details, he transformed into a pile of golden inscriptions and merged into the throne, leaving behind one sentence. If you want to know how to use it, just sit down. What's there to hesitate about? Aren't rules meant to be broken? I plopped down on the throne. Instantly, a massive amount of information surged into my brain, nearly causing me to faint on the spot. But for the sake of getting stronger, this little pain is nothing. I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes again, the Xianming bear outside the cave had long disappeared. I felt like I had grown taller, and my personality had stabilized quite a bit. Most importantly, I had grasped a bit of the essence of the Hand of Rules. I casually picked up a branch, held it in my right hand, activated my soul power, and the inscriptions on my hand flashed with golden light. That branch was instantly covered in golden light. I swung it at a nearby big tree, and with a thud, that tree, which needed two people to hug, was actually cut in half by me with just one branch. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. I wonder where that bear ran off to. I'm going to claim its soul ring. I smiled and followed my memory back to where I encountered it earlier. What a coincidence! As soon as I arrived, it returned from forging. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red without saying a word. It charged at me. "You to join our team." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. "What's the catch?" Tong Qiu quickly shook his head. "No catch. I just believe you have great potential. With proper guidance, you could become incredibly strong." I considered his words. Joining a team could provide me with more resources and training, but I also value my independence. "What kind of team are we talking about?" Tong Qiu smiled. "We're a group dedicated to training powerful warriors. We support each other and grow together. Plus, we have access to better facilities and mentors." I weighed my options. It could be beneficial, but I needed to be sure it was the right choice. "Let me think about it." Tong Qiu nodded, understanding my hesitation. "Of course. Just know that the offer stands. We could use someone like you." With that, he left me to ponder my decision. The thought of joining a team was appealing, but I needed to be careful. Trust was hard to come by in this world. "How about joining our college for studies? I thought you were here to recruit students. I was worried that my secret was exposed." I sighed in relief and directly rejected him. "Sorry, I already have a college in mind that I want to attend." The guy was taken aback. Probably didn't expect me to be so straightforward, but he didn't push it and just asked me where I wanted to go. "Let me tell you, is there any choice left?" I directly throw out 4 words, "Shrek Academy." When he heard that, his expression was like, "Oh, I see, then it's nothing." Of course. It's the #1 academy on the continent. Where else would a genius go? I nodded at him, turned around, and left, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. It's not that I'm pretending to be aloof. Mainly, there's no future following him. In my situation, if I want to develop my to the extreme, without money and resources, isn't that nonsense? Shrek is the optimal solution for my version. As for the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire, who understands that? The place is fighting every day, just like Gaza now. Once my secret is exposed, I'll be dissected for research in no time, and I don't want to die young. After realizing all this, I directly dove into the Stardow Forest. Hey, I'm back. This time, I'm not that defenseless little kid anymore. I stood on top of a tree, feeling like Mount Tai, and with a leap of faith, I jumped down, heading straight for my old cave, which was my first home in this world. But halfway there, wow, I was surrounded by a few wolves. They were baring their teeth, their eyes sharp like knives, almost writing "I want to eat you" on their faces. I took a glance and scoffed. They were all 100 years old. Not even a leading 1,000-year wolf king in sight. Simply small wild monsters giving experience like in a beginner's village. Is this it? I curled my lip in disdain. It seemed these wolves understood me, and in an instant, they were enraged, howling and pouncing towards me. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids when the first purple soul ring lit up and the gravity field instantly activated. Those wolves were still in midair, as if being pressed down by an invisible giant hand. With a few thuds, they all crashed to the ground, unable to move at all. What was the point of all this? I walked up to one of the wolves, crouched down, and poked its forehead. That fellow still had some spirit. It opened its mouth and tried to bite me. I laughed. With a gentle hook of my right index finger, the gravity applied to it instantly multiplied dozens of times. With a splat, the wolf didn't even have time to let out a mournful howl before it was crushed into a puddle. An indescribable mosaic. The remaining wolves were so scared that they urinated themselves, trembling on the ground. I didn't have time to play with them. With a wave of my right hand, I applied gravitational pressure and sent them off to the afterlife in neat order. Looking at the circles of yellow 100-year soul rings on the ground, I shook my head. If those soul masters outside saw this, their hearts would probably shatter on spot. They worked tirelessly to obtain one, while I was here harvesting them like mowing grass. It's infuriating to compare people. Back in the cave, just as I sat down to meditate, I sensed two uninvited guests approaching outside. The guy really came back. A deep voice rang out. "Then you should go quickly and talk to him," urged another voice. I suddenly opened my eyes, and the hair all over my body stood on end. "What's going on? I just got back and someone is blocking my door. Who's outside?" I asked coldly. "Little one, don't be nervous. We mean no harm." That deep voice rang out again. "Can you come out and chat?" "Chat? Am I familiar with you?" But I could feel the soul power fluctuations outside the cave, which were many dimensions stronger than the ancient Xianming bear I encountered before. This is not even on the same level. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. I took a deep breath and decided to go out and take a look. As soon as I stepped out of the cave, I was completely petrified. I told you, the only thing in my mind at that moment was, what? What the hell is this? There was no one in front of me. It was a gigantic black dragon that overshadowed everything. It was coiled there, and the mountains looked like little mounds in front of it. The sense of oppression was incredible. "Child, what is your name?" The black dragon looked down at me, its voice as loud as thunder. My heart skipped a beat. 100,000 years. This is definitely a beast of 100,000 years level. In terms of humans, that would be a title Douluo. I, a level 15 soul master, am nothing but an ant in front of it. It saw that I didn't respond and asked again. I just came to my senses and forced myself to say, "You must not be looking for me just to ask for a name, right?" To my surprise, the black dragon laughed, and a somewhat human-like expression appeared on its dragon face. "Indeed, I am looking for you because I need your help." I was completely stunned. "You, a fierce beast capable of destroying the world, are looking for a rookie like me to help? Are you sure you have the right person?" I didn't understand, so I directly threw out my question. "You're so strong. What can I do to help you?" I didn't know either, but the black dragon's answer almost made me twist my waist. Yet I just felt that you could lead us to an unprecedented height. Goodness, that sounded like a cult trying to recruit me. However, I understood that he wasn't here to cause me trouble. "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Because of the inscription on your right hand." He stared intently at my right hand. The power contained within it made me feel a shiver. I was taken aback and understood. The brilliance of my cheat was too dazzling to hide. It seems I need to find a way to cover it up in the future. "So how do you want me to help you?" I'll get straight to the point. The black dragon didn't beat around the bush. It's simple. Once you become strong enough, lead us to kill our way to the divine realm. Damn, I almost jumped up at that moment. Ascend to the divine realm? Bro, you're painting quite a big pie here. But then I thought, hey, doesn't this align perfectly with my ultimate goal? I want to break the rules of this world, so I must topple those gods who set the rules, right? It's like someone delivering a pillow when you're sleepy. All right, I agreed on the spot, but my future soul rings will have to be taken care of by you. How about that? The black dragon was clearly taken aback, probably didn't expect me to agree so readily, but he quickly reacted, "No problem. So how should I address you?" I asked with a smile. "Emperor Tion." Buzz. My mind instantly exploded. The beast god Emperor Tion. I actually got close to this big shot. I have latched onto the thickest golden thigh in the entire continent. Seeing that I had stopped speaking, Emperor Tion told me to follow him, saying that going to his territory would allow me to level up faster. Of course, I eagerly followed along. This went on for over a month. With the help of Emperor Tion, this top-notch training partner and resource bank, my strength shot up like a rocket. Although my soul power was only at level 20, my actual combat ability was more than enough to take down a soul sect. One day, while I was meditating on a large rock, a soul beast that was glowing with golden light and looked like a little lion mixed with a chelan approached me and asked in a baby voice, "When are you planning to get your second soul ring?" I opened my eyes, and it was the three-eyed golden lion of the imperial beast. For the past month, this little guy has been hanging around me every day, always feeling like I've taken her position as the favorite. and the look in her eyes is quite complicated. Just today, I smiled and spoke. As soon as I finished speaking, Lv.10 appeared. LuZe, how many years do you plan to absorb for your second soul ring? I stood up and casually reported a number. Around 8,000 years would be fine. Lv.10 and the three-eyed golden lion beside him were dumbfounded. Are you sure? The limit for an ordinary soul master at the second ring is only about 700 years. 8,000 years? Are you joking? Don't worry, it's fine. I said confidently. I'm not joking. I'm a man with cheats. Seeing my insistence, Lv.10 allowed the Crimson King to accompany me. As a result, the three-eyed golden lion was not happy and insisted on joining in the fun. Lv.10 initially refused, fearing she would trip me up, but when I suggested letting her come along, the little creature immediately perked up, leaving Lv.10 with no choice but to agree. Watching the three-eyed golden lion bouncing ahead, I seriously doubted her intelligence matched her status as a royal beast. She seemed a bit dim-witted. The Crimson King, a deep and unfathomable red giant scorpion, came at my side and asked what kind of soul ring I wanted. I whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing that, the giant scorpion's eyes widened. Are you sure you want that kind? That thing is incredibly rare. Just do your best to find it, I said. No kidding. The efficiency of the fierce beast boss is impressive. Before long, the Crimson King brought me a bizarre-looking soul beast and tossed it in front of me. That's the one. Without hesitation, I activated the gravity domain and directly crushed it. A circle of deep purple soul rings slowly rose up. I sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb. I don't know how long it took, but I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the new power within me, and couldn't help but smile. The Red King saw that I was awake and quickly leaned over to ask, "How is it? What is your second soul skill? Curious?" I smiled mysteriously. He nodded vigorously. I won't waste words either. The second soul ring flashed with purple light. Before the Red King could react, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped him. In the next second, the Red King panicked. He realized that he couldn't breathe and couldn't make a sound. He was completely silenced. Fortunately, his cultivation was high enough, and with a sudden struggle, he broke the barrier. He looked at me in terror. What kind of soul skill is this? Vacuum field, I explained. In simple terms, it creates a space without air. Without air, you can't breathe, and sound can't travel. The Red King was stunned, and cold sweat appeared on his face. This move was too sinister. It was practically impossible to defend against. If someone was weaker, they could be suffocated to death. This move is really ruthless, he said after a long pause. I'm a bit dissatisfied. It's still lacking a bit. Can't hold someone like you. It seems I need to keep upgrading. Upon hearing this, Qi Wang's mouth twitched. Not knowing what to say, at that moment, the three-eyed golden lion returned, and as soon as it heard I had a new soul skill, it instantly became excited, insisting that I let it try it out too. Can I let her try? What if she gets addicted? Will I still have peaceful days in the future? I had no choice but to find a random excuse. Sorry, my soul skill can only be used once a day, and it's still on cooldown. Is that how it is? She looked a bit disappointed, but quickly perked up again. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. This, family, I really will thank you. Just like that, in the core area of the Starry Forest, I lived an odd life where every day was spent either cultivating or finding ways to deal with the three-eyed golden lion. Time flew by, and several years passed. I am 12 years old. Now, I have long silver-white hair, casually tied behind my head, and my originally crimson eyes have turned into a brilliant golden color, with faint inscriptions swirling within them. On this day, I stand before Emperor Tian. Have you really made up your mind? To leave? Emperor Tian's tone is filled with seriousness. I've thought it through, I say calmly while looking into the distance. The times have changed, Emperor Tian. The outside world is now dominated by soul guide devices. If I stay here, I won't amount to anything. Moreover, our agreement requires me to enter the world to fulfill it. Emperor Tian was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. All right, I won't stop you. But don't forget, you carry the hopes of our entire soul beast clan on your shoulders. I smiled and turned to leave. After several years, I stepped back into the human world, looking at the distant town, filled with emotions. The human world, I have returned. At this moment, my soul power has reached level 35. My third soul ring was personally hunted for me by Emperor Tian, a 10,000-year level, shining black. That is my strongest trump card so far. Next stop, Shrek City. Shrek City is even more prosperous than I imagined. I found the enrollment office with ease, filled out my information, received a wooden token, and headed toward the freshman dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, it was empty inside. I tidied up a bit and sat cross-legged on the bed, my consciousness sinking into my golden palace, continuing to comprehend the inscriptions on the throne. I don't know how long it had been, but I felt someone come in. I opened my eyes and saw a blonde teenager about my age curiously examining me. He was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of nobility. "Are you my roommate?" He spoke first. I nodded and smiled. "That's right. My name is LuZe. And you?" He seemed taken aback by my smile for a moment before he came to his senses. "My name is Dalu. Dalu? I thought to myself, the eldest son of the Duke of the White Tiger family? What a coincidence to be in the same year as him. Quite interesting. You must be from the Duke of the White Tiger family in the starry Luo Empire, right?" I asked directly. He was a bit surprised that I knew, but still acknowledged it. "Then your talent must be really good, right?" I continued to probe. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on his face. But he remained humble. "It's okay. I just broke through to Soul Master this year." Wow, this was some serious humble bragging. I would give it a perfect score. A 12-year-old Soul Master. Isn't that impressive? I also laughed and followed his words, saying, "I'm really envious of you geniuses, unlike me, with my pitifully low soul power." Upon hearing this, he thought I was feeling down and actually comforted me in return. "Don't think like that. Maybe one day you'll surpass me." I stood up and walked out while saying softly, "You're right. I need to hurry up and cultivate to break through to the soul sect as soon as possible." After saying that, I left without looking back, leaving Dai Yaoheng alone in the dormitory, feeling bewildered in the wind. I can imagine the expression on his face when he realizes, he said, "To break through to Soul Master soon? Wait, does that mean this guy is also a soul sage?" I sat on a bench by the sea god lake, enjoying the breeze, feeling incredibly relaxed. However, it wasn't long before Dai Yaoheng showed up. "You really are a soul master," he said, sitting down beside me, getting straight to the point. "You figured it out?" I pretended to be confused. His face turned dark. "Didn't you say it yourself?" "Ha, did I? I don't remember." I laughed awkwardly. "Less chit-chat," he said, standing up directly, looking at me with a fighting spirit. "I want to spar with you." "Ah, isn't that a bad idea? The academy doesn't allow fighting." I pretended to be troubled. "The soul fighting area is fine." He pressed on, even using provocation. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of losing?" As soon as I heard that, I not only didn't get angry, but instead nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah, I'm afraid of losing." "You?" Dai Yaoheng was completely taken aback by me, probably because he had never seen someone so shameless. He gritted his teeth and surprisingly made a move. He threw a punch right at my face. "Damn, are you serious?" I leaned to the side and easily dodged. As a result, his punch shattered the bench beneath us into pieces. "Are you crazy? You get expelled." I shouted helplessly. He didn't listen at all, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Fine, I'm scared of you." I blocked a whip kick from him and created some distance. "So you really have to fight, huh?" He excitedly nodded, and the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings on him lit up instantly. What else could it be? I sighed, realizing there was no other way. He would just have to experience the harshness of society a bit earlier. Well, don't blame me. As soon as he heard this, he became even more excited and charged towards me. But the moment he took a step, he suddenly froze in place as if hit by a paralysis spell, his face filled with horror. He stared at me intently, or rather, at the 3 soul rings slowly rising from my body. 2 purple, 1 black. How is this possible? Dai Yaoheng's eyes were about to pop out, and in that moment, his entire worldview collapsed. "So, are we still going to fight?" I asked calmly. To my surprise, upon seeing my astonishing soul ring configuration, he not only didn't back down, but became even more excited. He directly activated his martial soul true form, white tiger patterns appearing on his body, and boldly faced my gravity domain, stepping towards me 1 step at a time. This guy has some skills. I quietly admired him in my heart. "You really are strong," I said with a smile, but my right index finger moved slightly. And that was it. As soon as the words fell, the gravity on Dai Yaoheng instantly doubled. He let out a muffled groan, and with all his strength, he could only move forward another step, and then with a thud, his whole body was pressed firmly to the ground, unable to move even a finger. He walked over, released the gravity field, and looked at him. Why bother? Between classmates, let us keep it to a minimum. Dai Yaoheng got up from the ground, silent, only looking at me with an extremely complex expression. He finally understood that the gap between us was not a ditch, but an entire Mariana Trench. He said nothing and turned to leave, but I could read a few big words from his back. "One day, I will surpass you." Having a goal is a good thing. I shrugged, not taking this matter to heart at all. But what I didn't know was that the entire process of our fight had been clearly observed by a teacher hiding in the shadows. I only heard him mumble to himself, 2 purple, 1 black. Goodness, this time the admission has brought in a monster among monsters. I tell you, this monster almost made me late the next day. It's unbelievable. His roommate, Dai Yaoheng, the heir of the White Tiger Duke, woke up in the morning, opened his eyes, and bam, LuZe completely stunned him. After a nap, his golden eyes looked like they were coated, and his aura was significantly stronger. I was confused at the time. Can a nap automatically update the system version? The two rushed into the classroom just in time, and as soon as they were about to hit the chairs, the teacher walked in. The teacher's name is Shiryu, and he had a face that said everyone owed him money. Without saying a word, he slammed his hand down on the podium, and the entire classroom fell silent in an instant. His message was clear. Shrek only wants monsters, not geniuses, so everyone better keep their tails tucked in. The oppressive aura he released made the entire class turn pale, and no one dared to breathe. And guess what? LuZe, this guy, not only wasn't scared, but his eyes lit up as if he was thinking, oh, here comes the feeling. He left his classmates dumbfounded, thinking, which god is this? Once Shiryu saw he had the class under control, he started stirring things up, saying he wanted to elect a class monitor. Who understands? It's the first day of school, and we're already getting into it. He said there are 2 soul respect students in the class, and the monitor would come from those 2. As soon as he said that, the whole class exploded. Oh my god, 12 years old, 2 soul respect students? What kind of divine class is this? Then the teacher called out, LuZe, Dai Yaoheng, stand up. Dai Yaoheng's face instantly fell, competing with LuZe, this monster. ISNT, that just pure self-torture? But LuZe's face was even more sour. I was thinking, what's up with this guy? Doesn't he want the honor? Shiryu was also furious. What? Are you feeling wrong being the class monitor? Dai Yaoheng was about to explain when LuZe spoke up directly. Teacher, I give up. I think Dai Yaoheng is more suitable than me. After that, he went on to praise Dai Yaoheng's management abilities and said he wasn't capable. I tell you, the whole class was stunned, pushing away the meat that was right in front of him. What kind of operation is this? Dai Yaoheng was also dumbfounded, moved to tears. When Shiryu heard this, he thought it made sense. Fine, Dai Yaoheng will be the monitor. Then he waved his hand. LuZe, come out with me for a moment. Now the classroom was even more lively. Everyone was guessing why the teacher called him out. Was he going to give him special treatment? What happened next? That evening, when Dai Yaoheng returned to the dormitory, he pushed the door open and was stunned. LuZe was there, happily munching on barbecue. Dai Yaoheng had been anxious all day, and it turned out this guy was having an all-you-can-eat buffet. Dai Yaoheng couldn't help but ask him why he gave up the class monitor position. Listen to LuZe's answer. It's ridiculous. Being the class monitor is such a hassle. If you do well, you're showing off, and if you don't, you get all the blame. Who wants to be that? Dai Yaoheng's expression froze. I was touched for so long, and you just thought it was too much trouble? The next day, Shiryu directly took the whole class to the playground, saying today's lesson was running. LuZe started acting up again, boasting to his classmates behind the teacher's back, saying all they had to do was regroup before the teacher arrived. But when he turned around, Shiryu was standing right behind him with a dark face, and calmly said, So, you think you're very brave? LuZe was instantly petrified, and he unconsciously replied, I'm super brave. Oh crap, teacher. That scene was so awkward it could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. The consequences were severe. The entire class had to run 100 laps. LuZe doubled that. 200 laps, plus a 20-kilogram iron vest. I was directly like the old man on the subway looking at his phone. This is corporal punishment. This is blatant bullying. At first, everyone was running and shouting, but before long, they all looked like wilted eggplants. When someone was about to complain, the person next to them shot a glare. Look at LuZe. Goodness, LuZe became the class's electronic pickled vegetable. When they got tired, they just looked at him and instantly felt energized. That guy was wearing iron armor, sweating like it was raining. Not a single sound came from him. As they reached the back, LuZe was clearly at his limit, swaying all over, relying solely on willpower. Dai Yaoheng couldn't stand it anymore and rushed up to plead with the teacher, saying if they kept running, someone might die. Shiryu shot back with, Who's the teacher? You or me? He even threatened that anyone who pleaded again would be expelled. I tell you, the teacher is actually anxious in his heart, though he doesn't say it out loud. He keeps muttering in his mind, This is an order from above. I'm sorry. It turns out that the higher-ups of the academy knew about LuZe's 2 purple and 1 black soul ring configuration and deliberately pressured him to see where this monster's limits lie. Dai Yaoheng was scolded and, gritting his teeth, ran into the field to run alongside LuZe. At that moment, the entire class went wild, one after another, all following LuZe, not passing him, just silently keeping pace. That scene directly shocked the entire Outer Academy, with a crowd forming to watch this spectacle. Just when everyone thought LuZe was going to collapse, he swayed and looked about to fall. But in the end, he managed to take another step and steady himself. At that moment, a single thought flashed through his mind. I can keep going. Then, a miracle happened. A burst of golden light erupted from him, and he seemed to enter a mysterious state. When the golden light dissipated and he opened his eyes again, all his previous fatigue vanished, and his body was filled with strength. Wow, he leveled up just from running. Limit breakthrough. In the last lap, LuZe, in front of everyone, directly entered sprint mode. His speed was like he was stepping on wheels of wind and fire, finishing in an instant. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. That night, when they returned to the dorm, Dai Yaoheng quietly brought him food. The two lay on the bed, and after a long pause, Dai Yaoheng asked, "Got stronger again?" LuZe just smiled and said, "Yes, stronger." Dai Yaoheng fell silent. How could he keep up now? The gap was even larger than that between a person and a dog. Because of this limit breakthrough event with a 200-lap weight load, LuZe became a star figure in the Outer Academy, attracting attention wherever he went, which annoyed him to no end. One day, Shiryu announced a big event. The new student assessment was coming. Teams of 3 would compete in elimination matches, and the worst performers would be expelled. The whole class instantly became tense. When the group list was read, a dramatic scene unfolded. The last group, LuZe, Dai Yaoheng, Yin. Dai Yaoheng's face turned green. He was hoping to have a fair match with LuZe in the assessment, but now they were teammates. LuZe, however, looked pleasantly surprised, thinking that with these 2 soul masters on his team, we're all set. The 2 days before the assessment were free activity days. Dai Yaoheng and Yin found LuZe, who was out for a walk, and asked him why he wasn't worried at all. LuZe gave Dai Yaoheng a thumbs up and said with a grin, "What is there to worry about? Aren't you here as our class leader? I believe you can carry both of us." Just as I finished that flattery, a curious kid named Yin popped up next to us. This guy was staring at me with sparkling eyes, looking as if he had discovered a rare treasure, insisting on asking me just how much stronger I was compared to the class leader. At that moment, I couldn't hold back and said, "Who are you, buddy?" He chuckled and introduced himself as Yin, with a martial soul called Lucky Clover, a level 21 support type. Upon hearing support type, I felt relieved and thought, with a support, we're good to go. However, he then asked me about my and Dai Yaoheng's martial souls. I immediately turned my head tactically, pretending to admire the scenery. Just kidding, but if I revealed my martial soul, it would be quite shocking. Dai Yaoheng, on the other hand, was straightforward and directly stated, White Tiger, level 31 assault type. Then while both of their gazes locked onto me in an instant like searchlights, Dai Yaoheng also said, "We've known each other for so long, and I still don't know your martial soul. Come on, tell us." I could tell there was no way to avoid this situation, so I reluctantly extended my right hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and said, "My martial soul is this hand, level 35 control type." The others were shocked. Dai Yaoheng was surprised, and Yin was even more exaggerated, grabbing my hand and flipping it over as if examining an artifact, mumbling, "Your own right hand? It must be very strong, right?" I could only awkwardly scratch my head and say it was okay. But then Dai Yaoheng directly undermined me. "It's clearly stronger than mine. Why be modest?" Now, Yin got a burst of courage and ran over to Dai Yaoheng, raising an eyebrow at me. "LuZe, do you dare accept the challenge from me and the class leader? 2 against 1. I couldn't help but laugh, saying, "The teacher just told us to behave for 2 days, and you guys are already causing trouble?" But Dai Yaoheng was even more excited, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Let's have a match. I want to see how big the gap is between me and the support." I thought to myself, "You guys are just asking for trouble." I muttered softly, "I'm not afraid of losing. I'm afraid of destroying your confidence." This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The 2 of them exploded with anger, shouting about who I looked down on. All right then, you wanted excitement. Here it is. I'm telling you, that scene was explosive. The 3 of us casually found an open space, and as soon as they activated their martial souls and unleashed their buffs, they charged over with a fierce momentum. And then there was nothing more. I didn't even unwrap the bandage on my right hand. I just lifted it slightly, and with a hum, I unleashed 10 times the gravity right in their faces. With 2 thuds, they fell to the ground like broken sacks, their faces making intimate contact with the earth, unable to move at all. The support guy, Yin, had poor physical fitness and blacked out on the spot. Dai Yaoheng still wanted to struggle. So I told him directly, "Don't waste your effort. With 10 times the gravity, if you can move, I'll admit defeat." Only then did he completely give up. After I retracted my soul skill, the first thing he did was wake up Yin and tell him, "Brother, we lost. You didn't even last a second." I was almost laughing my head off next to them. When this guy woke up and heard Dai Yaoheng say, "I had a 10,000-year soul ring," he just lay there, staring at the sky in despair, starting to question life. Soon, it was time for the freshman assessment. I tell you, our team was simply crushing them with a dimensional strike. In the first match, I just stood back and watched the show, primarily providing support. Dai Yaoheng's white tiger martial soul was really fierce. He went up and knocked two opponents out with a couple of hits. The last guy tried to play sneakily and ambush our support, Yin. I laughed at that. Attacking my teammate in front of me? I immediately retaliated with a gravity package, and that guy got flattened into a human pancake, losing consciousness on the spot. We easily secured our first victory, leaving the other freshman teams speechless, probably praying not to encounter us three calamities. We continued to crush our way through to the quarterfinals. This time, the opponent had some skill. They had a support with the legendary 7 treasure glazed tile. Wow, this was a top-tier support. Their captain, Yiqing, was particularly polite before the fight, asking us to go easy on them. I smiled and said, "Sure, I will," but I pointed at Dai Yaoheng might not. As expected, as soon as Dai Yaoheng charged in, the 7 treasure glazed tile shone brightly, and Yiqing's combat power skyrocketed, knocking Dai Yaoheng back with a single punch. I thought, oh, this is interesting. Finally, someone who can make me lift my eyelids. I took a step forward, and the looks on Dai Yaoheng and Yin's faces were like they had seen a ghost. Oh no, he is going to make a move? The two opponents saw me moving and got nervous, closing in on me from both sides. Just when everyone thought I was about to be taken out, I tell you, the most explosive scene of the entire match unfolded. 3 soul rings rose up around me. Purple, black. Everyone, purple, black. 2,000-year rings and 1 10,000-year ring. At that moment, the entire battle arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The referee nearly dislocated his jaw. Next, it was my personal showcase. With a wave of my right hand, 2 flying swords appeared out of nowhere, chasing after Yiqing, making him run around the arena, covered in cuts. Another guy, named Xiaofeng, tried to charge at me. I flicked my finger, activated the gravity field, and he instantly felt like he was stuck in cement, unable to move at all. The worst off was the 7 treasure glazed tile. I directly trapped him in a vacuum field, unable to say a word. And soon he was hypoxic and passed out. However, that Xiaofeng was a tough guy. I tell you, he actually pushed forward several steps while burning his life force against my gravity. Although he ultimately collapsed from exhaustion, I couldn't help but admire him. This was a true warrior. We won without any suspense, but the applause from the audience was actually for those 3 guys on the opposing team. They may have lost, but they were honored while I solidified my title as the monster among monsters. That night, when we returned to the dorm, Dai Yaoheng looked like he had eaten bittermelon, his face dark as could be. After holding it in for a long time, he asked me why I admired that Xiaofeng. I told him because he dared to burn his life just to get closer to me. And what about you? After hearing that, he went silent, probably hit a sore spot, and didn't say a word the whole night. The next day, wow, his entire aura changed, looking like he had an epiphany with a serious face. Then it was time for the semifinals, and our opponent was Class 7. Before the match, their captain, a guy with a rather, unique vibe named Gong Yang Mo, shyly approached us, covering his mouth and asking us to go easy. I laughed at that, pointing at the serious-looking Dai Yaoheng next to me, saying, "I can be nice, but he seems to be in a bad mood today." When that guy heard this, his face turned pale, and after stammering a couple of sentences, he slipped away. Yin immediately leaned over and poked my arm, saying, "No way. Are you really going to go easy on someone with that kind of vibe?" I told you. I gave him a look that said yes. He immediately understood, with a face that said I knew it. Of course, he didn't think about it. Last time, the one who said he would go easy on me ended up being pressed to the ground and rubbed all over. My going easy carries as much weight as next time for sure. Dai Yaoheng couldn't be bothered with us and coolly said, "Get ready. It's about to start." All right. The match began. With the referee's command, guess what happened? Dai Yaoheng, our class leader who usually acts like a human cannonball, actually didn't move. He just stood there. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and leaned over to say, "Wow, class monitor, you're so composed today. Got a new tactic?" To my surprise, he didn't even look back and shot back. Do we still need tactics to deal with him? Man, I was completely stunned. It was easily the most pretentious thing I heard in 2025, but coming from him, it sounded completely natural. The 3 guys across from us were completely baffled. They had originally set up their formation and were highly tense, only to see the 3 of us chatting casually like we were in a park. One of the guys couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Are you looking down on us?" Then he charged over with a yell. His teammates behind him shouted anxiously, "Hey, calm down. Calm down my foot, man." He couldn't stop himself. The other two saw no choice but to follow him into the charge. 3 guys, 3 directions, and their target was surprisingly consistent, all aimed at me. They thought it was a great plan to focus fire on me, their strongest opponent, and then deal with the other 2. Unfortunately, reality has a way of crushing such beautiful fantasies. I was chatting with Dai Yaoheng about something important when these few people rushed right up to me. Let me tell you, I absolutely hate being interrupted while talking. So I raised an eyebrow, couldn't even be bothered to lift a hand, and just coldly glanced at them. Buzz. In an instant, it felt like the air turned to cement, and those 3 guys fell face down on the ground simultaneously, lying there motionless. I slowly finished my words. So I don't like being disturbed. Then, I added a bit more. The 3 of them didn't even grunt, just rolled their eyes and fainted. The whole place went silent. The referee was stunned, staring blankly for several seconds before reacting, shouting, "The semifinals of the new student assessment. Class, one of the new students wins." At this moment, the entire audience erupted. Everyone thought they had already seen the peak of my strength yesterday, but today they realized that yesterday was not a competition at all. It was just a warm-up. Does anyone understand? In just 1 second, it was over, just like that. A semi-final ended faster than instant noodles. Yin was still standing there dumbfounded, murmuring, "Is this over?" Dai Yaoheng clapped his hands and acted as if nothing had happened. "All right, go back and rest. There's the finals in the afternoon." I waved my hand and said I had something to take care of and needed to leave for a bit. But I would definitely be back before the finals in the afternoon. In fact, it wasn't anything important at all. As soon as I left the competition venue and turned into a small, deserted grove, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the ground. The headache felt like it was about to explode. I could only press my hands tightly against my head, writhing in pain. Once that wave of discomfort passed, I opened my eyes again, and to my surprise, my left eye had turned a terrifying shade of crimson. This was all due to the side effects of my broken soul technique, absolute balance. Whenever I got angry, the balance within me would be disrupted, and this malevolent power would emerge. With this appearance, I would definitely be treated as some kind of villain by Dai Yaoheng and the others when I returned. There was no choice. I could only find an eye patch to cover my left eye and later say I accidentally bumped into something, just a little white lie. In the afternoon, the finals. I hurried and rushed, but still almost arrived late. When I got there, Yin was so anxious he was about to start dancing on the spot, and Dai Yaoheng also had a serious expression. The referee had already issued a final ultimatum, saying that if we didn't enter the arena soon, we would be disqualified. Just as Dai Yaoheng was about to concede, I made my grand entrance. I'm back. The 2 of them sighed in relief, as if they had just run a 5,000-meter race. As soon as I entered, Yin noticed my new look and pointed at my mask. "What happened to you?" "It's nothing." I scratched my head and started my performance. "Just accidentally overslept, haha." Their faces instantly darkened. Dai Yaoheng pointed at my eye. "Then what happened to your eye?" "Oh, this." I bumped into a door, and to avoid affecting my handsome appearance, I just wore an eye mask for a bit, haha. I smiled awkwardly. Dai Yaoheng's gaze clearly said, "Keep making up stories," but he didn't expose me. Our opponent in the finals was Class 10 of the freshmen. I took a look, and wow, there were actually 2 Soul Kings on the opposite side. One named Chun Zifeng and the other named Ling Luocheng, a pretty icy girl. No wonder they made it to the finals. Their lineup was just like ours. The match began. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the girl Ling Luocheng struck first, and with a snap, the feet of the 3 of us were frozen in ice. Immediately after, Chun Zifeng charged towards Dai Yaoheng. Dai Yaoheng shouted loudly. His soul power surged, breaking free from the ice, and he met the attack head-on. The 2 strong attack-type Soul Kings were locked in a fierce battle. And me? I was still frozen along with Yin. Yin really couldn't break free, but I was just too lazy to move. At that moment, the agile attacker named Yao Haoshuan rushed towards me at high speed. At the same time, that girl Ling Luocheng added a buff to me. She turned me into an ice sculpture from head to toe. Yin was dumbfounded beside me. Yao Haoshuan reached me, raised his hand, and was about to deliver a fatal blow. Just as his hand was about to touch the ice, crack, a fissure appeared on the ice surface. Yao Haoshuan suddenly felt an immense pressure that made his very soul tremble. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Buzz! He was struck down as if hit by a mountain, instantly collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. Bang! The ice on me shattered into a flurry of ice crystals. I stretched lazily, yawned, and sighed. This ice is quite refreshing. I smiled and looked at Yao Haoshuan, who was lying on the ground. Brother, give up, okay? To avoid getting hurt. He was quite stubborn. In your dreams. I won't give up even if I die in battle. Oh, I nodded and took a step towards the Ice Queen. As I passed by him, I added, all right, you stay down for a bit. I'll go ask your teammates for their opinion. Come back here. If you're brave, don't use this trick. He shouted angrily from behind. But I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. When Ling Luo-chan saw me approaching, she immediately panicked and started throwing ice spikes, ice walls, and all sorts of soul skills at me like they were free. But strangely, all her attacks vanished into thin air as soon as they reached me. She was completely dumbfounded and asked, why don't my soul skills work on you? I walked up to her and smiled, explaining, I've wrapped myself in a vacuum field. Your ice needs water molecules and soul power from the air, but I have nothing here, understand, little fool? She was completely bewildered, standing there as if she had lost her soul. I found it amusing, so I reached out and gently flicked her smooth forehead with my finger. Ouch! She covered her forehead and squatted down, her gaze filled with resentment, as if she could pierce me with her eyes. Still won't hit me? I see your teammate Chen Zifeng is also on the verge of collapse. I bent down, laughing like a big villain. She didn't say anything, just glared at me with red eyes. I raised my finger again and flicked her forehead once more. This time, she felt deeply humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to burst out any second. As soon as I saw that she still didn't respond, I raised my hand again. She was so scared that she exclaimed and stumbled back several meters, covering her forehead and looking at me in terror. Ew, don't come over. I laughed even more happily. At that moment, the outcome was also decided on the other side, as Dai Yaoheng landed a heavy punch that knocked Chen Zifeng to the ground. All right, the match is over. One was pinned down by me. One was knocked down by Dai Yaoheng, and another was so scared by me that he was almost crying. The referee announced that we were the champions. The freshman assessment concluded, and we won the championship with generous rewards. However, the next day, I was called away by the teacher and taken directly to a place called Haishan Pavilion, where a group of terrifying old men were seated. The leading old man, named Mu'en, stared at me for a long time and then slowly said to the others, "This kid has too much talent. The outer academy can no longer teach him. I propose that he be allowed to enter the inner academy early and become one of the new Shrek 7 monsters. Does anyone have any objections?" I was shocked at the time. The Shrek 7? This is the highest honor. I'm a bit hesitant, mainly because I can't let go of Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun. It seems that old Mu has seen through my thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your friend will come in sooner or later. You're just a step ahead of them." I thought about it and agreed. The resources in the inner academy are better, and I can get stronger faster. So I respectfully replied, "Senior, I am willing." When I went back and told Dai Yaoheng and the others, Yin Yun's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Dai Yaoheng, however, remained calm, and a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "Just wait. I will catch up to you soon." Just like that, my life in the outer academy ended in a flash, and I directly transferred to the inner academy. A month later, during this month, I did nothing but cultivate. I was almost driven crazy from training, and my soul power skyrocketed to level 37, earning me the nickname Cultivation Maniac in the martial world. Finally, after looking forward to the academy's break, I couldn't even be bothered to pack my luggage and just slipped away. My destination, Stardew Forest. I stand on the familiar cliff, gazing at the endless forest, my lips curling into a wild smile. I'm back. I just finished shouting here, and the beast god Emperor Tian in the core area of the forest suddenly opened his eyes. I was leisurely walking alone in the woods when, not far along, I felt a familiar presence rush towards me like a little rocket. "Lucia, you finally came back. Come and fight with me." I didn't even need to look back. With a handsome side profile, a golden figure brushed past me. It was that little Tsundere, the three-eyed golden lion. I smiled and said, "It's been so long, and your temper hasn't changed at all, has it? None of your business. Come on, let's fight," she said, raising her proud head, full of fighting spirit. Just as we were about to fight, a huge figure suddenly blocked our way. It was the Crimson King. He looked troubled and said, "Spirit Beast, Lord Emperor Tian has commanded me to take you back." The three-eyed golden lion immediately exploded in anger. "Why is it you again?" "It's always you." The Crimson King, being an honest person, awkwardly replied, "You can't blame me. It's Lord Emperor Tian's orders." The three-eyed golden lion was so furious that he stomped his feet, snorted, and then transformed into a beam of golden light and ran away. The Crimson King shook his head helplessly and said to me, "Don't take it to heart. The Spirit Beast has this temperament. Let's go. Lord Emperor Tian is waiting for you." I didn't hold back and directly jumped onto his broad back, flying towards the depths of the forest, to the core area next to the Lake of Life. Isao Tian, he was just as he always was, majestic and unfathomable. We We chatted briefly about my life in the human world. What brings you back this time? He asked. The fourth spirit ring, I replied succinctly. He nodded, understood. What kind of effect do you need? A stronger defense. All right. Once the business was settled, it didn't linger. Turned ahead toward the old place where I used to cultivate in the forest. With a month of vacation, my goal was clear, reach level 40. But as soon as I stepped outside, I ran into that violent, three-eyed golden lion. I was shocked for a moment and thought, no way, sister. Are we going to fight again? I just got on vacation. I quickly interrupted her before she could say anything. Stop. No fighting. Well, she was completely taken aback, standing there for a while before managing to say, can I just talk to you? After saying that, she probably felt awkward herself and just turned around and left. I stood there in a daze, wondering what was going on. But it's better this way. It saves me the trouble of getting involved. I shrugged and quickly slipped away to cultivate. Back in my exclusive little cave, that feeling was instantly right. Sitting cross-legged, my spirit directly sank into my magnificent palace. The same old place, I knew the way well as I slumped onto that throne. Here we go. Entering seclusion. Time really isn't worth much when you're cultivating. I felt like I had just taken a nap, and my intuition told me it was about time to wake up. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, my soul power burst out like a flood that had been unleashed. The whole cave felt like it was hit by a Category 12 typhoon. That old guy, Lv.10, sensed it immediately and flew over with by G. Just as I stepped out of the cave, I locked eyes with him. His expression was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost, and he asked, you have become a soul master? I nodded and calmly asked, how long did I sleep? Half a month. Half a month, level 40, perfect. I sighed with relief and got straight to the point. What about the soul ring? Where's the soul ring you arranged for me? Starting from 50,000 years, got it? The expression on Lv.10's face, let me tell you, was like a top salesperson meeting a VIP client, beaming with joy. It's all arranged, follow me. He led me through a winding path to the edge of a crystal-clear pool. I was puzzled at that moment. There wasn't even a trace of soul beast around. What was he bringing me here for? A bath? In the end, Lv.10 shouted at the pool, come out, your chance to make a name for yourself has arrived. I'm still in a daze when the pool starts bubbling, and then a massive creature floats up. I take a closer look and wow, it's a super huge turtle. Its shell and defense are a perfect match. Lv.10 starts listing names beside me. The golden spirit turtle of over 89,000 years. I think it fits your requirements the best. As soon as I heard that, I nearly lost my balance. 89,000 years. Dude, I'm only level 40. And you want me to absorb this? Are you trying to make me explode right here and give you a big fireworks show? But then Lv.10 waved his hand with a reassuring expression and said, don't worry, I've already talked to it. It's a voluntary sacrifice with no resentment at all. Absorbing it will be as easy as drinking water. Family, who understands this? Others hunt soul rings and risk their lives, but for me, soul rings are lining up for my favor. And it's voluntary. This service is unbelievable. I walked up to the golden spirit turtle, touched its huge head, and was about to say some formal words when the old turtle spoke up by itself in a voice that was incredibly aged. It's all right. My time is coming to an end. I'm satisfied to be able to contribute to the Lord God in my last moments. Well, since it's come to this, I won't be pretentious anymore. I gave it a decisive move, and a deep black soul ring slowly rose up. Thank you, old brother. The absorption process was surprisingly smooth. Because there were no grievances, the soul ring integrated seamlessly, and I instantly stepped into the soul sect realm, feeling my whole body filled with power. Lv.10 saw that I had awakened and leaned over to ask, how do you feel? I clenched my fist and replied with 2 words, very strong. He smiled happily, probably already envisioning the blueprint for the rise of soul beasts. But just at that moment, an accident happened. I suddenly felt something in my body crack and break. And then an uncontrollable force began to rampage within me. My face changed instantly, and Lv.10 also noticed something was wrong and quickly asked me what happened. My teeth were chattering, and I squeezed out a few words from my teeth. Quick, take me away. Without saying a word, Lv.10 picked me up and flew toward his lair. But as soon as he arrived and looked down at me, he was completely stunned. What? What is going on? I could see that my entire body, from my skin to my hair, was covered in dense golden inscriptions. The power was overwhelming. When Lv.10, the old Dragon King, touched me, it felt like an electric shock, and his dragon scale shattered. He howled in pain, saying it felt like his soul was being ejected. Frightened, he quickly set me down and crawled back a dozen meters. With the last bit of consciousness, I stumbled into a huge tree hole beside me. Just as I entered, I collapsed. At the moment I fell, all the golden runes on my body burst out in a loud explosion, wrapping around me layer by layer like silk, and finally transforming into a shimmering golden cocoon. I lost the connection here, and, as a result, my body turned into an ultimate energy Wi-Fi. That force, which doesn't belong to this world, emanated from the cocoon, and a few fierce beasts like Lv.10 were nearby, their cultivation levels skyrocketing, and their bloodlines starting to evolve. It was as if I was in a deep sleep while they were winning effortlessly. This round was all about a companion-style ascension. They took turns meditating outside the tree hole, leeching off the energy, feeling incredibly good. The absurdity didn't stop there. That three-eyed golden lion, the little violent lion, snuck over to see me at some point, and after watching for a while, perhaps feeling that this place was rich in energy and suitable for sleeping, it actually lay down next to me and fell asleep. Then, in a flash, those golden inscriptions bundled her up too. Next to my cocoon, there was now a smaller golden cocoon. It was a buy one get one free situation. When Lv.10 and the others discovered it, they were stunned. But then they realized that this was probably a sign that the auspicious beast had also gained recognition from this power, which was a good thing. So they let her stay. When I slept, the outside world turned upside down. The old guys from Shrek probably thought I was dead outside. And even old Moo spoke up, saying that if they couldn't wait for me any longer, they would find someone to replace me in the competition. But they would keep my identity as an inner courtyard disciple reserved. As a result, 6 years passed. With a crack, I hatched. Lv.10 and the others were training outside, and since the commotion, rushing over. As the cocoon shattered, a hand stretched out first. By the time I fully emerged, Lv.10 and the others were all stunned. Let me tell you, that scene made me want to faint for my own handsomeness. My whole body was smooth, with flowing golden inscriptions engraved on my skin, and my waist-length silver hair also shimmered with inscriptions, making me look like a deity descended to earth. Lv.10 and the others were so weak in the knees that they uncontrollably prostrated themselves before me. He trembled as he told me that I had been asleep for almost 6 years. 6 years. I frowned, feeling how quickly time had passed. But at that moment, I suddenly felt that there was an old trickster in the sky spying on me. I smiled without raising my head and said to the air, "Sometimes it's best to close your eyes." As soon as I finished speaking, the prying gaze disappeared instantly. I heard that someone from the divine realm with the surname Tang was rendered speechless by my words, scared into a cold sweat, exclaiming that the continent was about to change. It was hilarious. I finally looked down at Emperor Tian and the others and joked, "Why are you all lying on the ground? Is there a treasure down there?" Only then did they awkwardly stand up. A thought crossed my mind, and the inscriptions all over my body instantly converged, gathering onto my right hand to form a unique mark, and my eyes returned to their normal golden color. Once Emperor Tian regained his composure, he quickly asked me, "LuZe, what is your soul power level now?" I gave him a strange smile. After going through some trials, I'm now level 55. I showed him my soul rings again. The first 4 soul rings each had an additional circle of golden inscriptions. And even more impressive was that the 5th soul ring was one I had condensed myself using those inscriptions, pure gold in color. Its aura was definitely not inferior to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. I said calmly, "I no longer need to hunt for soul rings." Lv.10 was completely stunned. Probably his brain had crashed. I explained to them not to disturb the three-eyed golden lion that is still in its cocoon. And then I prepared to return to the academy. It's been 6 years, and I wonder if the old friends at Shrek still remember me. Just as I reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, I ran into a group of people, 2 men and a woman, 3 young individuals. I smiled and went over to greet them, which scared the little girl so much that she jumped up 3 meters high. The leader, a boy named Bebe, was quite polite. We introduced ourselves, and it turned out they were also from Shrek Academy. As soon as I heard that, I said I was also a student, and since I hadn't been back for a long time, I asked if they could give me a ride. Bebe and the others had no objections, of course. Let me tell you, that kid named Hui Yu Hao and their team is quite interesting. In his white 10-year soul ring, there's a big guy hidden inside. A million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm, just sitting there. That ice silkworm probably got so scared that it almost urinated itself. As soon as it sensed me, it went crazy, setting off alarms in Hui Yu Hao's mind, urging him to quickly retract the soul ring. I just smiled and said nothing, pretending to be an ordinary senior passing by, and followed them all the way back to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar gate, I felt quite emotional inside. I said goodbye to Bebe and the others, telling them that I needed to find the teacher first, and then I walked alone deeper into the academy. A new story seems to be about to begin. I tell you, this opening is heavyweight. As soon as I stepped back into Shrek, I was caught off guard by a big shot. I was standing by the sea god lake pondering life when suddenly I heard a voice behind me. You brat finally decided to come back, huh? I turned around and... Good grief, it was Lv.10. I smiled on the outside but was cursing inside and quickly said, Lv.10, this matter is a bit complicated. I can explain. He didn't listen at all, just snorted and said to explain it to Elder instead. The next moment, he lifted me up like a little chick and took me straight to the sea god pavilion. Does anyone understand? I'm also a master. Where's my dignity? When we arrived at the sea god pavilion, Elder wasn't there. Lv.10 sat opposite me, munching on chicken legs and drinking wine while making me stand there. How long did I stand? I don't know. But Lv.10's chicken bones were piling up like a mountain by the time Elder appeared out of nowhere, as if he had teleported. Lv.10 immediately stood up straight, and I hurriedly pretended to be obedient. Elder then asked me, Kid, where have you been wandering for these past few years? I rattled on without blinking. Oh dear, I accidentally got too engrossed in my training and lost track of time. Guess what Master Mu said? He just hummed in response and nodded, and that was that. It was over. At that moment, I felt that the world of the strong is so simple and unpretentious. I quickly climbed up the pole and asked, so, Old Mu, should I go to the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard now? Old Shin shot back at me directly. What nonsense. With your combat power, going to the outer courtyard would be like a college student running into a kindergarten to blow up a fish pond. You must go to the inner courtyard. All right then. I hurriedly took my leave and dashed towards the inner courtyard without looking back. I wanted to see how Dai Yaoheng, who once boldly claimed he would wait for me in the inner courtyard, was doing now. And guess what? As soon as I arrived at the inner courtyard, I heard two people chatting on a bench. One was slumped over while the other sat upright. I heard the slumped one say, Class monitor, where the hell has that bastard LuZe gone? We agreed to meet in the inner courtyard, and now he's vanished. The one next to him, who I immediately recognized as Dai Yaoheng, calmly replied, Who knows? He's unreliable. Good grief, my temper flared. That slumped one, Yin was still rambling on. Just wait until I catch him. I'll smash his dog head. I was standing behind them at that moment and said softly, Who is it? Who wants to practice with me? Let me take a look. I tell you, when Dai Yaoheng turned around at that moment, his expression froze, as if he had seen a ghost. LuZe, you're back? Where's Yin, that kid? He was sweating and didn't even dare to turn his head. I directly put my hand on his shoulder and cheerfully asked, Buddy, I heard you wanted to blow my head off? He was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly, trembling and hiding behind Dai Yaoheng. No, you heard wrong. Absolutely heard wrong. I looked at his cowardly appearance and almost laughed out loud. After joking with him for a bit, I turned my attention to Dai Yaoheng and asked him what level he was at now. He was quite humble. My talent isn't great. I'm just barely scraping by as a Soul Emperor. I was taken aback for a moment, then pretended to be pitiful. Wow, class leader, you're amazing. I'm just a pathetic level 55 Soul King. As soon as I said this, Yin, that kid, hey, he was on a roll. He jumped out directly from behind Dai Yaoheng, looking quite arrogant. So you're only level 55? I'm already level 51. Looking at his annoying expression, I almost grinned from ear to ear. This kid, feeling bold, directly declared, Today I'm going to fight alongside the class leader to wipe away the shame of the past. Let's have a duel. Dai Yaoheng was also fired up by him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I laughed. Have you really thought it through? Not going to call a few more people. Yin probably forgot the fear of being dominated by me back in the day. And Dai Yaoheng also had a serious expression. All right then, let's go. Soul fighting area. This news spread like wildfire and quickly reached the entire inner courtyard. By the time we arrived at the soul fighting area, it was already packed with people, surrounded inside and out, all there to watch Dai Yaoheng, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, fight. Yin was so proud, puffing out his chest and introducing me. Did you see that? Our class leader is now one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Isn't he popular? I shot him a sideways glance. Oh, what about you? He immediately turned his head away and fell silent. I watched the spirited Dai Yaoheng and reminded him, Class leader, get ready mentally. As soon as I finished speaking, he charged at me like a cannonball, his fist the size of a sandbag heading straight for my face. Let me tell you, in that moment, I activated my gravity field. With a hum, he was like a mountain was pressing down on him, his movements slowed instantly. But he had indeed become stronger, gritting his teeth and enduring the gravity to continue attacking. I just wandered around. He fought his fight while I dodged mine, focusing on elegant evasion. He couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Just then, a girl watching the match got annoyed and shouted, Is this guy just going to dodge? Can't he fight back like a man? This girl was Ma Xiaotao, also one of the Shrek 7 monsters, and she had quite the fiery temper. The people next to her were shocked when they saw me. It's LuZe. Didn't he disappear? When Ma Xiaodao heard my name, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "I've been wanting to meet this rumored genius." Her teammate, Yao Haoshuan, turned pale and desperately urged her, "Sister Xiaodao, you must not go. He's a freak, you can't win." But Ma Xiaodao wouldn't listen, instead getting even more excited. The next second, with a bang, a ball of flames exploded right between us, forcibly interrupting the match. With full battle intent, she shouted at me, "LuZe, I want to have a match with you." I tell you, at that moment my face just went cold. I was having a good time sparring with my brother, and who are you to just come up and grab the mic? I ignored her, and Dai Yaoheng got anxious. "Ma Xiaodao, are you crazy? Can't you see we're in a soul fight?" This girl was quite assertive. "It's fine. I just want to compete fairly with him once." Dai Yaoheng wanted to say something else, but I spoke up directly, my voice cold enough to freeze ice shards. "Let her come." I cast a glance, and my golden pupils instantly turned blood red, exuding a murderous aura. Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun were silenced by my gaze, obediently retreating to the sidelines. Dai Yaoheng was quite sharp. Sensing something was off, he immediately sent Yin Yun to find a teacher. Only Ma Xiaodao and I were left on the stage. I coldly asked her, "Are you here to cause trouble?" She still managed to smile and replied, "You could say that. I just want to see your strength. Then bring it on." As soon as I finished speaking, the gravity field erupted with full force. She was like someone being pressed into cement, unable to even fly. But this girl truly had some skills. As her soul power exploded, she struggled to move. However, the moment she unleashed her power, I had already flashed in front of her. Her pupils trembled, and before she could react, I grabbed her head and slammed it hard into the ground. Is this the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters? I stepped on her and laughed, saying, "Clearly so weak, why come and challenge me?" This statement directly ignited her rage, and her evil fire went out of control, engulfing me with a loud boom. The audience, including Dai Yuheng, panicked and shouted, "Not good. Ma Xiaodao's evil fire is out of control." And what happened? The evil fire that could melt steel made no sound against me. When the flames dissipated, I walked out unscathed, taking slow steps toward her. "Evil fire, how interesting," I said lightly, but truly weak. This scene, I tell you, burned the CPUs of everyone present. Ma Xiaodao looked at me in terror and directly activated her 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Fireballs rained down like a storm, with effects at full blast. I simply strolled through the rain of fire with a smile, and not a single one touched me. "Have you had enough?" I walked up to her, and "When you're done playing, it's my turn." I activated the 5th spirit ring and brought my hands together. Mirror world, unfold. In an instant, we disappeared from the soul fighting area, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. In my mirror world, Ma Xiaodao was completely bewildered. It was a realm of nothingness, and the evil fire within her was tightly suppressed. Just as she was getting anxious, I spoke to her with the entirety of the world. "Welcome to the mirror world." She jumped in surprise and looked around for me. I told her not to bother searching, and then a mirror appeared in front of her. From the mirror emerged a version of her that looked exactly the same, but in a form where the evil fire was completely out of control. The darkened version of her smiled eerily and said, "I am you. Defeat me, or stay here forever." What followed was her being stylishly beaten by her own mirror image. Every move she made, the mirror could replicate, and with greater power without consuming any soul power. In just a few moments, she was left battered and bruised, and finally, a second mirror image pierced her heart from behind, leaving her lying in a pool of blood, her consciousness fading. Just when she was about to pass out, I strolled in casually. "What a mess," I said to her. "Now do you understand how severe the consequences of angering me can be?" Seeing she was close to death, I thought, after all, she's a disciple of Dinyan Xiaojia. It wouldn't be good to actually kill her. So I had a moment of conscience and picked her up, casually casting a golden inscription on her. With a flash of golden light, her injuries healed instantly. But, good heavens, her clothes were completely purified away. I thought to myself, this isn't even a paid content, so I quickly grabbed a cloth to cover her. When she woke up and found herself naked, her face turned bright red, and after realizing what happened, she screamed and slapped me. I easily dodged and flipped her over, pressing her to the ground, and said with disappointment, "I saved you, and you still hit me? I really shouldn't have saved you." She was both embarrassed and angry. "You rogue, let me go." I leaned in close to her ear and deliberately scared her. "This is my world, and no one will come to save you." Seeing her almost cry from fear, I finally let go and laughed. "You didn't really think I would do anything to you, did you?" Once she fumbled and got dressed, I directly opened a space crack. She still hesitated, wanting to ask questions, but I found it annoying and kicked her out of my world. Finally, it was quiet. When I came out again, I was already by the lake of the sea god. Dai Yaoheng found me and said with firm determination, "I know you are strong now, but I won't lose to you." I laughed. "I'm waiting for you to get stronger." After a while, I became the laziest person in the inner court, wandering around every day. Finally, the academy couldn't stand it anymore, and Elder Xian called me over. He smiled like an old fox. "LuZe, seeing you so idle every day, I have a job here that needs some hands. Are you willing to go?" As soon as I heard his tone, I knew it was not good news, but I still asked, "What's the matter?" Xian Lao's expression became serious. "Over at Tianmen Mountain, there's a group of evil soul master bandits. You need to take care of it." Evil soul master? I immediately became interested. Let me tell you, the expression on old Xian's face was just incredible. It was as if I was eagerly rushing to my own death. With a look of disbelief on his face, as if to say, "What's wrong with this kid?" He even kindly advised me, saying that the evil soul master bandits were not to be trifled with. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking, isn't that obvious? If it were just for fun, I wouldn't even come. I patted my chest and said, "Don't worry, they can't touch a single hair on me. Besides, you're here to back me up, right?" As soon as I said that, Master Xian was left speechless, stunned for a while, and then burst out laughing. While laughing, he praised me, saying that I truly deserved to be one of Shrek's elites, and he had high hopes for me. Just as I was enjoying this mutual flattery, he reached out and picked me up by the back of my neck like a chick. "Wait, Master Xian, we're leaving just like this? I haven't even got my gear." Before I could finish my sentence, he shot out of the academy like a rocket. Well, I had nothing more to say. I was just kidnapped like this. After flying for a while, he threw me down at the foot of a desolate mountain. I looked around, and there wasn't a single person, not even a ghost. My heart sank, and I asked him, "Master Xian, where are our teammates?" Guess what? The old man started to look around, avoiding my gaze. I instantly realized, and tentatively asked, "No way, sir. Don't tell me I'm the only one doing a solo act for this mission." He coughed twice, trying to save face. How could I be that kind of person? Then he put his arm around my shoulder, gave me a thumbs up, and smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I am your strong support. Charge forward boldly." At that moment, my face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Are they trying to paint a big pie for me here? I swear I won't take on this kind of job again. Although I was 1,000 unwilling, I was still driven by curiosity to walk up the mountain. According to the information provided by old Xian, the lair of those evil soul masters was in a cave halfway up the mountain. I had never really fought against evil soul masters in my life, so it was a good opportunity to see what they were like. Before long, I reached the entrance of the cave. Hey, isn't it a coincidence? There wasn't even a guard outside. Do they have such big hearts? I walked in as if I were heading home, swaggering confidently. As soon as I entered, I let out and wow, this wasn't a cave at all. It was simply an underground transportation hub, with pathways leading in all directions, probably hollowing out the entire mountain. Just as I was marveling at how these evil soul masters must have graduated from civil engineering, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Attention, there are intruding soul masters." As soon as I turned around, I saw a guy shouting like a loudspeaker. "Family members, who understands?" I really disliked being interrupted during my immersive experience. I was immediately displeased and raised my right hand, gently moving my fingertips. Instantly, the loud guy was covered by a transparent dome. He realized he couldn't make a sound, and soon he couldn't even catch his breath, his face turning bright red as he began to struggle wildly. I slowly walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Sometimes you shouldn't speak too loudly. Before he could comprehend what I meant, his body began to inflate like a balloon. Boom! With a loud bang, he exploded into a mist of blood right in front of me. The commotion immediately attracted the other evil soul masters in the cave. They rushed over just in time to witness this dazzling scene, all of them stunned. I flicked the non-existent dust off my hands, turned around, and flashed them a particularly bright smile. "Wow, you've all come? That's great. Since you're here, don't leave." I casually untied the hairband, and my long silver hair instantly floated up, while my golden pupils turned into bloodthirsty scarlet. So, let the revelry begin. Those evil soul masters are quite stubborn. Seeing me alone, they dare to be so arrogant, each of them unleashing their soul power and charging towards me. However, as soon as they took a step, a buzzing sound echoed, and nearly 20 times the gravity suddenly pressed down on them. Those with weaker abilities didn't even have time to grunt before being crushed into a puddle of flesh on the spot. The scene was chaotic, blood splattering everywhere, leaving the rest who could barely hold on dumbfounded. "Who the hell are you?" One of the evil souls pressed to the ground shouted at me. I slowly walked up to him, squatted down, and said with a smile, I am the one here to change the rules. As soon as I finished speaking, with a loud slap, he followed in his companion's footsteps. I stood up, looked around, and saw that those on the ground were either lying down or had already turned into paste. I curled my lip and thought, is this it? This is the evil soul master? It feels no different from an ordinary soul master. It seems like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. A chilling voice came from deep within the cave. Kid, you will pay for this. Immediately after, I witnessed a scene that I found somewhat eerie. Those surviving evil spirit masters began to commit suicide one by one. As I was puzzled, I saw their corpses starting to undergo strange transformations, and then, boom, 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 a series of violent explosions occurred, leaving me no time to react, and the entire cave began to collapse. Outside the mountain, Elder Xian felt the energy fluctuations and turned pale, rushing over like a madman. By the time he arrived, the place had turned into a massive pit. There was no trace of a cave left. Lucia, are you okay? Elder Xian shouted anxiously. He received no response and was about to rush into the ruins when suddenly a figure scrambled out in a panic, colliding right into him. Elder Xian focused his gaze and saw it was an evil spirit master, and his anger flared up instantly. He slapped the guy down to the ground, shouting, "You scoundrel! I'll make you pay." But he quickly realized that the expression of this evil spirit master was off. Rather than fear of being caught, it seemed more like relief from escaping something even more terrifying. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the ruins. Truly an evil spirit master. This trick is quite impressive. I brushed off the dirt on my body and walked out leisurely as if nothing had happened. When Elder Xian saw me, he finally relaxed his tense heart and let out a long sigh. You brat. So it turns out nothing happened. You scare me to death. I looked at the guy he had pinned to the ground, who should be the leader of this group, and smiled as I said, "It's Elder Xian. The mission is completed. Can we go back now?" Elder Xian examined me from head to toe, and, noticing that I had not a single scratch on me, his eyes were filled with shock. One should know that even he would have sustained some injuries from that explosion. After thinking for a while, he revealed a smile like that of a cunning old fox and said, "That won't do. You came out this time for more than just this one mission." As he spoke, he bound the evil soul master leader and turned to leave. As soon as I heard that, my face darkened. Goodness, I was working my butt off here, and you tell me this is just an appetizer? This flavor is way too strong. But then I thought, it's better than being bored out of my mind in the academy. All right then, what's the next destination? I followed along. Master Xian turned back and gave me a meaningful look, smiling. The next destination is the northern mountain range. A few days later, I stood with Master Xian on a cliff in the northern mountain range, looking like two tourists. I don't have the time to enjoy the scenery. So I asked directly, where's the target? The old man glanced at me and chuckled. I don't know either, but it's definitely somewhere in these mountains. At that moment, the veins on my forehead were popping. Elder Xian, are you sure you're not joking with me? He immediately switched to a serious expression and said solemnly, Kid, I'm not lying to you. There's a peculiar force in this mountain range that has compressed my range of perception. All right, I can reluctantly accept that reason because I felt it too. What about the plan? I asked again. As a result, I saw that familiar, indescribable expression on his face. A bad premonition settled in my heart. Don't tell me there's no plan, and we're just going in to search blindly. He didn't say anything, but that expression said it all. I don't want to say anything anymore and turned to walk into the mountains. If I stayed with him any longer, I was afraid I couldn't help but punch him. Just like that, we split up and took action separately. I had been wandering in the mountains for several days, without seeing a single soul. I was squatting by a stream, washing wild fruits while complaining to myself about whether I had been deceived by that old man. Just then, a girl's voice suddenly called for help from a distance. Help! I suddenly became interested, threw the fruit away, and swiftly dashed towards the direction of the sound. When I arrived, I saw a pretty little girl being pinned to the ground by two men, struggling desperately. I couldn't help but laugh. In the blink of an eye, I was already standing behind the two men. By the time they sensed my presence, it was too late. Buzz! As soon as they turned around, they didn't even get a clear look at my face before their bodies were crushed into a pile of mush by an invisible force. Blood splattered all over the little girl, and she was instantly stunned. I looked at her dazed expression and couldn't help but laugh. I reached out my hand and tried to make my voice sound a bit gentler. Little sister, are you okay? She didn't respond for a long time. She was probably too stunned to react. I had no choice but to retract my hand and prepare to leave. Just as I turned around, someone grabbed the corner of my clothing. I smiled inwardly, turned back to look at her, and continued to ask gently, Little sister, can you tell me your name? Also, why are you here alone? The little girl's eyes gradually regained their sparkle, and she said timidly, I'm Suya. I got separated from my dad. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. I gently held her in my arms to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here right now. You just need to stay close to your brother. I helped her wipe the blood off her face and smiled at her. Suya looked at my smile, and her emotions gradually stabilized. I took her small hand and asked, Do you remember where you got separated from your dad? She thought for a moment and pointed in a direction. I remember. It seems to be to the north of the mountains. I nodded and pulled her as we headed north. But we had no idea that just after we left, a thick white fog suddenly enveloped the place we had just been. After walking for a while, Suya brought me to the outside of a valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, exuding an eerie feeling. However, Suya seemed unfazed and tugged at my hand, saying, Big brother, my dad seems to be inside there. As soon as I heard this, I felt more certain in my heart. I was familiar with this script, but I didn't show anything on my face and smiled as I said, Then take me in, how about it? Suya also happily laughed, grabbing my hand and running toward the valley. Once we entered the valley, I noticed that the fog was unusual, even blocking my perception. I was sure that there was definitely something big inside. Suya was still bouncing ahead, saying, Big brother, we're almost at my dad's place. I just smiled faintly and followed her, looking completely unguarded. Suddenly, in that instant, a sharp spike formed from white mist pierced through my shoulder without warning. I immediately stopped in my tracks. Sa, who was holding onto me, also stopped, turned to look at me, and asked with a worried expression, Big brother, what's wrong? Are you hurt? I patted her head and smiled, saying, It's okay. Just go behind your brother, all right? Suya obediently ran to stand behind me. I breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the thick fog around me, and slowly spoke. Although I don't know what you are, I don't like ambushers. Buzz. As soon as I finished speaking, I was instantly enveloped by nearly 30 times the gravity. The surrounding fog was immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move. But that wasn't all. With a wave of my right hand, the air within the gravitational field was instantly emptied, creating a vacuum area, causing the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees to begin wilting. When I retracted the field, everything around was clear. I smiled lightly and said, Aren't you planning to come out yet? It seems you are really not an ordinary soul master. A hoarse and deep voice resonated around us. Upon hearing this voice, Suya excitedly peeked out from behind me and shouted, Daddy! Immediately, a man exuding white mist slowly appeared in front of us. Without hesitation, Suya ran towards him and jumped into his arms. Watching the father and daughter embrace and tease each other, I didn't stop them. Once they finished reminiscing, the man named Subai walked up to me and asked who I was. I briefly explained, and only then did he realize that they were not human, but a type of mist demon, a 10,000-year soul beast. Rare, humanoid soul beasts like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. I murmured to myself, surprised that such soul beasts even existed, as they were extremely rare. After resolving this matter, I bid farewell to the father and daughter and turned to leave, but I always felt that our connection was not over yet. Coming out of the valley, I did not forget my main objective. Soon, I noticed a wisp of blue smoke rising in the distance. I crept over and hid in a large tree, seeing two guys at the Soul King level chatting while roasting by a fire. I listened for a while and realized that their leader brought the team here just to catch a soul beast. After listening to their nonsense for half a day, I really lost my patience. I quickly appeared behind one of the guys. Another sharp-eyed one noticed me and just shouted, Hey, behind you. But it was already too late. Buzz. The 15-fold gravity instantly pressed down, and the two of them were directly flattened on the ground. I said with a smile, Don't worry, I just have one question. If you answer honestly, you have a 99% chance of surviving. As soon as the two heard there was a way out, they immediately became timid and directed their leader to the northwest, revealing everything about the plan to capture the soul beast. After I finished asking, they excitedly asked, Can we go now? I wore a strange smile on my face and slowly said, Don't rush, there's one last question. Are you evil soul masters? As soon as I said this, their faces changed and they stuttered in denial. I laughed even happier. Sorry, the soul power within you has already betrayed you. Hey, didn't you say you would let us go? Why are you going back on your word? One of them shouted unwillingly. I shrugged and said slowly, 100% is made up of 99% and 1%. And you two are just that 1%. After saying that, I turned and walked away. Not far from where I left, two explosions sounded behind me. Following the traces they left behind, I quickly discovered the whereabouts of that group of people. Goodness, in the distance, a large group of soul masters was frantically chasing after a white figure. And the one being chased was none other than Subai, desperately fleeing while holding his daughter Suya. I finally understood that the sole beasts they wanted to capture were this father-daughter duo of fog demons. Fog demons are not skilled in combat, and Subai was quickly severely injured by the joint attack of two soul saints, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In desperation, he erupted with soul power, enveloping the entire area in thick fog, trying to launch a surprise attack. However, one of the soul saints on the other side was even more ruthless, directly activating their martial soul true form, and a gigantic black bear appeared on the field. The other soul saint had also set up a barrier in advance, cutting off Subai's escape route. Just as it seemed Subai was about to collapse, I finally decided to take action. Buzz! An invisible gravity instantly descended, and those arrogant soul saints, including the gigantic black bear, were all firmly pressed to the ground. Unable to move, I slowly walked out of the forest and smiled at the startled Subai. It's been a while, Mr. Subai. I just finished greeting Subai and wanted to tell you that things over at LuZe's side aren't as warm and fuzzy. That black bear soul saint is still lying on the ground, desperate to survive, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. He said their boss is a level 90 soul Douluo, just one step away, and is currently searching everywhere for the 9 soul ring. Their base is in the valley to the west. After he finished speaking, he looked at LuZe with anticipation, his little eyes seemingly saying, "Big brother, I've cooperated so much. Can you let me go?" Guess how LuZe responded? He leisurely got off the bear's back, leaned close to the guy's ear, and lightly said, "I think you've lived long enough. I tell you, that black bear soul saint didn't even let out a sound, and with a bang, its head burst open like a watermelon crushed by gravity. The remaining soul saints were the same. Not a single one was spared, all packed up and sent away. It was incredibly clean and swift. Subai was dumbfounded beside him, but luckily he was clever and had covered his daughter Suya's eyes in advance. Otherwise, what a huge childhood trauma that would have been. He ran over to thank LuZe and enthusiastically said, "Brother, are you going to take down their lair? Take me with you. I can help you clear the small fries." However, LuZe waved his hand, meaning, "Bro, you can forget it. Bringing you would only be a hindrance. Better spend that time with your daughter." Subai was momentarily embarrassed, but thinking about it, with his meager skills, he would indeed be dragging his feet. Just as he was lost in thought, his daughter tugged at his clothes. "Daddy, what are you looking at?" The big brother has already left. Subai turned around, and there was no trace of LuZe. The guy had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, LuZe had already flashed to a big tree 500 meters away. I tell you, he looked completely different now. His right eye was filled with dense golden inscriptions swirling like the galaxy, and the golden patterns extended down his right hand, almost reaching his neck. He looked towards the west, smiling with an evil charm. The next second, with a whoosh, he was gone again. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the evil soul master's base. Elder Xian was below and instantly sensed it. He looked up and saw LuZe floating in the sky like a deity. Elder Xian thought to himself, "I knew this kid had a big move hidden up his sleeve." LuZe noticed him too and flashed to Elder Xian's side. Elder Xian was startled and said, "How much have you hidden? Even I can't see through you." Upon seeing LuZe's shiny new golden skin, he immediately understood and waved his hand. "All right, this base is yours now. Let me see what you can do." LuZe didn't waste time and simply raised his right hand, gathering a small black in his palm. Elder Xian was stunned. "Kid, what are you doing?" LuZe smiled lightly. "Nothing, just simply compressing gravity." At first, Elder Xian didn't take it seriously, but then that black spot grew larger, and a terrifying aura that made even him feel alarmed suddenly erupted. Before he could react, LuZe flicked his wrist, as if throwing a stone, and tossed the black spot into the base below. In that instant, the entire world turned white. When the bright light faded and Elder Xian opened his eyes again, his mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg. There was no longer any base in sight, and even a nearby mountain had vanished. It had been flattened. All that remained was an enormous pit, as if it had been kissed by a meteor. Elder Xian rushed in front of LuZe, his voice trembling. What was that move just now?" LuZe still wore an innocent expression. "Oh, I just compressed gravity into a singularity. It was my first time using it, so I was a bit rusty." Who understands, right? Rusty. You flattened a mountain while being rusty. What happened if you were experienced? Elder Xian immediately lost his temper, his face turning green, and sternly warned him. "This move is absolutely prohibited in Shrek Academy. Did you hear me?" Obviously, if he used that in the academy, Shrek would simply disappear from a map. That was the end of that matter. And Elder Xian continued on the road with LuZe. The two arrived at a small town near the Sun Moon Empire and checked into an inn. As soon as they entered the room, Elder Xian took out a wooden box, his expression grave. It was like they were acting in a spy movie. Are you ready? It's about to begin. I'm ready, go ahead. I'm really going to open it. Then open it. LuZe couldn't take it anymore, snatched the box, and slammed it to the ground, shouting, "If you're going to open it, then do it. Stop stalling." Only then did Elder Xian awkwardly scratch his head, saying he was going back to the academy, and that the next task had to be done by LuZe alone. The task details were in the broken box. After saying that, the old man quickly ran away. LuZe picked up the box and opened it, finding that the task was to investigate the recent disappearances of 6-year-old children in the town. All right, time to get to work. He went out to the street and sneaked up to a breakfast stall where he saw a kid stealing something and darting into an alley. Surprisingly, the stall owner didn't seem to care at all. Curious, LuZe asked, and the owner said that the kid was an orphan. Poor thing. So he just pretended not to see. LuZe dropped a gold soul coin and turned to enter the alley. However, the alley was strange. No matter how he walked, he couldn't find the end. LuZe couldn't help but chuckle, speaking to the air. "What is going on? I've been walking for so long. Aren't you coming out to see me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space shattered with a crack like glass, and LuZe returned to a normal alley, where there was a small door at the end. He pushed the door open and saw an old man around 80 or 90 years old lying in a chair. LuZe got straight to the point. "That space just now was your handiwork, right? Did you see, little brat?" The old man initially pretended to be oblivious, but upon seeing LuZe's cold gaze, the surrounding gravity suddenly surged to 30 times. The old man immediately cowered and finally confessed that he had hidden the child, who was very safe. Upon hearing this, LuZe relaxed his power and explained that he was there to investigate the child disappearances. The old man, named Xia Yan, said he was also concerned about the matter, but there were no clues from the child and asked LuZe to leave. LuZe nodded and turned to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, he found himself falling into an empty space. Good grief, another illusion. LuZe stopped midair. His face darkened. "Are you guys only capable of playing this game?" With a light wave of his right hand, the illusion shattered again. A scar-faced man appeared in front of him, cackling, saying, "I didn't expect you to break my illusion." Before he could finish, LuZe had already teleported in front of him, slamming his head into the ground and coldly saying, "Don't you know that villains die from talking too much?" The scar-faced man wanted to retort, but with 2 cracks, his legs were crushed by gravity. He still laughed, saying he would never speak. But LuZe found him annoying and directly crushed his head. When he walked out of the alley, things on the street were even stranger. All the ordinary people looked like zombies, rushing at him like madmen upon seeing him. As LuZe flew to the rooftops, someone attacked him from behind. He reflexively unleashed a 50-fold gravity field, and that guy, along with his internal organs, exploded into a puddle of blood. LuZe understood. He had run into a suicide squad. He was thoroughly irritated, and the golden inscriptions on his body instantly lit up. He flew directly above the small town, and with a glance from his rune-covered eyes, he pulled out all the hidden rats. What followed was a one-sided massacre. He flashed past them one by one. But these black-robed people were all tough, claiming that their master was not someone a mortal like him could know, and then they would explode. The zombie-like residents kept coming in waves. LuZe was completely enraged, his eyes cold as ice. The gravity field suddenly expanded, and in an instant, everyone on the street was turned into mush. The scene was a river of blood, a true hell on earth. LuZe stood in the center of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, looked up at the sky, and spoke word by word. "I don't care who you gods are behind the scenes. If I find out, I won't mind killing a few gods for fun. Who understands, right? This guy's motto was, you dare to look? Try it." And then they really did look, and that was the end of that. He stormed back into that alley, pushed open old Xia's door, and was filled with rage. The room was a mess, full of corpses, and old Xia was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, clearly not going to make it. LuZe rushed over, wanting to use the golden inscriptions to save him. But old Xia pushed him away, saying he was already meant to die, and told LuZe not to waste his strength. With his last breath, he pulled out a sleeping child from his space and handed it to LuZe, saying, "This child has the breath of a deity. You must protect him well for me." After saying that, old Xia breathed his last. LuZe held the child, who was the same one he had seen in the alley, feeling a mix of emotions. After a while, news spread that the small town had turned into a dead city, and everyone blamed it on the evil soul masters. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Shrek were frantically searching for the missing LuZe. At this moment, LuZe was holding a child's hand, walking in a small town in the Star Luo Empire. The child, entrusted to him by old Xia, had revealed his true appearance after old Xia's disguise faded. Jet black hair, crimson eyes, looking as delicate as a little prince. LuZe named him Lu Xiaoyu. The two were eating at a restaurant when LuZe inadvertently overheard people at the next table gossiping about how the biggest family in the city, the Yi family, seemed to be in big trouble. LuZe's intuition told him this was not simple. He settled Xiaoyu at the inn and went alone to the Yi family. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by a group of guards. He smiled and said, "I heard your Yi family is in trouble. I'm here to help." The guards looked at him as if he were a fool and said, "Our Yi family is doing just fine. What trouble could we have? Hurry up and get lost." As they spoke, they pushed him out. LuZe stood at the entrance of the Yi family, finding it somewhat amusing, preparing to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a group of people. A clear girl's voice rang out, "Hey, who are you? And why are you standing at my door?" I turned around and bumped right into a group of people with a little girl at the front. She came up to me as if she were checking IDs. "Who are you? Are you standing guard at my doorstep?" Wow, what an attitude. If someone didn't know better, they might think I was there to steal her family's internet cable. What could I say? I smiled and calmly replied, "I'm just an ordinary person. I thought your front door looked quite impressive, so I came to learn a bit about your decoration style." The girl gave me a look that clearly said she didn't believe a word I said, then stepped closer and scanned me from head to toe, probably checking to see if I was hiding any wrenches or pliers. After a long look, she still couldn't figure it out and impatiently waved her hand. "Hurry up and leave. Don't just stand here. It's bad for the feng shui." "All right then. You're the young lady, so you call the shots." I chuckled, turned around, and slipped away, keeping my achievements and name hidden. Just as I mixed into the crowd of onlookers nearby, a guy came over with a mysterious look and teased me. "Little brother, you got some guts, huh? You dare to talk to that young lady without even knowing her?" I can only pretend to be clueless. "Big brother, please don't laugh at me. I just arrived, and I'm from out of town, so I don't understand the rules here." The big brother suddenly realized and began to educate me. "She is the daughter of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoyu. At such a young age, she is already a soul king." "Oh, a soul king?" Let me tell you, I was immediately intrigued. After saying goodbye to the big brother, I strolled back to the hotel. That night, lying in bed, my younger brother Lu Xiaoyu quietly asked me what I had been up to that day. What could I say? I couldn't possibly tell him I went to investigate the family gate that I was going to ruin, right? So I just made up some vague excuse to get him to sleep. As for me, I stared at the ceiling and started pondering. The Yi family is quite interesting. This matter was set aside just like that. Time flew by, and I had been in this small town with my brother for almost a week. And what happened? Who understands family matters? I didn't check the calendar before going out and ended up running into Yi Xiaoyu again. This girl directly blocked my way and questioned me. "Tell me, who exactly are you? You've been wandering around near my house every day. Do you have any ill intentions?" I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. I thought to myself, I haven't even been here these past few days. But seeing her attitude, I could only continue to play innocent. "Miss Yi, this is purely a coincidence. I was just passing by. The world is so small, I'm surprised too." Looking into my sincere eyes, she probably started to doubt if she was being a bit overly suspicious, and her momentum instantly weakened. Let me tell you, the opportunity came. While she was momentarily stunned, I grabbed my brother and quickly slipped past her with a smooth little maneuver. By the time she reacted, our backs were almost disappearing around the corner. I could only hear her shouting angrily behind us. "You wait, you rascal." My younger brother curiously asked me at that moment, "Bro, who is that sister?" I replied to him deeply, just a passerby in life. As a result, the kid's expression immediately fell, probably fearing that I would also become a passerby in his life one day. I squatted down and comforted him a bit, while thinking that the matter with the Yi family wasn't urgent. It was time to take my brother to meet my old friends. Next stop, the Starry Forest. Let's go. Let me tell you, entering the Starry Forest feels just like returning to my own backyard. Once I release my aura, not to mention 1,000-year soul beast, even 100,000-year one would take a detour, afraid that one misstep would turn it into my dessert after a meal. Soon, we arrive at the core area. A booming voice came over. "You're back." As soon as the words were spoken, a gigantic dragon head, blocking out the sun, poked out from the forest and came right at us. The pressure was so intense that my little brother, Lu Xiaoyu, got so scared he yelped and hid behind me, his little face pale. The one who came was none other than the beast god, Emperor Tian. He looked at the trembling little one behind me and was quite curious. "LuZe, who is this little guy?" "My brother, Lu Xiaoyu." As soon as I saw my brother's terrified expression, I said to Emperor Tian, "Can you turn back into human form? I'm afraid my brother will have nightmares at night looking at you like this." Emperor Tian awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, and with a flash of light, He transformed into an imposing middle-aged man. Only then did my brother dare to peek out from behind me, curiously examining him, and then quietly asked me, "Brother, what is he?" Let me tell you, at that moment, Lv.10's face instantly turned green. He pointed at his own nose, looking displeased. "Are you saying I'm nothing?" I couldn't help but laugh, patting my brother's head, and said to Lv.10, "What else could it be? Are you still just a thing?" With that one sentence, I left him speechless. After settling my brother down, I went to find Lv.10 to get down to business. Mainly, I wanted to see how that little three-eyed golden lion was doing. Upon looking, it was still that light cocoon with no signs of movement. All right then, I won't be polite. I directly sat cross-legged next to it and began my cyber cultivation. As soon as I closed my eyes, I returned to that magnificent spiritual palace. The golden runes around me rushed over, as if they were seeing their father, swirling around me. I waved my hand and walked straight to the throne in the center, sitting down with a thud. All right, same old place, time to comprehend the Tao. With my eyes closed and opened, a month passed in the outside world. My younger brother Lu Xiaoyu has completely gotten familiar with Lv.10 and the others. Every day he chases after Lv.10, asking him questions. "Uncle Lv.10, when will my brother wake up? Uncle Lv.10, who is stronger, you or my brother?" I told you. The beast god Lv.10 is almost driven crazy by his questions. Every day, he just half-heartedly responds and sighs. Just when he was about to be driven mad, I woke up. As soon as I came out of the tree hole, my little brother rushed over like a small cannonball and hugged me. But I had important matters to attend to this time, so I went straight to Lv.10 and told him that I was preparing to leave and that I needed to entrust my brother to his care. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately panicked, gripping my hand tightly with red eyes. "Brother, are you going to leave me again?" Looking at his pitiful expression, I felt quite uncomfortable. I patted his head and said, "When you become strong enough, I'll take you with me." Of course, my hand wasn't just for show. That old fox Lv.10 immediately noticed. While I was patting my brother's head, a portion of the power of rules had quietly merged into his body. This kid will have an unusually high starting point when he awakens his martial soul in the future. After calming my brother down, I called Lv.10 to the top of the mountain alone. I won't beat around the bush with him. I'll get straight to the point. "Lv.10, do you want to wake up your sleeping master?" As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up, and he became extremely excited. I directly applied pressure. "If you wanted to wake up, it's possible, but there will be a price." He thought it meant the Soul Beast clan would have to pay something, and just as he was about to express his determination, I interrupted him. "The cost is not for you to bear, it is for your master. The rules of this world need to be corrected, and after the correction, someone needs to manage it. My brother will be the future manager, and after your master wakes up, he will be his assistant." Lv.10 is a smart person and understood instantly. He was stunned for a moment and asked me, "Then why don't you manage it yourself?" I smiled, looking into the distance, and said profoundly, "Some things are better left unasked," just to give him a little shock of pretentiousness. After explaining everything, I turned and walked away without looking back. My destination, Shrek Academy. After this retreat, I finally understood my mission, to correct the rules of this world. Once this is sorted out, I will have to go to the next world. I am a chosen bug fixer of the world's rules. A few days later, Shrek City. Well, after many days, I, LuZe, have returned. As soon as I reached the academy gate, Elder Mu and Elder Xian from the Sea God Pavilion sensed my presence. Elder Xian, being impatient, appeared in front of me in a flash, and without saying a word, he picked me up as if I were a little chick and took me directly to the Sea God Pavilion. A group of big shots surrounded me, and Elder Mu asked directly, "LuZe, was it you who turned that town into a dead city?" The special bachelor nodded. "It's me." The whole place was shocked, but I immediately explained, "The people in the city have long been controlled, their souls gone, reduced to puppets. I was helping them to be free." After hearing this, Elder Mu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and this matter was considered settled, allowing me to return to the inner courtyard. After dealing with the big shots, I found a bench to lie down on, ready to soak up some sun. However, it wasn't long before Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yin came looking for me. As soon as Yin Yin arrived, he started shouting, "It's been so long since we last met. I thought you were dead out there. I'm too lazy to even lift my eyelids. What's wrong? Is your skin itchy again?" Yin Yin immediately became unhappy and said with his chest out, "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my level 55 support type Soul King?" I was directly amused by him. "Yeah, what's up? Do you, as a support, really think you can solo kill me?" That shut him up in one sentence. Beside me, Dai Yaoheng was straightforward and asked, "After all this time, how much have you improved?" I sighed, sat up, and pretended to look pitiful. "Oh, asking me this kind of question as soon as you see me, the feelings have faded." "Huh? Dai Yaoheng wasn't buying it at all. Cut it out. Let me see. Fine, fine. I lazily stood up. I haven't made much progress, just barely squeezed into the Soul Emperor realm. After saying that, I directly revealed my 6 soul rings. The first 4 rings hadn't changed, but the last 2 had even more bizarre and unpredictable colors. Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun were instantly dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, Dai Yaoheng's battle-hungry spirit surged again, fiercely pointing at me. Dare to have another match with me? I was just about to refuse, and Yin Yun was cheering beside me. At that moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from afar. Get out of the way. I must let LuZe know how powerful I am today. No sooner had she spoken than a ball of blazing flames descended from the sky, instantly engulfing me. Dai Yaoheng and the others were stunned, shouting, Ma Xiao Tao, what are you doing again? But this crazy woman didn't care at all and dove straight towards me in the fireball. Just as she was about to reach me, a hand suddenly reached out from the flames, swift as lightning, and grabbed her by the head. Then, without giving her any chance to react, there was a loud explosion. I directly slammed her face into the ground. The entire floor cracked with dense fissures centered around her. As the flames dissipated, I stood there unscathed, pressing her head down with one hand, rendering her unable to move. I looked down at her and smiled. After all this time, how are you still so weak? Ma Xiaotao, pinned to the ground, trembled with anger, her soul power erupting wildly as she tried to break free. Oh, there is still some progress, huh? I teased her verbally, but my grip remained unyielding. She became infuriated, her face buried in the dirt, and surprisingly uttered a line that shocked even me. Don't bully me too much. Dare you let me up? I tell you that tone, it sounds so aggrieved. Almost like she's being spoiled. Next to her, Dai Yaoheng and Yin Yun looked like their jaws were about to drop to the ground. They probably had never seen the fiery girl Ma Xiaotao like this before. As soon as I heard that, I laughed and stepped aside, saying, all right, get up. And then what? Without any restraints, she charged at me like a wild horse once again. Then, in the next second, the familiar scene occurred again. Just as she rushed in front of me, I pushed her back down to the ground. Moreover, this time, I went even further and simply sat down on her back. I crossed my legs and bluntly said to her, give up. Even if you have one hand, you still can't beat me. At this, Ma Xiaotao fell completely silent, lying on the ground as if she wanted to find a crack in the earth to hide in. Seeing that she wasn't moving, I finally stood up. If it were someone else, they would probably go over to help her, but looking at her defeated expression, I couldn't help but want to laugh. I turned to leave, but suddenly Ma Xiaotao, still on the ground, shouted, stop. I stopped in my tracks and looked back at her. She scrambled up from the ground, her face flushed, shot me a fierce glare, and then turned and ran away. I stood still, filled with questions. Goodness, she stopped me just to give me a glare? This woman must be a bit unhinged. After this incident, I finally had some peace for a while. Ma Xiaotao stopped bothering me, and Dai Yaoheng and the others quieted down as well. As time passed, I started to feel a bit bored, so I decided to take a stroll around the academy. By the shore of the Sea God Lake, I found a bench to sit on, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the lake and mountains. It was truly delightful. The view was simply magnificent. Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly sensed 2 auras approaching from a distance. I focused my gaze and found that one of the auras seemed somewhat familiar. In the distance, 2 small figures were slowly approaching. One of the boys was particularly handsome, with fair skin and a pair of large, lightly pinkish blue eyes. Even his neat short hair was the same color. The boy next to him, with blue hair, appeared much more ordinary, but he was still quite good-looking. I took a closer look, and wow, isn't that kid Hui Yuhao? I immediately burst into laughter and waved at him. Guess what happened next? When Hui Yuhao saw me, he completely froze up, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, muttering softly, how is he here? The pretty boy with pink hair next to him looked completely bewildered, and Yuhao quickly whispered to him, bro, don't provoke him. This is LuZe, a legendary figure in our academy, a living fossil. He got into the inner court right after enrolling, just like that, directly joining the Shrek 7 monsters. After hearing this, the pink-haired boy's jaw almost dropped, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. I thought to myself, isn't this a coincidence? With just a teleport, I was right in front of them. The pink-haired one trembled in fear, and I patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder, smiling as I said, Junior, long time no see. Hui Yuhao's smile looked worse than crying, and he stiffly called out, hello, senior. I shifted my gaze and looked up and down at the pink-haired girl. Wow, her little face is really pretty. I said directly in front of Hui Yuhao, your friend really looks beautiful. Let me tell you, I emphasized those 2 words quite heavily, and Wang Dong, with his pink hair, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Who understands, family? It felt like I could see through the color of his underwear. Hu Yuhao, who was still clueless, nodded beside me and said, yeah, Wang Dong is indeed handsome. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter and casually chatted with them for a bit before slipping away. As soon as I left, those two seemed to collapse, letting out a sigh and directly slumping onto the bench. Meanwhile, in Hui Yuhao's mind, an emergency meeting was already underway. A green, irritable sister, Ice Emperor, was shouting, Tianming, who the heck was that kid just now? I'm one of the top 10 fierce beasts, and I actually felt pressure. The one next to her, who called himself a million-year-old veteran, Tianming Bang Can, also had a serious expression. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, don't mess with him. We definitely can't handle it. Ice Emperor was stunned. I'm a top 10 fierce beast, and there's a human I can't mess with? That's not right. He is clearly only at the Soul Emperor level. Before they could sort out their argument, a mysterious big shot, the little gray ball, slowly spoke up. Dropping a bombshell. Little Scorpion, let me give you a piece of advice. That kid, even if a title Douluo came, they would have to think twice. He might even be able to wrestle with a god. Upon hearing this, Tianming and Ice Emperor were completely dumbfounded, their CPUs overheating. And it got even crazier when the little gray ball added another line, his tone profoundly serious. Moreover, he has long known that the three of you are having a silver party in my mind. He just couldn't be bothered to say anything. Boom. Now Tianming and Ice Emperor were truly unsettled. If this got exposed, Hui Yuhao's life would be over. Tianming immediately made a decisive decision. No way. We must ensure Yuhao gets on good terms with that guy. If things really go south, the three of us combined would even be enough for him to have a meal. On the other side, in the training room of Shrek's 7 monsters in the inner courtyard, Dai Yuheng and the others were earnestly meditating, while I was lounging on the sofa like a grandpa, observing their training with a scrutinizing gaze. Just playing around. As a result, Dai Yuheng, unable to maintain his composure, suddenly stood up and shouted at me, LuZe, if you're not going to train, get out of here and stop being an eyesore. I laughed at that moment, shrugged my shoulders with an innocent look on my face. I'm just lying on my sofa. How is that bothering you? That expression was just asking for a beating. Dai Yaoheng was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't beat me, so he could only stifle his frustration there. Just then, Xian Lao appeared like a savior. He looked at us with a smile and said, Kids, stop practicing. Today come with me to attend some interesting classes. We followed closely behind him, and as a result, we were directly taken to the Battle Soul Zone. Goodness, there were already 7 people standing on the battle platform. Upon closer inspection, I saw that Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were among them. Old Xian cleared his throat and announced with great vigor, Kids, today's lesson is very simple. It's 7 against 7, a mixed match of the 2 generations of Shrek's 7 monsters. Hui Yuhao and his group of new students were momentarily stunned, as our seniors had a clear level advantage. After both sides introduced themselves, Hui Yuhao's face turned even paler when he realized I was also in the match. Wang Dong whispered beside him, Yuhao, that disaster is also here. Hui Yuhao could only smile wryly in response. On our side, Dai Yaoheng looked at the opposing team and quietly remarked, they seem so weak. As soon as he said that, he regretted it, forgetting that I was a heavyweight contender on our side. Soon, the teams were finalized. I, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Su Sanshur formed one team, while Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao led the veteran players on the opposite side. With a shout from Old Xian to start, let me tell you, the 7 people on the opposite side, especially Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, were looking at me with eyes that sparkled with malice. If you didn't know better, you'd think I owed them 8 million. Hui Yuhao and the others were dumbfounded, and Wang Dong couldn't help but ask, why do they look like they want to eat you? My teammate Su Sanshur also slapped his thigh and said, Senior, why do I feel like Sister Xiaodao and the others want to knife you? I could only smile awkwardly and say, it's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Before I finished speaking, Ma Xiaodao didn't say a word and directly soared into the sky. Her 6 soul rings shone brightly, and a powerful move, the Phoenix Meteor Shower, came crashing down towards us. Wow, what a scene. Countless fire meteors were pouring down like they were free, turning the entire soul fighting platform into a sea of flames in an instant. Elder Xian was also shocked, not expecting Ma Xiaodao to be so ruthless. When the smoke cleared, the 7 of us were completely unharmed. Hui Yuhao and the others were stunned, not knowing what had happened. When they finally saw me standing at the front, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 6 soul rings slowly pulsed around me, 2 purple and 2 black, which was still normal. But the last 2, holy crap, golden. Pure gold. Hui Yuhang was completely stunned. He had heard from Tianming that golden soul rings were only possessed by million-year soul beasts. He only had one, so how come I had two here? The Tianming and Ice Emperor in his mind were also going crazy on the spot. The Ice Emperor directly questioned Tianming. Didn't you say you were the only one on the continent? Were those two golden rings? Tianming was also dumbfounded, stammering and unable to respond. At the critical moment, it was the little gray ball that came out to calm the scene, saying lightly, "Those are not million-year soul rings." Just as Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, the next sentence from the big shot left him speechless. The power of those two things is far beyond a million years. Tianming was completely confused, trembling as he asked, "Then, what exactly are they?" The little gray ball was silent for a long time, then uttered a few words that completely overturned their worldview. "Those are soul rings condensed from rules." On the stage, Dai Yaoheng and the others were also stunned, and Ma Xiaodao floated in midair, her face filled with disbelief. But Dai Yaoheng reacted the fastest, activating his martial soul, and rushed in front of me with a leap, throwing a punch straight at my face. Everyone thought I would be sent flying, but then came a scene that refreshed their worldviews. Dai Yaoheng's punch, filled with soul power and immense force, abruptly stopped just a few centimeters in front of me. Unable to advance even a bit, Ma Xiaodao shouted anxiously from above, "Dai Yaoheng, what are you doing? Hit!" Dai Yaoheng's voice changed, filled with a hint of fear. "My attack. Can't move forward. It's like there's an invisible wall." I smiled and told him, "Brother, you haven't seen my fourth soul skill yet, have you? It's called absolute defense. In simple terms, you can see it, but you can never touch it, focusing on companionship. This soul skill is something I from Zeno's Paradox of the Tortoise. It's unsolvable." I looked at their ghost-like expressions, and my smile grew wider as I directly mocked them. "It's been so long, and you all are still this weak. I think if I let you use one hand, it would still count as me bullying you." As soon as those words left my mouth, the 7 people across from me were instantly ignited with rage, their eyes cold enough to kill. Ma Xiaodao was the first to explode. "I'll make you pay for those words." She transformed into a red light and dove down. What happened next? With a casual sidestep, I easily dodged her attack, and my left hand moved as fast as lightning, grabbing the back of her head. Bam! Without a second thought, I brought her pretty face into a close encounter with the hard-fighting spirit platform. I stepped on her back, my tone disdainful. "So weak. Being so impulsive won't do." Before she could react, I kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying like a sandbag. Hui Yuhao watched in shock, probably not expecting me to be so ruthless. Dai Yaoheng noticed something was off because my pupils had changed from gold to a strange crimson red. Evil mode activated. "Oh, class monitor, are you scared?" I gave him a strange smile. Dai Yaoheng shouted sternly, "You are not LuZe." In the next moment, I flashed in front of him and kicked him in the stomach again. He let out a grunt and vomited bile, flying backward. Bye-bye reacted the fastest, using his fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Head, to strike, but what happened? It hit my absolute defense, not even making a sound. I smiled and lit up my first soul ring, casually saying, 20 times. Instantly, the gravity domain activated, and Bei Bei and the others were all pressed down to the ground, unable to move. "The match is over." Xian Lao called for a timely stop. My pupils returned to gold, and I scratched my head, smiling innocently. Oh dear, it seems I was a bit too rough. The way Hui Yuhao and the others looked at me was as if they were staring at a monster. Elder Xian called me over and said with a stern face, "LuZe, we're all friends. Why did you go so hard?" I pretended to be clueless. "Isn't the competition all about giving it your all?" Elder Xian sighed. "All right, just be more careful next time. But when it comes to the Soul Master competition, you don't need to hold back." I agreed with a smile. As a result, the old man was not done yet. After treating Dai Yaoheng and the others, he announced a second match. In the second match, all of you, 13 of you, will go up together against LuZe. The venue fell into silence. Su Sancher was the first to shout, "No way, old Xian. Are we really going to fight him? He is as strong as a ghost." Old Xian glared. "What are you afraid of? 13 of you can't handle just one of him?" Although they were all extremely reluctant, 13 against 1 sounded like great odds. Dai Yaoheng gritted his teeth and said, "Let us give it our all." Before the battle began again, old Xian emerged to stir the pot. For fairness, LuZe can only use one soul skill, and he is not allowed to use that tricky fourth soul skill of yours. When Dai Yaoheng and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, feeling that they had it in the bag. Dai Yaoheng even boldly declared, "LuZe, this time you're definitely going to lose." I laughed. "Isn't this just enemy heads?" I said with a smile, "Then we'll see what you can do." With a command from Elder Xian, 13 people rushed at me, howling. My golden eyes turned crimson again, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Ma Xiaotao launched a sneak attack from behind, throwing a punch at my back, but what happened? I simply tossed her out with a backhand. Dai Yaoheng tried to attack me head-on, but I grabbed the back of his head and rubbed him on the ground again. Bei tried to save him, but was kicked away by me. This kid, Yao Haoshuan, attempted to sneak up on me. Without even turning my head, I delivered a backward kick right to his abdomen, followed by a right hook that sent him flying. I didn't give him a chance at all and charged straight towards the support, Xiao Xiao. She was so frightened that she quickly used her soul skill, which I easily dodged, just as I was about to knock her out with a palm strike. Yu Hao intervened with a mental disruption. I paused for a moment, and in that instant, Xiao Xiao was rescued by someone. But I was completely unaffected. His little bit of mental power hitting me felt like an egg hitting a rock. Bang. He turned pale, and his mental power backfired. I looked at him and smiled, then rushed forward in a flash and kicked him away. Ma Xiaodao's flame ray hit me, but I activated my second soul skill and was unharmed. I appeared in front of Ling Luocheng and said with a smile, "You know too much." Then I kicked him again. Su Sancher was so scared he was about to pee his pants. This is definitely not human. Dai Yaoheng and the others were still holding on, but it was useless. I was bored. My figure moved like a ghost as I grabbed Dai Yaoheng by the neck and threw him like a cannonball at Ma Xiaotao. They collided and rolled into a heap. The remaining people were pinned to the ground one by one, rubbed against the ground until they lost their will to fight. In the end, the match was over. I was the only one standing on the field. 13 people were all taken care of by me alone. Elder Xian watched from the sidelines, dumbfounded. He probably didn't expect such a one-sided crushing. Family, what does it mean to be a hexagonal warrior? This is what it means to be a hexagonal warrior. It's simply a dimensionality reduction strike. From now on, I gained another glorious title of a ruthless flower destroyer in the academy. Right after the fight, Elder Xian came out to call a halt, saying that tomorrow morning we would go to Xinglua City for some Soul Master competition. All right then, the main group disbanded and went home. I just wanted to find a place to bask in the sun and fish for a while, but as soon as I lay down, that old man Elder Xian appeared like a ghost. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, saying, "Kids, stop pretending. You definitely know something about that dead city." As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, they're going to check the household registration. I immediately sat up and my expression became serious. I said to him, "Mr. Xian, do you really want to know about this?" You could see it in his eyes. He was just short of carving the words on his face. All right then, I'll reveal a little bit. I told him that the attackers of that city were not people from our world at all. Their target was just a child. Elder Xian's face changed immediately, and he asked me what was special about that child. I thought this matter couldn't be hidden any longer. So I laid it all out. That child has the aura of a deity. To put it bluntly, he is a son of a god. As soon as the word son of a god came out, Elder Xian lost his composure right there, completely stunned. He quickly asked me where that child was. I mean, could I tell him? Little Yu is my Achilles heel. Nothing can happen to her. I didn't say anything at that moment. Elder Xian is clever, and as soon as he saw my expression, he immediately understood. He sighed and said he wouldn't press the issue and turned to leave. It's not that I don't trust him. Who among my family understands? In matters like this, the more people know, the greater the danger. The next morning, bright and early, I was the only one who was late. That brat Dai Yaoheng was beside me, incessantly complaining. If it weren't for Elder Xian keeping the situation in check, I bet he would have challenged me right then and there. I cheerfully went over to ask them why they were up so early, and everyone looked at me as if I were an alien, making me feel quite awkward, so I could only obediently rejoin the group. I originally thought I was going to Starfall City for sightseeing, but then Dai Yaoheng told me that we had to take a detour to deal with a gang of evil soul masters in the Mingdo Mountains. My face just fell at that moment. I swear, I looked like an old man on the subway staring at his phone. I came out to have fun, not to work overtime. Okay. I sighed beside me, and the little girl Xiao curiously asked what was wrong. I said, the inspection task is so dangerous. Whoever wants to go can go. A few people around me, after hearing this, looked at me with expressions full of speechlessness, probably thinking to themselves, "You're the most dangerous one." Okay. As a result, that kid Wang Dong snorted disdainfully beside me. Hui Yuhao quickly asked him what was wrong, and he replied defiantly, "It's nothing, just don't like that guy." I heard him and glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to bother with him. After all, I had just pinned him to the ground and rubbed him yesterday. It's normal for a kid to throw a little tantrum. Soon we set off. Teacher Wang Yin said that the older students should take care of the younger ones. Originally, Ma Xiaodao wanted to take Hui Yuhao, but because of that kid Wang Dong, the task fell on me. I deliberately kept Hui Yu Hao at the back of the team. I tell you, I just love watching others lose their composure. I suddenly spoke up. Yu Hao, I've been wanting to ask you something. The kid panicked right away, stuttering as he spoke. I leaned in close to his ear and lightly said, the White Tiger Duke, he's your dad, right? Boom. Hui Yu Hao was instantly petrified. Probably his brain crashed. Seeing his shocked expression, I added, don't think too much. I know even more like those three in your head. Now he was completely silent, looking at me with fear in his eyes. I patted his shoulder and reassured him, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Before long, we arrived at the mission site. Elder Xian called me aside and said earnestly, LuZe, I know you can take down all these evil soul masters by yourself. But this time, I want you to be a bodyguard and let them go through their own trials. I understood Elder Xian's intention. He wanted me to refrain from being the main force and just provide support, keeping an eye on things. Well, that suited me perfectly. I agreed on the spot, promising to complete the task and be the strongest backup in the team. As the mission began, Dai Yaoheng and the others charged in, yelling like they were on adrenaline. I stayed outside with Hui Yu Hao and the other new students to guard. Wang Dong exploded again, shouting at me, LuZe, why aren't you going in? I laughed. Why should I go in? Although I've beaten them up before, taking down these small fries is still no problem. Wang Dong's face turned red with anger. And if it weren't for Hui Yu Hao holding him back, he would have probably rushed at me. Finding him annoying, I strolled into the cave as well. Just as we entered, there was a loud bang, and the entire cave collapsed. Outside, Hui Yu Hao and the others were stunned. Elder Xian rushed over, looking very tense. At that moment, a shadow shot out from the rubble, running away like it had seen a ghost. The next second, with a buzzing sound, that guy was pinned to the ground as if a mountain had fallen on him, unable to move. As the dust settled, I walked out of the rubble unscathed, with Dai Yaoheng and the others lying behind me. Although they were injured, they were still alive. I walked up to the evil soul master who was sprawled on the ground and sneered, you rats only know how to sneak attack? The guy was terrified, begging for mercy. I stepped on his head and laughed. So you can be scared too? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a splatter, and he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Good grief. That scene made Wang Dong run to the side and vomit uncontrollably, and Bei Bei and the others turned pale. I, however, didn't even blink. Elder Xian came over to ask what happened, and I told him it was a corpse explosion. I said that although Dai Yaoheng and the others were affected, I rescued them in time, and they only had minor injuries that would heal in a few days. Elder Xian let out a sigh of relief, but then his expression became serious as he announced a heavy piece of news. The main team was injured, and the Soul Master competition would be taken over by us reserve team members. Hui Yu Hao and the others panicked at first, but then, realizing that they had me as their strong supporter, they instantly gained confidence. Elder Xian looked at us and waved his hand. Let's go. Star Luo City. Upon arriving in Star Luo City, we checked into the Royal Hotel, which was quite grand. But thinking about the competition, everyone except me started getting nervous again. I stood up and said, hey, with me around, what is there to be afraid of? They realized, right, with me on the team, it was like having an entire team by their side, and instantly they perked up. That night, I was on the rooftop enjoying the breeze when Dai Yaoheng, the injured one, surprisingly came up too. He looked at the stars and asked me, do you think we can win this competition? I was speechless and teased him. Did you forget that I'm on the team? With me around, how could we possibly lose? He laughed after hearing that and went back to recover. The next day, the Soul Master competition officially began. The atmosphere was electrifying, with drums beating and crowds everywhere. When our Shrek Academy appeared, the cheers were so loud it felt like they might lift the roof. After all, we were the champions and we had to put on a show. In the preparation area, Teacher Wang Yin was giving a pre-battle pep talk, and Hui Yu Hao and the others looked as if they were about to go to war, their eyes determined. As for me, I lay relaxed on a chair, completely indifferent. Wang Dong couldn't take it anymore and rushed over, yelling, LuZe, can't you take this seriously? This is the Soul Master competition. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and replied, okay. Then I continued lying there. Wang Dong completely lost it, pointing at me for ages. Only then did I sit up and smile, say, what s with you? This match is for you all to play. I'm just a spectator. Good grief. If Hui Yu Hao hadn't held him back tightly, I bet he would have exploded on the spot. Soon, the first match began, Shrek versus Tianling Academy. When Hui Yu Hao and the others took the stage, the opposing team was completely dumbfounded. Let me tell you, when Hui Yu Hao S6 Crimson 100,000 Year Spirit Rings appeared, the faces of those guys turned green. They were probably thinking, what the heck, we should just forfeit. Sure enough, it didn't take long for us to win easily. Just after the match ended, I suddenly felt a faint sense of being watched. My expression turned cold as I told Teacher Wang Yin that I had something to check and would step out first. Seeing my expression, they knew something was off, but didn't ask further. I quickly slipped into an empty alley and coldly said to the air, "Come out." A shadow instantly appeared in front of me, part of the same group as those from the dead city. He asked me with a strange laugh where I had hidden that child. I narrowed my eyes and said, "What if I don't say anything?" Without a second thought, he threw a punch directly in my face. I didn't even move. His fist stopped just a few centimeters from my face, unable to advance any further. The shadow was instantly stunned and blurted out, "This is a paradox." After saying that, he turned to run. Want to run? Too late. As soon as I activated my gravity field, I pressed him flat against the ground. I was a bit surprised and walked over to sit on his back, asking, "You actually know about paradoxes?" This guy was completely panicked, saying he heard about it from their general, who was also the owner of the paradox and used a spatial paradox to send him to this world. As soon as I heard that, I was taken aback. It turned out I wasn't the only one who knew this trick. I continued to ask him where they came from, but the moment he hesitated, his body suddenly exploded with a puff, just like the previous evil soul master. I had no idea what was happening. It seemed he had been subjected to some kind of restriction. I stood up and let out a cold laugh. Interesting, there are actually other paradox owners. I want to see how powerful your paradox really is. The next day was the round-robin matches, and everyone unanimously decided to let me take the stage. Fine, let us stretch my muscles. I walked onto the battle platform, and on the opposite side, the Douluo Academy sent up a young man named Ma Ingjun, whose legs were trembling on stage as he stuttered and begged me to show mercy. I smiled and told him not to worry. I was very gentle. As soon as the referee shouted start, I flashed and appeared in front of him. Before he could react, I reached out my finger and lightly flicked his forehead. Whoosh! That guy shot out of the competition area like a cannonball. The whole venue fell silent. The referee rubbed his eyes, confirmed it several times, and then tremblingly announced my victory. Immediately, the entire square erupted. I stood on the stage, smiling at the Douluo Academy side, and said, "Next." As a result, their team leader directly came on stage and shouted at the referee, "We concede." Just like that, I helped the team win an entire round of the tournament with just a flick of my finger. Back in the waiting area, that guy Su Sanshur came over to flatter me, and I playfully punched him after laughing at him. Teacher Wang Yin also came over, excitedly telling me that the glory of Shrek depended on me. As soon as I heard this, I felt overwhelmed and didn't want to deal with him. So I turned around and headed straight back to the hotel. But let me tell you, the road to the hotel was quite strange today. As soon as I turned into a small path, the surroundings instantly changed like some cheap special effects. The whole space twisted. My heart sank. This was clearly an ambush. I was standing there, my face turned cold, and I directly spoke up. "Stop fooling around. Come out." As soon as I finished speaking, guess what happened? A strange, eerie laughter echoed, cawing like a crow. Goodness, it's 2025. Who still laughs like that? I felt embarrassed for him. Then, a dark figure floated in front of me and shouted, "Kid, hand over that child, or I'll kill you." As soon as I heard it, I chuckled. It was again aimed at Xiaoyu, and when I glanced at this guy's aura, a kindred spirit, he also understood the play of paradoxes. The phantom probably sensed me too, paused for a moment, then laughed even harder, saying he didn't expect someone in this broken place to grasp paradoxes. I immediately perked up. After all, this stuff is no joke. He let out a roar and charged at me, throwing a punch at my face. What happened next? His fist stopped just a few centimeters from my face, as if the pause button had been pressed. It was only then that he reacted, quickly retreating and staring at me, saying, "Is your paradox defensive?" I laughed at that moment, feeling utterly contemptuous. The next second, I flashed right in front of his face. He had just opened his mouth to say something, and I kicked him flying. I can't stand people rambling in front of me. Don't you think you're talking a bit too much? That guy got up from the ground, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at me. As he was catching his breath, I immediately used a gravity field to pin him down, rendering him unable to move. He struggled to ask me who I was, and I directly grabbed his hair, bringing my face close to his, and told him, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, if Xiaoyu loses even a single hair, your world won't need to exist anymore." Once I said that, he was completely stunned. I released him and told him to go back and inform their so-called general. If there's a next time, I'll personally pay them a friendly visit. He probably didn't expect me to let him go. He was stunned for a while, and as soon as the gravity disappeared, he scrambled away. Just as he was about to vanish, I called out to his back with a smile. "I hope you're a smart person, 10th seed of the 10 Sons, Celestial Dog." I tell you, when he heard this, he almost lost his composure. He must have been thinking, how the hell does this guy know my background? That's right. This guy is the one from the Shiryao organization, known as the Old End, codenamed Tengu, whose ability is to create these false barrier spaces. As soon as he left, the shoddy special effects around me shattered like glass, and I found myself back on that small path. Just as I steadied myself, a voice came from behind, saying, "It seems you're not the only one who possesses a paradox after all." I didn't look back, just smiled lightly, with an air of nonchalance. I am indeed not the only one, but I am the only one who possesses all the rules and paradoxes. This matter is now in the past. The next day, the Soul Master competition proceeded as usual, and we faced off against Qianling Academy. These guys were much fiercer than the previous teams, with 6 Soul Ancestors and 1 Soul King, working together as if they were one person. As soon as the match began, the opposing team was aggressive. Hui Yuhao stood at the back, while I stood there like nothing was happening, lost in thought. And guess what? In the preparation area of the other academy, the captain of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Ma Rulong, was staring intently at me. A tall guy next to him even reminded him that I was the real main force of Shrek. On the arena, we were caught off guard, and the opposing team seized the opportunity to unleash a massive ice tornado, threatening to pull our entire team into its control. I was really annoyed at that moment, muttering how troublesome it was, and then I slipped right in front of that frost tornado and casually waved my right hand. Can you believe it? Just like that. The several-story-high frost tornado vanished with a poof, not leaving a single ice shard behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Taking advantage of their confusion, I snapped my fingers again, and the gravity compression instantly covered the 7 people on the opposite side. Those guys felt like they were about to be flattened into pancakes. But luckily their team leader reacted quickly and shouted from a distance, "We concede." The referee's voice was almost hoarse as he announced Shrek's victory. The whole square erupted like it had exploded. On the side of the Sun and Moon Academy, Ma Rulong and the others looked pale, probably not understanding what I had just done. At that moment, a silver-haired guy from their team, named Xiao Hongshun, arrogantly said, "So what if it's LuZe? He still has to concede when he meets me. Family, who understands?" This confidence was simply sky-high. Back in the preparation area, Su Sanshur and his group started showering me with compliments, saying I could take out a team all by myself. Teacher Wang Yin also came over, telling us to head back and rest early. Once everyone had left, I kept Wang Yin behind. I won't beat around the bush with him and say directly, "I have to leave for a while." Wang Yin's eyes nearly popped out when he heard this. "Now, during the competition, you want to leave?" I nodded and said there was something very important I had to take care of. He asked how long I would be gone, and I said I wasn't sure, but I would come back once the matter was resolved. This made him anxious, and he nearly had a heart attack right there. I couldn't be bothered to explain further, so I just turned around and left. He probably thought the sky was falling without my Shrek, wondering how the next match could even go on. But what he didn't know was that just as I left, Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao, the true main players of our college team, had fully recovered and appeared in the preparation area. It was then that Wang Yin realized I wasn't just giving up. I had calculated that they would return to take over, which is why I felt at ease to leave. I left Xinglua City and instantly disappeared from my original spot. The next second, I had arrived at the core area of the Starry Forest. Let me tell you, this place is like a disaster site. The beast god Emperor Tian, such a powerful existence, is now covered in blood, with dozens of deep wounds visible down to the bone, being beaten by 2 men dressed in black and gold. Those 2 are floating in mid-air, one bald and the other with long hair, looking at Emperor Tian and the others as if they were bugs. While questioning the whereabouts of Xiaoyu, these 2 are ridiculously strong, completely unlike anyone from this world. The bald man smashed a tough soul beast like Xiong-jun into the ground with a single punch, unable to even spit out blood. Emperor Tian is also tough, refusing to speak no matter what. At this critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and the auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden lion, broke free from its cocoon and transformed. It became a girl radiating a sacred aura, directly blocking in front of Emperor Tian. She carries the breath of rules, but it is clearly incomplete. The bald man, codenamed Tianlang, is the 9th seat of the 10 sons, and upon seeing her, he laughed, saying, "You think you can do anything with just an incomplete little girl?" After saying that, he activated a paradox called the Void Space, pulling everyone inside. In his world, he is God. His companion, codenamed Renhua, is the 8th seat and stood aside to watch the show. Tianlang almost teleported in front of the auspicious beast, striking her so hard that she spat out blood, and then he pierced through her chest with a single palm. Emperor Tian and the others watched with red eyes, wanting to rush in and fight to the death, but were pinned in place by Tianlan's casual wave, using sharp spikes. Just as it seemed the auspicious beast was about to perish and Emperor Tian and the others were about to be annihilated, something strange happened. Tianlang discovered that after killing Emperor Tian and the others, the next second, they resurrected unharmed and continued charging at him. They died again and again, and resurrected again and again. Let me tell you, I was watching from another space, and I enjoyed seeing his confusion and inability to kill me. It was just fun. Tianlang finally couldn't hold it anymore. He realized he had fallen into someone else's trap. He yelled frantically, "Who are you? Get out here!" I slowly revealed myself, holding onto the neck of a fake disaster just to mess with his mindset. When the Heavenly Wolf saw that his companions were all in my grasp, he completely panicked. The golden inscriptions on my body began to spread, and my right, I was filled with runes, representing the complete power of rules. Perfect rules. The Heavenly Wolf finally realized what kind of trouble he had gotten into and turned to run. Run? With one punch. I sent him crashing from the sky into the ground, shattering the entire space in an instant, and everyone returned to reality. When Tian and the others saw me, they shouted like they had found their savior. "LuZe, you finally came back." I nodded at him, my gaze locked on the ruins. The real disaster had appeared, and his aura was much stronger than that of Sirius. Without saying a word, he directly used a move called Paradox, space cutting on me. That attack was truly impressive, capable of slicing through space. And the result? I simply raised my hand and gently squeezed, and his space cutting vanished like a puff of smoke. The disaster was stunned on the spot. He knew my paradox was stronger than his. I didn't give him time to react, instantly appearing in front of him and sending him flying with a punch. Then, with my right hand pressed down, I created a gravity singularity compressed to the extreme, shooting it out like a bullet. Boom! A massive crater was blasted into the core area of the forest. I thought it was finally quiet, but from the smoke and dust of the ruins, a particularly magnetic male voice came through. "You really hit hard." I tell you, in that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up. I saw a man slowly rising from the pit, carrying a half-dead person, Disaster, and the Celestial Wolf. I stared at him coldly and asked, "Are you also one of the 10 sons?" He smiled, and that smile made me feel uneasy. No. Don't compare me to that low-level team. I am one of the 7 sins, Greed. After introducing himself, he actually turned to leave. He opened a spatial rift and threw those 2 useless people inside. Just before leaving, he turned his back to me and left a sentence. "That child, I will take back sooner or later. By then, I hope you won't stop me." After saying that, he disappeared. I stood in place and let out a heavy breath. Good grief, after dealing with the small fry, now a big shot has come. These people are really ambitious for Xiaoyu. They insist on making a big deal out of it. Once they were all gone, I turned to Tian and the others and directly asked, "Where is Xiaoyu?" Tian's eyes flickered, and he stammered. I got angry and grabbed his collar, demanding to know where Xiaoyu was. Seeing that I was truly anxious, he finally confessed, saying that after Xiaoyu awakened her martial soul, she had been following their master, the Silver Dragon King, who was in seclusion and that she was currently very safe. I let out a sigh of relief and had him take me to meet the Silver Dragon King. When we arrived at the bottom of the Lake of Life, I saw the huge silver dragon. We didn't waste any time talking. She knew why I was there. Just as we exchanged a few words, a small figure came rushing towards me, yelling. I caught it by the scruff of its neck halfway. "Brother, let me down." Lu Xiaoyu was flailing in my grasp. This kid had grown quite a bit and had reached level 40, proudly showing off to me. I put him down and negotiated the terms with the Silver Dragon King, ensuring that she would assist Xiaoyu well in the future and that she would benefit from it. Once everything was settled, I prepared to leave with Xiaoyu. Just as we stepped out of the cave, we ran into the already transformed, auspicious beast. She is now a young girl with delicate features and immediately started to bluster. Wanted to fight me. I really had no choice. Seeing that she didn't even have a name, I casually said, "Fallen leaves no autumn, so I'll call you Chioer." As soon as she heard that, she was so happy that she turned around and ran off without a trace. Later, I took Xiaoyu to a mountaintop to lie down and enjoy the scenery. This kid was still daydreaming, saying he had become stronger and wanted to venture out with me. Looking at his innocent expression, I couldn't smile at all. I told him that there are enemies outside that even I might not be able to handle, and that if he encounters danger, he must run first. He didn't believe me. He doesn't know that I've been replaying the situation in my mind. The 3 weakest from the 10 sons could beat Emperor Tian like that. How terrifying must the 7 ranked ahead of them be? Not to mention above the 10 raid. There is also that 7 sins. Just the aspect of greed alone made me feel a deadly threat. However, I also realized something. That greed aspect could have attacked me back then, but didn't, likely because this world itself is repelling them. It's as if this world has a built-in anti-cheat system. The more power these outsiders use, the greater the rejection they face. That's why they don't dare to let the real big shots come over. Thinking about this, I looked down at Lu Xiaoyu, who was carefree beside me, and my mind was filled with questions. What secret is hidden within this little guy that such a powerful organization from another world would go to great lengths to snatch him away? But before I could figure it out, the days passed by as if they were on double speed, just like that. Let me tell you, during this time, I transformed into a devil coach and pushed Lu Xiaoyu to his limits. The results were explosive. This kid's strength shot up like he was on a rocket. Even the old guys like Lv.10, who were eavesdropping on the class, felt their bottlenecks loosening, looking at me with the same awe as if they were looking at a deity. As soon as the training ended that day, I found a corner and sank my consciousness directly into my magnificent mental palace. I sat on that ridiculously large throne and suddenly felt like my brain was stuffed into a compressed file filled with streams of information. The recurring theme of these pieces of information was just two words: truth. I was dumbfounded. Truth? What the heck is that? Can it be eaten? Is this the secret of the throne? It felt like a philosophy class. I pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so I decided to stop thinking about it. Whatever happens, it's more important to diligently cultivate my soul power. After all, I'm about to reach level 70, and just thinking about my martial soul's true form gets me excited. When I opened my eyes again, I had no idea how much time had passed. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Lv.10 and the others standing in front of me like gatekeepers, each with an extremely serious expression. My heart skipped a beat. Something happened? Lv.10's old face was twisted like a twisted donut, unable to utter a word for a long time. The girl next to him, named by G, couldn't stand it any longer and directly answered, "The auspicious beast." She took Xiaoyu to the human world. At that moment, my mind buzzed. What the hell? The human world? What kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair is that? Those lunatics called Shuyao and Chizue, just pulling one of them out could easily turn the current continent upside down. If these two little ancestors run over there, isn't that just sending their heads to them? Does anyone understand? My heart suddenly jumped to my throat. My face turned dark as I gritted my teeth and asked, "Where is the Silver Dragon King?" "The master is gone with him too," Lv.10 quickly added. Hearing this, I finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. All right, with the Silver Dragon King watching, at least it's not a complete loss. I stood up, ready to leave, and before I did, I specifically warned Lv.10 and the others. If that group comes back again, don't fight them head on, quickly shake them off. Otherwise, even the gods can't save you. After saying that, I rushed out of the Star Dove forest without looking back. I had to hurry and find those two little guys. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere in the villain's stronghold was far from relaxed. At the bottom of a gloomy canyon, the people I had previously beaten up, Calamity and Tianlang, were kneeling before a man like grandchildren, trembling like leaves in the wind. The man's aura was overwhelming. Even through the screen, one could feel the chilling, murderous intent. He was Mammon, one of the 7 deadly sins, codenamed greed. Mammon's voice was as icy as if it were tempered in frost. "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me?" Calamity and Tianlang were so frightened that their heads were almost buried in the ground, desperately knocking their heads and begging for mercy. "Master Mammon, give us another chance. We promise to complete the task." Mammon snorted coldly, and the meaning was clear. If he could come to this world in his true form, you two worthless beings wouldn't even have a chance. However, he ultimately relented and said he would send a more powerful guy, Disaster, to help them. Let me tell you, this Disaster is no joke. His strength is on a completely different level than Calamity's. They also mentioned another undercover agent named Tengu, who has infiltrated an organization called the Holy Spirit Sect. Goodness, these people are setting up quite the operation. Once Mammon left, Calamity and Tianlang collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had just sneaked back from the gates of hell. On the other side, I had already arrived at Shrek Academy. I went straight to the Sea God Pavilion, where several old men, including Elder Xian, were present. I got straight to the point. "Elder Mu, really gone?" Elder Xian nodded, his expression quite heavy. He said that before Elder Mu left, he hoped to see me once and left me a message. "The future of the continent is in your hands. I hope you can use your power to change the current situation of the continent." Just this one sentence made my shoulders feel heavy. Goodness, this burden is too much, right? Saving the world? Did I pick up the wrong script? I didn't say much and turned to leave. Change the continent? All right, then let's start from the most unexpected place. Guess what? LuZe, a big shot who can wrestle with gods, became a teacher at Shrek Academy just to find my troublesome younger brother. Yes, you heard it right. The homeroom teacher of a new students class. My approach is all about companion-based education. In the classroom of the new students class, it was bustling with noise and excitement. But amidst the chaos of these little kids, 3 people in the back stood out, quiet as if they were part of the background. One young man had a noble aura, sitting next to 2 stunning beauties, one with white hair and an aloof demeanor, and the other with golden hair and an arrogant attitude. As soon as I stepped onto the podium, the entire classroom fell silent. Hello everyone, I'm your new homeroom teacher, LuZe's. As soon as I finished speaking, the boy in the back row jumped up, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted, "Brother!" The entire class's attention instantly focused on him. I looked at him and laughed. I never expected you to come to Shrek. That's right, this kid is Lu Xiaoyu. The 2 beside him are naturally the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna in human form, and the 3-eyed Golden Lion Xiaoer. The whole classroom erupted, and whispers filled the air without stopping. My smile on my face instantly switched to a friendly mode, my voice not loud. But each word pierced their ears like little ice picks. I know you are all geniuses, but what Shrek has the most of his geniuses. Put away that little sense of superiority, or else just wait to be the useless ones in the class. The temperature in the entire classroom dropped to freezing point. Now, gather on the playground in 1 minute. These little kids rushed out as if they were fleeing for their lives. I nodded in satisfaction, only to find that Lu Xiaoyu and the other 2 were still standing there. Bro, how did you become a teacher? Xiaoyu asked with a curious look. I didn't answer him, but looked at Gu Yuna and Xiaoer, asking for their aliases. Then I waved my hand. Let's go to the playground. Without saying a word, Gu Yuna grabbed Xiaoer and ran off. Only Lu Xiaoyu stood there, grinning at me. I don't want to go, I want to stay with you. I put on a cold face and said, this is the academy, and I say you go, you go. The little guy instantly looked aggrieved, responded with an "oh," and walked away while looking back 3 times. On the playground, I looked at the new students and directly ordered, it's the first day of meeting, let's show some spirit. Run 50 laps. Immediately, there was a chorus of wails from below. What are you shouting about? I said coldly, anyone who wants to add more laps can continue. Everyone immediately shut up and obediently started running. I sat by the side, and before long, Elder Xian approached like a ghost. Seeing me train the students this way, he had a look of helpless amusement. After some small talk, Elder Xian called me aside and seriously said 2 things. First, the rules for the next Continental Soul Master competition have changed. Not only the Academy, but also other forces can participate. Second, the mastermind behind the previous Dead City incident was from the 10 Sons, and now they have joined the Holy Spirit Church, which could very likely cause trouble at the Soul Master competition. As soon as I heard it, I understood. These guys were finally going to show their true colors. Great. I was worried I couldn't find you. I sneered inwardly and promised Elder Xian that I would pay more attention. It seems that this Soul Master competition is going to be quite a spectacle. In the following month, I directly trained this group of little geniuses in Class 1 until they were completely obedient. Don't be fooled by my usual smiling demeanor. When it comes to punishment, I can be ruthless. Even Lu Xiaoyu has experienced the double serving. One day, after I announced the groupings for the new student assessment, Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiaoer were placed in the same group. After class, I felt like someone was following me. I pretended not to notice and walked all the way to the Sea God Lake. That little guy, Lu Xiaoyu, was sneaking behind me, thinking I hadn't noticed. Just as he was about to jump out, a girl suddenly ran over chat with me. It was Xiao Xiao, an ex-member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. So she asked like a half-junior to me. We chatted happily, and I even casually ruffled her hair. That was the moment everything went wrong. From where Lu Xiaoyu was hiding, I could feel the pressure drop by 8 degrees. His expression was as if his most beloved toy was about to be snatched away, filled with grievance and anger. As soon as Xiao Xiao left, I walked straight over to where Lu Xiaoyu was hiding. What are you doing here? I asked. He was startled by me, his expression stiffened, and he stubbornly claimed he was just out for a walk. I looked at his almost crying little face and asked him what was wrong. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "Bro, you actually have a female friend." Then he pressed on to ask who that sister was. I casually replied, "Just a friend." He looked at me with disbelief. What else could it be? I laughed. Seeing me smile, he became even more unhappy and turned to leave, his back expressing anger and a desire for comfort. At that moment, I found it amusing and didn't take it seriously. But I never expected that this little guy's possessiveness was at an absurd level. That evening, Lu Xiaoyu invited Xiao Xiao to the shores of the Sea God Lake. Xiao Xiao thought there was something important, but as soon as Lu Xiaoyu opened his mouth, he was filled with killing intent. What is your relationship with LuZe's? Without waiting for Xiao Xiao to respond, He kicked her without hesitation. Wow. The speed and force were such that Xiao Xiao couldn't react at all. She and her martial spirit were directly kicked away, crashing into a tree and spitting out blood on the spot. Before she could even finish her words, Lu Xiaoyu dashed forward and kicked her in the stomach. Xiao Xiao curled up on the ground in pain, her face filled with shock and confusion. Then, Lu Xiaoyu said in an extremely cold voice, "I won't allow you to touch Lu Ze. He can only be touched by me." At this point, Xiao Xiao finally understood, but she still wanted to explain. However, Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't listen at all. He only believed in one thing. "I only believe in the dead." A golden longsword appeared in his hand, and it looked like he was about to strike down, ready to take a life. Just at that critical moment, the sword stopped midair. I grabbed his wrist, my voice cold enough to freeze ice shards. "Are you trying to kill someone? I told you it's not that serious." But with his attitude, there's no way he's getting away without an apology today. Lu Ze really doesn't spoil his younger brother at all. He directly picked Lu Xiaoyu up in a princess carry. Family members, who understands? Lu Xiaoyu is already small, and with that lift, he was like a little ornament hanging on Lu Ze. In the end, he just gave up and leaned his head on Lu Ze's shoulder. "Oh, I can't take it anymore." Just when it felt comfortable for a couple of seconds, Lu Ze said, "Let us go. We're going to apologize to Xiao Xiao." Goodness, Lu Xiaoyu instantly jolted awake, all drowsiness gone, and weakly asked, "Can I not go?" Guess what Lu Ze said? One word, no, not even giving a reason. He just took him away, enforcing a strong execution. When they arrived at the inner courtyard, Lu Ze specifically reminded him, "Be a bit sweeter with your words later. Remember to call her sister." Lu Xiaoyu was extremely reluctant, his face almost wrinkled like a bitter melon. Soon they found Xiao Xiao, and the girl was quite polite. "Lu Ge, is there something you need?" Lu Ze, being a social hustler, pretended to care about her injuries first, then pushed Lu Xiaoyu right in front of her. Xiao Xiao looked confused. This is... The next second, Lu Xiaoyu squeaked out 3 words like a mosquito. "I'm sorry. I thought this apology had no soul." Sure enough, Lu Ze coldly chimed in from the side. "Be more sincere." Lu Xiaoyu's face darkened. He had no choice but to bow. "Sister Xiao Xiao, I was wrong yesterday. Please forgive me." You can't say this girl Xiao Xiao is really generous, smiling and saying, "It's okay. I know you didn't mean it. You must care too much about your brother." Look at her emotional intelligence. Lu Ze also played along. Right, this kid has intermittent episodes. Don't hold it against him. Is this what a real brother would say? On the way back after the apology, Lu Xiaoyu was completely deflated, like an eggplant hit by frost. Lu Ze couldn't help but laugh when he saw his frustrated little face. Lu Xiaoyu immediately exploded. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Ze, being mischievous, pretended to be clueless. "Nothing, just thought of something funny." Then he changed the subject. "All right, stop pondering. Hurry up and prepare for the new student assessment." After saying that, he left Lu Xiaoyu standing there and walked off leisurely. In no time, the new student assessment officially began. Let me tell you, that scene was packed with people. The soul fighting area was bustling with over 100 teams. All of them this year's geniuses. Lu Ze stood in the viewing area with an old acquaintance, Gong Yangma, and they exchanged flattery. Gong Yangma said, "Your Class 1 is the dark horse of this year, right?" "Obviously. Who doesn't know Class 1 has 3 soul sect members?" "Isn't this just pure fish frying?" Lu Ze modestly replied, "Oh, not really." Soon, the competition started. The first match went well, back and forth. But the highlight was the second match. The referee shouted, "New student assessment first round, second match, Class 1, Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, Chou'er versus Class 10, Yi Fei, Wan Sha, Li Yun." Here it comes, the main event. As soon as both sides stepped onto the stage, Lu Xiaoyu didn't even look at his opponents, just glancing around, clearly looking for his brother. The guy named Yi Fei on the opposite side had a terrible temper. Seeing this, he immediately got angry. "Are you looking down on me?" Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, gave him a cold glance. "So what if I am?" Wow. Once those words left his mouth, Yi Fei was ignited, roaring and ready to charge in for a fight, but thankfully the referee stopped him. The referee warned that anyone who moves before the match starts will be disqualified, and only then did Yi Fei sulk back, still cursing. "Kid, you'll see." What happened next? Lu Xiaoyu ignored him and continued looking for Lu Ze. Finally, he spotted Lu Ze in the viewing area. His face instantly lit up with a smile. That little expression nearly screamed, "Brother, look at my performance." The soul fighting began. Just as the referee's voice fell, Yi Fei shot out like a cannonball, shouting, "You will pay for your actions." But Lu Xiaoyu didn't move at all. Gu Yuna behind him stepped forward, lips parted, just 2 words, "Flame wave." Boom! A wave of flames formed and rushed straight at Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei was so scared that he lost his mind, awkwardly dodging. And just as he raised his head, a golden figure had already teleported in front of him. It was Chior. Let me tell you, this girl is fierce and speaks little. Holding a golden spear, without saying a word, she slammed it right into Yi Fei's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Fei was smashed into the soul fighting platform like a nail, head down, with just his legs flailing out. His two teammates were dumbfounded, and the referee quickly checked on him, then stood up, expressionless, and announced, Class 10, Yi Fei has lost combat ability. The crowd was in an uproar. Family members. Who understands? One move. A soul master was taken out, just like that. This was simply a dimensional strike. The remaining two teammates saw the situation and didn't even dare to approach Lu Xiaoyu, decisively choosing to surrender. The match ended with Class 1 winning decisively. As soon as the match was over, Lu Xiaoyu shot off the stage like a little rocket, heading straight for LuZe. Before he could even brag, LuZe said first, congratulations. Just those two words made Lu Xiaoyu beam with pride, his little tail nearly wagging to the sky, looking up, smiling innocently. Brother, I won. Nori Ward? LuZe was amused by him and said, all right, when you win the championship, I promise you one thing. Really? You don't believe your brother's words? Pinky swear. Just as they finished their pinky swear, a person in a special uniform approached them. LuZe's expression changed when he saw the person. He asked Lu Xiaoyu to go back first, then followed the person away. Watching LuZe's receding figure, Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit anxious for no reason, but quickly reassured himself. My brother is so strong. How could anything happen? On the other side, LuZe was taken to the Sea God Pavilion to meet Elder Xian. Elder Xian, what is the matter? Elder Xian's expression was so serious it could wring out water. It's a matter concerning the future of the continent. Hearing this, my heart sank. The issue of the Dead City had a lead. Elder Xian said solemnly, our people at the bottom of a great canyon have sensed an extremely strong spatial power. A spatial rift? LuZe's expression also turned serious. Elder Xian nodded. Bad news, this is a big deal. LuZe knew better than anyone how terrifying the things from that world were. The one he encountered before, who called himself Greed, didn't even have power from this dimension. If something from that side really came over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Xian initially wanted to arrange for the geniuses from the inner courtyard to go with him, but LuZe flatly refused. No way. That place is too dangerous. Anyone going there is just sending themselves to death. LuZe said decisively. To put it bluntly, even if you went, it wouldn't guarantee your safe return. Elder Xian understood the seriousness of the matter upon hearing this, and finally decided to accompany LuZe, but would only assist from above the canyon and would never go down. Without delay, the two set off immediately. Before long, they arrived at the Great Canyon. Let me tell you, the place looked eerie. LuZe instructed Elder Xian a few things, then without saying a word, leaped down. Upon reaching the bottom of the canyon, the strange spatial fluctuations became even more pronounced. After searching for a while, he finally found the spatial rift in a concealed cave. Goodness, that thing is incredibly huge. Like the sky has been torn open with a hideous scar, constantly twisting and oozing an ominous aura. LuZe took a deep breath and without hesitation stepped inside. After a dizzying swirl, when he opened his eyes again, he was stunned. This is hell, right? A dark red moon hung in the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in dead silence and terror. The moment he stepped into this world, a commotion erupted in a magnificent palace in the distance. It's that guy's aura. He's back. Didn't he already die? A group of big shots instantly fell into chaos. At that moment, a man in a black suit, ridiculously handsome, stepped out and coldly reprimanded, "What are you noisy about?" The entire place fell silent instantly. This man is none other than the pride of the 7 deadly sins. Lucifer. Lucifer, don't you sense that guy's aura? A guy called Leviathan asked defiantly. Lucifer sneered. You think I can't sense it? Leviathan immediately cowered. Lucifer scanned the crowd and said calmly, his aura is very weak, not fully awakened yet. Go, bring him back alive. After saying this, he turned and left. Goodness, this guy's entrance comes with a BGM, the kind that makes you kneel just by listening. Leviathan and the others dared not disobey. They discussed and decided to send 10 of the sun's people to scout the way first. Meanwhile, LuZe was still unaware that he had become prey in the eyes of others. As he walked on this bizarre land, he felt a sense of familiarity. Just as he was distracted, an attack came roaring toward him. Boom! LuZe braced himself against Zeno's turtle and withstood it unscathed, but his expression had turned extremely serious. He looked up and saw 7 figures standing in midair, their cold gazes locking onto him. The leader spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Come with us." These 7 were precisely the top 7 of the sun. An intense battle erupted instantly. Although LuZe was strong, the 7 opponents were no pushovers. And he quickly got injured, forced to fight while retreating. "I never thought I'd have such a desperate day." Leaning against a tree, he gasped for breath. But the 7 guys caught up again. The one leading them, codenamed Collapse, was incredibly strong. "Are you provoking us?" Collapse said coldly. LuZe grinned. "Who knows?" Just as he finished speaking, Collapse's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind LuZe, kicking toward his ribs. LuZe reacted swiftly, activating his absolute defense in an instant. But, with a crisp sound, the defense shattered. Collapse's kick landed solidly on him. Poof! LuZe spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body smashed into a distant rock like a kite with a broken string. As the dust settled, he staggered to his feet, a hint of manic laughter on his face. "I haven't used this move yet. I wonder what the consequences will be." In the next moment, a terrifying power exploded from within him. Golden inscriptions instantly covered his entire body. Collapse's expression changed, and he charged again, throwing a punch. Bang! The surrounding terrain was instantly flattened, but Collapse was stunned. That punch capable of destroying mountains was actually easily caught by LuZe with one hand. "Is this the Chief of the Sun?" LuZe said softly, his tone filled with mockery. Now, the remaining 6 couldn't sit still, joining the battle. 7 against 1. But even so, they could only fight LuZe to a standstill, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. "If it weren't for the adults wanting you alive, do you think you could still be standing?" One guy named Wealth said discontentedly. LuZe was also aware that continuing to fight would not benefit him. He seized an opportunity, suddenly breaking out, while simultaneously throwing a gravity singularity. A massive explosion instantly engulfed everything, and while Collapse and the others were caught off guard, LuZe had already run far away. He ran wildly and finally saw the entrance of the space rift. But just as he was about to rush in, a magnetic voice echoed behind him leisurely. "So you thought you could just leave?" LuZe turned sharply, breaking into a cold sweat. When did this person get behind him? He hadn't sensed a thing. The newcomer smiled and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you need to come with me." This was definitely a presence even more terrifying than Collapse and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, LuZe exerted all his strength and activated his new move, Time Stop. Buzz. The entire world instantly froze. LuZe breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run. But just as he took a step, crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the frozen world returned to normal. "You're really interesting." That voice rang out again, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made his very soul tremble. "Who are you?" The man laughed, genuinely pleased. "You're much more interesting than I imagined. No wonder you inherited that guy's power. Nice to meet you. I am one of the 7 deadly sins. Pride, Lucifer. Why tell you this?" LuZe felt completely stunned upon hearing the name. The first of the 7 sins, what the heck is this? But his mind was quick, and he smiled and said, "What next?" While calculating how to distract the other party, he dove into the spatial rift. As a result, Lucifer seemed to read his mind at a glance. "You want to distract me and then escape? Damn, I've been seen through." LuZe gritted his teeth, took a gamble, and turned to run. But as soon as he turned, he heard Lucifer softly say one word, "Stop." In an instant, LuZe was frozen in place, unable to move. Only his consciousness remained clear. This was completely different from his time stop. It was a higher level of law power. Lucifer walked behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Just come with me obediently. Don't resist needlessly." Just as Lucifer was about to pick him up and take him away, a final surge of power erupted from within LuZe, breaking free from the restraints. "Oh." Lucifer was a bit surprised. LuZe let out a cold laugh, staring at him fiercely. Lucifer said with great interest, "You're really interesting." The moment he spoke, a point of black light, condensed to the extreme, appeared right in front of him. The next second, it exploded with a bang. Boom! That terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lucifer completely. "I tell you, once I finish this job, LuZe, will turn around and run. The spatial rift is right in front of me. Just a step away, family. I'm about to escape. The dawn of victory is ahead." But guess what happened? Goodness, a ghostly figure suddenly flashed right in front of me. Bang! With a loud crash. I felt like a discarded sack being thrown out, directly slammed into the ground, creating a large, human-shaped pit. At that moment, I felt like my little body was made of paper. I spat out a mouthful of old blood. Struggling to lift my head, I was dumbfounded. That face. Wasn't it Lucifer, who I had just blown up into fireworks? He was completely unscathed, looking down at me like it was nothing. His gaze, as if he were looking at a tiny ant. You can't escape. His voice was light and airy, but to my ears, it sounded scarier than a death warrant. I spat out a mouthful of blood and forced myself to stand up, but I couldn't lose face. I'm leaving, and no one can stop me. Hey, that's just how I am. I pride myself on being tough with my words. Lucifer laughed directly after hearing that, shaking with laughter, finding it amusing that you are the first one brave enough to challenge me like this. I don't have time to chat with him. Taking advantage of his laughter, I swiftly thrust 2 long swords imbued with the power of rules, one from the front and one from behind. He reacted quickly and deflected the sword coming from the front, but he never expected that the one from behind was unavoidable. With a soft sound, the tip of the sword pierced directly into his back. Power of rules? He was a bit surprised, seemingly not expecting that I could hurt him. I thought to myself, too late, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. I wielded 2 swords and unleashed a flurry of attacks on him. But honestly, this top-tier boss is different. In just a few moves, he saw through my attack pattern. Just when I thought he was going to launch a big counterattack, he made a move that completely short-circuited my brain. He suddenly teleported right behind me, and, in an extremely ambiguous posture, wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. Does anyone understand this? I was frozen in place, my mind blank. What does this guy want? Can't beat me, so he wants to bend me? It's 2025, and he's still playing this game? I struggled desperately to break free, but his arm was like an iron clamp, and I couldn't move at all. Let go of me. I shouted until my voice was almost gone. And him? Not a word, just holding me tightly. Then, I watched helplessly as my own long sword, unable to stop, flew straight toward us. Thud! With a muffled sound, the sword accurately pierced through both of our chests at the same time. I looked down at the bloody tip of the sword protruding from my chest, completely lost in thought. This move left me bewildered. Is the goal to take us both down together? That madman Lucifer actually leaned in close to my ear and said with that infuriating voice, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Wow, dude, your interest is way too twisted. At that moment, I felt something explode inside my body. My vision went black. I couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything, and my mind felt like it was disconnected. Lucifer. It seemed like Lucifer also sensed something was wrong and immediately let go of me, stepping aside with a serious expression on his face. Awake? He asked. I didn't answer him. I just slowly turned around. My eyes had turned a blood-red shade, and my whole body was enveloped in a layer of black shadow. I raised my head and met his gaze. In that moment, I clearly saw that on his eternally pretentious face, for the first time, 2 words appeared. Fear. But he still wouldn't let me go, once again stepping in front of me to block my way, coldly saying, Did I allow you to leave? I merely glanced at him and softly uttered a few words. Stand there and don't move. The moment the words left my lips, Lucifer froze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him, completely motionless, his expression shifting from arrogance to sheer horror. His body had already ceased to obey his commands. I didn't look at him again, turned around, and step by step, walked into that spatial rift. When my figure completely disappeared, the restraints on Lucifer were finally lifted. He stared blankly at the rift that was healing, murmuring to himself, Is this the truth? On the other side, in the Douluo continent, the old man Xian was almost crying with anxiety, staying every day by the spatial rift at the bottom of the canyon, muttering, It's been almost a month, that kid LuZe can't really be in trouble, right? Just when he was determined to go in and look for me, a figure suddenly rolled out from the rift. Old Xian focused his eyes and was shocked. LuZe, what happened to you? He rushed over and hugged me. Let me tell you, in my current state, it was a sight too grim to behold, covered in blood, barely breathing, with just one breath left to hang on. I used the last bit of my strength to grab his clothes. Hurry, hurry, and go. Xian Laodi said nothing and picked me up, flying towards the sky without daring to look back. When I woke up again, I was already back in the Shrek dormitory. As soon as I opened my eyes, a small head dove into my arms. Brother, you're back. It's me. My little brother Lu Xiaoyu. I smiled and patted his head. I heard you won the freshman assessment champion? He proudly lifted his head. So our agreement. Go ahead, what do you want? I try to make myself look fine, but he still noticed something was off and asked with a worried expression, Bro, why is your face so pale? Did something happen? My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly laughed it off. No, hurry up and tell me what you want, or I might just default on my promise. As soon as he heard this, he became anxious. No. My request is very simple. I just want to live with you from now on. I was taken aback for a moment, but without thinking much, I agreed. Later, I told him that due to some reasons, I had to go to the inner courtyard to be the teacher of the Shrek 7 monsters and could no longer teach them. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he became happy again at the thought of being able to live with me. That night, as he lay in bed, he asked with a grin, "Bro, should we sleep together tonight?" "All right, you go to sleep first, I'll take a shower." I replied with a smile. But as soon as I stepped into the bathroom and closed the door, the smile on my face instantly vanished. I looked at my pale face in the mirror, and the wound on my chest that had been pierced still ached faintly. "Lucifer," I gritted my teeth, my voice as cold as ice. "You will pay for this." I silently cleaned the wound, blood flowing all over the ground with the water. By the time I wrapped myself in a bathrobe and came out, Xiaoyu was already asleep. I gently lay down beside him, but my consciousness sank into the sea of my mind. Goodness, my once magnificent spiritual palace has now turned into a sea of blood red. And that throne I could never comprehend, I finally understood it now. Inside, besides the power of rules and the power of paradox, there lies an even more terrifying force, absolute truth. Words become law. Whatever is said is true. That is the truth. But at the same time, a thought emerged in my mind. Those who possess the power of truth will become puppets of the truth. How absurd. LuZe's. How could I possibly be controlled by mere power? I kicked that blood-colored throne without a second thought, smashing it to pieces. Boom. At the moment the throne exploded, my entire sea of consciousness began to collapse. Countless blood-colored runes surged into my brain, and the pain was worse than death. I was rolling on the ground in pain, and just as my consciousness was about to fade, I seemed to hear a strange laughter. Hee. Finally, I can interfere with this world again. When I opened my eyes again, I found Xiaoyu crying on my chest. "Brother." He looked at me awake, both surprised and happy, then punched my chest angrily, saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were so seriously injured?" His punch left me dazed. "It's nothing, just a small injury." Before I could finish my sentence, I felt a sweetness in my throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, blood flowed from all my orifices, my eyes rolled back, and I fainted. Xiaoyu was so scared that he was stunned, and in the end, it was Elder Xian who rushed over and urgently took me to the Sea God Pavilion. When I regained consciousness again, I found myself back in that shattered sea of consciousness, surrounded by darkness. Hee. That strange laughter rang out again. A dark red phantom formed in front of me, floating around as it greeted me. "Hello, LuZe. Were you?" I frowned and asked. "First of all, I'm not an object. My name is Truth," it said, drifting around me. "Secondly, I am you, but you are not me. In simple terms, your body will now belong to me." I was so angry that I laughed. "Do you think you could do it?" "How could I not? I am the truth." The way it spoke made me want to slap it. "All right, you haven't noticed, have you? Your soul power is already gone." I felt a sinking sensation in my heart. In fact, I had known it for a long time. My body felt completely empty. Not a trace of soul power was detectable. Even without soul power, I could still manage. I said coldly, but I soon realized that I was trapped here and couldn't get out at all. "Don't waste your effort." The voice of truth echoed above my head. "Welcome to my world." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding darkness instantly transformed into a scene I was all too familiar with. Tall buildings, bustling traffic. Wasn't this the modern city I lived in before my transmigration? I crashed directly. "Who the hell are you?" I shouted in anger. "Do you really think those impressive powers you had before were given to you by the system?" Truth sneered. "Bingo. You got it right. They were all given by me. So, how about making a deal with me? As long as you give me your body, those powers will come back to you immediately." I fell silent. Either I surrender my body and regain my power, or I become a useless person and hold on to myself. After a long time, I turned around, looked at it, and said word by word, "I refuse. If I lose my power, then so be it. I'd rather be an ordinary person than be your puppet." The truth was stunned, seemingly not expecting me to choose this. I don't know how long it took, but it started to laugh again, laughing in a particularly strange way. Hee. "You will agree, one day." In the next moment, my vision blurred, and I found myself back in a room of the Sea God Pavilion. Elder Xian told me that I'd been in a coma for an entire month. My soul power had indeed completely disappeared. My golden eyes had also turned back to ordinary black. I looked at my reflection in the window and gave a bitter smile. Ordinary people, it's nothing much. Later, I was discharged from the hospital, and Xiaoyu stuck to me every day. He looked at me, this useless brother, with eyes full of pity, and vowed, "Brother, I will definitely protect you from now on." I smiled and ruffled his hair. That morning, after sending off Xiaoyu to class, I turned around and found the dormitory empty. I coldly said to the air, "You should be coming out soon, right?" A cheeky laugh echoed. As if I had been discovered, the dark red shadow called Truth floated out again. How can you leave my body? I asked straightforwardly. It shook playfully. I won't be leaving. You have two choices. Either agree to the deal, or I'll stay with you until you do. What if I choose neither? I stared at it, my gaze icy. Guess what happened next? That thing not only didn't get angry, but started laughing, and let me tell you, that laugh was so eerie it gave me goosebumps all over. You will choose, it said, then added that to prevent me from dying halfway, it would give me a little deposit. Goodness, the way it said that was just like a pyramid scheme trying to recruit people. It didn't give me any chance to argue, and poof, it vanished again. I felt my body with a mix of skepticism, and this check directly caused my CPU to overheat. The soul power within me was completely gone, replaced by a kind of power I couldn't quite describe. Contradictory and tyrannical, filled with an aura of rules. I let out a cold laugh. Well, this deposit is quite solid. With this thing, at least I won't die for the time being. However, I always felt that this truth had ulterior motives. There must be a huge pit waiting for me to jump into. But I had no choice now. I could only take one step at a time and slowly play along with them. This matter passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye, a month went by. I spent every day in the dorm pretending to be a lazy fish, my acting skills good enough to win an Oscar. Except for myself. No one knew that my power had changed its core. That evening, my younger brother Lu Xiaoyu came back, beaming with joy as soon as he walked in. I opened my eyes and asked him if he found money. Why was he so happy? He chuckled and leaned over to say, "Bro, I was selected for the inner court early." "Oh wow, that's great." I smiled and rubbed his head, genuinely happy for him. But once this kid opened his mouth, he couldn't stop, chattering away with overflowing confidence. While we were chatting, I suddenly remembered something and casually mentioned the inner court is going to hold an event soon, called See God's Fate. You should be able to check it out. As soon as he heard this, he got excited and chased after me, asking what See God's Fate was. I thought for a long time before remembering that Yin Yin had explained it to me before, so I said, in simple terms, it's a large-scale matchmaking event. If you hit it off, you can successfully hold hands. As soon as I finished speaking, my brother exclaimed, startling me. I asked him what was wrong, and he stared blankly for a long time before stammering, and nothing. Who understands family matters? His reaction was even more like someone who was about to participate than mine. His eyes were darting around, and he nodded vigorously, saying it was nothing, clearly hiding something. I was originally too lazy to ask, but this guy couldn't hold it in and hesitantly asked me, "Bro, that's See God Fate. Are you going to participate?" As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. This kid reacted so strongly, I had to tease him. I deliberately put on a look of great difficulty and said, "Oh, a friend invited me. It seems a bit rude not to go." I tell you, as soon as I said that, my brother exploded on the spot. He lunged over, grabbed my collar, his eyes were red, and he shouted, "No, I won't allow you to participate in that broken See God Fate." Absolutely not. Goodness, this left me stunned, and I almost fell over. I quickly raised my hands in surrender. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Only after hearing this did he let go, and he looked deflated like a punctured balloon, softly saying, I looked at him in his state and felt helpless. I rubbed his head and said, "All right, I'm going out to meet a few friends. You can sleep first." As I was about to go out, he suddenly panicked, grabbed my hand, and shouted, "I want to go too." I was really overwhelmed at that moment, and said I would just go out for a while and come back quickly. He said, "No, I want to meet your friends." We were like pulling a tug of war, with me saying to listen and him insisting on going. After going back and forth for a long time, I finally compromised. After all, he is my younger brother. When we reached the inner courtyard restaurant, I spotted Hui Yuhao and the others from a distance. I had just greeted Yuhao when my brother tugged at my shirt and quietly asked, "Brother, is he your friend?" I gave him a brief introduction. As a result, Hui Yuhao, not knowing when to stop, immediately asked Brother Lu, "The See God Fate is coming up soon. Are you going to participate?" I hadn't even spoken yet when my brother jumped out like a protective wolf cub, using all his strength to shout, "No, my brother is not participating." His voice was so loud that everyone in the restaurant turned to look, their expressions clearly saying that this kid didn't need to be so agitated. I was so embarrassed that I could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes, and I could only hold his head down tightly and smile apologetically at everyone. The next day, Elder Xian came to find me. As soon as I entered the Sea God Pavilion, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could squeeze out water. My heart sank, and I went straight to the point. "Elder Xian, is there a problem with the spatial rift?" Elder Xian sighed and said, "That's right. The energy from the rift is getting stronger, as if something is about to come out." As soon as I heard it, My expression changed instantly, and I decisively said, "Let everyone stationed over there in Shrek evacuate. Immediately. Right now." As a result, an old elder was unconvinced, thinking I was being alarmist. I coldly laughed at that moment and stared at him, saying, "Let me put it this way, if those guys inside come out, this continent will directly turn into hell. Do you understand?" The group of old men was instantly silenced by my words. Elder Xian also stood against the majority and directly decided to follow my orders. They then asked me what to do after the people were evacuated. I looked at them and said word by word, "I will go solve it." Elder Xian exploded on the spot, banging the table and shouting, "Are you insane? You nearly lost your life when you came out from there while your soul power was still intact. Aren't you just asking for death by going now?" I just calmly looked at him. I had my reasons to leave, and since I dared to say so, I must have my way. Elder Xian wanted to go with me, but I directly rejected him. "No, anyone who goes is bound to die, rather than go and seek death. It's better to stay here." I spoke very harshly, leaving no room for compassion, and finally coldly tossed out a line. "Remember, I'm not doing this for the continent. I'm doing it for myself." After saying that, I turned and left, not giving them any chance to speak again. When I returned to the dormitory that night, I saw Xiao Yu, who was grinning foolishly and bragging about how close he was to becoming a Soul Emperor. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. I smiled and asked him, "What would you do if I suddenly disappeared one day?" Without thinking, he replied, "Of course, I would go find you, until I find you." At that moment, a certain decision in my heart was completely solidified. That night, after he fell asleep, he tightly held me and murmured drowsily, "Don't leave me." I stared at the ceiling with my eyes open and silently said in my heart, "I'm sorry." The next morning, when he woke up, I was already gone. The entire dormitory was left with his heart-wrenching cries, "Brother, LuZe, what?" And I was already standing on the path outside Shrek City. I glanced back at the direction of the academy, then lifted my head and coldly said to the empty front, "Truth, come out. I know you've been watching." The familiar laughter rang out, and it appeared before me. "Have you made up your mind?" I took a deep breath, my gaze resolute. I agreed, let us trade. In the next second, a dark red stream engulfed me. When I opened my eyes again, I tell you the whole world was different. My originally silver hair had turned pure black, and my deep black eyes were now stained with crimson, directly activating my dark glory mode. A voice appeared in my head, playfully saying, "From now on, you can freely use all my abilities." I ignored it, simply feeling the destructive power within me, and headed straight towards the spatial rift without looking back. That's right, the only reason I made the trade was to gain this power, to utterly suppress the so-called 7 deadly sins. Only then could my brother live safely and soundly in this world. On the other side, at Shrek Academy, after I left, Xiao Yu fell into a deep depression. He curled up in bed all day until Elder Xian came to find him. Now, he was full of thorns. Cold to everyone, Elder Xian proposed a condition: lead the team to win the next Soul Master Competition Championship, and he would tell him my whereabouts. Without thinking, Xiao Yu agreed. In his view, to find me, he would do anything, even if it meant winning a championship or making a hole in the sky. In the training room, he met his new teammates for the first time. Xiao happily greeted him, but he coldly replied, "Don't call me that anymore. If you do, I'll kill you." His gaze was icy, showing no hint of jest. Elder Xian announced him as the captain, and a golden-haired guy named Dai Huabin immediately protested, jumping out to shout. As a result, Elder Xian directly slapped him with data. Lu Xiaoyu, level 60, just without additional soul rings. His strength could crush an ordinary Soul Emperor. Gu Yuna, Vice Captain, level 67 Soul Emperor. Do you still think they can't handle it? The room fell silent. Dai Huabin was still unconvinced. Taking advantage of Elder Xian's departure, he approached Xiao Yu to provoke him. Xiao Yu completely ignored him, treating him like air. Furious and embarrassed, Dai Huabin threw a punch. However, Gu Yuna stopped it effortlessly with one hand. Then, Qiu'er stepped forward, standing on either side of Xiao Yu like 2 guardian deities. At that moment, someone in the crowd whispered, "I remember now, he seems to be the brother of the strongest soul master, LuZe." As soon as this was said, the way everyone looked at Xiao Yu changed. But immediately after, the person added a self-destructive remark. "But I also heard that LuZe has recently become useless. Lost all his soul power." Bang! With a loud crash. In the previous second, Xiao Yu was still by the window, and in the next second, he had teleported in front of that person, pressing his whole head hard into the floor. Everyone in the training room was stunned. No one saw how he moved. "What did you say?" Xiao Yu's voice sounded like it crawled out of hell, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Guyuna and Shio were rushed up but couldn't hold him back and were thrown aside. Just as that person was about to be crushed to death, Elder Xian appeared in time, shouting, "Lu Xiaoyu, have you forgotten our agreement?" Hearing the word agreement, Xiaoyu's reason returned a little. He released his grip, glared fiercely at the half-dead guy on the floor, and turned to leave. From that day on, a strict rule circulated throughout Shrek's inner courtyard. Never speak ill of his brother in front of Lu Xiaoyu, or else you really might die. About half a month later, I had stationed myself at the edge of the canyon where the spatial rift was located. I felt the time had come. Looking at the bottomless canyon, I jumped down with a leap of faith, standing once again before that twisted rift. I was no longer the person I was half a month ago. Let me tell you, I have now fully grasped those two powers. Paradox is rewriting reality, and rules are giving this rewriting a system certification, making it reasonable. I raised my right hand, facing the crack that was continuously overflowing with ominous energy, and softly uttered two words, eradicate. As soon as the words left my mouth, an invisible force instantly enveloped the entire crack. Then, that thing vanished from this world without a trace, as if it had been erased by a photo-editing software's eraser tool, leaving not even a hint behind. I thought this matter was finally settled, and I could take a breather, but guess what? There was a loud bang from behind, and trouble came again. Let me tell you, the noise was so loud it sounded like a demolition site. When I turned around, through the swirling smoke, 7 figures emerged. Wow. When I took a closer look, it was my old acquaintances, the top 7 brothers from the 10 sons, all gathered together. The one leading them, named Judgment, saw me, and his expression was as excited as if he had just won the lottery, shouting, "What a coincidence, our paths cross again." I laughed and thought to myself, isn't this great? It saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Just as he was about to make a move, the one next to him, named Collapse, who was the strongest among them, grabbed him firmly, his expression serious, saying, "Hold on, this guy feels off." Hey, I'll give him credit for his insight. Unfortunately, it was too late. I had no intention of wasting words with them and charged forward in one swift motion, uttering just 2 words, erasure. I saw an invisible wave of energy rush towards the 7 of them. Let me tell you, these guys reacted really quickly, their survival instincts kicked in, and they all dodged in a flash. But when they looked back at the spot where my attack had just landed, their faces turned pale. That area, along with the space around it, looked as if it had been erased with an eraser. Nothing was left. Now, they dared not pretend anymore. Each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm quite curious. How's the power you rely on others to feed you compare mine?" As soon as I said this, Collapse's expression changed instantly, probably not expecting that I knew their background. I didn't give them any time to react and directly unleash my power, ordering them, "Stand there, don't move." Folks, who understands? Just this one sentence made those 7 brothers freeze in place like they had been paralyzed, unable to move. Judgment's eyes were wide as saucers. Stammering, I can't move." It was unbelievable. I casually strolled up to them as if I were walking in my backyard. Seeing Judgment's terrified face, I shook my head. What a joke. After saying that, I kicked him in the stomach. With a bang, he flew like a cannonball, directly embedding himself into the rock wall of the nearby canyon. After I kicked, the remaining 6 of them regained their movement. The one called Collapse was also a tough guy. He made a quick decision and shouted loudly, "Split up and run. This guy is not someone we can handle." Then, whoosh, 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 the 6 figures ran faster than rabbits, focusing on selling out their teammates and highlighting their incredible speed. I never intended to chase after him. After all, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. I turned around and looked at the judge, who was covered in dirt and dust, having been pulled out from the wall. When he looked up and realized his teammates were all gone, and then saw me grinning at him, the fear on his face was impossible to hide. They all ran away, so I could only ask you for some information. As I spoke, I walked towards him. He was still trying to hold his ground. "Don't get too cocky, you little brat." I laughed. Am I being arrogant? The person is already standing in front of him. He might be pushed to his limits, yelling as he throws a punch at my face. I didn't even lift my eyelids, just 2 words. "Kneel down." With a thud, I tell you, it was so straightforward. His fist was still half a meter away from me, and he just uncontrollably knelt down, his knees making intimate contact with the ground. He completely broke down at this point, looking at me with eyes like he was staring at a monster. What exactly are you? What kind of place is your world?" I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and went straight to the point. He still wanted to act tough, trying to scare me with the 7 sins. I directly stepped on his head, forcing his face to meet the ground, as I didn't want to hear any nonsense. Then I used my ability. "What is your world called?" Tell me. This time he was honest. His mouth seemed to be out of control, spilling the beans like bamboo shoots. Our world is the world of truth. What are the 7 sins? Speak. The strongest is pride, Lucifer, then envy, Leviathan, wrath, Samel, sloth, Beelzebub, greed, Mammon, gluttony, Beelzebul, lust, Asmodeus. He spoke while feeling like he was about to cry, never having felt so humiliated in his life. Who was the last master of the world of truth? Asked again. I don't know. Only the 7 sins know about this. All right. It seemed he really didn't know. I changed the question. Why are you capturing the Godchild? According to the collapse, the Godchild is the child of the last master, and only he can open the sealed door to the true world of truth. By this point, I had pretty much learned what I wanted to know. I lifted my foot, turned, and was ready to leave. That guy saw me leaving and probably thought he had saved his life, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But I left a parting remark without looking back. End it yourself. As soon as the words left my mouth, I heard a gasp of terror behind me. His hands, completely out of his control, were already gripping his own neck, tightening more and more. He wanted to resist, but found that he had lost all his strength. Now he was just an ordinary person. The feeling of suffocation turned his face purple, and he let out wheezing sounds of help. Help me. Unfortunately, in this canyon, there was nothing but the sound of the wind. In the end, he choked himself to death. On the other side, in the so-called world of truth, a being named Lucifer, presumably the pride, sat in a palace, suddenly feeling the life force of judgment had been severed. He felt a bit curious, muttering, "Interesting, LuZe's." A being named Leviathan beside him asked when they would make a move. Lucifer said there was no rush. Without the Godchild, they big shots couldn't get out at all. The barrier was too strong, even if the 7 sins joined forces. They could only tear a small hole, allowing only those at the level of collapse to pass through. Leviathan suddenly realized, wasn't that crack erased by that kid? They can't bring the person back, right? Lucifer remained calm. Don't worry, I left a way back for collapse. They could be teleported back anytime. Meanwhile, I'd already started my hunting moment. In an alley of a city, I cornered a guy who was desperately trying to escape. When he turned around and saw me, he was so scared he sat down on the ground, unable to speak clearly. What kind of monster are you? The one who wants your life. I smiled as I walked over. He wanted to run, but I simply said, stop, and he froze there like a wooden puppet. I patted his shoulder. As I said, you can't escape. Where's the address of the Holy Spirit Church? Tell me. In the end, his mouth uncontrollably replied, I don't know. The address has moved. We small fries have no idea where it is. I sighed. It seemed like a wasted effort. Before leaving, I gently waved my right hand at him and said, erase. In an instant, that person, along with all traces of his existence, vanished from the world. For more than a month now, I've been hunting down those evil spirit masters in Douluo continent, taking down one after another. The Holy Spirit Church has issued a strict order stating that once a black-haired, red-eyed boy sets his sights on someone, they should not resist and immediately commit suicide, ensuring they don't fall into my hands. Meanwhile, the group known as Collapse has directly taken over the Holy Spirit Church. The original leader, Yi Shishue, is now kneeling before Collapse like a little maid. Collapse asked her about the matter of finding the sun, and Yi Shishue suggested that they could utilize the upcoming Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, as a genius like the sun would definitely participate. Upon hearing this, Collapse thought it was a good idea and promised that once it was accomplished, Yi Shishue would also be allowed to join them and become the new Yao. I knew nothing about all this, just arrived in a new city. Not long after I entered the city, at a street corner, there was a bang, and a woman crashed directly into my arms. I hadn't said a word yet when the woman covered her head, squatted down, and started to explode. Aren't you watching where you're going? You hurt me. Well, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I shot her a cold glance and said, you bumped into me, got it? The girl was initially quite aggressive, but when I glared at her, her momentum instantly faded, and she stammered for a long time without being able to say a word. I couldn't be bothered with her and turned to leave. Just as I walked away, I heard her shout from behind, what are you so arrogant about? Do you believe I can take you down in no time? I completely ignored them, but unexpectedly, because of this incident, her brother brought a few thugs and quietly followed me. I deliberately led them to a deserted alley, turned my back to them and said, I'm very curious. What did I do to provoke you? The leading guy, named Chen Tao, was quite arrogant and said I disrespected his sister and was tired of living. I directly activated my ability. Who are you? Speak. He was stunned on the spot. His mouth uncontrollably revealed everything. My name is Chen Tao. I'm from the Chen family, and they're my subordinates. Once he came to his senses, he was so shocked that he covered his mouth in disbelief. Why are you following me? Because you ignore my sister. I find you unpleasant. All right, case solved. I turned to leave, but Chen Tao panicked and shouted, "Attack! Kill him!" The few Soul Kings behind him charged forward with a roar. I raised my hand again and said those two words, "Eradicate." A gust of air swept by, and those Soul Kings instantly vanished into thin air. Chen Tao was directly paralyzed on the ground, probably wetting his pants, trembling like a sieve. What? What kind of monster are you? I walked over step by step, smiling as I said, "Don't be afraid. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you go." He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I changed my expression and coldly asked, "Have you ever seen an evil spirit master?" He stammered that he didn't know, but his father, the head of the Chun family, was well informed and would definitely know. Upon hearing this, I was delighted. "All right, take me to meet your father." This kid had a strong will to survive and immediately led the way, bringing me to their home. Upon arriving in the living room of the Chun family, he asked me to wait a moment while he went to find his father. After a while, a middle-aged man followed him in, his voice quite loud. "You were looking for me?" I stood up and got straight to the point. "Junior LuZe, I want to inquire about something. Do you know about the Evil Soul Master? Or, should I say, the Holy Spirit sect?" The man, Chan Xian, changed his expression immediately upon hearing those words, and his gaze began to dodge. I could tell there was something to this, so I skipped the small talk and directly used my ability. "Tell me everything you know." He tried to resist with his soul power, but it was useless. In the end, he honestly confessed that he had indeed achieved his current success with the help of the Holy Spirit sect in his early years, but later severed ties to distance himself from them. The lead ended there, and I felt a bit disappointed getting up to leave. But then Chen Xian called out to me, asking why I was going against the Holy Spirit sect. I sneered. Looking for the Holy Spirit sect is just along the way. My target is a few other guys. After saying that, I left. However, at a corner, bang, I bumped into someone again, and it was that woman, his daughter, Chun-Gua. "What are you doing here again? How did you end up in my house?" She was like a cat with its fur standing on end. "Are you a stalker?" This time, I wasn't in the mood to be nice, and my killing intent was almost overflowing from my eyes. She instantly shrank back, but still tried to be tough. I warn you, this is the Chun family." I was too lazy to listen to her jabbering, so I grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, saying, "You talk too much." Just as she was about to roll her eyes, her dad, Chan Xian, rushed over, panting, and shouted for me to stop, pleading with me to spare his daughter for his sake. I looked at his nervous expression and smiled. "Your status doesn't seem to matter much to me." However, in the end, he still threw his daughter on the ground. "You should be grateful that you have a good father." I turned and left, not looking back. Once I had walked far away, Chan Xian hurried to check on his daughter. To his surprise, not only was she not afraid, but she suddenly looked up with a strange light in her eyes and excitedly asked him, "Father, what is that person's name?" Chun Xian was taken aback, but still answered, "His name is LuZe. You better not have any ideas. He is very terrifying." I tell you, as soon as Chan Xian finished speaking, his precious daughter, Chun-Gua, dashed off and locked herself in her room, diving into her blanket and starting to go wild. Goodness, the scene was like she was possessed, repeatedly murmuring a name, LuZe. He has called LuZe. Does anyone understand? This girl switched from a lovesick maiden mode straight to a darkened mode, just because of a name, and her inner soul power began to twist, unleashing a surge of evil energy. At that moment, LuZe furrowed his brows, sensing that things were not simple. He turned to look in the direction of Chun-Gua's room, his eyes full of inquiry. Hee. The cheeky truth inside him floated out again, grinning mischievously. It seems another guilty face has awakened. LuZe had a question mark face. Speak human language. Truth got even more excited. "Want to know? Beg me, and I'll tell you." Let me tell you, LuZe's temper is such that even birds ignore him, waving their hands. Forget it. "Hey, you know what? This trick works." Truth immediately backed down and hurriedly explained, No, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. The so-called sin face is the vessel of the 7 deadly sins. As long as a person's sins reach a certain level, they will be noticed by the sin face, and they will directly ascend on the spot to become the new generation of the 7 deadly sins. LuZe immediately thought of Lucifer and his old buddies. What about those 7 in the world of truth? They, Truth laughed, are the first batch and also the strongest. However, logically speaking, your world shouldn't have given birth to a sin face at all. How strange. LuZe understood in an instant and calmly uttered a few words, because of the power of rules within me. Truth slapped his thigh and understood. Because the emergence of LuZe, this super BUG, the underlying code of the entire world has been quietly modified. There isn't just one sin face, right? LuZe asked again. Correct. Truth laughed even more joyfully. You wouldn't think there are just those 7, would you? if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't your world's divine realm also have 7 so-called sin gods? Just a bunch of rookies pecking at each other. Then, Truth dropped another bombshell. I forgot to tell you, if too many sin faces are born, your world will become the next Truth world. LuZe's heart sank. This was not good news at all. He didn't want his brother Xiao Yu to live in a world full of sin and madness. The consequences would be too severe. A few days later, LuZe found a hotel to stay in, pondering what to do next. The chatty Truth floated out again. What's wrong? Not going to deal with that Holy Spirit Church anymore? LuZe rolled his eyes at him. Let's put the Holy Spirit Church aside for now. If this world really turns into a truth world, what will happen to Xiao Yu in the future? I absolutely won't allow him to live in that kind of hellhole. Truth burst into laughter. Haha, don't forget, your precious little brother was born in the truth world. Maybe he has some great sin hidden inside him. As soon as those words were spoken, the air instantly dropped to freezing point. LuZe's gaze turned cold enough to kill. You shouldn't joke about my brother. Truth immediately shut up, knowing he had stepped on a landmine, awkwardly retreating. On the other side, the Chen family was in complete chaos. Chen Xian was nearly driven to despair. Ever since that day, his daughter Chengguo had been like a different person. Her strength skyrocketed, and her personality became extremely violent. When sparring with her brother Chen Tao, it wasn't just practice, it was pure beating, and several times she almost sent her brother away on the spot. Now Chen Xian didn't even dare to let her fight with anyone. Chen Tao felt that this matter must be related to LuZe. So he sent people to search the city thoroughly, and finally found LuZe's trace in a hotel. He was extremely nervous, standing outside LuZe's door, his hands shaking, unsure of how to speak. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, LuZe's voice came from inside. Since you're here, come in. Wow, a precognitive ability, huh? Chen Tao steeled himself and pushed the door open, seeing LuZe sitting by the window looking at him. LuZe got straight to the point. Speak. What do you want from me? Chen Tao awkwardly scratched his head. It's about my sister. Oh, that girl named Chengguo. LuZe said in a flat tone. Unfortunately, I can't help with her matter. Chen Tao became anxious. Please, is there really no way to help her? LuZe glanced at him, and that gaze made Chen Tao feel uneasy. There's a way, LuZe smiled, but the price is a bit heavy. Think carefully. The power within your sister is no joke. If she completely goes berserk one day, even your father won't be able to stop her. This struck at Chen Tao's Achilles heel. He gritted his teeth. All right, as long as you can save my sister, I'm willing to pay any price. Fine, take me to the Chen family. LuZe slowly stood up. When LuZe arrived at the Chen family, Chen Xian was extremely respectful, leading him directly to Chengguo's door. As soon as LuZe sensed the aura in the room, his expression turned grave. Has the change happened this quickly? He turned to Chen Xian and Chen Tao and said, I suggest you stay back. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I can't guarantee your safety. The father and son knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly withdrew. Once they left, LuZe's face completely turned cold, asking Truth, which sin face is this girl? Truth popped up, mischievously saying, if I'm not guessing wrong, she should be Lust. TSK. Didn't he expect your charm to be this great? Even making that little girl so eager. LuZe was too lazy to respond to him and directly pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a whisper for the corner, LuZe. LuZe. A girl was curled up in the corner, looking like a little beast. Truth was also stunned. What the hell? How did the sin face evolve so quickly? It turns out this thing has levels. From a newly awakened sin face to minor sins, major sins, and finally original sins. It's only been a few days, and Chengguo has already evolved to the minor sin level. Just then, Chengguo suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with madness and possessiveness, screaming as she lunged at LuZe. LuZe, I want you so badly. I tell you, that speed is simply incredible. But in front of LuZe, it's still not enough. LuZe dodged with a flash and coldly activated the power of Truth. Stay down. As soon as he spoke, Chengguo was slammed face first into the ground. But she surprisingly managed to struggle, screaming, Why are you doing this? LuZe was no saint. He directly stepped on her head and asked with a smile, I'm curious. How did you awaken? As a result, this girl went even crazier, forcibly breaking free from her restraints, grabbing LuZe's ankle with a look on her face as if she wanted to devour him. I really want to be with you. LuZe's eyes turned cold, showing no mercy, and he kicked her in the stomach. With a bang, Chengguo crashed against the wall like a broken sack. Yet she got up as if nothing happened, going even crazier. Since I can't have you, then no one else can. She screamed, and the 4 soul rings on her body lit up in an instant, her 3rd soul skill exploding. 3rd soul skill, sky-toppling strike. Boom! The entire room was instantly reduced to ruins. Outside, Chun Xian and Chun Tao were stunned by the commotion, rushing over to see the chaos. In the wreckage, LuZe stood unharmed at a height, looking down at the completely irrational Chunguo. What's the difference between this and a beast? LuZe said. Taking advantage of his distraction, Chunguo teleported in front of him once again. LuZe's gaze sharpened. Stop. Chunguo's movements froze instantly, and she dropped straight down from midair. LuZe followed closely behind, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up, exuding a murderous aura. Since you have awakened the sin aspect, living will only harm those around you. Upon seeing this, Chun Xian was terrified and rushed forward to plead. LuZe, please spare my sister's life. She's just a child. LuZe remained unmoved, tightening his grip. At this critical moment, her brother Chun Tao rushed in, grabbing Chunguo from LuZe's hands. She is my sister. I don't want her to die, Chun Tao shouted. LuZe coldly looked at him. If she doesn't die, you all will die. Who understands family? Chun Tao hesitated. But then the Chunguo in his arms, the sister he was fighting to protect, suddenly grinned menacingly and reached back with a strike. A hand pierced directly through Chun Tao's chest. Chun Tao looked at his sister in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth. Meanwhile, Chunguo was laughing maniacally. No one can stop me from being with LuZe. It seems there's no saving her. LuZe's voice was as cold as ice. He instantly appeared in front of Chunguo, grabbing her face, ready to use paradox to completely erase her from this world, when truth intervened. Wait. This girl can still be saved. LuZe paused. How to save her? Don't you have paradox? Just use it to erase the sins within her. I know, LuZe said, but doing so would erase her soul power and martial soul, and even her memories would disappear, leaving her just an ordinary person. Truth laughed. Power and life. Which is more important? LuZe also smiled. True. The next moment, an invisible air flow enveloped Chunguo, with LuZe's command to erase. Chunguo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Once everything calmed down, LuZe threw the unconscious Chunguo onto the ground. Chun Xian rushed over to check, completely stunned. Her soul power and martial soul have disappeared? If I hadn't done this, she would have had no way out, LuZe said coldly, then turned to leave. Watching LuZe's back, Chun Xian shed tears, but not from sadness, rather relief. As long as his daughter was alive, that was all that mattered. He softly said to LuZe's back, thank you. After this incident, LuZe set a new goal for himself. He told truth. If a soul master can awaken the sin aspect, then there must be more than just her in this world. To ensure Xiao, you can live well, I need to erase all these sin aspects, along with the 10 Solar 7 sins. A year later, the entire continent underwent a drastic change. An unknown evil force began to spread among the people, and both soul masters and ordinary people could awaken. These individuals were collectively referred to as sinners by the major powers. At Shrek Academy, in the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian was having a meeting with a group of elders, worried to the point of nearly turning gray. These sinners were too dangerous. If they couldn't be controlled, the balance of the continent would be broken. After the meeting, Elder Xian sighed alone, suddenly sensing a familiar aura, and flew out of the academy to see a figure on the hillside. You're here? The person turned around. It was LuZe, but he was completely different now. After a year, LuZe's aura was unfathomable, strong enough to instill fear. How's my brother doing lately? LuZe got straight to the point. He's doing well. Just keeps talking about you, Elder Xian said with a bitter smile. LuZe smiled. Then his expression turned serious. You felt the recent changes on the continent, right? Those people aren't called sinners. They're called sin aspects. You should not get involved in this. Facing ordinary ones is fine, but if you encounter a great sin level, you won't even get a chance to escape. This is no longer a suggestion. It's a warning. Elder Xian understood and nodded. LuZe prepared to leave, but paused, softly saying, don't let my brother know I've been back. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of Shrek, Lu Xiaoyu lay in bed, his gaze cold. Ever since his brother left, he rarely smiled. Anyone who mentioned LuZe in front of him would see him explode in anger. At that moment, Qiu Er pushed the door in. Lu Xiaoyu, Elder Xian wants us to gather. When they arrived, Hui Yuhao, Wang Donger, and the others were also present. Elder Xian announced a new mission. Due to the appearance of sinners, our Shrek inspection team has added a task, which is to monitor those who have gone astray. Your mission this time is to go to a town at the border of the Star Luo Empire. Hui Yuhao was still comforting Wang Donger and not to be afraid, while Lu Xiaoyu remained expressionless, silent throughout. 2 days later, on a clear morning, Elder Xian led Lu Xiaoyu, Hui Yuhao, and the other Shrek geniuses to gather at the academy gate, preparing to depart for the mission site. Just as they were about to leave, a figure stood on a distant hillside, observing everything. What is Elder Xian thinking? Why is he doing this? The speaker was none other than LuZe, who had just met with Elder Xian not long ago. At this moment, LuZe was very confused. He couldn't understand Elder Xian's intentions. If a great sin were to appear in that place, even LuZe might not be able to handle it. The difference between great sin and lesser sin was not just a matter of level. The power was a qualitative leap. However, there was no time to think too much. LuZe did not want to see his brother get into trouble, so he followed them after they set off. After an unknown period, Elder Xian and Zhang Lishuan finally brought Lu Xiaoyu and the others to the vicinity of the mission site. Upon arrival, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes fixed intently on the large town before him, his expression appearing very serious. Do you notice anything? At that moment, Gu Yina approached him and asked softly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and replied calmly, I'm not sure, but I just feel there is a very dangerous presence in this town. Gu Yina's expression immediately became serious after hearing this. She had no reason not to believe Lu Xiaoyu's words. At this moment, Old Xian slowly turned to look at them and said with a smile, All right, children, we have arrived at our destination. Let's go into the city to carry out our mission. How do we carry it out? Xiaoer asked with a smile upon hearing this. First, we settle down in the town, and for the next period of time, everyone will conduct investigations in the town. Zhang Lishuan stepped forward to clarify. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed cheerful smiles. According to Zhang Lishuan, Old Xian would not restrict their actions during this time, as long as they conducted their investigations well. Subsequently, everyone, led by Old Xian, entered the town. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had just arrived, wore a serious expression. Oh no, it seems that your brother and the others are in for a tough time. Truth naturally emerged from LuZe's body. Upon hearing Truth's words, LuZe did not deny it, as what was said was indeed true. He had not expected that two major sins would appear simultaneously in such a town. LuZe said solemnly. Truth did not respond immediately, but stared intently at the town before them. Although others could not see the aura emanating from the town, he could. No, Truth said seriously after regaining his composure. LuZe felt puzzled upon hearing this. What do you mean? There are not just two major sins in this town. There are at least 5. Truth's expression was grave, looking as if he was not joking. However, LuZe found it hard to believe. After all, how could 5 major sins appear in one place at the same time? Are you joking? Aren't major sins quite rare? LuZe said in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Truth revealed a bitter smile and slowly said, I am not sure either. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. You haven't encountered it before? LuZe asked. Truth did not speak, but nodded to indicate that it was true. Seeing Truth's demeanor, LuZe began to understand what kind of existence his brother would soon face. It's fine if ordinary people awaken major sins, but if some high-level soul masters awaken, it might be difficult to handle. After all, LuZe's strength was only around the level of major sins, and although Truth's ability could affect major sins, it could not last long. As for the power of rules, it was proportional to the rules of this world. Only when the person in charge of the world's rules lost their qualification would the power of rules within LuZe increase. Because the paradoxical power within him was restricted by the power of rules, he could not unleash the true power of the paradox. Otherwise, it would be easy for LuZe to destroy Truth's world. Additionally, the power of rules in LuZe's case could only be considered an auxiliary ability, capable of correcting all the powers within him, but temporarily unable to correct anything else apart from himself. Overall, LuZe's current strength could no longer be measured by soul power, as his martial soul and soul power had already been modified by the power of rules. As for his strength, it was around the level of major sins, still far from original sin. However, in the Douluo continent, the strength of major sins had already surpassed that of Lv.10, although exceptionally gifted Lv.10 could still hold their ground against major sins for a while. It seems we need to be serious this time, LuZe said seriously while looking at the town before him. Inside the town, Lu Xiaoyu and the others settled into a hotel under Old Xian's guidance. After some arrangements, Old Xian began assigning tasks. Under Old Xian's distribution, the original 15 people were divided into 5 groups of 3. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyu was in a group with Gu Yuna and Xiaoer, while Hu Yuhao was with Wang Donger along with Xiao Xiao. After a detailed explanation from Zhang Lishuan, Lu Xiaoyu and the others learned that the town was called Qianyuan City, which could be considered one of the larger towns in the Xinglua Empire. Alright, now that the division of labor is clear, everyone should rest early. We will start the inspection tasks tomorrow, Old Xian said slowly while looking at everyone. Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not hesitate and went straight back to their rooms. After they returned to their rooms, Old Qian walked alone to a park outside the hotel. I knew you would come, Old Qian said slowly after sensing a familiar aura shortly after arriving at the park. The visitor was none other than LuZe. Old Qian, I am very curious why you suddenly thought to bring my brother and the others here to carry out inspection tasks, LuZe said directly after approaching Old Qian. Old Qian, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words and could only scratch his head awkwardly. Well, it's actually, all right. You don't need to say more. LuZe interrupted before Old Qian could finish. Old Qian felt inexplicably awkward after being interrupted. However, LuZe did not dwell on it and said seriously, I know you are thinking of the continent, but this time is not a joke. I cannot guarantee that all of you will come back alive. I will only care about my brother. With that, he left Old Qian with a back view and walked away without looking back. Left behind, Old Qian fell in a deep thought, unsure if he had made the right decision this time. However, he quickly calmed down as he still had confidence in his strength. Even if he could not complete this task, he could still bring the children back safely. At least that was what he thought, but he did not know that there were terrifying existences hidden within this town. At this moment, in Truth's world, inside the palace where Lucifer was located, the other 6 sins were also sitting in front of him. Lucifer, you should be able to sense it, right? Leviathan, the sin of jealousy, slowly spoke. After this statement, no one else in the room made a sound. Lucifer, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, so what if I know? The 7 of us cannot get out. What if the collapse cannot complete the tasks we entrusted them with? Leviathan said with a worried face. Ha ha. What was unexpected was that Lucifer actually laughed. Don't worry, I believe that collapse can also sense the changes in that world, and their true power should be fully restored soon. As for LuZe, as long as I am alive, that's enough, Lucifer said with a smile. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, the other 6 sins immediately became obedient, as he was currently the strongest. Since he believed in collapse so much, what reason did the others have not to believe? Chapter 68. The game has begun. Inside Xinyuan City, Lu Xiaoyu and the others had already begun to carry out their respective tasks. The 3-person groups separated to investigate, and Lu Xiaoyu and her group were assisting in the investigation of the northern district of Xinyuan City. Lu Xiaoyu, what do you think of this mission? Guyana spoke slowly at this moment. Lu Xiaoyu responded calmly. This mission will be very dangerous, so we should be as careful as possible. Guyana nodded. After arriving in the northern district, the 3 separated to carry out their actions. In a tall building, LuZe was leaning by the window, observing Lu Xiaoyu's every move. Your brother seems to be quite something, Truth suddenly chimed in with a laugh. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed little emotional reaction and slowly replied, so what? No matter what, he is still my brother. Truth chuckled and then merged into LuZe's body. LuZe continued to watch Lu Xiaoyu's actions. On the streets of the North District, Lu Xiaoyu was asking some passersby questions. There was nothing unusual at first, but soon he noticed a strange figure behaving suspiciously. He decided to follow it. When LuZe realized Lu Xiaoyu was tailing someone, he felt surprised and immediately chased after him. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu followed the figure into a small alley. As soon as he entered, he found that the person he was following had vanished. Realizing something was off, Lu Xiaoyu quickly reacted. He turned around and walked out of the alley, and soon returned to the street. But the next second, something happened that Lu Xiaoyu never expected. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned around. There stood a silver-haired, golden-eyed boy smiling at him, none other than LuZe. Bro. Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to believe, but still excitedly rushed towards LuZe. LuZe smiled and patted his back, then continued, Did you come here for mission? Lu Xiaoyu, seeing LuZe, had no mood for contemplation and directly said, Yeah, Master Xian sent us to investigate this city. I see. LuZe's expression became a bit strange. However, Lu Xiaoyu paid no mind to that and asked seriously, Bro, where have you been all this time? Well, LuZe came back to his senses and continued, I've actually been living in this city. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu also sensed something was off around them, as the previously clear sky had turned dark. Bro, don't you feel like something is changing around us? Lu Xiaoyu said gravely. LuZe, looking oblivious, replied, Is there change? It might just be about to rain. Seeing LuZe's awkward smile, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but become suspicious. You change a lot, Lu Xiaoyu questioned coldly. Upon hearing this, cold sweat began to bead on LuZe's forehead, which further solidified Lu Xiaoyu's suspicions. Just as he was about to take action, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! With a loud crash, a huge monster suddenly burst out from a shop on the street where Lu Xiaoyu was. Lu Xiaoyu could clearly sense the terrifying strength of the monster before him. He quickly pulled LuZe and ran away. However, the monster relentlessly pursued them, and just as it was about to catch up, a figure blocked its path. "You all go ahead. I'll handle this monster," said the person, a man with a smiling mask, whose voice suggested he was male. Lu Xiaoyu had no time to think and pulled LuZe away, running into the distance. Meanwhile, the masked man fixed his gaze on the monster. "Little Sin?" The masked man said slowly. No sooner had he spoken than the monster charged at him. The masked man reacted swiftly, dodging the monster's fierce lunge with a quick sidestep. "Truth, do you know what's going on with this monster?" the masked man asked. A laugh rang out as Truth slowly emerged from the masked man's body. Then he smiled and said, "This is what happens when a person with awakened sins is devoured by their own sins. There's no saving them now. Is that so?" The masked man said meaningfully, then stood atop the monster, looking down coldly at it. "Such deep sins," he murmured. "Supergravity, stomp." The masked man lifted his foot high and then stomped down on the monster's head. Bang! The monster hadn't even reacted before the masked man's foot pressed it deep into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the masked man walked out unscathed from the cloud of debris. As for the monster, it was buried in the earth. Roar! The monster, trapped underground, let out a roar and then suddenly sprang back out. "Kill! Kill!" The monster repeatedly uttered this word, surprising the masked man slightly. Before he could react, the monster appeared right in front of him. The monster raised its fist high and struck at him with lightning speed. Super specified power, erase. Boom! As the masked man spoke, the monster's once powerful punch felt like it had struck a sponge, neither painful nor itchy. "All right, I've had enough fun," the masked man said softly. He then slowly raised his right hand, erase. Swish! The monster, enveloped in a colorless airflow, instantly vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint of its presence. "Aren't you curious what sin embodies?" Truth emerged at that moment. The masked man glanced at him and softly replied, "No need to know." Truth could only smile and then merged back into his body. After dealing with the monster, the masked man headed in the direction Lu Xiaoyu had previously gone. After all, there was a fake LuZe over there, and his strength was at least at the level of a great sin. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had also reunited with Guyuna and the others. The two girls immediately became suspicious upon seeing this LuZe. "Who are you?" The first to speak was Chior. She had doubts about this LuZe the moment she laid eyes on him. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, "I'm Xiaoyu's brother. Don't you remember?" This. LuZe's response left Chior at a loss for words. After all, she didn't have enough evidence to prove that this LuZe was not the real one. "All right, I'll temporarily believe you. If you dare to do anything out of line, I won't let you off," Chior threatened. LuZe merely smiled faintly in response, and then walked alongside Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Guyuna slowly said, "Let's go meet Master Xian. This town has already changed." Lu Xiaoyu and the others did not refuse and all agreed. But what they didn't know was that someone hiding in this town had been watching all of them. The game has begun, Shrek students. Chapter 69. The Sin Revealed, Jealousy, Seeking Votes. Zhu Lu, where are you? On a street in Qinyuan City, Dai Huabin was loudly calling out for his teammate, Zhu Lu, but no matter how much he shouted, he couldn't get a response. Damn it. The lack of response filled Dai Huabin with anger. He could only walk alone towards the hotel where they were staying, as Xian Lao had said before they separated, that if they encountered any trouble, they must return to the hotel immediately and not linger elsewhere. But this unexpected incident came too quickly, leaving Dai Huabin no chance to react. So, he continued alone towards the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, a dark figure in the building behind him was watching him intently. After what felt like an eternity, Dai Huabin still hadn't reached the hotel, which made him extremely frustrated. What the hell is happening? Dai Huabin murmured to himself. The situation felt like he had walked into a maze with no way out. Roar! Just as Dai Huabin was complaining, a roar came from behind him. Upon hearing the roar, Dai Huabin was filled with terror, as he had no idea what had made that sound. It didn't sound like a soul beast. It sounded more like a human's roar. What the hell is this place? At that moment, Dai Huabin felt an overwhelming panic and started running frantically towards the hotel. The roar was getting closer and closer, as if he would encounter it at any second. Sure enough, the moment Dai Huabin turned a corner, a man wrapped in black shadows appeared right in front of him. Out of curiosity about whether the figure was human or something else, Dai Huabin summoned his courage and asked, "Uncle, what are you?" Roar! Before Dai Huabin could finish his sentence, The man let out the same roar he had heard earlier. Hearing this roar, Dai Huabin was instantly filled with fear, and by the time he reacted, the man had charged at him like a madman. Dai Huabin quickly unleashed his soul power and shot a white tiger's fierce light wave at the man. Bang! The man was instantly knocked back and crashed heavily into the buildings on either side of the street. Thinking the matter was resolved, Dai Huabin gasped for breath, but was soon shocked again. The man he had knocked away calmly walked out from the rubble, staring at Dai Huabin with his pitch-black eyes. In the next moment, the man appeared right in front of Dai Huabin, giving him no chance to react, and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Puff! Dai Huabin was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a wall. When he got up again, his face was filled with terror. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The man in front of him clearly had no soul power fluctuations, yet his speed and strength were far beyond his own, completely shattering his understanding. Could this be the sinner the teacher mentioned? Dai Huabin suddenly recalled the teacher's words, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. But in the current situation, there was no time to think about how to face a sinner. So Dai Huabin thought of the simplest solution. That was to run as fast as he could, as far away as possible. With that thought, Dai Huabin almost instantly turned and ran towards the hotel. The man, however, remained still, seemingly allowing Dai Huabin to escape. It seemed that everyone in this town had turned into such monsters. The situation was not looking good. Just as the man prepared to chase Dai Huabin, a deep voice rang out behind him. Upon hearing this voice, the man turned around sharply, and upon seeing who it was, he was instantly filled with terror, as if he had seen a natural enemy. Oh, even this kind of monster can feel fear? The one speaking was LuZe, wearing a smiling mask. Hee. The embodiment of truth emerged, playfully saying, of course, anything will fear something stronger than itself. And you? LuZe asked with a smile after hearing this. But Truth's response was utterly arrogant. Me? Truth pointed to himself and continued, don't be ridiculous. I have nothing to fear. After all, I am the strongest existence. No one can threaten me. Heh. LuZe let out a cold laugh and turned his gaze back to the terrified man. Seeing this, Truth immediately felt displeased and began questioning LuZe. However, LuZe paid no attention and instead fixed his gaze on the man. It's time to get down to business, LuZe said slowly. After he spoke, Truth ceased to speak and slowly merged back into his body. The man, upon noticing that LuZe was paying attention to him, instinctively felt he needed to flee. He turned to run, but quickly gave up. Stand there and don't move. LuZe's voice rang out, causing the man, who had just taken a step, to freeze in place. Roar. Unable to move, the man could only let out a helpless roar. Are you that scared? LuZe said with a smile. He then placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Erasure. Swish. A wave of colorless energy passed, and the man instantly disappeared. LuZe stood in place, looking around before coldly saying, if we reached this point, why aren't you coming out? At first, it seemed LuZe was just talking to himself, but unexpectedly, a strange laugh echoed in the next moment. Hee. Accompanied by the eerie laughter, a man slowly walked out of the darkness. He then looked at LuZe and smiled. I didn't expect you to notice me. How amazing. What exactly are you? LuZe looked at him coldly and questioned. The man was momentarily taken aback, then arrogantly laughed. I am one who has attained supreme divine power. I am now God. God? Upon hearing this, LuZe let out a cold laugh and slowly replied, you're just an ordinary person who has awakened a great sin. What kind of God are you? You. The man became furious upon hearing this and charged directly at LuZe. Noticing the man, LuZe simply glanced at him and said, erasure. Realizing something was wrong, the man abruptly stopped and ran to the side. The area where the colorless energy had passed had turned into a blank space. The man was instantly shocked when he came to his senses. LuZe thought that this major sin would be resolved quickly, but unexpected events occurred. I really wanted power. Become mine? At some point, a man had already appeared behind LuZe, his hands filled with a mysterious power. Get down. At a critical moment, LuZe uttered a single command that forced the man to the ground and then distanced himself from him. Truth, can you see this guy's uniqueness? LuZe said gravely. Truth also showed a serious expression. Be careful. This guy seems to have awakened the sin of jealousy. Jealousy? LuZe was slightly surprised upon hearing this. If he guessed correctly, the ability of jealousy should be forcibly possessing, devouring the abilities of others and claiming them as his own. If that's the case, LuZe might be in trouble. The sin of jealousy ranks just below pride, and pride is the most powerful among the 7 sins. Thus, someone who awakens the sin of jealousy would naturally not be weak. Hey, hey. While LuZe was pondering, the man let out a strange laugh and stood up again. Your ability is truly amazing. Quickly become mine, the man said with a creepy laugh. It wasn't unexpected for the man to stand up. LuZe already knew that Truth's ability couldn't significantly affect the major sins. After all, he only had the power of a major sin himself. Just as the man's words fell, he teleported in front of LuZe again. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly and kicked the man in the forehead. 100-ton strength. Bang, bang, bang. The man was kicked away by LuZe, crashing into more than 10 buildings before finally coming to a stop. What a hassle, LuZe complained. He then looked at the ruins hundreds of meters away, his gaze gradually turning cold. So awesome, so awesome. Chapter 70. The second major sin, gluttony, seeking votes. In the Grand Hotel of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian was counting heads. But he soon realized that a few people were missing. Has anyone seen Lu Xiaoyu and the others? Elder Xian asked the other students seriously. However, none of the students present knew, as they had acted separately. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xiao Xiao suddenly ran in. Breathing heavily, she said, Elder Xian, hurry and save Yu Hao and them. Elder Xian was stunned upon hearing this and quickly inquired about what had happened. Xiao Xiao, with a mournful face, said, we encountered a powerful sinner while carrying out our mission. Yu Hao and Donger stayed behind to cover me. What? Elder Xian exclaimed, then quickly said, take me there. Xiao Xiao didn't waste any time and led Elder Xian to search for Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Before leaving, Elder Xian sternly instructed, Lu Xian, stay here and protect them. I'll be back soon. Zhang Lu Xian nodded and said nothing more. Seeing this, Elder Xian directly picked up Xiao Xiao and flew outside. Xiao Xiao, where are you Hao and them? Elder Xian asked urgently in midair. Xiao Xiao quickly raised her hand and pointed to Area XC. They're over there. Elder Xian nodded in response. At this moment, in Area XC, Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger were already covered in wounds. They had encountered the second major sin hidden in Qianyuan City, gluttony. Why is there such a monster here? Hui Yu Hao complained, panting heavily. However, the sin of gluttony didn't seem to give them any breathing room, suddenly teleporting in front of Hui Yu Hao. Without saying a word, it directly kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Hui Yu Hao was sent flying and crashed heavily into a building next to the street, turning it into ruins. Cough, cough. In the ruins, Hui Yu Hao struggled to stand up, gravely looking at Gluttony. You're really weak, Gluttony said slowly. Wang Donger, standing behind him, was terrified. It was her first time facing such a monster. So what if I'm weak? I have a reason to fight you. Hui Yu Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. Gluttony was taken aback and then burst into laughter. You have a reason to fight me? Don't think too highly of yourself. At this point, Gluttony's expression suddenly turned cold. It then teleported behind Hui Yu Hao, grabbing the back of his head and pressing it into the ground without hesitation. How do you say something like that when you're so weak? It's ridiculous, Gluttony said indifferently. It then exerted force, rubbing Hui Yu Hao's face against the ground for dozens of meters before tossing him aside like garbage, landing next to Wang Dong. Yu Hao. Wang Donger rushed forward to pick him up. Are you okay? She said tearfully. Hui Yu Hao forced a smile upon hearing this, then stood up with Wang Donger's support. It's fine, it's not too serious, Hui Yu Hao said softly. But Wang Donger wasn't foolish. Anyone could see Hui Yu Hao's injuries in his current state. Do you think we can survive and go back from here? Wang Donger said slowly. Don't worry, we will definitely get back. From a distance. Gluttony watched the ambiguous relationship between the two and felt increasingly displeased, walking towards them. I say, aren't you two being a bit disrespectful to me? Gluttony said as it walked. Upon noticing Gluttony approaching, Hui Yu Hao fell silent. At the same time, the terrifying aura of Gluttony erupted. Originally, Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger were prepared to fight to the death, but upon feeling this aura, their hearts sank as if death was already destined. Have you given up? Gluttony laughed upon noticing their state. Forget it. I'm tired of playing. As soon as the words left its mouth, it charged towards Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Just as it raised its hand high, about to deliver a deadly punch, a figure blocked in front of Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, dust was immediately raised where Hui Yu Hao and the others were. Stop it! At that moment, an elderly voice came from within the smoke. Sensing something unusual, Gluttony stepped back and laughed. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. Not long after, as the dust settled, a familiar figure stood in front of Hui Yu Hao and Wang Donger. Yu Hao, you two leave here first. This monster will be dealt with by me. The person who had just arrived was the timely Elder Xian. Upon hearing Elder Xian's voice, Hua Yuhao, who had almost given up, instantly regained his spirits. Old Xian Yu. Enough, don't say any more. This monster is ridiculously strong. You'll only drag me down here. It's better to hurry back to the hotel with Xiao Xiao. Old Xian interrupted Hu Yuhao's words. After hearing this, Hu Yuhao understood Old Xian's intention and could only pull Wang Donger to follow behind Xiao Xiao and retreat. When the sin of gluttony saw them trying to leave, it immediately felt displeased and charged at them. Fortunately, Old Xian intervened in time to block it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your opponent is me, Old Xian said as he punched the sin of gluttony in the face. Bang! The sin of gluttony was caught off guard and was sent flying by Old Xian's punch, crashing heavily into a building. This is the opponent I wanted. Wonderful. The sin of gluttony laughed as it walked out from the ruins. Upon sensing the power emanating from the sin of gluttony, Old Xian immediately perked up. Truly a monster, Old Xian said solemnly. Don't disappoint me, old man. The sin of gluttony charged at Old Xian after saying this. Seeing this, Old Xian quickly reacted, manifesting his martial soul. A powerful soul force erupted from his body, but in the eyes of the sin of gluttony, it seemed insignificant. Suddenly, the sin of gluttony accelerated, arriving at Old Xian's blind spot in the blink of an eye, and delivered a knee strike that lifted him into the air. How could this be? Old Xian was astonished. Even if he were weak, he shouldn't be this weak. Ha ha! Just as Old Xian was feeling astonished, that mocking laughter rang in his ears once more. Before he could react, the sin of gluttony grabbed his head. Let me have some fun. The sin of gluttony laughed recklessly and then threw Old Xian into the ruins on the ground. Cough, cough. In the ruins, Old Xian was feeling this overwhelming power for the first time. Even the deceased Mu-En might not have been able to hit him like this. No wonder LuZe didn't want me to interfere in this matter. It turns out to be true. Old Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Old man, is that all you can do? At this moment, the sin of gluttony looked down at him from midair and said. Old Xian didn't get angry upon hearing this. He knew that even if he was furious, he couldn't defeat this guy in front of him. So he began to attack with a plan. The two entered combat once again, but this time it was Old Xian launching the offensive, with a barrage of attacks raining down on the sin of gluttony. However, it seemed to cause little harm. Old man, could you put some strength into your attacks? Are you just tickling me? The sin of gluttony mocked, then swung a punch that sent Old Xian flying. At this point, Old Xian was already panting heavily. Through this contact, he realized that this guy was simply not someone he could handle. Now, he could only pray to stall for a bit longer, at least to allow Hu Yuhao and the others to escape successfully. But the sin of gluttony didn't give Old Xian any time to think. The power in its hands began to gather. Old Xian was immediately stunned upon seeing this scene. Can't block it. At that moment, Old Xian fell into despair. This guy in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered and someone he couldn't defeat. Old man, I think I've had enough fun. It's time for you to die, the sin of gluttony said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the power in his hands, capable of annihilating a city, was about to come crashing down. But the next second, an accident occurred. Bang! With a loud bang. The sin of gluttony was directly knocked away by a figure. Just as Old Xian was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. I told you, this matter is not something you can resolve. Chapter 71. Fighting two sins alone, seeking support. Just now, Old Xian, who was destined to die, was saved by someone. The sin of gluttony had also been knocked away by that person. When Old Xian saw the newcomer, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Old Xian, you don't need to be here anymore. Hurry back to the hotel and take them out of this city. The newcomer was none other than LuZe, who had just arrived. At this moment, LuZe's condition was not optimistic either. His clothes were tattered, and even the smiling mask he wore on his face was broken. Clearly, he hadn't gained the upper hand against the sin of jealousy. Seeing him like this, Old Xian was momentarily stunned, but after regaining his composure, he quickly said, No need, the child has Zhang Lishuan guarding him. There shouldn't be any problems. Even though I can't help you much by staying, it's better than you fighting alone. But LuZe seriously refused his goodwill, saying, No, it's more dangerous over there. My brother has a sin with him, and it has transformed into my previous appearance. Upon hearing this, Old Xian didn't know how to respond, but still worriedly asked, Can you handle both of them alone? LuZe smiled faintly and then said, Don't worry, I can manage against two sins. You just need to hold off the sin next to my brother, and I'll come back soon. Seeing this, Old Xian stopped being verbose. After all, the situation with the child was the most important. He then turned and flew towards the hotel. After he left, LuZe's gaze began to sharpen. Truth. How likely do you think we are to eliminate these two sins? LuZe said softly. Hard to say. After all, you only have the strength of a sin. Truth said gravely. Is that so? With that, LuZe stopped speaking and fixed his gaze on the sin of gluttony and the sin of jealousy. Wonderful. This is the power I've been dreaming of. At this moment, a voice echoed from the ruins. Then, two figures appeared in LuZe's line of sight. This guy seems stronger than that old man from before. I'm a bit excited. The one who said this was the sin of gluttony. At this moment, he was incredibly excited, as if he had taken a stimulant. Without giving LuZe a chance to react, he instantly teleported behind him. Let me see just how strong you really are. The sin of gluttony punched towards LuZe's back. But LuZe seemed to have eyes on his back, easily dodging the attack. Moreover, in the instant he dodged, he teleported above the sin of gluttony. Supergravity trample. Without saying a word, LuZe directly stomped down on the sin of gluttony's back. Boom! The sin of gluttony was stomped into the ground by LuZe, and a cloud of dust was immediately kicked up around them. But the sin of gluttony seemed to feel no pain at all and quickly stood up. Seeing this, LuZe gave him no chance to catch his breath and instantly gathered an invisible airflow in his hands. Erase! Sensing something unusual, the sin of gluttony nearly returned to the side of the sin of jealousy just as the invisible airflow was about to reach him. What is that power? Why does it instill fear in me? The sin of gluttony said solemnly. Hearing his words, the sin of jealousy didn't seem to want to answer him, instead staring excitedly at LuZe. Ha ha! Just as the sin of gluttony was puzzled, the sin of jealousy let out a hearty laugh. Then, excitedly, he shouted at LuZe, "This power is too perfect. It's simply tailor-made for me. Give it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at LuZe. The terrifying power instantly locked onto LuZe, and as he reached LuZe, he kicked towards his ribs. Get down! At a critical moment, LuZe activated the ability of truth. Upon hearing the command, the sin of jealousy immediately laid down at LuZe's feet. However, he was smiling very happily, as if he were enjoying this feeling. 100 tons of power. In the next second, as the sin of jealousy was lying on the ground, LuZe kicked him right on the head. Bang! The kicked sin of jealousy was sent flying, crashing heavily into a building in the neighborhood, turning everything in his path into ruins. The scene before him left the sin of gluttony speechless. But before he could react, LuZe appeared in front of him. Erase! A mass of colorless air instantly rushed towards the sin of gluttony's face. However, at the last second, the sin of gluttony noticed it, but still couldn't dodge. Whoosh! After escaping, the sin of gluttony looked incredulous, as his arm had been instantly enveloped by that colorless air and then disappeared without a trace. I can't feel my right arm at all. This power is truly formidable. At this moment, the sin of gluttony understood the strength of this power. Reacting quickly, the flustered LuZe fixed his gaze on the sin of gluttony. Upon hearing this, the sin of gluttony felt a surge of anger and sneered. Not bad, kid. You actually took one of my arms. I not only want your arm, but I also want your life, LuZe said seriously. Then he suddenly exploded with astonishing speed, charging directly at the sin of gluttony. Such great power. Just as LuZe got up, the voice of the sin of jealousy rang in his ear. Unfortunately, not enough to be fatal. At this moment, the sin of jealousy once again mocked him. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, LuZe felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. Cough, cough. The kicked LuZe quickly stabilized himself in midair, slowly landing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He fixed his gaze on the attacking sin of jealousy. You don't need to say much. LuZe didn't want to bother with the sin of jealousy at all. Hey. At this moment, the sin of jealousy let out a strange, eerie laugh, causing even the sin of gluttony nearby to break out in a cold sweat. It seems this is quite troublesome, LuZe said with a serious expression. Absolute balance. As soon as he finished speaking, two long swords appeared out of thin air, circling around him like two dogs. The sin of jealousy fell into deep thought as he looked at the two long swords surrounding LuZe. Interesting, the sin of jealousy said with a cold smile as he came back to his senses. He then wanted to personally experience the power of the long swords. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of sharp weapons slicing through the air rang out as the two long swords instantly arrived in front of the sin of jealousy. Thud! Caught off guard, one of the long swords pierced through the sin of jealousy's chest. Initially unconcerned, he thought it was just an ordinary injury, but soon realized something was wrong. Poof! Feeling discomfort, The sin of jealousy immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at LuZe in disbelief. What? What kind of power is this? The sin of jealousy questioned in confusion. But LuZe did not respond. The two long swords had already proven everything. Clearly, the two long swords were embodiments of the power of rules, absolute balance, which naturally made the sin of jealousy feel uncomfortable. You have nothing to say, Dai. Lucia, holding one long sword, appeared right in front of the sin of jealousy. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the sin of jealousy's neck. At that moment, the sin of gluttony finally moved. Have you forgotten about me, kid? The sin of gluttony roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked LuZe in the abdomen. Cough. The kicked LuZe spat out a bit of blood, feeling completely unwell. Come and fight me 100 times. The sin of gluttony said arrogantly. The kicked LuZe slowly got up and stared at him, then complained, what a hassle. Chapter 72 Crisis in the Danyuan City Grand Hotel. Zhang Lishuan was protecting the Shrek Academy students. At that moment, Hui Yuhao and the other three limped in, supporting each other. Yuhao, what happened to you? Zhang Lishuan asked, feeling very surprised. Helpless. Hui Yuhao could only smile wryly and reply. That monster is too strong. We're simply no match for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell into a heavy atmosphere. After an unknown amount of silence, Zhang Lishuan finally broke the tension. Stop thinking about it. Our most important task right now is to evacuate Danyuan City, Zhang Lishuan said loudly. No one objected. After all, nobody wanted to die for no reason in such a situation. Just as they were preparing to leave the hotel, a voice came in. You can't leave yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lishuan and the others were stunned for a moment and then looked outside. They saw 4 figures slowly appear. And when Zhang Lishuan and the others recognized their faces, they breathed a sigh of relief. So it's you guys. I thought it was those monsters, Wang Donger said, relieved. Indeed, the people appearing before them were Lu Xiaoyu and her 3 companions. As they appeared, Hui Yuhao noticed LuZe standing beside Lu Xiaoyu. He felt that this LuZe seemed fake, so he approached to confirm. Brother Lu, didn't you disappear? Why are you here? Hui Yuhao questioned. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, I just happened to be staying in this city and ran into Xiaoyu. Is it really that coincidental? Hui Yuhao still didn't quite believe him. At this moment, Guyana stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. All right, whether he is LuZe or not. We must leave this city now, Guyana said seriously. This naturally needed no further discussion. Under Zhang Lishuan's leadership, the Shrek Academy group quickly arrived on the deserted street. Looking at the empty street, the Shrek Academy group suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Why do I feel like there's something here? Zhu Lu said, trembling behind Dai Huabin. Don't worry, it's fine. Dai Huabin had already put aside his princely temper at this point. After all, only by staying alive can they continue to grow. Soon, under Zhang Lishuan's guidance, Lu Xiaoyu and the others arrive at the entrance of Danyuan City. Everyone hold on a little longer. Once we get through this door, we should be safe. Zhang Lishuan reassured the crowd. Upon seeing the city gate in front of them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, for they saw hope. They all rushed towards the city gate, but just as they were about to run out, a voice echoed in their ears. This is not a place you can just leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately shocked and turned to look around with a serious expression. Sure enough, as Lu Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the voice, she was stunned. 2 figures stood above the city gate, their aura no less powerful than before, perhaps even stronger. Xia Huanyue completely disregarded the statement and ignored the 2 men. Come back. At that moment, Zhang Lishuan suddenly sensed something was wrong and rushed towards Dai Huabin. Meanwhile, Xia Huanyue, who was unaware of the impending danger, was almost instantly pinned down by a man. Can't you understand what I'm saying? The man said irritably. Xia Huanyue, pinned under his foot, was bleeding from all 7 orifices and had lost consciousness. Zhang Lishuan, who wanted to save him, halted her steps instantly upon seeing the man. After all, she wasn't foolish. This man was even stronger than Elder Xian. Encountering him would only lead to death. Are you the elites of Shrek Academy? At that moment, another man appeared. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Lishuan, asking, Are you the elites of Shrek Academy? I. Zhang Lishuan, meeting the man's gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. When a man saw that Zhang Lishuan did not answer, his temper flared. I asked if you are from Shrek Academy. Why aren't you answering me? He shouted angrily. Then, with a flash, he appeared right in front of Zhang Lishuan and punched her in the face. Bang! Zhang Lishuan was sent flying and crashed heavily into the buildings on either side of the street, her fate uncertain. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were stunned upon witnessing this. The man who had knocked Zhang Lishuan away was no ordinary character. He was the third of the 7 deadly sins, wrath. At this moment, Wrath could no longer remain calm. He just wanted to annihilate everyone from Shrek Academy. I will kill you all, Wrath roared and charged toward Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Instantly, everyone on Lu Xiaoyu's side panicked. They had never encountered such a monster before, so they began to flee in a frenzy. Are we going to die? Xiao Xiao looked at the scene before her and fell into despair. At this moment, the attack that Wrath had gathered was instantly released. The range of the attack perfectly covered Xiao Xiao's position. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing standing there? Wang Donger suddenly noticed Xiao frozen in place. Without a second thought, she dashed toward her, but Wang Donger's speed could never match that of Wrath. The powerful and terrifying force instantly engulfed Xiao Xiao. Watching this unfold, Wang Donger fell into numbness. Xiao! At this moment, Wang Donger was filled with despair, kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the spot where Xiao Xiao had been consumed by that force. Ha ha! At this point, Wrath let out a mad laugh and then looked at the others. Don't worry, no one will escape today. The sky began to pour rain, and the entire Qianyuan city resembled a dead city, devoid of life. At the city gate, Xiao Xiao, who had just been attacked by Wrath, was surprisingly still alive. Just as that attack descended, Elder Xian had shielded Xiao Xiao with his body. Child, I will definitely not let anything happen to you, Elder Xian, covered in blood, said with difficulty. When Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and saw Elder Xian in front of her, she immediately fell into self-reproach. Oh, you actually blocked it, not bad, Wrath said with a smile, looking at Elder Xian, who was standing in front of Xiao Xiao. Then, with a flash, he appeared right in front of Elder Xian, not giving him a chance to react, and grabbed his neck. Old man, you're quite strong, Wrath said. Then he threw Elder Xian into the ruins. Boom! In the ruins, Elder Xian firmly declared, even if I die today, I will let the children leave here. Martial soul, true body. Elder Xian once again unleashed his soul power, and his form began to grow immensely. This was clearly his trump card, and upon seeing this giant figure, Wrath couldn't help but laugh. Don't let me down. Inside the city, an unprecedented battle was underway. This guy is really strong. He can hold his own against us too, said Gluttony, the one speaking. Meanwhile, Jealousy, standing beside him, was already covered in injuries. Although LuZe, standing opposite them, also bore wounds, his expression was extremely excited. LuZe, there are 3 of the 7 deadly sins or as near your brother, Truth said gravely. Hearing this, LuZe was stunned for a moment and then slowly said, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged again at Jealousy and Gluttony. Stand still and don't move. The 2, who had intended to dodge, froze upon hearing this and were kicked away by LuZe. After kicking them away, LuZe dashed straight toward the city gate. Meanwhile, Jealousy and Gluttony, regaining their senses, immediately rushed toward the city gate. We must catch up. Wait for me, Xiaoyu. Chapter 73. Author's note, as for how to say it, the author rushed to publish, and many people might not buy it. But it doesn't matter much. After all, it's still quite nice to have full attendance. Secondly, I'm really grateful to those who read my book. Writing it to this point has been exhausting, and it's not very good, so please don't mind it, as the author is just at this level. And then, alright, that's all. The author has said these words, and once again thanks to those who support me. Finally, I'll reveal a plot line. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Xiaoyu should have a volume dedicated to his exclusive storyline. As for LuZe, I can't reveal where he went, as the author is also planning his storyline. This book employs a dual male lead, so both male leads will definitely have enough time to showcase their talents. As for whether they will end up together or what might happen in the future, the author has planted some foreshadowing. That's all for the author's note. The author really isn't good at writing such things. See you in the upcoming plot. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. P.S. I forgot to mention, you can watch for free on QQ Browser, but if possible, I still encourage everyone to subscribe. Thanks again. Chapter 74, Gathering the 5 Deadly Sins. Ha ha ha. At the city gate of Qianyuan City, Elder Xian had long exited the martial soul true body state. His body was already covered in wounds, completely stained with blood. Yet, even so, Elder Xian stood trembling outside the building where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were. I have said that even if I die in battle, I will protect the children. You can't come any closer, Elder Xian said firmly. Across from him, the Wrath Sin and another Sin were watching him unscathed. I have to say, this old man is quite strong, Wrath Sin said slowly. The man beside him remained silent, only nodding with a smile. After a while, the man's expression became serious. Hurry up and deal with this old man. Someone is coming. The man said gravely. Wrathson initially didn't care, but upon seeing the man's expression, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Old man, I'm sorry. Wrathson, coming back to his senses, instantly unleashed terrifying power. Then he pushed off the ground, shooting toward Elder Xian like a cannonball. Wrathson laughed as he appeared in front of Elder Xian, raising his fist high. Is it really going to end like this? Elder Xian understood that he could not resist this blow, and he fell into despair. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to ruins. The man standing in the distance stared gravely at the dust cloud. You've worked hard, Elder Xian. A familiar voice emerged from the smoke, and the elder, who had been prepared to face death, instantly regained hope upon hearing it. Just at that critical moment, a figure blocked in front of Elder Xian, and Wrathson's attack was easily deflected. Wrathson, sensing something unusual, was immediately shocked and said in disbelief, You. Bang! Before Wrathson could finish his sentence, LuZe punched him in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the city wall. Instantly, the entire city gate collapsed. Soon, as the smoke cleared, a familiar figure stood in front of Elder Xian. It was none other than LuZe. You finally arrived. Now I can lie down. Elder Xian's voice grew weaker, and he looked ready to fall. Fortunately, LuZe reached out and supported him. Leave the rest to me, LuZe said softly. As his words fell, several figures emerged from the building behind Elder Xian. He is. Wang Donger looked at LuZe in shock. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed LuZe and was instantly stunned. Aren't you going to come out? LuZe coldly stared at the LuZe beside Lu Xiaoyu. Ha! I thought I could stay with your brother a little longer, but I didn't expect to be exposed so soon, LuZe said with a faint smile. But LuZe gave him no chance, instantly appearing in front of him. Enough, LuZe said coldly, then suddenly punched him on the head. Bang! The unprepared LuZe was instantly sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into a nearby building. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't believe that the black-haired, red-eyed man in front of her was her brother, as he had changed so much compared to before. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu call his name, LuZe slowly turned to look at her, and then revealed a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, Lu Xiaoyu immediately threw herself into his arms and held him tightly. Where have you been all this time? Lu Xiaoyu cried out loudly. Watching Lu Xiaoyu like this made LuZe feel very distressed. He gently patted her head and smiled. All right, but now there are bigger things to solve. Can you leave here for now? Lu Xiaoyu knew the strength of these opponents, and LuZe would definitely not have the advantage fighting them alone. So she shouted, No, I want to stay with you and fight together. I don't want to leave you again. LuZe was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. But just then, the gluttony sin and the envy sin also arrived. In an instant, 5 sins gathered at the city gate, and a powerful aura instantly filled the surroundings. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, Lu Xiaoyu's determination only strengthened. Can you not hold him back? At this moment, the fake LuZe slowly asked the gluttony sin and the envy sin. Upon hearing this, the envy sin expressed helplessness. That kid is too strong. He completely has us pinned down. Is that so? The fake LuZe nodded thoughtfully. He then smiled at LuZe. As soon as LuZe met his gaze, he locked eyes with him. Truth, do you know what sin this guy is? LuZe said seriously, although he didn't know what sin this person was. He could at least tell that this guy was several times stronger than the other 4 sins. At that moment, Truth emerged and said, That guy's pride. Upon hearing this answer, LuZe immediately began to worry about Lu Xiaoyu's safety. So he softly said, Guyana, come here. Guyana felt puzzled upon hearing this, but obediently approached him. Is there something you need me to help with? She asked curiously. LuZe wasted no time and directly said, Take Xiaoyu and the others away from here. I will hold them off. Upon hearing that she was being told to leave, Lu Xiaoyu immediately panicked and hurriedly said, No, I want to stay. Fall into a dream. Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, LuZe used Truth's ability on her, causing her to lose consciousness and slump in his arms. After entrusting the unconscious Lu Xiaoyu to Guyuna, LuZe walked alone to face the fake LuZe. Guyuna watched his back, falling silent for a moment, but still obediently followed his instructions. Everyone follow me. Guyuna turned and shouted to Huiyuhao and the others. She then instructed Xiu'er to help Elder Xian. The Prideson observed their actions without choosing to act immediately, especially since LuZe was still here. Are we just going to let them go? Wrathson asked as he returned to Prideson's side. Prideson merely smiled faintly. Let them go. We can deal with them after we take care of LuZe. Since Prideson had said so, the others had no objections. I want to see if this guy is really as good as Envy says, Wrathson said excitedly. He had been caught off guard before, but now would be different. LuZe, be careful. These five guys are pride, envy, wrath, greed, and gluttony. You may not have the advantage, Truth said as he circled around LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe instead smiled. I don't intend to fight them to the end. As long as Xiaoyu can successfully retreat, that's enough. Truth was momentarily stunned after hearing this, but quickly broke into a smile. If you can't hold on, just call me. Maybe I can help you, Truth said with a grin as it merged into LuZe's body. LuZe, left standing in place, wore a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Truth's words meant. Did it have other cards up its sleeve? But now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to focus on dealing with the 5 deadly sins before him. At that moment, the sin of wrath appeared behind him. Kid, you actually dared to lose focus while fighting us? Aren't you looking down on people a bit too much? The sin of wrath said, annoyed. It then raised its fist and struck at LuZe's back. Get down. LuZe snapped back to reality and immediately activated Truth's ability. Upon hearing this, the sin of wrath found its body uncontrollably flattening against the ground. Although it was confused, it quickly laughed. This was the opponent it wanted. However, LuZe acted swiftly, instantly gathering the power of paradox in his hands. Erasure. At the moment the sin of wrath hit the ground, LuZe unleashed the power of paradox towards it. Bang! But at that moment, LuZe was kicked in the abdomen by the sin of gluttony and sent flying. Boom! LuZe crashed heavily into the ruins, slowly getting up and brushing off the dust while continuing to stare at the sins of gluttony and wrath. At that moment, the sin of pride approached the sin of wrath and said seriously, watch out. This guy can erase our powers. Don't let that colorless air touch you. Got it? The sin of wrath replied, annoyed. It then slowly stood up and flashed a smile again. You better not disappoint me, kid. Chapter 75, The True Truth, Seeking Subscription. The sky was still pouring rain, and a heavy atmosphere filled Qinyuan City. After Gu Yuna took Lu Xiaoyu and the others away, this place had turned into a city of ruins. There wasn't a single intact spot in the entire town. This kid is really powerful, the sin of wrath gasped, slowly saying. Its body was already covered in wounds. This was the first time it had suffered such damage. Get your act together. This kid is clearly not in good shape, the sin of pride said with a smile, stabilizing itself behind the sin of wrath. Upon hearing this, the other 4 sins immediately perked up. Meanwhile, LuZe was not optimistic. He was covered in blood, and his breathing had become very rapid. LuZe, why are you so slow? Pride hasn't even made a move yet, and you can't even handle the 4 sins? Truth mocked. Hearing this, LuZe shot a cold glance at it and replied, so what? Xiaoyu and the others have successfully evacuated. Just because they evacuated doesn't mean you did. Think about it. If you die here, who will protect your brother? Truth continued. LuZe, who had been firmly believing in his convictions, suddenly fell into deep thought upon hearing this. At that moment, the sin of wrath seized the chance while LuZe was distracted and appeared right in front of him. LuZe, not yet aware of what was happening, hurriedly went on the defensive upon sensing the sin of wrath's aura. But it was too late. The powerful punch from the sin of wrath broke through LuZe's defenses and struck his chest. Pew! LuZe immediately spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit in the chest. After all, the power of wrath was no joke. At that moment, LuZe had no chance to catch his breath. The sin of gluttony then seized the opportunity to teleport directly above LuZe. Kid, you can't hold on any longer, can you? The sin of gluttony laughed, raising its leg high. It then stomped down on LuZe's abdomen, driving him into the ground. Boom! The entire earth trembled for a moment, and LuZe, smashed into the ground, became disoriented. LuZe, if you want to live to see your brother again, then sign a contract with me. In the depths of his mind, LuZe heard Truth's words. Coughing, he shakily stood up and slowly looked at Truth, saying, what contract? You'll know once you sign it, Truth replied with a smile. LuZe glanced at the dim sky and fell silent. Truth thought he would refuse. But, to his surprise, LuZe smiled the next second. Bring it on. I can't die here, LuZe said with a wicked grin. He. Truth erupted into laughter upon hearing this, then approached LuZe and looked him in the eye. Let us sign the contract, Buzz. At that moment, the 5 sins standing outside the pit felt an immense sense of pressure. Even the strongest among them, the sin of pride, showed a grave expression. This is the sin of wrath, said in terror, suddenly at a loss for words. The sin of pride, serious, said, it seems we have awakened a beast. Just as the words left his mouth, a scarlet figure emerged from the dust. LuZe exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly looked at the sins of pride and wrath. Is this the true truth? LuZe murmured softly. The sin of pride, who originally thought he still had some fighting strength left, discarded that foolish idea upon seeing LuZe enveloped in scarlet energy. This guy has become ridiculously strong. The sin of envy also no longer dared to be careless like before. Strangely, LuZe did not rush towards them at high speed, but instead walked over step by step. The alert sin of pride immediately instructed everyone to keep their distance from him, as it was too dangerous. However, what the sin of pride did not expect was that the sin of gluttony, who should have also distanced himself, stood there foolishly. Gluttony, what are you doing? Get away from there. The sin of wrath shouted loudly. But the sin of gluttony seemed to not hear and remained foolishly standing in place. LuZe had already leisurely approached him. How ugly, LuZe said slowly. He then raised his hand and said, erasure. The colorless air instantly engulfed the sin of gluttony. And by the time everyone reacted, the sin of gluttony had already vanished without a trace. What happened to him? The sin of envy sensed something was wrong, but quickly understood. Because the next second, he locked eyes with LuZe, and in that instant their gazes collided. An absolute obedience command instantly filled his entire body. He stood there blankly, unable to respond to the sin of wrath shouts. Why? Why do I feel like everything I do is the truth? At that moment, the sin of envy chuckled foolishly as if possessed. This left the sin of wrath beside him completely dumbfounded, but there was no time for him to ponder this anymore. The ugly sinners should not exist in this world. LuZe turned and slowly approached the location of the sin of jealousy, murmuring to himself. Soon, the sin of pride instantly guessed the reason behind it all. He quickly shouted wrath, greed. Don't look at that kid. Wrath, who didn't hear clearly, locked eyes with LuZe and was immediately frozen in place. Eradicate. In the next moment, two streams of colorless energy instantly engulfed the sins of wrath and jealousy. Upon witnessing this scene, the sin of greed rushed to the side of the sin of pride and asked with a serious expression, do you know what happened to them? If I'm not mistaken, it should be that anyone who locks eyes with LuZe will end up like them. The sin of pride said solemnly. Hearing this, the sin of greed suddenly didn't know what to say. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to wrath and jealousy, and if even they fell victim, wouldn't he have no chance of resistance at all? We need to find a chance to retreat. We are not a match for this guy right now. The sin of pride communicated with the sin of greed using mental power. But the next moment, LuZe looked at them and laughed. You want to run? You think it's that simple? Don't look at him. The sin of pride almost instantly teleported far away as soon as LuZe glanced in their direction. However, the sin of greed was less optimistic because he had no opportunity to react when LuZe looked his way. The moment he locked eyes with LuZe, the sin of greed felt that power. Absolute obedience, absolute execution, no resistance possible. 100-fold gravity. Buzz. In an instant, the ruins of Qianyuan City were forcefully crushed into dust by the suddenly appearing gravity. In no time, a town covering hundreds of miles turned into a void. The sin of greed had already turned into a puddle of meat paste, devoid of any life. In the distance, the sin of pride, using all his strength, lay on the ground resisting the force of gravity. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His skin began to crack inch by inch, and blood sprayed out instantly. After a while, the 100-fold gravity disappeared, and the sin of pride, lying in a pool of blood, couldn't believe what he saw. Why? Why? I clearly have absolute power. Why am I still losing? The sin of pride roared in a low voice. At this moment, LuZe slowly approached him. You ugly beings are inherently weak. All of this is just your delusion, LuZe said coldly. Hearing this, the sin of pride suddenly jumped up and looked at LuZe defiantly. I haven't even made a move. You have no right to say that. The sin of pride was almost losing his sanity. He then charged at LuZe, but quickly realized the gap between them. Stay down. Bang. Upon hearing the command, the sin of pride immediately lay flat on the ground, and the wounds that had already cracked were torn open once again. A wave of intense pain swept through his entire body, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Ugly. LuZe looked coldly at the sin of pride in this state. He then stepped on his head. You ugly monsters shouldn't exist. Turn to ash, LuZe said slowly. Then, he suddenly exerted force with the foot pressing on the sin of pride's head. The bright sunlight broke through the dark clouds in the sky. The sunlight illuminated LuZe's face, which, with a stern expression, suddenly bore a gentle smile. It's over. Chapter 76, Advice. What will I get after signing the contract? You will obtain the true truth. Is that so? Then what will you get? Well, I will naturally share a body with you. And if I die, you will die too, and vice versa. Is that so? In the depths of his mind, LuZe slowly recalled the content of the contract he signed with the truth. Suddenly, he jolted awake, slowly got up, and looked around, realizing he seemed to be in an unknown cave. Truth, where's this place? LuZe asked directly after coming back to his senses. The truth popped out with a smile and said, "Did you forget?" Forget? LuZe felt a bit puzzled. Of course. After you dealt with the 5 sins, you headed south, and later, because you were too tired, you randomly found a cave and fell asleep. The truth explained clearly. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt embarrassed and thought to himself, perhaps I really was too tired. Indeed, after LuZe dealt with the 5 sins, he felt unprecedented fatigue. Combined with his injuries and long-distance travel, he simply couldn't hold on any longer. By the way, my power got messed up by you, so I can't act like before for a while. It's better to be cautious. The truth suddenly thought of a serious issue. Upon hearing this, LuZe didn't have much emotional fluctuation because he primarily relied on the power of paradoxes, while the power of rules and the power of truth played supporting roles. Just because the power of truth was temporarily unusable didn't mean LuZe would become weaker. It only meant that his future actions would become less smooth. Where are you going next? The truth suddenly asked. LuZe stepped out of the cave, glanced at the sky, and thoughtfully said, "Let's go back to the Douluo forest first." Is that so? At Shrek Academy, the news of Lv.10 and the others returning from their mission had reached the Inner Academy students. Although they didn't know what the mission entailed, it was said that the mission was completed. In the internal meeting room of the Sea God Pavilion, the high-ranking officials of Shrek Academy sat with serious expressions. You all know about Lv.10's situation, right? A senior elder said solemnly at this time. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a while, the dean of the Soul Master Department, Yin Xiaozhe, broke the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room. Lv.10 has suffered serious injuries and is still in a coma. Among the other Inner Academy students, along with Zhang Lishuan, there were a total of 16 people, but only 11 have returned. Yin Xiaozhe said this and didn't want to continue. The price paid this time was too high. 5 Inner Academy students were lost, and the others were all injured. How would they face the upcoming Young Soul Master competition? All right, let's disperse for now. We'll discuss other matters later, an elder said slowly. After that, everyone left the meeting room one after another. In the Inner Academy, inside Lu Xiaoyu's dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu, resting in bed, suddenly opened her eyes and began to search around. Brother. The awake Lu Xiaoyu realized she was in the dormitory, and upon recalling what happened in Qinyuan City, she suddenly felt numb. Her once spirited eyes turned lifeless in an instant. Why is this happening? What about me makes me unworthy to stay by your side? I no longer need your protection. Lu Xiaoyu cried out in pain, clutching his head with both hands, the last sentence almost a scream. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened, and Lu Xiaoyu's emotions began to settle, but his gaze was heart-wrenching. Crack! At this moment, the dormitory door opened, and a figure approached Lu Xiaoyu. Sensing the movement, Lu Xiaoyu did not give the person a chance to react and immediately pinned him to the ground. Lu Xiaoyu, it's me. Hui Yuhao, are you crazy? Hui Yuhao, pinned to the ground, quickly identified himself. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released his grip and then sat on a nearby chair. After Hui Yuhao got up and brushed off the dust, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu. But when he saw Lu Xiaoyu's vacant eyes, he was momentarily stunned. Not knowing what to say. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyu asked coldly. Well, Yuhao trembled at this and slowly said, I came to talk to you about something. What is it? Lu Xiaoyu's expression was very indifferent, seemingly not taking it to heart. Seeing his attitude, Hui Yuhao felt a bit embarrassed to speak, but after some hesitation, he said, I came to invite you to join our Tang sect. I wonder if you can leave now. Lu Xiaoyu interrupted Hui Yuhao before he could finish. Realizing this, Hui Yuhao stopped talking. After all, he had no right to interfere with others' decisions. After turning to leave, Hui Yuhao looked back at Lu Xiaoyu's room, finally letting out a helpless sigh. The current Lu Xiaoyu gave him the impression that he had become a different person. Previously, Lu Xiaoyu would often joke and laugh with him, but now he had turned into this. What on earth had happened to him? After a while, LuZe had also returned to the Douluo forest. When Tian saw LuZe's appearance, he was immediately taken aback, but after LuZe explained everything, Tian understood. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the great sin. LuZe, what do you plan to do from now on? Tian asked lightly. Lying on the stone slab, LuZe thought for a moment and then smiled gently. I should go back to Shrek and take a look. Is that so? That's fine. Just be careful in the future. Tian nodded and smiled. He then left LuZe's side. LuZe left behind wore a smile on his face. Even Truth was puzzled about what this guy was thinking. What are you thinking? Why are you so happy? Truth asked curiously. What is it to you? LuZe replied irritably, then rolled his eyes at him. Truth was immediately angered by this. If it weren't for their contract, he would have already taken action. I say, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Don't think you can ignore me just because we have a contract, Truth said unhappily. But LuZe merely glanced at him indifferently and continued to think about his own matters. Truth was instantly speechless with anger. He regretted signing the contract with LuZe back then. Unable to do anything to LuZe, Truth stopped talking and sulked back into his body. If you don't want to tell me, I'll find out myself. I don't believe I can't find it, Truth grumbled in his heart. Meanwhile, LuZe remained completely unaware, having no defenses against his own thoughts. After a short while, Truth suddenly emerged with a smile. I didn't expect you to actually care about someone. Who would have thought? Truth teased with a grin. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt a surge of anger and stared intently at Truth. Did you peek at my thoughts? LuZe said unhappily. I didn't. Truth laughed and turned his head aside. Seeing this, LuZe felt inexplicably furious and threw a punch at Truth. However, since Truth was in a spiritual state, LuZe couldn't hit him and passed right through. Isn't it just thinking about your brother? What is so secretive about that? Truth continued to tease. What is it to you? LuZe, realizing he couldn't reach Truth, gave up and glared at him in annoyance. Truth, seeing this, stopped teasing him and became serious. I advise you that hidden power within your brother is not simple. If you two ever split, the consequences would be unimaginable, Truth said seriously. Although LuZe took note of this, he didn't really care. After all, Xiaoyu was his brother. How could they possibly fall out? Seeing LuZe's expression, Truth no longer spoke, leaving behind a warning before retreating into his body. Be careful of the power within your brother. After hearing this, LuZe was at a loss for words. Let us hope for the best. Chapter 77. Approaching original scene. On the edge of a nearby city to Shrek City, LuZe, who had just come out of the Stardew Forest, chose to rest here temporarily. Inside the inn, LuZe sat by the window, gazing at the sky outside. Just as he was lost in thought, Truth suddenly popped out. Lucia, there is a presence of great sin nearby, Truth said seriously. Hearing this, LuZe was taken aback and asked, why is great sin so common now? How would I know? It's because the power of the rules on you is gradually changing this world, Truth replied irritably. LuZe was at a loss for words, as it seemed that everything really was caused by him. Well then, let us check it out first, LuZe said helplessly. He slowly got up and walked out of the inn. Once outside, he first observed his surroundings and then locked onto a direction. Looks like it's over there, LuZe murmured softly. He then headed toward that direction without looking back. Soon, LuZe arrived at the door of the largest landlord in the area. Looking at the luxurious gate before him, LuZe couldn't help but smile, then without any greeting, pushed the gate open and walked in. Who goes there? As soon as LuZe stepped through the gate, he heard a shout, and looking toward the voice, he saw a tall man. The man's soul power had reached the Soul King level, which was considered genius in this place. Who are you, and why are you entering my family? The tall man questioned again. At this moment, LuZe came back to his senses and smiled at the man, saying, I'm just a traveler who happened to notice the presence of sin here, so I came in. Sin? The tall man's expression clearly changed. I wonder if you could let me take a look inside? LuZe seized the opportunity to speak directly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was outright rejected by the tall man. No, our family is not a place you can just enter, the tall man said sternly. Hearing this, LuZe smiled slightly and then whispered, if that's the case, then I can only go in by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall man sensed a terrifying pressure and looked at the man in front of him in shock. I will not allow evil to remain in this world, LuZe said coldly. With a flash, he appeared in front of the tall man and grabbed his throat. Ugh! The tall man felt his breath constricting in midair and angrily said, Kid, you'd better let go. Bang! Before he could finish, LuZe threw him out, and he crashed heavily against the surrounding wall. LuZe coldly glanced at him and then walked deeper into the building. The tall man quickly got up and blocked LuZe's path. No, you can't go in, he insisted, clearly not wanting LuZe to enter, as something was obviously inside. Seeing this, LuZe's expression darkened, and he grabbed the man's face. You better not stop me, LuZe said coldly, without giving the man a chance to respond. He threw him aside and kicked open the door to enter the interior. But once inside, he was immediately stunned. What on earth is this? LuZe looked at the giant mass in front of him, which turned out to be a large, curled-up flesh worm. Truth then appeared with a serious face, saying, LuZe, be careful, this is gluttony It's close to original sin. What? LuZe was shocked upon hearing this. Considering what original sin is, it is a monster on par with Lucifer and the others. Although it's only close to original sin, its strength is certainly not comparable to the deadly sins. Realizing this, LuZe's paradoxical power began to operate. It seems to be restricted, LuZe said. He slowly walked up to Gluttony, raising his hand to gather a colorless airflow. Just as he was about to strike, the tall man reappeared in front of LuZe and delivered a heavy punch. Bang! You can't attack her. The man glared fiercely at LuZe, who had been knocked back. After steadying himself, LuZe looked at the man and said, "Do you know what kind of monster you're protecting?" But the man still refused to step aside and retorted, "Even if she becomes a monster, I will always be by her side. No one can harm her." Seeing the man's stubbornness, LuZe felt no pity. The paradoxical power exploded instantly. "Paradox, gravity," LuZe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt his body becoming heavier and then knelt on the ground. When he looked up again, he found LuZe standing in front of Gluttony. Paradox. The man saw that Gluttony was about to be harmed and unleashed an astonishing power at a critical moment. "Don't you dare touch her." The man instantly broke free from the gravity and charged at LuZe. LuZe noticed the man's change. Deadly sin? Bang! Before LuZe could finish, he was punched out of the room. Cough. How could this guy? LuZe was a bit surprised. Looks like you're in trouble. A gluttony close to original sin and a newly awakened lust, deadly sin, Truth said with a smile. Hearing this, LuZe could only smile helplessly, as all of this was caused by him. No one can touch her. The man radiated the aura of a deadly sin. Seeing this, LuZe stopped being distracted and instantly teleported in front of him. Erasure. LuZe grabbed the man's head, and the colorless airflow instantly enveloped him. Swish. In the next second, the man disappeared completely, without any chance to retaliate. But just after resolving the lust, deadly sin, Gluttony's emotions became extremely volatile. Roar. Paradox, sound erasure. LuZe waved his right hand, and the previously enormous howl instantly vanished. Looks like it's not a big deal. LuZe found that Gluttony was incredibly weak, far from being like those in Qinyuan City. Erasure. The colorless airflow instantly swallowed Gluttony, and in the blink of an eye, it left this world. Looks like I was overthinking. LuZe sighed in relief. Truth also felt puzzled, as he clearly sensed a strong power. Yet why was it so weak? Forget it. Weak is weak. Truth finally gave up and directly merged into LuZe's body. After resolving all this, LuZe turned to walk out of the building. However, just as he stepped out the door, he sensed something unusual. The surrounding streets began to distort, clearly not the real world. Looks like we've fallen into a trap. Truth reappeared. He knew this matter wouldn't be so simple. There had to be hidden secrets. What place is this? LuZe asked in confusion. Truth slowly explained. If I guess correctly, this should be the sin realm created by that deadly sin. You seem to have encountered it before, right? Sinrin? LuZe was a bit puzzled. The sin realm is a dimensional space created by the deadly sins, somewhat similar to the two worlds you encountered before, Truth elaborated. Upon hearing this, LuZe finally understood. It was a fictitious space. When he arrived on the street, he noticed that the people there were standing still, as if time had frozen. Looks like this is somewhat interesting, LuZe smiled. He then began to weave through the frozen crowd, believing he wouldn't have to wait long to encounter that deadly sin. Chapter 78, Cat and Mouse, Part 1. On the street where time seemed to be frozen, LuZe walked slowly. Where's that deadly sin hiding? LuZe looked around. Maybe it will show up soon. Truth chimed in playfully. LuZe glanced at him, but chose to ignore him. Seeing this, Truth also decided not to bother him anymore and quietly merged into LuZe's body. After a while, LuZe arrived at another street. He thought nothing would happen, but soon felt a sense of unease. Wah! From an alley on this street came the sound of a little girl crying. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt a chill run down his spine. LuZe, did you hear that crying? Truth suddenly popped up. What do you think? LuZe shot him a glance. Without another word, he headed toward the alley. Truth quickly blocked his path. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of encountering a ghost? What's there to be afraid of? Is it strange for there to be ghosts in this world? LuZe replied irritably. Then, he boldly ignored Truth's warning and walked straight into the alley. Sigh. Truth helplessly shook his head and then followed suit. Once they arrived in the alley, LuZe quickly found the source of the crying. A little girl was curled up in a corner, tears continuously dripping to the ground. Seeing this, LuZe approached the little girl cautiously. The little girl, sensing someone was coming, raised her head in fear. Upon seeing her, LuZe was immediately taken aback. Wow, she's just an ordinary person. How is she not affected by the Sin realm? Truth said with a smile. The little girl seemed to be able to see Truth. As soon as he appeared, she fearfully recoiled. Oh, she seems to be able to see me, Truth thought in surprise. Hearing this, LuZe was also taken aback and then asked, who exactly is this girl? I don't know, but she should be related to that great sin. Truth nodded and replied. For a moment, both of them fell into suspicion, pondering what kind of existence this little girl was. Meanwhile, the little girl looked at the two communicating with a face full of terror. She then tried to escape while LuZe and Truth were chatting. But as soon as she turned around, she was lifted up by LuZe with one hand. Where do you think you're going, little one? LuZe said Ly. The little girl struggled wildly in midair, but it was futile. Are you even human? LuZe asked directly at that moment. The little girl felt offended upon hearing this and began to claw and shout. I'm a human, okay. I'm a human. I'm a human, she yelled, scratching LuZe's hand. After getting an answer, LuZe nodded and set the little girl down on the ground. How did you end up here? LuZe asked softly. The little girl looked at LuZe and replied grumpily, I don't know. All right then, be careful, LuZe said after asking the question and turned to walk out of the alley. However, to his surprise, the little girl followed him. At first, he didn't pay her any mind, thinking she would stop when she got tired. Sure enough, when LuZe walked past another street and turned back, he found the little girl had already disappeared without a trace. Is this how you treat a little girl? That's too cruel. What if something happens to her? Truth suddenly popped up to tease him, but LuZe just glanced at him Ly and said, I don't even know her, and besides, I can't be sure she's really an ordinary person in the Sin realm. That's true. Better safe than sorry, Truth said with a smile. After that, the two chatted casually as they walked, soon reaching the exit of the town. Isn't that great Sin supposed to show up by now, since we're almost out of the city? LuZe began to feel puzzled. Logically speaking, the great Sin would come and trouble him, so why was there no movement this time? Lost in thought, LuZe slowly sat down on a nearby bench and began to organize his thoughts. Could it be that I missed something? LuZe murmured softly. At that moment, Truth smiled and popped up. Maybe it's best not to think about it. Let's leave the Sin realm first, Truth said with a smile. LuZe didn't refuse and got up to walk towards the city gates. However, an unexpected event occurred. As he stepped through the city gates, he found everything around him was frozen in place. At that moment, he understood. Do you like playing cat and mouse? LuZe thought, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He then turned to look back at the town. I'm coming to catch you, mouse. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, LuZe disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing on top of the tallest building in the town. Looking at the massive town before him, LuZe's eyes turned a deep crimson. There's not a hint of presence at all. So well hidden, Truth said playfully. Isn't it more interesting this way? LuZe replied with a smile. At that moment, LuZe seemed like a different person, clearly influenced by Truth. It's really inconvenient that I can't use my power for now, LuZe chuckled softly. Without saying anything more, he leaped down from the building. Thud! As soon as he landed, LuZe was attacked from the shadows. Looking at the bloodstains on his shoulder, LuZe felt puzzled. Clearly, there's no one here. Why did I get hurt? Truth asked, confused. After thinking carefully, he felt a surge of fear. Could it really be a ghost? Truth exclaimed in terror. Seeing Truth's reaction, LuZe felt speechless. But just then, another attack came at him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp spikes shot toward LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe waved his right hand, and the two spikes stopped right in front of him. Looks like the mouse can't hold back anymore, LuZe said with a cold smile. Then, with a flick of his right index finger, the two spikes shot back towards their origin. Boom! The two returning spikes turned the area they passed into ruins, even affecting some of the people who were frozen in place. From the ruins, a figure jumped out. LuZe looked at the figure leaping high and, without a word, he instantly teleported above it. Found you, mouse, LuZe said with a smile. He then kicked the figure. Thud! The kicked figure felt a sweetness in its throat and then crashed straight into the street. Boom! The place where the figure landed instantly kicked up a cloud of dust. LuZe casually walked over to the ground, curiously staring at the figure hidden in the dust. I wonder what your purpose is, LuZe said with a faint smile. When the smoke cleared, the figure rushed at LuZe without any hesitation. Seeing this, LuZe raised his hand nonchalantly and said Ly, paradox. But before he could finish, the figure instantly split into dozens of shadows attacking him from different directions. This is interesting, LuZe thought, showing no fear but rather becoming excited. In the face of absolute power, any technique is just flashy. Eradicate. Without hesitation, LuZe swung his hand toward the shadows in front of him. Whoosh! In an instant, the shadows directly in front of LuZe disappeared. and the other shadows met the same fate, all vanishing. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. "It doesn't matter how many come," LuZe said without turning back. With a swift motion, he struck the figure's chest with a knife hand. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon cutting, the figure immediately spat out blood. At this moment, LuZe turned to see the appearance of the shadow and was instantly stunned. Lv.10. Chapter 79. Cat and Mouse, Part 2. Little Rain. LuZe couldn't believe that the person he had just harmed was actually his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was trembling as he walked towards LuZe. "Brother, why?" Lu Xiaoyu said weakly, causing LuZe's heart to ache as if a knife had been plunged into it. But the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly grabbed by the neck and lifted up by LuZe, leaving Truth a bit stunned. "LuZe, what are you doing?" Truth asked, confused. Lucia, with an angry expression, said, "I do care about Xiaoyu, but not you, you imposter." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu, who was being choked, suddenly let out a strange smile. Hee hee. How terrifying. You can even hurt your own brother. Lu Xiaoyu's tone was odd. But the next moment, LuZe conjured a mass of colorless airflow in his hand. "I detest people like you who casually joke about my brother." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the imposter Lu Xiaoyu instantly vanished into thin air. Just when LuZe thought everything was over, a voice echoed. "You're different from those guys before. I look forward to meeting you. I hope you can find me in this city." The voice came from all directions, leaving LuZe very surprised. "It seems this guy is not the original Sin," Truth said with a smile. "I know, the original Sin doesn't have this level of intensity," LuZe nodded. He then looked around, as if searching for something. After a while, LuZe began walking north. "Where are you going?" Truth asked, puzzled. But LuZe just smiled and didn't answer, continuing to walk in one direction. Shortly after LuZe left, the spot where he had been standing suddenly collapsed, turning into a bottomless pit. Truth, sensing something unusual, was stunned but remained silent, quietly observing LuZe. "If I'm not mistaken, this city is the original Sin," LuZe said with a smile. Truth laughed upon hearing this, then said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be great to destroy this city?" "That's exactly what I think," LuZe responded, looking at Truth. He then leaped high, gathering the power of Paradox in his hands. Paradox, gravitational singularity. After saying that, LuZe threw the black that in his hand directly at the town below. Boom! The moment the black dot made contact with the ground, the entire town shook violently. Following the explosion of the black dot, the once massive town was reduced to ruins in an instant. When LuZe landed steadily, the surroundings looked the same, and he did not see the original Sin's figure. Did I miscalculate? LuZe began to doubt his guess. But Truth was different. His expression grew serious. "He's coming." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe felt an overwhelming aura. The source of this aura was directly beneath him, under my feet. LuZe was very surprised. But the next second, countless spikes shot up from the ground, wildly stabbing at LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe simply raised his hand lightly. Paradox, absolute defense. The spikes froze right in front of LuZe and then began to gradually collapse. Once all the spikes had crumbled, a strange laughter echoed around. LuZe, displeased by the laughter, said, "Aren't you going to come out and meet me?" After his words, there was silence, and no figure appeared. But soon, a terrifying aura filled LuZe's surroundings. "I didn't expect us to meet so soon, LuZe." Upon hearing this, LuZe looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure wrapped in red airflow. "So you're the rat?" LuZe. The original Sin paused for a moment and then replied with a laugh, "I'm not a rat. I am jealousy." Indeed, this embodiment of the original Sin was jealousy. But just as he finished introducing himself, LuZe appeared right in front of him. "You talk too much," LuZe said coldly, then kicked him squarely in the forehead. Bang! Jealousy was sent flying, crashing into the distant ruins. When the smoke cleared, Jealousy was unscathed and instead looked quite excited. "This is the power I've always dreamed of. Give it to me." Jealousy laughed maniacally, then charged towards LuZe. But LuZe was not someone to be trifled with. He raised his right hand. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around LuZe was frozen in a single moment, while Jealousy remained suspended in front of him. Is this what the original Sin is like? LuZe felt a bit disdainful. But the next second, Jealousy actually broke the time stop and punched LuZe squarely in the chest. Bang! LuZe was sent flying by Jealousy's punch, crashing into the distant ruins. In the ruins, LuZe slowly got up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Now, this is the way the original sin should be. LuZe's mouth curled into a slight smile, giving off a rather sinister vibe. At this moment, jealousy also began to get excited. Ha ha ha, this is the expression I wanted. Quickly let me possess your powers. Jealousy laughed maniacally. He then teleported right in front of LuZe and, without a word, delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Jealousy's kick landed straight on LuZe, but the next second, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Jealousy's kick had frozen just a few centimeters in front of LuZe. What the? Bang! Before Jealousy could finish his sentence, LuZe kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball. LuZe then vanished from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing where Jealousy was about to land. Paradox erase. LuZe extended his right hand, and a mass of colorless airflow instantly radiated outward. Jealousy, sensing the power of the paradox, immediately panicked and desperately tried to adjust in midair. Swish! At the last moment, Jealousy dodged with all his might, but still narrowly missed. When he landed, he was shocked to discover that his left arm had disappeared, and he couldn't even restore it. What kind of power is this? Jealousy looked astonished. But LuZe didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He teleported once more to Jealousy's front. Singularity. Boom. The gravitational singularity exploded almost right in front of Jealousy. Though it was only a small-scale singularity, its power was still formidable. Poof! Jealousy, having taken the full force of the singularity, found that he had barely a single good piece of flesh left on his body. You really are a monster, Jealousy said, panting slowly. LuZe smiled upon hearing this and teased. Aren't you the monster? You're still alive after all this. You really have a strong life. I won't die. The only one who will die is you, Jealousy said, healing the wounds on his body. In no time, Jealousy's injuries healed, but the arm erased by the paradox still hadn't recovered. However, Jealousy thought that was enough, especially since he hadn't used his true power yet. Upon seeing his expression, LuZe immediately felt a sense of foreboding. All right, the warm-up is over. Now it's time for the main course. Chapter 80, The Gap. In the Sin Realm, a life-and-death battle officially began. LuZe stared intently at the jealous Sin in front of him, a serious expression on his face. I am the ruler of this world. Everything here belongs to me. Jealousy laughed maniacally, and then his body began to change. His form started to swell and transform into a liquid state. In no time, an enormous black slime appeared in LuZe's field of vision. My God, is that thing even human? Truth began to doubt what it was seeing. Even LuZe felt a bit serious, but he quickly calmed down. Isn't it better if it's bigger and easier to hit? LuZe said, but deep down, he wasn't so sure. After all, the aura emitted by the black slime was already at the level of a true Sin. Moreover, LuZe didn't even know what abilities this creature possessed. While he was still pondering, Jealousy launched an attack. A thick tentacle shot toward LuZe's position in an instant. Boom! With just one strike, the ground collapsed like an 8-0 earthquake, creating a massive pit. LuZe, who had already used teleportation to dodge, was hovering in midair, fixated on Jealousy. Looks like I've really gotten into trouble this time, LuZe said with a bitter smile. Jealousy's attack showed no signs of stopping. Countless black spikes shot out from his body instantly. Seeing this, LuZe hesitated for no moment, activating his absolute defense. The black spikes stopped just a few centimeters in front of him. Then, with a flick of his finger, the spikes shot back at Jealousy. Whoosh! The rebounding black spikes increased in power tenfold. Although all the spikes hit Jealousy, they didn't cause him any harm. Hey, hey, hey! At that moment, Jealousy once again emitted a strange laugh. Seeing this, LuZe didn't give him any chance to retaliate. He teleported behind him. Paradox erase. The colorless airflow surged toward Jealousy's back, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. But things were not that simple. Just when LuZe thought he had resolved the issue, a sticky tentacle slapped him away. Bang! LuZe was sent crashing into the ruins 100 meters away. Cough, cough. LuZe slowly emerged from the debris, surprisingly finding a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Is Paradox ineffective against him? LuZe felt puzzled. At that moment, Truth appeared to explain, the power gap between you two is too great. It won't work unless you have my power. Otherwise, it's hard to inflict damage on him. Is there any other way? LuZe asked seriously. Well, boom. Before Truth could finish, Jealousy's attack struck again. LuZe, who had just managed to dodge, had no time to catch his breath. Quick, give me that power. Jealousy shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several tentacles instantly wrapped around LuZe. Ugh! LuZe felt dizzy as the tentacles ensnared him, but in the next second, he broke free. Be careful. That guy has likely devoured many people's powers. Right now, he is an unbeatable existence for you, Truth said seriously. After all, if LuZe died, jealousy would die too. Who would willingly let themselves die? Huff, huff. LuZe gasped for air, then looked back at jealousy. It seems I have to wait a while longer. I need to find an opportunity to break out of the Sin realm and leave this place, LuZe said slowly. This wasn't him being cowardly. The power gap between them was just too vast, and he had no idea how many soul masters this guy had devoured. LuZe felt not only dizziness from the previous attack, but also some corrosive effects. If his paradox could inflict damage on jealousy, the battle would probably have been over already. You want to run? At that moment, jealousy's tone turned very displeased. In the next second, those tentacles launched another attack at LuZe. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared again, and he couldn't bear to experience that humiliation once more. Paradox time stop, LuZe said calmly, and everything around him froze. Although it wouldn't last long, it was enough for LuZe to create some distance from jealousy. Crack! Just a second after LuZe left his original spot, the time stop was instantly broken. Jealousy, now filled with rage, sent those annoying tentacles shooting at LuZe like bullets. Paradox vacuum field. LuZe, seeing the tentacles about to catch up to him, immediately sealed the space behind him with a vacuum. Those tentacles withered instantly upon entering the vacuum field. Even a light breeze was enough to destroy them. Jealousy roared in anger as he saw LuZe moving further away. But it was futile. His current form made him much slower. And if the tentacles couldn't reach LuZe, he wouldn't be able to catch him. Soon, LuZe shook off jealousy. As he rapidly dove through the air, LuZe said seriously, Truth, is there a way to break the Sin realm and return to reality? Yes. Find the weak point of the Sin realm and use Paradox to break it, Truth replied calmly. After receiving the answer, LuZe nodded and began searching for the weak point of the Sin realm. However, he had already left the town and still couldn't find any weak spots. And the further he went, the thicker the dimensional wall of the Sin realm became. This made LuZe feel extremely dangerous. Could the weak point be over by jealousy? LuZe murmured as he stopped on top of a tree. It should be. Even Truth thought so, indicating that LuZe would have to take a risk. Looks like there's no escaping this. LuZe sighed bitterly. He then turned to look at the distant town, his expression growing increasingly serious. After exhaling a breath of foul air, he flew back toward the town. Before long, LuZe arrived again at the entrance of the town, sensing jealousy's presence and starting to slow his pace. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by jealousy? Truth asked, puzzled. LuZe did not respond after hearing this. After all, he had isolated his presence with a vacuum, and even a god might not detect him. In the vast town, LuZe walked slowly by himself. As for jealousy, there was not a single sign of it, as if it had evaporated from a human world. As he got closer to the city center, Truth reminded him, You should be a bit careful, LuZe. LuZe simply nodded in acknowledgement and then ignored him. Soon, LuZe arrived near the city center. The center was occupied by a mass of black slime, which seemed to be watching the surroundings without any blind spots. This made LuZe feel a bit strained. Unless something could distract jealousy, he would have to either completely eliminate it or find another way. Clearly, the second option was not feasible, so he had to consider other methods. Just as LuZe was pondering a solution, a petite figure appeared behind him. Sensing something unusual, LuZe suddenly turned around, and when he saw the person's face, he immediately sighed in relief. So it's you, LuZe said slowly. The petite figure behind him was the little girl he had encountered before. The little girl curiously asked, Why are you sneaking around? Don't worry about it. LuZe waved his hand, signaling her to leave. However, the little girl had no intention of leaving and instead became more curious. Are you thinking of something bad? The little girl questioned. But LuZe didn't hear her at all. He was lost in his thoughts. Seeing this, the little girl felt annoyed and quickly ran over to him, starting to poke him. Hey, try causing a ruckus, LuZe scolded with a cold expression. The little girl immediately became obedient upon seeing his face. At that moment, Truth appeared with a smile. Lucia, weren't you thinking about how to distract jealousy? I think this little girl is the best choice, Truth said with a grin. Upon hearing this, LuZe was taken aback. Although it made a lot of sense, his rational mind told him not to go through with it. However, the little girl was stunned by Truth's words. LuZe looked at the dazed little girl, expecting her to run away, but an unexpected scene unfolded. The little girl stepped forward and said, I can help you distract jealousy, but you have to promise me one request. Initially, LuZe didn't believe her, but after confirming several times, he finally said, Go ahead. What's your request? The little girl paused for a moment and then continued. After you leave here, you must help me say hello to my sister and thank her for raising me all these years. LuZe couldn't believe that such words would come from a 6-year-old girl. However, after thinking it over, he suspected that this little girl was not an ordinary person. He in truth just couldn't perceive it. Will you agree? The little girl pressed. Coming back to his senses, LuZe agreed without hesitation. Once he had organized his thoughts, LuZe asked, "What's your name?" Su Xiao. Chapter 81. Swallowed? The little girl's name was Su Xiao, and LuZe had no idea about her specific identity. Are you really sure about this? LuZe asked again. Su Xiao didn't answer, but simply nodded. Then she walked out alone, targeting jealousy, which occupied the center of the town. After Su Xiao left, LuZe's expression turned cold. Truth, have you figured out Su Xiao's identity? LuZe asked softly. Truth was taken aback at first and then laughed. How did you know? Truth responded. If you didn't know Su Xiao's identity, would you propose such a method? LuZe looked up at Truth. He then continued to ask, tell me what Su Xiao's true identity is. Do you really want to know? Truth asked with a smile. LuZe didn't answer but nodded. Seeing this, Truth said with a smile, actually, there is something very important about the Sin realm that I haven't told you. What is it? LuZe asked, puzzled. Truth paused for a moment and then said, only Sin faces can operate within the Sin realm, except for you. With the aid of the power of rules, you can move freely in any world. Are you saying that Su Xiao is also a Sin face? LuZe said slowly. Correct, Truth smiled. That little girl is not only a Sin face, but also an original sin, just like jealousy. Not knowing this was one thing, but learning it was shocking. The information that Su Xiao was an original sin instantly confused LuZe. However, he quickly calmed down because the important thing right now was not to focus on Su Xiao. Nonetheless, LuZe still had to be cautious of Su Xiao. After all, she was also an original sin. All right, now get ready to take action, Truth said with a smile beside LuZe. However, LuZe's expression was quite strange, as if he were the villain instead. What are you thinking? Truth asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, LuZe simply smiled faintly and slowly said, I've changed my mind. What? Truth was immediately baffled. He didn't understand why LuZe would say that, and he didn't even know what LuZe was thinking. Do you have the power to kill jealousy? Truth questioned. LuZe said with a sinister smile, Su Xiao is also an original sin, and so is jealousy. If they fight, I just need to reap the benefits. When LuZe said this, Truth understood. You've already been influenced by my power, Truth said gravely. However, LuZe didn't listen. Perhaps what he hated the most right now were sin faces. Seeing this, Truth shook his head in resignation. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. Without thinking, it was clear that Su Xiao and jealousy had started fighting, but no one knew the outcome. Sensing something unusual, LuZe immediately flew toward the direction of the explosion. In no time, he saw jealousy and Su Xiao engaged in a fierce battle amidst the ruins. Truly original sins. After witnessing this scene, LuZe smiled wickedly. He then landed on a nearby ruin to watch the battle unfold. The battle between two original sins was not something one could just watch. Their strengths were quite similar, and if they truly fought, it would only result in both sides suffering. Therefore, they generally wouldn't provoke each other. However, this time was different because Su Xiao had agreed to help LuZe return to the original world. Little did she know, she had already been placed on LuZe's must-kill list. Standing at a distance, LuZe wore a strangely eerie smile, which unnerved those who saw it. We are the same kind. Why must we fight? Jealousy questioned loudly while battling Su Xiao. But Su Xiao did not respond at all. She only conveyed everything through her actions. She grabbed jealousy's tentacle and leaped into the air, then forcefully smashed him into the ground. Boom! The moment jealousy hit the ground, dust immediately filled the entire sky, and smoke spread everywhere. Su Xiao, who was on the ground, coldly stared at the smoke. Soon, several thick tentacles shot out from the smoke, binding Su Xiao in an instant. I didn't want to fight you, but you forced my hand. Gluttony. Jealousy's furious voice came from the smoke. As Su Xiao felt her mind spinning and was about to lose her ability to resist, several cutting lines instantly severed the tentacles wrapped around her. It seems you can't kill this disgusting guy by yourself. Just as Su Xiao felt puzzled, a figure appeared beside her. It was LuZe, who had been watching from a distance. What are you doing? Su Xiao asked, confused. But LuZe smiled casually, saying, I was afraid you might die before you could draw this guy away. At that moment, jealousy noticed LuZe's presence, and his emotions instantly became extremely agitated. You finally appeared. This time, I'm going to take not only your powers, but also gluttony's. Jealousy yelled madly. However, LuZe completely ignored him and turned to look at Su Xiao. Can you still fight? LuZe asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt a wave of different emotions, but she quickly regained her composure. After regaining her focus, Su Xiao slowly stood up and directed her gaze toward Jealousy. Then she said seriously, let us deal with this monster first. Right? LuZe smiled and then looked at Jealousy. In an instant, he teleported behind him, condensing a short blade of air in his hand. Without saying another word, he struck. Swish, accompanied by a sharp cutting sound. LuZe instantly sliced a huge wound across Jealousy's back. The reason he could inflict such damage was that LuZe compressed the vacuum into fine lines. There was almost nothing that a vacuum couldn't cut through. However, while this could harm Jealousy, it could not deliver a fatal blow. The massive wound almost healed in the blink of an eye. An enraged Jealousy swung a tentacle at LuZe. Boom! With a dull sound, LuZe was sent flying by the enormous tentacle. Following those Jealousy's massive mouth. As LuZe reacted and saw Jealousy's gaping mouth, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. What are you waiting for? This is swallowing. Truth shouted loudly. However, what he did not know was that LuZe had already been affected by mental energy the moment he was struck by the tentacle. When Jealousy's mouth opened wide in front of LuZe, he seemed to see his own Lu Xiaoyu running toward him with open arms. By the time LuZe broke the illusion, there was no chance left to escape. In an instant, LuZe was swallowed whole by Jealousy. Even Su Xiao, who was fighting Jealousy, began to doubt. Su Xiao was very confused. She couldn't understand why LuZe was frozen in midair. But now was not the time to ponder that. She needed to find a way to rescue him. Ha ha, this guy's power is finally mine. Jealousy laughed wildly. Just as he was laughing, Su Xiao teleported in front of him. Spit him out. Su Xiao shouted, then punched Jealousy in the face. But it had no effect at all. Jealousy's tentacles sent Su Xiao flying. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn, not long now. Jealousy laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of anger, and then a huge change occurred in her body. In an instant, her petite figure began to grow wildly. Before long, she transformed into a tall woman with a completely different aura. You better spit out LuZe, Su Xiao said in a deep voice. Chapter 82 LuZe. Truth. Where is this? What is happening to me? In the darkness, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. Before him was boundless darkness, as if he could never touch the edge. After a while, LuZe suddenly recalled everything that happened just before he lost consciousness. I was swallowed by jealousy? LuZe thought, holding his head, struggling to understand. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that the power of rules and the power of paradox within him were slowly depleting. This is jealousy's ability to swallow and possess. Truth suddenly emerged. LuZe's expression became serious upon seeing him. Is there any way to get out? LuZe asked. Truth was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something and closed his mouth. Seeing this, LuZe continued to press. If there is a way, just say it, or we'll both die here. But Truth remained silent, seeming reluctant to share. At that moment, LuZe began to understand something and smiled. Don't worry. Even if it costs me dearly, I will definitely get out. You really thought it through? Truth said slowly. LuZe didn't respond, but simply nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Truth stopped hiding anything and said directly, the only way out is for you to hand your body over to me, but you must remain conscious. If you lose your rationality, I can't guarantee the consequences. LuZe didn't answer immediately. He remained silent. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. No problem, it's just about staying rational. That's easy for me, LuZe said with a smile. Truth intended to say something, but quickly turned his head away. Seeing his expression, even LuZe understood that what Truth meant by remaining conscious was definitely not simple. Come on. In the center of Ruined City, Su Xiao, who had undergone a dramatic transformation, was locked in a fierce battle with jealousy. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in a short time, but Su Xiao was clearly struggling a bit. Gluttony, I told you I would swallow you, and no one can stop me, Jealousy laughed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao laughed back. Who eats whom is still uncertain. That's right. Su Xiao's ability is gluttony's power, allowing her to absorb external forces to replenish her own strength. This is also why Su Xiao was not at a disadvantage, but she was still far behind jealousy. Because the ability of jealousy also devours external power, but the only difference is that it can use the power it has devoured, equivalent to claiming the abilities of others as its own. The more it devours, the greater its power becomes. Bang! Just as Su Xiao's voice fell, Jealousy's thick tentacles lashed out at her. Caught off guard, Su Xiao was struck into the ruins by a tentacle. Cough, cough. Slowly getting up from the rubble, Su Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and felt a surge of excitement. Because that blow from jealousy had provided Su Xiao with quite a bit of power, allowing her to recover some. Today, I will make you understand that gluttony exists above jealousy. Su Xiao shouted, then teleported directly in front of jealousy. Without saying a word, she threw a punch. Boom! Su Xiao's punch was like a meteor falling, instantly creating a deep pit in the ruins. Jealousy's massive body was also struck, creating a huge hollow. That hurts. Jealousy gritted its teeth in pain. Then, with a sweep of its thick tentacle, countless black spikes shot toward Su Xiao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the densely packed spikes like raindrops, LuZe did not dodge. Instead, he stood his ground, plunged both hands into the ground, and then exerted force to lift a huge rock to block the spikes. All the spikes were blocked by the giant rock that Su Xiao had lifted. Seeing this, jealousy immediately swung out several thick tentacles. Crack! The giant rock that Su Xiao was supporting was instantly smashed to pieces by the tentacles. However, it did not send Su Xiao flying. Instead, it tightly coiled around her. Su Xiao, entangled by the tentacles, tried to break free, but the next moment experienced a thunderous force. Zzz. A powerful electric current swept over Su Xiao from the tentacles wrapped around her. Su Xiao, already unable to exert strength, let out a scream from the sudden jolt of the powerful current. After a while, Su Xiao's figure changed back to her previous petite form. Jealousy immediately let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha, is this your strength? Hearing this mockery, Su Xiao raised her head and glared fiercely at it, saying with great determination, I will make you pay for this. Upon hearing this, jealousy revealed a disdainful expression, saying, maybe in your next life. Your power now belongs to me. Saying this, it sent Su Xiao toward its wide-open mouth. Su Xiao felt a sense of unwillingness at the sight before her. I will definitely kill you. As jealousy swallowed her, Su Xiao used her last ounce of strength to shout this sentence as its mouth closed. Then, darkness enveloped Su Xiao. Watching this scene, Su Xiao couldn't help but recall some past events. Sister, I'm sorry. I really try my best. As she spoke, tears flowed from the corners of Su Xiao's eyes. At that moment, her heart was in despair. At first, she thought she could kill jealousy. But now she realized that the ranking of the 7 sins was something she couldn't break. Just as she was about to give up, a strange laughter came from behind her. Are you really giving up just like that? At that moment, Su Xiao was caught by someone. Su Xiao turned back in confusion and was surprised to find that the person was LuZe, who had already been swallowed by jealousy. But at that moment, LuZe gave her a strange feeling. You're curious, right? LuZe had a strange smile on his face, then continued, we are meeting for the first time. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt puzzled. She didn't understand what LuZe meant by this, but she indeed felt that the LuZe in front of her was very unfamiliar. At this moment, LuZe said playfully, nice to meet you, I am Truth. That's right. The LuZe standing in front of Su Xiao now is Truth, while LuZe himself had fallen into a coma. Hearing this self-introduction, Su Xiao was immediately filled with confusion. Although Su Xiao felt that the LuZe in front of her was very strange, she knew that this guy was definitely ridiculously strong. Hold tight, we're going out now, Truth said with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted Su Xiao up, and without giving her any time to react, he shot straight up toward the sky. Outside, jealousy, thinking everything was over, let down its guard. But soon, it sensed something unusual within itself. Jealousy murmured in confusion, what is this? Before it could finish speaking, a gash was cut into its massive body. Then, 2 figures flew out from within. Sensing danger, jealousy became serious, and the gash on its body began to slowly heal. Feeling something was off, jealousy said with a grave expression, who exactly are you? Shut up. Before jealousy could finish speaking, it heard this word, and its body obeyed the command. However, it was quickly forcefully broken, and its expression began to change. As expected of the original sin, it can still resist. The speaker slowly turned around. Jealousy focused and was shocked to find that the person was LuZe, whom it had swallowed. However, the current LuZe was not the real LuZe, but Truth. Truth looked at Jealousy's grave expression and couldn't help but smile. Although he still wasn't a match for the 7 guys in the world of Truth, at least he could crush you now, Truth said with a smile. Then, without giving Jealousy any time to react, a huge mass of colorless energy shot toward it. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, half of Jealousy's body instantly disappeared, while the still dazed Jealousy looked on in horror. Because it saw an existence it could never defeat for 100 years. Oh no, I aimed it wrong. Truth scratched his head and laughed. After saying this, he prepared to release the colorless energy again. However, Jealousy, now left with only half a body, had learned to be clever. If this continued, it would really die. It then turned and transformed into a large bird, flying away into the distance. Seeing this, Truth's expression gradually darkened, and he said unhappily, I originally wanted to play with you a little longer, but now it seems it's unnecessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Truth clapped his hands together and slowly uttered a word. Dimensional reduction. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Jealousy, which had been rapidly flying in the sky, along with everything around it, instantly turned into a flat image. What the hell is this? Jealousy truly panicked this time. However, LuZe was not someone who liked to waste words. He gently pointed with his right index finger. Crack. The flat image where Jealousy was located instantly shattered into countless pieces. As for Jealousy's aura, it disappeared in an instant, and with its disappearance, the Sin realm where Truth and Su Xiao were located also vanished. Is this over? Su Xiao was still in a daze because everything happened too quickly, and she had no time to think at all. Standing in front of her, Truth wore a strange smile, slowly murmuring, a new life has begun. Chapter 83. The Punishable Deal. If I take over your body, you will fall into a coma. In the boundless darkness, Truth said solemnly to LuZe, "You understand?" LuZe nodded. However, at that moment, Truth spoke again. Once you fall into a coma, you will enter a fictional world. If you cannot stay awake, there's a high possibility that you will never wake up. After hearing this, LuZe remained silent for a long time, but ultimately made a decision. It's fine. After Jealousy was erased, the one who took over LuZe's body temporarily became Truth. This was also the first time in many years that Truth truly felt everything in this world. On a forest path, Truth, who temporarily took over LuZe's body, walked along with a cheerful smile. So this is what it feels like to have a body. It's wonderful. Truth giggled. As soon as the words left his mouth, he couldn't help but start dancing. After walking for a while, he gradually came to a stop. Where should I go next? Truth pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hands. Then he clapped his hands, remembering that LuZe had wanted to return to Shrek Academy. But this world is so big, and there are many places I haven't been to yet, Truth said with a smile. I want to go to Shrek. A beautiful world. Here I come. Hee hee. After a while, in a town in the southern part of Douluo continent, Truth was happily walking down the street. This place seems interesting. Let's take a look here first, Truth said with a smile. He then walked towards a hotel, but was troubled by the follower trailing behind him. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Truth stopped, turned around, and looked at Su Xiao, who was following him. Little sister, weren't you supposed to meet your sister? Why are you following me? Truth said displeased. Su Xiao was taken aback at first, then quietly said, I'm just passing by. Really just passing by? Truth looked at her skeptically. Su Xiao, seeing this, nodded furiously, as if what she said was true. However, Truth was not convinced and directly stared at her. Why are you following me? Speak. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's mouth spoke without her control. I want to make a deal with you. Truth was puzzled by this response, but nodded. All right, what deal? Recovering, Su Xiao was shocked. She had no idea why she revealed her hidden thoughts. But she quickly calmed down and said slowly, I want you to save my sister, and my life will be the price for the deal. Save your sister? Truth said slowly. Jis, Su Xiao nodded. Seeing her like this, Truth couldn't help but smile and said, You, a gluttony sin, can't even save your sister? Isn't that too ridiculous? Su Xiao fell silent at this, a look of unspeakable bitterness on her face. After seeing her expression, Truth guessed something and said slowly, What happened to your sister? Su Xiao remained silent, not speaking. Seeing this, Truth didn't waste any more words with her and turned to walk into the hotel. Su Xiao hurriedly followed, as if she was determined to stick with Truth. Truth ignored her and went to the front desk to book a room, then headed straight to his own room without saying a word. Su Xiao continued to follow him. Once outside the room, Truth could no longer hold back and picked Su Xiao up. What do you want? I ask you, and you don't answer. Truth scolded angrily. Su Xiao felt an immense pressure from his demeanor, her face turning pale and weak. Realizing he might have gone too far, Truth unhappily dropped Su Xiao onto the ground and walked into the room without looking back. It took a long time for the discarded Su Xiao to recover, and she stood outside the door. Inside the room, Truth lay on the bed and entered the sea of consciousness without hesitation. In the sea of consciousness, Truth Truth naturally approached the figure, which was the unconscious LuZe. I wonder how long it will take you to wake up. You can't even get out of fictional world. Did you encounter something? Truth murmured slowly. But at that moment, LuZe could not hear any news from the outside world, and no one knew when he would wake up. After wandering a few laps in the sea of consciousness, Truth returned to the outside. The sky had already darkened, and Truth went to the window to look at the sunset, falling into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, Truth planned to go out and see what fun things the town had. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Xiao curled up against the wall outside his room. Looking at her petite figure, Truth chose to ignore her. However, the moment he stepped out, Su Xiao sensed his presence. She quickly stood up and continued to follow Truth. What happened to your sister? Truth questioned. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao seemed to have made some decision and stammered. It was Pride who took my sister. Pride? Truth was surprised, thinking, did this world also give birth to the sin of pride? Jis, Su Xiao nadif. Just pride, Truth said dismissively. But Su Xiao's next sentence left him stunned. That pride is not from this world. He is from another world, Su Xiao said slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly asked, is that pride named Lucifer? Su Xiao was taken aback by this name and said, you know that guy too? After getting confirmation, Truth immediately laughed. But it was a bitter laugh. Heh, I not only know him, I want to kill him, Truth said angrily. Su Xiao thought her sister was saved upon seeing this. But Truth's next sentence shattered her fantasy. If it really is him, then forget it. I'm not his match right now. Truth waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiao didn't believe it, but it was indeed the truth. Pride Lucifer was the closest existence to sin, and his strength was likely above all original sins. Although his true body could not come to this world, his avatars could, so it was not surprising to take someone away. You're no match for him. After receiving this response, Su Xiao sat on the ground helplessly, as if she had lost her mind. This couldn't be blamed on Truth, as Lucifer's true power was real. Truth had known Lucifer's name long ago, thousands of years ago. Lucifer, back then, was known as the supreme existence above all, crushing his peers with ease. And even some higher-ranked beings were no match for him, which is easy to imagine. Furthermore, so much time has passed, and Lucifer's true strength has likely surpassed the original sin. Returning here, Truth looked at Su Xiao's expression of losing his mind and felt powerless. Unless he could fully recover, he would have to find that guy. All right, I'm just saying that you aren't a match for Lucifer now, but that doesn't mean you won't be in the future. Truth comforted Su Xiao. Hearing this, Su Xiao suddenly became energized. Right? Not being able to defeat him now doesn't mean I can't in the future. As long as I have enough time, Lucifer will die. From now on, my life is yours. Wherever you need me, I will give it my all, Su Xiao said firmly. This, Truth was momentarily at a loss for words, but seeing Su Xiao's determined attitude, he immediately stopped talking. For now, just follow me. Truth turned and walked towards the street. Su Xiao smiled upon hearing this. Okay, Master. Chapter 84. Illusion? Reality? 1. Beep a horn sounded, and LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. But as he opened his eyes, he was immediately filled with shock. How is this possible? LuZe looked at everything before him, his heart filled with disbelief. But the fact was right in front of him. Towering skyscrapers, familiar roads, sidewalks, and green traffic lights. Yes, what appeared before LuZe was the last street where he was before his crossover. Wasn't I in the sea of consciousness? How could this happen? But he quickly recalled Truth's previous words, to stay alert and not lose rationality. Soon, LuZe recognized everything before him. This is an illusion, he concluded decisively. But this time, without Truth, he had no idea how to break this illusion. After some thought, LuZe had a bold idea. What if dying in this world would allow me to exit? LuZe said slowly. Just then, the red light turned on, and LuZe gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He didn't believe he would die here. This must all be an illusion. But just as he took a step, he heard a familiar voice. Bro, what are you doing? A reprimanding voice came from behind LuZe, and then someone grabbed his clothes. Feeling surprised, LuZe slowly turned around and was shocked to find that the person was his younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu. Are you trying to get yourself killed, bro? Can't you see the red light? Lu Xiaoyu scolded angrily. LuZe, still in a daze, had no reaction and was instantly pulled to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Bro, did you stay up all night playing games again? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. LuZe didn't answer. He was busy sorting out his thoughts. He remembered that he didn't have a younger brother before his crossover. Why was Lu Xiaoyu here? Moreover, from what Lu Xiaoyu said, it seemed they had been living together for a long time. Hey, Lu Xiaoyu looked at LuZe, who had a blank expression, and began to panic, gently slapping his face. Bro, Slap! Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, his hand that was holding LuZe's clothes was slapped away. LuZe then ran off without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu panicked and quickly followed. The two chased each other through the bustling streets, with LuZe running ahead and Lu Xiaoyu chasing behind. At this moment, LuZe was confused because he could hardly distinguish whether this was reality or an illusion. Rationality told him he must stay away from Lu Xiaoyu. Otherwise, he might end up trapped here forever. After running for an indeterminate amount of time, LuZe felt breathless. The formidable powers he once had vanished without a trace. Now, he was just an ordinary person. Lu Xiaoyu's stamina far surpassed his. If it weren't for the many people in this area, he would have been caught long ago. Ha ha ha! In a narrow alley, LuZe leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His current stamina was too weak. After running such a short distance, he was already exhausted. LuZe couldn't help but complain. Ding ding ding. At that moment, LuZe's phone rang. Startled by the ringtone, LuZe shakily took out his phone and saw that the caller was his younger brother. Without a second thought, he hung up. This is all an illusion. I can't get involved in this world, LuZe told himself. Then he thought of something. There must be information about this world on his phone. After checking his phone, Lv.10, is this really the real world? LuZe began to doubt himself. Could everything I experienced in Douluo continent have been a dream? He couldn't accept this fact and firmly believed that this was an illusion. After resting for a while, LuZe returned to the crowded streets. Once he confirmed that Lu Xiaoyu wasn't nearby, he relaxed his guard. Meanwhile, on another street, Lu Xiaoyu was in a panic because he had lost track of his brother. What happened to bro? Why did he run? Lu Xiaoyu was very confused. But now was not the time to think about that. The most important thing was to find LuZe. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and Lu Xiaoyu still hadn't found LuZe. At this moment, he truly began to panic, his eyes welling up with tears. Bro. After searching in vain, Lu Xiaoyu was feeling very dejected as he walked home, hoping to see his brother as soon as he got back. But all of this was unrealistic because LuZe knew he absolutely could not go home. Otherwise, he might fall deeper into this illusion, never to escape. The deep winter night was exceptionally cold, and LuZe, wearing only a thin shirt, was walking in a park. It's so cold. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown my clothes away. LuZe shivered from the cold. But what could be done? All of this was because of him. He had to bear the consequences no matter what. LuZe sat down on a bench in the park, slowly looking up at the snowflakes falling from the sky, feeling an indescribable sensation inside. Being alone is tough, LuZe said with a bitter smile. The sun had completely set, and the snowflakes in the sky became denser, and the temperature gradually dropped. At this point, LuZe's face had turned purple from the cold, and his movements became very slow. He had lost his phone, money, and backpack, and now he was completely broke. Knowing he couldn't stay in the park, he got up and returned to the street. Unknowingly, LuZe found himself on a familiar street. Where's this? LuZe's vision was now somewhat blurred, feeling like he would collapse to the ground at any moment. But the street he was on was exactly where his home was, so he had to leave quickly. It would be inconvenient if he ran into Lu Xiaoyu. As he spoke, he walked in another direction. LuZe, whose body was extremely cold, accidentally kicked a garbage bag at a corner and fell directly to the ground. His body was too weak. It felt like he was dying just from that fall. Lucia complained. As he spoke, his consciousness began to fade, and soon he fainted. Not seeing LuZe at home, Lu Xiaoyu ran out again. After searching for a while, she returned empty-handed. Feeling frustrated, she walked towards her home, but at a corner, she stumbled upon the unconscious LuZe. Brother. Excited, Lu Xiaoyu quickly ran to LuZe's side. After checking his condition, her face instantly turned serious. Without saying a word, she picked him up and ran towards her home. Please don't let anything happen to you, brother. Lu Xiaoyu looked at LuZe in her arms, her tears almost spilling out. Meanwhile, LuZe, who was unconscious, was completely unaware of everything happening around him and did not know he had been found. Once home, Lu Xiaoyu carried LuZe straight into the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with hot water, she carefully placed LuZe inside. She then sat beside the bathtub, looking worried, holding LuZe's right hand tightly. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the surroundings, he was momentarily stunned, then turned his head and noticed Lu Xiaoyu, who had fallen asleep from fatigue. He immediately withdrew his right hand, pressing himself against the wall like a mouse seeing a cat. The movement of LuZe waking up startled Lu Xiaoyu awake. Brother. Seeing LuZe awake, her eyes turned red, and she was about to rush over to hug him. But LuZe quickly dodged, and because he was soaked, he slipped and fell to the ground. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, confused. At that moment, LuZe suddenly stood up and pointed at Lu Xiaoyu seriously, saying, "Stay away from me." "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu was still bewildered. However, LuZe didn't want to linger any longer and turned to run out of the bathroom. Lu Xiaoyu quickly followed him. As LuZe, soaked to the skin, was about to run out of the house again, Lu Xiaoyu leaped and knocked him to the ground. "LuZe, what are you thinking?" Lu Xiaoyu shouted. LuZe struggled desperately, but was unable to exert any strength. "Let me go," he yelled. But Lu Xiaoyu showed no intention of relenting and tightly hugged him instead. "You're not leaving through that door until you explain yourself," Lu Xiaoyu said seriously. She then stood up abruptly, dragging LuZe up with her. In this world, Lu Xiaoyu was slightly taller than LuZe, so he was almost off the ground. Watching LuZe struggle, Lu Xiaoyu threw him onto the living room sofa and, from who knows where, pulled out a rope and tied him up securely. Once bound, LuZe could no longer struggle, while Lu Xiaoyu stared at him seriously. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Chapter 85. Illusion? Reality? Part 2, brother. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Xiaoyu stared seriously at the tied-up LuZe on the sofa. LuZe, bound, looked cold and didn't want to respond to her. "At least say something," Lu Xiaoyu said as she approached him. "You better stay away from me." When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she was stunned, unable to understand why. But looking at LuZe's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. With no other choice, Lu Xiaoyu could only take him to his own room. "Brother, I'll go make you some food," she said softly. But LuZe didn't even glance at her, keeping his eyes closed, not knowing what he was doing. Once Lu Xiaoyu left the room, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. "I can't stay here for long. I must leave quickly." LuZe's eyes were determined. The reason for all this was his suspicion that if he integrated into this world, he would never wake up again. So before finding a way to leave this world, he absolutely could not form any relationships with anyone here. This was LuZe's only goal now. Just as he was thinking about how to leave, the door to his room opened again. It was Lu Xiaoyu, carrying a bowl of noodles. "Brother, are you hungry?" she said with a smile. When LuZe saw her enter, he turned his body, facing away from her, wearing an expression of "don't come near me." Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what to say seeing him like this, but she could only smile and move on. Then, bringing the steaming noodles to LuZe's back, she placed it on a nearby desk and sat behind him. "Brother, did something happen?" she asked with a smile. But LuZe ignored her, staring out the window. Seeing him lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile, and then she suddenly hugged him from behind. "Brother, do you dislike me?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe, caught off guard by the sudden attack, jumped in surprise and angrily replied, "You need to untie me." "Untie?" Only then did Lu Xiaoyu realize LuZe was still tied up, making it difficult for him to move. So, she quickly untied the ropes around him. However, as soon as the ropes were undone, LuZe swung a punch at her. The punch was fast, but Lu Xiaoyu's reflexes were quicker. She grabbed his fist. With a pitiful expression, she said, "It seems brother really dislikes me. We used to sleep together." Hearing this, LuZe felt uncomfortable all over and quickly withdrew his hand. "Stay away from me. We have nothing to do with each other from now on," LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was stunned and stammered. "You're joking, right?" Seeing her expression, LuZe felt there was hope and said, "Do I look like someone who jokes? Don't come looking for me again." After saying that, he turned to leave. But just as he took a step, he was grabbed by a hand around his neck from behind. "Do you really want to distance yourself from me that much?" Lu Xiaoyu tightened her grip around LuZe's neck, pulling him forcefully into her embrace. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu looked completely different from her previous harmless demeanor, a wicked smile on her face. "Since you're no longer my brother," Lu Xiaoyu said, biting down on LuZe's neck. LuZe was stunned by the bite, then swiftly broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grasp. "Lu Xiaoyu, are you a dog?" LuZe shouted. But Lu Xiaoyu seemed still lost in her recent actions. LuZe touched his neck and found that a small amount of blood had already flowed out, making him feel completely stunned. "Is this what brother's taste is like?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Then, wiping the blood at the corner of her mouth, she stepped closer to LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis and immediately turned around to run out of the room. Just as LuZe was about to run out the door, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. "Brother, where are you running to?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked smile. She then directly hugged him, and the two of them fell onto the floor. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and LuZe, who was pinned under Lu Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth in pain. "Lu Xiaoyu, this is the last time I'm warning you. Stay away from me," Lu shouted loudly. But Lu Xiaoyu seemed unconcerned and instead smiled even more happily. "You can't escape," Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked grin. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to make her move. Rip! In an instant, LuZe's shirt was torn apart by Lu Xiaoyu, revealing his fair body. "Brother, did you know?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe didn't want to respond at all. He just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. "Actually, I like you from the moment we met. It's just because we were brothers that I never had the chance to express my feelings," Lu Xiaoyu said affectionately, "but now I do. Because you are no longer my brother. A's." Upon hearing this, LuZe was instantly dumbfounded and began to doubt whether he had misheard. But now was not the time to think about these things. He had to leave quickly, or his innocence might really be in jeopardy. "You lunatic! Let go of me!" LuZe shouted loudly, and then he began to resist. However, after a while, his hands were pinned to the ground by Lu Xiaoyu, and in an instant, LuZe lost the ability to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu laughed even more joyfully, using her body to pin LuZe down, while one free hand started to caress his body. "You clearly liked me before. Why did you suddenly change?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. As she spoke, she once again bit LuZe's neck. "Damn it!" LuZe suddenly burst out with incredible strength, pushing Lu Xiaoyu away. Breathing heavily after breaking free, LuZe looked at Lu Xiaoyu warily. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed like a terrifying beast to LuZe. He felt that he would be swept away in an instant. "What are you afraid of?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. But LuZe had no time to waste with him and turned to escape. To LuZe's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu didn't chase after him this time, which was a good thing. On the street, LuZe was only wrapped in a blanket, and the cold weather made him shiver uncontrollably. How could Lu Xiaoyu in this world turn out like this? LuZe murmured slowly. Lu Xiaoyu's actions just now left a significant shadow in LuZe's heart. After all, it was genuinely a bit frightening. "I need to find a place to rest." LuZe shook his head and told himself not to think about it anymore. After arriving at a park, LuZe walked straight to a nearby slide, as it could block the cold wind. "What is this place? How can I leave here?" LuZe lay inside the slide, murmuring in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had been following him closely and had arrived nearby. "Finally found you, LuZe." Chapter 86. Illusion? Reality? And what is this place? What is happening to me? When LuZe opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by darkness. It was clear that his eyes were covered, and his body was tied up. This made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. But being tied up meant that no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Just as he struggled, a voice came through. "You're awake?" Upon hearing this voice, LuZe instantly calmed down and asked coldly, "Who are you, and why did you tie me up?" "Ha ha!" Just as LuZe finished speaking, a laugh echoed. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are very important to me," the mysterious person spoke again. After hearing this, LuZe no longer held out hope of discovering the mysterious person's identity. "Why did you capture me?" LuZe asked once more. The mysterious person slowly approached LuZe, who was tied to the chair, and without saying a word, directly sat on his lap. "Because I like you, like to the extent of wanting to eat you," the mysterious person said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was instantly stunned, thinking, why are there so many lunatics in this world? But LuZe couldn't break free from his restraints. He was tied up tightly, and he couldn't see anything. "You wait here for me. There's still one person I haven't dealt with. Keeping him alive will only affect our future together," the mysterious person said meaningfully before getting up and leaving LuZe's side. And no one knew where he went. Taking advantage of the mysterious person's temporary absence, LuZe decided to make a desperate attempt. He began to shake his body wildly, trying to break the chair apart. But after a while, LuZe discovered that the chair was not going to loosen at all. "It seems I'm really unlucky," LuZe said with a helpless smile. Just when he was at a loss, a gunshot startled him. Bang! What is that? Upon hearing this sound, LuZe immediately had a bad premonition. After the gunshot, a hand grabbed the cloth that covered LuZe's eyes. When LuZe opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lu Xiaoyu standing right in front of him. "Brother, I'm late," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. She then began to untie LuZe. But at that moment, the previous mysterious person appeared again behind Lu Xiaoyu. "Lu Xiaoyu, I want you dead." The expression of the mysterious person was crazed. He then raised his hand, and it was a handgun. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the ropes binding LuZe were also untied. "Get down." LuZe's first reaction after being untied was to knock Lu Xiaoyu down to the ground. Bang! Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, the sound of a gunshot made him alert. Fortunately, LuZe had knocked Lu Xiaoyu down in time. Otherwise, he might have died here. "Brother, let's not talk now. We need to get out of here," LuZe said seriously. After all, There was a madman with a gun here, and if things continued like this, something bad would inevitably happen. After saying this, he got up and grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's hand, running toward the place with cover. The mysterious person also followed them again with a handgun. Brother, your shoulder. While fleeing, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the bruise on LuZe's shoulder and began to worry. But LuZe just replied calmly, "It's nothing, let's leave here first." After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu still felt a bit uneasy, but there was nothing more to be done. The mysterious person was still chasing closely behind, and the three of them were in a building under construction. At that moment, the mysterious person behind the two brothers shouted loudly again, "LuZe, stop right now, or I will kill you." "What a madman," LuZe said gravely. Bang! At that moment, gunfire rang out again. However, it did not hit LuZe and the others. It merely grazed past them. Feeling the threat of death, LuZe's speed increased again. The two ran with all their might, but the mysterious person relentlessly pursued them, forcing them to flee to the rooftop of the building. The three were in a chase, and since the mysterious person had run out of bullets, he dared not act recklessly and could only follow. Eventually, after a lot of running, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu reached the rooftop. "No way out for you now." The pursuing mysterious person smirked as he looked at the two standing at the edge of the rooftop. He then aimed his gun at Lu Xiaoyu again. "If it weren't for you, LuZe would have been mine long ago. Why were you born into this world?" the mysterious person said angrily. He then pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, LuZe suddenly stepped in front of Lu Xiaoyu. The bullet shot out and hit LuZe's chest, blood instantly spraying out. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned by the scene before her, and even the shooting mysterious person was taken aback. LuZe fell backward, but fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu caught him in time. "Brother, why did you do this?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't know what to do. The mysterious person trembled as he approached LuZe, saying numbly a "Zay, why?" Cough, cough. LuZe, lying in Lu Xiaoyu's arms, coughed twice and then struggled to stand up. "You find a chance to leave here. I'll hold him off," LuZe said seriously to Lu Xiaoyu. But upon hearing this, the mysterious person went mad, pointing the gun at them and shouting, "Why? Why not me?" LuZe looked at the crazed, mysterious person and coldly replied, "I don't even know you. This is all just your own fantasy." Bang! Bullshit. The mysterious person fired again. This bullet only hit the floor beside LuZe. "Gosing no harm. If it weren't for this guy Lu Xiaoyu's appearance, you would never forget me." The mysterious person was now completely insane. He lifted his gun and slowly approached LuZe, seemingly having made up his mind. "Since I can't have you, then I'll just kill you," the mysterious person said madly. He then shot Lu Xiaoyu in the shoulder. Seeing this scene, LuZe was stunned, then suddenly exerted force and knocked the mysterious person to the ground. The mysterious person's handgun was knocked away, and just as he reached for it, LuZe stopped him. The helpless mysterious person could only start beating LuZe. LuZe was already injured, and after being beaten, his wounds worsened. "Let me go," the mysterious person shouted frantically. But LuZe completely ignored him and held on tightly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly ran aside to pick up the handgun. "Don't move," Lu Xiaoyu shouted at the mysterious person while aiming the gun at him. The mysterious person immediately calmed down, and LuZe took the opportunity to distance himself from him. "Back away," Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly with the gun in hand. The mysterious person had no choice but to comply, slowly backing away. However, he soon backed up to the edge of the rooftop, thinking it was over. But what the mysterious person didn't expect was that Lu Xiaoyu, without saying a word, directly pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the mysterious person's body lost control and fell straight backward. This turn of events surprised even LuZe, who was about to say something when an unexpected event occurred again. As the mysterious person fell off the rooftop after being shot, he happened to get tangled in a rope, and the end of that rope snagged LuZe. Coupled with LuZe's existing injuries, he couldn't exert any strength, so he was forcibly pulled toward the edge of the rooftop. Just as LuZe was about to fall from the building, Lu Xiaoyu appeared at the last moment and grabbed him. "Brother, hold on. I'll pull you up right away," Lu Xiaoyu said urgently. But LuZe was different. He slowly lowered his head and said, "Just the fact that you came to save me is already the best. I don't belong to this world, so I planned to die last time. What are you saying? Don't move. I'll rescue you," Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. At this moment, LuZe slowly raised his head, smiling as he said, "I've been shot. It won't matter if I go up so." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe forcibly broke free from Lu Xiaoyu's grip and fell straight off the building. Watching LuZe fall, Lu Xiaoyu's mind went blank. "Brother," LuZe, coming back to her senses, Lu Xiaoyu let out a heart-wrenching scream, but LuZe had already disappeared. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu curled up on the rooftop with a vacant stare, repeatedly murmuring LuZe's name. But all of this was beyond saving, as it had come to an end. Awake? You really didn't let me down, hee. Chapter 87. I, the team leader, in a small forest near Shrek City in the Douluo continent. At this moment, Truth was whispering with a playful expression. I'm so exhausted. Finally awake after such a long time. Standing beside him, Su Xiao looked at him in confusion. After this period of contact, she realized that while Truth was very strong, he still fell short compared to Lucifer. Moreover, Truth had been using LuZe's body to do all sorts of misdeeds. And as for what he did, no one would probably want to say it. Master, what happened to you? Su Xiao asked slowly. Hearing this, Truth laughed. It's nothing, just woke someone up. So what does the master plan to do now? Su Xiao asked again. However, this time Truth did not answer her. Instead, he walked to a large tree and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. Su Xiao understood upon seeing this and quietly stayed by his side. In the sea of consciousness, Truth once again approached the unconscious LuZe and noticed his aura becoming increasingly vibrant. Why aren't you up yet? Truth said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes wide. How long have I been unconscious? LuZe said, rubbing his head. Truth smiled and replied, not long at all. LuZe sighed in relief upon hearing this, then asked, during the time I was unconscious, did anything major happen? Truth supported his chin with his hand and recalled carefully. After a while, he remembered certain events. Things have been fine during this time. Aside from me taking down a few major sins, the once every 5 years Young Soul Master competition is about to begin, Truth said slowly. Hearing the first matter was somewhat reassuring. But upon hearing that the Young Soul Master competition was about to start, he instantly jumped up. Has the Young Soul Master competition started yet? LuZe asked anxiously. Seeing his expression, Truth couldn't help but laugh and said, don't worry, it doesn't start for another month. That's good. LuZe sighed with relief. He had thought he had missed the Young Soul Master competition. If he really had missed it, then Xiao Yu's identity would be exposed, and Lucifer and the others would definitely come to take Xiao Yu away. All right, it's time to return my body, LuZe suddenly said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately looked aggrieved. I haven't had enough fun yet. Can you let me play for a while longer? LuZe gave him a cold glance and said nothing. Okay, I'll return your body, Truth said reluctantly. In the outside world, LuZe, sitting cross-legged under a tree, slowly opened his eyes. Finally, he was alive again. As he opened his eyes, LuZe slowly got up and felt his body. At this moment, he also noticed Su Xiao beside him. And thinking of her as original sin, his expression instantly turned cold. What are you doing here? LuZe questioned coldly. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned, but didn't have time to answer before LuZe grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Hey, wait a second. Su Xiao is your servant now. Truth suddenly popped up. Hearing this, LuZe was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by that? Truth quickly explained. It's like this. Okay, that's basically what happened. After a while, Truth told him everything that happened after he fell unconscious. After getting the explanation, LuZe released Su Xiao but still remained wary of her. Since you are my servant now, you have to be obedient, understand? LuZe said slowly. Su Xiao on the ground didn't speak but nodded. Seeing this, LuZe no longer paid her any attention and turned to walk towards Shrek Academy. Due to the jealousy over original sin, the original schedule had been disrupted. Now that he was awake, he needed to return to Xiao Yu's side before the Young Soul Master competition began. LuZe looked in the direction of Shrek Academy, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Xiao Yu, I'm back. Sometime later, in the soul fighting area of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, after an internal meeting at Sea God Pavilion, it was decided that LuZe would be the leading teacher for the Young Soul Master competition. Although this conclusion had been reached, they had yet to see LuZe's whereabouts, which made everyone begin to worry. However, Elder Xian insisted on having LuZe as the leading teacher. For some reason, he felt that this year's Young Soul Master competition was not as simple as in the past. In a room within Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian was sitting inside with a worried expression. The reason was simply that LuZe had yet to make an appearance. When is that kid coming back? Elder Xian complained. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, come in, Elder Xian said without hesitation after hearing the knock. But when the person knocking entered, Elder Xian was immediately stunned. Long time no see, Elder Xian. You actually know to come back. I thought you really died out there, Elder Xian said with a smile after recognizing the person. Indeed, the one who had just returned was LuZe. As soon as Elder Xian finished speaking, He stood up and walked in front of LuZe, then patted his shoulder. Now that you're back, let me tell you about the upcoming Soul Master competition. Elder Xian said meaningfully. Go ahead, LuZe replied without refusing, smiling and nodding. Seeing this, Elder Xian no longer held back and directly gestured for him to sit in a chair. All right, I think you should know some things. Elder Xian said slowly. LuZe nodded in response. I know more or less. You want me to be the leading teacher this time, right? Yes, Elder Xian nodded and continued. But what's more important is the process of this Soul Master competition. Upon hearing this, LuZe quickly understood, as this world had already been affected. At this moment, Elder Xian continued, I have a feeling that this Soul Master competition won't be that simple. There may be the sins you mentioned. I'm aware of that. My purpose in coming back is this, LuZe replied seriously. Seeing this, Elder Xian finally sighed in relief, knowing that with LuZe's protection, the students of Shrek Academy should be safe. Then that's settled. You should go and get to know those kids first, and when the competition starts, we will discuss strategies. Elder Xian said, while stroking his beard. LuZe didn't continue the conversation, quietly getting up and leaving Sea God Pavilion. He knew that Elder Xian had probably suffered quite a bit in the last battle, and his strength was likely not what it used to be. But there was no time to dwell on this matter now. The most important thing was to see how his brother was doing. With this thought, a gentle smile appeared on LuZe's face. In the soul fighting area of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, the students representing Shrek in this Soul Master competition were training. There were a total of 7 people, including Lu Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, and Xiu'er, as well as Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. The reason there were only these 7 was that due to the last incident in Qinyuan City, the others were basically no longer suitable to participate in this level of soul fighting. Captain, can we really win the championship? At this moment, Dai Huabin approached Lu Xiaoyu with a serious face. Lu Xiaoyu responded lightly, I must win. This. For a moment, Dai Huabin didn't know how to respond. The reason he was so intimidated by Lu Xiaoyu was that their strengths were like heaven and earth. Lu Xiaoyu was now a high-level soul sage at level 75, and her soul power level was already 1 in a million. Not to mention her monstrous strength. Even some soul Douluos might not be able to suppress her, let alone other soul sages. Apart from Lu Xiaoyu, the strongest among the 7 was the Vice Captain Gu Yuna, whose soul power was also close to level 70. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she officially stepped into the Soul Sage realm. Thinking of this, Dai Huabin felt very happy, as this time he could finally win against Wei Yuhao. Just then, a figure appeared in their line of sight. When Lu Xiaoyu saw that figure, she was instantly stunned. Long time no see, everyone. Chapter 88, Long time no see. Long time no see, everyone. The one who has come is LuZe. When Lu Xiaoyu saw that it was her brother, she was first stunned, then a happy smile appeared on her face. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu shouted, and then pounced on LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe could only smile, and then he continued to look at the other students. Dai Huabin and the others had witnessed LuZe's strength firsthand. Even the mysterious old man couldn't gain the upper hand in front of him, which shows how powerful he was. All right, I'm here to tell you that I will be training you from now on, LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned, their minds unable to process the information. What? Dai Huabin, coming back to his senses, looked at LuZe in disbelief. I'm not joking with you. My training starts early tomorrow morning, LuZe said with a smile. Hearing this, Dai Huabin felt a glimmer of joy in his heart, because if he could be trained by LuZe, wouldn't his strength undergo a qualitative leap? At that time, he would need to rely on Lu Xiaoyu to step on Wei Yuhao. Thinking of this, Dai Huabin instantly became energized, eager to start training right away. However, LuZe just told him this, and then left with Lu Xiaoyu. The 6 people left behind could only return to their homes, while Gu Yuna slowly followed in LuZe's footsteps. Where'd you been all this time? Lu Xiaoyu stared at LuZe on the way back to the dorm. Being stared at like this made LuZe feel uncomfortable, as if he were being stripped bare. He could only awkwardly smile and respond, I didn't go anywhere, just wandering around the continent. Really? Lu Xiaoyu was half convinced, as she still clearly remembered the incident in Qinyuan City. Seeing this, LuZe quickly changed the topic, saying, well, since we haven't seen each other for so long, let's go eat something. Lu Xiaoyu did not refuse and revealed her innocent smile again. Just then, LuZe suddenly noticed Gu Yuna behind them, so he stopped and turned to look at her. Do you have something to say to us? LuZe said slowly. Gu Yuna, having been discovered, did not continue to hide anything and said directly, yes, I do have something to find you for. I see. LuZe nodded slowly, then gave Lu Xiaoyu a look. Lu Xiaoyu instantly understood something and silently walked ahead. After Lu Xiaoyu left, LuZe looked at Gu Yuna and asked, "What is it?" "I want to know when you can take us to the divine realm," Gu Yuna said straightforwardly. LuZe was taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Those guys in the divine realm are just a bunch of pseudo-gods. We should be cautious of the people from that world." LuZe waved his hand and said. After receiving this answer, Gu Yuna no longer pressed for details and turned to look for Chiao. LuZe stood there watching Gu Yuna's departing figure. His gaze couldn't help but turn cold. The divine realm? LuZe sneered. It's just a space ruled by hypocrites. After saying this, he turned and walked in the direction of Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit sect was also starting to take action. The Youth Soul Master competition was about to begin, and remember not to mess around, Bunker said as he looked down at everyone from a height. Now, their strengths had almost recovered, and they believed that even if they encountered LuZe now, they could retreat unscathed. But there was still one thing that had been troubling them. That was the whereabouts of the Son of God. It's been so long, and the Son of God's aura hasn't been exposed at all. We can't detect it, Welf said, looking at Bunker seriously. Upon hearing this, Bunker did not respond too much, simply replying, "Once the Soul Master competition starts, the Son of God's aura will definitely be exposed." "That's good." Welf breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let's leave it at that. I will naturally find a way to deal with LuZe," Bunker said as he stood up slowly and then turned to leave. The others chose to trust him, not thinking too much about it. Back in his room, Bunker looked out at the sky and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "LuZe, you will regret it." "Brother." A loud shout came from the Shrek Academy dormitory area. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe was startled. He quickly ran to Lu Xiaoyu's dorm. "What are you going crazy about?" But Lu Xiaoyu was glaring at LuZe angrily. "Why did you move next door?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned angrily. "Ah, well." Upon hearing this question, LuZe was instantly at a loss for how to respond, quickly averting his gaze. After all, the Lu Xiaoyu in the illusion had really left a shadow in his heart. What if something similar happened in reality? Just thinking about this made LuZe's back sweat. Seeing that her brother did not answer, Lu Xiaoyu directly came in front of him and grabbed his collar. "Tell me, why did you move next door?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned angrily. With his collar grabbed, LuZe had no choice but to awkwardly explain, "You're all grown up now. You can't possibly still be sleeping with your brother, right?" Upon hearing this answer, Lu Xiaoyu also realized something, but soon tossed it aside. Lu Xiaoyu let go of LuZe's collar and smiled maliciously. "We're both guys. What are you afraid of?" As soon as LuZe saw that smile, he quickly retreated a few meters. "It's precisely because we're both guys that I'm afraid," LuZe said, covering his eyes. "Do you dislike me now?" Lu Xiaoyu said, looking pitiful. As tears were about to fall, LuZe had no choice but to comfort her. "How about this, just for tonight? We absolutely cannot sleep together again after this, understand?" Oh, Lu Xiaoyu sighed in disappointment, and then turned around, weakly lying on the bed. Seeing his state, LuZe couldn't help but feel like he had done something wrong. Could it be my problem? LuZe began to self-doubt. However, he didn't think too much about it. It was a good thing for the two brothers to sleep separately. Soon, evening fell. After dinner, LuZe and the others returned to the dormitory. "Go to bed early tonight. You need to accept my training tomorrow," LuZe said seriously to Lu Xiaoyu, who was lying on the bed. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu still had that expression, and then buried her head in the quilt. Sigh. Seeing this, LuZe could only helplessly sigh and then took his bathrobe into the bathroom. "Truth, come out for a moment," LuZe said as he looked at himself in the mirror. Why did you call me out on your own? Did something happen?" Truth said playfully. Looking at his punchable expression, LuZe immediately felt annoyed, but what could he do? After all, besides Truth, the person most closely related to LuZe was probably Lu Xiaoyu. "What do you think of my brother?" LuZe slowly asked at this moment. "Your brother?" Truth was immediately confused. "Yeah," LuZe nodded without stopping the topic. Seeing this, Truth could only think carefully and then propped her chin and said, "I don't know what your brother is like, but I know the power within him is very similar to one of my friends." "Your friend?" Lv.10. Could it be that fate had destined him to meet Lu Xiaoyu? "How does your friend compare to you?" LuZe, coming back to his senses, asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, Truth immediately became displeased. Looking at his expression, LuZe understood that there must be some conflict between him and his friend that was inconvenient to discuss. So he stopped asking. "You're done here. Go back to the sea of consciousness." LuZe waved his hand after a while. "TCH, who cares?" Truth grumbled before disappearing into his body. Alone, LuZe looked at himself in the mirror and fell into his thoughts. "Am I still me?" LuZe asked himself while looking at his reflection. He felt that he had changed too much since coming to this world. He was no longer the LuZe he used to be. But so what? The thing he wanted most now was to protect his brother and erase all the sins in this world. Chapter 89. Training begins the next morning. The originally peaceful morning was shattered by a loud shout. Brother. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu shout, LuZe sat up from bed, bewildered. He then stared at Lu Xiaoyu, just about to ask what had happened when Lu Xiaoyu spoke first. Who is this guy? Lu Xiaoyu pointed at Su Xiao, who was standing by the bed, and shouted loudly. LuZe looked over and realized that his brother seemed to have misunderstood something, so he began to explain. She is my servant, don't think too much. LuZe tapped Lu Xiaoyu's forehead. However, upon hearing this answer, Lu Xiaoyu still didn't believe the relationship between him and the girl, so he glared at Su Xiao fiercely. What's your name? Lu Xiaoyu asked seriously. Su Xiao, standing nearby, answered honestly. I am LuZe's servant. My name is Su Xiao. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked, half believing. Really? Su Xiao nodded. Although she said so, Lu Xiaoyu remained very vigilant, so he coldly said, from now on, you are not allowed to come within 10 meters of my brother, and you definitely can't enter my brother's room at night. Understand? Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's serious expression, Su Xiao obediently agreed. After all, this kid still had an older brother behind him. Okay, you can go out now, Lu Xiaoyu said at the right moment. Su Xiao turned around and left the dormitory obediently. Meanwhile, LuZe, who was still bewildered, remained sitting on the bed. After resolving the issue with Su Xiao, Lu Xiaoyu turned back to LuZe again. You are not allowed to find any more servants, especially female ones. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyu said sternly. This left LuZe confused, but what could he do? I promise you. But the premise is, can you get off me? LuZe said slowly. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu finally reacted and jumped off him obediently. Freed from Lu Xiaoyu's restraint, LuZe got up and began to get ready. Xiaoyu, come with me to the training ground later, LuZe said while getting dressed. Got it, Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. After a while, the two brothers walked out of the dormitory. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Lu Xiaoyu saw Su Xiao standing obediently at the door. Vigilant, he quickly questioned, what are you doing here? Su Xiao replied softly, waiting for my master to leave. Hearing this answer, Lu Xiaoyu was a bit displeased and was about to speak. You. All right, just say less, LuZe interrupted before Lu Xiaoyu could finish. Lu Xiaoyu, interrupted, turned his head away in displeasure. LuZe then looked at Su Xiao and said slowly, you should stay in the dorm next door for a while. You don't need to follow me around every day. Okay, master, Su Xiao responded, bowing. LuZe felt uncomfortable hearing her call him master, so he said, don't call me master from now on. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. Okay, master. Su Xiao responded, clearly puzzled, but still couldn't change it. Seeing this, LuZe showed a helpless expression and then took Lu Xiaoyu to the training ground, while Su Xiao stayed behind, waiting for his return. At the Shrek Inner Courtyard training ground, except for LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu, the other 6 were all present on time. When will the teachers arrive? Dai Huabin was already eager to start training. Guyana just said lightly, let's wait a little longer. They should be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 figures walked into the training ground. Everyone is here, right? The speaker was LuZe. Looking at the gathered group, LuZe's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He then had Lu Xiaoyu return to the team and directly started his purpose. You should all know what you are about to face, right? LuZe suddenly said sternly. The crowd fell silent, but they already knew in their hearts. My training methods are divided into 2 types. One is to increase your physical strength, and the other is to improve the quality of your soul power, LuZe said loudly. Although it sounded very simple, Lu Xiaoyu had a feeling that they were about to face the most unforgettable month of their lives. Seeing everyone so spirited, LuZe directly said, all right, the training for this morning is to improve your physical strength. At this point, Dai Huabin became curious about how to improve physical strength, especially since he thought his physique was already excellent and didn't need further enhancement. However, LuZe's next words left him dumbfounded. You will all train under 10 times the gravity this morning, LuZe said slowly. The crowd instantly froze upon hearing 10 times the gravity. Teacher, are you trying to kill us here? Zhu Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Tian, as a support-type soul master, also stood up, puzzled, and said, Teacher, as a support-type soul master, I really don't need to train like this. What do you mean by that? LuZe's expression became somewhat displeased. When Ning Tian saw his expression, she immediately shrank back, retreating behind Zhu Lu and not daring to look at him. LuZe saw this and approached her directly. What do you think a support-type soul master should do? Upon hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent, as she didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Ning Tian had not responded, LuZe turned to the side and slowly said, although I don't know what kind of support-type soul master you have in mind. In my view, A support-type Soul Master is someone who can control the overall situation and reverse the tide in desperate situations. A good support can lead the entire team to victory. Of course, there are no rules in the Soul Master competition that say support-type Soul Masters cannot attack actively, right? LuZe said with a smile. Hearing this, Ning Tian was taken aback. This completely overturned her understanding of support-type Soul Masters. However, at this moment, Zhu Lu stood up and said slowly, "Teacher, isn't controlling the overall situation the role of a control-type Soul Master? Why do you need a support-type Soul Master?" LuZe smiled lightly and replied, "A control-type and food-type Soul Master also play a supportive role, don't they?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, yes, no matter what type it is, as long as it benefits teammates, it can be classified as support. It seems that support-type Soul Masters are indeed very important. After hearing this, Ning Tian understood and no longer refuted LuZe's words. "Since everyone has no questions, let's start training," LuZe said with a smile. Without giving everyone time to react, the entire training room suddenly transformed into a 10-fold gravity chamber. Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately felt the pressure and all fell to the ground. Fortunately, this 10-fold gravity was shared among the 7 of them. If it were just one person, they would probably explode on the spot. The group lay on the ground for nearly an hour, and eventually, Lu Xiaoyu was the first to stand up. "Oh, not bad. You know to use soul power to strengthen your body," LuZe said with a smile while sitting aside. After Lu Xiaoyu stood up, Gu Yina, Zhou Er, Bin, and Wu Feng also got up. As for Ning Tian and Zhu Lu, their bodies had never experienced such gravity, so it was expected that they couldn't stand up. But don't worry, with time, they will naturally be able to stand. The 5 who stood up began normal training. But every time they moved, their bodies would tremble. "Come on, everyone, there are 3 more hours," LuZe said with a smile from the side. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wished she could deal with him right then, but unfortunately, she couldn't escape the 10-fold gravity. The 5 of them found it difficult to move under this gravity, while Ning Tian and Zhu Lu still lay on the ground, unable to move. "So this is what it feels like to be a teacher. How comfortable." LuZe smiled while sitting on the side. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were already sweating profusely, their bodies steaming. "I will prove everything with my actions. Get moving." Chapter 90. Victory Reward. That afternoon, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were exhausted, lying on the training room floor like dead dogs. LuZe, sitting nearby, couldn't help but smile at their appearance. He then got up and walked over to them, waving his right hand gently. Fatigue eliminated. As soon as they felt their bodies recover, the few of them jumped up instantly. "Now that your bodies are restored, let's start our next training," LuZe said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of despair. However, there was no way around it. They had to accept LuZe's arrangements. "What are we going to do next?" Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe smiled lightly and slowly said something unexpected. "You'll have to fight against me every afternoon." The others had various thoughts upon hearing this, but Lu Xiaoyu was extremely excited. "How do we fight?" She was the first to ask. Seeing her excited expression, LuZe said casually, "It's very simple. For the next month, every afternoon, as long as you can touch me once, you will be considered qualified." "Is it that simple?" Lu Xiaoyu was a bit skeptical. "Of course, but don't think that touching me is an easy task," LuZe said slowly, turning his back to them. "Are you ready?" Before they could react, LuZe was already standing in front of them. "Come on," Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. Bin and the others were also inspired by Lu Xiaoyu, all showing confident expressions. Seeing that they were eager, LuZe smiled and announced, "Then, let's begin." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu shot towards LuZe like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, she was already behind LuZe. "Got you." Lu Xiaoyu smiled and reached out her right hand to grab LuZe's back. "Get down." Just as Lu Xiaoyu was feeling proud, a command suddenly entered her ears. Upon hearing this, she was completely stunned, her body uncontrollably falling down behind LuZe. "I told you, wanting to touch me is not a simple task," LuZe said with a smile, looking at Lu Xiaoyu. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt annoyed, but unfortunately, her body was not under her control, and she couldn't stand up at all. Whoosh! While LuZe was talking to Lu Xiaoyu, a golden spear suddenly flew towards them. The person who threw the golden spear was Zhou Er. Hit! Zhou Er had a confident smile on her face, believing that LuZe would definitely not be able to dodge this. LuZe looked at the speeding golden spear with no panic on his face. Instead, he looked very happy. Boom! Ultimately, the golden spear struck the spot where LuZe was, immediately kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Er stared at the smoke, her face filled with joy. See? This is the consequence of underestimating us, Xiaoer said proudly towards the smoke. But the next second, she froze. Your timing was good, but a sneak attack won't work on me. As the smoke dissipated, the golden spear had stopped just a few centimeters in front of LuZe. When Xiaoer saw this scene, she was immediately stunned. But while she was still in shock, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had already snuck up on both sides of LuZe with Ning Tian's assistance. Seeing the two of them, LuZe smiled and said, "A pincer attack? No, it's a three-sided attack." At that moment, Gu Yuna said in front of him. A giant fireball shot straight towards LuZe. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu on both sides had also completed their preparations, and in an instant, 3 waves of attack struck towards LuZe simultaneously. Seeing this scene, LuZe smiled even more happily. Paradox erase. Swish. LuZe raised his hand lightly, and the attacks from Gu Yuna and the others instantly disappeared without a trace. What soul skill is this? Dai Huabin murmured in shock. After the attacks disappeared, LuZe once again appeared and scathed in front of them. You all need to practice more. This level of attack isn't even worth mentioning, LuZe said with a smile. As everyone listened to this remark, they immediately felt a hint of sarcasm, but this time they didn't act recklessly. Instead, they began discussing strategies. There was no time limit. The teacher only mentioned that the afternoon class would involve practice with him, so we could try a will battle, Lu Xiaoyu whispered to a few people. This approach might not work. LuZe's soul power was unfathomable, and by the time he got tired, we might have already exhausted our soul power. At that moment, Gu Yuna countered this tactic. Upon hearing her, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized, "Sorry, I forgot. So how do we fight?" Dai Huabin asked urgently. But Gu Yuna seemed to have a plan ready, saying directly, "Don't cluster together. Distract LuZe's attention. As long as one person touches him, we win. Then let's get started." Wu Feng regained his confidence. After their discussion, they looked towards LuZe again, who was smiling at them. "Finished discussing tactics?" LuZe said slowly. But Xiaoer wouldn't give him another chance, charging at him with the golden dragon spear. "Yeah," Xiaoer shouted, swinging the spear towards LuZe. "Stop! Buzz! How could this be?" Xiaoer was stunned because upon hearing those 3 words, she froze in place, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, a fierce white tiger appeared behind LuZe. Without thinking, it was clear this was Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique. Roar! The white tiger let out a series of roars and then swung a massive paw at LuZe. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu thought LuZe would block their attack with his hand, but the next second, they were left dumbfounded. Martial soul fusion erase. Whoosh! With LuZe's command, the fierce, gigantic white tiger instantly vanished, leaving Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu dumbfounded on the ground. Being able to erase even a martial soul fusion technique, isn't that a bit too overpowered? Dai Huabin lay on the ground, feeling hopeless. At this moment, he began to question his life. However, Innate didn't give up. Although surprised, she thought that no matter how strong LuZe was, there would definitely be moments when he would be distracted. At this moment, Gu Yuna stopped manipulating elements for combat and instead approached LuZe from behind, holding a silver spear. Rule balance. Sensing Gu Yuna behind him, LuZe summoned 2 long swords. Clang! The silver spear clashed with the 2 golden swords, producing a piercing sound. "I didn't expect you had this up your sleeve," LuZe said with a smile. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared closer. "Bro, you let her guard down?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a grin. He then swung the golden sword directly at LuZe. Reacting quickly, LuZe waved his right hand lightly, and the golden sword vanished. However, Lu Xiaoyu's goal wasn't to win with that golden sword, but to use other means. After the golden sword disappeared, Lu Xiaoyu teleported behind LuZe. "Sorry, bro." Seeing he was about to succeed, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. "Your thinking is too naive," LuZe replied with a gentle smile. "Stay down, Buzz." A familiar place, a familiar feeling, and a familiar person. Lu Xiaoyu found himself once again lying behind LuZe, and at that moment, he started to complain. "You wait, I will definitely make you lie down in front of me in the future," Lu Xiaoyu thought indignantly. LuZe looked at his puffed-up expression and couldn't help but laugh. But because of that laugh, a figure suddenly appeared behind LuZe and patted him. "Teacher, we won." The speaker was Wu Feng. After being patted, LuZe was first stunned, then he laughed. "Not bad. You all planned to do it this way from the start, right?" LuZe said with a smile. Wu Feng nodded with a smile, and at that moment, the other 6 also came to LuZe's side. "Bro, since we found you, shouldn't we do something about it?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was at a loss for words, and thought for a long time before finally saying, "How about this? The person who touched me is Wu Feng, so I will agree to one thing for her." LuZe said slowly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who touched LuZe would receive such a benefit. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu regretted it immensely. If he had touched LuZe, "Wu-Ti, do you have something you need from me?" LuZe asked Wu Feng. Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but thought for a long time. Finally, she said, "Teacher, can you agree to anything?" "That depends on the situation, as long as it's not too excessive," LuZe replied awkwardly with a smile. "That's good," Wu Feng said with a smile. "Teacher, I want to know how strong you really are." When Wu Feng asked this question, everyone was stunned. "What the hell? You had such a great opportunity, and you only asked this," Dai Huabin said frantically. "Isn't it not okay?" Wu Feng felt that she had perhaps asked the wrong question upon seeing the expressions of those around her. On the contrary, LuZe looked very happy and answered the question promptly. "Actually, the teacher isn't that amazing. He's just a bit stronger than old Xian," LuZe said with a smile. After that, LuZe announced the end of today's training, saying they would continue tomorrow. However, every afternoon, those who successfully touched LuZe during practice would get a chance to have LuZe agree to something for them. This made Lu Xiaoyu and the others even more motivated, all hoping to be the next person to touch LuZe. Chapter 91, The Second Truth. "Bro, are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Lu Xiaoyu asked dissatisfiedly as he walked beside LuZe. "What do you mean by that?" LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu directly stated the truth. "Why did you always make me lie on the ground during practice this afternoon? Is that not making things difficult?" After saying this, he glared at LuZe with an unhappy face. Hearing this, LuZe scratched his head and then turned to change the topic. However, Lu Xiaoyu saw it clearly. "You really are making things difficult for me," Lu Xiaoyu said in disbelief. LuZe didn't answer him, but just smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu became angry and puffed his cheeks before running away. LuZe watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle before following him. But what he didn't know was that Lu Xiaoyu was already plotting how to take revenge on him in the future. Just wait. I'll definitely make you unable to get up," Lu Xiaoyu thought angrily. After a while, the two returned to their respective dorms, separated by just a wall. A pleasant day passed just like that, and LuZe lay on his bed, murmuring faintly about what might happen tomorrow. At that moment, Truth popped out with a smile. "LuZe, why aren't you sleeping with your good brother?" Truth teased. LuZe was instantly speechless upon hearing this, and then slowly got up. He had grown up now, and sleeping alone was good for him. LuZe's reasoning was very sound. Truth couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Is that really what you think? Aren't you afraid your little brother has some improper thoughts about you?" Truth teased. LuZe felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, and suddenly flopped back onto the bed. "Don't bother me, I'm going to sleep." Truth, seeing this, joked, "You're no fun at all. Little you likes you so much, and you just... That's enough." LuZe interrupted Truth forcefully before adding, "Does my relationship with Little you need your interference?" Seeing this, Truth could only smile faintly and merge back into his body. Once Truth disappeared, LuZe closed his eyes again to rest. The next morning, as soon as LuZe opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene before him. "Little you," LuZe slowly said, staring at Lu Xiaoyu, who was lying on him. He then gave a light slap on Lu Xiaoyu's back. Lu Xiaoyu, who was slapped, instantly opened his eyes and sleepily said, "Is it morning?" Seeing him like this, LuZe couldn't help but fall into contemplation. After calming down, he directly lifted Lu Xiaoyu up. "How did you end up in my dorm?" LuZe asked seriously as he set Lu Xiaoyu on the floor. Lu Xiaoyu, now awake, didn't know how to respond. He couldn't possibly say that he couldn't sleep without being near LuZe, right? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was slow to answer, LuZe decided not to dwell on it. "All right, don't do this again, okay?" LuZe said slowly, then got up and left the dorm for the training room. The training room had the same training methods every day, aside from the afternoon sparring rewards. Everything else was quite ordinary. Moreover, a single reward had pushed Lu Xiaoyu and the others to constantly surpass themselves. However, since LuZe encountered Wu Feng, no one had dared to challenge him again. After all, a tactic could only be used once. This is too ridiculous. We can't even touch the teacher." Dai Huabin, lying on the floor, was exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was still practicing with LuZe, looking determined to take on that reward. Standing to the side, Guyuna and Xiaoer maintained a ready stance, as if they would launch an attack at any moment. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise came from LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu's side. The others turned to look and found that Lu Xiaoyu had been embedded into the wall of the training room by his brother. "Little you, You still need to practice more. Luja laughed as he looked at Lu Xiaoyu stuck in the wall. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, with his head down, seemed to be lost in thought, but it was certainly not anything good. Not getting a response from Lu Xiaoyu, Luja started to worry. Little you, are you alright? Did I hit too hard? Luja asked anxiously. But the next second, a particle of light directly grazed Luja's face. What? Luja was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu lifted his head again, though he had changed slightly. Little you, what's wrong? Luja became a bit wary. Boom! Just as Luja's alertness heightened, Lu Xiaoyu threw a punch at his feet. Luckily, Luja had quickly moved away, then turned his back to Gu Yuna and the others, saying seriously, Gu Yuna, you all need to leave here quickly. Little you is acting strange. Gu Yuna understood immediately, especially since Lu Zhe had a serious expression. In no time, Gu Yuna and the other 6 successfully left the training room, leaving Lu Zhe and Lu Xiaoyu staring at each other, seemingly on the verge of a confrontation. Little you, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhe asked gravely. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu directly replied, I just haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. Who are you? Lu Zhe instantly realized that the Lu Xiaoyu before him was no longer his little brother. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled faintly and slowly said, I am Truth. Truth? Upon hearing that name, Lu Zhe was instantly shocked. If he was Truth, then what was the one inside him? However, all the mysteries were soon revealed. I didn't want to tell you, but I didn't expect this guy to wake up so quickly, said Truth from within Lu Zhe, sounding serious. Lu Zhe asked Truth, who is this guy? Oh, he is also Truth, came the calm response. Lu Zhe was stunned by this answer. There were 2 Truths. Yes, but I'm not the same as him. I am absolute Truth. You know my abilities, Truth said slowly. Then his expression grew serious. The truth within your little brother is relative truth. He has only one ability, which is to nullify all abilities around him. Are you saying my abilities are useless against him? Lu Zhe felt a bit pessimistic. To be precise, from now on, all our abilities will be useless. But his ability can be maintained, Truth said with a forced smile. How can we fight like this? Lu Zhe faced an unprecedented dilemma. While he was deep in thought, Lu Xiaoyu instantly teleported in front of him. You may be strong, but I am your natural nemesis. Relative Truth said with a smile. He then punched Lu Zhe in the abdomen. Bang! Lu Zhe was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, then slowly slid down. Cough, cough. Looks like things are not looking good, Lu Zhe said with a bitter smile. Not just not looking good. The current situation could be described as an ability user completely crushing an ordinary person. Is there even a comparison? It's a one-sided crush. Lu Zhe. Although I hate that method, we have no choice now, Truth said seriously. Lu Zhe thought there might be some trump card, but it turned out to just be to run. Is this your last resort? Lu Zhe said slowly while running. Truth replied, there's no other way. We can't beat that guy, but I guess he shouldn't last much longer. He should fall asleep soon. That's good, Lu Zhe said and continued to circle around. Relative Truth, on the other hand, was getting dizzy from the chase, losing the desire to pursue. I actually want to know how long you can run, Relative Truth smiled faintly. He then stood still while Lu Zhe kept running. The aura of the Divine Sun has appeared. It seems something fun is really going to happen at this Soul Master competition. Chapter 92 2 Great Truths. Truth, do you have any other methods? Lu Zhe, standing opposite Lu Xiaoyu, had a very serious expression. The truth floating beside him was the same. After all, the ability of Relative Truth was born specifically to deal with itself. There's no way around it. We can only wait for your brother to wake up. The truth said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe immediately showed a bitter smile and then stared intently at Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, we are all brothers. There's no need to be so harsh, Lu Zhe said with a. Who's your brother? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu had already been controlled by Relative Truth. If it weren't for your constant interference, I would have woken up long ago, Relative Truth said with a hint of reproach. Is that so? Lu Zhe suddenly laughed at this point. This left Relative Truth at a loss. What are you laughing at? Sorry, I just wanted to laugh, and besides, you should close your eyes and sleep, Lu Zhe said. As soon as he finished speaking, Relative Truth sensed the anomaly within its body and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Why? Relative Truth's vision became increasingly blurry. Soon, in a state of confusion, it closed its eyes. Lu Zhe, what's going on? Truth asked, puzzled. Lu Zhe simply smiled and said, I just sense that Relative Truth can't suppress the power of rules within Xiaoyu's body. So if falling into a coma was just a matter of time. The power of rules? At this point, Truth seemed to recall something and then instantly understood. You mean a third of your power of rules is inside your brother? Truth said, a bit incredulous. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe responded in surprise. How did you know? Oh wow, you really guessed it. Truth had just taken a wild guess, but didn't expect to be right. Once calm, Truth slowly smiled and said, "You dare to play like this. Do you know the consequences if the power of rules goes berserk? That's exactly why I would do this." LuZe gently held Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. After hearing this, Truth was at a loss for words. By the time it came to its senses, LuZe had already left the training room. Outside the training room, Gu Yuna and the others were very vigilant. Just then, LuZe walked out holding Lu Xiaoyu, and everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that they were both safe. "Everyone go back to the dormitory. That's it for today," LuZe said slowly. And then he walked towards his dormitory, holding Lu Xiaoyu. In the dormitory, LuZe looked at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the bed and fell in a deep thought. He then slowly asked, "Truth, can you explain again the power within Xiaoyu? You mean relative truth?" Truth smiled and replied. LuZe nodded and continued to stare at Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Truth no longer hid anything and directly said, "There are two truths, absolute truth and relative truth. I was originally the first to be born and also the strongest. But because of the emergence of relative truth, I was suppressed. The ability of relative truth is specifically aimed at you?" LuZe said slowly. Truth nodded faintly and continued. "You should already know my abilities and, combined with your paradox power, is basically an invincible existence, but relative truth is different. Its ability is to form an invisible barrier around itself. Anyone within this barrier, except for relative truth itself, will have their abilities nullified, becoming ordinary people," Truth recounted slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment, he thought of something and asked, "What is the relationship between relative truth and Xiaoyu? Is it the same as before?" "Not at all," Truth denied. "Relative truth can be said to be your brother, but your brother is not relative truth." "What do you mean?" LuZe felt something was off. "To be honest, I don't want to discourage you," Truth said slowly. But LuZe smiled and said, "Go ahead, it's no big deal." Seeing this, Truth confirmed again and finally said slowly, "Your brother is actually a personality split off from relative truth and will eventually disappear completely. At that time, that power of rules will also be controlled by relative truth. So that's how it is." LuZe nodded to indicate he understood. However, he did not show any other expressions on his face, but was very calm. "Aren't you afraid your brother will suddenly leave you since you're so calm?" Truth was a bit puzzled, but LuZe just replied, "Xiaoyu is just a personality, and the final outcome is unavoidable, even if I desire him to stay. In the end, it is all in vain. So, you have thought it through?" Truth said in surprise. "Of course," LuZe smiled, then got up and walked toward the bathroom. Truth did not follow. It was now only focused on relative truth. "After all these years, I thought you would never wake up again. I didn't expect it," Truth said slowly, looking at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the bed. In the bathroom, LuZe's expression was very cold. It seemed he had already made his choice. "If Xiaoyu really disappears, then relative truth must be eliminated," LuZe murmured. Although he said this, there was still a slight wave in his heart, but it was quickly buried, and then he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked to the bedside. "How you think about things in the future is no longer my concern. But at least we must ensure that both of us are alive, understand?" Truth said slowly, then merged into LuZe's body. LuZe, who remained in place, did not show much reaction and simply lay down on the bed. As night deepened, LuZe looked at Lu Xiaoyu on the bed and fell into silence. Lv.10 disappear. At this moment, in the world of truth. "Lucifer, when do you plan to find a godchild?" Lv.10 looked at the high and mighty Lucifer and said slowly. Lucifer, unhurried, replied, "Don't rush. Haste makes waste. Now that both truths have appeared, as long as we win over the godchild who possesses relative truth, then LuZe, who possesses absolute truth, will no longer pose a threat to us." Lucifer said meaningfully, "Will the godchild really be willing to help us against LuZe?" Lv.10 said uncertainly, but Lucifer confidently replied, "Rest assured, the godchild will definitely help us." Chapter 93, Excessive Demands. "Brother, wake up quickly." As dawn broke, LuZe, who was sound asleep, heard Lu Xiaoyu's call. He slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" LuZe said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu, who had woken up, smiled and then wanted to leap onto him. However, just as he jumped, LuZe directly lifted him into the air. "Stop jumping on me every day." "How old are you now?" LuZe said with a serious expression. While being lifted in the air, Lu Xiaoyu immediately felt a bit displeased. "Let us go. It's time for the training room," LuZe said as he put Lu Xiaoyu down and then walked out of the dormitory. Lu Xiaoyu, who followed closely behind, was unaware of what had happened giving off an elusive feeling. After arriving at the training room, Lu Xiaoyu and the others repeated their usual activities. However, under this gravity-enhanced pressure, LuZe felt gratified that Ning Tian and Zhu Lu finally stood up. Although their movements were slow, it was still a significant improvement. It seemed everyone had gotten used to this training method, and LuZe approached the group with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were immediately puzzled, but they quickly understood his meaning. You have already adapted to the gravity training, so it's time to switch to real combat, LuZe said slowly. After today's sparring session, we will no longer practice. Instead, I will take you to face the Sin Zone. Dai Huabin was shocked to hear this, as he was well aware of the dangers of the Sin Zone. However, this was also what he wanted most, as encountering the Sin Zone meant becoming stronger. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. He looked at LuZe with a mischievous smile and said, "Brother, if someone touches you during today's sparring session, can you promise me something?" Hearing this, LuZe was quite puzzled, but nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu became even happier, and LuZe had a bad premonition upon seeing his expression. That afternoon, the sparring session that Lu Xiaoyu had been eagerly anticipating finally began. Not only was Lu Xiaoyu excited, but even Gu Yuna and the others were thrilled. Soon, LuZe announced with a smile, "Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuna and Xiaoer charged at him with their golden and silver guns. Their speed had surpassed that of an average agility-type soul master. However, even with their incredible speed, they could not escape LuZe's abilities. "Stand still," LuZe said to the two girls rushing towards him, effortlessly activating his ability. In an instant, Gu Yuna and Xiaoer, who were in mid-charge, stopped dead in their tracks. How despicable, Xiaoer thought, her inner anger erupting. But it was futile, as no one could refuse LuZe's command. Even those stronger than him would hesitate for a moment, let alone Gu Yuna and Xiaoer. Good opportunity. While they obeyed the command, Dai Huabin had already arrived behind LuZe. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. A ball of light gathered in Dai Huabin's mouth and shot towards LuZe. Sensing the anomaly, LuZe did not dodge. Instead, he gently waved his right hand. Whoosh! In an instant, Dai Huabin's White Tiger Fierce Light Wave dissipated just a few centimeters from LuZe, as if it had never existed. "You're still a bit lacking." LuZe smiled as he teleported behind Dai Huabin. He then flicked his fingers, sending Dai Huabin flying like a cannonball. Bang! Dai Huabin crashed heavily against the wall of the training room. Cough, cough. After coughing a couple of times, Dai Huabin stood up again. However, LuZe did not pay attention to him. He kept dodging. A shadow darted around LuZe at high speed, with each attack coming in quick succession. Yet, under this barrage, LuZe managed to remain calm. Zhu Lu, who was launching these attacks, was panting heavily, completely baffled as to why LuZe could perfectly evade her strikes. "Zhu Lu, you're still quite far off," LuZe said with a smile, then repeated his previous movements. Zhu Lu was sent flying and collapsed to the ground just like Dai Huabin. "Don't be too naive, everyone," LuZe said, turning his gaze towards Wu Feng and Ning Tian. Sensing something was off, Wu Feng tried to make a move, but was immediately weighed down by the gravity. As for Ning Tian, he was forcibly put to sleep under LuZe's command. Now, only Lu Xiaoyu and LuZe remained in the training room. "Brother, does that mean if I touch you, you'll agree to anything I ask?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile. LuZe felt it was strange, but still replied with a smile, "Of course, provided you can touch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu shot forward like a cannonball. In less than a second, he was in front of LuZe, and his raised foot kick towards LuZe. LuZe reacted quickly, using his absolute defense to block the attack as soon as Lu Xiaoyu arrived in front of him. After his attack was blocked, Lu Xiaoyu immediately teleported behind LuZe, thrusting a golden longsword towards his back. "Nice moves," LuZe chuckled upon seeing this. He then waved his right hand, causing the golden longsword in Lu Xiaoyu's hand to shatter instantly. Lu Xiaoyu was then sent flying back from the powerful repulsion, crashing heavily against the wall. Cough, cough. Lu Xiaoyu coughed a couple of times and then complained, "Brother, are you that ruthless?" "Ruthless? I don't think so," LuZe replied with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth lifted slightly. A bad premonition flooded LuZe's mind. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu was once again in front of him. LuZe, realizing what was happening, slowly activated his absolute defense. He thought Lu Xiaoyu's attack would be blocked, but an unexpected event occurred. A one, brother to everyone's surprise. Lu Xiaoyu had directly passed through the absolute defense and placed a hand on LuZe's shoulder. LuZe was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. But the fact was right before his eyes. Lu Xiaoyu had successfully touched him. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, "Since I touched you, does that mean I won?" Reluctantly, Lu-Ze could only smile wryly and say, "You won." Upon hearing that he had won, Lu Xiaoyu perked up, looking at Lu-Ze with mischief in his eyes. Lu-Ze felt something was off. What do you want me to promise? After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaoyu revealed a shocking request. "Brother, wear women's clothing to teach us tomorrow," Lu Xiaoyu said with an innocent smile. Upon hearing this, Lu-Ze instantly became unhappy. If he wore women's clothing, wouldn't his persona collapse? He prepared to refuse, saying this. At that moment, Gu Yuna and the other 6 slowly approached, each wearing a smile. "Teacher, are you backing out?" Xiao teased with a laugh. Ning Tian chimed in. "Wearing women's clothing doesn't seem too unreasonable, right? It's just one day. It doesn't matter." For a moment, Lu-Ze didn't know what to do. Ultimately, under Lu Xiaoyu and the others' persistent persuasion, he compromised. "Fine. Tomorrow, I'll wear women's clothing for a day. It's no big deal," Lu-Ze said reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others instantly became excited. Watching them so excited, Lu-Ze couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. This group of students really knows how to have fun. In the evening, Lu-Ze lay on his bed, contemplating the events of the afternoon. "Lu-Ze, your brother is quite remarkable," Truth suddenly appeared with a playful smile. Hearing this, Lu-Ze got up and asked, "Shall you use the ability of relative truth this afternoon, right?" "Oh, I thought you didn't know," Truth replied with a smile. After getting confirmation, Lu-Ze turned to look out the window. Xiao Yu is indeed gifted. He managed to grasp the application of relative truth in just one day. However, Truth said seriously, that is indeed a good thing, but if used improperly, the people around him will suffer. Upon hearing this, Lu-Ze gave Truth a meaningful glance before continuing to look out the window. "With me around, such things won't happen." "I hope so." Chapter 94. The hardship of cross-dressing. As dawn broke, a new day officially began. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Xiaoyu had already gotten up early and quickly ran to Lu-Ze's room. "Bro, it's time for you to fulfill your promise," Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. But as soon as he entered the room, he found that Lu-Ze was nowhere to be seen. This puzzled him, and he began to wander around the room. After a while, Lu-Ze emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. The moment Lu Xiaoyu saw him, he froze. With damp black hair casually draped over his shoulders and only a bathrobe wrapped around him, his exposed collarbone looked exceptionally alluring. For a moment, Lu Xiaoyu was mesmerized, his mind completely blank. Noticing his arrival, Lu-Ze could only smile wryly. "Do you really want to see me in women's clothing?" Lu-Ze said with a bitter smile. Coming back to his senses, Lu Xiaoyu nodded furiously, as if he was determined to see his brother in women's attire today. Seeing this, Lu-Ze felt helpless. But what could he do? So he said, "You go call Gu Yuna and the others to gather at the school gate. I'll change my clothes and come." "Okay," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile, then turned and dashed out the door, leaving Lu-Ze in the room feeling a sense of despair. At that moment, Truth popped up. Truth teased with a laugh. "I didn't expect you, a grown man, to be forced to wear women's clothing. That's quite surprising." "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xiaoyu replied, feeling embarrassed. But Truth seemed unwilling to let this opportunity pass, teasing again. "Oh dear, it's just women's clothing. You would look great in it." Lu-Ze was a bit angry and was about to take action, but after thinking carefully, he decided against it. He then picked up a storage soul guide ring from the desk nearby. This ring was obtained by Lu Xiaoyu through Gu Yuna the night before. Who knows what was inside, but it was definitely not something good. Lu-Ze stared at the ring for a while, then directly dumped all its contents out. The next second, Lu-Ze was dumbfounded, because the ring was filled with women's clothing of all styles. Seeing this, Truth immediately became interested, casually picking up a dress and teasing, "Why not wear this skirt? I think it would suit you well." "Get lost." Lu-Ze shot him a glare, then began to examine the clothing. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu-Ze finally found a suitable outfit. At the school gate of Shrek Academy, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 had gathered, imagining what Lu-Ze would look like in women's clothing. "Young master, do you think the teacher will look very eye-catching in women's clothing?" Wu Feng, standing behind Ning Tian, laughed. Ning Tian immediately shook his head, saying, "No way. The teacher is actually quite handsome. He just doesn't dress up much." Wu Feng nodded, seemingly understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was fixated on the campus, hoping to be the first to see his brother's feminine image. So looking forward to it, even Xiao beside him was feeling a bit excited. Soon, a commotion erupted at the school gate. As Lu Xiaoyu and the others turned to look, they were instantly stunned. This can't be real," Wu Feng said, a bit in disbelief. Even Dai Huabin couldn't believe what he was seeing. A tall girl was approaching them, dressed in a black and red long dress, with beautiful black hair cascading over her shoulders and back, exuding a cold and aloof aura. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the girl had already reached them. "Is everyone here?" The girl spoke with LuZe's voice, sending a shiver down Lu Xiaoyu and the other's spines. "Bro?" Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. The girl was indeed LuZe in women's clothing. And the reason for her cold demeanor was that many people had been staring at her along the way, making her a bit irritable. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and let's go." LuZe, now in women's clothing, seemed particularly irritable. Perhaps it was the stairs along the way that had made him this way. After hearing this reprimand, Lu Xiaoyu, instead of feeling afraid, mischievously replied, "Bro, since you're in women's clothing, can you lower your voice a bit? If someone hears you, your reputation will be ruined." LuZe was momentarily speechless, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Ultimately, he had no choice but to lower his voice. "Is this okay?" LuZe said with a tempered voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately satisfied and smiled. "Then today, you're no longer my brother. You're my sister." Hearing this, LuZe could only let out a cold laugh. He didn't seem angry, but internally he was already plotting how to deal with Lu Xiaoyu tomorrow. Thus, under the leadership of LuZe in women's clothing, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 set off on their journey. Their destination was fraught with danger. According to Old Xian, LuZe knew that a new major sin had emerged there, but he didn't know the extent of its strength. However, this trip was actually meant for Lu Xiaoyu and the others to come into contact with the sin aspect, trying to keep their exposure limited to minor sins, while major sins were LuZe's responsibility. That afternoon, they arrived at the mission location. Outside the town's gate, LuZe was briefing Lu Xiaoyu and the others on some matters. "For a while, do not expose your soul power. Try to wait for the sin aspect to reveal itself, understand?" LuZe said sternly, looking at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Everyone nodded in response, then withdrew their soul power. With LuZe's help, it was unlikely that anyone would detect them as soul masters. As for LuZe, he was no longer a soul master. He was now considered a major sin. Once inside the town, another major difficulty troubled LuZe. Wherever he went, people would come to strike up conversations with him. If it weren't for the cross-dressing, there probably wouldn't be many people left alive who would dare to approach LuZe. And Lu Xiaoyu, who had been following LuZe, felt quite uncomfortable inside when she saw someone trying to flirt with her brother. "These people are so annoying." Lu Xiaoyu complained softly. Coincidentally, Chiu Er, who heard this, came over and smiled, saying, "What can we do? It's your brother's outstanding aura after cross-dressing that's attracting them. It feels like if I could, I would just kill those who flirt with my brother. They are so annoying," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. This left Chiu Er stunned. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to have such thoughts. "You better not do anything reckless. We're here to complete a mission," Chiu Er hurriedly said. Lu Xiaoyu just nodded and stopped talking, her gaze locked onto LuZe. Before long, a fairly good-looking man approached LuZe. "Excuse me, beautiful, do you have someone you like?" The man said with a smile. LuZe, who was blocked, immediately felt annoyed, but after thinking for a moment, he lowered his voice and coldly replied, "Sorry, I have someone I like. Please don't bother me again. Thank you." The man was taken aback by this response, but after a while, he blocked LuZe again. "I know you don't. You don't have to say it like that. Although I'm not particularly strong, I am at least a soul king and can protect you," the man said earnestly. LuZe felt very displeased upon hearing this, and was about to use his powers to silence the guy when someone beat him to it. Bang! The man was kicked away and crashed heavily onto the ground. "Sorry, my sister has someone she likes. If you keep this up, I won't be polite." The person who attacked was Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, her face showed clear displeasure, and her eyes were icy, as if she were about to kill the man. The kicked man felt very angry and stood up to glare at Lu Xiaoyu. Just as he was about to say something, he caught sight of Lu Xiaoyu's murderous gaze and immediately backed down. "It was my fault," the man said, sweating profusely. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu scolded him directly. "As long as you know your mistake, why don't you hurry up and get out of my sister's sight?" The man felt quite displeased inside, but still smiled and said, "To be honest, my father holds the highest position in this town. If you need anything, just come to the Long family and mention my name." After saying that, he turned to leave, leaving behind his name, Long Xing. Once Long Xing left, Lu Xiaoyu put away her icy expression and walked up to LuZe with a smile. "Sister, are you okay?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. LuZe felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but decided to play along. "You're really great. It's such a hassle," LuZe said with a forced smile. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately laughed, then boldly took LuZe's hand and walked forward. The group behind them, including Guyu Na and others, immediately sensed something unusual. However, none of them spoke out, they just smiled faintly. Chapter 95. LuZe was captured. They had been in this town for a while and had found a suitable inn. Although they had encountered some trouble upon arrival, it had all been resolved. Now, all that was left was to wait for the Sin Face to appear. In LuZe's room, the 7 of them stood obediently together, while LuZe sat in front of them with a serious expression. I don't need to say much about the danger level of the Sin Face. You've all experienced it. So this time, we must be vigilant. The Sin Face could appear anywhere, LuZe said seriously. Everyone replied in unison, we will definitely be on high alert. After hearing this, LuZe smiled and said, all right, everyone go back to your rooms. If anything happens, come find me. With that, he started to usher them out. They couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, LuZe in women's clothing was quite eye-catching. Once Lu Xiaoyu and the others had left, LuZe collapsed onto the bed to start thinking. Truth, have you sensed a major sin here? LuZe asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth popped out with a smile, looked at LuZe, and the first thing he said wasn't an answer to the question. You look quite nice like this, Truth teased. Shut up. LuZe shot him a glare and asked again, have you sensed a major sin here? Don't divert to other topics. Hee, you really lack romantic charm. Truth laughed and then answered his question. The major sin in this town isn't particularly strong, but its hiding ability is exceptional. I don't know the specifics. Just very good at hiding. LuZe breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, he wasn't too worried, as he had arranged for Su Xiao to secretly protect Lu Xiaoyu. If any emergencies arose, she would be the first to step in. Since it doesn't pose a significant threat, let's wait for it to show itself, LuZe said slowly. Do you know when it will appear? Truth asked curiously. LuZe chuckled and said meaningfully, of course I don't know, but I've guessed a bit. Is that so? Truth immediately understood what he meant and stopped asking further. Once Truth merged back into LuZe's body, LuZe got up and walked to the window to look at the small town outside, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Some things don't need to be thought about. They will just hit you in the face, LuZe murmured with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on LuZe's room door. He didn't need to think to know who it was, and he said lightly, come in. Creak. The door opened, and Lu Xiaoyu walked in with a smile. Sister, what are you talking about? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a grin. Upon hearing this address, LuZe immediately punched Lu Xiaoyu on the head. You really are getting bold, LuZe said angrily. Hee. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been hit, showed no signs of distress and instead looked even happier. So what do you want from me? LuZe asked slowly. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, got straight to the point and said, can I sleep here with you tonight? But as soon as she finished asking, LuZe coldly rejected her. No, Lu Xia flatly refused. Why not? Lu Xiaoyu felt very wronged after being refused and looked at him pitifully. After glancing at her, LuZe turned his gaze away and looked out the window, coldly saying, no means no, there are no reasons. But, no buts. If you keep this up, don't expect to stay with me in the future. LuZe interrupted Lu Xiaoyu, who wanted to say more. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to leave his room dejectedly. LuZe, who remained in the room, continued to stare out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. You really are heartless, Truth said with a smile as he appeared. After giving him a glance, LuZe ignored him and slowly said, we can't spoil him too much. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with later. Hearing this, Truth laughed and said, come on, don't say it so definitively. Your brother really likes you. Upon hearing this, LuZe continued to look out the window, but said blandly, so what if he likes me? In the future? At this point, LuZe closed his mouth, not wanting to continue. Truth saw through him and directly said, are you afraid that you won't be able to take action once your brother's personality disappears? LuZe did not respond, and Truth did not press further, turning to sit on a nearby chair. Instead of being afraid of the future, you might as well erase your brother along with the corresponding truth now. That would save some trouble, Truth said calmly. After hearing this, LuZe's heart surged with a wave of anger. I don't need you to worry about my brother, LuZe said angrily. Seeing this, Truth could only smile and then merge back into his body. The evening breeze was comfortable as LuZe lay on the chair, his gaze fixed outside the window. No one knew what he was thinking. Not even Truth, who could understand all his thoughts, was willing to pry into his mind at this moment. LuZe sat there, as if waiting for something. After a while, the breeze outside grew stronger, blowing some books around in his room. It's here at that moment. LuZe's eyes suddenly became alert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the wind outside became stronger, and LuZe stood up. Just as he turned around, a voice came from behind him. Come with me. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of dark wind swept LuZe away. Sensing something unusual, Lu Xiaoyu hurried to the scene. Bastard! Let him go. Lu Xiaoyu glared at the dark wind, radiating powerful energy. But just as he took a step, the dark wind had already taken LuZe away. The wind came swiftly and left just as quickly. When Lu Xiaoyu came to his senses, he found himself alone in the room. His heart was filled with anger, wishing he could tear the mastermind behind all this to pieces. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna and the others, sensing something was wrong, rushed out of their rooms. When they arrived at LuZe's room, everyone was stunned. Captain, what happened here? Zhu Lu asked in shock. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was icy cold. Without even looking at them, he said, I will definitely find that mastermind and make him pay. The others felt a chill run down their spines at Lu Xiaoyu's demeanor. At this moment, LuZe, swept away by the dark wind, wore a triumphant expression. It was then that truth residing within him understood his thoughts. But it couldn't be exposed yet, so LuZe pretended to fall unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, the dark wind finally stopped, and LuZe found himself tied to a pillar. Where is this? Pretending to be unconscious, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and began to act. At that moment, a figure slowly walked towards him. Long time no see, beauty. The person standing in front of LuZe was Longxing, whom he had met when he first arrived in the small town. Longxing was very excited at this moment, because cross-dressing LuZe was right in front of him, and he could hold him in his arms with just a move. Why are you doing this? The acting LuZe questioned in a low voice. But Longxing, with a face full of excitement, replied, Because I have taken a liking to you. I've never seen a beauty with your temperament before. Upon hearing this, LuZe let out a cold laugh and slowly said, Aren't you afraid my brother will come after you? What do I have to be afraid of? Your brother doesn't even know it was me. Longxing said with a smile as he began to approach LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe continued with a cold smile. Are you so sure my brother doesn't know? At this point, Longxing froze in place and then burst out laughing while holding his stomach. Ha ha, I had a title Douluo bring you back. How capable do you think your brother is? Even if he comes, can he survive to take you away? Longxing laughed loudly. After hearing this, LuZe stopped talking, slowly lowered his head, making Longxing think he had given up struggling. Just as he bowed his head, truth, residing within him, said with a smile, LuZe, just as you guessed, that big sin is right here. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this. At this moment, Longxing had already reached in front of him and had just extended his greasy hand when an accident occurred. Swish! Longxing's outstretched hand was instantly severed, and blood splattered all over LuZe. Realizing what happened too late, Longxing hurriedly clutched his severed hand and rolled on the ground in agony. At this moment, LuZe stopped acting. The ropes binding him disintegrated like powder in the wind. That was quite a struggle. LuZe flexed his wrists, then looked at Longxing, who was rolling on the ground, as if he were trash. The game starts now. Chapter 96, Return to the Sin Realm. On a moonless, windy night, everything in the small town had undergone a transformation. Near the inn where Lu Xiaoyu and the others were staying, ordinary Sin faces were becoming active. The reason for their activity was still unknown to Lu Xiaoyu and the others. However, fortunately, after LuZe's training, their strength had improved significantly. They could still handle ordinary Sin faces, but if they encountered lesser Sin levels, they could only hold on. At this moment, the most powerful Long family in the town was experiencing a huge event. Please spare my life. The young master of the Long family, Longxing, was in a sorry state as he knelt before LuZe, pleading for mercy. Longxing had initially thought he would be fine, but after witnessing the titled meet a tragic end at LuZe's hands, he realized that the person in front of him was not ordinary. LuZe simply smiled and said, I'm here to find someone else. Do you know where that guy is? Upon hearing this, Longxing's face showed a look of terror as he hurriedly bowed his head, saying, I don't know, I really don't know. LuZe didn't pay him any mind and directly walked past the kneeling Longxing. Once LuZe left, Longxing let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Longxing gasped for breath. But just as he was about to escape this place of turmoil, an unexpected event occurred. Swish! Just as Longxing got up and took a few steps, he realized that his feet had been silently severed, followed by his arms, chest, until he was reduced to a pile of minced meat, completely unaware of what had happened. How naive after leaving this place. LuZe had already arrived at the Long family courtyard. Looking around at the scene and then up at the blood-red sky, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. That rat is quite the player, directly unleashing the realm of sin. Just as the words left his mouth, an attack came rushing toward him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire Long family courtyard was reduced to ruins, while LuZe, who had already dodged, stood at a distance looking toward the direction of the attack. A strengthened, titled Douluo? LuZe was a bit surprised. Just at that moment of surprise, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Kill, the figure said in a very cold voice. Then it suddenly threw a punch at LuZe's back. Get down. With quick reflexes, LuZe made that person lie flat on the ground. He then examined him carefully. A level 95 titled Douluo? How interesting. But in the next second, the titled Douluo unexpectedly broke free from the binding of truth and charged toward LuZe again. Kneel down. Although LuZe was a bit surprised that this guy could break free from his binding, he didn't take it to heart. Don't get too excited. I have some questions to ask you, LuZe said with a smile. However, the titled Douluo seemed unwilling to linger too long, unleashing astonishing power once more. But he quickly realized a fact. No matter how he erupted, this binding could not be shaken off. Seeing this scene, LuZe laughed and said, "You don't really think breaking free from a binding once means you can break free a second time, do you?" The titled Douluo looked at LuZe with terrified eyes, his whole body trembling. "Who sent you to attack me?" LuZe slowly asked. "Answer me." The titled Douluo still wanted to struggle a bit, but ultimately could not resist the power of truth. "It was Lord Greed. He sent me to kill you." "Greed?" LuZe pondered, then continued to ask, "Where is he? Answer me." He is heading toward those 7 children," the titled Douluo stammered in response. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately became furious, and with a wave of his right hand, the titled Douluo instantly evaporated. "You better not act recklessly," LuZe said coldly, looking in the direction where Lu Xiaoyu was. Whoosh! Just as the words fell, LuZe disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, over at Lu Xiaoyu's side, they were completely unaware of the arrival of the sin of greed. "Captain, is this the very dangerous sin manifestation that the teacher mentioned?" Dai Huabin said excitedly. "This is too weak." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to say anything, but still warned, "This is just the lowest level of sin manifestation. Do you not remember what happened in Qinyuan City?" After hearing this, Dai Huabin suddenly didn't know what to say. He then began to focus and continued to grapple with those ordinary sin manifestations. At this moment, Gu Yuna came to Lu Xiaoyu's side, her expression serious as she said. LuZe said that these ordinary sin manifestations seem to have evolved from ordinary people and do not pose a threat, but if there are minor sins, we still need to be cautious. "Got it," Lu Xiaoyu replied coldly. He was not focused on this, as his brother's whereabouts were still unknown. He needed to quickly return to his brother's side. Just then, a sin manifestation slowly appeared in their line of sight. "What is that?" Ning Tian, feeling puzzled, looked at the sin manifestation. She felt that this sin manifestation was different from the others, but couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin above arrogantly charged at the unknown sin manifestation. "No matter what you are, encountering me is your bad luck," Dai Huabin said self-importantly. But Lu Xiaoyu immediately saw through it and shouted, "Dai Huabin, get back. That's a minor sin." "What?" Boom! Before Dai Huabin could react, he was instantly punched in the abdomen by the sin manifestation. He was then sent crashing into a distant building like a cannonball. The sin manifestation that had knocked Dai Huabin away let out an eerie laugh and then set its sights on Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Is this a minor sin?" Gu Yuna gasped. She then raised her silver dragon spear, becoming vigilant. Kill the minor sin kept repeating one word, and it erupted with tidal level power. "Everyone, be careful," Lu Xiaoyu quickly warned. Just as he finished speaking, the minor sin dashed toward them at incredible speed. Seeing this, Gu Yuna and Xiao positioned themselves in front of the minor sin, flanking it from 2 directions. Xiao shouted angrily, wielding her golden dragon spear, and then swung it down at the minor sin. Clang! Just as the golden dragon spear was about to strike the minor sin, several black spikes suddenly blocked in front of the minor sin. Kill! The minor sin grasped one of the black spikes and thrust it directly at Xiao. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Gu Yuna intervened. As solid as a rock, Gu Yuna waved her right hand, and an incredibly hard rock appeared in front of Xiao. Clang! The black spike collided with the rock, producing a metallic sound. After Gu Yuna blocked the thrust for Xiao, she moved to the side of the minor sin. Swish! Gu Yuna's silver dragon spear instantly severed the minor sin's arm. Immediately afterward, Gu Yuna kicked, sending the minor sin flying. Bang! The kicked minor sin crashed into a building, and just as it got up, it was attacked again. Whoosh! Shioer's golden dragon spear shot from her hand, piercing the minor sin against the wall of the building in the blink of an eye. Crack! He. But unexpectedly, the minor sin not only did not die, but instead laughed even more eerily. Can't kill it? Shioer exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly walked out. It will die. Just as the words fell, he instantly teleported in front of the minor sin, and without a word, his golden long sword slashed down. Thud! Lu Xiaoyu acted quickly, and the minor sin didn't even have a chance to react before its head fell to the ground. Now it's dead. Lu Xiaoyu sighed in relief as he looked at the lifeless minor sin. Seeing this, everyone else also relaxed, even Dai Huabin, who had just been helped out of the ruins by Zhu Lu, felt regret for his arrogance. Lu Xiaoyu looked at everyone, and, after confirming that they were all okay, he said, "We shouldn't stay here. Let's leave first." Boom! Before Lu Xiaoyu could finish speaking, a whirlwind erupted behind him. Moments later, a figure slowly appeared in the line of sight of Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Come with me, son of God. Chapter 97. The fifth seat of Ten Yao. Fairness, come with me, divine child. A man spoke, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Lu Xiaoyu and the others were puzzled about what this man meant and who he was. But if Lu Ze were here, he would surely recognize this man at a glance. Indeed, this man was the fifth seat of Ten Yao, Fairness, who had come from the world of truth to this world. Of course, Fairness was not the only one who had come here. His partner, the sixth seat, Justice, was also present, lurking in the shadows. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were sweating profusely, as this man was definitely not someone they could handle. Captain, what should we do? Zhu Lu asked in fear. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Fairness. Who exactly are you? Lu Xiaoyu asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Fairness smiled faintly. I am your servant. This answer caught everyone off guard. Such a powerful person was actually Lu Xiaoyu's servant. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not care at all. Instead, he wanted to take Gu Yuna and the others away from here. Since you are my servant, please disappear from my sight. Lu Xiaoyu commanded. Fairness showed no emotional response. Instead, he smiled and refused. No, you must come with me today. Why? Where I want to go is not for you to decide. Lu Xiaoyu reprimanded angrily. But before they knew it, Fairness appeared right in front of Lu Xiaoyu and lifted him effortlessly. Let go of me. Lu Xiaoyu struggled. Fairness merely glanced at him indifferently before preparing to leave. Time waits for no one. That annoying guy is coming soon. Fairness seemed to sense something, and his expression grew serious. In the next moment, a figure crashed down onto Fairness, embedding him into the ground. Who allowed you to touch my brother? A familiar voice came from behind Lu Xiaoyu. He turned around abruptly to find Lu Ze, who was in a tattered state. Brother, what happened to you? Lu Xiaoyu asked in concern. Lu Ze just patted his head and smiled faintly. It's nothing, just encountered a rat on the way back. After speaking, he focused his gaze on Fairness, who was slowly rising. Fairness looked at the person who had crashed into him and became serious. Sorry, I couldn't hold back this monster. The person who had crashed into Fairness was Justice. He was covered in wounds, clearly having suffered greatly while trying to stop Lu Ze. After hearing this explanation, Fairness slowly stood up and tossed Justice aside, his expression very grave. I didn't expect you to have the strength of original sin as well. Fairness said coldly to Lu Ze. What a pity. Boom. Before Fairness could finish his sentence, Lu Ze appeared in front of him and stomped his foot down onto Fairness's face, embedding him back into the ground. It's been a while. You guys still haven't changed your habit of talking nonsense, Lu Ze said with a friendly smile. Fairness, feeling humiliated underfoot, immediately scolded, don't go too far. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ze kicked him away again. This is enough. I thought the sin of greed wouldn't pose a threat. But I didn't expect you all to show up, Lu Ze said, shaking his hand. He then charged towards Fairness again, not giving him a moment's respite. This time, Lu Ze intended to completely eliminate this annoying guy. Sensing the power of paradox in Lu Ze's hand, Fairness teleported away to a distance. Swish! The moment Fairness moved away, a deep pit appeared on the ground where Lu Ze had touched. You guys still haven't changed at all? You really know how to dodge. After missing, Lu Ze stopped focusing on Fairness and instead went to Justice, who was lying on the ground. One down is better than none, Lu Ze said as he grabbed Justice by the head and lifted him up. Seeing this, Fairness immediately lost his fighting spirit and turned to flee. Lu Ze looked at Fairness's retreating figure and couldn't help but sneer. Eradicate. Swish. In an instant, Justice, who was still in Lu Ze's hands, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. After Justice was eliminated, a figure appeared beside LuZe. Master, how should we deal with this guy? The newcomer was Su Xiao, who had been assigned by LuZe to protect Lu Xiaoyu from shadows. She was holding a half-dead figure, the sin of greed. Upon hearing her question, LuZe replied nonchalantly, "Just kill him. This trash is of no use." After receiving the order, Su Xiao raised her hand to finish off the sin of greed. Just as she was about to strike, LuZe called out to stop her. "Wait, Master, do you have something to ask him?" Su Xiao asked in confusion. But LuZe's response was somewhat exasperating. "Didn't I say it? Don't call me Master anymore. Just call me by my name," LuZe said sternly. Su Xiao was speechless upon hearing this. She thought there was something important, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. "All right, LuZe," she said, then plunged her hand into the heart of the sin of greed. Boom! In an instant, the sin of greed exploded, splattering blood all over Su Xiao. But she didn't mind at all. With the death of the sin of greed, the realm of sin that had enveloped the small town began to shatter. "All right, this journey is over," LuZe said slowly, looking at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, but only Lu Xiaoyu was filled with questions. The next day, at dawn, the members of Shrek, led by LuZe, set off on their way back to the academy. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyu kept asking LuZe questions, but he could not get any answers. This sparked Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity about his own origins. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, LuZe went straight back to his dormitory without saying a word, while the others returned to their routines. In the dormitory, LuZe sat slumped in a chair, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Truth appeared with a smile. "It seems your brother has started to take an interest in his origins. Aren't you going to tell him?" Truth said with a smile. LuZe simply shook his head lightly upon hearing this. "I can't let Xiaoyu get caught up in that place of strife." "Really?" Truth teased, then said something shocking. "If your brother learns about his origins, do you think he will stand on Lucifer's side? How could that be?" LuZe immediately denied this statement, but Truth seemed to care deeply, and her expression changed in an instant. "I don't mean to be harsh, but I must tell you," Truth said seriously. After seeing his expression, LuZe immediately realized something. "If you have something to say, just say it." LuZe waved his hand to signal. Seeing this, Zhengli no longer hid it and said directly, "If your brother is taken by Lucifer's people, I will kill him." At first, LuZe thought he was joking upon hearing this, but when he saw his serious expression, his face immediately darkened. "Don't worry, that day won't come." LuZe suddenly stood up and said, then added, "If that day really happens, it won't be up to you to deal with my brother." Upon hearing his words, Zhengli immediately laughed and then stared at him, saying, "I hope you can keep your promise." After saying that, he disappeared into LuZe's body. Standing alone in the dormitory, LuZe fixed his gaze outside the window, and his mood suddenly dropped. Knock, 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 just as he was feeling down. A knock on the door forcibly pulled him back. "Come in," LuZe said slowly. Soon, the cheerful Lu Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in. "Brother, I came to ask you something," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile as he ran up to LuZe. Looking at his smile, for some reason, LuZe's previously low mood suddenly brightened. He then smiled and said, "What is it this time?" "It's about that man from that night. I want to know why he called himself my servant," Lu Xiaoyu asked with confusion. After hearing this, LuZe shifted his gaze to the window, seemingly avoiding something. "Brother, are you hiding something from me?" Lu Xiaoyu immediately noticed, but LuZe smiled and replied, "What could I hide from you? Don't worry. That guy that day should just be talking nonsense." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu was half convinced, but soon threw the matter behind him. "Brother, we are about to participate in the Soul Master Tournament," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think much and said straightforwardly, "So what? If I win the championship in the Soul Master Tournament, can you promise me one request?" Lu Xiaoyu said innocently with a smile. LuZe felt puzzled and thought to himself what bad thing this kid was planning again. But he still smiled and replied, "Sure, as long as you can win the championship." "That's easy. Just wait for me to make my request," Lu Xiaoyu said with a laugh, then ran out without looking back. Watching his back, LuZe couldn't help but smile. "This little rascal," LuZe said as he lay down on the bed to rest. In the Douluo continent, in a little-known valley, stood an imposing building. This building is the Holy Spirit Church. Inside the church, the one sitting at the top, known as the Collapse, had a serious expression. Kneeling before him was the Fairness who had escaped from LuZe's hands. "Didn't I tell you not to act on your own?" Collapse looked very angry. The kneeling Fairness didn't dare to take a breath. "I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Fairness quickly admitted his mistake. Seeing this, Collapse could only take a deep breath. After all, besides himself, only the other members of 10, Yao, could sweep away other forces, and now 2 of them were dead. He couldn't even be sure if they could bring the Son of God back in the Soul Master tournament. Forget it. If it weren't for the fact that you are our main force now, you'd have a hard time, Collapse said slowly. He then stood up and left the hall. Fairness, who had narrowly escaped with his life, gasped as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 98, Relaxation Time. Teacher, I want to become stronger. This sentence came from Dai Huabin's mouth. Standing before him, LuZe had a faint smile, asking, "Why do you have this idea?" After hearing this, Dai Huabin was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "I don't want to stand behind others anymore. Every time I encounter someone strong, I feel helpless." After saying this, he raised his head to look at LuZe. Seeing him like this, LuZe didn't say much, turning around and slowly saying, "If you want to become stronger, you should let go of what's in your heart." "What is in my heart?" Dai Huabin was very confused. He didn't know what LuZe was referring to. But soon, LuZe spoke again. "I know about your situation with Hu Yuhao. He doesn't care about you, so why do you have to care about him?" After saying that, LuZe left. Dai Huabin, left behind, suddenly realized after hearing these words. Once again lifting his head, he seemed to have changed, looking towards the direction LuZe had left. "I understand now, teacher." The Soul Master Tournament, held every 5 years, was approaching, and all major academies and sects were preparing for it. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were diligently training for this tournament. Having experienced 2 incidents in the Sin realm, they had successfully transformed. The one who changed the most might be Dai Huabin. He was no longer the same arrogant and proud person he used to be. After talking with LuZe, he had hidden away those traits. At the same time, he no longer focused on Hu Yuhao. His only goal now was to become stronger, even stronger. In the training room of Shrek's inner courtyard, LuZe looked at everyone who could still move freely under his gravity domain and felt a sense of relief. Now, besides the support type Ning Tian and the agile attack type Zhu Lu, the others could move freely without being affected by gravity. Of course, Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had also made great progress. They could at least move under the influence of gravity, albeit slowly, but still better than those who had never experienced it. The 7 of them had been training under this gravity for the entire morning, and only when the sun was directly overhead did LuZe let them rest. "All right, your bodies can now withstand a certain amount of gravity. There's no point in training like this anymore," LuZe said slowly as he approached everyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "So, are we going to spar with you this afternoon?" "No need." LuZe waved his hand and said, "The Soul Master Tournament is about to start, so you all should relax a bit." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the training room. The 7 who remained in the training room burst into laughter upon hearing his words. "Great, finally no more exhausting training every day." Wu Feng laughed as he lay on the floor. "Captain, what should we do next?" Dai Huabin asked Lu Xiaoyu slowly. After thinking carefully, Lu Xiaoyu said, "Since my brother told us to relax, then let's all take it easy." After saying this, he got up and ran out of the training room. The others watched his back and couldn't help but smile. Then they all got up and left as well. By the Sea God Lake, LuZe walked alone here. His expression seemed to be pondering something, and at this moment, Zhenli popped out. "What are you thinking about?" Zhenli asked with a smile. LuZe saw him emerge without much emotional fluctuation and simply responded slowly. "The Soul Master competition is coming soon. At that time, those mice from the 10 Suns will also appear, but I don't know when they will make their move. We can just capture them and ask." Truth said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile bitterly. The true power of the collapse might not be below mine. Last time he was probably restricted by something, but this time it would be different. "That's true," he continued. "Even a place like Douluo continent can give rise to original sin, let alone the true power of that guy from collapse." Truth nodded in agreement. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly hugged LuZe's waist from behind. "Brother, we don't need to train for a while. Come play outside with me." The person hugging LuZe was Lu Xiaoyu, who had a joyful smile on her face. LuZe was taken aback by this sudden act and helplessly smiled. "You really have no sense of urgency at all. Of course, it's such nice weather. It would be a shame not to go out and play." Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe patted her head and said, "All right, anyway, old Xian hasn't needed me for anything lately." "Hee hee," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, immediately taking LuZe's hand and running towards the Shrek Academy's gate. Being pulled along, LuZe wore a helpless expression but didn't say anything. A day later, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu had already left Shrek Academy and were currently wandering around a lively street. "Brother, where are we going to play next?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile while holding LuZe's hand. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and gently said, "Wherever you want to go, I'm fine with any place." Great. Lu Xiaoyu laughed, then dragged LuZe through the street, going wherever it was bustling. The two played like this for an entire day, only relaxing when the sky darkened. "Let's go, it's getting late. We should find a hotel to rest," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, perhaps too tired from playing all day, so she simply climbed on LuZe's back. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly, and then carried the exhausted Lu Xiaoyu to a hotel. 2 rooms, LuZe said slowly at the front desk. The staff member in charge looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." "What do you think? Just 1 room left?" LuZe murmured thoughtfully. After considering it, he said directly, "All right, take me up." "Okay, sir." The staff member smiled and then led LuZe to the remaining room. Upon entering the room, LuZe first looked at Lu Xiaoyu on his back and found that she seemed to have fallen asleep. So he gently placed her on the bed before heading to the bathroom. "Truth, is there anything unusual around here?" LuZe asked cautiously. Truth popped up with a smile and then said in a teasing tone, "Don't worry, there's no trace of the sin, just a glutton." "What do you mean?" LuZe was confused by this statement. But Truth just waved his hand. "It's nothing, I was just joking." Seeing this, LuZe stopped asking questions and sank into the bathtub. "I haven't relaxed like this in a long time." LuZe sighed deeply while soaking in the bathtub. As he soaked, he closed his eyes. In the Truth world, in the corridor of the palace, Lucifer was looking at the scenery outside. At this moment, Leviathan slowly approached. "Lucifer, I think the time is almost right. We should go find the Son of God," Leviathan said seriously. Lucifer remained as calm as ever and replied, "It's not time yet. When the moment comes, I will naturally go to bring the Son of God home." "What about the collapse?" Leviathan suddenly thought of something. "Collapse?" Lucifer paused for a moment, then sneered. "They're merely there to hold LuZe back." "You mean the thing you gave to collapse is useless?" Leviathan realized. Lucifer just gestured for him to be quiet. "It's not that it's useless. That thing is specifically designed to open the dimensional barrier between the Truth world and the Douluo world. Although it can only last for a minute, that's enough." Hearing this, Leviathan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. So that's how it is. In his view, Lucifer was truly a guy who would do anything for his goals. But that was just his perspective. At least Lucifer was on his side. The two stopped chatting, and Lucifer looked out the corridor again. "I really look forward to seeing you again, LuZe." Chapter 99, Easy Days. Breathing heavily, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes and found a figure pressing down on him. "Xiaoyu, get up quickly." "I can't breathe." LuZe patted Lu Xiaoyu's back. Lu Xiaoyu, awakened, slowly opened her eyes, glanced at LuZe, and then buried her head back down. LuZe could only smile helplessly and then forced her up. "Sigh, having a younger brother is really troublesome," LuZe said with a. He then placed Lu Xiaoyu back on the bed and went to the window to look outside. After watching for a while, he prepared to go out. Just as he opened the door, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly darted to his side like a cheetah. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Seeing her so energetic, LuZe smiled helplessly. "I thought you wouldn't get up," LuZe said lightly. Lu Xiaoyu turned red upon hearing this and looked away, muttering, "Sleeping a little longer isn't a big deal." LuZe was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. "Since you're awake, we should leave here," LuZe said slowly. "Okay, let's head to the next destination," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, then ran ahead of LuZe. Really, LuZe was speechless. After having breakfast, the two brothers set off again for their next destination, the Star Luo Empire. After a bit of traveling, the two finally arrived at the city gate of Star Luo City. "Brother, did you participate in the Soul Master competition here before?" Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Yes, but I didn't see the finals," LuZe replied with a slight smile. "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu nodded in response, then teased. "So you were just slacking off, huh? What are you talking about?" LuZe lightly tapped her head, at a loss for words. Lu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile, then ran into the city. Inside Star Luo City, Lu Xiaoyu was wandering around while LuZe followed behind her with a smile. Everything was normal until a few women came over to talk to LuZe, only to be chased away by Lu Xiaoyu. Originally, Lu Xiaoyu, who liked to run ahead, was now obediently following LuZe and even pulling at his clothes. "Let's play here for a few days, and when we return to the academy. The Soul Master competition should also be starting," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. After spending a day with Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe settled him in a hotel and went out alone. By the lakeside, LuZe was leisurely strolling. At that moment, Truth appeared. "Why aren't you accompanying your brother?" Truth asked with a strange smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe slowly replied, "He has been crazy all day. It's good for him to rest." "What are you planning to do?" Truth asked slowly. LuZe stopped and looked at the shimmering surface of a lake, then smiled faintly. Let's find something to do, LuZe said with a smile. Truth was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You noticed it too? Yeah. How can I not sense that extremely disgusting aura? LuZe replied slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the lakeside. When he reappeared, LuZe was already standing on top of a building. It's quite lively, LuZe said, looking down at the bustling street. It's been a long time since I've seen Original Sin, Truth said with a smile. Yes, LuZe murmured meaningfully. In the blink of an eye, LuZe arrived on the prosperous street. Walking down the street, LuZe wore a harmless smile. Let me see where the mouse is hiding, he said, and soon entered a small alley. Very quickly, LuZe noticed the strange aspects of the alley. Hiding yourself in the Sin realm? LuZe said. After saying that, LuZe stepped into the entrance of the Sin realm. Once inside, everything around became quite eerie. A twisted space. It seems this Original Sin has a bit of consciousness, Truth said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, several black spikes shot out from the alley where LuZe was located. Swish, swish, swish. The spikes shot out quickly, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to dodge them at all. But LuZe's absolute defense was not something an ordinary person could break. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the spikes aimed at LuZe broke just as they were about to touch him. After the spikes shattered. An eerie laughter echoed in the alley. Then a hoarse voice spoke. After so long, I've finally seen a living person. Yes, I finally found you. LuZe suddenly turned his head in a direction. This glance startled the person hiding in the dark. But before he could react, LuZe appeared behind him. Found you. Mouse. LuZe said with a wicked smile. He then kicked him hard on the head. Boom! The kicked person flew straight into a dilapidated building. The originally broken building instantly turned into a pile of ruins. Lust Original Sin? LuZe looked at the ruins and murmured, then shook his head. What a pity. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Lust Original Sin said angrily as he stood up. Don't follow the rules of martial arts? LuZe. He then teleported again to appear behind him. You trash don't deserve to say such things. Bang! Without any reaction, Lust Original Sin was directly stomped to the ground by LuZe. I've had enough of playing, LuZe said slowly. He then began to gather paradoxical power in his hands. Sensing the crisis, Lust Original Sin shouted angrily, Don't look down on people. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe felt a powerful sense of oppression. Bang! Just at that moment of distraction, Lust Original Sin suddenly stood up from the ground and punched him. I'm still a god here. What right do you have to say I'm trash? At this moment, Lust Original Sin was almost furious to the extreme. The power within him began to go berserk, seemingly reaching a peak. But LuZe appeared indifferent, even wanting to laugh. You still dare to call yourself a god? LuZe. Lust Original Sin seemed to not be listening at all and directly teleported in front of LuZe, raising a foot. Boom! This kick could almost be said to shake the heavens and the earth, turning all surrounding buildings into ruins. However, this kick was effortlessly received by LuZe. You dare to claim to be a god with this? LuZe said softly. Lust Original Sin instantly felt the threat of death, but it was too late to run. LuZe grabbed Lust Original Sin by the face and pressed him hard to the ground. In an instant, the ground shook as if a major earthquake had occurred. Looking at Lust Original Sin pressed to the ground by him, LuZe said with a cold smile, I gave you a chance, but you were of no use. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of colorless air instantly enveloped him. No, I haven't used my real strength yet. I haven't lost. Swish! Accompanied by Lust Original Sin's final cry, he completely disappeared from this world. LuZe slowly stood up and looked at the breaking space, unable to help but smile. You become much stronger, Truth said with a smile. But LuZe replied flatly, compared to Lucifer, still too weak. Mentioning Lucifer, Truth smiled and said, You shouldn't think about finding Lucifer now. That guy is not someone you can deal with at your current level. I know, LuZe waved his hand. He then walked out of the Broken Sin realm and returned to reality without much thought, heading straight back to the hotel. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the Soul Master competition had arrived. At the same time, the 5-yearly Continental event was about to meet its cruel end. Chapter 100. The Soul Master competition begins. The Soul Master competition, a continental event held every 5 years. Due to changes in the competition rules this time, all Soul Master academies and major sects on the continent have put in a lot of effort. In Shrek Academy, in the familiar training room, LuZe stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the other 7, speaking seriously about certain matters. Everyone has worked hard this past month, and the Soul Master competition is here. I hope you can achieve good results, LuZe said seriously. But Lu Xiaoyu confidently replied, Don't worry, the championship is ours. Hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile, then turned and led everyone out of the training room. As soon as they stepped out of the training room, an acquaintance approached LuZe. LuZe, this Soul Master competition is very important. It may affect the current situation of the continent, said Elder Xian. He was very serious at this moment, not joking at all. Seeing him like this, LuZe just smiled and slowly said, as long as I'm here, Shrek's position will not be shaken. Elder Xian smiled faintly after hearing this, patting LuZe's shoulder. With your words, I can rest assured. Then he came in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the others and said with a serious expression, the future status of Shrek on the continent is in your hands. I hope you will not disappoint the trust of Shrek. Leave it to us. Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 replied in unison. Upon seeing this, Elder Xian showed a relieved smile and then turned to LuZe's side. Let's go. I will take you to the venue of the Soul Master competition. Elder Xian said slowly. After that, LuZe did not say anything more and followed Elder Xian along with Lu Xiaoyu and the others. In the Mingwei Empire, Mingdu, in the Mingwei Hotel, LuZe was leading Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 of them to their resting area under the guidance of the waiter. Once you get to your room, don't run around and don't cause trouble before the competition starts, LuZe said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the 7 showed a very obedient demeanor. Seeing this, LuZe turned and walked away in another direction. Just as Lu Xiaoyu came out of her room, she saw LuZe's departing figure at a glance. She quickly followed in the direction he left. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile as she caught up with LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe helplessly turned to look at her. Of course I have something to do. If I didn't, I would probably just be lying in bed. From his tone, it seemed like he really had something to do, but it didn't affect anything. Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, so let me follow you. Hee, Lu Xiaoyu said innocently. LuZe felt helpless, but bringing Lu Xiaoyu along wouldn't affect anything. The 2 brothers walked out of Shrek's resting area and just arrived at the entrance of the Mingwei Hotel when they encountered an acquaintance. Lu Yi, are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition as well? Upon hearing this, LuZe turned to look in the direction of the voice and was surprised to find that the person speaking to him was Hui Yuhao. However, he seemed to be in a less than optimistic state, as if he had suffered some serious injuries. Yuhao, what happened to your injuries? LuZe asked in confusion. Hui Yuhao awkwardly smiled and scratched his head as he slowly explained. I accidentally encountered a powerful evil spirit while I was out and had to use all my trump cards to fend it off. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood. It seems you've made great progress. You can face an evil spirit nearly as strong as a major one by yourself. It was just luck. If it weren't for my senior brothers arriving in time, I might have died, Hui Yuhao said humbly with a smile. At this point, Hui Yuhao remembered the earlier question and continued to ask, Lu Ge, are you here to participate in the Soul Master competition? After asking this question, Hui Yuhao felt very nervous, as they had witnessed LuZe's strength firsthand. I'm not here to participate. I'm just here to watch, LuZe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Hui Yuhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. Even if my brother isn't participating, the championship will still be ours, Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. Hui Yuhao couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. Yeah, how could I forget about this ridiculously strong guy? This made Tang Sek's path to rise even more difficult. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Lu Xiaoyu followed LuZe to a restaurant with a beautiful view. Brother, what are we doing here? Are you on a date? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Hearing this, LuZe smiled and teased. How did you know? Really? The already nervous Lu Xiaoyu stood up immediately after hearing this. Who are you going on a date with? Male or female? Younger than you or older than you? Lu Xiaoyu asked urgently. Seeing her like this, LuZe continued to tease. A male, much older than me. What? Lu Xiaoyu was no longer calm and immediately stood up, grabbing LuZe's arm as if to leave. LuZe couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. All right. I was just joking. Was it necessary to react so strongly? LuZe lightly tapped Lu Xiaoyu's forehead. Realizing she had been tricked, Lu Xiaoyu felt annoyed and punched him in the chest. You lied to me, she said unhappily. She then pouted and sat down beside him, turning her head away. LuZe just smiled and looked out at the scenery outside the window. After a while, a woman approached their table. Sorry to keep you waiting, the woman said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe looked at her and found that the person was indeed the one he wanted to meet. You must be Juzi, right? LuZe said with a slight smile. The visitor was Juzi, who had interacted with Hui Yuhao before. Juzi smiled as she sat down in the chair and softly said to LuZe, I don't know much about the Holy Spirit cult. but I do know that the Sun-Moon Empire has some connection with it. That's enough, LuZe replied with a smile, then slowly stood up to prepare to leave. I'm leaving now. Some desserts will be served shortly, so you can eat before leaving, LuZe said slowly. He then turned and took a few steps before stopping in place. By the way, you'd better not have any fantasies. Put away your disguise in front of me, LuZe said softly. He then left with Lu Xiaoyu, while Juzi sat there in silence after hearing his words. Looks like I was overthinking. Brother, what is your relationship with that woman? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Hearing this, LuZe just patted her head and smiled. It's a relationship of interest. Don't think too much about it. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded, half convinced. The competition is about to start. You should go back and rest for a bit. I have something to take care of, LuZe said with a doting smile. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied unhappily, but obediently walked back to the Minghua Hotel. Meanwhile, the expression on LuZe's face changed subtly. I will find you, little mice. Chapter 101, The First Battle. The highly anticipated Youth Soul Master competition finally began, and the contestants for this session were filled with many talented individuals. In the Minghua Hotel, within the Shrek Academy resting area, Elder Xian stood in front of Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Children, the Soul Master competition has started. Everyone needs to be spirited up. Do you understand? Elder Xian said seriously. The crowd responded in unison, declaring a single goal, the championship. Seeing this, Elder Xian turned and led them out of the hotel towards the competition venue. On the way, Lu Xiaoyu felt very confused, as he had not seen his brother and had not received any news from him. This made him start to worry. However, Elder Xian soon noticed his abnormality and smiled as he approached Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, your brother cannot appear for some reasons temporarily, so don't overthink it. Really? Lu Xiaoyu asked, half convinced. But Elder Xian had a serious expression on his face, looking as if he was not lying. Lu Xiaoyu decided not to press further. In his heart, as long as his brother was still there, that was enough. After some time, the 7 of them successfully arrived at the competition venue for the Soul Master competition under Elder Xian's guidance. Looking at the various academies and sects gathered together, Dai Huabin and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. However, they quickly returned to their normal expressions, and their faces became serious. It seemed that there were quite a few competitors this time, Lu Xiaoyu said with a relaxed smile. Shower beside him also seemed to look down on the others. Don't be careless. These teams might have some hidden cards that haven't been revealed, Gu Yina, standing next to Lu Xiaoyu, said cautiously. After all, ever since the emergence of the Sin Face, no one dared to claim dominion over the continent. The power of the Sin Face was well known among all Soul Masters on the continent, and no one could ensure that there were no participants in this Soul Master competition who were associated with the Sin Face. This was why Gu Yina was so cautious. In summary, the Sin Face was simply too powerful. Hearing Gu Yina's words made Lu Xiaoyu cautious as well. Just then, the person in charge of organizing this competition appeared. That person was none other than Su Tian, the regent of the Sun and Moon Empire. Moreover, the person standing behind him was Orange, who was also referred to as the regent's wife. The person surprised by this was Huayu Hao, who already had a rough guess about Orange in his heart. However, he kept this thought to himself and did not spread around. At that moment, a powerful voice silenced the entire crowd. Silence. No one knew who had said this, but they understood that the person was extraordinarily strong, at least in their eyes. Huayu Hao immediately recognized the owner of that voice. His previous speculation had become a reality. Huayu Hao said, with a serious expression. Wang Donger, who was disguised as a boy beside him, also looked puzzled. But after Huayu Hao's explanation, Wang Donger basically understood. Consequently, she felt quite serious as well. After that voice, Regent's wife, Orange, stood up to give a speech. Here, on behalf of the Regent, I welcome all the participating contestants. And I also announce on behalf of the Regent that the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition has now begun. After finishing her speech, the competition judges directly announced the first round of teams to take the stage. There was no pause at all, and the match began immediately. The first match today was between the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon and the Dragon-Slaying Sect. The match was almost one-sided, with the participants from the Dragon-Slaying Sect being completely overwhelmed by Meng Hongxun from the Royal Soul Master Academy. Therefore, the match ended quickly, and the Royal Soul Master Academy was the first team to stand out in this competition. This Royal Soul Master Academy seems very strong, Ning Tian said, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Chioer beside her said with a disdainful expression, Are they really strong? I don't think so. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. The matches today lasted a long time, And the only match that piqued Lu Xiaoyu's interest was the one involving Hui Yuhao from Tang sect. As for the match from the Holy Spirit sect, it shocked everyone present. After all, they were the first to kill their opponent in the competition. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and the others finally welcomed their first match. So exciting, it's finally our turn, Wu Feng said excitedly. However, a single sentence from Gu Yuna made her deflate. During this time, neither the captain nor I will take action, so everyone shouldn't let your guard down, Gu Yuna said slowly. Understood, Chiu'er said with a smile. At that moment, the referee came to the competition stage and announced loudly. The match continues. Afternoon session. Elimination round. Second round. First match. Shrek Academy versus Tianjia sect. Both sides, please send one contestant to the stage and introduce yourselves. The referee continued to shout. Soon, the contestants from Shrek Academy and Tianjia sect stepped onto the stage. The two looked at each other and then slowly introduced themselves. Shrek Daihuabin. Tianjia sect Hanyu. Upon seeing this, the referee directly announced. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, Daihuabin shot towards Hanyu like a cannonball. Hanyu didn't have time to react, but managed to summon a shield at the last moment. Bang! Daihuabin's punch hit the giant shield, instantly stirring up a gust of wind. However, Hanyu, hiding behind the giant shield, was completely unharmed and even showed a contemptuous smile. With no injuries, Hanyu began to look down on Daihuabin, then mockingly said, "You can't even." Crack! Before he could finish speaking, the giant shield in his hand started to shatter, followed by a complete break. Boom! Daihuabin's punch landed solidly on Hanyu's chest. Puffed. Han Yu, hit in the chest, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and lost his qualification to continue fighting. Daihuabin has changed a lot, Hui Yuhao murmured as an observer. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Donger also walked over. In facing Hanyu, he didn't even use his martial soul. It seemed that his personality had also changed. But that's not the point. The point is that Shrek's three main forces, we might not be opponents at all, Hui Yuhao said awkwardly. Wang Donger was surprised to hear this. She didn't think that their Tang sect was weak and believed they could even win the championship. However, Hui Yuhao's next statement left her stunned. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation seems to have already reached the Soul Sage level, and he has also received training from Lu Ge. Hui Yuhao said seriously. Upon hearing this, Wang Donger fell silent, but she had already gained some understanding in her heart. Back at the competition stage, Daihuabin from Shrek Academy once again easily defeated a contestant from Tianjia sect. However, something unexpected happened. In the third round of the Shrek Academy versus Tianjia sect match, Daihuabin said something surprising. Shrek Academy, Daihuabin concedes. Daihuabin said flatly. This statement shocked the entire venue. With his current strength, he could clearly win against 7 opponents, so why concede? However, it quickly became clear because Wu Feng was taking the stage. Although Wu Feng's strength was not as great as Daihuabin's, after training with LuZe, she had improved several levels. She could still easily handle these ordinary sect members. It was also a crushing victory until the second round of the team battle. On Shrek's side, only 5 people took the stage. Besides Lu Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna, who did not participate, the others arrived at the competition stage led by Chiu'er. Do you Shrek look down on us? The captain of Tianjia sect said with an unhappy expression. Upon hearing this, Chiu'er only smiled faintly. It's not just that we look down on you. We look down on everyone participating in this grand competition. Chiu'er's tone was very bold, which immediately caused astonishment throughout the venue, leaving everyone shocked. Has she gone mad? Directly provoking all the teams. I don't think so. They are Shrek. The strength of Shrek Academy is indeed formidable. For a moment, the entire arena was buzzing about one thing. The 7 members of the Tianjia sect, standing on the competition stage, looked serious, as they felt a terrifying pressure from Chiu'er. The match began. At this moment, the referee directly announced the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu'er rushed forward holding the golden dragon spear. Break. The 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill of the Tianjia sect was shattered by Chiu'er with one spear. The match ended before it even started. This is Shrek's foundation. Chapter 102, Modified Rules. Since the conclusion of Shrek Academy's match, everyone has once again redefined their perception of Shrek. At the same time, Shrek's strongest player, Chiu'er, has attracted the attention of various academies and sections. The girl named Chiu'er must be closely monitored. Her strength is impressive, and she is already a standout in this Soul Master competition, said Regent Su Tiangon meaningfully from his high seat. Standing beside him, Juzi merely nodded lightly and responded that she would pay more attention. In the Shrek resting area, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were celebrating their first victory of the day. At the same time, Hui Yuhao had brought the Tang sect members to their side. Hui Yuhao is here? Zhu Lu noticed as soon as they arrived. Lu Xiaoyu also saw them and went over. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Hui Yuhao smiled faintly and said slowly, of course. I'm here to celebrate your victory in the match. Is that so? Then I will also represent the Shrek team to congratulate you. Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Soon, the 7 members of the Tang sect were chatting with the 7 from Shrek. What shocked Hui Yuhao was Dai Huabin, because this time, Dai Huabin didn't show that usual expression upon seeing him. Instead, he was very friendly. This change surprised Hui Yuhao, but upon thinking about it, it was normal for Dai Huabin to have grown up and matured a bit. By the way, where's Lu Ge? Hui Yuhao asked Lu Xiaoyu with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu's mood dropped when she heard this question. I don't know. Elder Xian said he had some matters to attend to. Lu Xiaoyu said irritably. Is that so? Hui Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. This question made the atmosphere in the entire area quite awkward. But soon, under Hui Yuhao's adjustment, it returned to normal. Meanwhile, the Tang sect and Shrek had a friendly exchange that night, with no incidents occurring. When the sky darkened, both groups returned to their respective hotel resting areas amidst laughter and joy. It seems today is very safe. On a hidden rooftop, Truth chuckled and murmured. Standing beside him, LuZe looked heavy, as if he were deep in thought. Seeing him like this, Truth became interested and directly asked, still thinking about those things? Hearing this question, LuZe came back to his senses slightly and said, I just have a feeling that something big will happen soon. You actually have that feeling? Truth was quite surprised. Yes, I don't know why I have this feeling, LuZe said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then turned to leave. As for why he didn't choose to stay by Lu Xiaoyu's side, he had his own plans. With Shuyao not showing up, LuZe didn't dare to act rashly. What if Shuyao changed the original plan after making an appearance? Where are you going during this time? Truth floated beside LuZe and asked slowly. LuZe thought carefully after hearing this, and then slowly replied, let us go to Mingda Hall first. It would be good to find out the whereabouts of those guys in advance. The next day dawned, and the Young Soul Master competition continued. But for some unknown reason, the atmosphere of the competition suddenly changed. On the high stands, Jizzy slowly walked out. I will explain the changes in the competition rules on behalf of His Royal Highness the Regent, Jizzy said loudly. Suddenly, everyone in the arena was filled with confusion. Seeing this, Jizzy continued. After discussions among the organizers of this Soul Master competition last night, it was decided to modify the competition format. Each team will only need to participate in 1 match per day, adopting a team battle format. If you win, you stay. If you lose, you leave. Additionally, this time, there are no restrictions on methods, regardless of life or death. As long as you can win, anything goes. Once these words were spoken, the entire arena was shocked, and some contestants froze in place. This modification was indeed too drastic, far beyond what ordinary people could accept, and they were confused about why it had to be changed this way. The purpose of this modification was actually simple, to force all contestants to go all out. After Jizzy finished speaking, she retreated, leaving the crowd in doubt and shock. Captain, don't you think this modification is a bit strange? Ning Tian said slowly as she approached Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to feel it too. It shouldn't be that coincidental. Lu Xiaoyu said with a faint smile to reassure her. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, hoping that was the case. Just then, the referee arrived at the competition stage. Young Soul Master Elite Competition, 2nd round elimination match, first match starts. The referee announced loudly, Yunlai Academy versus Huxiao Sect. Please have both teams enter the arena. As soon as the words fell, the 2 7-member teams appeared on either side of the competition stage. The contestants from both teams stared at each other, as if they were about to fight at any moment. The referee then slowly announced, match begin. Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, a member of the Huxiao sect had already teleported in front of the contestant from Yunlai Academy. You weaklings! A man from Huxiao sect sneered. Don't get too proud, a contestant under his foot said angrily. He then unleashed his Soul Emperor's soul power and stood up. The man shouted angrily. Puffed. But soon, a long sword pierced through his chest and blood splattered all over the competition stage. This scene left the other contestants from Yunlai Academy dumbfounded. Even if the rules have changed, was it really necessary to be so ruthless? A woman from Yunlai Academy shouted angrily. The rules are like this. If you're afraid of dying, then what? The man who struck replied with a disdainful smile. Upon hearing this, the woman was instantly stunned, and she wasn't the only one. Nearly everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too cruel? To come out and directly kill? If I were to compete, I could definitely wouldn't participate if the rules changed like this. For a moment, the arena was filled with murmurs, as everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The same went for Lu Xiaoyu, who was watching. Is this a competition or murder? Lu Xiaoyu whispered. His first thought after witnessing this scene was how they would handle such a team if they encountered it in the future. He could assure himself that he would be fine, but he was not so sure about the others. How could he possibly guard against 7 people all at once? Just as he was lost in thought, the match on the arena had already concluded. Yunlai Academy forfeited, the match ended, and the Tiger Roar sect emerged victorious. The referee announced loudly. Soon, the arena was cleaned up, and the second match was about to begin. The second match was Tang's sect against Tianling's sect. A confrontation between 2 major sects. Who would win? Chapter 103, Arrogant Capital. After the modification of the rules for the Soul Master competition, the second round of the knockout stage finally welcomed its second match, Tang's sect versus Tianling's sect. Captain, who do you think will win, Tang's sect or Tianling's sect? Dai Huabin slowly asked Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu simply shook his head lightly, unsure. The overall strength of Tianling's sect is quite good, and so is Tang's sect. So isn't it hard to determine the winner? Dai Huabin was surprised. At that moment, Gu Yuna slowly walked over and said, not necessarily. Tang's sect's Wu Yuhao is also very strong. At least he appears strong to outsiders. The 3 stopped talking as the match was about to begin. The match continued. Tang's sect versus Tianling's sect. Please both sides enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. As soon as the words fell, 2 teams walked into the arena from both sides. Once the referee confirmed that both teams were ready, he announced directly, the match begins. With the referee's command, the match finally started, and everyone in the arena was tense. They did not know if this match would turn out like the previous one. On the arena, the captain of Tianling's sect looked at Hu Yuhao and the others. He then slowly asked, "You're from Tang's sect, right? What else could we be?" Hu Yuhao responded with a smile. Hearing this, the captain of Tianling's sect smiled and stepped forward, saying, "I am Yihao from Tianling's sect. Please give me your guidance." Hu Yuhao from Tang's sect. "Please give me your guidance," Hu Yuhao replied with a smile. As soon as their words fell, the arena was filled with a fighting spirit. Whoosh! In the next second, Yihao shot towards Hu Yuhao like an arrow released from a bow. First soul skill, Tiger Hunt. Yihao activated his first soul ring, wielding a long knife, exuding a strong, murderous aura. Clang! To everyone's surprise, Yihao's strike was blocked by Xiao Zhao's tripod. Not bad reflexes, Yihao sneered. But soon, the other 2 members of Tianling's sect had already arrived behind the Tang sect members. The murderous intent instantly stimulated Huo Yuhao and the others, but fortunately, Huo Yuhao saw everything, which prevented a tragedy from occurring. At the same time, Yihao also felt it was incredible and quickly locked onto the main target. Focus fire on Huo Yuhao. Yihao shou to Lude. The members of Tianling's sect instantly understood his meaning and surged towards Huo Yuhao. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao not only did not retreat at all, but instead smiled. Snow Empress, Huo Yuhao softly called out. As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl appeared beside him. Snow Dance Extreme, Ice Domain. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a chill, and almost no one could see anything in the arena. What is happening? Why can't we see anything? Are we not allowed to watch? For a moment, the arena was filled with voices of doubt. However, soon, these doubts faded, replaced by shock. After the cold air dissipated, only Hu Yuhao and his group remained in the arena, while the members of Tianling's sect were sprawled on the ground. The match ended, and Tang's sect won. Although the referee was puzzled, he quickly gave the result. The match ended, and many were surprised by Tianling's sect's loss. In the Shrek preparation area, Dai Huabin asked with a serious face, "Captain, what just happened?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Gu Yuna. "It's a domain. In that domain, the members of Tianling's sect lost track of Hu Yuhao and his group, while the members of Tang's sect, with Hu Yuhao's assistance, could quickly lock onto the members of Tianling's sect, which naturally led to the end of the match," Gu Yuna said slowly. Dai Huabin instantly understood upon hearing her, and then thought of the future. "If we encounter them, Captain, do you have a way to deal with it?" Dai Huabin asked slowly. "This tactic may work on those people, but it won't work on me," Lu Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. After saying that, he added again, "Let's go. It's our turn." In the second round of the knockout stage, the third match, Shrek Academy against Demon Spirit Sect, the referee announced loudly in the arena. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Lu Xiaoyu and the others arrived at the arena amid this cheer. Standing opposite them, the captain of Demon Spirit Sect, Wang Mo looked troubled. Is my luck this bad? Just coming out of the first round and meeting the previous champion. This is a bit difficult, Wang Mo said with a troubled expression. But he still mustered his courage to step onto the arena. Both sides were ready, and the match began. The referee announced loudly. The match had started, and what puzzled everyone in the arena was that Shrek was still chatting and had completely disregarded the Demon Spirit sect. Isn't the match already started? Why are they not even looking at us? A member of Demon Spirit sect said, looking unhappy. But Wang Mo stopped him, saying, don't let your guard down. Maybe this is their strategy, just wait a little longer. Thus, the members of Demon Spirit sect thought this was Shrek's strategy of waiting for the enemy to move first. But after waiting for 5 minutes, Wang Mo was clearly getting impatient. He then directly revealed his soul power and shouted at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Are you looking down on us? What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyu pretended to be confused and then laughed, saying, did you misunderstand something? What do you mean? Wang Mo felt puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu arrogantly said, we seem to have said from the beginning that we at Shrek don't take anyone here seriously. You're not the only ones. Hearing this, Wang Mo was immediately enraged, and his powerful soul power erupted, with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings shocking many. But the next second, Shrek refreshed everyone's perception once again. Great Flame Wave. Guyuna stepped forward and directly unleashed her soul skill. A massive wave of flames instantly swept across the entire arena, and the members of Demon Spirit sect had nowhere to escape, directly losing their qualification for the match. The match ended, and Shrek Academy won. The referee announced loudly. What surprised everyone was that the Demon Spirit sect couldn't even last a second after Shrek made their move. But that was not the main reason for everyone's shock. The most surprising part was Guyuna's soul rings. The configuration of 2 purple for black and 1 red soul rings is almost impossible, yet it appeared this time, and on a woman no less. Is it fake? Su Sanshur from the Tang sect's preparation area looked shocked. Even Hui Yuhao was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a soul ring configuration, and the other party was already a soul sage. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu and the others truly have the qualifications to look down on everyone present. Even the vice captain is that strong, let alone Lu Xiaoyu. Hui Yuhao said with a bitter smile. In fact, it wasn't just the Tang sect that was shocked. Even the always confident Holy Spirit sect felt a slight threat. But they were not afraid of Guyuna. Rather, it was Lu Xiaoyu who had yet to make a move. It is well known that the unknown is the most terrifying. It seems that the plan must be executed ahead of schedule. A mysterious person from the Holy Spirit sect murmured. At that moment, a man approached him from behind. If we encounter Shrek, I will let those few come on stage. I don't think you will lose to anyone else, the man said slowly. Upon hearing this voice, the Holy Spirit sect member quickly knelt before him, bowing and saying, rest assured, my lord, we will definitely complete the task. That's the best. The man coldly stared at him before turning to leave. Chapter 104, Original Sin Transformation. Today's match was really easy. I wonder which team we will face tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu murmured with a smile. After the match, the 7 of them left the arena directly, as there was nothing more to see. All right, since today's match is over, let's return to our rooms to rest. Don't go out for no reason, Guyuna said seriously. Dai Huabin and the others did not dare to oppose her and could only smile as they returned to their rooms. Lu Xiaoyu, however, thought of something and went straight to the hotel rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Xiaoyu looked out over the famous city, and memories began to flood back to her. Where could he have gone? Lu Xiaoyu complained. She then lay down on the rooftop, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling drowsy. I really miss you, brother. In the Sun Moon Empire, Mingda Hall. Today, Mingda Hall welcomed an uninvited guest, LuZe. I warn you, this is not a place you can enter at will, a guard said sternly. But LuZe completely ignored him and chose to walk in. I said, no entry for idle people. The guard was getting a bit angry. LuZe felt displeased and directly said, it's none of your business where I go. The guard was furious upon hearing this. You are forcing me. Kneel. Buzz. Before the guard could finish speaking, he felt an irresistible command. Thud. The next second, the guard knelt before LuZe. LuZe looked down at him coldly and said, some things are better left alone. You. The guard's heart was filled with fear. He had never seen such a situation before. After giving him a cold glance, LuZe walked past him. Upon entering Mingda Hall, LuZe sensed a familiar aura. Long time no see, LuZe, a voice reached his ears. Following the sound, LuZe saw that the speaker was the Hall Master of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongshun. You didn't participate in the Soul Master competition. That's quite strange, LuZe said with a smile. Jing Hongshun merely smiled back and approached him. I want to know why you barged into my Mingda Hall. Jing Hongshun asked with a cold smile. LuZe only smiled and said, I'm just here to take a look. Do you believe me? I don't think so. Jing Hongshun sneered, then waved his right hand, summoning nearly 50 soul masters to appear. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Jing Hongshun said sternly. Seeing this, LuZe didn't take these people seriously and continued to step forward. I won't waste words. LuZe's expression suddenly turned cold. In an instant, he was in front of Jing Hongshun, asking, What is your relationship with the Holy Spirit Church? Speak. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshun was instantly shocked. He tried to struggle, but the next second he couldn't hold back anymore. We are currently in a cooperative relationship with the Holy Spirit Church, aiming to unify the continent, Jing Hongshun said reluctantly. You see, LuZe nodded slowly. As Jing Hongshun regained his composure, he immediately distanced himself and stared at LuZe warily. Who exactly are you? Jing Hongshun felt a bad premonition. Me? LuZe pointed to himself and then laughed. I'm here to wipe out your Mingda Hall. LuZe's smile turned sharp. Jing Hongshun felt something was wrong and quickly shouted, Hurry, kill this guy. Quickly. The nearly 50 soul masters charged at LuZe without hesitation after hearing this command. Do you know why ants are so weak? LuZe slowly said. Jing Hongshun was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. LuZe continued. No matter how many ants there are still ants. You are the same. Paradox. Buzz. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire Mingda Hall was reduced to ruins, with not a trace of its former appearance. The more than 50 soul masters were turned into mush in that instant. As for Jing Hongshun, he barely survived by using a high-level defensive soul tool. No matter who he was, everyone in Mingda Hall, except for Jing Hongshun, was dead. You are a demon. Jing Hongshun felt immense fear. He saw the aura emanating from LuZe, which made even the departed Elder Mu from Shrek seem insignificant. Upon hearing him call him that, LuZe not only wasn't afraid, but became even happier. Bang! Before Jing Hongshun could react, LuZe appeared before him and stomped him to the ground. LuZe, standing on Jing Hongshun, slowly said, Where is the Holy Spirit Church now? Speak. With no resistance left, Jing Hongshun said, The Holy Spirit Church is now in the arena. The others don't know their exact location. After hearing this, LuZe removed his foot and stepped aside. Jing Hongshun seized the opportunity to crush a piece of black jade. Suddenly, the entire sky turned dark red, and the surrounding environment began to twist, while Jing Hongshun himself started to become strange. Ha ha! A burst of mad laughter echoed around, and when LuZe turned around, he found Jing Hongshun enveloped in a strange black mist. The aura of original sin, Truth said with a smile. LuZe felt surprised and asked, What is this? Truth replied with a faint smile. I'm not quite sure. It should be the means of the 10 sons. That's indeed troublesome, LuZe said with a cold smile. At this moment, the mirror red dust, now transformed into original sin, arrogantly declared, I have become a god, and you shall face divine punishment. As these words were spoken, LuZe slowly stepped forward. In an instant, he teleported in front of mirror red dust. Paradox erase. A surge of paradoxical power gathered in LuZe's hand and instantly struck towards him. Caught off guard, mirror red dust had half of his body erased in that moment. It hurts. Mirror red dust roared in agony. However, LuZe didn't give him any chance to catch his breath and appeared above him once more. Supergravity stomp. Boom. In an instant, the original Cinefeed mirror red dust was directly stomped into the ground by LuZe. Trembling all over, mirror red dust suddenly threw a punch. The powerful punch struck LuZe, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Emerging slowly from the ruins 100 meters away, LuZe brushed off the dust from himself. It really is original sin, he remarked. Kill. At that moment, mirror red dust roared from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black spikes shot towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe didn't dodge, but instead used paradoxical defense to block all the attacks. But just as he was about to counterattack mirror red dust, he suddenly found that the opponent had already arrived behind him. Mirror red dust shouted in anger. Then, another punch slammed into LuZe's back, breaking through his absolute defense. Bang! LuZe was sent crashing into a distant building. Cough, cough. LuZe coughed a couple of times, and then excitedly said, This is interesting. Ha ha, I am a god. I'm the ruler of this world. Mirror red dust laughed arrogantly. Swish. In the next second, a mass of colorless airflow instantly pierced through his chest. Did you forget something? LuZe sneered. His eyes began to turn crimson, and dark red airflow appeared around him. I am the truth of this world. Chapter 105. The Death of Red Dust. The Power of Lu Xiaoyu. I am the truth of this world, LuZe said with a strange smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally distorted reality began to show signs of collapse. At the same time, Mirror Red Dust simply glanced at LuZe and froze in place. For some reason, he felt that what he was doing had no reason, but rather was just the way it should be. You are just a power bestowed by others. You are far too weak compared to us. LuZe grinned wickedly. He then stepped closer to Mirror Red Dust, who was unable to move, standing there completely unaware that danger had already enveloped him. Look, this is the gap between us, LuZe said, placing a hand on Mirror Red Dust's shoulder. Paradox erase. Swish. A mass of colorless airflow instantly engulfed Mirror Red Dust, and when the airflow dissipated, he had left this world. The distorted space also completely collapsed the moment Mirror Red Dust departed. It's done, LuZe said, looking at the flattened Mingda Hall with a faint smile. At that moment, Truth appeared. What are you planning to do now? Truth giggled. LuZe thought for a moment, and then turned around slowly, saying, I'll go find Xiaoyu. I believe the collapse must be unable to hold back any longer. On the rooftop of the Mingyue Grand Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu was fast asleep, until a gust of cold wind blew by. Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly awakened. Is it already dawn? She murmured, still drowsy. She slowly stood up from the ground and went to the edge of the rooftop to watch the sunrise over the city. Looking at the beautiful sunrise, Lu Xiaoyu's mind came to a halt. If only my brother were here, she whispered. After saying that, she turned to leave. But as she turned, she saw the person she wanted to see the most. How did the competition go? Xiaoyu, LuZe said, standing in front of Lu Xiaoyu with a gentle smile. Upon seeing LuZe, Lu Xiaoyu immediately stopped thinking. Seeing that she didn't respond, LuZe approached her. What's wrong? Was the competition result not ideal? LuZe asked with a smile. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu slowly come back to her senses and dove into his embrace. The competition ended perfectly. We will definitely be the champions, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe replied, gently patting her back. Let us go. Isn't today the day of the competition? Lu Xiaoyu nodded slowly, but didn't loosen her grip on LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe felt helpless, but still smiled as he pulled her away from the rooftop. In the arena, Lu Xiaoyu and her team, led by LuZe, arrived at their preparation area. His appearance shocked many contestants. To them, LuZe seemed like an ordinary person, without a hint of soul power. However, the majority were still puzzled, as many did not believe that the man standing in front of Lu Xiaoyu was an ordinary person. Teacher, the rules for this Soul Master competition have changed drastically, Dai Bin said slowly in the Shrek preparation area. LuZe merely nodded slightly in response. I know. I will step in if you are in danger. Upon hearing this, the Shrek team felt a warmth in their hearts. At that moment, the first match of the day began. Only 32 teams remained in the arena. The most favored teams included the Holy Spirit Sect, Heavenly Dragon Sect, Proud Sword Sect, Snow Demon Sect, Tang Sect, and Shrek Academy. These 6 teams were recognized by all spectators as the strongest teams. Although the Holy Spirit Sect's fighting style was brutal, it became a trivial matter after the rules were modified. As long as they could win, any method was accepted. At this moment, the referee stepped onto the competition stage, smiling faintly at the cheers from the audience. The Youth Soul Master Competition, 3rd round elimination match 1, now begins. The referee announced loudly. Next, Shrek Academy will face the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Contestants, please enter the arena, the referee instructed. In the Shrek preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu was happily speaking to LuZe. Brother, watch us annihilate the opponents. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled. Don't be complacent. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was the runner-up last time. What? Runner-up? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. But inside, she was very excited, as she was about to face the runner-up team from the last competition. Soon, both teams arrived at the competition stage. The Mirror Red Dust of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy felt a sense of gravity looking at Lu Xiaoyu across the field. Although he always claims to be a genius, he immediately lost confidence upon seeing the soul ring configuration of Shrek's vice-captain, Guyuna, let alone when facing their even stronger and more mysterious captain. We must be cautious this time. The strength of the opposing team is no joke, Meng Hongshan said solemnly. Understood, the other competitors from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy responded. Meanwhile, the Shrek side appeared particularly relaxed, seemingly not taking the match seriously at all. When the referee saw that both sides were ready, he announced, The match begins. As soon as the words were spoken, neither side made a move, just standing there. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek stepped forward. Everyone watching thought they would see the captain of Shrek's strength. But what came next was unexpected. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said to Xiao Hongshun and the others, "Hello, last year's runner-up." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Even LuZe felt a bit helpless. This guy, Xiao Hongshun, immediately felt displeased upon hearing this. Although it wasn't very harmful, it was highly insulting, instantly igniting the anger of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Subsequently, Xiao Hongshun chose to strike first, and a sensitive attacking Soul King charged out. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu stood there, completely unguarded. The sensitive attacking Soul King felt delighted upon seeing him like this. What else could this be but delivering a head? The Soul King said with a faint smile. But the next second, he regretted it. Lu Xiaoyu slowly raised his left hand, and 7 soul rings embedded with golden patterns appeared behind him. Gravity coverage. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the sensitive attacking Soul King was pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Why are you running so fast?" Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. The Soul King, lying on the ground and unable to move, had a distressed expression. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hongshun was immediately shocked, but it was only for a moment. The next second, he pulled out a soul-guided cannon and aimed it directly at Lu Xiaoyu. 108 soul-guided cannons fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, endless artillery fire exploded at Lu Xiaoyu's location. All the spectators felt worried. After all, no one could withstand such concentrated fire. After the cannon fire ended, the audience was once again shocked to see that Lu Xiaoyu was completely unscathed. Is this the strength of the runner-up? Lu Xiaoyu scoffed. Hearing this, Xiao Hongshun felt humiliated but couldn't refute it. Just as Lu Xiaoyu said this, Meng Hongshun from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had already arrived behind him. Third soul, buzz. Before Meng Hongshun could finish her sentence, she felt an invisible gravity pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. "Your thoughts are still too naive," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. He then kicked her in the abdomen. After being kicked like this, Meng Hongshun flew out of the competition arena. This brutal action made all the male spectators furious. But what could they do? The rules of the match were like this. If you don't have the strength, don't step on the field. After Meng Hongshun was eliminated, the leading teacher of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy chose to concede. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. The referee announced loudly. Is that it? Lu Xiaoyu looked frustrated. He clearly hadn't used his full strength yet, so how could they concede? Saying this, he left the competition arena with Gu Yuna and the others and returned to the preparation area. At this moment, in the Tang Sect preparation area, Hui Yuhao wore a bitter smile. Xiao Hongshun was quite strong, but unexpectedly, he didn't even make it to the top 16, Wang Donger said slowly. Hui Yuhao merely shook his head lightly upon hearing this. Lu Xiaoyu's strength was indeed terrifying. After all, he was Lu Ji's younger brother. There's nothing to be done. Having a good brother means one's own strength is certainly not low, Wang Donger said while shaking her head. This wasn't Hui Yuhao's main concern. What he was worried about was how long they could last if they encountered Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the remaining teams in the arena no longer held any illusions about defeating Shrek, but instead began to guess how long they could last. If they could hold on for 10 minutes, they would be quite satisfied. Chapter 106. Holy Spirit Sect versus Battle Elephant Sect. Look, brother. This is my current strength, Lu Xiaoyu said proudly in front of LuZe. LuZe only gave a faint smile at his demeanor and then continued to look at the competition arena. Aren't we leaving? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe replied softly. It's not too late to leave after watching this match. Oh. Soon, the second match of the third round of the knockout stage began. The second match of the third round of the knockout stage, Holy Spirit Sect versus Battle Elephant Sect. Please both sides enter the arena, the referee announced loudly. In no time, the competitors from the Holy Spirit Sect and Battle Elephant Sect enter the competition arena. Brother, what are you watching? Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked LuZe. Coming back to his senses, LuZe patted his head and said, It's nothing. You and Gu Yuna can go back to the hotel by yourselves. I'll watch for a while and then return. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity grew even stronger, and he directly hugged his arm. I want to stay and watch too, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe immediately laughed and teased. Do you understand what you're watching? What do you mean by that? Do you think I won't understand? Lu Xiaoyu said unhappily. It means nothing, just saying. LuZe laughed. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu felt even more annoyed and climbed onto his back. Hey, what are you doing? LuZe said with a bitter smile. Lu Xiaoyu laughed and replied, "It's clearer to see from up here." All right. LuZe didn't take his behavior to heart. At this time, the match between the Holy Spirit sect and Battle Elephant sect had already begun. In the competition arena, the referee looked at both competitors and announced, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, several strong men from the Battle Elephant sect erupted with astonishing soul power. Second brother, use the trump card directly. The strong man at the center of the seven shouted loudly. Understood, big brother. The strong man referred to as the second brother immediately understood what their big brother meant. The other 5 strong men also turned and rushed towards their leader instantly. 7-in-1, martial soul fusion technique. Buzz. With a roar, the 7 strong men instantly fused together. In an instant, thick white smoke filled the entire competition arena. It seems that these sects do have some depth, LuZe said with a faint smile in the Shrek preparation area. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu said curiously, "Does that mean Battle Elephant sect will win this match?" They open with their ultimate move right away. Not necessarily, LuZe said meaningfully. Why? Lu Xiaoyu felt puzzled. LuZe just smiled slowly and said, "You'll know in a moment." Oh! On the competition stage, when the thick smoke dissipated, a shocking scene unfolded before the audience. The 7 strong men from the Battle Elephant sect, after using their combined martial soul fusion technique, transformed into a tall man with a perfect physique. Although he didn't appear as strong as the 7 men, the aura he emanated had already reached nearly the level of a soul Douluo. "You've already lost," the man coldly stated. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic red soul ring appeared around him, and then he forcefully flew out. However, the 7 contestants from the Holy Spirit sect remained standing in place, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man arrived in front of the Holy Spirit sect's few members and landed a punch on one of the Soul Masters. Poof! The struck Soul Master immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and then lay motionless in the distance. All the spectators were shocked by this scene. Is the Battle Elephant sect this strong? Is the Holy Spirit sect going to lose? I've long found the Holy Spirit sect guys displeasing. Well done, Battle Elephant sect. In an instant, the viewing area was filled with mixed reactions, some cheering for the Battle Elephant sect, while others worried for the Holy Spirit sect. Lu Xiaoyu, with a proud look, said, "See, I told you this match would be won by the Battle Elephant sect, but you didn't believe me." Really? LuZe said with interest. He then continued, "Do you notice anything unusual about the other Soul Masters from the Holy Spirit sect?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked closely and then whispered, "No. Nothing." "Then that's it. They're just watching the show, wanting to see the clown dance," LuZe said slowly. But Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't accept it and replied directly, "I don't believe it. Anyway, the Battle Elephant sect will definitely win this match." "Oh, so confident? Want to make a bet?" LuZe instantly became interested. Lu Xiaoyu, instead of being scared, became even more excited. "Sure, what are we betting on?" "You decide," LuZe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu propped her chin and thought carefully, then said uneasily, "I haven't thought of it yet. I'll talk about it later when I do. Anyway, I'm sure I'll win this bet." "All right," LuZe nodded. The 2 brothers then looked back at the situation on the competition stage. "I told you, this match you lost. Admit defeat early to avoid some pain," the man from the Battle Elephant sect said softly. At this point, only he and 3 contestants from the Holy Spirit sect remained on the competition stage. The others were already lying on the ground. Seeing that the remaining 3 Soul Masters had no reaction, the man immediately stopped holding back. "This is what you asked for," he said coldly. He then shot towards the remaining 3 Soul Masters of the Holy Spirit sect. Almost in an instant, the man arrived in front of the 3 Holy Spirit sect members. Everyone thought the match was over, and even the referee believed so. But just as the man threw a punch, something strange happened. Slap! "You're a bit too arrogant." A woman's voice. The Soul Master who spoke effortlessly caught the powerful punch from the Battle Elephant sect man with one hand. "What?" Bang! Before the man could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by the 2 Soul Masters next to the Holy Spirit sect. The kicked man crashed heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the competition stage, and then slowly slid down to the ground. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood and then slowly stood up. "Looks like I underestimated you," he said while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then fixed his gaze on the Holy Spirit sect side. But at that moment, the 3 Soul Masters had already disappeared from their original spots, and he couldn't even sense them. By the time the man noticed the 3 Soul Masters, it was already too late. How could this happen? He saw that his chest was pierced by 3 long swords, blood instantly splattering everywhere. I will kill you." The man, unwilling to accept this outcome, wanted to fight to the death. But the three soul masters from the Holy Spirit sect had already distanced themselves from him the moment he got angry. They stood quietly not far away, as if to say he was too weak. Seeing this, the man immediately charged towards the three of them with heavy steps. I must kill. The man became slower and slower as he ran, as if he could hardly continue. Soon, he was just a short distance away from the three soul masters. At that moment, everyone hoped he could win, but reality was cruel. Thud! Ultimately, the man fell before the three soul masters, and this fall might mean he could never get up again. After he fell, he transformed back into 7 strong men, but they were all now purple, as if poisoned. Dead. Dead? Lu Xiaoyu, who was watching, looked shocked, but this was already a predetermined outcome. See? This is the final result. The Holy Spirit sect is even more ruthless than you imagined, LuZe said as he turned to leave. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to follow him obediently. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, the referee approached to check on the situation of the 7 strong men from the Battle Elephant sect, and then announced, "The match is over. The Holy Spirit sect wins." The match was over, but the arena was silent. No one knew why, nor did anyone want to know. Chapter 107, A Word of Advice. Xiaoyu, don't forget our bet, LuZe said slowly while carrying the gloomy Lu Xiaoyu on his back on the way back to the Mingyue Grand Hotel. Lu Xiaoyu, who was lying on his back, responded helplessly, "I know, just tell me what the bet is." LuZe thought carefully and then smiled. "I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you later when I do." Oh, Lu Xiaoyu responded listlessly. Seeing this, LuZe no longer said much and continued walking towards the hotel with him on his back. At this moment, in the rest area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. "Teacher, what did you say?" A loud shout came from a room, and the person who made this sound was Xiao Hongshun. In this room, he was not alone. His sister, Meng Hongshun, was also there. Standing in front of the two was their team leader teacher, whose expression was very serious. "Teacher, you must be joking with us, right?" Meng Hongshun said with a forced smile. After hearing this, their team leader fell silent, and after a while, he spoke again. "I'm not joking with you. The Mingda Hall has really been destroyed, and your father." At this point, he could no longer continue, as he never expected such a thing would happen, and he even thought it was impossible. But the reality had occurred, and it was even more severe than he had imagined. The fall of Mingda Hall heralds the beginning of the end of the mainland's prosperity. However, only a few people are aware of the crisis facing this golden age. In the room, Meng Hongshun felt weak all over and collapsed directly onto the floor. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Xiao Hongshun was trembling all over, as if something was about to explode from within him. The teacher understood the feelings of the brother and sister, but reassured them that the Empire would definitely provide an explanation for this matter. The leading teacher comforted them. Xiao Hongshun and Meng Hongshun did not respond. They just remained there. Seeing their state, the teacher could only sigh silently before leaving the room. At the same time, in the great hall of the Holy Spirit Church, Chonghuai was sitting in the center, with Xuanli standing beside him, looking serious. "Chief, that guy LuZe should already know our intentions. Do we really not need to act in advance?" Xuanli said gravely. Chonghuai did not answer immediately. After a moment, he replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. The sun hasn't revealed his aura yet. We can only wait. Is that your plan?" Xuanli was surprised, but Chonghuai's response shocked him. "You and the wealth team should take the place of those in the final match to force out the sun," Chonghuai said slowly. Upon hearing this, Xuanli immediately understood his thoughts and simply nodded before leaving. Left behind, Chonghuai wore a faint smile, as if everything was within his calculations. In the Mingyue Hotel, LuZe, who was resting, was awakened by a knock on the door. "Come in," LuZe said slowly. Soon, the door to his room opened, and in walked Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger, who had just returned victorious from the arena. LuZe looked at the two of them and smiled, asking, "What can I do for you?" Hui Yuhao awkwardly smiled and said, "There is indeed something I want Brother Lu to help with." "What is it?" LuZe became interested. Hui Yuhao felt a bit embarrassed seeing LuZe's expression, but still spoke up. "The Holy Spirit sect is made up of the people from the Holy Spirit Church. Brother Lu should know this." "Ino, LuZe nodded. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao became energized and slowly said, "The Holy Spirit Church is a gathering place for evil soul masters, and the evil soul masters will endanger the safety of the mainland." "So?" LuZe said directly. Hui Yuhao, seeing this, no longer concealed anything and said plainly, "I want to invite Brother Lu to join our Tang sect to deal with the Holy Spirit Church together." After saying this, he looked at LuZe with eager eyes, hoping he would agree. However, LuZe only smiled faintly and slowly said, I will naturally take care of the matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church, but I will not agree to join the Tang sect. Why? Hui Yuhao felt very confused. He had previously invited Lu Xiaoyu to join the Tang sect, but had also been rejected. Now he was facing another rejection with LuZe. He did not understand why LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu were unwilling to join the Tang sect. LuZe looked at Hui Yuhao's puzzled expression and smiled, saying, I've heard about the past deeds of the Tang sect, and I believe you can help the Tang sect regain its peak. But you best not get involved with the Holy Spirit Church. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao, who was already confused, became even more bewildered, unable to comprehend. LuZe then added, the forces behind the Holy Spirit Church are not the forces of the Douluo continent. Even the divine realm might have to avoid them. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao finally understood LuZe's meaning. Brother Lu means that there are even more powerful forces behind the Holy Spirit Church. Hui Yuhao's expression became serious. It's good that you understand. That force is related to the sin face, and if we encounter them now, even I might not be able to retreat unscathed. LuZe said slowly. Their conversation came to an end, and Hui Yuhao was left in shock after hearing LuZe's words. Once the two left, LuZe went to the window. It should be coming, LuZe said slowly. At this moment, Truth appeared and playfully said, do you really trust your instincts that much? Yes, instincts don't lie. This Soul Master competition will definitely undergo unprecedented changes, LuZe said slowly. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao and Wang Donger were on their way back to their room, but Hui Yuhao was still pondering LuZe's earlier words. Even Brother Lu might not be able to retreat unscathed? Is that force really that terrifying? Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Donger beside him smiled and said, since Brother Lu said so, it must be the case. You shouldn't overthink it. In fact, Wang Donger was even more worried than Hui Yuhao after hearing LuZe's words. She was concerned about what Hui Yuhao would do if he encountered those people and what she should do. So she had sworn internally that she would never let Hui Yuhao take risks. I know, but I still can't help but worry, Hui Yuhao said with a troubled expression. Wang Donger, seeing this, patted his head and comforted him. It's okay. You can think about it when the time comes. Yeah. Hui Yuhao felt much better after she did that. Then the two returned to their hotel room and put the matter out of their minds. The Soul Master competition had now reached a fever pitch. Due to rule changes, the process had become very fast. They had now reached the round of 16 to 8. The remaining 16 teams were all well-established sects and academies, a far cry from the initial matchups. In the round of 16 to 8, some teams might not be able to hold on. The remaining teams in the arena are not the same old sects and academies. LuZe murmured with a faint smile in the Shrek preparation area. He did not believe that these sects and academies would continue on the old path after the changes on the mainland. In his view, among the 16 remaining teams in the arena, besides the clearly known Holy Spirit sect, Tang sect, and his brother, at least one of the other 13 teams had a sin face of minor sin level, and some even had sin faces close to major sin level. Now the real competition has just begun, LuZe smiled. Chonghuai, I wonder how you will play this move? Chapter 108, Sin Face on the Arena. In the Youth Soul Master Elite competition, the first match of the round of 16 to 8 was Shrek Academy versus Evil Wolf Sect. In the vast arena, the referee stood in the competition area and announced loudly. Immediately, applause and cheers erupted as everyone cheered for Shrek Academy, although there were still some who supported the Evil Wolf Sect. Captain, the match has begun, Dai Huabin said softly as he approached Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu merely nodded faintly and said, understood, finish the battle in 1 minute. Lu Xiaoyu was very confident because up until now, they had not encountered a particularly strong team. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu led Dai Huabin and the 6 others onto the competition stage. Standing opposite them were their opponents, the Evil Wolf Sect. For some unknown reason, every member of the Evil Wolf Sect appeared extremely excited, as if they had encountered prey that piqued their interest. Is this Shrek Academy? They look quite strong, one of the lean men from the Evil Wolf Sect sneered. Their captain, Wolf Mo, wore a grin on his face. They are indeed strong, but still lacking a bit. This arrogant statement was loud enough for almost everyone to hear, leaving them in shock. What kind of background does the Evil Wolf Sect have to dare say such things? Could it be that they have powerful trump cards? Otherwise, they wouldn't have the audacity to say such things. A wave of murmurs spread through the spectator stands. However, the members of the competition, Lu Xiaoyu and his team, remained calm. They did not believe that the Evil Wolf Sect had any cards that could threaten them. The match had not yet begun, but both teams were already filled with combat spirit. The referee saw that both sides were ready and directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, 2 players from the Evil Wolf Sect charged out. So reckless? Wu Feng felt surprised upon seeing this. He quickly followed suit with Dai Huabin. Third Soul Skill. Wolf Nature Revival. Third Soul Skill, Wild Awakening. The two players rushing towards Shrek instantly activated their third soul rings. Their bodies changed in an instant. One transformed into a werewolf, while the other was covered in crimson patterns. Seeing this, Wu Feng and Dai Huabin did not hesitate and directly used their martial soul possession. Bang! In an instant, the four collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and his team, still standing in place, wore calm expressions, seemingly unconcerned about Wu Feng and Dai Huabin. However, Captain Wolf Mo was different. A strange smile appeared on his face. He then shouted, "For victory, offer up your lives." After saying this, he looked at the four teammates behind him, who were then enveloped by a strange black mist. Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as he sensed something was wrong. It was likely he wasn't the only one who noticed. At the same time, Gu Yuna and the others also sensed it. Dai Huabin, Wu Feng, retreat, Lu Xiaoyu shouted. But by the time Dai Huabin and Wu Feng heard this, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Wolf Mo had devoured his teammates, and his power surged dramatically. "I told you, you're still lacking a bit." Wolf Mo arrogantly laughed as he approached Dai Huabin. He then raised his hand and punched him squarely in the face. Bang! Dai Huabin, caught off guard, was sent flying and crashed into the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Seeing this scene, Wu Feng felt an immediate sense of crisis. Just as he tried to escape, he was instantly grabbed by the neck by Wolf Mo. "Become my nourishment," Wolf Mo said, and then opened his massive mouth. In the distance, Lu Xiaoyu felt shocked and immediately teleported behind him. "Let her go," Lu Xiaoyu whispered angrily. He then delivered a powerful kick to Wolf Mo's ribs. Bang! Wolf Mo, whose face was twisted in rage, had no chance to react and was kicked away by Lu Xiaoyu. Wu Feng was still in shock from the previous event and had not regained his senses. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the trembling Wu Feng, and his anger exploded. "I will kill you," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. "Ha ha ha!" Wolf Mo, who had been kicked away, let out a wild laugh and slowly stood up. "You will only die by my hands," Wolf Mo declared arrogantly. At this moment, his two teammates also came to his side. The next second, an unexpected scene unfolded. Wolf Mo opened his bloody maw and, without a word, directly devoured his two teammates. The spectators could hardly bear the sight and immediately began to vomit. After consuming all his teammates, Wolf Mo's power surged once again, nearly reaching the level of a tidal Douluo. "The match has just begun," Wolf Mo said as he wiped the blood from his lips. This statement sent chills down many spines. "You freak." Just as Wolf Mo began to speak, Chiora, wielding the golden dragon spear, approached him from behind. With all her might, she swung the spear and struck him on the head. Bang! In an instant, Wolf Mo's head was blown apart by Chiora's spear, blood splattering across the arena. Just when everyone thought it was over, Wolf Mo surprisingly stood there, and then kicked Chiora in the abdomen. Bang! Chiora, still in shock, had no time to react and was sent flying by Wolf Mo's kick. Fortunately, Guyana caught her, preventing a tragedy. Cackle, cackle, cackle. At this moment, a terrifying laughter echoed in the arena. Then, miraculously, Wolf Mo, who had just been decapitated, grew a new head right before everyone's eyes, wearing a strange smile. "I am your nightmare. Prepare to accept my judgment." Wolf Mo laughed arrogantly. He then exerted force through his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu. As Lu Xiaoyu reacted, he immediately used gravity overlay. The heavy pressure instantly pinned Wolf Mo to the ground, rendering him immobile. "You shouldn't have touched my teammates." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's face bore no expression, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, Wolf Mo was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. "This is the feeling. The stronger the prey, the more excited I become." Wolf Mo slowly got up and stood before Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing him rise, Lu Xiaoyu did not continue using gravity overlay, but coldly asked, "Have you thought about how you want to die?" Upon hearing this, Wolf Mo burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I will kill you first." He then raised his right hand without hesitation and struck at LuZe's. The situation in the arena turned once again. Lv.10, who had thrown a punch, suddenly stopped in place, and his hand fell to the ground beside him. Wolf Mo initially thought nothing was wrong, but soon realized that his severed arm could not recover. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was holding a golden longsword, and the aura emanating from that sword was all too familiar to LuZe. A sin-level sin face encountering the power of rules can't last long. LuZe said with a faint smile from the Shrek preparation area. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu did not give Lv.10 a chance to react. While he was still in shock, he swung his sword once more. Thud! With a swift motion, the blade fell and the head rolled to the ground. Lv.10 had no time to react, and in the next second, Lu Xiaoyu severed his head with a sword. At the same time, he felt his life force rapidly diminishing. Why? I am unwilling. Lv.10's heart was filled with despair. Clearly, heaven had granted him such a monstrous ability, allowing him to grow stronger by devouring others. Yet, he hadn't even made a name for himself before meeting his end here. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu coldly said, I told you I would kill you. Ultimately, Lv.10 left this world in complete unwillingness. And at this point, the match was already over. The competition ended, and Shrek Academy emerged victorious. The referee, with a shocked expression, announced. LuZe, seeing this, slowly closed his eyes. He thought Xiaoyu's identity might be exposed, but it seemed he was overthinking it. Chapter 109. Rule modification. After the match between Shrek and the evil wolf sect concluded, everyone in the arena learned about a particularly ruthless individual, Zue Mian. Due to Lv.10's appearance, many in various teams could no longer hold themselves together, and they were all wary of Lu Xiaoyu from Shrek. His true strength was no longer something an ordinary soul master could contend with. In the Shrek preparation area, after the match, Lu Xiaoyu and the others returned here. At this moment, Wu Feng still hadn't emerged from the previous shadow. LuZe looked at her and, without saying a word, gently patted her head. Everything is fine now, LuZe said softly. Wu Feng simply nodded and then lay down on a nearby sofa. Seeing this, LuZe didn't disturb her, but instead looked at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. Now do you understand the potential dangers in the competition? LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, their faces filled with melancholy. Since you understand, let's take the next matches seriously, LuZe said sternly. Okay, Lu Xiaoyu and the others responded. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and waved his hand, saying everyone head back to the hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others turned and walked toward the arena exit. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to leave, LuZe suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, brother? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe smiled and said, how about you accompany me for a walk outside? Upon hearing this, the originally melancholic Lu Xiaoyu instantly perked up. He grabbed LuZe's hand and smiled. Sure, let's go. No need to be so excited. Ha! LuZe chuckled helplessly. Before long, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu arrived at a park. Brother, why did you call me out? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe looked up at the sky, then seriously fixed his gaze on him and said, can you promise me one thing? Seeing his serious expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood something. Don't worry, I will definitely agree. That's good. LuZe smiled upon hearing this, then continued. Remember, you absolutely cannot use your special ability in the upcoming matches, understood? Why? Lu Xiaoyu felt very confused. His ability was clearly strong enough to help him win a championship. Why not let him use it? No reason, just don't use it. If you trust me, then listen to me. This is beneficial for you, LuZe said seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu still had many doubts. What if Guyuna and the others are in danger? Can I use it then? If you're in danger, I will step in. Don't worry about that. Just promise me, LuZe replied slowly. Having said this, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to agree to LuZe's request, and he would not use that ability in the upcoming matches. All right, let's head back to the hotel, LuZe said with a smile after Lu Xiaoyu agreed. He then turned and walked toward the hotel. Lu Xiaoyu held his hand. His face showed nothing, but inside, he seemed to have already guessed something. The next day, the Young Soul Master Elite competition had determined the top 8 teams. Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, Holy Spirit Sect, Heavenly Dragon Sect, Stone Gate, Wuji Sect, Baixia Valley, and Wild Immortal Sect. In this round of the quarterfinals, the rules changed once again. Originally, a single match was divided into 3, singles, doubles, and team battles. In the singles, the first to win 4 matches was victorious, while in the doubles, the first team to win 2 matches prevailed. The team battle was unavoidable. Even if the first 2 matches were won, the third must still be played. Furthermore, the match list was released in advance, no longer randomly assigned as before. The competition format was divided into an upper and lower bracket. The matchups for the upper bracket were: first match, Shrek Academy versus Stone Gate. Second match, Heavenly Dragon Sect versus Wuji Sect. The matchups for the lower bracket were: first match, Holy Spirit Sect versus Baixia Valley. Second match, Tang Sect versus Wild Immortal Sect. This was the upcoming competition, and every team was incredibly strong, raising the stakes compared to previous Soul Master competitions. The quarterfinals are now starting. At this moment, the referee announced loudly in the center of the arena. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena erupted in cheers. The 8 teams participating in the competition entered the arena amidst this cheer. What a lively scene, LuZe's said with a faint smile. He then led Lu Xiaoyu and the others to the Shrek preparation area to wait for the competition to begin. Brother, do you think we can win? Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with a smile. LuZe, upon hearing this, patted his head. I don't believe you will lose. Go for it. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. At that moment, the referee once again announced in the arena. Upper bracket match, first round of singles, Shrek Academy versus Stonegate, now starting. Please send one contestant from each side to enter. Hearing this announcement, LuZe pondered carefully and then said slowly, for the first match, Guyuna will go. Try to win if you can. Lu Xiaoyu didn't understand why he said that. Did he think Guyuna, as a soul saint, would lose? In fact, LuZe was genuinely worried because of Zue Mion's appearance, and Stonegate had already revealed 2 minors of level Zue Mion Soul Masters. He couldn't be certain that Stonegate only had 2. I understand. I will give it my all. Guyuna understood LuZe's meaning and then stepped forward toward the arena. Meanwhile, the leading teacher from Stonegate made a decision after some thought. Let Yanshi take the first match. I believe in your strength, the Stonegate leading teacher said seriously. The man named Yanshi, upon hearing his words, did not oppose. Okay, I will win. The leading teacher nodded in satisfaction. Yanshi is not someone to be taken lightly. His strength has reached the peak of a 69th level Soul Emperor, and he is also a minor Sin level Soul Master, comparable to a title Douluo. Soon, Guyuna and Yanshi arrived at the competition arena. After both sides introduced themselves, they stood at the edge of the arena. When the referee saw that both competitors were ready, he announced, single battle, first round, start. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides made no movements and simply stared at each other. Pretty girl, want to come play with me? I promise you won't be a loss, Yanshi said with a flirtatious smile. Upon hearing his tone, Guyuna immediately felt disgusted. So disgusting, she said, drawing out her silver dragon spear. With a burst of energy, she charged toward Yanshi. Oh my, do you really want to play with your big brother? Yanshi continued to laugh. But Guyuna didn't pay him any mind. The next second, she was right in front of him. In an instant, the silver dragon spear in Guyuna's hand pierced Yanshi's chest. Thud! Within a breath, Guyuna had completely penetrated Yanshi's chest with her spear. Guyuna initially thought it was over, but to her surprise, Yanshi was completely unharmed. Pretty girl, you need to work on your damage output, Yanshi said with a scornful smile. But Guyuna wouldn't give him a chance, saying directly, you talk too much, so please shut up. Water manipulation. 2 dragons playing with pearls. Roar. In an instant, the entire arena echoed with the roar of dragons. 2 gigantic water dragons threw Yanshi into the sky. Guyuna, who was thrown into the air, landed calmly on the ground and slowly said, you're too weak. Yanshi slowly responded, but the next second, Guyuna tightened her grip on the silver dragon spear. You will pay for what you said today. Chapter 110. Shrek concedes you will pay for what you said today, Guyuna said coldly, holding the silver dragon spear. Yanshi, however, wore a cheerful smile, as if he hadn't taken her words seriously. The next second, Guyuna waved the silver dragon spear, and in the blink of an eye, it swept toward Yanshi's head. Bang! With a dull sound, Yanshi was smashed against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. When the referee approached to check, he found that Yanshi had lost consciousness. He then announced, match over, Shrek Academy wins. When the result of the match was announced, everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that the seemingly strong Yanshi would be defeated so quickly by Guyuna. But it quickly settled down, as Guyuna was from Shrek Academy, a school that only accepted monsters, so it couldn't be just a fluke, right? Before long, the referee announced, the second match of the first round is about to begin. Please send one contestant from each side into the arena. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe already had the outcome in mind. He didn't believe that the Silver Dragon King would lose to a minor sin. Brother, let me go up for the next match, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. But LuZe immediately refused, as he had his own plans. Let Wu Feng take the second match. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just do your best, LuZe said, looking at Wu Feng. Wu Feng was taken aback at first, but then hurriedly said, what if I lose? Don't worry, just showing up is enough, LuZe said with a smile. For some reason, seeing LuZe smile made Wu Feng feel very at ease, as if nothing would go wrong. At that moment, she was no longer afraid of sin, believing that as long as the teacher was there, nothing would happen. In the end, Wu Feng agreed to LuZe's arrangement and walked toward the competition arena. At this time, The leader from the Stone Gate side said solemnly, "We've already lost one match. We absolutely cannot lose the next one. Do you understand?" "Understood." The members of Stone Gate replied in unison. The leader looked satisfied and then said, "For the second match, Li Kong will go up. We absolutely cannot lose." The man named Li Kong was a 6-ring Soul Emperor and one of the only 3 minor Sin level fighters in their Stone Gate, so his strength was unquestionable. "Don't worry. I won't underestimate my opponent like someone else," Li Kong said with a smile. Yanshi immediately understood he was the target of that comment. "Li Kong, what do you mean by that?" Yanshi said angrily. "Nothing much, just saying," Li Kong replied with a smile. "You." Yanshi was at a loss for words and could only angrily walk to the side. Seeing this, Li Kong said nothing more and turned to walk toward the competition arena. In the upper half of the quarterfinals, the second match of the first round, Shrek Academy's Wu Feng versus Stone Gate's Li Kong. The referee announced loudly. The arena was soon filled with applause and cheers. Quickly, Wu Feng and Li Kong arrived at the competition arena, exchanged glances, and then began to prepare. When the referee saw that both were almost ready, he announced, "Match, start." As the match began, Li Kong did not stand still like Yanshi, but took the initiative to strike first. "I'm not someone like Yanshi," Li Kong said softly as he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Feng and threw a punch at her. Bang! Luckily, Wu Feng reacted in time and blocked the punch with her arms, but she was pushed back several meters by Li Kong's strength. "Quick reaction, but your strength is lacking," Li Kong said slowly. Wu Feng paid no heed to this, and 5 soul rings instantly lit up, causing changes to occur on her body. The teacher said to just do your best. Wu Feng murmured to herself. With that, she made a sudden burst of speed and charged Li Kong. Seeing this, Li Kong didn't hold back either. 6 soul rings lit up instantly, radiating the aura of sin. Feeling this aura, Wu Feng froze in place, unable to take another step. Not holding back, Li Kong swiftly closed the distance and appeared in front of Wu Feng. "Fear will make you weak," Li Kong said slowly. Then kicked Wu Feng in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Wu Feng was directly kicked away and crashed heavily against the protective barrier. Cough, cough. Wu Feng coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and slowly stood up. "I won't be afraid anymore." The reborn Wu Feng seemed like a different person, her gaze exceptionally firm. Seeing this, Li Kong became interested and stepped closer to her, saying, "Let me see how long you can last." His aura grew stronger, completely overshadowing Wu Feng's presence. I will give it my all," Wu Feng declared with determination in her eyes. With that, she exerted herself and charged toward Li Kong. But just as she rushed out, a voice shocked everyone. "Shrek Academy concedes." LuZe's shouted loudly from the edge of the arena, and the referee quickly intervened between Wu Feng and Li Kong. "Match over, Stone Gate wins," the referee announced without further ado. Just when Wu Feng was very confused, LuZe walked up to her. "Are you okay?" LuZe asked with concern. Wu Feng, seeing this, did not answer the question, but instead asked in confusion, "Teacher, why did you concede?" "You are not his opponent," LuZe answered bluntly. Wu Feng was suddenly left speechless, but upon reflection, she realized that she really wasn't a match for Li Kong. If the teacher hadn't stopped the match in time, she would have lost terribly. "All right, let's go back to the waiting area," LuZe said with a smile. At this moment, Li Kong sneered and said, "You Shrek are nothing, actually conceding. At least you have some self-awareness." LuZe, upon hearing this, ignored him and continued walking towards the waiting area. Li Kong, feeling ignored, immediately felt displeased and directly blocked LuZe and Wu Feng's path. "What do you mean by ignoring me?" Li Kong said irritably. LuZe felt very unhappy and coldly looked at him, saying, "You better think about your sect." "You." Li Kong couldn't hold back any longer and erupted with astonishing soul power. "I'll make you aware of the gap between us." He then took steps closer to LuZe. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the arena, all eyes focused on them. However, LuZe, looking at the approaching Li Kong, showed no signs of retreat, but instead walked towards him. Soon, the distance between the two was only half a meter, and they were on the brink of conflict. But the next scene directly refreshed everyone's perception in the arena. "Kneel," LuZe said, and Li Kong immediately knelt before him. Li Kong had no idea what was happening. As soon as he heard LuZe's words, his body uncontrollably knelt to the ground. When he tried to stand up, he found that he couldn't do so no matter what. "If you want to act recklessly, I don't mind making your Sherman a thing of the past," LuZe said coldly. He then stepped towards the waiting area. Meanwhile, Li Kong, kneeling in place, was already drenched in cold sweat, having just felt a threat of death. Chapter 111. Yes, it's over. Shrek conceded. This was the first time since the start of the Youth Soul Master competition that they had conceded. This surprised many, but they all believed that Shrek Academy was not incapable of defeating Sherman. Most speculated that this was actually their tactic. Soon, the third match of the singles competition began. In the first round of the top 8 singles match, Shrek Academy's Xiao versus Shimon's Yin Fa. The referee announced loudly. Before long, Xiao confidently stepped onto the competition stage. "You are my opponent?" Yin Fa from Sherman said with a plain expression. Upon hearing this, Xiao looked disdainful and retorted directly, "You are my opponent? I thought you were stronger. So you mean you're strong?" Yin Fa replied with a friendly smile. Xiao didn't take him seriously and started to become a bit impatient. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match as both sides were ready. As soon as the match began, Xiao and Yin Fa fought fiercely. Both had soul power levels above 60, but there was a significant disparity in strength. Yin Fa was not only a 6-ring Soul Emperor, but also a minor Sin-level Soul Master. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Soul Emperor. In contrast, Xiao found it particularly difficult. She wasn't a Sin-level Master and only had the abilities of Soul Master. Aside from her somewhat special martial soul, she wielded a golden dragon spear. However, that was the Xiao of the past. Under LuZe's training, her strength had improved, and having absorbed the power of rules before, her abilities had naturally increased several levels. Clang! At this moment, a loud sound of metal striking echoed through the arena, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Not bad. You can actually hold your ground against me with strength," Yin Fa said, holding his martial soul, the black leaf spear, with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Xiao clearly felt displeased and directly unleashed her power. "What do you have to be proud of?" Xiao scolded. Then, with a single thrust, she sent Yin Fa flying. Bang! Yin Fa, who was sent flying, was extremely shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. Just as he was feeling astonished, a golden spear shot toward him at incredible speed. "Take this!" Xiao shouted as she executed the attack. With a sound of flesh being pierced, Yin Fa was pinned against the protective barrier by the golden dragon spear. Yanfa, who had been pierced in the chest by the golden dragon spear, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet his expression was one of great joy as he laughed and said, "Looks like I underestimated you. Haha." After that, Yin Fa pulled the golden dragon spear out of his chest and hurled it back at Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao showed no signs of retreat and charged straight at him. Yin Fa, witnessing this, had 6 soul rings behind him suddenly glowing brightly, and the black leaf spear in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. "The match is already over," LuZe said slowly in the Shrek waiting area. Standing beside him, Lu Xiao looked confused. "It's over?" LuZe did not answer her, but continued to watch the competition stage. "You will die a terrible death." An overwhelming aura emanated from Xiao. Yin Fa felt a moment of unease, but it was fleeting. "Ha ha ha. This is the feeling. I finally found it." Yin Fa burst into maniacal laughter. Then, he was enveloped in a strange black mist. Minor sin? Xiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. "Come on, let me see your power," Yin Fa said arrogantly as he took steps towards Xiao. Bang! The next second, Xiao suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of Yin Fa, directly stomping him to the ground. "You really think a minor sin is invincible?" Xiao said with a cold smile. Yin Fa, who was being stepped on, felt astonished. He never expected to be subdued so easily. "You're strong." Yin Fa began to exert force and forcibly stood up. Soul skill black cut. Swish. A slash directly headed towards Xiao but fortunately, she reacted in time and dodged this attack. However, it wasn't over. Just as Xiao avoided this strike, Yin Fa suddenly appeared in front of her again with a teleport. Soul skill Dawn Strike. Yin Fa tightly gripped the black leaf spear and positioned himself to charge. The next second, he shot toward Xiao like a cannonball. Seeing this, Xiao quickly placed the golden dragon spear in front of her, and her 2 soul rings emitted dazzling light. Clang! A crisp metallic clang sounded as the golden dragon spear and the black leaf gun collided firmly. Xiao suddenly realized that Yin Fa was much stronger than before, and even the golden dragon martial soul was struggling in the forced confrontation. Soul skill Shadow Spike. Yin Fa continued to use his soul skill. In an instant, several black spikes shot up from the ground, piercing towards Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao immediately activated her 4th soul ring. 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Explosion. Boom! 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 Accompanied by 3 loud explosions, the spikes aimed at Xiao shattered instantly. Yin Fa didn't have time to react and was directly hit by the 3 explosions, flying out in an instant. Cough cough, crashing against the protective shield. Yin Fa coughed twice and then slowly stood up. Bring out all your trump cards, Chioer said coldly from a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Yin Fa felt a surge of anger and said with a dark face, I will kill you myself. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. When everyone saw Yin Fa again, he was already behind Chioer. It's over, Yin Fa said with a confident smile, but he quickly regretted it. Yes, it's over, Chioer said very calmly. Yin Fa was momentarily stunned by her words, but the next second, he was forcefully pressed to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. Yin Fa was directly pinned to the wall outside the competition arena by Chioer's Golden Dragon Spear. At the same time, the protective shield of the competition arena shattered instantly. The referee was shocked by this scene, but could still determine the outcome of the match. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. As the referee announced the end of the match, the arena was immediately filled with gasps of astonishment. Chioer simply retrieved her Golden Dragon Spear and left the competition arena. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe looked at the victorious Chioer with a satisfied smile. You could have ended the battle earlier. Why drag it out for so long? LuZe said with a smile. Chioer, hearing this, stammered an explanation. I just wanted to see that little sinner's strength. Seeing this, LuZe didn't pursue the matter further and directly said, Next up is Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin was instantly taken aback and felt a bit nervous. Teacher, can I really win? Dai Huabin quickly asked. LuZe only smiled faintly and said, I believe you can win. Your potential is great. Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin immediately understood. Got it, teacher, I will definitely win. In the Sherman preparation area, the team leader looked at the seriously injured Yin Fa with a dark expression. We've already lost 2 matches. If this continues, we will definitely lose in the first round, the Sherman team leader said sternly. Senior brother, let me go in the next match. I can definitely win. At this moment, a confident man said. The Sherman team leader glanced at him and shook his head, saying, No, the captain of Shrek Academy hasn't entered yet. You absolutely cannot go in. Everyone only has one opportunity to compete, and you are our trump card for comeback. The man felt bored upon hearing this and obediently lay down to the side. His name was Shi Jing, the captain of the Sherman team, with a martial soul of Stone Dragon, soul power reaching level 71. And he was also a center-level soul master, making him very powerful overall. After dismissing Shi Jing, the Sherman team leader looked at the other team members again. Next up is Xiao Fei. If he loses, then it will be Shi Jing's turn, the Sherman team leader said after careful consideration. The Sherman members responded in unison, understood. Chapter 112, Determined Dai Huabin. In the Youth Soul Master Elite Competition, the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy faced Sherman in the first round of the 4th match, with Shrek Academy's Dai Huabin against Shimon's Xiao Fei. Following the conclusion of Chioer and Yin Fa's match, the 4th match began. Compared to the previous match, this one was much more ordinary. Xiao Fei was an ordinary 6-ring Soul Emperor, not a center-level Soul Master, but his strength was still formidable. In contrast, Dai Huabin was only a 5-ring Soul King, giving Xiao Fei a significant advantage. However, this was not the case. Dai Huabin had undergone training from LuZe, so his strength was certainly not weaker than before. Match start. At that moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Dai Huabin shot out like a cannonball the instant the referee's voice fell. Xiao Fei, standing opposite him, looked excited, and his 6 soul rings lit up instantly. Changes began to occur on his body. 4th soul skill, Stone Shattering Shock. Xiao Fei activated his 4th soul ring, and his right hand clenched into a fist, radiating overwhelming soul power. Seeing this, Dai Huabin did not dare to delay and activated 2 soul rings. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. White Tiger Demon God Transformation. In an instant, Dai Huabin underwent 2 transformations, and his internal soul power reached its peak. Xiao Fei, seeing this, did not stop but chose to attack head-on. Boom! Ultimately, Dai Huabin and Xiao Fei collided directly, stirring up a cloud of dust in the arena. The two did not stop their attacks and continued to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Fei was wrapped in a thick layer of rock, maximizing his defense. However, after transforming twice, Dai Huabin was not at a disadvantage in terms of defense and strength. Meanwhile, all the spectators in the arena were astonished, as they did not expect Dai Huabin, as a Soul King, to fight so evenly with a Soul Emperor, even maintaining the upper hand. This piqued Xiao Fei's interest. It was the first time he had seen someone with a lower realm able to contend with him. You're really interesting, Xiao Fei said with great interest. Dai Huabin ignored him and accelerated his attack speed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Xiao Fei took several heavy punches from Dai Huabin, but fortunately he had the rock armor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure those hits. Instead of getting angry, Xiao Fei started talking nonsense. I heard your captain is very strong. Just how strong is he? Is your teacher particularly amazing? Is your strength because of his training? Xiao Fei chesan chatir irritated Dai Huabin. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Huabin unleashed a white tiger raging light wave directly at his chest. Bang! Xiao Fei was caught off guard and was immediately blasted away, crashing heavily against the protective shield. Cough cough. Xiao Fei coughed twice, then slowly stood up, looking at Dai Huabin and smiling as he said, "It seems I can't be too complacent. You're also quite strong, though just a little weaker than me." As soon as he finished speaking, his arms and legs were covered by soul-guided devices. "I'm going to get serious now, so get ready for the baptism," Xiao Fei said with a smile, then assumed a sprinting posture. Dai Huabin felt something was off, as the soul guide device was quite troublesome for him. Whoosh! In a moment Dai Huabin was distracted. Xiao Fei had already accelerated using the soul guide device and appeared behind him, simultaneously raising his right arm. Fifth soul skill, Meteor Strike. Not only did Xiao Fei use a 10,000-year soul skill, but he also enhanced it with the explosive power of the soul guide device, significantly increasing his strength. Dai Huabin quickly reacted and took countermeasures, but he was still unable to withstand the punch. Bang! A loud noise filled the entire arena, and the competition ground cracked at that moment. Dai Huabin, who took the punch, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. "Not bad, you can still stand," Xiao Fei admired. Dai Huabin, trembling in front of him, had an exceptionally firm gaze. "I absolutely cannot lose," Dai Huabin murmured through gritted teeth despite the intense pain. Seeing this, Xiao Fei stopped smiling and chose to get serious to show respect for him. "I admire you, so I will take this seriously. Pay attention," Xiao Fei said earnestly. He then used the soul guide device on his legs to instantly appear in front of Dai Huabin and threw a punch. Fully focused, Dai Huabin instantly reacted and punched back. Bang! The two fists collided, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Fei was surprised. Despite Dai Huabin being in such a state, his strength was still on par with his own, demonstrating how strong he was. White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Dai Huabin activated his fifth soul ring, his strength rising to another level. "Give me, break," Dai Huabin shouted loudly. Crack! In an instant, the soul guide device in Xiao Fei's hand began to crack. Shocked, Xiao Fei was momentarily stunned, but just as he wanted to create distance, a sudden hand pressed him down to the ground. White Tiger Meteor Shower. After pinning Xiao Fei down, Dai Huabin prepared to end the battle. Xiao Fei looked shocked, watching as the glowing orbs of condensed soul power were about to hit his face. "At this distance, I could die." Xiao Fei panicked and quickly shouted, "I concede. Referee, save me." Boom. The next moment, countless orbs of condensed soul power fell directly down. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with dazzling light. The match ended, and Shrek Academy won. Just as everyone was puzzled, the referee appeared outside the arena, holding Xiao Fei. With the referee's announcement, the arena erupted into cheers. Dai Huabin, watching this scene, also smiled before collapsing to the ground. "You've worked hard." Just as Dai Huabin was about to fall, LuZe suddenly appeared behind him and caught him. Dai Huabin looked at LuZe and whispered with a smile, "I won, teacher," and then fainted. Hearing this, LuZe immediately laughed and then carried him back to the Shrek preparation area. With the end of the fourth match, the fifth match was about to begin. The two individuals about to clash were the strongest members of their respective teams. Xijing, in the next match, if you can win, we will win the following matches as well, the team leader of Sherman said gravely. "Understood, I will definitely win," Xijing replied seriously. Meanwhile, in the Shrek preparation area, LuZe was arranging for the upcoming matches. "It's time for Lu Xiaoyu to take the stage. Their captain will likely go up, but it's not a big deal," LuZe said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu laughed confidently, saying, "Don't worry, brother, this match is up to me." LuZe nodded with a smile. Chapter 113, Crushing. In the quarterfinals of the Youth Soul Master Competition, the first round match between Shrek Academy and Sherman was finally about to conclude. The two sides were their respective team captains, with abilities not far apart. Lu Xiaoyu, as a 7-ring soul sage, had also mastered part of the rules power, surpassing the same level. Meanwhile, Shimon's captain, Xijing, although just an ordinary 6-ring soul emperor, was already half a foot into the level of a major Sin Soul Master, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Amidst the roar of cheers, the fifth match finally began. The referee stood in the center of the arena and announced loudly. In the quarterfinals of the Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy vs. Sherman, first round individual match. Fifth match, Shrek Academy's Lu Xiaoyu vs. Shimon Shijing. The referee shouted excitedly. At the same time, the entire arena was extremely excited, as they could finally see the prowess of the Shrek captain again after so long, which was thrilling. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and Shijing stood on the competition stage amidst the cheers. The referee, seeing the two, wasted no time and directly declared, "The match begins." At the start of the match, Shijing charged towards Lu Xiaoyu with his incredible speed. Lu Xiaoyu, who reacted in time, merely glanced at him and then raised his right hand. Soul skill, gravity coverage, buzz. As Lu Xiaoyu unleashed his soul skill, Shijing, who was rushing forward, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, making it difficult to move. As expected of the captain of Shrek Academy, "Impressive," Shijing said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu did not respond, but instead wielded his golden sword and slashed towards his head. At that critical moment, Shijing suddenly unleashed a surge of soul power, breaking free from the gravity and creating distance between him and Lu Xiaoyu. "That was close. I almost lost my life," Shijing said, patting his chest and laughing. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu lit up another soul ring. Soul skill, mirror double slash. But Shijing was faster, instantly teleporting in front of Lu Xiaoyu, his arms transforming into two sharp crystal blades, slashing directly at him. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, did not hesitate and applied gravity directly onto Shijing. However, this did not stop Shijing's movements. Instead, it made him even faster. "The same trick won't work on me." Shijing laughed. Slash. The next moment, the crystal blades cut through Lu Xiaoyu's arm, blood immediately flowing out. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe's expression turned cold upon seeing this, while Guyu and the others dared not approach him, fearing they might suffer the same fate. Back in the arena, injured Lu Xiaoyu showed little emotional fluctuation. Instead, he licked the blood off his arm. "The captain is different. He's much stronger than those weaklings," Lu Xiaoyu said with a wicked smile. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful force erupted from within him, instantly filling the entire arena. Noticing something was off, Shijing stopped laughing, as he could feel Lu Xiaoyu's terrifying power. Just at that moment of distraction, a golden long sword pierced through his body, leaving him with no way to escape. Lu Xiaoyu approached him with a smile. "Where's your power? Aren't you going to use it?" Shijing felt an overwhelming heaviness, as Lu Xiaoyu's aura made it hard for him to breathe, let alone fight back. Seeing that Shijing hadn't spoken a complete sentence for a long time, Lu Xiaoyu began to grow impatient. "Honestly, you're useless even when given a chance." With that, the 7 soul rings behind Lu Xiaoyu began to shine with dazzling light. Sixth soul skill, Divine Punishment. Lu Xiaoyu pointed the golden long sword directly at Shijing's forehead and solemnly said, "Be responsible for the sins you've committed." In the next second, countless golden long swords condensed above Shijing, all exuding a sense of order. Even a titled Douluo would die from such a barrage. Shijing was terrified, seeing death approaching. And at the critical moment, the leader of the Sherman team shouted, "Sherman concedes. Referee, save him." The referee, hearing this, did not dare to hesitate. If he delayed even a moment, he would also die in that rain of swords. Boom! The next second, the entire competition arena exploded, and a wave of laughter erupted within the arena, leaving everyone stunned. Fortunately, the referee managed to bring Shijing to safety at the last moment. He then announced, "The match is over. Shrek Academy wins." In the first round of the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy defeated Sherman. With the end of the first round, everyone gained unwavering confidence in Shrek Academy's championship prospects. "Xiaoyu, are you okay with your injury?" LuZe asked with concern. Upon hearing his concern, Lu Xiaoyu felt a warmth in her heart and smiled back. "It's nothing, just a small injury." However, LuZe was still a bit worried, so he said, "Let me see your hand." Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled, but obediently extended her hand. "Wound healing." LuZe lifted Lu Xiaoyu's arm and said, and as his words fell, the wound on Lu Xiaoyu's arm completely healed. In fact, the injuries on Dai Huabin and the others were healed in the same way. Soon, the second round of the doubles match was about to begin, and LuZe said something that left Lu Xiaoyu and the others confused. "We concede in the second round of the doubles match," LuZe said flatly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xiaoyu and the other 6 were stunned. They could clearly win, So why concede? Why is that? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and explained, I know we would win, but it would take too much time. In the quarterfinals, we only need to win 2 rounds, and we have already won 1. Even if we win the second round, we still have to play the final round, so what's the point? Upon hearing this, everyone understood that the outcome of the match had already been determined. Playing more rounds would just waste time, and it was better to jump straight to the final round since they would win anyway. Before long, the referee arrived at the new competition arena and announced loudly, in the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy versus Shermin. The second round begins now. Both sides, please send 2 contestants to the arena. On the Shermin side, the matchups had already been decided, with Yin Fa and Yin Shi taking the stage first. However, when they arrived at the competition arena, Shrek Academy side had yet to send anyone out to face them. Is Shrek afraid? Yin Shi said with a puzzled look. Standing next to him, Yin Fa said solemnly, don't let your guard down. They might be trying to catch us off guard. So, the two stood there waiting for a while, but no one from Shrek Academy appeared. Just as the audience in the arena was feeling confused, LuZe appeared. He walked straight to the competition stage and said loudly, in the second round, Shrek concedes. After finishing, he turned and left without giving anyone time to react. When the audience came back to their senses, the entire arena erupted with shock. The referee, equally stunned, announced, Shrek Academy concedes. Shermin wins the second round. The next round is a team battle. Chapter 114, The Unspoken Past. The Soul Master Tournament, quarterfinals, Shrek Academy versus Shermin. Third round team battle. Please send contestants to the arena. The referee excitedly announced from the competition stage. In an instant, the entire arena felt like a battlefield, filled with cheers. The contestant from Shrek and Shermin also took to the stage at that moment. Once both sides were nearly ready, the referee announced directly, match, start. With a command, the match began. On Shimon's side, Shijing and the others were no longer careless. They immediately entered their sin state. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with the aura of sin, making many people feel very uncomfortable. Don't give them any opportunities, Shijing shouted. Li Kong and Yin Shi immediately understood and rushed towards Lu Xiaoyu and the others from both sides. Gravitational cover. Buzz. Just as Li Kong and the others took a few steps, an invisible gravity was immediately applied to them. In an instant, the two who had not reacted quickly fell to the ground, but before they could recover, Guyuna and Xiao Er charged at them with their long guns. Xiao Er shouted as she reached Li Kong's side. Clang! Just as the golden dragon gun was about to pierce through Li Kong's head, Yin Fa, holding the black leaf gun, blocked it in front of Xiao Er. Your opponent is me. Yin Fa sneered. Seeing this, Xiao Er didn't give him any time to react and kicked him hard in the ribs. Crack! With a powerful kick, Yin Fa's ribs were instantly broken. Get lost, Xiao Er said coldly as she saw Yin Fa still in front of her, and then kicked him away. Cough, cough. Yin Fa kicked away, coughed up blood, and slowly got up to look at Xiao Er. Last time, you won by luck. This time I won't go easy on you, Yin Fa said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Er sneered. Are you that confident? Hee hee. Yin Fa merely sneered in response, then charged at her with a black leaf gun. Seeing this, Xiao Er no longer cared about Li Kong at her feet and raised the golden dragon gun to confront Yin Fa head-on. Li Kong, seeing this, suddenly stood up and turned to look at Wu Feng and the others, a friendly smile appearing on his face. I'll deal with you first, Li Kong sneered, then rushed towards Wu Feng and the others. But just as he took a step, four golden long swords pierced through his limbs, nailing him to the ground. Don't forget about me. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu said with a cold smile. As soon as her words fell, another golden long sword pierced through Li Kong's chest. The burning power of the rules made Li Kong grit his teeth in pain, but he couldn't break free and could only endure it all. On the other side, Guyuna faced a disaster-like attack from Yin Shi. At this moment, Guyuna's expression was icy, and each strike was incredibly heavy, causing Yin Shi's hands to tremble, unable to even grip his martial soul tightly. This world should not have garbage as sinful as you, Guyuna said coldly. This was completely different from her previous attitude. To Yin Shi, it was as if Guyuna had turned into a different person. Puff! Unable to withstand it, Yin Shi was instantly pierced through the chest by the silver dragon spear. Boiling. Yin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, but at that moment, he had no time to catch his breath. Flame explosion. In the next second, a ball of fire instantly condensed in Guyuna's hand and struck Yin Shi's chest. Boom! The flame exploded on Yin Shi's chest, and the violent fire instantly engulfed him. This scene shocked everyone else. Just moments ago, Yanshi could still exchange a few blows with Guyu, but now he couldn't even last a round before being instantly killed. Yanshi. Yin Fa was instantly enraged when he saw the flames consume Yanshi. In an instant, his inner fury overwhelmed him, completely releasing his sin face. It turned out something was suppressing the sin face. I thought it was strange how they were different from those sin faces. LuZe in the Shrek preparation area murmured with a smile. Indeed, Yin Fa and the others couldn't be considered true sin faces because they retained rationality. Rational sin faces only appear on the original sin. Even the great sin would be affected. But for minor sins like Yin Fa to maintain rationality must be due to some suppression of the sin face. Otherwise, mere sex could not control these sin faces, let alone let them participate in the Soul Master competition. And there were more sin faces like them in this competition. On the competition stage, Yin Fa, who had completely devolved into a sin face, had almost lost all rationality, barely distinguishing friend from foe. Jing watched everything unfold but remained unmoved. Is this a rampaging minor sin? Lu Xiaoyu said calmly as she looked at Yin Fa, who was enveloped in black gas on the competition stage. She then lit up her 7 soul rings. Recognize your sins, Lu Xiaoyu said solemnly, gradually rising into the air, holding a golden longsword pointed at Yin Fa and his teammates. Buzz. An overwhelmingly powerful aura instantly pressed down on Yin Fa and his group. They looked on in horror at the light swords formed by the power of rules above the competition stage. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have completed her charge, raising her golden longsword high, proclaiming as if a deity had descended, "The sins you have committed shall be punished by me. Confess your sins." Swish, swish, swish. With Lu Xiaoyu's command, those light swords above the competition stage fell like rain upon Jing and the others. Run! Jing, returning to his senses, shouted urgently. But it was too late. Countless light swords fell upon them like raindrops. Boom! In an instant, the competition stage erupted once more. And among the ruins, apart from a few from Shrek Academy, there were almost no survivors from the Stone Gate. The fortunate survivor, Jing, was covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Jing lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. It was clear without much thought that the competition had ended. The competition is over. In the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy defeated the Stone Gate, and Shrek Academy wins. At this moment, the referee announced loudly. As the referee's voice fell, cheers erupted throughout the arena once again. Shrek will win. Shrek will never fall. Lu Xiaoyu and the others returned to the preparation area amid the cheers. As they opened the door, they saw LuZe smiling at them. Welcome back, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled back and rushed into his arms. See, we're super strong. The championship is definitely ours. Lu Xiaoyu laughed happily. Soon, Guyu and the others also came over to join in the congratulations. They didn't know how long they laughed. And then LuZe said with a smile, the competition is over. The semifinals will be held in 2 days. Let's relax for these 2 days. Yay! Lu Xiaoyu was the first to shout, then turned and ran out of the arena. Guyu and the others followed suit, all heading outside. Meanwhile, LuZe stood there, smiling as he watched their retreating figures. You care a lot about these kids, Truth said, appearing at that moment. Hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, yes, I think this kind of life is what I want. I think so too. If it weren't for my stubbornness back then, you wouldn't have encountered the sin face, Truth said with deep guilt. LuZe was taken aback by this and asked, what do you mean? Are you saying the sin face appeared because of you? Truth's expression changed instantly, and he turned his head away. You heard wrong. Truth stammered. What does that mean? Clarify it. I won't overthink it. LuZe pressed on. Truth fell silent, and after a long time, he spoke again. It's not the right time to tell you these things. When the time comes, you'll naturally know everything. After saying that, he vanished into LuZe's body. Left standing there, LuZe was puzzled, not understanding why Truth was unwilling to speak. After thinking for a while, LuZe decided not to dwell on it. Since it was said that it wasn't the right time, it was better not to know. Chapter 115. Reminder, brother, get up. Early in the morning, a shout echoed from LuZe's room. The sound woke the sleeping LuZe, who slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to the city to play? LuZe rubbed his eyes and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, you have to go too, otherwise it won't be fun for me alone. Can I not go? LuZe replied with a faint smile. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu immediately denied him. No, You must go, or I'll just stay here. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. Then she dove into LuZe's blanket, poking her head out and smiling at him. All right, I'll go, LuZe said with a helpless smile. Yay. Before long, LuZe was dragged by Lu Xiaoyu to a bustling street. It's rare to have a day off. I must reward myself, Lu Xiaoyu said, walking ahead with a smile. LuZe remained silent, quietly watching her back. The two strolled casually down the street. Brother, I think that looks really fun. Lu Xiaoyu pointed at a stall and said with a smile. LuZe smiled indulgently after hearing this and said, Then let's go take a look. Lu Xiaoyu immediately grabbed his hand and ran over. In no time, they arrived in front of a small stall. Uncle, how do you play this? Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked the stall owner while looking at the items on the stall. The stall owner, hearing someone speak, came back to his senses and smiled as he replied, It's simple, just use a flying knife to pop the balloons on that wall. Great, that sounds really fun. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. LuZe watched her enthusiasm and just smiled, then said, Let her play, this is the fee. After saying that, he handed a gold soul coin to the stall owner. The stall owner was taken aback and quickly said, Little brother, it doesn't cost that much to play once. Just 5 copper soul coins will do. LuZe just waved his hand with a smile and said, It's fine, just let my sister play here. Tell me when the money runs out. The stall owner was at a loss for words. After all, he was the one making money and certainly hoped to earn more. After paying, LuZe walked over to Lu Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, you play here for a while. I'll step away for a moment. Where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu seemed a bit reluctant to let him go. LuZe noticed and smiled, saying, Don't worry. I'll be right around here and we'll come back soon. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied with some doubt, but she didn't say anything more and just watched as LuZe left. Once LuZe's figure disappeared from her sight, she approached the stall and started playing. Meanwhile, LuZe walked alone to a very quiet place. Been together for so long. Are you finally going to show yourself? LuZe said slowly, facing away from the air behind him. After a while, a voice came from behind him, where no one had been before. Are you so sure I'm here to find you? A figure slowly appeared behind him. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe turned around to face the person, relying on instinct. Instinct, huh? The person was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha! Your instincts are quite accurate. At least they didn't deceive you, the person said slowly. LuZe merely smiled faintly and replied, Go ahead. You must not be here for something trivial. The person then dropped the disguise, revealing a familiar face. I just want to know about the fall of the mine hall. The visitor was Xiao Hongshun from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. When Xiao Hongshun exposed himself in front of LuZe, LuZe didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had known all along. I did it, LuZe answered straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, although Xiao Hongshun had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't calm down at that moment. Why'd you do that? Xiao Hongshun said coldly after regaining his composure. LuZe chuckled and replied, Don't you know what your father did? Xiao Hongshun suddenly didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, LuZe felt there was nothing more to say and turned to leave. Just as he turned around, Xiao Hongshun suddenly said, Although we are enemies, I still want to remind you to be careful of the Holy Spirit Church. LuZe paused for a moment, then remained silent for a while. Then let me remind you as well, LuZe said slowly. Xiao Hongshun was puzzled, not understanding why LuZe would say such a thing. But soon he understood. LuZe said lightly, This Soul Master competition will change the entire continent's landscape. You'd best leave the Sun and Moon Empire. Why? Xiao Hongshun said with a serious expression, knowing this was no joking matter. When the continent undergoes great change, the Sun and Moon Empire will be the first to suffer. LuZe said flatly. He then left without looking back. Left behind, Xiao Hongshun fell into silence, wondering how LuZe could be so certain that a change was coming during this Soul Master competition. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? Lu Xiaoyu sat bored by the small stall. The stall owner looked gloomy. There were hardly any balloons left, as all of them had been popped in just a few minutes after being hung up. Lu Xiaoyu looked up at the sky, and her mind began to wander, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. At that moment, LuZe suddenly appeared behind her. Had enough fun, Xiaoyu? LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu stumbled slightly and almost fell. Brother, when did you get here? Lu Xiaoyu said with an awkward smile. Just arrived. LuZe replied with a smile. What's time to go back? LuZe said lightly. As soon as the idea of going back was mentioned, Lu Xiaoyu immediately became unhappy and said, No way, it's still too early. We can go back later at night. Seeing her excitement, LuZe could only smile helplessly and said nothing more. When Lu Xiaoyu saw he had stopped talking, a smile appeared on her face. Let's go, play somewhere else. Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe nodded and fell silent. The truth in the sea of spirit kept reminding him. Be careful, LuZe. There are at least 5 original sins around here. The truth said seriously. Got it, LuZe nodded lightly. The simultaneous appearance of 5 original sins in this place made it clear what they were here for. The collapse has already begun to take action. LuZe thought to himself calmly. As Lu Xiaoyu walked ahead, she turned around and saw a very serious look on LuZe's face, which made her curious. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Hearing his sister's voice snapped LuZe back to reality. Nothing, just thinking about where to play, LuZe said, scratching his head with a smile. Really? Lu Xiaoyu said, half in doubt. Why would I lie to you? LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu stopped pressing and instead pulled him toward the stall in the distance. However, on the way there, Lu Xiaoyu spotted a familiar face. She immediately stopped next to LuZe. Brother, that's... Lu Xiaoyu said seriously. LuZe merely replied calmly. Don't pay attention to them. Indeed, the person Lu Xiaoyu saw was one of the 10 sons, Fairness, and he wasn't alone. The others with him were also members of the 10 sons, which made LuZe start to feel worried. Let's go back, LuZe said lightly. Although Lu Xiaoyu was very reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. The semi-finals of the Soul Master competition were approaching. Which 2 teams would make it to the finals? Chapter 116. This is Shrek. The semi-finals of the Soul Master competition have finally arrived. The 4 remaining teams in the arena are undoubtedly very formidable. In the arena, accompanied by bursts of cheering, the referee stood on the competition stage. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, the highly anticipated semi-finals of the Soul Master competition have finally arrived. The 4 teams that made it through the previous elimination rounds are Shrek Academy, Holy Spirit Sect, Tang Sect, and Wujizong. The referee announced excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Xiaoyu, don't hold back later. If you can quickly resolve the opponent, do it. Don't give them any chance, LuZe said seriously in the Shrek preparation area. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others nodded in agreement without blinking. Seeing this, LuZe looked once more to the outside of the preparation area. The match was about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee directly announced. Semi-final round 1, Shrek Academy versus Wujizong, the first individual match. Please have the competitors enter the arena. Soon, Wujizong chose their captain, Wang Yu, to compete. Wang Yu was very strong, having rarely lost, and was a 7-ring soul sage. With the support of his partner, Xiao Zuizui, he had almost swept through all the teams they encountered. Is the captain coming up first? LuZe thought as he looked at Wang Yu in the arena, a smile appearing on his face. However, Wang Yu, standing in the arena, waited and did not see his opponent, and he couldn't help but feel restless. Why is it taking so long? What's Shrek doing? He complained inwardly. Just as he was complaining, the competitor from Shrek Academy stepped onto the arena. LuZe sent Guyuna, who possessed elemental control, and with her silver dragon spear, no one in the Shrek team could match her except for Lu Xiaoyu. You are my opponent? Wang Yu was a bit stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to be this stunning beauty. Guyuna, hearing this, did not say much but coldly replied, You know my strength, stop pretending you don't know. Ha ha ha. Wang Yu laughed when he realized he had been seen through. I know you're strong, but don't be too narcissistic. He thought Guyuna would respond, but to his surprise, she ignored him completely. You'll know soon enough, Wang Yu said, leaving a harsh remark. The referee then directly announced, the match begins. With the referee's command, Guyuna and Wang Yu charged at each other almost simultaneously. Clang! The next moment, a sharp metallic clash echoed through the arena. Guyuna, holding the silver dragon spear, looked expressionlessly at Wang Yu, who wielded a white longsword. Wang Yu, however, looked serious, knowing that his strength was not on par with Guyuna's. How can a girl have such strength? Wang Yu sneered, but Guyuna did not respond. Instead, she answered with action. Flame explosion. Suddenly, a ball of fierce flames ignited in Guyuna's hand, and she struck towards Wang Yu's chest. Wang Yu realized the danger and quickly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, the area in front of Guyuna turned into a sea of fire. Wang Yu managed to dodge this deadly blow at the last second. Phew, that was close, Wang Yu said, patting his chest. Seeing that he was unharmed, Guyuna immediately launched her silver dragon spear. Whoosh! The sound of the spear cutting through the air rang out. Wang Yu noticed and tried to dodge, but the spear was too fast. In an instant, blood splattered, but Wang Yu did not die. Only his shoulder was pierced. Raging wave. Crash. Just as Wang Yu was hit in the shoulder by the silver dragon spear, he was suddenly engulfed by a massive wave. Ugh. Wang Yu, swallowed by the raging wave, found himself in a desperate situation. He did not expect Gu Yuna's attacks to be so relentless, leaving him no time to react. At this point, he thought Gu Yuna must be out of moves, but an unexpected scene unfolded. Frost. As Gu Yuna's voice fell, the wave that had engulfed Wang Yu instantly turned into an ice wall. Gu Yuna showed no intention of holding back and condensed a whirlwind in her hand. Storm execution. Crack. The incredibly violent whirlwind was compressed into a ball and slammed against the frozen ice wall that trapped Wang Yu. Boom. The next moment, with the ice wall shattering, Wang Yu was blasted out of the arena. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. The referee announced as soon as Wang Yu exited the arena. That's too strong. The captain didn't even have a chance to fight back. Wang Yu's teammates in the LV.10 preparation area said in shock. Looks like we were overthinking it, their team leader said as he walked over. What should we do for the next match? One of the competitors asked again. After pondering for a moment, the team leader replied, just concede. We are not Shrek's opponents. Why? What if we win? The competitor continued to ask, clearly unwilling to accept it. But their team leader, with a wry smile, said, the strongest person in our team is Wang Yu, and he didn't stand a chance against their vice-captain, let alone their monstrous captain. Upon hearing this, the competitor finally understood and could only obediently sit aside. In the arena, just as the referee was about to announce the start of the second match, he was interrupted by a voice. No need to compete. We concede. The leader of LV.10 stood up and shouted. At first, the referee couldn't believe his ears, but after some inquiries, he confirmed it. He then directly announced, semi-final round 1 is over. LV.10 concedes, Shrek Academy wins. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted throughout the arena, almost all in celebration of Shrek. In the Shrek preparation area, LuZe's smiled upon hearing the referee's announcement. It seems there are still some people with self-awareness. I thought they would be like those guys from Sherman. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu walked over, brother. The match is over. Can we leave now? LuZe nodded and casually said, you can naturally go back to the hotel to rest. I want to stay and watch the match between Tang Sect and Holy Spirit Sect. Huh? Lu Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. Why do you want to watch their match? Hearing this, LuZe smiled and replied, of course, it's to come up with strategies for your final tomorrow. No need. We will definitely win the championship. Lu Xiaoyu said confidently with a smile. She then asked, brother, who do you think will win, Tang Sect or Holy Spirit Sect? LuZe thought for a moment and then said, Holy Spirit Sect. Why? Tang Sect is clearly so strong, Lu Xiaoyu said, feeling confused. He knows the strength of Hui Yuhao from Tang Men, which is significantly stronger than those battle teams. Why does he think the Holy Spirit Sect will win? But LuZe quickly explained, although Tang Men is powerful, it is not on the same level as the Holy Spirit Sect. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have guessed some reasons and said, is it because of the Sin Face? Yes, LuZe nodded. If this world had not given birth to Sin Faces, Tang Men would likely be weaker than us. Lu Xiaoyu understood this immediately and stopped saying anything. Aren't you going back? LuZe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and said, no, I will stay to watch as well. That is good. Knowing the opponent's strength in advance is a good thing. LuZe nodded and smiled. Soon, the referee came to the competition arena and announced the second round of the semifinals, Tang Men versus Holy Spirit Sect. The first match of the individual competition begins now. Please have both sides send a contestant to enter the arena. Chapter 117, The Appearance of the 10 Sons. In the Soul Master competition, the semifinals of Tang Men versus Holy Spirit Sect. The first round of the individual competition starts now. As the referee's voice fell, the entire arena erupted with excited cheers. Now please welcome Tongman's Bebe and his opponent from the Holy Spirit Sect, Geely, to enter. The referee announced loudly. Soon, Bebe and Geely arrived at the competition stage, staring at each other, seemingly about to fight at any moment. The referee wasted no time and directly announced, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Bebe transformed into blue lightning and shot towards Geely. Seeing this, Geely hurriedly dodged, but unfortunately, he was caught by Bebe. The moment he was caught, countless currents surged out from Bebe's body. Suddenly, the entire competition arena was filled with flickering electric lights, looking spectacular. You lost, Bebe said calmly as he held Geely by the neck. Indeed, Geely lost due to his carelessness, combined with Bebe's incredibly fast reaction time, leaving him no time to respond. It seems Bebe has also become much stronger, LuZe said with interest in the Shrek preparation area. Lu Xiaoyu beside him just watched without saying anything. The first match ended, preparing for the second. The referee announced. After a while, Su Sanshur from Tang Men took the stage. and his opponent was someone from the Holy Spirit sect who had never shown his face before. Tangmin? How interesting. After Su Sanshur arrived on the competition stage, he immediately heard what his opponent said. For some reason, his heart trembled, unsure of what he was afraid of. Soon, the man from the Holy Spirit sect slowly removed his veil. "Hello, I am the Heavenly Wolf of the Holy Spirit sect," the man said with a smile. When LuZe saw the man's face, he was instantly stunned, then sneered. Collapse, I didn't expect you to be such a pawn. How interesting." Indeed, the man facing Su Sanshur in the competition was the 10 Sons, Heavenly Wolf. At this moment, the strength of the Heavenly Wolf could be said to have fully recovered. Originally a sin-level Sin face, he had been restricted, causing the strength of each of the 10 Sons to greatly diminish. But now it was different. The continent had changed drastically. Sin faces were born, and the strength of the 10 Sons had returned to their peak, original Sin. "Brother, that person," Lu Xiaoyu said heavily while looking at the Heavenly Wolf on the competition stage. "Let's go. Since he has come, the others won't hide either." LuZe turned and prepared to leave. Lu Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Didn't he say he would stay to watch? Why was he preparing to leave after just one match? Perhaps LuZe guessed her thoughts and said, "No need to watch this match. The Holy Spirit sect has original Sin, and there are hardly any opponents for them on the continent." Original. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. LuZe did not stay here much longer. Turning and walking out of the competition arena, in the preparation area of the Holy Spirit sect, the power, second only to Collapse, smiled. "The troublesome guy has left," the power murmured with a smile. The others understood immediately and began to take action. At the Mingwei Grand Hotel, after LuZe returned, he went directly to the rooftop. "Truth, can you sense the abnormalities of the day in Moon Empire?" LuZe asked quietly. Truth appeared immediately and smiled. "Although I'm not entirely sure, I must remind you that Collapse's methods are definitely not as simple as you think." Understood, Lucian nodded, then looked into the distance. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Long time no see, LuZe." When LuZe heard the voice, he slowly turned to look at him, his eyes cold as he said, "I didn't expect you to come find me, Collapse." The visitor was indeed Collapse, who at this moment did not exude any killing intent, but instead smiled naturally. "Do you know why I came to find you this time?" Collapse said with a faint smile. LuZe was not the type to enjoy small talk and directly commanded, "What do you want? Speak." Upon hearing this, Collapse was momentarily stunned, then slowly opened his mouth to say, "The sun must be taken away, and I hope you won't stop us." "Why should I? He is my brother. Where he goes is not for you to decide," LuZe said displeased. At that moment, Collapse also broke free from Truth's restraints and looked at LuZe with a smile. "You really are an unreasonable guy," Collapse said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Sin Realm, unfold. Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding reality began to twist, the sky gradually turning dark red, and everything around fell silent. "Is this your Sin Realm?" LuZe said with interest as he observed the surrounding environment. Collapse did not answer this question, but instead said, "Although I don't really want to do this, you cannot appear in tomorrow's match. You want to hold me back?" LuZe became interested. As he spoke, his eyes began to turn crimson, and dark red energy swirled around his body. Upon seeing this, Collapse immediately felt immense pressure. "It seems I underestimated you," Collapse said, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "This kind of pressure I've only felt from those few adults." Just as he was in shock, LuZe had already teleported behind him. "No need for too many words," LuZe said coldly. He then kicked Collapse in the head. Boom! The already ruined Mingwei Grand Hotel instantly turned into ruins. LuZe stood in midair, looking down at Collapse from high position. "Evil things should be eradicated," LuZe said coldly. He then slowly raised his right hand, and countless golden long swords began to condense behind him. "Goodbye." With a wave of his right hand, countless golden long swords fell like a storm towards Collapse. Upon seeing this, Collapse immediately felt a sense of crisis and clenched his right fist, striking forcefully forward. Crack! Just as the Collapse threw that punch, cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, and those golden long swords fell directly into the massive rift. "It seems I can't underestimate you," LuZe said with a cold smile. Spatial paradox cut. Swish! Before the Collapse could react, the space beside him was sliced open by an invisible long line. Fortunately, the Collapse had a powerful sense of perception. Otherwise, this blow could have taken half his life. "You're really ruthless," the Collapse laughed. LuZe did not respond but instantly teleported in front of him, grabbing his head. Paradox erase. The moment LuZe seized the Collapse, he intended to use the paradox to erase him. but the collapse teleported to another location. You don't really think I'm weak, do you? The collapse sneered. As he spoke, he unleashed his power. In an instant, the entire Sin domain was filled with his terrifying aura. At this moment, the collapse also changed form. Do you know why I became the chief of the 10 Sons? The collapse said casually. LuZe felt very puzzled upon hearing this. But his intuition told him that the collapse in front of him was not to be trifled with. Bang! The next second, LuZe was sent flying, his whole body soaring out. It seems I really underestimated you, LuZe said with self-deprecating laughter. He then slowly stood up, a vast power surging forth instantly. I'm really curious how long you can hold out, the collapse laughed. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately became excited. Don't disappoint me. Chapter 118 Crushing, the Power of the 10 Sons. Where's my brother? In the Shrek resting room of the Mingwe Hotel, Lu Xiaoyu had a worried expression. Since returning to the hotel yesterday, she had not seen LuZe and had no idea where he had gone. At this moment, Guyuna walked in. The finals are about to start, Guyuna said directly after entering. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly stood up and said, Let us go. Let us win the championship first. In the arena, because it was the finals today, it was even more lively than before. Even teams that had been eliminated earlier stayed behind just to see who the final champion would be. Dear guests and contestants, the long-awaited finals of the Soul Master competition have finally arrived, the referee excitedly announced from the competition stage. Following this, there was a wave of cheers. Everyone was very excited. Seeing this, the referee stopped wasting words and directly announced the first round of the finals. The first singles match, Shrek Academy's Chioer versus the Holy Spirit Sect's Tianlang. Please have the contestants enter the arena. After saying this, the referee left the competition stage. As soon as he left, the two participants in this match arrived at the arena. Long time no see, little girl. Upon entering the arena, Tianlang smiled at Chioer. Chioer was instantly stunned when she saw his appearance. It's you. Chioer suddenly remembered her experience in the Stardow Forest. The bald man in front of her was the one who had beaten Bear June back then. Seeing her expression, Tianlang laughed. I thought you had forgotten me. Chioer coldly faced him, her internal power beginning to surge. The match begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. With the referee's command, Chioer, wielding the golden dragon spear, charged directly at Tianlang. It's been a long time, but your temper hasn't changed, Tianlang said with a smile. He showed no signs of fear. Instead, he seemed very excited. Let me see your progress. Tianlang shouted loudly, striking a pose. A powerful aura surged forth, and for a moment, the audience in the arena felt tremendous pressure. Golden Dragon Explosion. Chioer, rushing towards Tianlang, showed no mercy and unleashed an explosive attack. Boom! 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 3 explosions shook the entire arena. Tianlang, however, easily dodged this attack with a relaxed expression. You're not good enough. Tianlang instantly teleported behind Chioer and said with a smile. He then punched her in the back. Caught off guard, Chioer was sent crashing into the ground, dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, a trace of blood was already trickling from the corner of Chioer's mouth. You're really disappointing me, Tianlang teased with a smile. Kia, hearing this, said nothing more, but once again raised her golden dragon spear to face him. Golden Dragon Roar. The next second, Chioer unleashed her 10,000-year soul skill, and a massive golden dragon charged towards Tianlang. Tianlang, seeing the golden dragon, momentarily lost focus but quickly regained his composure. Too weak. Tianlang laughed as he punched the golden dragon. Bang! With a loud noise, the golden dragon disappeared, and Tianlang sneered. But the next second, Chioer suddenly appeared behind him, radiating terrifying power. Bang! The careless Tianlang was struck down to the ground. Your strength is decent, Tianlang said with a faint smile. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. Chioer did not give him a chance to react and teleported in front of him again. Clang! Just as Chioer thought her strike would hit Tianlang, it was blocked by something invisible. Little girl, you're still too naive, Tianlang scoffed. He then kicked at Chioer. Bang! Chioer took the hit solidly and was sent flying. Cough, cough. Chioer coughed twice. What happened to your previous form? Tianlang laughed. After a moment of silence, Chioer slowly replied, I don't need to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Tianlang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What does that mean? You don't really think I'm not your opponent, do you? Tianlang laughed. The next second, he appeared behind Chioer. By the time Chioer realized it, no, rather than saying she didn't react, it was more accurate to say she couldn't sense Tianlang's aura at all. Bang! By the time Chioer reacted, it was already too late. Tianlang showed no mercy and punched her in the back, sending her flying. Look closely. This is the gap between us. Last time, I was just restricted, Tianlang said coldly. At this moment, Chiu, who had been sent flying, also understood the gap between her and Tianlang. If this continued, she would eventually die here, but if she used that state, the last trace of rule power in her would also dissipate. Lying on the ground, Chiu was deeply troubled by this dilemma. She didn't know what to do. Hey, can't you hold on after just starting? Tianlang teased, stepping closer to Chiu. Can we really only use that? Chiu whispered while lying on the ground. At that moment, Tianlang had already approached her, looking down from above, and then kicked her in the abdomen. Chiu flew out again and crashed heavily against the protective barrier. This scene shocked everyone in the arena. They did not expect that Chiu from Shrek Academy would have no chance to fight back against Tianlang, being completely overpowered. In the arena, Tianlang glanced at Chiu by the edge of the barrier, his face showing signs of impatience. If you don't use that state, you're really going to die, Tianlang reminded her. However, Chiu seemed not to hear, still lying on the ground. Her pitiful state made Guyuna extremely angry. She wished she could rush into the arena and tear Tianlang apart right then. But she was stopped by Lu Xiaoyu beside her. Captain, let's admit defeat. The Holy Spirit sect is not something we could defeat right now, Dai Huabin said seriously. But Lu Xiaoyu ruthlessly refused. No, we must win the championship. Her tone was heavy and sounded very firm, making it impossible to persuade her otherwise. The victory in this match was extremely important to Lu Xiaoyu. She was determined to win the championship. Back in the arena, Chiu was still lying helplessly on the ground, completely unaware of Tianlang's approach. Let me see you in that previous state, Tianlang said impatiently. Another kick sent Chiu flying again, but she remained silent, making no choice. Tianlang couldn't take it anymore and directly threatened. Since you choose this, then I'll have to send you off. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Chiu's position like a cannonball. In the eyes of all the spectators in the arena, if Chiu did not resist, she would indeed die here. At this moment, Tianlang had reached Chiu's side, raising his foot high. Boom! In the next second, the entire arena was struck as if by a meteor, instantly cracking. Smoke filled the entire arena, and no one knew what had happened, nor if Chiu was still alive. Is it over? Has Shrek really lost? A moment later, the arena was filled with murmurs, all discussing the match. Even the referee thought Shrek had lost and was about to announce the result when a golden light suddenly shot out from the smoke. Buzz. Then came a powerful pressure that made everyone feel a tremendous sense of oppression. I haven't lost yet. From within the smoke, Chiu, radiating golden light, grabbed Tianlang's foot and slowly stood up. The situation in the battle had once again reversed, something unexpected. Chapter 119. The plan begins. In the arena, Chiu, enveloped in golden light, seemed like a different person. The incredibly powerful aura even shocked Tianlang, but it was only fleeting. This is the battle I've been looking forward to. Tianlang became excited. Seeing him like this, Chiu only showed a disdainful expression and began to gather golden light in her hands. Soon, a golden spear was in her grasp. I will kill you. Chiu pointed the spear at Tianlang coldly. Then, with a teleportation, she appeared right in front of Tianlang and without a word, swept the spear. Bang! Tianlang, caught off guard, was instantly knocked away by Chiu and crashed heavily against the protective barrier, which began to show many cracks. Another hit might really break it. Cough! It seems the power of the rules is really strong. Tianlang stood up awkwardly, then looked at Chiu in the distance. The next second, Tianlang disappeared from his original spot. And when the crowd saw him again, he had already appeared behind Chiu. Your speed is too slow, Tianlang mocked. Boom! He then punched Chiu in the back, and the entire arena was enveloped in thick smoke. Just as the spectators felt puzzled, a figure flew out from the smoke. Upon closer inspection, it was Tianlang who was flying backward. How could this happen? Tianlang was shocked in midair. Clearly, there didn't seem to be much change. So why was the power difference so great? Looking at the flying Tianlang, Chiu said nothing and threw the golden spear in her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds rang out as the golden spear ignored all of Tianlang's defenses and directly pierced through his chest. In an instant, the protective barrier shattered, and Tianlang was pinned to the arena's wall by the golden spear. The match is over. Shrek Academy wins. The referee was momentarily stunned, then shouted excitedly. After the referee announced the end of the match, Chiu also shed the state of the power of rules and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Guyuna appeared in time and caught her in her arms. You worked hard, Guyuna said gently. Hearing this, Choer smiled faintly and then passed out. Seeing this, Guyana didn't say anything further and carried Choer back to the preparation area. In the preparation area, Lu Xiaoyu looked grave as he contemplated the upcoming matches. I'll go in the next match, Dai Huabin said as he came to his side. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at him and said seriously, no, I will take this one. But, don't say anything more, I am a captain. Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. With this shout, the Shrek preparation area fell into silence. The plan could begin early, in the Holy Spirit sect's preparation area, Xuanli said gravely. Wealth, standing beside him, asked with a smile, why not play with these guys a little longer? Upon hearing this, Xuanli smiled wryly and said slowly, we can't hold off the chief any longer. If we don't hurry, the plan will be ruined. I see. Wealth immediately became serious upon hearing this response. If the next match is the sun's turn, don't think too much, just act directly, Xuanli said seriously. The other members of the 10 Sons expressed their agreement. Soon, the match began, with Shrek Academy's captain Lu Xiaoyu facing off against the Holy Spirit sect's member Gongping. Soul Master Competition, Finals First Round, Second Match. Shrek's Lu Xiaoyu versus Holy Spirit sect's Gongping. The referee announced excitedly. Moments later, both competitors stepped onto the arena. Upon locking eyes, they both understood that something was off about this match. Long time no see, Lord Sun, Gongping politely bowed. Lu Xiaoyu, however, wore a solemn expression, not expecting to encounter this guy so soon. Seeing this, the referee directly said, match start. With the referee's command, Lu Xiaoyu and Gongping did not engage in combat, but instead stared at each other. After a while, Gongping smiled and said, Lord Shinsi, I sincerely hope you can leave here with me. If you come with me, then the victory of this competition will belong to your Shrek. It sounded very tempting, but Lu Xiaoyu knew that if he followed them, he might never see his brother again. Without his brother, what was the point of living? No need, I can still win the championship, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. He then condensed a golden longsword and looked sharply at Gongping. In that case, I can only force you to leave, Gongping said, his eyes growing cold. Whoosh! In the next second, Gongping appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu like a ghost and grabbed his neck. You made a very unwise choice, Lord Shinsi, Gongping sneered. Then, in front of all the spectators, he sucked Lu Xiaoyu into a small space. The mission is complete, it's time to leave. Gongping looked at this scene with great satisfaction and turned around, ignoring the gazes of the people from the Holy Spirit sect. Quick, stop them from leaving. Just as Gongping was about to leave, a voice suddenly pulled everyone back to reality. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a figure appeared in front of Gongping. It's you. Gongping smiled upon seeing the other party. I won't let you take the master's brother away. The visitor was Su Xiao, who had been observing in the shadows. At this moment, her face was icy, as if about to explode. Return him, Su Xiao said in a deep voice. Gongping, however, wore a shallow smile. What if I don't? Bang! In the next second, a heavy punch struck Gongping's chest, sending him flying. Su Xiao said coldly, you will die here. Ha ha! Just as Su Xiao finished speaking, a burst of laughter shattered the calm. That's right, it was Gongping who made a move. Among the 10 Sons, Gongping's strength was second only to their chief, but compared to these people, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Upon seeing Gongping, Su Xiao's face instantly turned unsightly. She knew in her heart that she was no match for this guy in front of her, although they were both original sins. Gongping's original sin power was much more substantial. Since I'm in a good mood, you can leave. Otherwise, you can only die, Gongping said with a smile. The key now was whether Su Xiao would make the right choice. In the next second, Su Xiao's entire being underwent a transformation. Her originally petite figure suddenly became very tall. It seemed you chose the wrong option. Gongping's expression began to turn displeased. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, making it impossible for everyone in the arena to breathe. Then, Gongping lightly waved his hand, and a terrifying attack instantly swept across the entire arena. Boom! With just a light wave of his hand, the entire arena was instantly flattened. The ordinary people inevitably suffered collateral damage, with most having perished here. As for some soul masters, although they were alive, they were in a very miserable state. Su Xiao, who was closest to Gongping, was covered in blood and had lost an eye. Do you see clearly now? This is the gap between us. Gongping looked down from the sky, his expression very disdainful. Ha ha ha! Su Xiao gasped for breath, struggling to look up at Gongping in the air, her face filled with defiance. But what could that change? LuZe was not here, and no one could stop Gongping's actions. After a while, Gongping felt that the time was almost up, so he raised his hand again. An absurdly powerful energy began to gather in his hand. "It's time to end this," Gongping said with a cold smile. Soon, the energy was almost fully concentrated, and it looked like it was about to be shot towards the ruins. Just at that critical moment, a space crack was opened. A terrifying aura emanated from within. Feeling the pressure, Gongping suddenly looked towards the crack, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, as if something truly terrifying was about to emerge. In the next second, a warm and angry male voice came from the space crack. "You all did well. This time, you really angered me." Chapter 120. The Arrival of Arrogance. The warm and angry voice echoed from the space crack. At the same time, Gongping and the others immediately felt a tremendous pressure, cold sweat pouring down their backs. "No way, the chief can't hold on?" Tianzai said with a serious expression. The others did not say anything but stared solemnly at the crack. Soon, a figure walked out from the crack, and that figure was LuZe. However, at this moment, LuZe was covered in multiple bloodstains and exuded a terrifying killing intent. The collapse that came out with him was being held in the air by him with one hand. The collapse was clearly suffering from a dimensionality reduction blow. With multiple injuries on its body, but being able to injure LuZe was already quite impressive. At this moment, LuZe looked at Gongping. Then, through the half-damaged collapse down, Gongping quickly ran to catch Collapse. "Chief, are you okay?" Gongping asked. Collapse replied slowly, "I'm fine, not dead. What about the Shinse's matter?" Gongping replied, "Truthfully, the Shinse has been captured. We just need to leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe instantly teleported to their side. "Where's my brother?" LuZe said angrily. He then kicked Gongping. Bang! The kicked Gongping crashed heavily to the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Is the gap really this big?" Gongping slowly got up, looking very serious. But LuZe gave him no time to catch his breath and teleported in front of him again. He then grabbed his neck and lifted him up. "I'll ask you one more time. Where's my brother?" LuZe said angrily. Gongping suddenly laughed. Hee, why should I tell you?" Hearing this, LuZe's mood became even more displeased, and he increased the strength in his hand. "Where's my brother? Tell me." In an instant, Gongping lost control of his mouth and slowly opened it. In Gongping's place. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Gongping was swallowed by a colorless airflow and disappeared completely. "Gongping, is it?" LuZe said coldly. He then vanished instantly, and no one felt his departure. On the outskirts of the Sun and Moon Empire, Gongping and others were frantically fleeing with Lu Xiaoyu. Not for any other reason, but because someone was chasing them from behind. "Why do I feel like we've entered a maze, unable to find our way out?" Tianzai said with a serious expression. Not only he felt this way, but the other 10 sons felt the same. The feeling of being trapped in a maze, a dangerous aura emanated from behind them. "They're catching up." Gongping suddenly turned to look back, a hint of fear in his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his back. "Aren't you good at running?" At that moment, darkness enveloped the area where Gongping and the others were, followed by a cold voice echoing around. Soon, a figure slowly appeared, and with every step he took, the surrounding reality twisted. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." The one coming was LuZe. He was very angry at this moment, because it was the first time someone had captured his brother. "Don't think too much. Just drag it out as long as you can." Gongping shouted loudly. As soon as his voice fell, a hand directly grabbed his face and forcefully pressed him down to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding distorted reality shattered, and a spatial storm followed. Cough, cough. Gongping, pressed to the ground by LuZe, coughed weakly a couple of times, then waved his right hand, and a round ball flew into the hands of Kai Fu. "Quickly take the sun away from here. Hurry!" Gongping shouted loudly. Upon receiving the ball, Kai Fu didn't think much and immediately turned to run in another direction. "Quickly hold him back." Seeing this, Gongping shouted loudly. The group of natural disasters heard this, and, although terrified, they rushed towards LuZe. LuZe just glanced at them indifferently and then clapped his hands. Dimensionality reduction. Buzz. In an instant, the 10 suns rushing towards LuZe and the surrounding distorted reality turned into an ink painting. Crack. The next second, LuZe lightly punched, and that ink painting shattered into pieces scattered on the ground. 2 of the 10 sons had already died, and now there were only Kai Fu and the heavily injured Collapse left. All of this was caused by Lu Xiaoyu's identity. In the Sun and Moon Empire, on the arena that had been leveled to the ground, the injured Collapse slowly stood up. Kai Fu and the others couldn't hold on much longer. "It seems this is the only way," Collapse said while gasping for breath. He then tore open a space and took out a piece of black jade. Crack! As soon as he took it out, Collapse crushed it without saying a word. Buzz! At the moment, the black jade was crushed. A terrifying aura, even more powerful than LuZe's, emanated from it. You failed, have you? The next second, a magnetic male voice came out. Then, a figure slowly appeared. It was the sin of pride. Lucifer. My lord, the sun has been captured, but that LuZe is trying to take it back. Collapse said urgently upon seeing Lucifer. Lucifer merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then looked towards the position where Gongping was through the aura. Lucia, don't let me down, Lucifer said with a cold smile. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot, and Collapse didn't waste any words. Directly diving into the space crack. On the edge of the Sun and Moon Empire, Kai Fu, covered in blood, was struggling to crawl on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing of his life. Return Xiaoyu to me. LuZe slowly appeared behind him. But Kai Fu couldn't make a sound, knowing that LuZe could make him speak his innermost thoughts, so he directly pulled out his own tongue. To make such a choice to avoid exposing some information is truly admirable, LuZe thought, remembering the scene when Kai Fu pulled out his tongue. Although Kai Fu heard it, he couldn't express his grievances. Seeing this, LuZe didn't want to waste any more time. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. Although I admire your actions, reality is like this, LuZe said coldly. He then grabbed the back of Kai Fu's head and pressed him down to the ground. Just as the power of paradox began to operate, the surrounding space shattered instantly. Long time no see, LuZe. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind LuZe. LuZe turned around abruptly and instantly recognized his appearance. Lucifer, LuZe said in a low voice. Lucifer merely smiled faintly upon hearing this and slowly said, When I first saw you, I thought you were the sun, but upon closer thought, it seems I was mistaken. What do you mean? LuZe coldly questioned. Lucifer still wore a smile and began to approach LuZe. Truth, such an ethereal existence, invisible and intangible, yet a force that can contend with rules, Lucifer said as he walked. LuZe didn't understand what he meant, but he was very clear about his intentions. Just as he was about to strike, he found that he couldn't move. Originally, only one truth could exist in a world, but your appearance has broken this balance. Yet you have not suffered a backlash, for you carry rules, Lucifer continued. What exactly do you want to say? Although LuZe couldn't move, he could still speak. Sure. The next second, Lucifer stood in front of him and covered his mouth with a finger. Soon, Lucifer smiled and said, What I want to say is very simple. Pausing for a moment, after a while he continued, Only one truth can exist in a world. You are an anomaly. Boom. Lucifer flicked his finger, and the space shattered instantly. The powerful force sent LuZe flying away. Poof! After taking such a hit at close range, LuZe's bones instantly shattered, and he flew backward for nearly hundreds of miles. The place he passed became a vast canyon. You want to die, right? Lucifer approached Kai Fu, picked him up, and then looked at the end of the canyon with a faint smile. In an instant, LuZe's life and death were uncertain. Such a level of attack could not possibly occur in this world. Chapter 121. Life and Death Uncertain. What is happening to me? Where am I? In a hellish castle, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. He then realized he was lying on a large bed, and beside him stood an elegantly behaved man. My lord, the sun, you are finally awake, the man said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu immediately heightened his guard and looked at him, questioning. Who are you? I am Lucifer, your servant, the man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt he had heard this name somewhere before, and continued to ask, Where is this place? Lucifer smiled and said, This is your home, the world of truth. My home? Lu Xiaoyu was confused. He had no idea about this, but he quickly came back to his senses as he thought of his brother. Where is my brother? Lu Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lucifer chuckled and slowly said, Your brother has actually been dead for a long time now. It's impossible. Lucifer's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Xiaoyu. My brother is clearly alive. Why do you say he is dead? Lu Xiaoyu questioned angrily. Seeing his serious expression, Lucifer immediately became solemn. Lord Sun, although I know this answer will be hard for you to accept, but the reality is that your brother has indeed been dead for a long time. What? Lu Xiaoyu's heart stopped for a second at Lucifer's serious demeanor. After seeing his expression, Lucifer slowly smiled. In fact, the person you have been in contact with is not your brother. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu became even more agitated and hurriedly asked, If he is not my brother, then who can he be? It is truth. Lucifer seemed to have anticipated his question and answered directly. Before Lu Xiaoyu could process this, Lucifer continued, Your brother's body has been taken over by truth. The one who has been accompanying you is actually Truth, and the reason Truth is doing this is simple, to find an opportunity to eliminate you. Why? Lu Xiaoyu was confused. Lucifer smiled faintly and replied, because the power within you is also truth, but it is different from the truth that has occupied your brother. You are the only one who can restrain him, which is why he wants to eliminate you. Once that happens, there will be no one left in this world to stop him. Lucifer smiled lightly, as if everything was within his plan. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if he had lost his mind and slumped weakly onto the bed. This scene seemed to be anticipated by Lucifer. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu regained his senses. He couldn't believe what the man in front of him was saying. Lucifer noticed his thoughts and said, "To protect you, we have lost many brothers, and that guy Truth is still obsessed with you. He will probably come here soon to eliminate you." Lu Xiaoyu, filled with disbelief, said, "I don't believe you." Boom! Before he could finish, the roof of the castle was obliterated by a single strike. The one responsible for this was LuZe. But at that moment, LuZe was vastly different from before. His eyes were even more crimson, surrounded by dark red energy that had turned completely scarlet. Exudinha tirifayinhoha. Lucifer, you shouldn't have done this. LuZe looked down at Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu. Before Lucifer could speak, Lu Xiaoyu rushed to LuZe's side. "Brother, are you okay?" Lu Xiaoyu was very excited. He thought he would never see his brother again. But the next scene left Lu Xiaoyu stunned. LuZe grabbed Lu Xiaoyu by the neck and lifted him into the air. "You are a potential danger to me. You cannot be left alive," LuZe said coldly. Then he began to channel the power of paradox, intending to erase him. But at that moment, Lucifer intervened. Bang! With just one kick, LuZe was heavily slammed into a nearby low hill. Lu Xiaoyu was gently cradled in Lucifer's arms. "Are you okay, Lord Sun?" Lucifer asked with concern. But Lu Xiaoyu was still distracted by what had just happened. "Lord Sun, I told you that guy is not your brother. Why didn't you believe me?" Lucifer said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu fell silent. He didn't know what to do anymore. The brother who had accompanied him for so long was actually trying to kill him, and it shattered his heart. Seeing this, Lucifer stopped talking, placing Lu Xiaoyu back on the previous bed, then looked towards the distant low hill. Buzz! In the next second, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu had Lucifer's protection. Otherwise, he might have died right there. Lucifer's face turned cold as he said slowly, "Truth, I didn't expect you to be capable of anything. I will definitely eliminate this child. You can't stop me." LuZe, who had teleported above Lucifer, said slowly. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. LuZe raised his hand high, and it seemed that the power of paradox was about to strike Lu Xiaoyu. At a critical moment, Lucifer moved again. Bang! LuZe was instantly sent flying, while Lucifer appeared in front of him. "Do you know why I have the ability to go to Douluo continent, but don't want to?" Lucifer said with a faint smile. Before LuZe could answer, Lucifer continued, "The Douluo continent is too fragile. It cannot withstand my power. A slight movement there could obliterate that world. But this place is different." As his words fell, an incredibly terrifying force emanated, making LuZe feel as if he could not breathe. "Have you forgotten how those guys used to describe me? If you forgot, let me remind you." Lucifer walked step by step into the air, looking down at LuZe. "In the past, those people always described me with this phrase," Lucifer said slowly, then pointed a finger at LuZe. "Above the heavens and below the heavens, I alone am supreme." As Lucifer's words fell, a powerful shockwave surged towards LuZe. "I can't block it." LuZe felt a sense of crisis upon seeing this force. He tried to pull away, but it was too late. The massive shockwave instantly engulfed LuZe, and the ground was pierced by this strike. However, Lucifer frowned because he sensed the presence of a spatial rift within that power. "He escaped?" Lucifer murmured slowly. "Forget it. You won't live much longer anyway." After saying that, he returned to Lu Xiaoyu's side. "Where's Truth?" Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have transformed into a different person, his tone very cold. "He ran away," Lucifer replied naturally. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly got up, looked around, and then said, "Is there any way to save my brother?" Hearing this, Lucifer smiled slyly and said, "There is a way, but it depends on how Lord Sun chooses." "Just say it." Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand. Lucifer smiled and said, "In this castle, there is a short sword called the Sword of Truth, left by the previous masters of this world." "What is it for?" Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at Lucifer. Seeing the look in his eyes, Lucifer's heart tightened slightly. Then he slowly said, "Its purpose is to kill truth. One world only needs one truth, and that sword was born to eliminate anomalies." The method of use is simple. Stab the sword of truth into truth's heart. But only you, Lord Sun, can restrain truth. So, Lucifer spoke clearly. Lu Xiaoyu understood, and then said, to defeat truth, I need to rely on the truth within me, right? I understand. After saying that, he gestured for Lucifer to leave. He wanted to be alone for a while. Lucifer was also very wise and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the red moon in the sky and murmured, Brother, I don't know why you're like this, but I will definitely save you. I will. Chapter 122. The plan to unify the continent. I can only help you to this point. What does that mean? In a state of confusion, LuZe looked at the truth in front of him with great uncertainty. Truth, with a bitter smile, said, I underestimated Lucifer. At the last moment, I tore open a space crack, but I don't know where this crack will lead. I will bring Xiaoyu back. Lu nodded. However, Truth slowly continued. During this time, we won't be able to meet, but my power will always remain with you. Also, I used the power of rules to pull you back from the gates of hell, and during this time, the power of rules cannot be used. So you must be careful. I understand. Although I really dislike you, I still want to thank you this time, LuZe said slowly. Truth smiled upon hearing this. Then his body began to dissipate. After I dissipate, you will fall into a deep sleep. As for when you will wake up, I don't know either. Understood. LuZe nodded faintly and then closed his eyes. In the world of truth, within an ancient castle, Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on a large bed with his eyes tightly shut. The energy flowing around made others feel very surprised. Is this the son of God's talent? It's too exaggerated, Lv.10 said slowly while standing at the door. Lucifer, standing beside him, just smiled and said nothing. He then turned and walked towards another place. And Lv.10 had no choice but to follow obediently. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoyu remained with his eyes closed, not for any other reason, but because he wanted to devour the main personality. Suddenly, after an unknown amount of time, Lu Xiaoyu, sitting on the bed, spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. The price is high, but the reward is also great, Lu Xiaoyu said lightly. He then smiled because he had forcibly devoured his main personality relative to truth, and this body now belonged to him. Brother, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back, Lu Xiaoyu said as he walked to the window and looked outside, then glanced at a short sword at the head of the bed. The short sword was no ordinary item. It was the sword of truth that could erase truth. My Lord Sun, you finally awakened at that moment. Lucifer suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoyu. Hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at him. What brings you here? Lucifer laughed upon hearing this. Of course, truth is somewhere unknown now. The best way to find him is to unify the Douluo continent and have everyone on the continent help search. That makes sense. Lu Xiaoyu thought carefully and found this method quite good. So he asked, how do we leave this world? Lucifer replied honestly, the world of truth is restricted. Besides me, no one else can leave. That's fine. The two of us can still unify the continent. We can open the gates of the world of truth after the continent is unified, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Lucifer smiled upon hearing this and nodded. However, his actions appeared particularly suspicious in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, and he secretly kept a guard up. When do we set off, my Lord Sun? Lucifer asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, let's talk when I fully master the power of truth. All right, just let me know when you're ready to set off. Lucifer said with a bow before leaving. Lu Xiaoyu continued to look out the window, letting out a sigh. Half a year later, on the Douluo continent. Within Shrek Academy, Elder Xian and others were looking at each other with grave expressions. Everyone is aware of Lu Xiaoyu's situation, Elder Xian said solemnly. The other elders nodded, all sharing the same serious expression. Since the last time, Lu Xiaoyu has not been seen, and we don't know where he is now. Along with him, his brother LuZe also disappeared, Elder Xian said slowly. The elders all nodded, and then each began to voice their questions. Elder Xian answered them one by one. Although what he said seemed exaggerated, everything he mentioned was the truth, and no one refuted it. We have sent people to secretly search for the whereabouts of the Lu brothers on the continent. As soon as they find anything, they will notify us. Elder Xian said slowly. He then stood up to signal the end of the meeting. Everyone, please return to your posts and continue your normal operations. After everyone left, Elder Xian sat back down in his chair. Sigh. Sitting in the chair, Elder Xian let out a heavy sigh. It was not for any other reason, but because of the situation with the Zue Mian. The Zue Mian had become quite rampant. Since they appeared at the Soul Master competition, they had started to take action, and some even openly established new sections. Their sects had crushed many older sects, and some Zue Mian sects had even impacted Shrek Academy. This was the main reason Elder Xian felt exhausted, If LuZe and the others did not return soon, Shrek Academy's status might truly be shaken. I really hope they can come back soon, Elder Xian said as he slumped in his chair, unknowingly falling asleep. After he fell asleep, a change occurred in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Lv.10, what was going on? The Bear King, still resting in his lair, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura and immediately found Lv.10. When he saw the space crack in front of him, he was stunned. Lv.10 looked serious. I don't know. We must inform the master immediately. Understood. The Bear King nodded and turned to rush to where Gu Yuna was training. Lv.10, left alone here, felt his muscles tense up as if facing a formidable enemy. After a while, two figures walked out of the space crack. When Lv.10 saw the appearance of the two, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's Lu Xiaoyu. You scare me to death, Lv.10 said slowly, relieved. Lu Xiaoyu, who stepped out from the crack, looked at him with a faint smile. Where is Gu Yuna? Lv.10 felt an inexplicable sense of submission arise within him upon hearing this. The master is in seclusion. I've already sent the Bear King to bring her over, Lv.10 said, bowing slightly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and then walked deeper inside. Lucifer, accompanying her, merely glanced at Lv.10 before falling silent. After a while, Gu Yuna arrived before Lu Xiaoyu, guided by the Bear King. Her first gaze was not on Lu Xiaoyu, but on Lucifer beside him. Who is this? Gu Yuna asked cautiously. She could sense that the man standing next to Lu Xiaoyu was even more terrifying than LuZe. He was a dangerous presence. Before Lu Xiaoyu could answer, Lucifer beside him directly said, I am the servant of the Son of God, Lucifer. Lucifer? Gu Yuna was surprised, and even more surprised that he claimed to be Lu Xiaoyu's servant. All right, I'm here for only one thing, Lu Xiaoyu said loudly at that moment. Hearing this, Gu Yuna felt very puzzled, but said nothing. Seeing that Gu Yuna didn't respond, Lu Xiaoyu continued. I want to unify the continent, and my first target for unification is the soul beasts. Gu Yuna was instantly stunned upon hearing this. In her impression, Lu Xiaoyu was not that kind of person. Why would he say such things this time? Seeing this, Lucifer politely said, the Son of God needs you. By following the Son of God, you can obtain what you desire. Soul beasts are not inferior beings. With Lucifer's words, Gu Yuna's heart began to waver. You have one day, by then. I hope you get the answer I want, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. This statement was nothing short of a threat. If Gu Yuna and the others chose not to stand with Lu Xiaoyu, Lucifer would likely make the soul beast completely disappear. While Gu Yuna was deep in thought, Lu Xiaoyu had already left with Lucifer. His next target was Shrek Academy. Chapter 123, Bounty Order. The highest power on Douluo continent, Shrek Academy, was now in trouble. The reason was none other than the appearance of Lu Xiaoyu and his plans. When Elder Xian and the others heard Lu Xiaoyu's plan, their first instinct was to refuse. But Lu Xiaoyu gave them no reason to refuse. Under Lucifer's absolute power, Elder Xian submitted, and Shrek submitted. The top forces of the continent had now become someone else's subordinates. What a joke that would be if it got out. But what could they do? After Lu Xiaoyu returned from the world of truth, he had completely changed. Even Elder Xian did not know why Lu Xiaoyu had become extremely purposeful, aggressive, and even ruthless. Originally, Hui Yuhao wanted to persuade him, but he ended up being beaten half to death by Lucifer beside him. Lu Xiaoyu merely stood by and watched, not even blinking, as if in his eyes these people were just servants, not worth his concern. In the infirmary of Shrek Academy, Bei and others were standing beside the bed where Hui Yuhao lay. Lu Xiaoyu has changed too much. We have to submit to him, Bei said with a serious expression. Hui Yuhao could only smile helplessly upon hearing this, and then said slowly, although I don't know what happened to him in the past 6 months. It should be related to Lu Ge. What do you mean by that? Wang Dongye, Zitting beside Hui Yuhao, Askit in confusion. Yuhao replied, earnestly. You all should see it. Lu Xiaoyu likes his brother, and it's no longer just that kind of liking. It seems more like he wants to possess his brother entirely. I think I understand now, Bei nodded. Lu Xiaoyu's transformation should be related to LuZe. Lu Xiaoyu has appeared, but Lu Ge has not. This clearly indicates that Lu Ge is temporarily unable to meet us for some reason, Hui Yuhao said meaningfully. All right, let's leave it at that, Bei said slowly at this moment. Hui Yuhao heard this and stopped speaking, closing his eyes to rest. The news of Shrek Academy's submission had spread throughout the continent, shocking all forces on the continent. At first, there was ridicule, but later a piece of news gradually emerged. Someone on the continent was implementing a unification plan and had already unified nearly half of the continent. It was said that even the soul beasts had been unified by that person, and even those newly established sinful sects had been unified by him. The remaining major forces were very afraid. They did not know if they would be the next ones targeted. If that day really came, how would they choose regarding the forces they had painstakingly developed? Half of the continent had already been unified. What would the Son of God do next? Lucifer knelt on one knee beside Lu Xiaoyu, speaking very respectfully. Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, then pointed to the other side of the continent and said slowly, "Continue to unify until this continent belongs to me." Yes. Lucifer nodded with a smile, then slowly stood up and left the hall. Outside the hall, many people and soul beasts had already gathered. Lucifer looked down at these humans and soul beasts from a high position and then declared from a lofty height, "The Son of God has decreed. Unify the continent." Understood. In an instant, everyone below the hall responded in unison. The sound was loud, shaking the entire world. Seeing this, Lucifer was very satisfied and turned back into the hall. Do you think the people standing under the Sky Hall are ordinary people? The humans standing under the Sky Hall were all once prominent figures on the continent. Members of the Shrek Seat God Pavilion, big shots from the Sun and Moon Empire, as well as many titled Douluo and extraordinary talents. All of these people were servants of Lu Xiaoyu. Inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu smiled wickedly and murmured, "Brother, you must not let me find you. Otherwise, he's Son of God. Everything has been arranged, and we can set off at any time." At this moment, Lucifer walked to his side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled and then stood up, saying, "Let's go." 6 months later, under Lu Xiaoyu's leadership, the Douluo continent was unified. Originally, unifying the continent was a particularly difficult task, but under Lucifer's absolute power, any difficulties were shattered. After the continent was unified, everything changed. Originally, soul beasts and humans were always enemies, but now they stood on the same side. Some powerful soul beasts even became loyal ministers under Lu Xiaoyu. At the same time, the world of truth descended upon the Douluo continent, and the increase in sinful entities became more significant, but they all chose to submit to Lu Xiaoyu. The reason was simple. Lu Xiaoyu's abilities were strong, and with the existence of the 7 deadly sins, his position as king was unshakable. Those who were initially very unconvinced also became convinced after the continent was unified, because Lu Xiaoyu brought a new era, a peaceful era without wars between empires and no conflicts between soul beasts and soul masters. This was the era everyone longed for. The original continent had become history, and a new era had begun. Inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu looked at his loyal ministers below and smiled slowly. "By my command, a continent-wide hunt for LuZe's. Bring him alive." Yes. In a dense forest, a little girl was strolling through the woods. Suddenly, she saw a man lying by the bushes in the distance. Out of curiosity, the little girl slowly approached the man, but as she got closer, she was startled by the scene before her. A sharp scream pierced the sky, and shortly after the little girl cried out, a figure appeared behind her. "Rong, what's wrong? Is there danger?" The newcomer was a man with white hair and a youthful appearance. He looked very young, but his actual age would shock anyone unaware of it. The reason was simple. This man was a titled Douluo, known as the Sword. He was an elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Chun Xin, and this little girl was not an ordinary person. She was the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. "Grandpa Sword, there's a corpse over there," Ning Rongrong said in terror. Upon hearing this, Chun Xin was immediately surprised, then went to the place pointed out by Ning Rongrong. When he saw the blood-soaked man, he realized that it was indeed a corpse. Just as he was about to destroy the body, Chun Xin suddenly felt a faint breath. "He is not dead." Chun Xin was greatly shocked, and then began to examine the man's injuries. After a while, Chun Xin murmured in astonishment, "I didn't expect him to be alive after such injuries. He really is lucky." He then stood up and looked at the man again, shaking his head helplessly as he said, "Since you've encountered me, it's a kind of fate." After saying this, he picked up the man and, along with Ning Rongrong, headed back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. "Grandpa Sword, why are you taking this dead person back?" Ning Rongrong innocently asked. Chun Xin simply patted her little head and gently said, "He is not dead. He is still alive, just badly injured." Ning Rongrong nodded and did not ask further. Meanwhile, Chun Xin was constantly investigating the man's body on the way. Of course, he discovered many shocking things, the most notable being that this man had no soul power. Yet he could shake his sword heart. This was the most puzzling thing for Chun Xin, but now there was no way to get an explanation. He could only wait until the man woke up to ask. Chapter 124. Awakening. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? In a room of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, The man who had been saved by Chen Xan slowly opened his eyes. He then began to observe his surroundings. And at that moment, the door to the room was opened. Chen Xin had intended to check on the man as condition, only to find that he was already awake when he opened the door. "You're finally awake," Chen Xin said with a smile. As soon as the man saw him, he immediately became alert, his eyes sharp as he stared at him. "What is this place?" Before Chen Xin could respond, the man spoke again. "Answer me." Upon hearing this, Chen Xin realized that his mouth was no longer under his control and slowly said, "This is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." The man fell into deep thought upon hearing this, then spoke again. "Who are you? Speak." Once again, Chen Xin felt that he was not in control and said, "I am Chen Xin, a title Douluo at level 95, known as the Sword Douluo." The man was very surprised. "Have I arrived in the timeline of Douluo Dalu?" Taking advantage of the man's astonishment, Chen Xin quickly distanced himself from him. "How long have I been asleep?" The man asked again. "Answer me." Chen Xin wanted to resist, but suddenly realized that he could not resist this force at all, and responded, 5 years. "You have been in a coma here for nearly 5 years. So long?" The man murmured thoughtfully. Chen Xin could no longer tolerate it. Being ordered around repeatedly by this guy was humiliating for him as a title Douluo. Thus, he summoned his martial soul, the 7-kill sword, and charged at the man. The man, regaining his senses, found that Chen Xin was filled with killing intent, and directly said, "Kneel, Buzz." The same result occurred upon hearing the man's words. Chen Xion's knees buckled uncontrollably, and he knelt at the man's feet. In that instant, Chen Xion became furious, wanting to force himself to stand up. But no matter how many times he tried, he simply could not get up. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Xion asked with difficulty as he raised his head. The man laughed upon hearing this, then slowly approached him and said, "I am the truth of the world, LuZe." Indeed, the man was LuZe. Due to Lucifer's influence, he did not know where he had been transported by the truth, but now he was clear. After revealing his identity, LuZe patted Chen Xion on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You'd better not harbor any killing intent towards me, or I can't ensure that your 7-treasure glazed tile, School 1T, become history." After saying this, he took out a set of clothes from his soul guide and put it on, then walked towards the door. As Chen Xion knelt on the ground, the power that had bound him instantly dissipated after LuZe left. How could this guy be so terrifying? Even my title Douluo strength cannot break free from his orders. Chen Xion slowly stood up and looked toward the door. Meanwhile, LuZe, upon reaching the outside, first organized his thoughts, then prepared to leave the 7-treasure glazed tile school to find a way back to his original world. Just as he was about to leave, a fist suddenly blocked his path. "Hey, little brother, are you really just going to leave without saying a word?" The man at the front smiled broadly. Upon seeing him, LuZe immediately recognized his identity and smiled as he said, "Are you trying to stop me?" No. The man hurriedly denied. "I just want to make a friend." "Is that really the case?" LuZe replied with interest, then took a step closer to him. "Since we are friends, shouldn't you show some sincerity?" LuZe said with a faint smile while standing in front of the man. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. But after some thought, he spoke again. "If we are friends, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will always welcome you. How about that?" "Sure," LuZe replied succinctly. This left the man very surprised, and he couldn't help but start to doubt. LuZe added, "Since we are friends, you can come to me for help whenever you encounter something you can't resolve, but the opportunity is only once." The man looked at LuZe, who was smiling, and for a moment felt as if he had been set up, but after thinking carefully, he decided not to dwell on it. Seeing this, LuZe stopped speaking and walked past the man toward the outside. "Then goodbye, Ning Fengji," LuZe said with his back to the man, smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot, and even a title Douluo could not detect his departure. The man, standing in place, was instantly astonished upon hearing these words, but soon calmed down. "What a terrifying person," the man said with a wry smile. "Secmaster, won't he letting that person leave cause some trouble?" At this moment, a man approached Ning Fengji with concern. Ning Fengji smiled lightly and said, "No, that friend is not what we think. He must have his own reasons." At this moment, Sword Douluo Chenshin slowly approached Ning Fengji. "Fengji, have you met Lucia?" Chenshin said slowly. Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "So his name is LuZe." Chenshin responded, "That guy is a terrifying presence." "I know, but now he is a friend of ours," Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chenshin chose not to continue the conversation. A friend is always better than an enemy. If he truly became an enemy, that would be disastrous. Thus, LuZe's matters with the 7-treasure glazed tile school came to a conclusion. Meanwhile, LuZe was strolling along a bustling street. Is this the timeline of Douluo? LuZe murmured as he gazed at the sky. Now that truth is gone, the power of rules is temporarily unavailable. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly thought of something. If this is the timeline of Douluo, I wonder if Tang San is training at Shrek Academy like in the original story. The thought piqued LuZe's interest. He then decided to head to Shrek Academy. As for the Spear Hall, he would check it out later depending on the situation. However, considering the timeline he was in, he contemplated that if it were a time paradox, taking matters into his own hands might affect the future. Therefore, LuZe decided not to interfere in the affairs of this world. Bang! As he was thinking about this, a figure suddenly collided with him. Ouch, that hurts! The person who bumped into LuZe was a girl with a very innocent voice. Upon seeing her, LuZe smiled and asked, "Are you okay, little sister?" "I'm fine." The girl replied slowly as she got up, rubbing her forehead. Seeing that she was all right, LuZe prepared to leave since he had more important matters to attend to. However, when the girl saw LuZe, she immediately smiled and said, "Big brother, where are you going? Can you take me with you?" LuZe felt puzzled, but soon understood why. Just as the girl's words fell, several burly men suddenly rushed out and surrounded both LuZe and the girl. "You little brat, you can run." One of the burly men directly grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her in front of him. The girl looked down, wincing in pain, not daring to meet the man's gaze. LuZe thought this was their matter and unrelated to him, so he prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, the girl suddenly shouted, "Brother, save me." Upon hearing this, the burly men surrounded LuZe with malicious looks, saying, "Are you this girl's brother?" LuZe felt speechless and replied, "I don't know her." "Oh really?" The burly man looked at the girl again, and his grip tightened. "Ugh." The girl grit her teeth in pain, but still looked at LuZe. Perhaps it was the look in her eyes that reminded LuZe of the first time he met Lu Xiaoyu, which changed his mind. "She is my sister. What do you want with her?" LuZe grabbed the girl and shot a cold glance at the burly men. The men felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, shivering from the coldness of LuZe's gaze. However, the leader of the burly men still mustered the courage to step forward. "This girl stole our stuff. Make her return it, or else pay us," he said assertively. LuZe looked at the sweating man and couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned to the girl and said, "What did you steal? Quickly return it to them." I. The girl stammered, unable to say a word. Seeing this, LuZe immediately understood and turned to the burly man. "How much is it?" "I'll pay you." The burly man immediately laughed. 100 gold soul coins. "What?" The girl looked at the burly man in disbelief. The burly man smiled, but LuZe was not the type to let this slide. He reached out and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. The burly man felt confused and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Don't worry," LuZe replied with a faint smile. "I'll burn 100 gold soul coins for you shortly." Okay. The burly man was still smiling, but after a moment of thought, panic set in. However, LuZe would not give them any chance to react. Erase. Swish. A mass of colorless energy instantly engulfed the burly men, leaving everyone on the street frozen in place. I didn't see that wrong, did I? A living person just disappeared like that. What is going on? The street was filled with murmurs, while LuZe smiled lightly and said, "Dear friends, sorry for the disturbance. That was just a magic trick we performed. They have been teleported to another location." The crowd, looking at the innocent LuZe, didn't think much of it and believed him. LuZe naturally picked up the girl and left the scene. Chapter 125. Is there a crime face here too? Go ahead. This time it's fate, LuZe said to the girl he had saved earlier. The girl smiled and said, "Brother, you are so amazing. Can I follow you?" LuZe responded with a faint smile. "Forget it. It's dangerous to follow me. What if something happens?" "I'm not afraid," the girl said firmly, grinning. LuZe didn't know how to respond and simply asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Lu Xiaoyu." "What is your name, brother?" The girl smiled foolishly. Upon hearing this name, LuZe was momentarily stunned, looking at her incredulously. "You're named Lu Xiaoyu?" LuZe asked urgently. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing LuZe's expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. "My name is Lu Xiaoyu." With Lu as in land, Xiao as in child, and Yu as in language, she explained her name in detail. When LuZe realized Lu Xiaoyu was not Lu Xiaoyu, he immediately smiled wryly and said, "My name is LuZe. You also have a surname Lu?" Lu Xiaoyu was quite surprised and then jumped onto his back, saying, "We really are fated from now on. You're my brother." LuZe felt speechless and quickly put her down. "Don't randomly claim relatives. I'm leaving now. You should be careful in the future." Luze said coldly. Lu Xiaoyu, still smiling, seemed to think he was joking. Brother, are you really going to leave your cute little sister here? Lu Xiaoyu joked. But after Luze put her down, he disappeared from the spot. Lu Xiaoyu, stunned, immediately stopped thinking. Am I still so annoying? Her mood instantly dropped, and she squatted down with her head bowed. Luze, who had already vanished, quietly watched her from a distance. She really resembles Xiaoyu. What kind of world is this? Luze couldn't help but murmur. Luze, who initially did not want to involve himself with Lu Xiaoyu, ultimately decided to stay by her side and observe her secretly after some self-reflection. As night fell, the forest gradually darkened, and Lu Xiaoyu walked alone along a path in the woods. Terrified of the darkness, her muscles were tense, as if she would flee at the slightest sign of danger. Why did they leave me here? Lu Xiaoyu murmured, trembling. At that moment, there was suddenly movement in the bushes behind her. Alert, she shouted, Who's there? But immediately regretted her outburst. The rustling in the bushes grew louder, and in the next second, a massive shadow surged out. When Lu Xiaoyu saw the true form of the figure, she froze. He. A strange, eerie laugh came from the shadow, which was grinning unnaturally. Meanwhile, Lu Xia, who had been hiding in the shadows, was taken aback upon seeing the figure. Is there really such a thing in this world? He thought, astonished. Logically, the Sin face should have only existed in the timeline before his, so what was going on here? Indeed, the shadow that appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu was a human transformed into Sin face. Who will save me? Lu Xiaoyu was terrified, collapsing to the ground. The Sin face then creepily approached her, laughing. As it laughed, it reached out a pitch-black hand towards Lu Xiaoyu. As it got closer, she felt utterly hopeless. Bang! At that critical moment, the Sin face was suddenly kicked away by a figure. Are you okay? Luze said softly, turning his back to Lu Xiaoyu. When Lu Xiaoyu heard Luze's voice, it was as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and hugged him. Luze, looking at the tearful Lu Xiaoyu, was at a loss for words. But there was still an unresolved issue. Roar! At that moment, the Sin face, which Luze had kicked away, let out another roar. Boom! 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 In the next second, several giant boulders crashed down where Luze was standing. The woods were instantly flattened. Luze held Lu Xiaoyu as they hovered above the ruins. Little Sin, looks like things are getting interesting, Luze said with a faint smile. He then raised his right hand, pointing at the location of the Sin face. Sin face should not exist in this world, Luze said calmly. Then, a black dot began to gather at the tip of his index finger. Goodbye. As Luze's words fell, the black dot shot toward the Sin face at an incredible speed. The moment the dot made contact, an explosion comparable to a volcanic eruption instantly turned everything in the vicinity into ruins. Lu Xiaoyu, held by Luze, was once again shocked by the sight. At this moment, she had forgotten her earlier fear, replaced instead by sheer astonishment. Luze looked at his handiwork with great satisfaction before smiling and leaving the area. After he left, a figure appeared nearby. This is something that a titled Douluo couldn't possibly do, right? The newcomer muttered in shock. After regaining composure, they grew serious, realizing that there were beings more powerful than titled Douluo. It was truly terrifying. Saying this, the person wiped the cold sweat from their forehead. The next morning, Luze took Lu Xiaoyu to a small village. By this time, Lu Xiaoyu had completely become Luze's loyal fan. What are you looking at? Luze asked, speechless, staring at Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu grinned and said, I'm looking at you. My brother is so amazing. He could take down any titled Douluo in an instant. Bang! As Lu Xiaoyu spoke, a large bump formed on her forehead. Some things shouldn't be said carelessly, Luze said slowly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied, covering her forehead. After a while, she asked again, Brother, where are you going? Shrek Academy, Luze replied without any concealment. As there was nothing to hide. Are you going to join them? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. However, Luze responded indifferently. How could I possibly join them? I'm just going to take a look at their students. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then smiled again. Brother, do you think I could join Shrek Academy? Don't you not have a martial soul? Luze looked at her in surprise. Who said that? I have soul power, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Luze became interested and asked with a smile, Oh, then what level is your soul power? I won't tell you, Lu Xiaoyu replied playfully. However, this did not stop Luze. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he said directly, Not bad. Level 20 soul power, but you don't have a martial soul, which is a bit special. How did you know? Lu Xiaoyu said, shocked. Luze replied with a faint smile, I won't tell you. Lu Xiaoyu felt annoyed and ran off into the distance. LuZe, standing still, stared at her retreating figure and fell into contemplation. Her personality and eyes are so similar to Xiaoyu's. Who is she really? And where am I? Is it the same as last time? Is it an illusion or reality? Chapter 126. The deal in a small village outside Soto City, in the Barak kingdom of the Tiando Empire. LuZe brought Lu Xiaoyu here. Looking at the very simple buildings in front of him, LuZe couldn't help but smile. It was exactly the same as in the original story. Brother, is this Shrek? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously, standing beside him. LuZe glanced at her. When did I admit I was your brother? Oh, Lu Xiaoyu replied with annoyance. LuZe felt a familiar sensation from her behavior, but it was only for a moment. Coming back to his senses, LuZe walked inside without saying a word. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, stealthily followed him. Little 3, what's your current soul power? Don't call me Little 3. Before LuZe could meet any of the Shrek Academy people, he had already heard their voices. However, LuZe found their words a bit strange, though he expected to get the answers he wanted soon. Look, someone is coming. At that moment, a voice interrupted the conversation among the group. They turned to look in the direction the person was pointing. Oh, there really is someone. What are they doing here? A girl asked, puzzled. Upon seeing the group, LuZe showed little emotional reaction, merely murmuring, just right, 7 people. They should be the original Shrek 7 monsters. At that moment, a black figure suddenly blocked LuZe's path. Who are you? Why are you trying to enter our Shrek Academy? The shadow said slowly as it stood in front of LuZe. LuZe carefully observed the person before him, who appeared to be around 50 years old, with a robust physique. The facial features were quite distinctive, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of an eagle-like nose. Even with his eyes closed, there was a hint of cunning in his expression. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, with a rigid square frame that gave off an odd impression. Given LuZe's understanding of the Douluo continent, this person could only be the first-generation Shrek Academy Dean. Fred, Senior, you're Dean Fred, right? LuZe greeted with a smile. The man was quite surprised and thought to himself, when did my reputation become so great? He then replied, yes, I am indeed Fred. May I ask who this young brother is and why you have entered our Shrek Academy without permission? LuZe answered naturally. My name is LuZe, a traveler. Before coming to this area, I heard that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. So I was curious to see what kind of monsters you have been collecting over the years. Are you not welcoming me? Fred looked at LuZe's smile and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. However, seeing that the other party had no malicious intent, he smiled and said, of course, you're welcome. Does young brother LuZe want to join us? No. You should first take a look at the soul power within me before saying that. LuZe replied with a laugh. Fred was taken aback and then probed him. After probing, he was instantly stunned and exclaimed, you actually have no soul power in your body? That's right, I'm just an ordinary traveler. So it's natural that I have no soul power, LuZe said seriously. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyu having seen him fight, she might have been fooled by his expression. At that moment, Fred noticed Lu Xiaoyu behind LuZe and habitually probe her as well, only to be shocked again. This little girl has soul power, but no martial soul. Fred was a bit confused. LuZe scratched his head and laughed. Yes. I don't know what's going on with her either. I see. Fred stroked his beard. This pair of you is indeed quite peculiar. At that moment, the earlier group of people arrived. Dean, who are these two? A curious red-haired fat man asked. Fred then introduced them to the group. After listening, everyone was quite surprised that a person with no soul power and another with soul power, but no martial soul would walk together. It was indeed a strange combination. Dean Fred, you introduced me, but what about your monster students? LuZe said with a smile. Although he knew these 7 people, he still wanted to ask, lest others misunderstand that he had investigated them. Fred didn't refuse and said directly, Mubai, you all introduce yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a larger blonde boy stepped forward and said with a smile, my name is Dai Mubai, and I am a Soul Zune. With his introduction, the other 6 followed suit. I'm Xiao Wu, the dance of jumping. I'm Ma Hongjun. I'm Oscar. Zhu Ziqing. Ning Rongrong. After everyone introduced themselves, it was the last person's turn. I'm Tang San, the last person said slowly. After hearing everyone's introductions, LuZe smiled and then leaned towards Fred, whispering, Dean Fred, I have something I want to discuss with you, if you don't mind. Seeing LuZe's smiling face, Fred thought he posed no threat and agreed. LuZe then left Lu Xiaoyu there and walked away with Fred. Although Lu Xiaoyu was reluctant to be left behind, she obediently stood there. Just when she felt very bored, Ning Rongrong came to her side. Little sister, what is your relationship with that LuZe? Ning Rongrong asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu naturally replied, "He is my brother, an unreliable brother." Ning Rongrong looked at her expression and didn't know what to say for a moment, only managing a wry smile. However, she still felt that LuZe looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. But she didn't think too much about it now and directly took Lu Xiaoyu's little hand and ran towards Dalu Bai and the others. LuZe chose a very quiet place. After a while, Fred stopped and asked, "Young brother LuZe, what did you want to talk to me about?" "Yes," LuZe replied as he stopped in front of him, and then turned to say, "I have something I'd like to trouble you with." "What is it?" Fred felt quite puzzled but still responded politely. LuZe wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he said directly, "I want to arrange for Lu Xiaoyu to stay with you." "Why?" Fred was even more confused at this point. But LuZe said very calmly, "You know my reason. If she continues to follow me, what will happen if something goes wrong in the future? I can't protect her." After saying this, LuZe displayed a helpless expression. Fred looked at his expression and couldn't help but choose to believe him. But considering some matters, he then said, "It wouldn't be a problem to take Lu Xiaoyu in. But our Shrek Academy can't just take her in for free, right? What do you want?" LuZe remained very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Fred then showed a cunning smile and said, "You said you were a traveler, so you must have been to many places and should know quite a bit of theory, right?" "So?" LuZe responded. Seeing this, Fred thought he had guessed correctly and said, "You just need to serve as a theoretical teacher at our Shrek Academy for a year. How about that?" "Sure," LuZe replied without hesitation, giving a quick answer. This left Fred a bit perplexed, making him doubt whether he had been tricked. But upon further reflection, LuZe was just an ordinary person knowledgeable in theory, without soul power, so he wouldn't cause much of a stir. Seeing Fred's self-satisfied expression, LuZe couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then let's consider this the start of our deal." "Okay, I'll have someone take you to the teacher's dormitory shortly," Fred replied with a smile. Chapter 127, Parallelwelts. "I am your theoretical teacher. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," LuZe said with a smile in front of Dalu Bai and the others. Dalu Bai and the others looked quite puzzled, then stared at him in shock. "Is this for real?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she approached LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe directly tapped her on the head, saying, "You have no respect for your teacher at all. Go stand properly." Old Lu Xiaoyu covered her forehead and obediently stood in line. LuZe, Dalu Bai, and the others couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the situation, and then they began to chat. LuZe looked at their behavior with a kind smile on his face. "You'd better be quiet, or it will be very unfortunate," LuZe said with a smile. At first, Dalu Bai and the others thought nothing of it. But upon seeing LuZe's expression, they quickly quieted down. Once everyone was silent, LuZe spoke up. "If you have any questions, you can ask me. Although I might not answer you, I'll try my best." Dalu Bai and the others felt speechless upon hearing this. What was the point of saying that? However, Tang Sen was quite curious about why LuZe could become their theoretical teacher. So he asked, "I want to know how you became our teacher. Do you really want to know?" LuZe said meaningfully. Hearing this, Tang Sen became displeased and directly replied, "As a teacher, shouldn't you help students solve their doubts? Is that so?" LuZe smiled and continued, "Who said teachers must help students solve their doubts?" This, Tang Sen was instantly rendered speechless. LuZe found Tang Sen's expression amusing and slowly walked over to him. "In your understanding, a teacher is someone who is responsible for imparting knowledge and solving doubts, but it's different here. Questions unrelated to theory depend on my mood," LuZe said with a smile. Tang Sen was quite surprised by this, but still had many things he wanted to say. However, when he looked up and made eye contact with LuZe, all the words he wanted to say suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Teacher, since we can only ask you about theoretical questions, I want to know if a person without a martial soul counts as a soul master." LuZe paused for a moment after hearing this, and then turned to say, "Of course they count, and in fact, the development prospects of such soul masters are broader than those with martial souls." "What does this mean?" Dalu Bai and the others became instantly interested upon hearing this response. Why would he say that soul masters without martial souls have broader development prospects? Just as everyone was puzzled, LuZe spoke again. "Let's put it this way. Soul masters with martial souls are limited by their martial souls and cannot break through their limits. On the contrary, soul masters without martial souls can break this limitation. As long as the person still possesses soul power, it means that everything around them can become their martial soul. They won't be restricted by the singularity of a martial soul, but instead will have a myriad of attack methods." With LuZe's explanation, Dalu Bai and the others were completely stunned. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said, "Teacher, I think what you said is very unrealistic. such a thing is impossible. Indeed, LuZe nodded with a smile. Such things do seem impossible in your eyes, but in mine, they do exist. Why? Tang Sen felt very confused. LuZe simply walked in front of him and tapped his forehead, then smiled and said, "Never judge others based on your own perspective. The continent is vast, and there are many geniuses like you." For some reason, as soon as LuZe said this, Daimao Bai and the others were completely dumbfounded. Upon seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, "All right, class is over. You all need to attend my class once every 7 days, and don't be late." As LuZe spoke, he left their sight. The group of people remained in place, still processing everything, clearly having been greatly impacted by the content of this session. As evening fell, outside a simple house, LuZe was lying on a chair resting. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. "What brings you here?" LuZe opened his eyes and looked at the person. The person, surprised, wondered why their aura, which was well concealed, had been detected. Were they pretending to sleep? Or did LuZe already know they would come? "Why aren't you speaking?" "Xiao-san," LuZe said slowly as he sat up with a smile. The visitor was Tang San, who had been puzzled by today's words and wanted clarification. Tang San, looking displeased, said, "I just have some questions to ask you, and also, don't call me Xiao-san." Upon hearing this, LuZe was quite surprised, but didn't pay much attention and directly said, "Ask your questions." Tang San was momentarily dumbfounded as he looked at LuZe, who was now so close. How could he cover nearly 20 meters in less than a breath of time? This was perplexing to Tang San, but he calmed down. "Teacher, I want to know what you think of Xiaoyu?" Tang San asked slowly. LuZe was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, saying, "She has the best talent, with no soul rings, yet she possesses level 20 soul power. Undoubtedly, she is more monstrous than any of you. Is that so?" Tang San murmured, then continued to ask, "I have one more question." "What question? Go ahead." LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing this, Tang San directly asked, "Who exactly are you?" An ordinary person could never cross a distance of 20 meters in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell eerily silent. After a long pause, LuZe smiled and said, "Xiao-san, why are you curious about my identity?" As he spoke, his originally dark eyes gradually turned crimson, looking very eerie. "You." Tang San was shocked by the scene before him. The words he wanted to say were suddenly stuck in his throat. "There are some things you'd better not inquire about, or you will regret it," LuZe said with a strange smile. This caused Tang San's mind to come to a halt. "The sky is getting late. You should go back and rest." LuZe returned to his previous demeanor and turned to leave. Oh, Tang San replied slowly, clearly still in shock for what had just happened. Just as he turned around, LuZe said with a smile, "Don't talk about tonight's events. I believe you are a smart person, Xiao-san." Upon hearing this, for some reason, Tang San felt a lingering sense that his secret had been exposed. After a while, once Tang San left, LuZe lay back down on the chair again. He expected that this world would be a parallel world. Looking at the starry sky, LuZe smiled and murmured. The reason he said this was simple. It was because of Tang San. Just moments ago, LuZe had used his ability to probe into everything about Tang San. Firstly, it was undeniable that he was a transmigrator. He knew it without needing the ability of truth. But the most important thing was that Tang San's gender was female. That's right, Tang San was a girl. At the same time, this revealed a fact to him. Arriving in this world was not due to a time paradox, but a spatial paradox. The world LuZe was currently in was a parallel world of Douluo continent, with its own plot progression, and he was an outsider. That being said, I can interfere with this world now. LuZe suddenly thought of this. Previously, he had feared that interfering with this world would affect the future. But now it was different. A new world, equally filled with sin. I'm quite curious if I'll encounter that guy. Chapter 128, Unknown. Your Excellency, since you're here, why not come out and meet me? On a quiet night, after LuZe had just let Tang San leave, another guest arrived. I want to know what your purpose is. As a weathered voice echoed from the shadows, a robust figure appeared before LuZe. You must be Tang Hao, LuZe said with a faint smile. How do you know? The man replied, surprised. LuZe continued to smile calmly, as before. I guessed it. It seems I was right. You and Tang San are father and daughter. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately charged at LuZe, knowing this person couldn't be left alive. Kneel. Buzz. Just as he was about to reach LuZe, an irresistible command executed itself in Tang Hao's mind. With a thud, accompanied by a muffled sound. Tang Hao knelt before LuZe, unable to move. Really, we could have had a nice chat, but now we have to resort to violence. Now look, LuZe said, standing in front of Tang Hao with a faint smile. At that moment, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming shock. The other party hadn't done anything, just spoken, and he was already on the ground. Who are you? Tang Hao asked, his face serious. LuZe calmly sat down on a nearby chair, cradling his chin, and said, I'm a traveler. What do you want? At this moment, Tang Hao felt he could move again, so he stood up. Looking at the smiling LuZe, he didn't sense any malice, so he sat down across from him, observing his actions. LuZe smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll speak plainly. Tang Hao nodded. Go ahead. Well, how should I put it? I want to unify this continent, LuZe said with a smile. Tang Hao was immediately stunned by these words, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You want to unify the continent? Are you joking? Do you really think the Spirit Hall is just for show? Of course, I'm not joking. I'm very serious. LuZe replied with a smile. Seeing his expression, Tang Hao began to take him seriously. Since you want to unify the continent, why come to Shrek Academy? One purpose. LuZe raised his index finger and smiled. I need manpower. Manpower? Tang Hao understood what he meant and asked. You want the people from Shrek Academy to follow you? Exactly. LuZe nodded with a smile. Not only that, I need some people to form a new force. I wonder if Lord Hao Yin would be willing to join? Why should I join? What is in it for me? Tang Hao asked slowly. LuZe's next sentence left Tang Hao stunned in place. I can revive your lover. LuZe said flatly. At first, Tang Hao couldn't believe his ears, but LuZe emphasized his words again. Are you serious? Tang Hao et glim et siten li. Yes. I would joke about that. LuZe smiled. Hearing this, Tang Hao understood something and said, as long as you can revive Ain, I agree. Then welcome to join the Hall of Truth. LuZe stood up and extended his right hand. Seeing this, Tang Hao just smiled and extended his right hand as well. The next day at dawn, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and walked towards the playground. Before he reached the playground, he heard the sounds of Dai Mubai and others training hard. They really are diligent. LuZe smiled faintly and then went to watch. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters were nothing special, but LuZe was intrigued by Tang San. After all, in his understanding, Tang San was male. But in this parallel world, Tang San had become female. He wondered what kind of surprises she would bring as a girl. At that moment, a robust man approached LuZe from behind. Teacher Lu, what do you think of this batch of students? The man asked with a hearty smile. LuZe turned to look at him and found it was the unmovable king, Zhao Wujin. He said, they're all right. Compared to their peers, they could be considered geniuses. Is that so? Zhao Wujin seemed to have something to say, but was too shy to voice it. Seeing this, LuZe directly said, if you have something to say, just say it. Holding it in is uncomfortable. As expected of Teacher Lu, you can see through this. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. LuZe smiled at his demeanor. It's like this. These kids are about to go to the Soul Arena to participate in the soul fighting. And I hope you can lead them, Teacher Lu. Zhao Wujin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe became interested. I'm just an ordinary person without soul power. It might not be appropriate for me to lead the team. What is inappropriate about it? That old guy Fred recognizes you, Zhao Wujin said loudly. LuZe simply smiled faintly and stood up, saying, I can't help with this. You should go on your own. After saying that, he didn't give Zhao Wujin any time to think and turned to walk away. Zhao Wujin, coming back to his senses, felt incredibly shocked. Why does this ordinary person have such confidence? As LuZe left, he unknowingly arrived outside Shrek Academy. Looking at the beautiful rural scenery, LuZe sighed. If only Xiao Yu were here, then I wouldn't have to think about those things, LuZe said faintly. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly emerged. This is... LuZe felt the aura and instantly became serious, looking around. However, after carefully examining everything around him, he found no one. Still, he didn't dare to let his guard down. It can't be wrong. This world also has pride. Not knowing how long it had been, LuZe, who had been standing still, finally moved, albeit stiffly. Without the truth guy and the power of rules, encountering pride is an unknown quantity. LuZe muttered this question while on his way back to the dormitory. He didn't have confidence in being able to stand over pride, but he wouldn't lose too badly either. In this world, with no family, there is no need to consider so much. Just taking care of himself is enough. Meanwhile, in a forest, a man in a black suit was leisurely strolling. It turns out that I'm not the only special one in this world. I finally encountered the person I wanted to see, the man said with a look of happiness. It was as if he saw a delicious cake that he wanted to devour alone. Wait for me. I will definitely come and get you. Chapter 129, Lucifer. Each world can only have one truth. Any additional truths will be regarded as anomalies and will be erased. At Shrek Academy, in the teacher's dormitory, LuZe was still repeating the same actions as usual. At that moment, Fred walked into LuZe's room. Looking at him washing up, Fred slowly said, "Teacher Lu, I have something I want to discuss with you privately." Oh. Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly became interested, as it was the first time someone had come to find him proactively after such a long time. "Go ahead," LuZe said, sitting on a nearby stool after finishing his wash. Fred felt a bit flustered under LuZe's gaze, but quickly calmed down. "Teacher Lu, you've been at Shrek Academy for almost half a year now, and the students have learned the corresponding knowledge," Fred said earnestly. LuZe continued to look at him calmly, and then slowly asked, "What do you want to say?" "Actually, from the very beginning, I believed you weren't an ordinary person. So please tell me your true identity," Fred said seriously. However, LuZe seemed to be completely ignoring him and couldn't help but yawn. "Didn't I say it? I really am an ordinary person. Is that so?" Fred began to doubt if he was overthinking, so he turned to leave. LuZe, sitting there, didn't think much of it. As long as it wasn't something troublesome, he wouldn't pay too much attention. Just then, Fred, who had just stepped out of the room, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at LuZe. "Is there anything else?" LuZe felt quite puzzled. But who knew? Fred smiled and said, "By the way, you're about to have a roommate, someone who's also a theory expert like you." "Oh, really?" LuZe showed little emotional change upon hearing this. In his view, that theory expert should be Yu Xiaojiang. Who else could it be? Seeing this, Fred didn't say more, as he had already asked what he wanted, and other matters were none of his concern. Time passed second by second, and noon was approaching. With no classes, LuZe finally decided to go out for a walk. Soon, he found himself again by a small forest river outside Shrek Academy. Looking at the crystal-clear water, LuZe felt quite relaxed. He lay directly by the river, gazing at the blue sky, and once again thought of Lu Xiaoyu. It seemed that the plan had to be carried out ahead of time. Leaving Xiaoyu alone over there might be quite cruel. LuZe felt a bit guilty. If he had been stronger back then, he wouldn't have been forced into this parallel world by Lucifer. Not knowing how long he had been thinking, LuZe felt it was about time and stood up to head back to his dormitory. Just as he stood up, a familiar face appeared before his eyes. "It's you." When LuZe saw the person's face, he instantly lost control. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, LuZe was in front of that person, raising his fist and directly striking at them without a word. Bang! Strangely, LuZe's punch only knocked the person back a few meters. "You're really violent." The person, who had been knocked back by LuZe, slowly smiled. LuZe replied coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Lucifer." "Hey, you know my name?" The person seemed quite surprised. But just as he was surprised, LuZe instantly teleported in front of him. Paradox erase. A powerful aura instantly locked onto that person. But he calmly said, "Paradox, relative stillness." Buzz. As the person's words fell, LuZe's actions suddenly froze in place. Stunned, LuZe didn't expect the other party to be so strong. The power of Paradox was no weaker than his own, and even seemed to be significantly stronger. "What's your name?" "I'm quite curious." The person smiled and asked. "You answer me first. Are you really Lucifer?" Even though LuZe was restricted in movement, he could still speak. Upon hearing this, the person burst into laughter. "That's right. My name is Lucifer, but how did you know?" As he spoke, he lifted LuZe's chin to observe him closely. "Truly perfect. Are you the one I've been searching for?" Lucifer smiled. LuZe didn't understand what he was talking about, but being held by the chin made him quite unhappy. "Get down." Thud. Lucifer, not knowing what had happened, suddenly found himself lying on the ground, and his paradox was also lifted. "Since you are Lucifer, then you can't blame me." LuZe looked down at him, beginning to gather the power of paradox in his hands. Just as he was about to erase him, unexpectedly, he was pinned to the ground. "That power you just had, I've never seen it before. It's really amazing. Can you tell me?" Lucifer said excitedly while pinning LuZe down. LuZe was momentarily stunned. The ability of truth only had a short effect on him. What level had Lucifer reached at this moment? "You." With his hands pinned together, LuZe felt humiliated and glared angrily at Lucifer. "Get off me." With that, a terrifying power instantly exploded out. Lucifer was immediately sent flying by this force. What a strong power. Slowly getting up, Lucifer revealed an excited smile. "You're just too perfect. You're Pride, aren't you?" LuZe said coldly. However, Lucifer looked a bit confused and foolishly replied, "Pride? What is that?" Upon hearing this, LuZe was stunned. First, he used the ability of truth to probe into his heart and found that what he said was true. He really didn't know about the sin of pride. Could it be that he hadn't yet become Pride? Thinking of this, LuZe suddenly had a bold idea. If Lucifer had not yet become the sin of pride, did that mean the other 6 sins had also not appeared? Or in this world, Lucifer and the others were not the inheritors of the 7 sins at all. With this thought, LuZe immediately retracted his powerful force. Seeing this, Lucifer walked up to him with a smile. "Can you tell me your name now?" "Lucia," LuZe said, directly passing by him and leaving. Lucifer remained standing in place, repeatedly murmuring LuZe's name. "So his name is LuZe. What a nice name," Lucifer foolishly whispered. When he came to his senses, he found that LuZe had already disappeared, but he didn't feel sad about it. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'll come to get you, LuZe." In the evening, back in his dormitory, LuZe lay on his bed, deep in thought. If he could turn the original 7 sins into my people, returning to that world should be much simpler. With this in mind, LuZe shook his head and prepared to sleep. Just then, the dormitory door opened, and LuZe thought it was Yu Xiaojiang who came in, so he didn't pay much attention and continued lying down. But the next second, a hand was placed directly on his bedside. "I didn't expect you'd be here too." When LuZe heard this voice, he instantly jumped up, looking at the other person in shock. "How did you come here?" The newcomer was Lucifer, not the Yu Xiaojiang LuZe had thought. Lucifer laughed at his reaction, saying, "I'm the new theoretical teacher at Shrek Academy. Of course I have to come to the faculty dormitory. From now on, I'll be your roommate. Get lost, I don't want to live with you." LuZe replied with a displeased expression. But Lucifer seemed to ignore him completely and turned around to start making his bed. LuZe watched this scene, unsure of what to do, and finally sighed and lay back down on his bed. Forget it. He probably won't cause any trouble. Chapter 130. The concept of a perfect soul master the next morning. As soon as LuZe opened his eyes, he was stunned. "Good morning." He saw Lucifer smiling at him, leaning on his bedside. "Get lost," LuZe said unhappily. But Lucifer didn't listen at all. Instead, he reached out his hand to touch him. Seeing this, LuZe hurriedly shouted, "Stay down." As soon as he said that, Lucifer lay down on the floor, but he didn't seem to care, as the ability of truth had little effect on him. Soon, Lucifer got back up, smiling as he looked at LuZe. However, by this time, LuZe was already standing by the bed, looking at him with displeasure. After thinking carefully, LuZe realized he couldn't do anything about him now. So he chose to ignore him. "Where are you going?" Lucifer asked curiously as he watched LuZe prepare to leave. LuZe didn't turn back, simply responding indifferently. "I have my class today." After saying this, LuZe pushed open the door and left, while Lucifer, who was stunned in place, didn't mind and just smiled before following him. On the training ground, Tang San and the others were chatting. After a while, Oscar said, "The teacher is here." As Oscar's voice spread, everyone quieted down. "Is everyone here?" LuZe said plainly as he arrived. Just after saying that, he noticed that Lu Xiaoyu was absent. So he asked, "Where is Lu Xiaoyu?" Tang San and the others stammered, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing this, LuZe became a bit displeased and was just about to use his ability to interrogate them when he was interrupted. "Teacher, it seems Xiaoyu is not in a good mood. She hasn't been seen for several days," Ning Rongrong said slowly as she stood up. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood something. He thought about it. It had been so long, and everyone around Lu Xiaoyu had made progress, yet she had remained stagnant. No, it should be said that she hadn't made any progress at all. Surrounded by geniuses, as an outlier, it was inevitable that she would feel a bit inferior. "All right, since that's the case, let's follow the normal procedure. I'll deal with Lu Xiaoyu's situation later," LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were momentarily stunned but quickly calmed down. Seeing this, LuZe began to explain some theories about soul masters again. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was noon, and LuZe's class was over. He was preparing to find Lu Xiaoyu to talk. "She really knows how to hide," LuZe said with a faint smile as he looked at the sky. Then he clapped his hands and slowly said, "Range coverage." Buzz, as an invisible airflow spread out. Everything around him appeared in LuZe's eyes, and he also discovered Lu Xiaoyu's whereabouts. However, when LuZe found Lu Xiaoyu, he also noticed a familiar figure nearby. How could he be over there? As soon as LuZe saw the person, his expression instantly turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, under a big tree, Lu Xiaoyu was squatting there, and the person beside her was Lucifer. "Little sister, you look like you're feeling down." Lucifer, who had just arrived here, was a bit curious about the experiences of the girl before him. Lu Xiaoyu also noticed Lucifer at this moment, but just glanced at him before turning her gaze elsewhere again. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Lucifer sat down beside her. "Little sister, if you have something on your mind, just say it. Maybe I can help you," Lucifer said with a warm smile. It seemed that no one would think he was the arrogant sin who acted ruthlessly. Similarly, Lu Xiaoyu was influenced by him and slowly said, I don't have a martial soul. No martial soul? Lucifer felt puzzled. Don't you have soul power? Why don't you have a martial soul? I don't know either. I was just born this way. Am I really destined to have nothing to do with soul masters? Lu Xiaoyu said with grievance. Seeing this, Lucifer was first taken aback, then slowly reached out to pat her head, saying, Who said that not having a martial soul means you can't become a soul master? My brother said the same thing. Lu Xiaoyu swatted Lucifer's hand away. Your brother? Lucifer felt curious. He thought he was the only one who thought this way. So he asked, Who is your brother? Who shares the same viewpoint as me? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention and slowly said, My brother is a teacher at this academy and is also the lifesaver who saved me. Is he called LuZe? Lucifer probably guessed it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression suddenly became serious. At that moment, she remembered that the person in front of her was a stranger. What if he was someone who posed a threat to her brother? You are. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to question Lucifer's identity, a figure appeared in front of her. What are you doing here? The newcomer was LuZe. At this moment, he was staring at Lucifer with an unhappy expression. It's Ace. Why are you here? Lucifer smiled immediately upon seeing LuZe and prepared to hug him. Although he was very sincere, LuZe kicked him away. Ouch, that kick was so powerful. Ace, are you trying to kill me? Lucifer rubbed his abdomen and said with a smile. I don't want to talk to you right now. Please leave immediately. Although LuZe was displeased with him, basic politeness still needed to be maintained, as he couldn't really do anything to him. Upon hearing this, Lucifer not only wasn't angry, but also obediently said, Okay, Ace, I'll leave right now. After saying that, he turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, LuZe felt a bit strange. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu behind him slowly said, Brother, do you know him? I know. LuZe turned around and replied slowly. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded. LuZe then slowly said, Are you very concerned about the path of a soul master? Upon hearing this question, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and slowly said, It's actually very simple to become a soul master, even if you don't have a martial soul. Really? When Lu Xiaoyu heard that becoming a soul master was very simple, she immediately became excited. LuZe nodded and asked, Do you really want to become a soul master? Yes, yes. Lu Xiaoyu quickly nodded, afraid of missing this opportunity. Seeing her eagerness, LuZe could only smile wryly and said slowly, As I've said before, you, without a martial soul, are the most extraordinary genius. But this path won't be easy. It's okay, as long as I can become a soul master. I will persevere through any difficulties. Lu Xiaoyu said with determination in her eyes. LuZe looked at her unwavering spirit and then said seriously, Remember, this cultivation method has never been attempted before. There may be some risks involved, but its advantages are also quite prominent. Lu Xiaoyu didn't speak but stood obediently in front of him, listening earnestly. Since you have no martial soul, you can use an object to replace your martial soul every time you level up your soul power by 10 levels, allowing it to become your martial soul. This way, by the time you reach title Douluo, you will possess 9 martial souls, although you will only have 9 soul skills. The diversity of martial souls can compensate for many shortcomings, making you a versatile soul master, LuZe said earnestly. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she was stunned. 9 martial souls, a versatile soul master? If this really exists, wouldn't that make me the perfect soul master in the world? She found it hard to believe. But LuZe confidently replied, Others might think this is impossible, but it's different with my help. This method will definitely succeed. Seeing his confident expression, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated no more and chose to trust him. Since you made this choice, I'll take you to obtain the first 2 martial souls tomorrow, LuZe said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, but smiled and nodded before running back to her dormitory. After she left, LuZe's smile instantly faded. Lucifer, what are you hiding there for? Hee, you found me, Lucifer said with a smile as he emerged from a concealed spot. LuZe quietly looked at him and then said, We need to talk. Yes, it's time to talk. Chapter 131. Xiaoyu's first martial soul. What are you really doing here? LuZe looked at Lucifer seriously. Lucifer only smiled lightly and said slowly, Of course. I came for you. For me? LuZe felt puzzled, but remained on guard. Yes, you are the first person I've seen with the same power as mine since I was born, and you're also the most perfect, Lucifer said earnestly. LuZe smiled lightly and then said slowly, What if I told you that besides us, there are 6 others in this world who have the same power? Really? Lucifer's expression became serious in an instant. Although LuZe wasn't sure if those 6 had also not yet become successors of the 7 deadly sins. Given Lucifer's reaction and the apparent lack of news about the sins on the continent, all of LuZe's guesses seemed plausible. LuZe nodded and smiled. Of course it's true. If you really believe me, how about joining my faction? He extended his right hand. Seeing LuZe extend his hand, Lucifer unhesitatingly reached out to shake it. You should know that I came for you, so I will definitely join your invitation. After hearing this, LuZe smiled and said happily, Welcome to the Hall of Truth, Lucifer. Can I hug you? Lucifer asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately retracted his hand without thinking. You might as well forget it. So sad. The boss won't let me hug, Lucifer said with a look of grievance. LuZe just looked at him calmly and then turned to walk back to the dormitory. Seeing this, Lucifer laughed and followed him, chattering all the way, making LuZe feel like he had chosen the wrong person. The next morning, LuZe felt comforted by the familiar morning routine. Don't lie on my bed anymore, LuZe said unhappily, looking at the smiling Lucifer beside him. Okay, A's, Lucifer replied with a smile. Looking at his smile, LuZe had 100 doubts in his heart, but he pretended nothing happened and walked straight outside. In no time, LuZe found Lu Xiaoyu. You got up quite early today, LuZe said with a faint smile. Lu Xiaoyu smiled back and said, Of course, today is a very important day for me. Yes. LuZe nodded and walked toward the exterior of Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and turned to follow him. LuZe's plan for today was to find 2 suitable soul rings and martial souls for Lu Xiaoyu in the Stardow Forest. He would also take a look at the 2 soul beasts in the core area of the Stardow Forest. After some effort, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu quickly arrived at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. Looking at the dense forest before him, LuZe couldn't help but smile. Compared to that era, the Stardow Forest in this era is quite large, and there should be many types of soul beasts, LuZe said with a faint smile. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu curiously asked, Brother, what 2 types of martial souls do you think I should fuse? Control and agility? LuZe seemed to have already thought this through. Why? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. She wanted to fuse a powerful attack type martial soul. LuZe replied with a calm expression. The stronger the attack type, the better, but your endurance is limited. If you choose a strong attack type martial soul for both your first and second martial souls, it will affect your future combat power. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to understand a bit. LuZe, noticing her understanding, said lightly, Just stick close to me later. If you get lost, I won't be responsible. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu nodded in annoyance. In the blink of an eye, LuZe directly took Lu Xiaoyu deep into the Stardow Forest. Looking at the surrounding environment, Lu Xiaoyu felt scared. Brother, it seems like there are 10,000-year soul beasts here. Why did you bring me here? To find suitable martial souls, LuZe replied lightly. There are 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts here. Can I handle it? Lu Xiaoyu said anxiously. But LuZe maintained a calm expression and didn't take her words to heart. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what to say and could only lower her head and obediently follow behind him. At that moment, a killing intent suddenly locked onto the 2 of them. As LuZe reacted, Lu Xiaoyu had already hidden behind him. It seems we found them, LuZe smiled faintly. He then fixed his gaze in a certain direction. Roar! At that moment, a shadow suddenly sprang from the forest, charging straight toward LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu. A beast is just a beast, without any intelligence. LuZe watched the black shadow approaching and couldn't help but smile. He then waved his right hand, and an invisible force instantly pressed down on the shadow. Bang! With a loud noise, the true form of the shadow revealed itself to LuZe and the others. Is this a big cat? Lu Xiaoyu was very shocked. LuZe said calmly, Kill it. This is your first martial soul, the Nether Leopard. Before Lu Xiaoyu could react, LuZe continued. Although the Nether Leopard is a sensitive attack-type soul beast, its attack power is not inferior to an ordinary strong attack-type soul beast. It is the best choice for you. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately shocked and took the short sword LuZe handed to her. I'm sorry, but to become a soul master, I have to do this, Lu Xiaoyu said as she raised the short sword. Without saying another word, she struck down, and the Nether Leopard died in her hands. Lu Xiaoyu thought this was a century-old soul beast, but the high-rising purple soul ring made her fall into contemplation. Brother, how can this be a 1,000-year soul beast? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. LuZe just waved his hand and said, It's specifically for you. But my body can't handle a 1,000-year soul ring. Lu Xiaoyu quickly replied. Hearing this, LuZe walked directly to her side and said slowly, With me here, there won't be any accidents. Looking at LuZe's confident expression, Lu Xiaoyu ultimately chose to trust him. She then sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the Nether Leopard. The purple soul ring then naturally enveloped her, and in an instant, Lu Xiaoyu felt her body was about to explode. Standing nearby, LuZe casually waved his hand, and the pain in Lu Xiaoyu's body instantly vanished. He then waved his hand again, and the corpse of a nether leopard transformed into many light points and entered Lu Xiaoyu's body. While meditating, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if her body had been completely reborn and felt very light. When she opened her eyes again, a purple soul ring had appeared around her, and sitting beside her was a dark purple big cat. "Is this my first martial soul?" Lu Xiaoyu said in disbelief. LuZe, standing next to her, simply smiled faintly and then turned to say, "Let's go find your next martial soul." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's originally dull heart was instantly filled with light, and she was full of hope for the future. "I have finally become a soul master," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. LuZe did not look at her, but a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 132. The Strong Ones of Stardow Forest. Inside the Stardow Forest, Lu Xiaoyu, under LuZe's guidance, had obtained her first martial soul and successfully stepped onto the path of a soul master. They were still searching for a suitable soul beast. "Brother, what kind of soul beast are we looking for next?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe responded calmly, "Control type." "Control type?" Lu Xiaoyu felt curious. But now was not the time for curiosity, as they were still in the forest and could not let their guard down. At that moment, LuZe suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed ahead. "Found it," LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu's spirit was immediately lifted. Although she saw nothing, her intuition told her that it should be nearby. Whoosh! In the next second, several vines rushed towards LuZe and the others. With gravity covered, LuZe quickly responded to the anomaly. Just as the vines were about to touch them, they were pressed down to the ground by an invisible force. LuZe, quick in action, directly grabbed a vine from the ground and with a strong pull, tore a mass of vines out. "What is this?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at the mass of vines curiously. LuZe explained lightly, "Thousand-year ghost vine, a plant-type soul beast with outstanding control ability." "Oh," Lu Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat understanding. After a while, LuZe said again, "Go on and finish it." "Okay." Lu Xiaoyu didn't waste words, raising the short sword in her hand and walking towards the thousand-year ghost vine. With a swift strike, a purple soul ring with some black appeared above the corpse of the ghost vine. Lu Xiaoyu then sat down as before to absorb the soul ring, leaving everything else to LuZe. After some time, when Lu Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, she seemed like a different person. "Not bad. Absorbing 2,000-year soul rings and reaching level 25 in soul power is impressive," LuZe said with a faint smile as he looked at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him excitedly, filled with an indescribable emotion. "Since it's over, should we go back?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile after a moment of calm. LuZe did not answer her question, but said slowly, "There's one more thing to take care of." "What thing?" Lu Xiaoyu felt confused. LuZe turned to look at her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You don't need to worry too much about this matter. You should head back to the academy first." Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback when she heard that she should return to the academy, saying in disbelief, "But this is the interior of the Stardow Forest. What if I encounter a 10,000-year soul beast alone?" "You don't need to worry about that," LuZe said very calmly, then raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! As the sound of the snap echoed, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly dazzled, and when she looked around again, she was astonished to find she had already returned to the entrance of Shrek Academy. What just happened?" Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. In just an instant, she had gone from the interior of the Stardow Forest back to Shrek Academy. Such a thing was impossible. It seemed her brother's strength was not as simple as she thought, and at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu realized LuZe's power. In her eyes, LuZe had become extraordinarily strong. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled about why LuZe, who had no soul power, could be so powerful. What secret did he have? In the depths of the Stardow Forest, after sending Lu Xiaoyu back to the academy, LuZe slowly looked towards the depths of the forest. "I wonder what you guys are like in this world," LuZe said with a faint smile. As soon as his voice fell, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, at the Lake of Life in the core area of the Stardow Forest, a soul beast with the head of a cow and the body of a snake seemed to sense something and suddenly raised its head. "What's wrong, big brother?" At that moment, a giant ape, noticing the anomaly, approached it. "It's nothing. I just felt a very strange human approaching here," the cow-headed, snake-bodied soul beast slowly responded. Just as the Titan giant ape was feeling puzzled, a figure appeared before the two soul beasts. "You must be the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, right?" The newcomer was LuZe. The creature with a bull's head and serpent's body was the sky blue bull python, which looked at LuZe with a serious expression. Who exactly are you? The sky blue bull python asked gravely. Upon hearing this, LuZe gave a faint smile and slowly replied, I am Xiao Wu's teacher. Here for a home visit. LuZe smiled, looking as if he was not lying. Although the sky blue bull python was skeptical, it did not dare to act recklessly, as this human was an unknown entity to it. However, the Titan giant ape did not think much. Its first reaction upon seeing LuZe was to rush forward and beat him up. Human, you will pay for this. The Titan giant ape shouted. It then leaped high. Its massive paws clenched together and smashed down towards LuZe. LuZe merely smiled faintly at this, and, as he did, the sky blue bull python sensed danger and quickly shouted, Air Ming, run. The Titan giant ape was very confused upon hearing this, but could not retract its attack in time. Boom! With a loud crash, the spot where LuZe stood was instantly smashed into a deep pit. Big brother, what are you doing? The Titan giant ape was bewildered by the recent events. After seeing this, the sky blue bull python suddenly felt that LuZe's presence had vanished, and then shook its head, saying, It's nothing. Maybe I was overthinking it. But soon, the two soul beasts were plunged into shock. Is this how enthusiastic it is to meet for the first time? A voice suddenly came from the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, followed by the slow appearance of a figure. The sky blue bull python focused and was shocked to find that it was LuZe, who had just lost his life force. How are you? The sky blue bull python exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, Did you think I was dead? No, looking at his smile. The sky blue bull python realized the danger posed by the other party. That's good then. Shall we have a good chat? LuZe said with a smile. The Titan giant ape was about to throw LuZe away, but as soon as it extended its hand, its entire body was frozen in place. Don't move, LuZe said with a friendly smile. In that moment, the Titan giant ape felt a sense of fear, something it had never experienced before. What do you want to talk about? The sky blue bull python asked timidly. LuZe thought carefully for a moment and then said, How about letting me meet those few at the bottom of the lake? Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python was stunned. How do you know? It asked in shock. LuZe replied naturally, You don't need to know. Just let me go, and of course, you have to come along too. The sky blue bull python was instantly a loss for words, but looking at LuZe's smile, a chill filled its entire body. Looking at the very conflicted sky blue bull python, LuZe emphasized once more. Have you thought it through? As he spoke, the surrounding reality began to twist, and the originally clear sky started to darken. At the same time, a scarlet eye suddenly opened in the dim sky. The sky blue bull python then understood what kind of existence it had encountered. It dared not think further and quickly nodded, saying, I'll take you there right away. LuZe nodded with a smile. He then teleported to the top of the sky blue bull python's head. Let's go. Chapter 133, Submission. Let's go. LuZe said with a faint smile as he stood on the top of the sky blue bull python's head. Although the sky blue bull python was very reluctant, it had no choice but to head towards the bottom of the lake of life, considering the other party's strength surpassed its own. Just then, LuZe suddenly instructed it to stop. What's wrong? The sky blue bull python asked, puzzled. LuZe, expressionless, looked at a tree not far away and slowly said, Since you've come, don't hide. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were unsure who he was speaking to, but they soon understood. Oh dear, I've been discovered. A man in a black suit slowly walked out from behind the tree. This man was none other than Lucifer. LuZe looked at Lucifer and said expressionlessly, Why are you following me? I want to stay by your side. Lucifer replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe was momentarily at a loss for words, but after thinking it over, he decided to let it go, as he was one of his own. Seeing this, Lucifer instantly teleported to LuZe's side. The sky blue bull python did not dare to act recklessly upon seeing this. After all, this human was just like the previous one, and it was definitely not a match for him. Thus, the sky blue bull python carried both LuZe and Lucifer to the bottom of the lake of life. Upon reaching the lake bottom, LuZe immediately spotted several ferocious soul beasts. Are they sleeping? LuZe said slowly. The sky blue bull python did not dare to say much in response, only timidly nodding. Yes, these few lords are still sleeping. I don't know when they will wake up. In that case, LuZe said slowly, and then he walked to the center of the few soul beasts. Looking around, LuZe slowly spoke. Wake up, Buzz. This command seemed to be imbued with magic. As soon as he finished speaking, the ferocious beasts suddenly stood up. Roar. With the awakening of the ferocious beasts, a roar echoed throughout the lake bottom. Who is disturbing this king's rest? The leading black dragon glared angrily at its surroundings. Its gaze seemed as if it wanted to eat someone, filled with fury. "You're awake, Emperor Tian," LuZe said, gazing at the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon also noticed LuZe's presence, and upon hearing that he knew its name, the black dragon instantly felt a sense of gravity. "Human, who are you, and how do you know this king's name?" Emperor Tian questioned. But before LuZe could respond, Lucifer suddenly teleported directly in front of Emperor Tian. "Is this how you speak to the Hall Master?" Lucifer said coldly. He then kicked Emperor Tian directly in the face. Boom! With just one kick, Emperor Tian was sent flying out of the Lake of Life and landed heavily on the ground outside the lake. At the lake bottom, the other ferocious beasts were stunned by this scene. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The beast god, Emperor Tian, was actually kicked away by a human. Cough, cough. Outside, Emperor Tian coughed up a few mouthfuls of old blood and then looked at the Lake of Life in shock. At that moment, Lucifer also instantly shot out from the lake bottom and hovered in midair, looking down at Emperor Tian. "This is the consequence of disrespecting our Hall Master. Do you understand?" Lucifer said, exuding a pressure that made Emperor Tian feel suffocated. "Human, you will regret this." Emperor Tian, although unsure of who this guy was, understood that his strength was outrageously strong. However, Emperor Tian was not intimidated at all, as he was the beast god after all. Then, Emperor Tian erupted and instantly charged towards Lucifer in midair. But no matter how fast its speed was or how great its power, it ultimately met a heavy punch. Boom! Emperor Tian, rushing towards Lucifer, was once again heavily smashed into the ground in an instant. The earth shook, and the place where Emperor Tian was located had turned into a deep pit, with the surrounding environment also being greatly affected and reduced to ruins. Impossible. Humans can't be this strong. Emperor Tian couldn't believe what was happening in front of it. But the facts were undeniable, making it only able to protest verbally. Upon hearing this, Lucifer calmly said, "Humans are stronger than you think. At least I'm stronger than you now." "You." Emperor Tian suddenly didn't know how to respond. At that moment, LuZe also sprang out from the bottom of the Lake of Life, accompanied by several soul beasts, including the sky blue bull python. "Emperor Tian, I'm here to talk to you today, not to fight," LuZe said slowly. Emperor Tian didn't know why, but upon seeing this human in front of it, it felt a sense of submission in its heart. "Who exactly are you?" Emperor Tian finally asked timidly, putting aside its pride. LuZe didn't waste any words and directly said, "I am LuZe, the master of the Hall of Truth, here to meet the so-called beast god." "Truth? Hall?" Emperor Tian felt very confused. It had never heard of the Hall of Truth. In its view, the Hall of Truth shouldn't have been established after its slumber. Otherwise, these two people from the Hall of Truth couldn't possibly be so powerful. "That's right. The Hall of Truth is an organization I specifically established to manage this continent," LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian was instantly stunned. The powerful and mysterious force of the Hall of Truth was actually established by this human in front of it. What a joke. How could a power that arose after the fact possibly produce such overwhelmingly strong humans? Even the Dragon Clan couldn't achieve that. "I know you're skeptical, but this is the truth," LuZe said slowly, looking at the serious-faced Emperor Tian. After hearing this, Emperor Tian could only accept it and then asked, "May I ask why the Master has come to our Stardow Forest, or what you want to do?" Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately laughed. "It seems you're quite smart, so I won't waste any more words." Emperor Tian felt very puzzled, but soon became shocked. "Our Hall of Truth has just been established and lacks manpower, so I'm here to invite all of you soul beasts to join our Hall of Truth," LuZe said in a calm tone. Although his tone was very calm, it sounded like a bomb exploding in Emperor Tian's ears. The enormous amount of information overwhelmed it for a moment. Seeing this, LuZe asked again, "Have you thought it over, Emperor Tian?" "Aye." Emperor Tian was very conflicted. In its view, although this human was strong, it seemed impossible to manage this continent, especially since there was still a divine realm above the continent. A powerful force like the Hall of Truth might even affect the divine realm, and it wasn't sure whether the gods of the divine realm would interfere in this matter. LuZe seemed to see through something and smiled. "You need not worry about the divine realm, because after unifying the continent, my next goal will be to unify the divine realm." This was shocking. It was the first time Emperor Tian had heard someone say such words. Even in its past, it probably wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Just as it was puzzled, Lucifer spoke up, "You need not doubt our master's strength. If he says he can do it, then he surely can." Just because of this one sentence, Emperor Tian's previously conflicted heart was instantly opened. I am willing to join the Hall of Truth, Emperor Tian said very respectfully. Seeing this, LuZe immediately laughed and said, "You represent all soul beasts, so now you soul beasts belong to our Hall of Truth." "No problem," Emperor Tian quickly responded. But then it thought of something else. So it said, "I agree, but I'm not sure about the extreme northern lands and the ocean soul beasts." But who knew LuZe just waved his hand and said, "It's fine, they will agree." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe turned to leave, and Lucifer followed suit with a smile. Thus, the Douluo forest submitted to the Hall of Truth, and 1,000,000 soul beasts also submitted to LuZe. The Hall of Truth grew stronger, which was also a source of happiness for LuZe. Chapter 134. Yu Xiaojiang? Shrek Academy. After LuZe resolved the matters of the Douluo forest, he returned here. Originally still quite happy, LuZe's expression instantly turned serious as soon as he arrived outside Shrek Academy. "LuZe, what's wrong?" Lucifer sensed something was off when he saw his expression. LuZe replied lightly, "It seems there are guests at the academy." Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately sensed the foreign aura inside the academy, and his expression also became serious. "Let us go in and take a look," LuZe said calmly. After Lucifer reacted, he followed suit. Once the two entered the interior of Shrek Academy, they saw several armored soul masters heading towards the outside of the academy. "LuZe, what are they doing?" Lucifer felt very puzzled. LuZe shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Although he didn't know, he had almost guessed it. To avoid unnecessary trouble, LuZe decisively chose to stand aside, and Lucifer, not hesitating, stood obediently next to LuZe. At that moment, a man, protected by numerous soul masters, glanced at them contemptuously and then ignored them. Soon, this group completely left Shrek Academy. After they left, Lucifer said, "LuZe, that aura was emanating from that man just now." "I know," LuZe replied expressionlessly. LuZe felt that he seemed to know that man, but wasn't quite sure. "Looks like I still need to ask the owl," LuZe murmured slowly. He then walked towards where Fred was located, while Lucifer beside him felt very puzzled, but didn't say anything. Soon, LuZe arrived at the training ground of Shrek Academy, where Fred and Lu Xiaoyu were present. However, their expressions were a bit off, and, feeling strange, LuZe went directly to them without a word. "Dean, what is wrong with you?" LuZe said with a light smile. Upon hearing the voice, Fred looked over, and upon realizing it was LuZe, he shook his head to indicate that nothing was wrong. Just as LuZe was about to say something, Lucifer preemptively asked, "Dean, is it related to that group of guys we just saw?" Fred instantly didn't know how to respond. After some hesitation, he finally chose to speak up. "It's Xiaojiang," Fred said with a dejected expression. "You Xiaojiang?" LuZe felt surprised, but it was still within his range of acceptance. A few years ago, Xiaojiang betrayed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and joined the Spirit Hall. Because of his connection with BB Dong, his position in the Spirit Hall is second only to the Pope, Fred said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe merely nodded slightly and then asked, "Since he joined the Spirit Hall, why did he come here to find you?" At this point, Fred seemed reluctant to continue, but LuZe, noticing this, did not get angry. Instead, he asked again, "Why did he come here? Speak." Originally unwilling to answer, Fred found himself unable to control his mouth under LuZe's questioning. Because the little monsters have extremely strong talents, he wants to take them to the Spirit Hall. Fred answered honestly. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately felt an inexplicable displeasure, and Lucifer directly said in annoyance, "Is that guy's idea too naive?" After answering the question, Fred looked shocked. He had no idea what had just happened, and the words he intended to keep to himself came out so easily. "What is this?" Fred quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might say something else. After hearing Fred's earlier remarks, LuZe immediately understood something. "No wonder when I first came here, I became a teacher right away because I understood theory. Later, Lucifer also became a teacher for the same reason. This shows that Shrek Academy is not like the original story. They are in desperate need of theoretical masters. I have a general idea of the situation," LuZe said, patting Fred on the shoulder, then looking at Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "Do you want to go to the Spirit Hall?" LuZe said slowly. This question stunned Lu Xiaoyu and the others. "LuZe, what are you talking about?" Fred immediately questioned, but LuZe just gave him a faint glance, leaving him speechless. After Fred quieted down, LuZe smiled again at Lu Xiaoyu and the others, saying, "Share your thoughts. You don't have to feel burdened." Lu Xiaoyu and the other 8 immediately lowered their heads, an indescribable atmosphere spreading among them. "It seems you all are reluctant to go to the Spirit Hall." Since that's the case, stay at Shrek. You don't have to feel burdened. I'll take care of everything, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others instantly raised their heads, looking at LuZe with surprise. Don't look at me like that. It's kind of embarrassing, LuZe joked, waving his hand. However, the others still stared at LuZe as if they had something to say but couldn't get it out. Tang-san, do you and Xiao Wu know you Xiaojang? LuZe suddenly asked with a smile. Tang-san and Xiao Wu were startled by this sudden question and turned their gazes elsewhere. Be honest, LuZe said with a smile. But no matter how peaceful his smile was, Tang-san and Xiao Wu were still reluctant to answer. Seeing this, LuZe stopped asking questions. After all, no one could hide secrets from him. He could tell just by looking. No need to inquire further. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Don't worry. I'll find a way regarding the Spirit Hall. Just focus on your training and prepare for the next Soul Master competition, LuZe said, turning around with a smile. Before Lu Xiaoyu and the others could react, LuZe had already walked away. Lucifer, who remained there, only smiled faintly before following in LuZe's footsteps. Xiaoyu, what secret does your brother have? Why is he so confident? After LuZe completely disappeared from view, the curious Ning Rongrong came over to ask Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, didn't know how to respond, so she could only awkwardly smile and say, my brother is just an ordinary person. Maybe he just knows some people. Haha, looking at Lu Xiaoyu's overly forced smile, Ning Rongrong and the others didn't believe her, and they soon became interested in LuZe's true identity. However, they did not notice Fred standing nearby. At this moment, Fred wore a look of disbelief because he had just seen LuZe's eyes. Just one glance made him feel that everything he had done was justified, with nothing to refute. Returning to his senses, Fred slowly turned and walked toward his office. Murmuring to himself, LuZe, it turns out it's not as simple as I thought. Chapter 135, Visiting the Spirit Hall inside Shrek Academy. After Yu Xiaojang left, everything continued as usual. They trained when it was time to train and rested when it was time to rest. Initially, everyone was worried, but later, due to LuZe, they all let go of the weight in their hearts. As evening fell, LuZe sat on a chair outside the classroom dormitory, his eyes tightly closed as if he were contemplating something. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. Teacher, I want to talk to you alone. The newcomer was Tang-san. Upon hearing her voice, LuZe smiled and opened his eyes. What do you want to discuss? Speak up. It's just the two of us here, LuZe said with a gentle smile. Tang-san hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. Xiao Wu, and I know Master. Although it's only been a short year, Tang-san said slowly. LuZe, upon hearing this, was not surprised. Instead, he calmly replied, I know that. What I want to know is why Yu Xiaojang became like that. He shouldn't have been like this before, LuZe said with a smile. This statement left Tang-san at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin. Master, Tang-san fell silent. Interview. Yu Xiaojang was the least likely person to become that way. Go ahead and tell me. Maybe I know the reason, LuZe said, still smiling. Upon seeing his smile, Tang-san felt an inexplicable sense of trust in the person before her. She slowly said, when I first met Master, he wasn't like that. Later, because of an outsider, he left Nodding Academy without saying anything. And then when I heard news of him again, he was already in power at the Spirit Hall. Because of an outsider? LuZe's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Yes, the aura the outsider emitted made me feel very dirty. Tang-san nodded in agreement. A dirty aura? LuZe increasingly felt that the outsider should be related to Sin. Seeing LuZe lost in thought, Tang-san fell silent. After a moment, LuZe stood up and said, all right, you should go back. Don't get involved in this matter. Oh, Tang-san nodded. Then LuZe turned to head back to the dormitory. But just as he did, Tang-san suddenly said, Teacher, I want to know how strong you really are. Hearing this, LuZe paused his steps, turned to look at her, and smiled. How strong do you think I am? Very strong, Tang-san asserted firmly. LuZe merely smiled lightly and said, then that means I'm very strong. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Tang-san and turned to walk into the dormitory. Tang-san, left alone in place, was still pondering the fundamental meaning of LuZe's words. Is the teacher really that strong? Tang-san murmured slowly. The next morning, with no classes, LuZe arrived early outside Shrek Academy. As, you're up so early today, at this time, Lucifer appeared behind LuZe with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, LuZe directly said, you're coming with me to a place today. Sure, where to? Although Lucifer was puzzled, he was still very excited. After all, this was the first time LuZe had actively invited him to go somewhere. LuZe looked at his excited expression, said nothing further, and calmly replied, The Spirit Hall? Wow, is this finally going to take action against the Spirit Hall? Lucifer smiled, as if he had already guessed this day would come. LuZe did not answer him and walked straight ahead, so Lucifer could only smile and follow along. Soon after, in the Spirit City, LuZe and Lucifer walked down the street. Looking at the surrounding buildings, LuZe couldn't help but smile, then looked at the tall hall in the city center. Wow, is that the Spirit Hall? It looks so magnificent, Lucifer exclaimed, as if he had never seen such grandeur. Seeing his reaction, LuZe instinctively distanced himself from him. How about we set our Truth Hall's base here in the future? Lucifer suggested with a smile. LuZe just rolled his eyes at him and said, Who told you I came here to conquer the Spirit Hall? Isn't that so? Lucifer felt a bit confused. Of course not. I'm just here to meet the current Pope of the Spirit Hall and see the outsider who has changed Yu Xiaojiang's temperament. LuZe responded slowly. After hearing this, Lucifer realized he had overthought it, but quickly returned to normal. Well then, anyway, this continent will belong to our Truth Hall in the future. There's no rush, Lucifer said with a smile. Although LuZe wanted to retort, he found those words quite pleasant to hear, so he pretended he didn't hear them. Before long, the two arrived outside the Spirit Hall. Who goes there? Just as LuZe was about to step into the Spirit Hall, a rough voice stopped him. Following the voice, he saw a Soul Master in armor, whose soul power was only at the Soul Master level and was not worth mentioning. Who are you? Don't you know that the Spirit Hall cannot be entered casually? The guard questioned fiercely. Coming back to his senses, LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, We are here to meet the Pope. Meet the Pope? The guard was momentarily stunned, but quickly said again, No. The Pope is unwell at this time. Please leave. Hearing the guard's tone, LuZe's smile became even more radiant. Of course, anyone with eyes could tell that LuZe was not pleased. The guard looked at LuZe's friendly smile and suddenly felt a hint of danger. Quickly stepping back 2 paces, aiming his spear directly at LuZe. What do you want? This is the Spirit Hall. You cannot act recklessly, the guard said with a serious expression. Don't be so agitated. At this moment, Lucifer appeared in front of LuZe with a smile. The guard's spear was firmly held by Lucifer. Seeing this, the guard became even more flustered and shouted, Get someone! Someone has intruded into the Spirit Hall. With a shout, LuZe and his companion were quickly surrounded by a group of guards. Upon seeing this, Lucifer's expression darkened, and he coldly said, Are you forcing me to act? As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him. The group of guards was instantly frightened, not daring to move, only able to stare at the two. Still not moving? Lucifer spoke again. The guards in front of him were instantly scared to the ground, staring at Lucifer in terror. Seeing this, Lucifer displayed a disdainful look and prepared to take LuZe into the Spirit Hall. Just then, several titled Duozoras suddenly swept in. Who are you? And why are you causing trouble here in our Spirit Hall? The person blocking LuZe and his companion slowly questioned. LuZe looked at him and found that this guy had a head of yellow hair, looking neither male nor female, almost like a hermaphrodite. In fact, the title Douluo blocking LuZe was the elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo Yueguan. Standing next to him was another title Douluo Guimei. The appearance of Yueguan and Guimei did not make Lucifer lower his posture. Instead, it made him even more arrogant. Are you going to stop us too? Lucifer sneered. Yueguan and Guimei were not fools. The man in front of them was clearly not weaker than themselves, and if it really came to fighting, they might not win. Seeing Yueguan and the others fall silent, Lucifer chose to ignore them and prepare to take LuZe directly into the Spirit Hall. Just then, a voice came from inside the hall. Let them in. Chapter 136. Meeting Yu Xiaojiang, let them in. Just as Lucifer and Yueguan were at a standoff, a voice came from within the Spirit Hall. This. Yueguan was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this voice. After hearing it, Lucifer laughed when he saw Yueguan's troubled expression. Your master has already allowed us in. Are you still going to stop us? Lucifer said mockingly. Hearing this, Yueguan and the others turned pale, unable to utter a word. Seeing their expressions, LuZe said nothing and directly stepped into the Spirit Hall. Yueguan and the others did not dare to stop them and could only obediently make way. Before long, LuZe and Lucifer entered the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing the woman sitting on the throne, LuZe smiled and said, You must be Pope Bibi Dong, right? The woman sitting on the throne looked at him in surprise and then slowly spoke. Who are you, and why do you want to see me? I am a traveler, currently serving as a theoretical teacher at Shrek Academy, LuZe said with a smile. A teacher from Shrek Academy? Bibi Dong seemed to be touched. Then why have you come to my Spirit Hall? LuZe did not waste words and directly named names. I want to meet Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's demeanor changed. Her expression darkened instantly. What do you want with him? Bibi Dong coldly questioned. What kind of tone is that? Lucifer glared coldly at Bibi Dong. The moment Bibi Dong's gaze met Lucifer's, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In an instant, Bibi Dong felt as if she were facing a primal beast, as if she would die the next second. At this moment, LuZe patted Lucifer on the shoulder, signaling him to tone it down a bit. He then approached Bibi Dong with a smile and said, Your Holiness, I mean no harm. I just want to have a few words with Master Yu Xiaojang. Looking at his innocent and harmless smile, Bibi Dong's heart surprisingly told her that she could trust him. Do you really just want to chat with Xiaojang? Bibi Dong said slowly. LuZe felt a bit amused when he heard Bibidon's reference to Yu Xiaojang, but he didn't show it. Yes, I just want to consult Master Yu Xiaojang. There is nothing else, LuZe replied with a gentle smile. Bibi Dong didn't know what to say in response, and felt very conflicted inside. Do you have something to discuss with me? Just as Bibi Dong was feeling conflicted, a man slowly walked out. The man had heavy dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze was very proud, as if he didn't care about anyone. He was Yu Xiaojang from this world, and, compared to the original work, he was completely different. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojang come out, Bibi Dong quickly asked Xiaojang, How come you? No need to say more. I'm just curious about what this young brother wants to say to me, Yu Xiaojang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately fell silent and could only stand obediently to the side. Yu Xiaojang then walked directly up to LuZe and said arrogantly, Do you have any questions you want to consult me about? Not really. I want to inquire about someone, LuZe responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang instantly felt something was off, but still replied arrogantly, Who is it? I'll see if I know him. LuZe couldn't help but find it amusing and said, You should be very familiar with that person. He is an outsider. The moment Yu Xiaojang heard the term outsider, he seemed to turn to stone, standing dumbfounded in place. Seeing this, LuZe laughed again and said, From the look on Master S' face, you know that outsider, right? Where's he now? What did I say? I knew that outsider. Yu Xiaojang, coming back to his senses, quickly denied it. You don't need to act like this. That outsider is a very dangerous existence, LuZe said meaningfully. His gaze fixed on Yu Xiaojang. Yu Xiaojang, feeling constantly stared at, immediately became displeased and shouted, I said I don't know him. I don't know him. Why are you staring at me like that? It was clear that Yu Xiaojang seemed very averse to anyone mentioning that outsider in front of him. You know him, and you have a secret you can't tell, right? LuZe struck right at the heart of the matter, stabbed in the chest. Yu Xiaojang instantly became furious and shouted, Bibi Dong, quickly kick these two guys out. I don't want to see them. After yelling, he turned and walked in the direction he came from. Bibi Dong, standing beside him, could only nod lightly after hearing this, then looked at LuZe and Lucifer. I'm sorry, but since Xiaojang has said so, please leave the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong said coldly. LuZe said nothing, but Lucifer was a bit unhappy. Why should we leave? We haven't gotten our questions answered yet. We can't leave, Lucifer said with a stern face. If that is the case, then don't blame me, Bibi Dong said coldly. As she spoke, she erupted with the aura of a tidal Douluo. You want to fight? Lucifer laughed upon seeing this. He then unleashed a terrifying pressure. Bibi Dong felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, unable to return to the surface. Fortunately, at this moment, LuZe intervened to stop the conflict. Enough, didn't I say? We're not here to cause trouble. We just want to chat, LuZe said, placing a hand on Bibi Dong's shoulder. The moment LuZe's hand landed, Lucifer also calmed down. Once Lucifer settled down, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. She felt like she was about to die in just this short while. After stopping Lucifer, LuZe looked at Bibi Dong and said, I've asked what I needed to ask. I truly hope I won't have to come back here. LuZe's words were meaningful, leaving Bibi Dong in confusion. She didn't understand why LuZe would say that. By the time she came back to her senses, LuZe and Lucifer had already disappeared from her sight. After regaining her composure, Bibi Dong murmured in confusion. Why did he say that? What does it mean? Outside Wuhuan City, LuZe and Lucifer instantly appeared under a tree. Ace, why did you stop me? Those guys are so weak. If you just say the word, I can immediately wipe out the Wuhuan Palace, Lucifer asked with a puzzled expression. LuZe glanced at him, and then slowly said, Why should we destroy the Wuhuan Palace? Isn't that what we should do? You clearly had the same thought earlier. Lucifer really didn't understand LuZe's thoughts this time. Ha ha ha. At this moment, LuZe laughed. No. I just think that it's too ordinary for the Wuhuan Palace to be wiped out like that. I want Yu Xiaojang to understand a principle, LuZe said with a cold smile. What do you mean? Lucifer began to guess LuZe's thoughts. Exactly. LuZe smiled and then turned to Lucifer, slowly saying, "A toy is meant to be played with." Chapter 137. Returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After leaving Wuhan City, LuZe did not return to Shrek Academy immediately, but headed straight to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Ace, where are you going?" Lucifer asked with a smile. After hearing this, LuZe glanced at him and said, "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What kind of power is that?" Lucifer asked with confusion. "A sect famous for support," LuZe simply introduced. "Oh." Lucifer nodded with a smile. The two then fell silent. After a bit of traveling, LuZe and Lucifer arrived once again at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "It's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder if they still remember me." LuZe smiled. He then took a step forward and walked into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as he stepped forward, several figures appeared at the entrance. "Brother LuZe, it's been a long time." The speaker was none other than Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, LuZe wasted no time and walked directly up to him, smiling as he said, "I didn't expect you to come out to welcome me. Of course, you're a guest of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's only fitting for the host to come out to greet you." Ning Fengji replied with a smile. LuZe didn't say anything further and just smiled in place. At this moment, Ning Fengji also noticed Lucifer behind LuZe and curiously asked, "Brother LuZe, who is this?" "Oh, he is my subordinate, Lucifer," LuZe simply introduced. Ning Fengji understood immediately upon hearing it, and then approached Lucifer with a faint smile, saying, "Welcome, sir, to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." However, Lucifer seemed quite indifferent in front of Ning Fengji, even appearing somewhat displeased. LuZe didn't mind it, as he only needed to chat for a while before returning to the academy. Seeing Lucifer's expression, Ning Fengji didn't think much of it and smiled as he said, "Since you're here, let's go in." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Xin and Gu Ron walked ahead to clear the way for them. Before long, LuZe and the others arrived at the rooftop of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Please take a seat," Ning Fengji said with a smile to LuZe. LuZe nodded and then directly sat down on a chair next to him. Ning Fengji intended to sit beside LuZe, but just as he was about to take a seat, Lucifer sat down next to LuZe instead. Ning Fengji didn't dare to say anything and, with a wry smile, sat down opposite LuZe. "Brother LuZe, I wonder why you've come to our school this time. If you need my help, I will do my best." Ning Fengji began with polite conversation as soon as he sat down. LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, "It's nothing serious. Just here to invite your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to join our Hall of Truth." "Join you?" Ning Fengji was quite surprised. "That's right. I want to expand the power of the Hall of Truth, so I'm currently recruiting loyal followers," LuZe said with a smile. Ning Fengji was very puzzled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Spirit Hall if you want to expand your power?" "The Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing this term, LuZe found it amusing. The Hall of Truth is not afraid of the Spirit Hall. Besides, the purpose of establishing the Hall of Truth is to unify the continent. "What?" Ning Fengji was extremely shocked and stood up directly. "You want to unify the continent? How is that possible? There are so many powers on the continent. Even if you subjugate our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there will still be some troublemakers coming to cause trouble," Ning Fengji said anxiously. But LuZe seemed indifferent to his words, still wearing a nonchalant expression. "Is it that difficult to unify the continent?" LuZe asked casually. "It's difficult," Ning Fengji firmly asserted. "Because of the existence of the Spirit Hall, the continent has always been divided among various powers. Although some forces have proposed uniting all powers on the continent to achieve unification, they ultimately failed. The fundamental reason lies with the Spirit Hall, which has almost monopolized the development of soul masters. You must understand, I'm only recruiting loyal followers to make the process of unifying the continent a bit more enjoyable. It doesn't mean I actually need manpower," LuZe said lightly. Ning Fengji fell into a dilemma upon hearing this. He didn't know how to respond to LuZe. Just then, Lucifer spoke up. "You can choose to believe in our Hall of Truth forever, because truth exists at all times," Lucifer said seriously. After hearing this, Ning Fengji fell silent again, but Chun Xin beside him disagreed. "Fengji, you really need to think this through. Otherwise, it might really lead to the decline of our sect," Chun Xin said softly beside Ning Fengji. Just as Chun Xin finished speaking, Ning Fengji directly said, "I've decided to let the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School join the Hall of Truth." "What?" Gu Ron beside him was shocked, not expecting Ning Fengji to respond so quickly. "All right, then your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is now the second batch of members of the Hall of Truth," LuZe said with a smile as he stood up. "Second batch?" Chen Xin felt very confused and then asked, "Why is it the second batch? Who else joined the Hall of Truth before us?" Upon hearing this, Lucifer burst into laughter and slowly said, "The first batch to join the Hall of Truth was the Spirit Beast faction. Their leader has already decided to join us." What? Not only was Chen Xin shocked, but even the usually composed Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were also very astonished. "All right, my purpose for coming to find you has been achieved. It's time for me to leave," LuZe said as he slowly got up with a smile. Ning Fengji, however, had not yet recovered from the previous conversation. When he finally came to his senses, LuZe and Lucifer had already vanished without a trace. "Fengji, do you think what that man named Lucifer said can be taken seriously?" Chen Xin, coming back to his senses, slowly asked Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji looked up at the distance and slowly said, "Of course it can. I believe in LuZe." Seeing Ning Fengji's serious expression, Chen Xin chose not to say anything further. The wish for unification of the continent was finally about to be realized. Sometime later, LuZe and Lucifer had already returned to Shrek Academy. Although the issue with the Spirit Hall had not been resolved for the time being, LuZe believed they would not come looking for trouble again. After all, great strength can ignore any regulations. The Spirit Hall? It was merely a puppet in someone's hand. "Ace, I heard that the Soul Master competition seems to be starting soon. Do you want to go take a look?" Lucifer said with a smile as he approached LuZe. LuZe, who was resting with his eyes closed, replied flatly, "No, I have more important things to do." "What things?" Lucifer felt very puzzled. "The two great empires, and the yet-to-emerge third great empire," LuZe said slowly. Lucifer was somewhat baffled. In his memory, there seemed to be only two empires on Douluo continent, namely the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. Where did the third empire come from? But seeing LuZe's expression, Lucifer realized that it was his own lack of knowledge. "Are you going to the third empire?" Lucifer asked curiously. LuZe thought carefully and then said, "Not in a hurry. Let's first subjugate Tiando and Xinghua." After hearing this, Lucifer didn't say anything further and directly sat down beside LuZe, beginning to rest with him. Chapter 138, Out for Training. At Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others were still undergoing strict training as usual. Meanwhile, LuZe was lying not far away, quietly watching them with a smile on his face. At this moment, Fred walked over to LuZe. "Lucia, there's something I need to ask you for help with," Fred said with a broad smile. LuZe turned to look at him, then smiled and said, "What is it? Let me hear it. Maybe I can help." Seeing this, Fred grinned and said, "The little monsters need to go out for some training, so I hope you can lead them out." "You want an ordinary person to lead a group of soul masters out for training?" LuZe laughed. "Yes." Fred nodded and looked at LuZe with great anticipation. Under Fred's intense gaze, LuZe felt uncomfortable and then focused his attention on Tang San and the others. "What do you think?" Fred continued to ask. LuZe was quite unwilling and said directly, "Isn't Teacher Zhao a soul sage? Let him lead the team." "Old Zhao has something on," Fred quickly replied. LuZe couldn't help but smile a little. "Well then, what about Lucifer? He still has some matters to handle at the academy and can't leave for the time being," Fred quickly replied. Seeing this, LuZe could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed he couldn't escape. "Let's just consider it a sightseeing trip." "All right, it's settled then. We'll set off tomorrow." Fred clapped his hand on LuZe's shoulder, clearly very excited. LuZe nodded in response and slowly walked towards Tang San and the others. Fred didn't say anything further and turned to head to his office. On the training ground, Tang San and the others were focused on their training. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu noticed LuZe and shouted, "The teacher is here." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others stopped training and looked towards LuZe. "Why are you all looking at me?" LuZe said with a faint smile. "Is there something you want to say?" "Brother," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe didn't take it to heart and replied with a grin, "Indeed, there is something, and it's a good thing." "A good thing?" Tang San and the others felt quite puzzled, but couldn't help but feel curious. "Well, the dean thinks you all are training too hard, so he asked me to take you out for some practical experience," LuZe said with a smile, then added, "Though it's called practical experience, it's actually just a legitimate trip for you all." Hearing this, Tang San and the others immediately displayed expressions of joy. "Yay, we can finally go out and play." Oscar jumped up excitedly. The others were similarly enthusiastic, with Lu Xiaoyu and a few other girls being the most excited. Of course, Tang San, dressed as a boy, couldn't reveal his emotions, but his expression gave him away. Seeing the delighted expressions on their faces, LuZe couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Brother, when are we setting off?" LuZe, who was about to turn and leave, turned back and smiled, "We'll set off tomorrow, so you all should prepare well tonight." After saying that, he turned and left, while Tang San and the others, filled with excitement, hurried back to their dorms, forgetting about their training. The next morning, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang San and the others were already waiting there early, with only LuZe missing. As soon as he arrived, they could set off. Xiaoyu, why hasn't your brother come yet? It's almost been a quarter of an hour. Ning Rongrong said, slowly beside Lu Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu just shook her head. I don't know. He should be on his way. Just as her words fell, LuZe appeared before them. Oh, you all came so early? LuZe said with a gentle smile. Of course, this is practical experience. We can't delay. Ma Hongjun said with a smile from the side. LuZe didn't say much after hearing that. He directly walked in front of them, smiling, since that's the case. Let's set off. Yay! Oscar and Ma Hongjun jumped up excitedly, then ran out towards the world outside Shrek Academy. LuZe and the others followed leisurely, chatting and laughing along the way. Before long, they had completely left the area of Shrek Academy. While LuZe was lost in thought on the road, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by a voice. Teacher, can I talk to you? It was Tang San. What do you want to talk about? LuZe replied with a smile. Tang San slowly said, I want to know about the interesting stories from your travels across the continent. Is that so? LuZe rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. Tang San looked at him with eager anticipation. After a while, LuZe spoke. I don't have any strange stories, but I do have quite a few interesting ones. What interesting stories? Tell us. Tang San said with an expectant smile. After glancing at her, LuZe said, I'm not sure how to start. Which aspect do you want to hear about? Just as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong and the others ran up to LuZe and Tang San. What are you preparing to say, teacher? We want to hear too. Oscar said with a smile. Do you all want to hear? LuZe said with a meaningful smile while looking at them. Of course. We all want to know your stories, teacher. They replied in unison. Seeing this, LuZe smiled lightly and said, since we've been walking for a while, let's take a break ahead and I'll share some interesting stories from my travels across the continent. Soon, Tang San and the others settled under a tree not far away, while LuZe sat opposite them with a smile on his face. All right, teacher, hurry up and tell us. Oscar urged excitedly. LuZe smiled and began his storytelling. Back when I first arrived on this continent, he didn't know how long he had been talking when he finally stopped, and Tang San and the others were smiling and discussing among themselves. I didn't expect the teacher used to be such a narcissistic person. What's wrong? Is our teacher not handsome? Of course, my brother is the most handsome person I've ever seen. No one can compare. In an instant, laughter filled the air, and LuZe laid back against the tree, listening to their cheerful voices, a smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this is the life I want, LuZe murmured as he looked at the sky. Just as he was lost in thought, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! With a loud noise, LuZe suddenly stood up from the ground, looking solemnly at the smoke in the distance. Hey, I've finally found you. Chapter 139, Ghostly Charm. Death. I've finally found you, LuZe. A strange voice came from within the smoke. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe felt quite surprised. But Tang San and the others were even more shocked. Teacher, what is this? Ning Rongrong asked worriedly. LuZe just smiled faintly and said, You all go to the side for a bit. I'll be over shortly. Everyone was very unwilling, but they could sense the aura coming from the smoke. Once Tang San and the others managed to retreat to a safe distance, LuZe's smile turned cold. Who are you? Lucia questioned coldly. He. Amidst the strange laughter, a figure slowly appeared before LuZe. Don't you remember me? The person said with a smile. LuZe focused and was shocked to find that this person was actually the ghost Douluo of the Spear Hall. Gue Mei. Though he was Gue Mei, the aura around him was completely different from before, and the energy he emitted was something LuZe was all too familiar with. You've gotten involved with the sinister face? LuZe said coldly. How did you know? Gue Mei said in shock, but quickly laughed again. Even if you know, what does it matter? Today's your day to die. The ghostly figure laughed maniacally as it charged towards LuZe. LuZe reacted instantly, an invisible gravitational force suddenly pressing down on the ghost. Thud! The once swift ghost crashed heavily to the ground in that moment. You're not an ordinary person. It seems what that lord said was true. The ghost struggled to lift its head from the ground. Upon hearing this, LuZe sensed something and questioned. That lord is the outsider? Who is he? Speak. Buzz. The ghost suddenly felt its mind go blank, and the words hidden deep inside surged uncontrollably out. That lord is the outsider. He said he must kill LuZe. I don't know anything else about him, the ghost said in shock. After hearing this, LuZe ceased his interrogation, as this was the ghost's true feelings. The recovering ghost suddenly stood up and in an instant appeared behind LuZe, attempting a sneak attack. The ghost shouted loudly, then gathered a powerful soul force in its hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the area where LuZe stood was instantly engulfed in dust, turning into ruins. The ghost watched everything unfold with a smile on its face, thinking it was resolved and that it had overthought the situation. Oh, who did you resolve? Just as the ghost relaxed its guard, a hand landed on its shoulder. Instantly reacting, the ghost quickly distanced itself and looked in shock at the speaker. Why are you still alive? I thought I already. Before the ghost could finish, a finger pressed against its mask. Did the Lord you mentioned not tell you that I am very dangerous? LuZe said with a faint smile. Then, a dazzling light flickered on his fingertip. Paradox. Absolute repulsion. Buzz. Boom. Before the ghost could react, the immense repulsion force instantly shattered its mask, sending it flying backwards. Cough cough. Being blasted away by the repulsion, the ghost found it hard to breathe, with at least half of its bones broken. At that moment, it realized what kind of existence it was facing. One that was entirely from a different dimension. I've asked what I needed to, and you've lived long enough, LuZe said with a faint smile. As he spoke each word, the surrounding reality began to warp gradually. The ghost, still in a daze, was suddenly ensnared by a powerful force. Feeling intense pain, the ghost let out a scream, but the next moment it closed its mouth. Because in the vacuum domain, the ghost could no longer breathe, and even its soul force could not be unleashed. Slap! In an instant, LuZe appeared directly in front of the ghost, grabbing its face. It's time to end this, LuZe said coldly. Then, a mass of colorless air surged into his hand. Whoosh! As the colorless air spread, the ghost was quickly erased. The ghost was dead. In a room deep within the Wuhuan Palace, a person who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. It seems the ghost was still not capable. After all, he was someone with truth, the man said with a smile. After saying this, he paid no further attention to the matter and closed his eyes again to continue meditating. On LuZe's side, after dealing with the ghost, he summoned Tang San and the others. Teacher, who exactly was that person, and why did he want to kill you as soon as we met? Tang San asked curiously. Hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing, just someone asking for directions. Really? Tang San and the others looked at him in disbelief. Seeing their expressions, LuZe found it amusing and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. Everyone prepare, and let's head to the final location of the training. Okay. Tang San and the others responded in unison. Though they had no idea who that person was, they could at least confirm he wouldn't come looking for trouble again. After a bit of traveling, LuZe and the others finally arrived at the final destination of this outing, Tianyuan City. Wow, is this a big city? It's really a whole different world compared to our little village. Ma Hongjun exclaimed wide-eyed. The others just smiled and said nothing. All right, let's find a place to stay for today and start our training tasks tomorrow, LuZe said with a gentle smile. The others had no doubts and quickly agreed. Soon, they arrived at a hotel, and Ma Hongjun was once again dazzled by the decorations inside. LuZe first asked them to wait while he went to book a few rooms. In no time, according to LuZe's arrangements, everyone entered their respective rooms, while LuZe comfortably sat down in a chair. This life is really nice, LuZe murmured, enjoying the moment. But then he fell into deep thought, because that outsider knew about him, while he could not learn anything about the outsider. LuZe speculated that the other party was at least of original sin level, or perhaps even more powerful. There was a vague echo of the 7 deadly sins, which worried LuZe. If that outsider was one of the 7 deadly sins of this world, his plan could be delayed. If the plan was delayed, the danger on his brother's side would increase. Xiaoyu, you must wait for me. Your brother will definitely come back to find you. Chapter 140. Ian revived, a new journey. All right, the training is very simple. Everyone just treat it like a trip, LuZe said with a smile in front of Tang San and the others. Hearing this, Tang San and the others jumped up in excitement and walked out of the hotel. They really are full of energy, LuZe thought, watching them leave with a slight smile. After speaking, he turned and walked up to the hotel rooftop. The reason he went to the rooftop was that someone was waiting for him there. Welcome, home master. Before long, LuZe arrived at the rooftop, where someone had been waiting for him. It was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Sorry to keep you waiting, LuZe said with a faint smile. Tang Hao quickly lowered his head. Not at all. It's an honor to wait for the hallmaster. Since you're here, let's not waste time. How did your investigation go? LuZe became serious. Tang Hao replied slowly. The movements of that outsider are indeed hard to trace, but I still found some clues. Oh, tell me more, LuZe said, intrigued. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to be so diligent. I don't know much else. But one thing I can confirm is that the outsider is from beyond the continent. Just like you, having broken free from the soul master dependency on soul power. Tang Hao said gravely. After hearing this, LuZe had some suspicions, but quickly dismissed them. You've worked hard. LuZe patted Tang Hao's shoulder. Tang Hao's expression was quite conflicted. However, LuZe could see through his inner thoughts at a glance. You're thinking about the promise I made to you, aren't you? LuZe said. I wouldn't dare. Serving the Hall of Truth is an honor for me. Tang Hao quickly replied, deliberately avoiding LuZe's gaze. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then turned around and said, take me to see her. This. Tang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. Noticing him frozen in place, LuZe smiled and said, aren't you going to follow? I only have these few days free. All right. Tang Hao quickly rushed forward, his face instantly beaming with a bright smile. LuZe merely smiled faintly in response. After all, people like Tang Hao are quite rare. Sir, what about that little third party? At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly thought of his daughter. LuZe seemed to have anticipated this, casually saying, don't worry. There are others protecting them, so you can rest assured. Though Tang Hao didn't know who LuZe was referring to, he felt it should be reliable. The news of LuZe's departure quickly spread among Tang San and the others. The one who informed them of this was Lucifer, who had come to lead this training session in place of LuZe. Brother actually left us and went on his own. How infuriating. Lu Xiaoyu complained. Although she was angry, after thinking it over, she calmed down, knowing that LuZe was a busy person. It was quite normal for him to have things to attend to. In contrast, Tang San and the others were relatively calm, feeling only a bit disappointed. Lucifer looked at the downcast group and was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, could it be that he really isn't as charming as LuZe? That can't be. Everyone, don't be too disappointed. I'm still here, right? Lucifer tried to regain some face. But Lu Xiaoyu and the others only glanced at him lightly before turning back to their rooms. Seeing this, the veins on Lucifer's forehead bulged. However, the three boys, Dai Mubai and the others, remained standing in place, which made Lucifer feel much better. You three are good, knowing to respect your teacher. Lucifer said with a smile as he approached Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai didn't dare say much in response, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun came forward with playful grins, asking, Teacher Lu, who is smarter, you or Teacher Lu? Lucifer was momentarily at a loss for words, but, after careful consideration, smiled helplessly. Of course, it's your teacher LuZe, but I'm just a little behind him, Lucifer said with a faint smile. Oscar and Ma Hongjun pondered this for a moment before casually leaving with their arms around each other's shoulders. Dai Mubai, who remained, suddenly felt a hint of danger and nervously glanced at the scowling Lucifer, quickly saying, Teacher, I think you're much more impressive than Teacher Lu. For instance, you're much better looking than him. Upon hearing this, Lucifer burst into laughter and reached out to pat Dai Mubai's head. Don't flatter me to death. I know the difference. Although I'm stronger than LuZe now, he seems to have suffered a serious injury and hasn't fully recovered. Not to mention he excels in theory. Lucifer chuckled. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding, then smiled and said, Teacher, I think you're impressive too. Lucifer smiled and then let Dai Mubai go about his business. Dai Mubai didn't hold back and ran outside, not knowing where he was off to. Left alone, Lucifer smiled faintly and then walked into the room where LuZe had previously stayed. In a forest, LuZe, led by Tang Hao, arrived at a cave. This must be your wife, LuZe said, looking at the swaying blue-silver grass with a gentle smile. Tang Hao didn't say much, gently stroking the leaves of the blue-silver grass with tenderness in his eyes. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and slowly said, Step back. You must not interfere with what comes next. As long as it can bring Yin back to life, I will go through fire and water. Tang Hao's gaze instantly became resolute. LuZe, seeing this, waved his hand to signal him to step back, and Tang Hao didn't hesitate, moving to stand behind LuZe. Once Tang Hao had stepped aside, LuZe raised his hand. Paradox, time manipulation. That's right. LuZe planned to use the time paradox to bring Yin back to life. But instead of reversing time, which would involve Tang Hao and Tang San, he intended to accelerate the passage of time. He would force a Yin's growth time forward, allowing her to transform back into a human. What? Tang Hao, observing this, was instantly shocked. This was the most magical and exaggerated method he had ever seen, and no one could achieve such a thing. In an instant, the cave was filled with vitality, and Yin, who originally had only a few decades of cultivation, jumped directly to 10,000 years in just a moment. And she didn't stop there. She continued to rise. 50,000 years, 60,000 years, 80,000 years, until 100,000 years. Yin's cultivation finally came to a halt. After Luze stopped, Yin also began to speak. How? Although it was just a single word. Tang Hao couldn't help but shed tears. Yin, I really miss you. Tang Hao trembled as he stepped forward to Yin. At this moment, Yin had not yet transformed, but couldn't help but reach out to touch his face. Luze merely smiled faintly at this scene, and then turned to walk out of the cave, knowing that this matter no longer concerned him and preferring to avoid it. Once outside, Luze noticed he was drenched in sweat. It seemed that the super-spec time paradox was still too much for him. After such a short time, he was already tired. Luze sighed helplessly and sat down to begin adjusting himself. As night fell, Luze slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Tang Hao also came out, accompanied by a blue-haired woman, who was undoubtedly Yin. Thank you, Hall Master, for your assistance. Tang Hao suddenly knelt down upon seeing Luze. Yin did the same, kneeling down gratefully. Get up, Luze said as he slowly stood up with a smile. Tang Hao obediently stood up after Luze finished speaking, but his eyes were still filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Hall Master. Yin expressed her gratitude sincerely. Luze waved his hand and smiled. Now that this matter is resolved, I must leave for the overseas continent. You need to pay close attention to the matters of the Spirit Hall. If anything happens, remember to go to Shrek and find a man named Lucifer. Understood, Hall Master. Please rest assured, I will complete the task you assigned to me. Tang Hao said loudly. Luze, hearing this, fell silent and began to walk away into the distance. Tang Hao and Yin, who remained behind, watched his retreating figure with deep gratitude. A new journey was beginning, and Luze was about to encounter even more interesting events. Chapter 141. Unexpected Encounter by the Sea. A few days later, in a small town along the coast of the Douluo continent, Luze had just arrived here and was looking for a place to rest. Hey, little brother. I see you've come from the inland. A voice called out from behind him. Luze politely replied, Yes, I'm a traveler. I heard the scenery by the sea is beautiful, so I came to take a look. The one who spoke was a thin man with a shifty appearance, but he emanated the aura of a soul sect, suggesting there was something suspicious about him. So you're a traveler. Hello, I'm Li, the one who knows this area best. Would you like me to be your guide? The man said with a playful smile. After thinking for a moment, Luze smiled and said, Sure. I was just worried about not having anyone to show me around. All right, let me first take you to find a place to stay. Li said with a smile. Luze didn't respond, just smiled faintly and followed behind him. Li noticed this and felt surprised. Normally, shouldn't he be more cautious? Why is he trusting me so easily? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Luze smiled and asked. Li, who had been staring at him, quickly turned his head away and awkwardly laughed. Nothing. I just haven't seen such a handsome guy before. Ha! Luze scratched his head and smiled, then said nothing more. Li felt that after changing the topic, he could once again show his smile and began to lead the way for Luze. Soon, under Li's guidance, Luze arrived at an inn. Without hesitation, he rented a room and settled in. After entering the room, Luze looked around at the arrangement and then went to the window to look outside. The scenery is really nice. I can see the sea right when I wake up. Luze smiled faintly. He then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The sun and moon continent had not yet collided with the Douluo continent, and these fishermen probably didn't even know of the sun and moon continent's existence. After resting for a while, Luze slowly opened his eyes. If no one knows about it here, I can only go find that guy under the sea. Luze thought, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, before going to find that guy, Luze planned to stay here for a few days. Perhaps he could gather some insider information. After thinking for a long time, Luze felt he had rested enough, so he got up and walked out of the inn. As soon as he exited the inn, he encountered something interesting. Catch that guy! A loud shout rang from the bustling market. Immediately, a small figure darted out from the crowd and ran straight towards Luze. Quick, catch that thief! At this moment, several men in black armor squeezed out from the crowd. The leading man had already reached the level of Soul King, and the others were not weak either, with the weakest being a Soul Master. If you don't want to die, just behave and be my hostage. While Luze was watching the show, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. Luze didn't make a move. He wanted to see what kind of situation would lead to this guy being chased by a group led by a Soul King. After all, a team led by a Soul King was not an ordinary group. It was usually commanded by a powerful force. Don't act recklessly. I have a hostage, shouted the man who had kidnapped Luze. Upon hearing this, the Soul King quickly stopped the other men. Captain, That thief has something very important on him. Is it really okay? A Soul Master quickly asked. The Soul King felt quite conflicted. After all, the other party had hostage. If they acted recklessly, it could harm that little brother. If the thief escaped, he might face severe punishment when he returned. For a moment, the kidnapper and the Soul King were in a standoff, neither side daring to act recklessly. Thief, I advise you to be sensible. Release that brother and leave behind what you took. Perhaps we can spare your life, the Soul King said with a serious expression. The thief immediately rejected him. You want me to give up my hard-won prize? Dream on, the thief loudly exclaimed, and then a pair of black-purple wings unfurled from his back. In front of everyone, he forcibly took the still unresponsive LuZe into the air. Seeing this, the Soul King became furious, his soul power erupting instantly, and he propelled himself toward the thief in midair. You're forcing me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a hostage. The Soul King reached out with his massive hand toward the thief. Humph! The thief sneered, then vanished from the Soul King's sight. The Soul King, unable to fly, crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, damn it! I should have been harsher. The Soul King, supported by several men, looked furious. But now, anger was useless, as the thief had long since disappeared from the pursuit range. Hey, now that you're safe, can't you let go of an ordinary person? In the air above a forest, LuZe, being held aloft by the thief, said with a faint smile. The thief ignored him and flew straight toward a nearby cave. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, LuZe was not angry. Instead, he found it amusing. After a while, the thief stopped and casually threw LuZe aside. So rough, LuZe dusted himself off and slowly stood up. Just then, the thief spoke. You're no longer of any use to me, so get lost, the thief said coldly. Upon hearing this, LuZe was taken aback for a moment, then began his act. You threw me from so high up. How am I supposed to get down? LuZe said with a clueless expression, though it seemed very genuine. The thief, hearing this, became a bit impatient and retorted, Aren't you a man? You can't even get down from this height. But I'm an ordinary person without soul power. LuZe feigned an innocent expression and said pitifully. Upon hearing this, the thief realized that this guy really had no soul power. Coupled with LuZe's pitiful expression, the thief instantly felt at a loss. It's my fault. I'll take you down right away, the thief quickly said. But upon hearing this, LuZe's previously pitiful expression instantly changed. With a faint smile, LuZe said, How can a thief be so soft-hearted? Don't you know that being soft-hearted leads to suffering? Seeing LuZe's smiling face, the thief immediately realized he had been tricked and quickly distanced himself. Who exactly are you? The thief asked warily, because the only people who could avoid detection by him were either stronger than himself or truly lacked soul power. But looking at his smile, the only feeling the thief had was that this guy in front of him was definitely not simple. LuZe heard this and smiled lightly, then slowly approached the thief. Just an ordinary traveler, only interested in the item you have on you. Chapter 142, Millennium Water Repelling Pearl? I'm just an ordinary traveler, coincidentally interested in the item on you, LuZe said with a faint smile. At that moment, the thief felt a terrifying pressure. Why do you seem so powerful when you clearly have no soul power? The thief stuttered, then fearfully backed away. He only stopped when he backed against the rocky wall of the cave. What are you afraid of, dear little sister? LuZe smiled innocently. Upon hearing this, the thief became even more frightened and directly collapsed onto the ground. Why you? Don't come any closer, the thief stuttered. But LuZe completely ignored his words, waving his right hand, and the black mask that had covered the thief's face instantly turned to ashes. Underneath the black mask was an exquisitely beautiful face, clearly that of a girl. At that moment, the girl's pupils shook, as if she had seen the most terrifying monster of her life. Am I really that scary? LuZe felt a bit embarrassed looking at the girl's unusual reaction, and then tried to help her up. Don't touch me. But at that moment, the girl instantly slapped his hand away and seized the opportunity to dash towards the cave entrance. Just as she was about to rush out of the cave, her expression began to return to normal, but the next second, she fell into panic once again. Paradox, time stop. Buzz. Almost in that instant, everything around them was frozen at a single point in time. I want to have a good conversation, but it ended up like this. LuZe shook his head lightly. He then walked step by step to the girl and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Crack. In an instant, the frozen time shattered, and the girl, unable to think, directly dashed into LuZe's arms. Now we can have a proper chat, right? LuZe looked at the girl in his arms with a gentle smile. The girl felt a wave of dizziness in her head then slowly raised her head, and then screamed out loud. Ah! The girl fainted as if she had seen a ghost. LuZe initially wanted to take action himself, but it seemed he underestimated how scary he was. Forget it. I'll just wait for this girl to wake up and then talk. LuZe smiled helplessly. After an unknown amount of time, the fainted girl opened her eyes again. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found LuZe sitting beside her, and she jumped up suddenly. What are you doing? The girl said in terror. Upon seeing her awake, LuZe felt that there was no need to prolong this any further and directly asked, "Who are you?" The girl shifted her gaze to another direction upon hearing this. Speak. Just when the girl thought she could avoid the question by remaining silent, she suddenly found herself unable to control her mouth after hearing that word. My name is Linger, the girl answered honestly. LuZe nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and continued to ask, "What is the item you have on you? Answer me." Linger hadn't fully returned to her senses from the earlier experience when her mouth opened uncontrollably again. It's the Millennium Water-Repelling Pearl. Linger was forced to answer. Upon hearing this, LuZe instantly lost interest. He thought it would be something good, but it turned out to be just a broken pearl. What a big deal, LuZe said as he stood up and waved his hand, then turned and walked out of the cave. Shortly after LuZe exited the cave, Linger directly followed behind him. At first, LuZe didn't care, but then he realized this girl was truly sticking to him. Why are you following me? LuZe asked with a puzzled expression. I. Linger didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think too much and directly ordered, "Stay here obediently." Once again, the familiar feeling returned, and Linger felt as if her body wasn't her own, unable to move at all. After LuZe commanded her to stop, he flew off towards Linhai town without looking back. Soon, LuZe arrived back at the room he had rented earlier. I really don't understand what makes this broken pearl so rare. LuZe lay on the bed, staring at the pearl in his hand. The pearl was light blue, with a slight fluctuation of soul power inside. He had taken it from Linger when he left, just wanted to see the peculiarity of the water-repelling pearl. However, after observing it for a long time, LuZe found no special features. It merely allowed humans to speak and act normally underwater. Other than that, it had no other functions, and LuZe instantly lost interest, casually tossing it aside. I'm a bit tired today. I'll take a rest, LuZe said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell directly into sleep. Night gradually deepened, and LuZe was having a delightful time in his dreams. At that moment, the door to his room was opened. A head quietly poked through the crack of the door after it was opened. The person was none other than Linger, who had been abandoned by LuZe in the wilderness. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that you're stronger than me, I would have torn you to pieces by now, Linger complained quietly. Although she said this, she didn't dare to actually do it. After all, the power LuZe had displayed was far too strong, completely beyond her understanding. The reason Linger sneaked into LuZe's room in the middle of the night was solely for the Millennium Water-Repelling Pearl. It's worth noting that even though that water-repelling pearl meant nothing to LuZe, it was a rare opportunity for people like Linger. The deep sea is often much more interesting than the mainland, and at the same time, the dangers of the ocean are unknown. This bastard should be asleep by now, but I'm so clever. I left a trace of my aura on him earlier, Linger said with a shrewd look. After that, she said no more and directly started searching for the water-repelling pearl. After searching for a long time, Linger returned empty-handed, sitting dejectedly by LuZe's bed. Where on earth did this guy hide the water-repelling pearl? Linger complained with an unhappy expression. Just then, a hand rested on Linger's shoulder. Little sister, you really are safe and sound. I warn you not to act recklessly, or I'll call for help, Linger said seriously. But LuZe seemed to be unafraid of anything, directly grabbing her by the back of her neck. If you dare to enter my room again, you'll only leave horizontally, LuZe said coldly. Linger, who had originally been thrown out, suddenly stood up and angrily shouted, "Do you really think this girl cares about your broken bead?" But there was no response from inside the room, making it seem like LuZe had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Linger stopped talking and ran out of the inn with an unhappy expression. What she didn't know was that in LuZe's room, he was quietly standing by the window, watching her retreating figure. He really couldn't understand why these people would oppose the marine creatures. Chapter 143, New Continent. The next morning, LuZe once again arrived at the dock. Looking at the just-risen sun, he couldn't help but feel quite comfortable. At that moment, Li came up behind him. "Little brother, do you also like this kind of scenery?" Li asked with a smile. LuZe smiled back and replied, "This scenery is naturally beautiful, but I want to see what's at the end of the sea. You mean Sea God Island? Li responded. LuZe shook his head upon hearing this. It's not there. There are continents farther than Sea God Island. Really? Li looked disbelieving, as this kind of thing seemed too absurd. LuZe ignored him and stepped forward towards the sea. Upon seeing this, Li immediately panicked and wanted to rush over to pull him back. But he was stunned when LuZe actually stood steadily on the surface of the sea. Little brother, what are you doing? Li asked, bewildered. LuZe slowly turned back and smiled. It's nothing, just a little trick. After saying that, he prepared to move closer to where the sun was rising. Seeing this, Li had no choice but to stay where he was, as he couldn't walk on the water like LuZe. Eventually, Li decided to leave the dock. But as soon as he turned around, someone stepped directly on his face. Damn guy, trying to run away with my water avoidance bead. The person stepping on Li's face was Linger. She had started following LuZe early in the morning, looking for a chance to snatch the water avoidance bead. But just a moment ago, she had let her guard down for a second, and LuZe had already walked away on the water. Regaining her senses, Linger didn't think anymore and directly activated her martial soul to fly towards the direction LuZe had left. Not far ahead, LuZe smiled calmly and then raised his right hand. Stop! The rushing Linger instantly halted her movements and fell into the sea with a splash. Upon seeing this, LuZe continued to smile faintly and raised his hand again. Linger was then supported out of the water by an invisible force. Cough, cough. After being rescued, Linger gasped for air, thinking she might never see the sun again. Are you really willing to risk your life for a broken bead? LuZe said blandly. Linger didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, LuZe stopped talking and turned to walk forward, leaving Linger to stare blankly at his retreating figure. In the end, she made a decision to follow LuZe until she got the water avoidance bead back. However, her soul power couldn't support her flying continuously, and she almost drowned several times along the way. Had it not been for LuZe's help, she probably would have died long ago, but she still persisted in following him. LuZe found her determination amusing. Since you want the water avoidance bead so much, I'll give it to you, but you have to agree to one request, LuZe said with a shallow smile. Hearing that she could get the bead back, Linger instantly perked up and said, what request? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. It's simple, just follow me. LuZe waved his hand and smiled. Linger sensed something was off upon hearing this, but at that moment, LuZe took out the water avoidance bead. So, have you thought it over? This opportunity only comes once, LuZe said with a smile. I agree, just give me back the water avoidance bead. Linger said reluctantly. That won't do. You have to come ashore first, LuZe replied with a smile. Linger looked displeased. But what could she do? After all, the water avoidance bead was not in her hands. Seeing that Linger had fallen silent, LuZe smiled and approached her, grabbing the back of her collar. Don't worry, it will be quick, LuZe said calmly. Before Linger could react, LuZe accelerated towards the direction of the rising sun. Looking at the scene before her, Linger couldn't help but close her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened, and LuZe, holding Linger, finally slowed down. Are we on land now? Linger, sensing the speed slowing down, slowly opened her eyes. Not yet, but we're close, LuZe said, looking at the coast not far away. Upon hearing this, Linger lifted her eyes to look ahead. Is that the coast? She asked in surprise. To be precise, that is a new continent. A region we have not yet stepped foot in, LuZe said slowly. Linger was very shocked, and then asked, how do you know that? I won't tell you. LuZe smiled. He certainly couldn't say that he was from the future. He had to keep some secrets for himself. Linger looked at his smiling face and immediately felt displeased. LuZe didn't waste any time and reached the shore in just a few breaths. Now can I have the water avoidance bead? As soon as they reached the shore, Linger unceremoniously extended her hand. Seeing this, LuZe just smiled and tossed the water avoidance bead to her. What of it? You can't go back now anyway. Are you going to explore this new continent with me? Or stay here and wait for me to return? LuZe looked at Linger and said. After hearing this, Linger fell into deep thought. I'll give you the night to think it over. Tell me your choice tomorrow morning, LuZe said as he turned and walked toward a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Linger remained in place, contemplating whether to follow LuZe or wait for him here. After all, trying to return to Douluo continent alone seemed a bit impossible. She didn't even know the way, and what if she encountered powerful sea soul beasts on the way back? The next morning, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and found Linger lying next to him. Hey, have you made up your mind? LuZe called out without hesitation. Linger. who was forcibly awakened, looked confused as she rubbed her eyes and slowly said, "I've made up my mind. I'll follow you." "Good, that's better. Traveling alone is too lonely," LuZe said with a smile, then walked into the interior of the new continent. "I wonder what fun things there are in the Sun and Moon continent from 10,000 years ago," LuZe murmured curiously. After seeing his expression, Fenglinger couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and then she stopped talking and directly followed LuZe. However, not long after they left, a shadow appeared not far away. "They really came. It seems that guy was right," the shadow said with a smile. "Don't let me down, kindred." Chapter 144. The Wrath Sin from 10,000 years ago. LuZe and Fenglinger had been on the new continent for almost 3 days, but they hadn't found any traces of humans. "LuZe, how long are we going to stay on this continent?" Fenglinger began to feel a bit impatient. After these 3 days of interaction, Fenglinger knew LuZe's name, but that was all she knew. "We're almost there," LuZe said, gazing intently at a large mountain in front of them. "Almost where?" Fenglinger felt very confused. "The human habitation area," LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Fenglinger was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. But looking at LuZe's expression, she instinctively chose to believe him. Then she pointed at the large mountain and excitedly said, "The human habitation area is just behind that mountain, right?" Seeing her excitement, LuZe smiled and nodded. After getting confirmation, Fenglinger instantly unleashed her soul power, and a pair of wings spread from her back. Then she dashed towards the mountain's peak without looking back. After seeing this scene, LuZe didn't follow her, but instead darkened his expression. "You've been following me since we landed. Aren't you going to come out and meet me?" LuZe slowly said, closing his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. "Ha!" At that moment, a male voice burst out laughing. "As expected of my kind, you're the first one to notice me after all this time." As the laughter faded, a man slowly appeared behind LuZe. Upon hearing the man's voice, LuZe slowly turned to look at him and was shocked, because this guy looked very similar to Samuel, one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of wrath. "You show me that kind of expression. Do you know me?" the man asked curiously. Realizing, LuZe waved his hand and laughed. "I don't know you. I just think you look a lot like someone I know." "Oh, what kind of person is that? How do I compare to him?" the man said excitedly. LuZe thought carefully for a moment and then smiled. "Very irritable. Stronger than you." "This." The man's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Watching the man's reaction, LuZe came to a conclusion. Indeed, this guy in front of him was none other than Samuel, the future sin of wrath among the 7 deadly sins. However, Samuel was not his real name. Among the 7 deadly sins, only pride and envy have names that are not code names. The names of the other 5 sins are just code names. "This big brother, I'm just a traveler. May I ask your name?" LuZe asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man immediately returned to normal and shouted, "Let's fight first. If you win, I'll tell you my name." Hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but feel speechless, inwardly muttering, as expected of the future wrath, his temper is really explosive. Looking at the speechless LuZe, the man shouted loudly, and then his aura erupted. Boom! The moment the man charged forward, a deep pit appeared where he originally stood. Seeing the man rapidly approaching him, LuZe raised his hand seriously. After all, the current Lucifer is so strong, the others shouldn't be too far behind. Sure enough, the man broke through LuZe's paradoxical defense with a single punch, a massive fist crashing into his chest. Boom! With one punch, LuZe was heavily smashed into a nearby giant rock, which instantly shattered into countless pieces. LuZe slowly walked out of the rubble, but he was only covered in a bit of dust, with no injuries. As expected of my kind, so strong, the man shouted excitedly. Then, he exerted force with his legs again and instantly disappeared from his original spot. By the time LuZe sensed the aura again, the man had already appeared behind him. Just as the man's fist, as big as a sandbag, was about to hit the back of LuZe's head. "Stop!" Lucia smiled faintly, and the man swinging his fist was frozen in midair. Although he is very strong, he is still a bit lacking compared to Lucifer. LuZe smiled at the frozen man. Just when he thought it was over, an unexpected turn of events occurred the next second. Crack! For some unknown reason, the frozen man managed to break free from the control and slowly approached LuZe. Wow! So impressive! LuZe quickly distanced himself from the man. The next second, the man finally broke free from the restraint and suddenly punched the ground where LuZe had just been. Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind kicked up, bending the surrounding trees under the immense force. When the smoke cleared, the place where the man had stood had turned into an enormous deep pit. "You're actually this strong? It seems I underestimated you. The man looked up at LuZe, who was hovering in midair. LuZe smiled and replied, You're not bad either, very strong. Huh. The man laughed heartily upon hearing this, then raised his hand and pointed at LuZe. He said, I will definitely trample you underfoot. All right, I'll be waiting for you. LuZe seemed to have made up his mind, and then said again, If I trample you underfoot, you will be my subordinate from now on. How about that? No problem. Just watch how I'll trample you underfoot. The man shouted defiantly. LuZe shook his head and then began to get serious. His eyes turned crimson, and then a dark red aura began to emanate from him. Range coverage. As soon as LuZe entered this state, he simply raised his hand and lightly spoke, causing the surrounding reality to begin to twist. At the same time, the originally blue sky dimmed, and crimson light illuminated the area they were in. What is this? The man felt the changes around him. From initial curiosity, he gradually became alert. Since you've said that, let's have a good spar, LuZe said with a strange smile. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a mass of colorless energy shot toward the man in an instant. Whoosh! The speed of the colorless energy was so fast that the man barely escaped death from that energy. How dangerous! The man, who had escaped a disaster, gasped heavily. He never expected that this guy in front of him would be so ridiculously strong. Not bad reaction, but still a bit lacking in speed. Just as the man sighed in relief, LuZe appeared behind him. The man's instincts screamed danger, and just as he realized what, bang, before the man could react, LuZe had already kicked him in the abdomen. The man who was kicked immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. After all, nearly dozens of times the force was quite terrifying. Cough, cough. The kicked man shakily stood up and stared fiercely at LuZe. It seems I was overthinking. We are not on the same level at all. The man wasn't foolish. If this continued, he would only face death. Oh, how about joining me? LuZe tilted his head and smiled. The man didn't waste words and directly replied, That's right, I agree. My name is Wu Kuang. What about you, boss? The change of address was indeed quick. Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression began to recover. He then slowly said, I am LuZe, the leader of the Hall of Truth. Welcome to join. After saying this, he once again extended his right hand. Wu Kuang didn't waste words. Since he had agreed to the request, he wouldn't go back on his word and directly shook LuZe's hand. Hello, leader. Chapter 145, Leviathan. This place is called the Sun and Moon Continent. It's the first time I've seen outsiders like you. Wu Kuang said with a hearty laugh at LuZe and Feng Linger in front of him. Feng Linger looked at Wu Kuang, who was laughing heartily, with a puzzled expression. Just now, when she arrived at the mountaintop, she noticed that LuZe had not followed. Coupled with the powerful force colliding from behind, she realized that something had happened to LuZe. She quickly dove down the mountain, but upon reaching the bottom, she saw Wu Kuang chatting happily with LuZe. After a brief introduction, Feng Linger learned about Wu Kuang's identity and grew more in awe of LuZe's strength. Has this continent existed for a long time? Feng Linger curiously asked Wu Kuang. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuang thought for a moment and then burst out laughing. Ha ha, of course. Our Sun and Moon continent has not only existed for a long time, but our economic development is also at the top of the world. Wu Kuang said with a big grin. Is that true? Feng Linger said, half believing. Meanwhile, LuZe said seriously, it should be true. Ah. Feng Linger was taken aback upon hearing this. If even LuZe said so, how could she not believe it? Soon, under Wu Kuang's guidance, LuZe and Feng Linger crossed the mountain. As soon as they climbed over, Feng Linger was stunned by the scene before her. Is this the Sun and Moon continent? She murmured in shock. The buildings in front of her were like heaven and earth compared to the existing buildings in Douluo continent. This is just the tip of the iceberg of our Sun and Moon continent. If you go to the main city, it will be even more shocking, Wu Kuang said with a proud smile. Having come this far, Feng Linger had no choice but to believe him. At this moment, LuZe slowly spoke. First, take us to find a place to stay. Okay, Wu Kuang nodded with a smile. He then led the two to a hotel. You can stay here for now. In the future, I will have the opportunity to take you into the main city, Wu Kuang said with a smile. LuZe said nothing, just nodded with a smile and entered his room. Feng Linger politely thanked Wu Kuang. After LuZe entered his room, Wu Kuang smiled and left the hotel, as he had more important matters to attend to. In the hotel room, LuZe stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. It seems that the development of soul-guided devices in the Sun and Moon Empire is truly a leader in the continent, LuZe said with a faint smile. He then lay down on the bed and began to think about what to do starting tomorrow. Since the sin of rage was on the Sun and Moon continent, does that mean the other sins should also exist in some corner of this continent? The appearance of Lucifer and Wu Kuang further confirmed LuZe's suspicion that the 7 deadly sins had not yet taken shape. Even if the 7 deadly sins had not appeared, the sins had already emerged. Although they were still minor sins, they should not be underestimated. Yet LuZe was more worried about the most ambitious one among the 7 deadly sins. In terms of strength, that person was not Lucifer's match. But in terms of ambition, no one could compare to him. LuZe even suspected that the sin he encountered last time was created by that guy. There were too many questions, and it seemed he had to take it step by step. Thinking of this, LuZe couldn't help but feel a headache, then closed his eyes and began to rest. Early the next morning, as LuZe pushed open his room door, he found Wu Kuang had been waiting at the door for a long time. So he asked, "You've been blocking my door so early. Is there something you want to tell me?" Wu Kuang laughed when he heard this. "Ha, you noticed, boss. Isn't that obvious?" LuZe felt a bit helpless. Wu Kuang then stopped wasting words and directly said, "Boss, there is something important I must tell you." "Let us hear it," LuZe responded with a smile. Wu Kuang did not speak immediately. Instead, he pulled LuZe into the room before he was willing to open his mouth. "Boss, you should know that the power of people like us, if unified together, would lead to unimaginable consequences," Wu Kuang said with a serious expression. LuZe understood and nodded with a faint smile. "I know this, but didn't you choose to follow me? Because you are very strong, but that guy is different. He will do anything to get what he wants, and he won't spare even those around him." Wu Kuang's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. "That guy has the power of paradox, just like us, right?" LuZe immediately thought of someone. "That is for sure," Wu Kuang said faintly, "but he has another ability, which is to take others' power for himself." "Leviathan?" LuZe instantly confirmed the identity of the other party. Wu Kuang was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Boss, you know that guy?" "I only know a little." LuZe rubbed his forehead. This confirmed his suspicions completely. "Then, boss, you must be careful. He should have been watching you for a long time," Wu Kuang said meaningfully. LuZe smiled faintly upon hearing this, then suddenly grabbed Wu Kuang by the neck. "Yeah, he should have been watching me for a long time," LuZe said with a wicked smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of colorless air surged out. Wu Kuang realized the situation was bad and immediately broke free from LuZe's grasp. After freeing himself, Wu Kuang slowly stood up and revealed a strange smile. "How did you find out?" Wu Kuang said with a wicked grin. "Your aura is too disgusting." LuZe wiped his hands and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuang stopped pretending and directly revealed his true form. The surroundings began to distort, and dark energy started to emanate from Wu Kuang. "Leviathan, I didn't expect you to take such a big risk to come find me," LuZe said calmly as he looked at the other party. Soon, Wu Kuang shed his disguise, smiling at LuZe. "Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? The power within you is simply too tempting," Leviathan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe did not give him an opportunity to react and instantly teleported behind him. "Your ambition is too great," LuZe said softly. Swish! In the next moment, a mass of colorless air instantly engulfed him. When the colorless air dissipated, Leviathan had already vanished. Although he could no longer sense the other party's presence, LuZe remained vigilant. After all, Leviathan was not so easily erased. As expected, a strange laughter echoed around LuZe. "Hee. How long do you plan to hide?" LuZe coldly surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, Leviathan, who was hiding in the shadows, said with a smile, "It's still too early. One day, we will truly face off." Hee. As the eerie laughter faded, the environment around LuZe returned to normal. At that moment, the real Wu Kuang also arrived. "Big brother, what happened here?" Wu Kuang asked with concern. LuZe smiled faintly and slowly said, "It's nothing, just a mouse that scurried out." "Where's that mouse?" Wu Kuang asked, raising his guard. LuZe slowly walked to the window and smiled as he looked at the blue sky outside. Let it run. Chapter 146. The Arena after encountering Leviathan. LuZe became serious. If what he said before was true, Leviathan should have already turned several of the other 7 deadly sins into his subordinates. And now, there were only Lucifer and Wu Kuang on their side. If they didn't speed up, the next time they encountered him, victory or defeat might truly be uncertain. Just then, Feng Linger suddenly popped up. "Where are we going today?" Feng Linger asked curiously. LuZe thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "Let's familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment first." "Oh," Feng Linger nodded. Wu Kuang then smiled and said, "I'll take you to a fun place." "A fun place?" LuZe was a bit puzzled, wondering if this place really had something enjoyable. Meanwhile, Feng Linger was very excited and exclaimed, "Great. Let's go check it out." Seeing Feng Linger so excited, LuZe didn't know how to respond. Wu Kuang just scratched his head and then said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll really take you there." Feng Linger didn't hesitate and laughed as she followed him. LuZe could only shake his head helplessly and then slowly followed. Before long, Feng Linger and LuZe, under Wu Kuang's lead, arrived at a dim alley. "Is this the fun place you mentioned?" Feng Linger's expression was awkward. Wu Kuang, however, wore a big smile and said, "Ha, of course. Just follow me and you'll see." Although confused, Feng Linger chose to follow. Soon, Wu Kuang led them to a door at the end of the alley. In here, Feng Linger asked curiously. LuZe sensed something and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "That's right, this is the place I think is the most fun," Wu Kuang said with a smile. "Really?" Feng Linger perked up. "Yeah," Wu Kuang said confidently. Just as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door. The once excited Feng Linger instantly froze as soon as she entered. "Kill him. Put in more effort. Go for it." A chorus of cheers suddenly exploded in Feng Linger's ears. LuZe couldn't help but smile at the scene before him. "So the fun place you mentioned is the arena?" Feng Linger trembled as she looked at Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang revealed a big grin and said, "That's right. This is what I consider the most fun place." Hearing this, Feng Linger couldn't help but lower her head. LuZe then patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "This is the joy of men. It's understandable that you girls can't accept it." TCH, Feng Linger swatted LuZe's hand away, shot him an annoyed glance, and then followed Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang, full of joy, led them into a luxurious private room. "Big brother, just watch here and see how I smash those guys," Wu Kuang said with a big laugh. LuZe remained silent, just smiling and nodding. Feng Linger, on the other hand, was slumped on the sofa with a look of despair, completely uninterested in watching the match below. Before long, Wu Kuang's figure appeared in the arena. "Oh, he's up so soon?" LuZe smiled faintly from above the arena. In the arena, Wu Kuang stood confidently on the competition stage, looking towards the private room where LuZe was. LuZe also noticed him and smiled back. Seeing LuZe smile, Wu Kuang became even more spirited. "Come on, let me see who my opponent is," Wu Kuang shouted arrogantly. Soon, his opponent appeared on stage. Facing Wu Kuang was a Soul King, muscular and looking quite fierce. But in Wu Kuang's eyes, he was just a weak little chick because he was too weak. You all know the rules of the arena, right? Regardless of life or death, only victory or defeat matters. At this moment, the referee stepped forward to remind everyone. Wu Kuang didn't care, displaying a relaxed and carefree smile. In contrast, his opponent looked very nervous. It was evident from his expression. "Bro, don't be so tense. Relax a bit. What's your name?" Wu Kuang said with a friendly smile. The Soul King, still feeling tense, replied, "My name is Xiao Zhang. A 57th level battle Soul King." Arrogant? Wu Kuang found it very interesting. Then he instantly teleported in front of him. "That's quite an arrogant name," Wu Kuang said with a kind smile. Immediately afterward, he punched directly at Xiao Zhang's face. Boom! One punch sent Xiao Zhang crashing into the arena wall. His life or death unknown. "A bit weak," Wu Kuang said with a smile. LuZe had already guessed the outcome, but the atmosphere in the arena surprised him. After Wu Kuang's victory, he did not receive cheers. The spectators seemed to already know the result, just like LuZe. Wu Kuang must be a regular here. Feng Linger suddenly sat next to LuZe. LuZe turned a glance at her and then smiled. He should be. After all, his strength is not on the same level as these people, LuZe said lightly. Feng Linger nodded and then said again, "You're also very strong. Why don't you go up and give it a try?" "You want me to go?" LuZe looked at her in surprise. Feng Linger smiled and nodded. She wanted to see LuZe fight for herself. "Forget it. These guys probably can't handle the stress." LuZe waved his hand. But Feng Linger seemed to be fixated on this matter, constantly murmuring in LuZe's ear. Unable to bear it any longer, LuZe had to tell her to be quiet, then slowly stood up, saying, "I'll go take a look. Maybe I can find a few talented individuals." "That's more like it." Feng Linger smiled, crossing her arms. Who would have thought that LuZe would walk out of the private room without even looking back? In a corridor leading to the arena, LuZe coincidentally ran into Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang, seeing LuZe, asked in confusion, "Big brother, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to see if I can find a few promising talents," LuZe replied. Wu Kuang simply responded with an "oh," and then fell silent. Seeing this, LuZe directly stepped onto the arena. "Our arena welcomes a newcomer. Let's see how long he can last," the referee said excitedly upon seeing LuZe's new face. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. LuZe looked towards the passageway of his opponent, thinking, "Let's see which little cutie my opponent is." Soon, a rugged, muscular man walked over. Upon seeing LuZe, The man immediately showed a disdainful expression. Little brother, with that small frame of yours, you dare to step into the arena? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? The man mocked. LuZe didn't show any signs of anger upon hearing this, instead responding, maybe. Seeing his calm expression, the man couldn't help but feel angry. Before the referee had even called for the match to begin, he directly threw a punch at LuZe's head. Just when everyone thought the match was over, an unexpected event occurred. Kneel down, with just those 2 words. The attacking man suddenly knelt at LuZe's feet. Do you not know what arrogance is? LuZe looked down at the man. He then directly grabbed the man's face, his expression growing excited. You will understand the gap between heaven and earth, LuZe said. He then increased the strength in his hand. The man's face twisted in agony, feeling as if his head was about to explode. I was wrong. In that last moment, the man admitted defeat. This was something everyone had not expected, but it was the truth. The man surrendered, and LuZe won effortlessly. Thus, LuZe's reputation was thoroughly established in this arena. Everyone remembered his words. Do you understand the gap between heaven and earth? They all realized that LuZe used his strength to show them the height of the heavens. Chapter 147, Night Tour. LuZe's appearance made all the spectators in the arena feel a jolt. His strength was beyond description. No matter how fierce the opponent was or how swift their attacks were, they would always be on their knees before him. LuZe also felt bored. After such a long time, he still hadn't encountered anyone he found worthy. So boring. There hasn't been a single person worth promoting, LuZe murmured disinterestedly. The referee standing nearby felt speechless. After all, LuZe's strength was simply too strong. At that moment, LuZe spoke again. Who's next? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone found it hard to breathe, as if they were about to suffocate at any moment. Seeing that no one dared to speak up in the arena, LuZe couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, as if mocking them. Although feeling immense anger, no one dared to step up and challenge him. Just as LuZe was preparing to leave out of boredom, a voice stopped him. Stop, I'll be your opponent. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe was taken aback, then slowly turned to look towards the opponent's passage. He saw a man of similar height, looking quite ordinary, walking towards the arena. However, LuZe was quite surprised to sense a hint of paradoxical power emanating from this man. Thus, he became intrigued and looked directly at him, smiling as he asked, "What is your name?" "Night Tour," the man replied seriously. Upon learning the opponent's name, LuZe smiled again and then raised a finger. Buzz. In an instant, Night Tour didn't even have time to think and was directly knocked to the ground by an invisible force. The spectators watched this scene, feeling worried for him, as he was a warrior whom everyone admired. Night Tour, pressed to the ground, gritted his teeth, with blood already oozing from his knees. "You know my strength. Why do you still step into the arena?" LuZe slowly asked, looking at the gritting Night Tour. Night Tour retorted defiantly. "I can't stand your condescending expression. Don't think that just because you have some ability, you can act however you want." LuZe couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, then continued. "That's right, I do look down on you, but I have that capital. What about you? You're weak, not even having the capital to stand up." Night Tour slowly lowered his head after hearing this. Seeing his demeanor, LuZe felt disappointed, thinking, is this all the mindset a person with a hint of paradoxical power has? It's too disappointing. Just as LuZe was about to turn and leave, a roar suddenly erupted. "I am not weak." Night Tour suddenly unleashed a powerful force and shakily stood up. When LuZe turned around and saw him like this, an excited expression appeared on his face. Night Tour, now standing, pointed a finger at LuZe, saying angrily, "I will trample you underfoot and make you understand what arrogance is." "I'll wait for you to step on me," LuZe said with a smile. In the next second, Night Tour instantly released his power, charging towards LuZe against gravity. His speed was almost enough to escape the pull of gravity, and he quickly reached LuZe. Without hesitation, Night Tour threw a heavy punch at LuZe. Boom! In an instant, the area where LuZe stood turned into ruins, and smoke engulfed the entire arena. The spectators couldn't help but erupt in excited cheers, feeling thrilled by Night Tour's actions. But soon, the entire audience fell silent once again. "You're strong, but still a bit lacking." As the smoke cleared, LuZe was seen holding Night Tour's fist, his expression completely relaxed. Night Tour realized the crisis was upon him, but he knew he absolutely couldn't retreat now, or he would really lose. So he launched another fierce attack, kicking directly at LuZe's head. Bang! A heavy sound echoed in the arena. However, LuZe managed to block Night Tour's kick. Niter instantly understood that relying solely on such attacks wouldn't harm LuZe. He had to change his approach. So he quickly distanced himself from LuZe, staring at him intently. Good reaction, and your brain works quite well, LuZe commented with a smile. Night Wanderer had a serious expression, knowing that the guy in front of him was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, even surpassing the undefeated god of the arena. But just as he was deep in thought, LuZe suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, LuZe grabbed his head and slammed it down onto the ground. Don't get distracted during a fight, or you'll die in a very ugly way. LuZe reminded him with a smile. You bastard. Night Wanderer was furious. But before he could make a move, LuZe kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Night Wanderer was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall of the arena. When Night Wanderer stood up again, he was severely injured, with several ribs likely broken. Do you want to continue? LuZe smiled at him. Night Wanderer shot him a glare, gritted his teeth, and charged at him again. Good spirit, LuZe said with a satisfied smile. But no matter how determined Night Wanderer was, the outcome remained the same. Boom! With a loud explosion, Night Wanderer was pinned to the ground by LuZe, unable to move. His face was filled with defiance. He still wanted to fight LuZe, but his body could no longer support him. He was at his limit. You're called Night Wanderer, right? LuZe suddenly asked. Night Wanderer didn't respond, still staring at him fiercely. Don't look at me like that. LuZe chuckled upon noticing Night Wanderer's gaze, then continued. If you want to defeat me, why not join my faction first? There will be plenty of opportunities to spar later. Night Wanderer was stunned by this suggestion, but before he could process it, LuZe had already released him. Think it over, and come find me up there. LuZe pointed to his private room. Then he left the arena without looking back. Lying on the ground, Night Wanderer was still digesting LuZe's words. What do you mean? Night Wanderer muttered softly. By the time he realized what had happened, LuZe had already left, and he shakily stood up. Looking up at LuZe's private room, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Meanwhile, LuZe had returned to the room, sitting on the sofa with a slight smile on his face. Linger, looking shocked, came to his side. LuZe, I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. You're simply a monster, she said in amazement. Upon hearing her evaluation, LuZe glanced at her. Since you're so strong, why do you still want to recruit others? Linger suddenly asked. LuZe pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, no matter how strong I am, I can't ensure that everyone in future generations will remember me. What if I die one day? So you want to build a faction that can be remembered for generations to come? Linger said innocently. LuZe smiled and looked towards Night Wanderer in the arena, slowly saying, that's just one of the reasons. Just one reason? Linger murmured meaningfully. Chapter 148. Choosing to join to surpass an idol. In a private room, LuZe was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa. Linger, looking gloomy, just wanted to leave. But LuZe kept his eyes closed, showing no intention of leaving. LuZe, when are we leaving? Linger asked with frustration. LuZe ignored her, still with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Linger became angry but didn't dare to say anything. If you're not leaving, then I'm going first, she said as she stood up. Go ahead. I didn't keep you. LuZe slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Upon hearing this, Linger felt instantly displeased and shot him a glare before turning to walk towards the door. Just as she opened the door, someone pushed it open from outside. Have you made up your mind? LuZe seemed to have anticipated this moment as he stood up slowly. Linger was puzzled, but soon understood. The person who walked in was Night Wanderer, who had fought against LuZe earlier. Night Wanderer approached LuZe with a cold expression. What do you want? He asked seriously. LuZe smiled upon hearing this. What do you think? With your talent, it's a pity to stay in a place like this. So you want me to join your faction and serve you? Night Wanderer questioned. LuZe nodded and stepped closer to him. You won't regret joining my faction, he said with a gentle smile. Night Wanderer looked at LuZe's smile, feeling conflicted inside. His strength was evident to everyone in the arena. Perhaps joining his faction would indeed bring certain benefits. Just as he hesitated, Wuquang barged in. Boss, let's go out for a meal, Wuquang said with a grin. When Night Wanderer saw Wuquang, his eyes widened in surprise. No, the undefeated god of the arena? He exclaimed involuntarily. That's right. The undefeated god of the arena is Wuquang. Before LuZe showed up, he was the strongest, but things have changed now. Many believe LuZe's strength surpasses Wuquang's. Wuquang soon noticed Night Wanderer standing in front of LuZe and displayed a puzzled expression. Boss, why is this guy here? Wuquang asked in confusion. LuZe smiled lightly and replied, I want to invite him to join our Hall of Truth. What? Wuquang was stunned, unable to comprehend why someone he deemed weak would be invited. Who told you that the Hall of Truth only accepts the strong? LuZe looked at Wu Kuang with a smile. Wu Kuang was momentarily a loss for words. Meanwhile, Night Wanderer, for some reason, shouted loudly, "Boss, I am willing to join your faction." Upon hearing this, LuZe was slightly shocked. He had just been hesitating, so why the sudden change of heart? In fact, Night Wanderer was a loyal fan of Wu Kuang, seeing him as the highest figure. He had always viewed Wu Kuang's achievements as his own goals, hoping to surpass him one day. Now, the fact that LuZe made Wu Kuang call him boss meant something significant. Given Wu Kuang's temperament, he must have fought LuZe and lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't willingly call him boss. What did this imply? It meant that by joining LuZe's faction, he would have the opportunity to surpass his idol in the future. Thus, in that moment of realization, he made up his mind to join LuZe's faction and surpass his idol. Have you made up your mind? LuZe smiled. Night Wanderer snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously, smiling as he said, "Yes, to surpass my idol, I must join your faction." Haha, LuZe smiled, then patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, welcoming him to the Hall of Truth. Wu Kuang and Fenglinger beside them watched the scene without saying anything, just observing quietly. After leaving the Colosseum, LuZe and his group arrived at a restaurant. They initially just wanted to have a quiet meal, but ended up encountering some small trouble. "Are you a little girl who can't see the road?" A burly man stood in front of Fengling, who had just returned from the restroom, with a serious expression. Fenglinger looked at him indifferently, showing a disdainful expression on her face. When the burly man saw her expression, his temper instantly flared. "What kind of expression is that? Do you look down on me?" The burly man directly took action, placing his hand on Fenglinger's shoulder. Fenglinger felt extremely displeased and coldly said, "You better take your dirty hands off." "What, do you want to hit me?" The burly man sneered, but the next second, a delicate fist landed on his face. Bang! Before the burly man could react, he was knocked down to the ground by Fenglinger with a single punch. Sitting on the ground, covering his face in confusion, the burly man soon regained his senses. His eyes filled with anger. "This is what you asked for, little girl." The burly man jumped up suddenly, a short sword appearing in his hand. He swiftly stabbed toward Fenglinger, but just as everyone around was worried for her, a figure blocked her in front. "Do you want to die?" The speaker was Yi Yu. Yi Yu grabbed the burly man's wrist, the powerful grip causing the man to grit his teeth in pain. "You better not meddle in other people's business," the burly man said through gritted teeth. Just then, Wu Kuang and LuZe appeared behind him. Wu Kuang placed a hand on the burly man's shoulder and said with a friendly expression, "What do you want to do?" Sensing the terrifying aura from Wu Kuang, the burly man turned his head tremblingly and met Wu Kuang's gaze. "Ah!" The burly man let out a cry of despair, then collapsed to the ground. "Wu Go, I didn't know this girl was with you," the burly man said in a panic. Everyone in the city knew who Wu Kuang was. He was the undefeated champion of the Colosseum and not someone to be trifled with. But Wu Kuang then looked at LuZe behind him, and his serious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Boss, how should we deal with this guy?" Wu Kuang asked with a grin. The burly man then realized that he had indeed provoked the wrong person. The man with the smile standing behind Wu Kuang was actually his boss. After hearing Wu Kuang's words, LuZe thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand and smiled, saying, "Kill him. I don't like others touching my people." The burly man's face instantly turned pale, and by the time he came to his senses, Wu Kuang was already in front of him. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he was grabbed by the throat by Wu Kuang. "Begging for mercy is useless," Wu Kuang said slowly. Then, he exerted force, and with a crack, the burly man didn't even have a chance to react before leaving this world. The man's death instantly dropped the atmosphere in the restaurant to freezing point, and no one dared to make sound. After resolving everything, LuZe lost interest in continuing to eat, so he chose to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to erase the burly man's corpse. After all, leaving it in the restaurant would have quite an impact. Chapter 149, Su Family. Having been in this city for some time, LuZe's team was almost formed. "LuZe, when are we going to the main city?" Fenglinga asked cool usually. LuZe thought carefully and then smiled, saying, "Let's go. It's time to check out the main city." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe turned and walked out of the hotel. Once they reached the street, Wu Kuang and you have been waiting there for a while. "Boss, we've been waiting for you for a long time," Wu Kuang said with a smile. Yi beside him nodded without saying much. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, "Let's go check out the main city." After some hustle and bustle, LuZe and his companions arrived at the main city of the Sun and Moon continent. The grandeur of the main city left Fenglinger in shock, and she was almost in a daze the entire time. Meanwhile, LuZe paid close attention to the events within the main city. Boss, once we reach the main city, we can't act like we did before, because every member of the city guard has a powerful soul guide, Wu Kuang said seriously. Upon hearing this, LuZe didn't show any shock. Instead, he smiled and said, "So what? There's nothing to fear about soul guides." Wu Kuang was momentarily at a loss for words, as LuZe's strength could indeed overlook the threat posed by soul guides. "All right, you guys go investigate the major forces in the main city and report back here tonight," LuZe said with a smile. Wu Kuang and the others did not hesitate, as obeying their boss's orders was a matter of course. As LuZe finished speaking, Wu Kuang and the others dispersed to carry out their tasks. Left alone, LuZe slowly raised his head to look at the sky, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Lv.10, you must be watching me nearby, right?" LuZe murmured with a smile. He then walked forward, and after he left, a few men emerged from a nearby alley. These men exuded a strange aura, similar to that of criminals, but not exactly the same. "Is that guy the one the master warned us to be careful of?" one of the men said coldly. The others nodded in silence. "Let's follow him in secret. Maybe we can make a contribution," one of the men suddenly laughed. "Understood. But still be careful," the men behind him reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, they instantly disappeared from their spot, leaving no trace of where they went. On the streets of the main city, LuZe walked slowly alone, looking at the bustling street with a smile on his face. At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. "What do you want?" LuZe asked curiously. One of the men directly said, "Come with us. Our young lady has taken a liking to you." LuZe was taken aback by this, but before he could react, several burly men had already lifted him onto a carriage. Just like that, LuZe was inexplicably taken by a group of burly men to a luxurious building. "What place is this?" LuZe wondered, wanted to ask the man who had brought him here. The man, filled with pride, said, "This is the Su family of the Sun and Moon Empire, the top force." "Oh, I've never heard of it," LuZe said with an embarrassed smile. Just then, the door in front of them opened, and several Soul Kings walked out, standing in 2 rows after coming out. "You are LuZe?" At that moment, a pleasant female voice rang out. LuZe turned to look in the direction of the voice, feeling puzzled. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was staring intently at him, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Do we know each other?" LuZe asked, puzzled. The girl smiled faintly upon hearing this, then approached LuZe and said, "You might not recognize me, but I know you." "What do you mean?" LuZe's expression began to grow serious at this point. The girl didn't pay attention to LuZe's expression and directly took his hand, leading him inside through the main gate. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to see you," she said with a smile. This statement filled LuZe's mind with confusion. Before long, the girl led LuZe to a small pavilion. Seeing that they were the only 2 in the pavilion, LuZe's expression turned cold. "Who are you?" LuZe asked the girl with a serious look. The girl answered naturally, "My name is Su Hui, and I am the eldest daughter of the Su family." Upon learning her identity, LuZe laughed and sat directly in front of Su Hui. "What did you bring me here for? Or are you acting on someone else's orders?" LuZe asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Su Hui suddenly felt very embarrassed but still smiled and said, "I just wanted to see you, that's all. No other meaning." LuZe immediately became interested and asked again, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "How could I? The Su family always speaks the truth," Su Hui said with a smile. However, LuZe didn't think so. He abruptly stood up and instantly appeared in front of Su Hui. "Take me to see your family head," LuZe said with a cold face. Su Hui initially wanted to make an excuse, but upon meeting LuZe's gaze, she found herself unable to resist. The next moment, she walked ahead like a puppet, leading the way for LuZe. When LuZe arrived in the Su family hall, he first looked around at the environment, then turned to the man sitting in the center. "Are you the head of the Su family?" LuZe asked with a smile. The man glanced at him indifferently and then said disdainfully, "Why should I tell you whether I'm the head of the Su family? It's enough that I didn't have someone drag you here." LuZe couldn't help but find this amusing, then placed a hand on Su Hui's shoulder. "This is the head of the Su family's eldest daughter, right?" LuZe asked with a smile. The man instantly panicked at this sight, but quickly regained his composure. "So what if she is the head's daughter?" the man said slowly. LuZe merely smiled faintly and then grabbed Su Hui by the back of her neck. "If she dies, won't the head of the Su family come out to see me? You dare!" The man was enraged upon seeing this and charged at LuZe. LuZe laughed at the sight and raised his hand. Buzz! In an instant, the man charging at LuZe fell flat on the ground. LuZe walked up to him and stepped on his head, saying, "I really don't know what you're pretending for in front of me. Is it interesting? You bastard!" The man's face was filled with defiance. But what could he do? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. Seeing this, LuZe no longer wasted time and directly questioned, "What is your purpose? Speak." We. Suddenly, the man was forcibly dismembered by a mysterious figure hiding in the shadows. Blood splattered all over LuZe, and he felt very displeased about it. "What do you want? Don't you want to live?" LuZe turned to look at the mysterious figure that attacked the man. The mysterious figure laughed upon hearing this. What we want to do is not something you can control. Kneel. Buzz. The mysterious figure suddenly knelt on the ground of its own accord. "You really aren't afraid of death." LuZe instantly appeared in front of the mysterious figure, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Cough, cough. The mysterious figure struggled to breathe and said shakily, "The master will kill you." He. LuZe sneered, then was about to make a move to deal with him. Just then, a voice stopped him. "Brother, could you spare him for my sake?" Chapter 150. The current situation of the Sun and Moon Empire. "Brother, could you spare him for my sake?" At this moment, a man slowly walked into the Su family hall. The man was very handsome, exuding an air of grandeur between his brows. "Is your face really that big?" LuZe turned to look at him and smiled. The man laughed upon hearing this and arrogantly said, "I am the royal heir of the Sun and Moon Empire. Aren't you going to kneel when you see me?" "Royal heir?" LuZe was surprised, but quickly laughed again. The man who was being stepped on by LuZe immediately showed a look of relief upon seeing the man who claimed to be a royal heir. "Young Master Yi," the man on the ground exclaimed in delight. LuZe merely smiled faintly and then kicked the man away. Bang! The kicked man crashed heavily beside the royal heir. "You're Yi Wuhui, right?" LuZe asked with a smile. The man's expression changed instantly, and he coldly asked, "Who are you?" Indeed, the man was Yi Wuhui, and the reason he showed such an expression was that his name had never been exposed before. At this moment, LuZe's eyes turned crimson, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Yi Wuhui, do you think your face is big, or do you think the Sun and Moon Empire's face is big enough?" LuZe walked toward Yi Wuhui with a smile. Yi Wuhui felt a terrifying aura in that instant, a sensation he had only seen in his father before. But he understood that he couldn't panic now. If he did, he would truly fall into the other's trap. "I warn you, if you dare to make a move, the guards protecting me in the shadows will definitely kill you at the first available moment." LuZe laughed upon hearing this. "Haven't you noticed the changes around you?" "What do you mean?" Yi Wuhui felt very confused, but when he noticed the changes around him, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, LuZe smiled and said, "You are currently in my world." Indeed, the entire Su family had now merged into LuZe's world, and everything around began to distort. Yi Wuhui originally wanted to say something, but the next second, he was grabbed by the neck by LuZe, who suddenly appeared in front of him. "I am a person of principles, so I will give you two choices," LuZe said with a smile. Yi Wuhui felt intense fear at this moment, as everyone appears powerless when facing death. "Two choices. Either take me to find your father, or die here. And I'll go find him myself," LuZe said slowly. Yi Wuhui hesitated for a moment after hearing the two choices, but ultimately made a decision. "I'll take you to find my father," Yi Wuhui shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, LuZe released his grip, and Yi Wuhui slumped to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his pale face. "You made a wise choice," LuZe said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Yi Wuhui, who was still in a daze, could only nod numbly. Seeing him in such a sorry state, LuZe walked straight out of the main hall without saying a word. Once Yi Wuhui regained his senses, he hurriedly asked, "When do you want me to take you to meet my father?" Hearing this, LuZe paused, looked thoughtfully at the sky outside, and said softly, "Let us wait a while. I will come and find you then." "Is that so?" Yi Wuhui murmured. When he came to his senses again, LuZe had already disappeared from sight. After resolving the issue with the Su family, LuZe returned to the place where he had parted ways with Wu Kuang and the others. As evening fell, the street lights began to light up slowly, and LuZe was sitting on a bench beside a streetlight with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and softly said, "You're back." As soon as he finished speaking, three figures appeared right in front of him. "Sorry, boss, for keeping you waiting," Wu Kuang said with a scratch of his head and a smile. LuZe was not angry. He just smiled and replied, "It's fine. It's good that you're back." Wu Kuang and the others felt a strange warmth in their hearts, but didn't dare to voice it. The next moment, LuZe stood up and said to Wu Kuang and the others, "Let's find a place to rest first, then report your results to me later." They did not object and were rather pleased. After a day of investigation in the main city with little rest, they were already feeling exhausted. Soon, under LuZe's lead, Wu Kuang and the others arrived at a hotel. After a brief rest, they came to LuZe's room. "Boss, we're here to report today as findings," Wu Kuang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and responded, "Go ahead, I'd like to hear your findings." "I'll go first," Feng Linger said, taking the initiative to speak. This surprised LuZe a bit. Feng Linger, who usually ignored him, was now voluntarily speaking up. "Let us hear it," LuZe said, intrigued. Feng Linger immediately showed a confident smile. "I didn't gather much information, but I did learn a bit about the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire." Mentioning the royal family instantly made LuZe think of Yi Wuhui from earlier. So he asked, "Do you know Yi Wuhui?" "Ye Wuhu?" Feng Linger was taken aback, then replied, "How do you know about him?" "By coincidence," LuZe gave a brief response. Feng Linger continued. Yi Wuhui is one of the heirs of the Sun and Moon Empire's royal family, and there are 6 others competing for the throne. But he is the most favored one. 6 others? LuZe murmured thoughtfully. After Feng Linger finished speaking, she fell silent. LuZe smiled helplessly and then signaled Wu Kuang and Yi Yu to share their findings. After a round of reporting, LuZe learned about the general division of power in the Sun and Moon Empire. At the top was the royal family, followed by the 4 great sects, and finally the 7 great families. The Su family was one of the families among the 7 great families, which resonated with LuZe. However, Wu Kuang and the others had not gathered any news about Leviathan or even about Sin. Nonetheless, LuZe was not in a hurry. After his last encounter with Leviathan, he had stopped revealing his whereabouts, indicating that Leviathan did not have absolute confidence in defeating LuZe. This meant that LuZe still had time to find the other original sins before Leviathan. After reporting, Wu Kuang and the others returned to their respective rooms under LuZe's orders. LuZe, alone in his room, lay on the bed with a faint smile. "Leviathan, I never expected my opponent to be you. I wonder how your next move will play out. I'm really looking forward to it." Chapter 151. The 7 Great Families. The Shangwan family, after learning about the current power dynamics in the Sun and Moon Empire, LuZe had already made plans. That was to conquer the entire Sun and Moon Empire, of course excluding the forces that had already submitted to Leviathan. "Boss, what are we doing now?" Wu Kuang asked as he entered LuZe's room early in the morning. LuZe, who had already woken up, replied calmly, "Let us go check out the 7 great families." "No problem," Wu Kuang said with a smile. At that moment, Yi Yu and Feng Linger also walked in. "LuZe, what are we going to do?" Feng Linger asked it. LuZe glanced at her and smiled. "You and Yi Yu stay at the hotel and focus on your training. Otherwise, what will you do if you hold us back later?" "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not capable?" Feng Linger felt annoyed upon hearing this. Just as she was about to confront LuZe, Yi Yu managed to hold her back at a critical moment. "Miss Feng, just take it easy for a bit. We really can't help the boss right now," Yi Yu said with some self-awareness. But Feng Linger was still annoyed. "No, I have to teach him a lesson today." Seeing this, Wu Kuang couldn't help but laugh. After calming down for a moment, he approached LuZe and asked, "Boss, when are we leaving?" "Right now. The weather outside is nice," LuZe said as he looked out at the sunlight, then slowly got up and walked out of the hotel. Wu Kuang followed suit, while Feng Linger wanted to follow as well, but was held back by Yi Yu. This made her very displeased, but she could only huff and return to her room. Left alone in her room, Yi Yu thought for a while and then went back to her own room to start training, as she was determined to surpass Wu Kuang. On the streets of the Sun and Moon Empire, LuZe and Wu Kuang were walking through the bustling streets. While LuZe was contemplating how to act, he suddenly saw a very luxurious convoy passing by. Each carriage in the convoy had a large dragon character engraved on it. This was undoubtedly the Long family among the 7 great families. "Boss, that seems to be the Long family. Should we go up and interact with them?" Wu Kuang whispered in LuZe's ear. LuZe shook his head. "No, there is nothing to gain by approaching them now." It said that the Long family is very overbearing, and going up now could lead to unnecessary trouble. "What are you afraid of? I could take them all by myself," Wu Kuang said confidently. LuZe laughed upon hearing this. "It's not that I'm afraid of the Long family, but my current goal isn't them." "Then who is it?" Wu Kuang asked, feeling puzzled. LuZe simply replied, "Do you know which family among the 7 great families is the most friendly?" "Shangwan?" Wu Kuang guessed uncertainly. LuZe smiled and nodded after hearing this. And Wu Kuang understood the situation, so he stopped talking. As they turned to leave in another direction, a girl popped out from one of the carriages in the Long family's convoy. "Is that him who caused such a commotion at the Su family yesterday?" The girl's temperament is indeed different from others, she murmured with a smile. At that moment, a deep voice came from behind her. "Linger, what are you looking at?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. Upon hearing his voice, the girl immediately retracted her head back into the carriage and then said with a smile, Dad, I just saw the person who caused a ruckus at the Su family yesterday. Oh, causing a ruckus at the Su family? The middle-aged man murmured thoughtfully. Seeing this, the girl spoke again. What do you think of that guy? What? Do you have a crush on him? The middle-aged man teased with a smile. No way. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep saying that, I won't talk to you. The girl puffed her cheeks. Haha. The middle-aged man laughed. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. That is more like it. The girl felt a bit better after hearing this, then asked again, quick. Tell me what you think of that guy. That person. How should I put it? The middle-aged man thought carefully. After some contemplation, he slowly said under the girl's eager gaze, I don't really know. After all, I haven't had contact with him, but I can still feel that he is not simple. Oh, I see. The girl responded unhappily. Then she ignored the middle-aged man, who just smiled and stopped speaking, as he had more important matters to attend to today. Before leaving that place, LuZe and Wu Kuang went straight to the entrance of the Shangwan family. LuZe looked at the luxurious gate before him, a smile appearing on his face as he slowly approached the door. Traveler LuZe, here to visit the head of the Shangwan family, LuZe said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate opened after a short while. Nearly dozens of people rushed out from inside, each with at least the cultivation of a soul king, the lowest being a soul master. What do you want from our Shangwan family? At this moment, a handsome young man stepped forward. When he made eye contact with LuZe, he suddenly became serious. Although LuZe was smiling, the handsome young man still felt a sense of pressure. It was then that LuZe's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and he slowly said, You are the eldest son of a Shangwan family, Shangwan Fengyan, right? Upon hearing this, the handsome young man took 2 steps back, cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Who are you? How do you know my identity? He asked gravely. LuZe smiled and replied, Don't think too much. I'm just here to visit your father, Shangwan Ding, with no other intentions. Shangwan Fengyan's expression began to change, but he still forced out a response through his fear. My father is unwell, you should leave. Is that so? What if I told you I can heal your father's injuries? LuZe said with a smile. Shangwan Fengyan could no longer remain calm. Knowing his identity was one thing, but that he even knew about his father's condition was no small matter. Therefore, he concluded that LuZe must not leave alive, and he directly ordered, Everyone, listen up. Capture this guy. Those soul kings immediately unleashed their soul power, and in an instant, overwhelming soul energy filled the surrounding area. However, what shocked Shangwan Fengyan was that LuZe didn't even flinch. He slowly raised his hand, and Wu Kuang, standing behind him, immediately understood and stepped forward. My boss is not someone you could touch. Wu Kuang shouted loudly. He then unleashed the power within him. Buzz! In an instant, the soul power of the Shangwan family's guards was suppressed, and the terrifying pressure made them feel breathless. Seeing this, Shangwan Fengyan began to panic. Just one person had subdued dozens of soul kings from the Shangwan family, which was too strong. Can we talk properly now? At this moment, LuZe suddenly appeared in front of Shangwan Fengyan. Shangwan Fengyan looked at LuZe, who was so close, and instantly collapsed to the ground. I am a good person. You have to believe me. LuZe smiled and extended his hand to help Shangwan Fengyan up. But Shangwan Fengyan dared not extend his hand. The difference in their strengths was too great. What if the other party had murderous intentions? Just then, a hoarse voice came from inside the Shangwan family. Yinner, let him in. Chapter 152. Conversation with the Shangwan family. Due to the hoarse voice, LuZe and Wu Kuang entered the hall of the Shangwan family. As soon as they entered the hall, Wu Kuang sensed a murderous aura and was about to act. But LuZe stopped him. Boss, they mean to kill, Wu Kuang said solemnly. LuZe merely waved his hand and said, I know, but don't worry. They don't dare to act. Why? Wu Kuang felt very puzzled. LuZe looked at the elder, sitting in the center of the hall, and smiled. The head of the Shangwan family should be an insightful person. After saying this, Wu Kuang immediately understood, and then he closed his mouth. The elder sitting in the center of the hall slowly opened his eyes and said, Who are you? And why have you come to my Shangwan family? I remember that my Shangwan family has not provoked anyone, right? Haha, the old man is correct, but I'm not here to cause you trouble, LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old man Shangwan Ding felt puzzled and asked, Then why have you come to the Shangwan family? To make a long story short, I am here to invite you to join the Hall of Truth, LuZe said with a smile on his face. Shangwan Ding thought for a moment and replied, My Shangwan family is one of the 7 great families of the Sun and Moon Empire. Why should we join another force? Are you implying that you want me to force you to join? LuZe's expression turned cold as he spoke. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Ding immediately felt a terrifying pressure, and cold sweat broke out on his body. At that moment, LuZe spoke again. You have two choices. Either join me or become history. LuZe's words were very calm, but every word was filled with threat. Shang Ding was at a loss for what to do. He understood the opponent's strength. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from behind LuZe. Dad, don't agree to him. I have already become an inner disciple of the Qingfeng Pavilion, so there is no need to fear them. Upon hearing this voice, LuZe turned to look and found that the speaker was a tall girl whose appearance was not stunning, but still beautiful. The girl was none other than Shang Ding's daughter, Shang Wanyu. Hearing her voice, Shang Ding's face immediately showed a happy smile, and he quickly approached her, saying, Xiao Yu, is what you just said true? Shang Wanyu smiled lightly and replied, yes. The fifth elder of the Qingfeng Pavilion recognized my talent and directly let me enter the inner court. Well, as expected of my daughter, you did great. Shang Ding laughed heartily. Shang Wanyu then stepped forward to LuZe, looking displeased, and said, can you leave now? Our Shang family doesn't need to join any other forces anymore. Shang Ding, seeing this, slowly spoke up, little brother, you heard that. Our Shang family now has Qingfeng Pavilion as our backing and is completely unafraid of other forces. Oh, really? LuZe smiled meaningfully. Upon seeing his smile, the members of the Shang family instantly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Wu Kuang unleashed his own aura. The overwhelming presence made the Shang family members gasp for breath. This guy is a titled Douluo? Shang Ding said in horror. Hearing this, the Shang family members were stunned. However, Shang Wanyu was still unconvinced and retorted, what is there to fear? There are titled Douluos in Qingfeng Pavilion too. And not just one. Is that so? Just as Shang Wanyu finished speaking, LuZe appeared in front of her in an instant. What do you want? Shang Wanyu felt a hint of fear, but she was desperately trying to hold it back. LuZe looked at her terrified expression and couldn't help but smile, then lifted her chin with one hand and said, do you think Qingfeng Pavilion is powerful? Shang Wanyu abruptly swatted away LuZe's hand and took a few steps back, blushing as she said, yes, Qingfeng Pavilion is powerful, at least much more than you. LuZe smiled and shook his head, then looked at Shang Ding, old man. Do you think so too? Upon hearing this, Shang Ding instantly fell into a dilemma. Although Qingfeng Pavilion had a solid foundation, the guy in front of him could annihilate the Shang family with just a word. Old man, you have 5 seconds to think. LuZe smiled again and began to count down. 5. Shang Ding's heart began to panic. 2. Just as LuZe's countdown was about to end, Shang Ding finally spoke up. Little brother, isn't this question deliberately making it difficult for me? Shang Ding said with cold sweat. Is it? LuZe didn't think so. So, will you join us or not? Shang Ding didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, LuZe smiled, then walked out of the hall. When he reached Shang Ding's side, he said with a smile, I'll give you some time. I'll come back to visit your Shang family later. After saying that, he left with Wu Kuang, while the remaining members of the Shang family felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, gasping for air. Father, why are you afraid of that guy? At this moment, Shang Wanyu walked to Shang Ding's side, displeased. Shang Ding looked fearful and said, that little brother is not as simple as you think. He doesn't have any soul power fluctuations, yet he can instill fear in my heart. What do you mean? Shang Wanyu asked in confusion. Shang Ding merely glanced at her, then looked in the direction LuZe left, muttering, since he has given us a chance, we should pay more attention. After leaving the Shang family, Wu Kuang approached LuZe and asked, boss, why did you give a Shang family time to choose? Isn't it better to just defeat them into submission? No. Doing that would affect the reputation of our Hall of Truth, LuZe said with a smile. Wu Kuang was puzzled. Then what should we do? LuZe looked at the sky and smiled. Don't worry, they will submit. After finishing, he walked in another direction, which happened to be towards the location of Qingfeng Pavilion. Boss, what are you planning to do? Wu Kuang felt very confused. Once they arrived outside Qingfeng Pavilion, LuZe spoke, Wu Kuang, you should go back first. Remember to tell Yu and the others that I probably won't be back for a while. Take care of yourselves. Why? Wu Kuang was very puzzled. LuZe looked at his expression and said again, I'm going to play in Qingfeng Pavilion. If I barge in openly, it might attract Leviathan's attention. What if the sins hidden in various forces escape then? Oh, I understand. Wu Kuang nodded, somewhat comprehending, and then left with a smile. Meanwhile, Lucia, who was left alone outside Qingfeng Pavilion, smiled to himself. Without soul power, he probably couldn't enter Qingfeng Pavilion, so it seemed he had to squeeze out some soul power. After saying that, a trace of soul power emanated from him, neither too high nor too low, just right for Soul King. 5 soul rings slowly condensed behind him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, a very standard configuration. After doing all this, LuZe exhaled a turbid breath and showed his big white teeth. Let us experience the mortal world. Chapter 153. The Admission Examination of Qingfeng Pavilion. Outside Qingfeng Pavilion, LuZe looked at the crowd in the square, lost in thought. At that moment, a man approached him. "Brother, are you here to join Qingfeng Pavilion too?" The man asked with a smile. LuZe looked around first, then pointed at himself and said, "Are you talking to me?" The man smiled wryly. "Who else could it be?" "Oh," LuZe nodded and said, "I heard that Qingfeng Pavilion is starting to recruit disciples today, so I can have a look." "Of course you can come, but it's really hard to join Qingfeng Pavilion. This is my 3rd time participating in the admission examination," the man said with a face full of frustration. LuZe smiled and asked, "Is the admission standard of Qingfeng Pavilion very high?" "Yes, especially high," the man asserted. "To join Qingfeng Pavilion, you must first reach the Soul King realm, and then there's the examination. You're already a Soul Emperor. Why haven't you become a disciple of Qingfeng Pavilion?" LuZe saw through the man's realm. Upon hearing this, the man showed a helpless expression and said, "Although my realm meets the standard, I can't pass the examination, so I still haven't entered Qingfeng Pavilion." "What kind of examination is so difficult?" LuZe asked curiously. The man looked at his curious expression and explained, "The admission examination of Qingfeng Pavilion is divided into 3 parts. But the prerequisite to participate is to reach the Soul King realm." "What are those 3 parts like?" Lv.10. The man didn't hesitate and replied directly. "The first part is climbing the heavenly ladder, which has a total of 999 steps. The pressure doubles every 100 steps. The second part is striking the golden bell. The louder the sound, the more likely the examination teachers of Qingfeng Pavilion will notice you. Finally, you have to battle against the disciples of Qingfeng Pavilion. If you win, you can enter Qingfeng Pavilion." "I see," LuZe murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, the man continued, "My name is Ma Fei. What's yours?" LuZe replied simply, "LuZe. Nice to meet you." Soon, while the two were conversing, a powerful voice came from the high platform. "Disciples, quiet down. The admission examination is about to begin." A man in a white robe stood on a high platform and spoke loudly. In an instant, the noisy square fell silent, and everyone looked at the man on the platform with anticipation. "All right, the enrollment assessment begins now. Please leave if you do not have the Soul King realm," the man in white said slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion, and those without the Soul King realm left reluctantly. The remaining individuals were all Soul Kings, and some were even Soul Emperors like Ma Fei. LuZe looked at the square, which had seen its numbers reduced by more than half, and couldn't help but smile. Soon, the man in white directly announced, "The first round, the ascending ladder, begins. All disciples, give it your all." After saying this, he turned and sat down on a chair behind him. The people in the square surged forward toward the ascending ladder. LuZe did not immediately ascend the ladder, but stood still, quietly observing. "When you plan to go up?" Ma Fei asked as he approached LuZe. LuZe smiled and replied, "I'll wait a bit longer. I want to observe first." "I see. Then I'll go ahead. I hope to see you in the outer courtyard." Ma Fei smiled and then walked toward the ladder. LuZe, remaining in place, watched the people who had already ascended the ladder and murmured, "The enrollment assessment of Qingfeng Pavilion is truly unique. If it weren't for these people having martial souls, I would think I had entered a fantasy world." As soon as he finished speaking, LuZe began to move. Arriving at the first step of the ladder, he couldn't help but look up. Some people had already reached the 150th step. If he didn't hurry, he would indeed fall too far behind. The ladder shouldn't be that simple, right? LuZe smiled and took a step forward. Sure enough, as soon as LuZe stepped onto the ladder, he felt a pressure. Although it was negligible for him, it was different for others. Soon, LuZe walked up again. After a while, LuZe had reached nearly 200 steps, while some people had already stopped at over 100 steps. A few talented individuals were approaching 300 steps, but some among them were already exhausted. LuZe smiled at this scene and continued to move forward. Ma Fei, now standing on the 300th step, was already panting heavily. He slowly raised his head to look up, feeling completely hopeless. If he was struggling at just 300 steps, it seemed his cultivation was still insufficient. Just as he was mumbling to himself, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Who?" Ma Fei turned around alertly, only to find it was LuZe. LuZe smiled and asked, "Why are you standing still?" "I'm tired," Ma Fei said, looking frustrated. We saw that LuZe was not sweating at all. He was instantly stunned. "How come you have no sweat at all?" Ma Fei exclaimed in shock. LuZe replied calmly, "I find it quite easy." "Haha, Ma fei chuckled awkwardly. LuZe then patted his shoulder again, smiling as he said, I'll go ahead. After saying that, he continued up the steps above 300. Ma fei watched LuZe's back, lost in thought. Is this guy really that abnormal? At this moment, he could only watch LuZe from behind, unable to keep up even with all his strength. As time passed, there were hardly any people continuing up the ladder, but LuZe still walked leisurely, which left the elders of Qingfeng Pavilion utterly astonished. This child is exceptionally talented. He is surely destined to be a disciple, an old man with a white beard said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was countered. Elder Third, you may not be able to teach this child. His talent has surpassed everyone present. I think it's better to hand him over to the sect master. A young woman stepped forward and said. The old man with the white beard glanced at her and fell silent. Although he was quite unconvinced, he thought better of it considering her identity. Handing him over to the sect master is also fine, but we need to see how that child performs afterward. The old man thought begrudgingly. The young woman simply smiled lightly in response. Let's see. As time ticked by, only LuZe remained on the ladder. Everyone else had stopped after achieving their desired results. LuZe had already reached over 800 steps and was about to step onto the last 100 steps. But then, an unexpected scene occurred. LuZe stopped in front of the 900 step. Why did he stop? He should be struggling now. After all, behind the 900 steps is the pressure of the title Douluo. I think he just wants to take a break. In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd below the ladder, while LuZe wore a faint smile. This is enough. Going too high will draw attention, LuZe murmured with a smile, then turned and walked back down the ladder. This scene caught everyone off guard. Many thought he couldn't go on, but those with keen eyes understood that he simply didn't want to go further. The young woman smiled upon seeing this. What a peculiar person. Chapter 154. Exploded? After the first round of the Qingfeng Pavilion enrollment assessment ended, only about 100 people remained to continue the assessment. Among the crowd, LuZe was deep in thought, considering whether he had stood out too much and if he had drawn the attention of Leviathan's people. Just then, Ma fei suddenly came up to him and patted his shoulder. LuZe, I didn't expect you to reach the 900 step. That's impressive, Ma fei said with a big smile. Coming back to his senses, LuZe looked at him and replied with a faint smile, You did great too. Don't say that. I only reached 500 steps. Most of the remaining people are around 500 steps too. I'm not that outstanding. Ma fei sighed and shook his head. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, The second round is coming up soon. Be ready. All right, you two, good luck. Ma fei smiled and then walked toward the assessment location for the second round. Seeing this, LuZe followed suit. In no time, the group of about 100 people arrived in front of the massive golden bell. This is the golden bell? LuZe murmured. At that moment, the familiar voice rang out again. All disciples who have reached this round have already received a certain level of recognition. The rules remain the same as before. Everyone should not feel any burden. After the man in white finished speaking, he sat back down, and 100 or so people in front of the golden bell formed a long line, quite consciously. LuZe looked at the dozens of people ahead and thought it was still early, so he began to recall some things. Soon, the first person arrived in front of the golden bell. He unleashed his Soul King's soul power and assumed a punching stance. Who? The man exhaled deeply and then suddenly exerted force. His iron fist struck the golden bell instantly. Zong! 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 Even with all his strength, the massive golden bell only rang 3 times. The man looked at his achievements, and suddenly a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Was that only 3 sounds? At this moment, a man standing behind him said disdainfully. The bell striker felt annoyed after hearing this and turned around sharply to look at him. What do you mean, you guy? The man smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? You're not capable. His words were full of sarcasm. But the soul power he exuded had already reached the Soul Emperor level. This made the bell striker instantly wilt, and he could only leave in displeasure. The man with a disdainful expression watched him leave and then approached Jean. He first gently stroked the golden bell and then laughed. Everyone, remember my name? As he spoke, his soul power erupted in an instant. Remember it. My name is Long. Ba. Tian. The man shouted loudly, and his fist slammed hard against the golden bell. In an instant, the massive golden bell trembled violently, and then a series of bell rings echoed. Dong, 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 zong. The elders of Qingfeng Pavilion showed satisfied smiles. 52 sounds, not bad, not bad. Another good seedling, the white-bearded elder said with a smile. This child's talent is good, but his personality is too arrogant. The white-robed man spoke at this moment. The white-bearded elder looked at him after hearing this, thinking the same in his heart, then sighed and continued to watch the assessment. At the assessment site, those who had not yet participated showed shocked expressions, but a part of them felt very excited. After all, among these 100 or so people, there were quite a few who were combative. LuZe only glanced up faintly and then no longer paid attention. The man just now was named Lv.10, a descendant of the Long family from the 7 great families, and his talent could be said to be among the best. After he struck the golden bell, almost no one afterward could reach 50 sounds until a girl stood in front of the golden bell. 52 sounds? The girl said as she casually threw a punch. Boom! In an instant, the golden bell rang out with 70 loud sounds, once again shocking everyone. This girl is too abnormal. 70 sounds. While that Lv.10 only got 52, the white-bearded elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he could take the girl as his disciple right then and there. Even the young woman who had always maintained a cold expression couldn't help but glance at the girl. A talent worth nurturing, the young woman said lightly. The several elders sitting nearby were instantly shocked. It is known that this young woman rarely praises a junior, unless they are an extraordinary genius. She wouldn't even spare them a glance. It is easy to imagine what kind of existence that girl's talent is, absolutely surpassing Lv.10. At the assessment site, standing in the rest area, Lv.10 coldly stared at the girl, his face filled with displeasure. At that moment, the girl also looked over at him and revealed a mocking expression. Seeing this, Lv.10 couldn't hold back anymore and instantly stood up, wanting to rush over to teach the girl a lesson. But just as he took a step, he suddenly remembered that this was Qingfeng Pavilion, and he couldn't act recklessly. He then swallowed his anger and sat down on a nearby chair with an unhappy expression. After seeing this, the girl smiled even more joyfully and quickly left in front of the golden bell. Meanwhile, LuZe, who was standing behind her, wore an expression of surprise. He had just been lost in thought and hadn't noticed her. He never expected to encounter someone with paradoxical powers here, and her talent seemed quite impressive. Feeling very excited, LuZe then realized it was his turn and calmly approached the golden bell. His appearance instantly piqued the interest of several elders in Qingfeng Pavilion, even making the young woman stand up. LuZe looked at the massive golden bell before him and murmured slowly, "It looks quite simple. Let me apply a bit of force." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually threw a punch. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, LuZe's fist finally made contact with the golden bell. However, to everyone's surprise, the golden bell didn't ring even once. Just as everyone was puzzled, an unexpected event occurred. Crack! With a cracking sound, a fissure suddenly appeared on the massive golden bell, which then began to expand, and the next moment, boom! The massive golden bell exploded into countless fragments in front of everyone's eyes. This scene left the elders in shock, and even the young woman widened her eyes. "Is this still a person?" The white-bearded elder said incredulously. The young woman managed to calm her shocked feelings a bit, and slowly said, "This boy is not someone we Qingfeng Pavilion can teach. He is definitely extraordinary. Take him to see the sect master." After the young woman finished speaking, she turned and left directly, while the many elders left behind remained immersed in the previous scene. At the assessment site, LuZe looked at the golden bell that had now turned into fragments, feeling at a loss. LuZe smiled bitterly and murmured, "Looks like I used too much force." Everyone else was at a loss for words at this moment, unable to come back to their senses for a while. Seeing this, LuZe also prepared to slip away, but just as he turned around, he was blocked by several elders. "Young man, come with us for a moment." Chapter 155, Let's Talk. Inside Qingfeng Pavilion, in the main hall, LuZe was brought here by several elders, and the people standing in front of him were the elders of Qingfeng Pavilion. "I wonder why you elders brought me here," LuZe asked with a light smile. The white-robed man slowly said, "The sect master wants to meet you." "The sect master of Qingfeng Pavilion?" LuZe felt curious. Soon, a man with an imposing demeanor arrived. The elder showed great respect upon seeing him. "Young brother, I heard that your talent is extraordinary. May I have a chat with you?" The man said with a smile. When LuZe saw him for the first time, he noticed something was off. This guy exuded an aura of sin. Nevertheless, LuZe didn't show it and instead smiled. "I wonder what the sect master wants to discuss with me?" The man gave the elders a glance, and they quickly understood, turning to leave. Once the elders left, only LuZe and the sect master of Qingfeng Pavilion remained in the spacious hall. "Now we can talk, right?" LuZe smiled and said. The man saw LuZe's expression and instantly laughed. "You really are not an ordinary person, sect master, now that it's just the two of us. It must be hard to keep some things pent up inside, right?" LuZe said with a smile. The man calmed his inner thoughts a bit, and then slowly said, "You have an aura I'm familiar with. What is your relationship with Leviathan?" As he spoke, a powerful pressure erupted. LuZe felt this pressure but didn't show any signs of discomfort. Instead, he smiled. "Sect Master, what do you mean by that?" What do you mean?" The man's expression began to turn fierce. Then, in an instant, he teleported in front of LuZe and directly reached out to grab LuZe's neck. "Stop! Buzz!" The man was startled. His body suddenly couldn't move. "Sect Master, can we have a good talk now?" LuZe smiled lightly. "Who exactly are you?" The man said in shock. After hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and slowly said, "Do you have a grudge against Leviathan?" "Not just a grudge. I wish I could kill that guy," the man said angrily. "Oh, then what's with the aura of sin on you?" LuZe asked directly. Upon hearing this question, the man froze. "You can sense it." LuZe patted his shoulder and sat down in the chair behind him. "Of course I can sense it. Plus I have a little conflict with Leviathan." The man felt he could move his body again, then stretched his muscles and bones while looking at LuZe, slowly saying, "You also have grievances with Leviathan?" "Not grievances per se, but he left an impact on me," LuZe said with a smile. "An impact on you?" The man felt quite puzzled. Then LuZe directly stated his intention for being here. "I'm here not for anything else, but to invite your Clear Wind Pavilion to join my forces." "Why should we join you?" the man asked seriously. "I can help you eliminate Leviathan. Is that enough?" LuZe smiled faintly. After hearing this, the man hesitated, recalling everything that had just happened. This man before him really seemed to have that kind of strength. "I know what you're thinking, but you don't have to worry. Leviathan has met me before, and he doesn't have the confidence to take me down. But I have the confidence to take him down." LuZe revealed a confident smile. The man looked at his expression and couldn't help but choose to believe him. Thus, he made a bold decision. "Our Clear Wind Pavilion can join your forces, but we will definitely not die for you for free." "All right." LuZe nodded and stood up, then extended his right hand in front of the man. "Welcome to the Hall of Truth." The man didn't hesitate and shook hands with him. After the two reached an agreement, the man informed LuZe of his name, Linqing. Linqing also learned LuZe's name, then asked, "Master, what do you do next?" After hearing this, LuZe thought carefully for a moment, then slowly said, "Let's first take a look at the Clear Wind Pavilion. Maybe we can find Leviathan's hidden subordinates." "Has the Clear Wind Pavilion been infiltrated?" Linqing felt very shocked. LuZe seemed to have guessed this long ago. Smiling as he said, "Since you offended Leviathan, do you think he would let you go so easily?" Linqing thought carefully and felt the same, then said again, "I'll arrange an identity for you first, so it will be much more convenient for you to act within the Clear Wind Pavilion." LuZe nodded and walked out towards the main hall. After LuZe left, Linqing returned to his chair. At this time, a figure slowly walked out. "Sect Master, do you think LuZe can be trusted?" The one speaking was the young woman. After hearing her voice, Linqing looked at her and smiled. "I don't know, but the master gives me the feeling of a king, making it impossible for me not to submit to him. Are you willing to be a minister to a king?" the young woman asked again. Linqing didn't waste words and directly stood up seriously, saying, "Of course not. But LuZe gives me the feeling of a king above ministers. There's no reason to refuse his words. All right, since you've made this choice, I won't interfere. If LuZe can't be relied upon, you can come and join our Moon God sect," the young woman said lightly, then disappeared from the spot. "Moon God sect?" Linqing murmured, then stopped thinking about it. Sometime later, in the outer courtyard of the Clear Wind Pavilion, LuZe was resting with his eyes closed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "LuZe, I didn't expect you to be so abnormal." The visitor was none other than Ma Fei. LuZe slowly opened his eyes to look at him, then said, "Don't say that. It sounds weird." "Then I'll call you genius from now on," Ma Fei said with a smile. LuZe didn't speak, but continued to look at the sky. Ma Fei asked again, "LuZe, do you know about the outer courtyard talent ranking?" "What ranking?" LuZe felt curious. Seeing this, Ma Fei smiled and explained. "The talent ranking is a list that includes various geniuses from the outer courtyard. The higher the rank, the better the talent, and the higher the chance of advancing to the inner courtyard." "Oh, is that so? I thought it was something else," LuZe said, instantly losing interest. Ma Fei then pulled LuZe up. "Let's go, the talent ranking is being updated today. I want to go see. What's so good about it?" "You might as well take this time to cultivate more," LuZe complained listlessly. Although Ma Fei wanted to retort, he felt powerless because it was the reality. "Come on, it's just to take a look," Ma Fei said with a thick face. Seeing his shamelessness, LuZe stopped refusing. "All right, let's go take a look." Chapter 156, Talent Ranking Update. In the outer courtyard of the Clear Wind Pavilion, the square where the talent ranking is located was already packed with people. When LuZe and Ma Fei arrived, They felt speechless at the scene before them. The talent ranking had not even been updated yet. And so many people were paying attention. What would happen when it was updated? Ma Fei smiled awkwardly. LuZe didn't mind this. Instead, he looked up at the talent ranking. Talent ranking. First place, Zhuge Yu, Soul Power Level 69, Control Soul Emperor, Martial Soul White Feather Fan, Soul Ring Configuration, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 2 black. Second place, Ouyang Xiaogong, Soul Power Level 68, Attack Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Silver Snow Sword, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. Third place, Bailey Dangfeng, Soul Power Level 65, Attack Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Spirit Gun, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow. 100th place, Huang Yi, Soul Power Level 55, Defense Soul King, Martial Soul Golden Dragon Shield, Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Upon seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but smile, but he wasn't focused on all the Soul Masters on the talent ranking. He was interested in the top 5. I really wonder what their strengths are. Could they be the ones I'm looking for? LuZe murmured lightly. Just then, Ma Fei patted LuZe's shoulder, excitedly saying, LuZe, look, the talent ranking has been updated. Oh, LuZe, who was lost in thought, slowly raised his head upon hearing this. At this moment, the talent ranking was radiating a dazzling light, and almost everyone in the square couldn't open their eyes. So dazzling, my eyes are going blind. Ma Fei covered his eyes and groaned on the side. LuZe couldn't help but laugh at his appearance, and then stopped paying attention. Soon, the dazzling light faded, and the new talent ranking was presented to everyone's eyes. Hey, quickly check the changes on the talent list. A passerby loudly reminded. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began searching for changes on the new talent list. Soon, they instantly discovered the first change. Huang Ye's position had been replaced, and now the person in the 100th position was a guy named Dingling Huang. Yi has been replaced, a girl exclaimed. But soon, everyone found even more shocking changes. Without mentioning those behind the 10th place, even the top 10 had undergone changes. 7th place, Long Batian, 65th level Soul Emperor of the Assault System, Martial Soul Black Dragon, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. 5th place, Ouyang Fengwu, 65th level Soul Emperor of the Agility System, Martial Soul Green Phoenix, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. This was not the end. The most shocking change was in the 3rd place. Originally in 3rd place, Bailey Dangfeng had now dropped to 4th, and the one who took his place was none other than the former 2nd place, Ouyang Xiaogong. The reason was simple. The name of the 1st place had changed, with the original Zhuge Yu now in 2nd place, causing Ouyang Xiaogong and Bailey Dangfeng to drop in rank. The one who replaced Zhuge Yu was none other than LuZe. 1st place, LuZe, 69th level Soul Emperor, Martial Soul Unknown. Soul Ring Configuration Unknown. Everyone fell into shock upon seeing this. Is this a joke? What is this LuZe's Martial Soul? Why is it not displayed? They couldn't help but wonder if he was the one who shattered the golden bell with a single punch during the enrollment assessment. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled the previous enrollment assessment. Everyone thought of that incredibly powerful and terrifying figure. They could all understand. Anyone who had seen the enrollment assessment would not doubt LuZe's strength. LuZe, you are actually first. Ma Fei was shocked upon seeing the name at the top of the talent list. LuZe, however, remained very calm, as he had never taken these matters to heart. Let's go. There's nothing to see, LuZe said disinterestedly as he turned around. Ma Fei was left speechless, finally just sighing before following behind. As soon as LuZe left the square, someone set their sights on him. Is that LuZe? A man sitting in an ordinary seat was watching LuZe's departing figure, a smile appearing on his face. Miss you, what do you think of that, LuZe? The man quickly turned to the woman sitting next to him. Hearing this, the woman slowly opened her eyes and replied, He is very strong, stronger than all of us. I can't predict his path, nor can I see his experiences. Is Miss you serious? The man instantly stood up, his expression very serious. The woman slowly stood up and looked at him seriously. When have you ever heard me speak falsely? Upon hearing this, the man instantly realized his mistake and quickly apologized. Sorry, I just can't believe that LuZe is strong enough to make even you feel fear. Maybe, but you must never provoke LuZe, the woman cautioned. The man fell silent and, after thanking her, turned to leave. In the outer courtyard accommodation area, LuZe quickly returned to his room, while Ma Fei had left for something. Lying alone on his bed, LuZe fell into deep thought once again. It's been so long. I wonder how Xiaoyu is doing. I really don't know when that guy Truth will wake up. LuZe sighed helplessly. Truth had fallen into a deep sleep the moment LuZe woke up in this world. And after all this time, there had been no signs of awakening. This made LuZe wonder if Truth had actually died, but due to the contract they signed, LuZe quickly dismissed that idea. If Truth had died, he would have died too. Now that he was living well, it meant Truth was still alive, just in a deep slumber. Although he didn't know when Truth would wake up, LuZe could at least ensure that he wouldn't encounter any major issues. It seems I can't continue like this. If I keep going, I will never return to Xiao Yu's side. LuZe suddenly sat up. He then slowly walked out of his room, heading straight towards the interior of Qingfeng Pavilion. But as soon as he exited the accommodation area, he was stopped by someone. "Are you LuZe?" A figure suddenly appeared in front of LuZe. LuZe glanced at him and smiled. "What do you want with me? Lv.10? You know me?" The man was Lv.10. LuZe didn't know what to say, so he just smiled and explained. "You were the first to make the golden bell ring over 50 times during the new student assessment. Have you forgotten?" LuZe said with a smile. Lv.10 appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, scratching his head and saying, "Don't take it seriously. When I got to Qingfeng Pavilion, I realized the gap between me and them. I was too arrogant before. So you want me to teach you how to get stronger?" LuZe said lightly, his crimson eyes fixed on Lv.10. Lv.10 was instantly shocked by this, and then no longer hid anything, directly saying, "That's right, I want to become stronger. So please teach me how to get stronger." LuZe looked at the earnest Lv.10 and then provided him with a method, overload training. "Only by doing this can you quickly become strong," LuZe said, showing a meaningful smile. "Becoming stronger comes at a cost. Are you sure you can handle it?" Lv.10 hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to become LuZe's disciple. And LuZe smiled. "Leviathan, I'm waiting for you." Chapter 157, The Eve of War. In Qingfeng Pavilion, on a quiet little path, LuZe was leisurely strolling. It had been some time since he arrived at Qingfeng Pavilion, and nothing unexpected had happened. The presence of sin is rare. He should be in the inner courtyard. LuZe murmured lightly. At that moment, a beautiful figure blocked his path. "LuZe, can we talk?" The figure said softly. LuZe looked at her and smiled. "I wonder what you want to talk about." The visitor was none other than Ouyang Fengwu, ranked 5th on the talent list. Ouyang Fengwu looked at LuZe's expression and then said, "I heard that Lv.10 has become your subordinate now?" "Yes, what's wrong?" LuZe nodded with a smile. Ouyang Fengwu then said directly, "Aren't you afraid that guy has bad intentions? What if he ambushes you?" LuZe didn't pay much attention to her words. Instead, he smiled, walked up to her, and patted her shoulder. "There's nothing to be afraid of. He won't do that." "You." Ouyang Fengwu immediately felt displeased. But at this moment, LuZe had already walked away, leaving Ouyang Fengwu to watch his retreating figure. Not listening to good advice. Ouyang Fengwu huffed in displeasure and then walked in another direction. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had already left, merely smiled faintly before continuing on his way. At that moment, LuZe suddenly sensed a familiar aura. "Is there a sin mask nearby?" LuZe murmured in surprise, then instantly teleported to the top of a tree. From his elevated position, LuZe quickly noticed something unusual. Not far away was a man behaving strangely, and from a distance, it was unclear what he was doing. This piqued LuZe's interest even more. "Range, cover, buzz." The man nearby instantly felt something was off, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. "Brother, where do you think you're going?" LuZe appeared behind the man in an instant. The man turned around and immediately became serious, then questioned, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" LuZe smiled lightly upon hearing this. "I don't have time to play with you here. Where's Leviathan? Speak." "Buzz." The man was instantly shocked by this question. His body became unresponsive. "No one knows the location of Lord Leviathan. He has 3 avatars in different places." The man replied with vacant eyes. LuZe was taken aback by this response. That guy has 3 avatars. Realizing the danger on Lucifer's side, he suddenly understood that without the power of Sin Mask, Lucifer was likely not as strong as Leviathan now, and if they encountered each other, it would be a huge loss. "This is troublesome." LuZe's expression instantly turned cold, and he questioned again, "Is there still a Sin Mask in the Qingfeng Pavilion? Answer me." The man's eyes had lost their luster, and he numbly replied, "Yes, he is in the inner courtyard." "The inner courtyard?" LuZe nodded. This was within his expectations. Taking advantage of LuZe's moment of contemplation, the man suddenly bolted away into the distance. LuZe came back to his senses and simply raised his hand lightly. The fleeing man froze mid-air. "I still have questions for you. Don't think about running away." LuZe said coldly, "Who is the Sin Mask in the inner courtyard? Answer me." The man fell into numbness once again. "His name is Yi Qinxiu. He is a direct disciple of an elder in the inner courtyard." "I see. Then you don't have much value in living anymore." LuZe said as he grasped the top of the man's head. With the appearance of a mass of colorless air, the man instantly vanished from this world. After dealing with this man, LuZe planned to take action early. Leviathan currently has 3 avatars. LuZe only knew of one on this continent, and with his speculation, there should be another one on the Douluo continent. The reason LuZe planned to act early was because of that avatar on the Douluo continent. After contemplating all this, LuZe vanished in a breath, and when he reappeared, he was standing in front of the elders of the Qingfeng Pavilion. LuZe, what brings you here? The leader of the Qingfeng Pavilion, Lin Qing, sensed something was off immediately. After glancing at him, LuZe stated directly, I need to leave for a while. Keep a close watch on Yi Qinxiu. Yi Qinxiu? Lin Qing felt quite puzzled. But looking at LuZe's serious expression, he quickly dismissed other thoughts and commanded, Elder San, bring Yi Qinxiu here. Indeed, Yi Qinxiu is the direct disciple of Elder San. Elder San was surprised upon hearing this, then asked, Master, may I ask why you summoned Qinxiu? You don't need to worry about that. Just bring him here, Lin Qing said seriously. Seeing his serious expression, Elder San had no choice but to comply and turned to walk out of the main hall. After a while, Elder San brought a handsome young man before everyone. The handsome young man was Yi Qinxiu, who appeared incredibly puzzled, but upon seeing LuZe, he instantly understood, though he did not show any unusual reaction. Upon seeing him, LuZe directly asked, Where's Leviathan? Yi Qinxiu smiled and replied, I don't know what this brother is talking about. Who is Leviathan? LuZe immediately laughed upon hearing this, saying, Where is Leviathan? Speak. Yi Qinxiu was stunned by this statement, his eyes vacant as he said, I don't know where the Lord is. His whereabouts are known to almost no one. I see. After receiving this answer, LuZe's face turned cold. He then teleported in front of Yi Qinxiu and directly grabbed his neck. You are of no use anymore. Erase. In an instant, LuZe erased him before all the elders, leaving no trace of his existence. After resolving the issue with Yi Qinxiu, LuZe slowly turned to Lin Qing. The Sin Mask in your Qingfeng Pavilion has been dealt with. Now it's your own business. Leviathan's informant is gone. He will definitely come looking for you. Just hold him off when the time comes. After saying this, he vanished before everyone's eyes. The elders looked at each other in shock, all stunned by the earlier scene. Master, did LuZe go too far? Yi Qinxiu was a genius soul master from our Qingfeng Pavilion, Elder San said with a dark face. Lin Qing did not get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled and said, What he did was right. Leviathan's people must die. Elder San was left speechless upon hearing this, and the matter just passed. In a corner of the Sun and Moon continent, a man suddenly opened his eyes wide. The informant of the Qingfeng Pavilion is dead. The man was extremely shocked, and, at the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. LuZe, you really opened my eyes. I didn't expect you to declare war so quickly. I'm waiting for you to come find me. Chapter 158, The Fuse. On the Douluo continent, in the Spirit Hall City, the finals of the Elite Soul Master competition were currently underway. At this moment, only the Shrek 7 Devils and the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall remained on the field. This is the final match. Everyone needs to stay focused, Fred said with a serious expression. Lu Xiaoyu and the others shouted confidently. The championship is ours. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, sitting on the high platform at the competition venue, looked at them with a worried expression. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing walked over to her side. Xiaodong, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so worried? Yu Xiaojing asked with a smile. Bibi Dong glanced at him, then stood up and said, It's nothing. Really? Yu Xiaojing smiled as he sat down in the chair. Bibi Dong could only watch him like this, unable to speak. The reason for her worried expression was due to Yu Xiaojing's changes. The current Yu Xiaojing was not like the old one. Now, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Even Bibi Dong, as a titled Dalu, did not dare to say she could defeat Yu Xiaojing. Soon, the final match of the Elite Soul Master competition began. Shrek sent out their strongest 7, Lu Xiaoyu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As for Wai Ning Rongrong did not get the chance to compete. The reason was her insufficient strength. Originally meant to be the strongest support in the team, everything changed with the arrival of Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu's martial spirit is very comprehensive. It can assist in control from the back and launch strong attacks from the front, making her truly versatile. However, they cannot let their guard down. The Golden Generation, for some unknown reason, has seen a comprehensive enhancement of their strength. Strength can no longer be measured by soul power alone. If LuZe were here now, he would definitely be able to see the reason for the Golden Generation's newfound strength. They have absorbed the power of sin. Before long, the competition arena was filled with two teams. One side was Shrek, and the other was the Golden Generation. The referee glanced at the states of both sides, and then shouted directly, "The match begins." With the referee's command, the members of Shrek Academy took the lead in charging forward. "Mubai, you and I will hold off Xiaoyu and Yin, while Hulaina is left to Xiao San," Lu Xiaoyu shouted. Then she immediately launched herself toward Yin, and Dai Mubai followed closely behind. This was a match concerning the honor of Shrek Academy. They could not afford to lose. The members of the Spear Hall glanced at them indifferently and then charged forward to block them. However, in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, their strength was still completely inadequate. Boom! With a loud bang, the few who rushed to intercept Lu Xiaoyu were sent flying. Hulaina and her companions exchanged glances and showed disdainful expressions. "These people are really weak," Xiaoyu said sarcastically. But he wasn't referring to Lu Xiaoyu and her team. He was talking about his own side. "You should take care of yourself first." At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. Without saying a word, he unleashed a white tiger's light wave. At such a close distance, Xiaoyu had no time to react and was directly blasted away. After being sent flying, Xiaoyu's face was filled with anger, and his soul power erupted instantly, mixed with a hint of Sin's aura. "Don't be too arrogant," Xiaoyu shouted loudly, then charged toward Dai Mubai. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, didn't mind because her opponent was Yin. "You are the strongest one in Shrek Academy, right?" Yin said with a smile. "Then you're the strongest too?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with a light smile. Yin, upon hearing this, was not angry. Instead, he instantly teleported in front of her and kicked without a word. Quick to react, Lu Xiaoyu leaped back to evade the kick and then conjured a golden spear in her hand. "Aren't you a bit too arrogant?" Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Then, through the golden spear, whoosh, a piercing sound echoed as the golden spear shot straight into Yan's chest. Thud! The spear pierced through Yan's chest. But he didn't seem to be in much pain. Instead, he stood up and casually pulled the spear out of his chest. Lu Xiaoyu's expression grew serious upon seeing this. "I underestimated you," Yin said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, landing on the ground, replied, "So did I," feeling a sudden unease. Yin enveloped himself in flames and charged at Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu quickly conjured shield. Bang! The flame-covered Yin crashed heavily into Lu Xiaoyu's shield, creating a burst of fire. The powerful shockwave stunned everyone present. Meanwhile, Fred, watching from below, grew increasingly worried. He feared something bad would happen to Lu Xiaoyu and how he would explain it to LuZe afterward. As the flames subsided, Lu Xiaoyu stood unharmed, while Yin was once again pierced through the chest by the golden spear. Huff! Yin looked shocked. He didn't know what had just happened. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at him, saying, "I warned you, you're too arrogant." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her fist and smashed it toward Yin. Caught off guard, Yin was sent flying by her punch, and fortunately, Xiaoyu appeared just in time. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out of the competition arena. "Don't underestimate that guy. He's very strong," Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. Yin slowly stood up and said, "Got it, let's settle this quickly." Xiaoyu was taken aback at first, but then laughed. "All right, let's finish it quickly." After reaching a consensus, a terrifying aura erupted from both of them. Strange black gas began to appear around them, and soon they were completely enveloped. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of shock and shouted, "Mubai Xiao San, come back quickly." Boom! But it was too late. Tang San, who faced Hulaina, had just entered a new state, and his soul power increased several times in an instant. Tang San was kicked away by her. "This is bad." Lu Xiaoyu's face revealed a serious expression upon witnessing this. "You guys are finished," Yin suddenly spoke. "Ha!" Dai Mubai sneered a couple of times. Just as he was about to rush up to teach Yin a lesson, Lu Xiaoyu stopped him. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Dai Mubai asked in confusion. Lu Xiaoyu replied seriously, "You are not his opponent. Rushing in will only lead to your death." Her words instantly awakened Dai Mubai. Feeling apologetic for his earlier impulsiveness, Dai Mubai looked at Yin with fierce eyes. "Xiaoyu, I think we've already lost, right?" Tang Sin said slowly at that moment. Lu Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. After all, the strength between both sides was too disparate. Seeing this, Yin wasted no time and directly ordered to eliminate Lu Xiaoyu and the others. The three of them instantly unleashed their power and charged toward Lu Xiaoyu and the others at incredible speed. This speed was something Lu Xiaoyu and her team could not react to, and it looked like disaster was imminent. At this critical moment, a figure appeared in the competition arena. "Are you trying to kill someone?" The person who appeared was none other than Lucifer. At this moment, Lucifer was extremely furious. He wished he could tear Yin and the others apart. Just then, BB Dong also spoke up, standing up and yelling, "Lucifer, are you trying to interfere with the match?" Lucifer turned to her and coldly said, "So what if I interfere? Do you still want to kill me?" BB Dong immediately wilted upon hearing this. She knew how powerful Lucifer was. But at that moment, Yu Xiaojing, who was sitting behind BB Dong, suddenly stood up. "Lucifer, do you really think you are invincible?" Yu Xiaojing said with a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him, one that was several times stronger than Yin and the others. "What is your relationship with Leviathan?" Lucifer suddenly recalled the source of this aura. Upon hearing the name Leviathan, Yu Xiaojing's expression became serious. "How do you know?" Yu Xiaojing questioned. Lucifer replied coldly, "I am more familiar with it than you. That nauseating aura, is that so?" Yu Xiaojing sneered again. "I am not weaker than you now. The Master has bestowed divine power upon me. I am a god now." "God?" Lucifer chuckled coldly, staring at him and saying, "You're nothing more than a puppet, yet you dare to claim to be a god. How laughable." Yu Xiaojing looked at Lucifer with a cold smile. "Do you want to give it a try?" "Come on," Lucifer replied with a grin. A great battle was about to break out, and the continent sky was about to change. This was not just a fight between Yu Xiaojing and Lucifer, but also the fuse between Leviathan and LuZe's. Chapter 159, Leviathan Appears. Douluo continent, Wuhuan City. At this moment, Wuhuan City was in ruins, and all of this was caused by Lucifer and Yu Xiaojing. BB Dong knew of Lucifer's power, but she was extremely shocked by Yu Xiaojing's strength. At the same time, everyone present was nearly shocked. How could Yu Xiaojing, a soul master who wasn't even a soul emperor, fight back against the incredibly powerful Lucifer? Lucifer was now covered in dust, yet he showed no signs of distress. Instead, he looked quite excited. "It seems Leviathan has treated you well," Lucifer said, looking up at Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, upon hearing this, laughed arrogantly. "Your strength isn't bad either. Why not join us and unify the continent together? Just you guys?" Lucifer showed a disdainful expression. Yu Xiaojing felt quite displeased at this and instantly teleported in front of him. "I don't like what you just said," Yu Xiaojing said coldly. He then threw a punch at Lucifer's face. Fortunately, Lucifer reacted quickly, grabbing his fist with one hand while lifting a foot to kick at his ribs. Bang! Yu Xiaojing was kicked away and crashed into the distant ruins. Cough, cough. The disheveled Yu Xiaojing slowly emerged from the rubble, glaring angrily at Lucifer. Lucifer noticed something and suddenly laughed. "Do you really think you're invincible?" "What do you mean by that?" Yu Xiaojing felt something was off. In the next second, Lucifer instantly appeared behind him, grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground. "Do you really not know my strength? Or are you just pretending?" Lucifer once again displayed his invincible expression. Indeed, the reason Lucifer had been fighting so restrained earlier was entirely because Lu Xiaoyu and the others were present. He couldn't unleash his full power. But now it was different, as he sensed that Lu Xiaoyu and the others had reached a safe area. So he no longer had any burdens. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing, who was pressed to the ground, also felt something was wrong and tried to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Seeing his expression, Lucifer couldn't help but laugh. "What are you panicking about? Our battle has only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted a foot and kicked Yu Xiaojing in the abdomen. Bang! Yu Xiaojing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood from the heavy blow and then awkwardly stood up from the distant ruins. "You bastard, I will kill you," Yu Xiaojing shouted with a fierce expression. Lucifer laughed heartily. "Huh, what power do you have without your sins? You really overestimate yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yu Xiaojing again, grabbing his neck and lifting him up without saying a word. "Let me show you the gap between us," Lucifer said, slowly ascending into the air while holding Yu Xiaojing, speaking in front of countless people. "Remember, I am Lucifer. In heaven and earth, I am the strongest." After saying this, he began to gather an incredibly terrifying aura in his hand. Yu Xiaojing, whose neck was being gripped, felt this power and instantly displayed a look of fear. Lucifer looked at him as if he were a monkey, revealing a disdainful expression. "Die." Whoosh! Just as Lucifer's words fell, Yu Xiaojing, whose neck was being gripped, suddenly vanished. The one who saved him was a stranger, whose aura was several times stronger than his. "Leviathan, you finally decided to show yourself?" Lucifer immediately recognized the other party. Upon hearing this, the man laughed. "Lucifer, it's been a while, and you're still so arrogant." The man was indeed Leviathan, but he was only one of the 3 avatars. It was the strongest one. "Lucifer, I've been thinking about one thing. Why didn't you absorb the power of sins with me back then?" Leviathan asked with a smile. But Lucifer seemed unwilling to chat more with him. appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. "You two, still so talkative after all this time," Lucifer said coldly. He then suddenly stomped down hard on Leviathan's head. Boom! Leviathan crashed directly into the ruins below, looking quite disheveled. Lucifer looked down at Leviathan like a king, showing no expression on his face. "I can't let you continue down that wrong path," Lucifer said, raising his right hand and pointing at Leviathan on the ground, smiling. "Divine punishment, heavenly retribution." Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with horrifying lightning. In the next second, the lightning fell directly. Without time to react, Leviathan chose to withstand it with his body. This scene shocked Lucifer. He knew the power of this move, and very few could survive the onslaught of lightning. Soon, amidst the vast sea of lightning, Leviathan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Seeing this, Lucifer breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Leviathan had some powerful trump card, but now he realized he had overthought it. In the sea of lightning, Leviathan's body began to crack, and every inch of his skin was almost unrecognizable. But there was a strange phenomenon. Leviathan was actually smiling. Soon, Lucifer also realized something was wrong, but it was already too late when he reacted. Whoosh! Several black spikes instantly pierced through his chest. Blood gushed out immediately. "Lucifer, you're still too naive," Leviathan said, standing behind him with a smile. Lucifer turned to him with a face full of astonishment. "You bastard. Forget it. I'll deal with you first. You're a threat." Leviathan suddenly changed his expression and said coldly. He then waved his right hand, and several black spikes instantly pinned Lucifer to the ground. Cough, cough. Lucifer, pinned to the ground, felt a sharp pain. But now he didn't know what to do. The black spikes pierced through his limbs and chest. He was now just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, easily killed with a gentle touch. Leviathan looked down at Lucifer with a smile on his face. "Lucifer, this can't be blamed on me. Blame your own talent." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the sky suddenly darkened, condensing a pitch-black long spear directly above Lucifer. Everyone felt the terrifying power of the black spear. If it fell, this land would likely be leveled. Lucifer looked at the black spear in front of him with a serious expression, knowing in his heart that this move could probably kill him. Fall! At this moment, Leviathan suddenly spoke. The massive black spear began to descend, and a terrifying aura pressed down directly. Lucifer watched the scene before him, feeling very unwilling but powerless. If Leviathan had not absorbed the power of the sin, he would definitely not be Lucifer's opponent. Just as the black spear was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appeared beneath it. "It's over," the figure said softly, then waved his right hand, and a mass of colorless airflow instantly swallowed the black spear. The black spear, engulfed by the colorless airflow, quickly vanished without a trace, leaving no aura behind. Leviathan's smile instantly appeared upon seeing this scene. "You finally came." "LuZe." "Yes, I'm here." The figure was indeed LuZe. At this moment, LuZe was wrapped in black airflow, his eyes were blood red, and he exuded a terrifying aura. "I'm really curious how you got here from the sun and moon continent," Leviathan said with a smile. LuZe ignored him and approached Lucifer, looking at him pinned to the ground. His gaze turned cold. "Night Walker, martial madness." "Take him away," LuZe said quietly. Soon, two figures appeared beside him. Without saying a word, they lifted the heavily injured Lucifer and flew off into the distance. Leviathan did not stop this scene, but instead smiled even more happily. "LuZe, come on. Our contest. You're just a clone. Let the main body come." LuZe said coldly. "Are you looking down on me?" Leviathan's expression turned cold. Upon hearing this, LuZe revealed a sarcastic smile, not even glancing at him. "It's just a fact." Chapter 160, Make a Choice. Boom! 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 At this moment, the martial soul city was almost leveled, and there was not a single good piece of flesh left on Leviathan. LuZe looked down at him from above, his expression full of disdain. Leviathan stared at him fiercely, his face filled with rage, but he could do nothing to LuZe. "I advise you to join me. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death soon," Leviathan said angrily. LuZe simply smiled lightly upon hearing this, then teleported in front of him. "Do you still not understand the situation?" LuZe grabbed Leviathan by the neck and lifted him into the air. Ugh! Leviathan, being choked, felt difficulty breathing, but his eyes were still filled with defiance. LuZe looked at him and then directly threw him away. Boom! The thrown Leviathan crashed heavily into the ruins in the distance. In fact, LuZe could have dealt with this Leviathan clone long ago, but he didn't do so. The reason was simple. If this guy died now, the real Leviathan would likely not come, and LuZe's goal would not be achieved. Leviathan, trembling, stood up in the ruins, his eyes fixed on LuZe. At this moment, LuZe also realized his anger, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, striking with an attack filled with Sin's power. But LuZe, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly dodged this attack, then directly grabbed the figure's head and pressed it to the ground. "Master, what were you thinking joining that guy?" LuZe said with a smile to the person he had pinned down. The one who ambushed LuZe was none other than Yu Xiaojang, who had been saved by Leviathan earlier. At this moment, Yu Xiaojang's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to make a sound. LuZe looked at the silent Yu Xiaojang and said softly in his ear, "You were wrong from the very beginning. Do you know that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of paradox began to gather in his hand. But just as LuZe was about to make a move, another figure appeared to stop him. "Don't touch him," a sharp female voice suddenly called out. Immediately after, several attacks condensed from soul power struck towards LuZe. Upon seeing this, LuZe waved his hand lightly, and those attacks instantly vanished without a trace. "Why are you here?" LuZe looked at the person who attacked him. The one who attacked LuZe was none other than Bibi Dong. "Let go of Xiaojang. I don't want to say it a second time," Bibi Dong said seriously. Upon hearing this, LuZe was first taken aback, then laughed, really not understanding why you would say such a thing. "Have you not seen through this guy as true nature at this point?" "What do you mean?" Bibi Dong frowned. LuZe did not waste words. Smiling as he said, "You probably still don't know what sin is, so let me be magnanimous and explain it to you." At this point, LuZe, in front of the puzzled Bibi Dong, continued, "Sin is the evil within a person's heart. Since this guy has the power of sin, it means he has released the evil in his heart. The person you've seen over the years is his true self. I believe you should understand this well." After saying this, LuZe laughed again, then slowly stood up and stepped on Yu Xiaojang's head. "Since you are just an uninformed person, I can give you a chance. Leave here immediately, or go along with this ugly-hearted guy," LuZe said lightly, then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Make your choice, I." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong immediately fell into a dilemma. After all, she had witnessed Yu Xiaojang's character change over the years. Just as she was torn, Yu Xiaojang, who was being stepped on, suddenly shouted, "Xiaodong, save me, save me." Yu Xiaojang's expression was extremely twisted, as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Upon seeing this expression, Bibi Dong was immediately scared. But Yu Xiaojang didn't care. He just wanted to live. No matter what, he had to survive. LuZe glanced at him lightly, then increased the pressure. Yu Xiaojang's face was almost starting to distort. Tears and mucus covered his cheeks. "Save me, please." Yu Xiaojang kept mumbling. He didn't want to die. Really didn't want to die. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong's heart felt like it was being stabbed, wanting to rush up to save him, but she hesitated. "Have you made your choice?" "Give me your answer," LuZe said lightly with a smile. Bibi Dong really didn't know how to choose. LuZe looked at her indecision. His expression instantly turned cold. "Since that's the case, then I will choose for you. This hypocrite is not worth you sacrificing your life for, so I will sever your feelings for him," LuZe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the colorless airflow instantly swallowed Yu Xiaojang, disappearing from this world in the blink of an eye. When Bibi Dong saw this, her eyes instantly widened, as if her heart had stopped beating. After dealing with Yu Xiaojang, LuZe did not stop, but in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of the younger Bibi Dong and directly pointed a finger at her forehead. "You shouldn't have met Yu Xiaojang, let alone developed feelings for him, so," LuZe slowly said, "this doomed relationship should come to an end." After saying that, a dazzling white light flashed, instantly enveloping Bibi Dong. After witnessing this, LuZe no longer paid attention to her, as he had already erased all events between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojang through paradoxes. In other words, at this moment, Bibi Dong had completely forgotten about Yu Xiaojang, as if she had never met him. After finishing these tasks, LuZe looked again at the location of Leviathan. In the ruins, Leviathan had a dark expression on his face, his heart feeling as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through it. "Where's your true body? Aren't you coming to save yourself? Or did he never think about saving you?" LuZe suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, Leviathan immediately became angry, but did not rush blindly. After a moment of calm, he replied with a laugh, "You will definitely regret this." Just as Leviathan finished speaking, LuZe instantly appeared in front of him. "Oh, really?" LuZe said with a smile, then kicked him in the abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The kicked Leviathan crashed through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. But when he looked up again, LuZe had once again appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, LuZe grabbed Leviathan's head and pressed him straight to the ground. I really don't want you to die too early. After all, I haven't had enough fun yet, LuZe said with a smile. Leviathan gasped for breath and trembled as he spoke. You will regret this? Hearing this, LuZe laughed out loud. In that moment, it seemed like he was the villain, such an ugly guy, even his words were so. Crack. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the already gloomy sky. At this moment, everyone on the Douluo continent felt it and looked up. The sky is cracking? Fred exclaimed in shock. The others were at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming shock inside. Meanwhile, Leviathan, who was pressed to the ground by LuZe, suddenly revealed an arrogant smile. Ha ha, you're doomed. Leviathan laughed loudly. After noticing this, LuZe stopped laughing, and a formless airflow instantly engulfed Leviathan. In just a moment, Leviathan disappeared from this world. LuZe slowly stood up and then looked up at the sky. Finally here, Chapter 161. The Awakening of Truth, final chapter of the Parallel Journey, Part 1. On the Douluo continent, the sky opened a rift, and the entire world lost its color. LuZe, didn't you want to see me very much? I'm here now, why the cold face? The true Leviathan stood at the rift in the sky, smiling. LuZe glanced at him and replied, I really didn't expect you to bring so many people. Indeed, Leviathan was not alone, for other men exuding the power of the 7 deadly sins accompanied him. If LuZe guessed correctly, these 4 should be greed, gluttony, sloth, and lust. Come on, our final battle is here, Leviathan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of greed charged at LuZe without giving him any chance to react. Seeing this, LuZe reacted quickly and directly used the power of truth. Get down, Buzz. As soon as he spoke, the 4 of greed were instantly slammed to the ground. LuZe smiled faintly at this and then looked at Leviathan, saying, Aren't you being a bit overconfident? Haha, Leviathan laughed, then teleported directly in front of LuZe. LuZe had no time to react and was kicked away. Bang! LuZe was sent crashing into a low hill over 100 meters away. The entire hill was flattened, and this scene made Lu Xiaoyu and the others watching from a distance anxious. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu murmured worriedly. Fortunately, Lucifer came over to comfort her, saying, Don't worry, the leader won't be easily defeated. After saying that, Lucifer instantly moved towards Leviathan. In just a moment, he arrived behind the still laughing Leviathan. Boom! Lucifer did not hesitate and threw a powerful punch at Leviathan. Old friend, ambushing isn't good. Leviathan casually received Lucifer's punch. Then, he threw Lucifer away, and the 4 of greed immediately understood what to do and followed suit. After dealing with Lucifer, Leviathan looked again at the distant low hill, a smile appearing on his face. LuZe, is this all you can do? As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence, as if entering a deserted room. Seeing this, Leviathan's expression immediately turned cold. He did not come here to win easily, but to go all out. Lucia, are you really going to disappoint me? Leviathan said coldly. Despite this, there was still no echo from the low hill. Just as Leviathan was about to go check, an unexpected event occurred. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled, all the mountains were almost halved, and all buildings became ruins. Leviathan sensed the anomaly and instantly fell into shock. Not only he was shocked, nearly all the residents of the Douluo continent were stunned by the scene before them. The sky is falling. Tang San and his group were completely stunned. At this moment, the sky on the Douluo continent, which had already cracked open, began to collapse. Moreover, the residents near the sea on the Douluo continent discovered a new landmass emerging on the sea, and it was getting closer to the Douluo continent. Only then did Leviathan realize what kind of existence he was fighting against. This was something that no human could achieve. No, even a god could not be so exaggerated. The sky will eventually fall, and the continent will eventually expand. Just as Leviathan fell into shock, a powerful voice came from the distant low hill. Following that, a beam of red light broke through the clouds, and a figure slowly walked out. That figure was none other than LuZe in his true form. At this moment, countless red giant eyes opened in the space behind him. The moment the red giant eyes opened, the spatial walls of this world began to shatter. In this world, only truth will last forever, and I am truth, LuZe said slowly, then started walking towards Leviathan step by step. Leviathan, meanwhile, endured the immense pressure. If he hadn't absorbed the powers of the 7 deadly sins, he would have likely died under this pressure long ago. Is this really the true strength of the Pavilion Master? Lucifer, who was fighting against the 4 of greed's original sins, suddenly stopped staring at LuZe in shock. The four members of Greed's original sins stood frozen in place, as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell. Is this really your true strength, LuZe? Leviathan suddenly laughed out loud, his expression filled with excitement. LuZe didn't respond to him at all, merely gazing at him quietly. Ha ha ha! Seeing that LuZe ignored him, Leviathan's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the land. Urgently, a terrifying power began to erupt from him. I have known about the power of truth for a long time, and today I finally witness it with my own eyes. For this moment, I have prepared for decades. Leviathan laughed madly. Then, he raised his hand and waved at the four members of Greed's original sins, instantly breaking their confinement, sending them flying towards Leviathan's position. At that moment, an endless black hole appeared in Leviathan's chest, and the four members of Greed's original sins were immediately sucked into the abyss. Leviathan's aura expanded once again, almost reaching the peak of this world. At this moment, he could destroy a continent's civilization with just a flick of his finger, but in his eyes, it was still far from enough. Because truth is eternal, without limits, and there is no way to overcome it. Yet Leviathan still did not give up, for he had waited a long time for this moment. As long as he could defeat the truth, he could devour it and inherit it. Then he would be the new truth in this world. LuZe looked at him indifferently, his face showing no emotional fluctuations. Leviathan, after merging with this power, charged directly at him. Hand over the truth to me. Leviathan laughed maniacally. In the next second, LuZe looked at him, his lips slightly moving. Kneel, Buzz. The moment Leviathan's brain received this command, he immediately knelt down at LuZe's feet. LuZe looked down at him from a height and slowly said, "Challenging the truth is a foolish choice." Then he flicked his fingers, and Leviathan was instantly sent flying. Boom! In an instant, a bottomless abyss appeared on the continent, and at the bottom of the abyss lay Leviathan, who had lost half of his body. Leviathan spat out a large mouthful of blood, then trembled as he stood up. Is this the power of truth? Just as he caught his breath, an invisible pressure swept over him in an instant. Buzz! This time, the pressure was even more terrifying, directly forcing Leviathan down beneath the continent. When the pressure dissipated, Leviathan thought it was over, but he did not expect a massive crimson sword to be condensing directly above him. From a distance, LuZe felt it was about time and waved his right hand. The crimson giant sword fell instantly, piercing directly into the pit where Leviathan was located. Boom! In an instant, the entire continent trembled, as if it was about to collapse. After seeing this, LuZe stopped making any moves and slowly said, "You've been awake for a long time, right?" There was no one beside him. No one knew who he was speaking to. Perhaps only one person knew, but that person was not in this world. He at this moment. A burst of giggles came out, and a crimson phantom slowly emerged from LuZe's body. Indeed, this phantom was the truth itself, who had been lost in thought but awakened at this moment. The truth looked playful. "LuZe, I didn't expect you to notice that I had awakened. If you hadn't awakened, my power of truth would never have reached this level," LuZe said slowly. "Oh, quite clever. What do you plan to do next?" The truth smiled and asked. LuZe looked up at the sky, which was so close, and slowly said, "To the divine realm, to obtain the power of rules. And then go home." You guessed it? The truth was a bit surprised. LuZe didn't speak, just nodded faintly. "That's right, to restore the power of rules. One must awaken the power of rules within through external rule power. Let's go. It's time to head to the divine realm." The battle on the continent led to Leviathan's demise. The sky collapsed, and two continents merged ahead of time. This world had undergone a complete transformation. The one causing all this, LuZe, had already gone to the divine realm, and the day of returning to the original world was not far off. Chapter 162, Modifying Rules, Final Chapter of Parallel Journey. Douluo, Continent Divine Realm. Everything happening on the continent had affected the divine realm, and the gods all wore serious expressions. Is it finally coming? A man exuding an evil aura said slowly. He was none other than the evil god. Standing beside him was the good god. Can we really resist that guy? The good god said with a worried expression. The evil god simply shook his head lightly, looking dejected as he said, "There is no chance at all. He is already too strong for us to contend with." Not just the two gods, but all the gods standing here had serious expressions as they knew the strength of their opponent. In the next second, a figure slowly walked into their view. Is this the gathering place of the gods? The visitor was none other than LuZe. He at this moment, the truth also emerged, sneering as it said, "Are they the gods of this world? They look so weak, not even half as strong as the arrogant one." The evil god and the others listened to the truth's words, feeling very displeased internally, but dared not say anything. After all, the strength was evident. LuZe was already so powerful, let alone the crimson phantom behind him. Why are you able to enter the realm of the gods? At this moment, the Shura god asked with a serious expression, "Why can I enter the realm of the gods?" LuZe was taken aback at first, then scoffed, saying, "A small space is also worthy of being called the realm of gods? How ridiculous!" "You," the Shura god said with a dark face, but he was stopped by the evil god. Otherwise, the outcome might have been unpredictable. At this moment, LuZe directly stated his purpose. "No more nonsense. I am here to take the power of rules. Do you know the significance of the power of rules to our world?" The evil god said with a cold face. "I know, but you have no right to possess the power of rules." LuZe's face began to turn cold. Looking at the expressions of the evil god and the others, they seemed unwilling to hand over the control of the power of rules. If that's the case, then I can only use the worst method. Upon hearing LuZe's words, the veins on the forehead of the cultivation god instantly bulged, and his aura began to surge. "You'd better not force us. I don't believe that so many gods can't deal with just one person," the Shura god said coldly. Before LuZe could respond, the truth spoke first. "You are overestimating yourselves. You don't even have half the strength of the arrogant one, yet you dare to dream of defeating us?" The god of Azura became enraged instantly upon hearing this and moved forward, ready to fight LuZe. "You guy, enough." Just at that critical moment, the evil god spoke up, or else a tragedy would have occurred. "Evil god, what are you doing?" The god of Azura asked, confused. The evil god, with a serious expression, replied, "You don't need to ask too much. This guy can make us fall with just a flick of his finger. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but please don't drag us down with you." Seeing the serious expression on the evil god's face, the god of Azura chose to back down. After witnessing this, the evil god directly approached LuZe and said solemnly, "We can hand over the power of the rules to you, but you must agree to one request from us. You have no right to make requests. You should know the principle of the victor and the vanquished." LuZe responded slowly. Upon hearing this, the evil god was at a loss for words, as he couldn't win the fight. Seeing him speechless, LuZe walked directly to the central seat of the gods and sat down without hesitation. "From now on, the divine realm belongs to my Hall of Truth. You have two choices. Either join the Hall of Truth or perish here," LuZe said with a regal demeanor and a smile. The evil god and the other gods hardly dared to meet LuZe's gaze. If the God King represented the highest position in the divine realm, then LuZe's status now surpassed that of the God King. Noticing that the gods were silent, LuZe smiled and said, "Since you don't respond, I'll take it as you choosing the first option. Welcome to the Hall of Truth." With that, LuZe slowly stood up and with a wave of his right hand, the power of the rules from the divine realm began to surge toward him. In no time, all the power of the rules from the divine realm was gathered in LuZe's hands. "Is this the power of the rules of this world?" LuZe revealed a disdainful expression, but still absorbed it. After all, having it was better than not having it. Once he absorbed the power of the rules, a tremendous change occurred within LuZe's body. The evil god and the others noticed that the power of the rules emanating from LuZe was now even stronger and more robust than what he had absorbed before. Finally awakened, the expression on Truth's face turned serious. At that moment, changes began to occur on LuZe. His originally black hair transformed into silver white, and his pitch-black pupils turned into brilliant golden ones. Simultaneously, golden markings began to appear on his skin, initially starting from his right hand, then spreading across his entire body. Even his hair was not spared. It was a long-lost feeling. LuZe moved his limbs and then revealed a satisfied smile. Not long after, LuZe, covered with golden markings, returned to normal, with black hair and deep black eyes. "All right. Next is to change the rules of this world," LuZe murmured softly. The evil god was instantly shocked and quickly said, "My lord, the world's rules cannot be changed just like that. Do you want to stop me?" LuZe glanced at him sideways. Feeling the pressure from LuZe, the evil god immediately closed his mouth. Seeing this, LuZe no longer paid him any attention and raised his right hand. As LuZe's right hand descended, the dimensions of the divine realm began to change. The evil god and the others sensed the change immediately. The divine realm was no longer the divine realm, and the evil god showed a frustrated expression. Indeed, the divine realm had now appeared above the city of Wuhan, which had been flattened on Douluo continent. The people on the continent were shocked upon seeing this. "Is that a divine temple? Are you kidding me? The gods have descended to Douluo?" A moment later, The continent was filled with voices of shock. As everyone looked up at the temple above the city of Wuhan, inside the temple, LuZe looked down at the evil god and the other god from high position. From now on, this world will no longer have a divide between gods and humans. You are all now of the same kind, LuZe said calmly. The evil god and the others did not dare to voice any complaints and could only bow their heads in response. Understood. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and waved his hand, causing several figures to appear in the temple. They were none other than Lucifer, Wu Kuang, Lu Xiaoyu, and the Soul Bee Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. From now on, there will no longer be gods in this world. Soul beasts will not suffer heavenly tribulations, and humans will not need to rely on gods for inheritance, LuZe said slowly. The one who reacted the most to this was the Silver Dragon King. Her joy was beyond words. She was incredibly grateful. Upon seeing this, LuZe smiled lightly and then gestured for Lucifer and Lu Xiaoyu to come to him. Lucifer, you will assist Xiaoyu in governing this world from now on. Do you understand? LuZe said slowly. Lucifer had no complaints and replied with a faint smile, don't worry. Hall Master, I'll take care of Xiaoyu. LuZe nodded upon hearing this and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu, but he said nothing, only gently patted her head. However, the evil god and the others understood that LuZe had filled Lu Xiaoyu's body with the power of the rules. In other words, Lu Xiaoyu was now the only one in this world who possessed the power of the rules. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xiaoyu sensed something was off and quickly grabbed his hand. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said slowly, I don't know, but I probably want to be coming back. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the temple showed shocked expressions, but soon they returned to calmness. As LuZe looked at the evil god again and slowly said, do not harbor any thoughts of rebellion. You carry my seal within you. As long as I am alive, you will serve under the Hall of Truth. At this point, the evil god and the others dispelled the last trace of doubt in their hearts and willingly submitted to the Hall of Truth. I'm leaving. LuZe's body began to become ethereal after arranging everything. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with reluctance. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said the words Lu Xiaoyu most wanted to hear. We will meet again, my dear sister. Chapter 163. Return, a new chapter begins. On Douluo continent, atop a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, LuZe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When to leave? At this moment, truth emerged. Upon hearing this, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and said, it's about time. Let us go. After saying this, he stood up and looked toward the distant, faintly visible Hall of Truth. Are you reluctant to leave? Truth seemed to notice something. LuZe smiled and shook his head, saying slowly, the outcome of this world is what I most wanted, but I ultimately do not belong here. Indeed, Truth said with deep understanding, then continued, don't worry. This world should not encounter any accidents in that little girl's hands. What do you mean by that? LuZe felt puzzled. Truth laughed upon hearing this. And you should know that every world has its own truth, but this world has yet to reveal it. Do you mean that Xiaoyu is the truth of this world? LuZe guessed a little. Truth nodded and smiled, saying, yes, that little girl is indeed the truth of this world. She just hasn't awakened yet. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Truth added, furthermore, the truth within that little girl should, barring any accidents, be stronger than me and the relative truth. What? LuZe was very surprised. What kind of truth is she? Truth paused, and then said seriously, she is the conceptual truth, the truth that can turn all concepts into reality. Hearing this, LuZe smiled and waved his hand, saying, forget it, even if that's the case. It still has nothing to do with us. After all, she's not from our world. Truth smiled at LuZe, speaking meaningfully. You never know after seeing her expression. LuZe became serious, but quickly calmed down. Let's go. It's time to return, LuZe said slowly. Then he waved his right hand, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. Without a second thought, LuZe stepped directly into the crack. I'm back, Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, in the world where Lu Xiaoyu was, in the sky hall, standing above the continent, a boy sitting on the throne slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a smile began to appear on his face. Finally willing to show yourself? My dear brother, in a remote area of the continent, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. Following that, a figure slowly walked out. Finally back? The person stepping out of the spatial crack was none other than LuZe. Although he had returned to this world, the current world gave him a completely new feeling. It seems Lucifer still took action, and Truth appeared at this time, her expression not very happy. Yes, I wonder how Xiaoyu is doing. LuZe was very worried. But at this moment, Truth said, your brother should be fine. Lucifer will definitely support the only truth of this world. But you, as an anomaly, are different. He will definitely find ways to erase you. I think Lucifer is not my opponent now, LuZe said with a slight smile. No, you underestimate him too much. Truth decisively denied his thought. Why? LuZe was a bit confused. Clearly, his strength had made significant progress. His rule power had expanded several times. And the abilities of Paradox and Truth had reached their peak. Theoretically, LuZe's strength should not be inferior to Lucifer's. But Truth still provided an explanation. Lucifer is known as above heaven and earth. I alone am supreme. Although that's the case, he has his shortcomings, which is arrogance. Although the sin of pride gives him absolute strength, it is also his greatest weakness, Truth continued. If that's the case, then why do you say I underestimated him? LuZe asked in confusion. Hearing this, Truth said again, did you forget your brother's ability? Do you think my brother would attack me? LuZe was a bit puzzled. Truth didn't know how to explain it, but slowly said, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that your brother might be influenced by Lucifer and see me as an enemy, thus erasing me. At this point, LuZe suddenly thought of the contract he had signed with Truth, where if one party died, the other would also die. Thinking of this, LuZe's expression suddenly became serious. You have a point. Lucifer might not be my opponent, but my brother's relative truth counters your ability. Yes, at that time, the only power I can use will be the rule power, but relying solely on rule power is terrifyingly not enough against Lucifer, Truth said seriously. The two fell into silence, unsure of how to resolve it. Soon, LuZe calmed his emotions and slowly said, let's not think about this for now. The most important thing is to understand the changes in this world. I've been away for too long and know nothing about the changes on the continent. Let's go. It's time to see the outside. Truth nodded and then merged into LuZe's body. LuZe didn't hesitate either. He stepped forward and walked out of the remote area. To avoid attracting Lucifer's attention, LuZe sealed all the auras on his body, appearing to others as an ordinary man. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe finally saw the traces of the human world. Finally see some people. LuZe was very happy. After all, during this time, he hadn't encountered a single soul beast, let alone humans. In no time, LuZe arrived outside the city he had seen. Because he had no soul power or other power auras, LuZe entered the city smoothly. Looking at the bustling scene on the street, LuZe couldn't help but stop. He originally thought that under Lucifer's interference, the world would become a place of suffering. Yet he saw such lively streets. Moreover, these humans did not have expressions of torment on their faces. Instead, they were smiling happily. Did I think too much? LuZe murmured softly after seeing this. He then continued to walk forward, intending to ask someone about the changes in the continent over the years. However, soon, as he passed an announcement board, he was instantly shocked by the content on it. Wow, you actually made the announcements, Truth mocked from within LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt quite unwell. Indeed, the announcement board was filled with LuZe's wanted posters, demanding him alive. After seeing his wanted poster, LuZe realized that Lucifer's target was only himself, with no relation to the residents of this continent. Well, that's fine. At least it didn't turn this world into hell, LuZe said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then stopped paying attention to the wanted posters and walked straight toward the hotel. However, on his way to the hotel, he changed his appearance. The originally handsome look turned into that of an ordinary young man. Why disguise yourself? Truth mocked. LuZe was somewhat reluctant to respond. I'm wanted, and if I keep using my true appearance, I'll be caught sooner or later. That's true. Truth nodded with a smile. After that, LuZe ignored Truth, went to the hotel to book a room, and directly headed to his own room. Once in a room, LuZe lay down on the bed without saying a word, staring at the ceiling as countless thoughts flooded his mind. Xiaoyu, what would you do? LuZe murmured softly. At this moment, Truth reappeared, looking serious, and said, remember, do not reveal your true identity until you understand the changes in this world. Otherwise, we both will be doomed. LuZe didn't seem to care at all. Seeing this, Truth stopped talking and directly merged into his body. After a long time without a good night's sleep, LuZe finally fell into a deep slumber amidst countless thoughts. Chapter 164, The Lord's Mansion. As dawn broke, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. You're finally awake. I thought you had slept yourself to death, Truth said with a smile as it emerged. LuZe glanced at him indifferently, then went to the window to look outside. It was still as lively as when he first arrived. The streets were bustling with people, each face beaming with happiness. What are we going to do today? Truth floated beside him and asked gently. Without much thought, LuZe replied. Let's find someone to ask about the changes on the continent in recent years. Upon hearing this, Truth warned, don't expose yourself casually outside, or I can't predict the consequences. After saying this, it merged back into Zhuozhe's body. Zhuozhe didn't respond. After a quick tidy up, he walked out of the hotel. Once outside, he looked at the lively streets and felt unsure about how to integrate himself into it. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing how much things had changed, making it difficult for him to fit in. As he walked, Zhuozhe headed toward the city center. In his view, to understand the changes on the continent, he should seek out those in high positions. The best choice now was the city lord. With this thought, Zhuozhe smiled with satisfaction. Soon, he arrived outside a grand building. This should be where the city lord resides. Zhuozhe looked at the impressive structure and smiled slightly. At that moment, a magnetic male voice came over. Who are you? And why are you here? A man slowly approached. Zhuozhe turned to look at him and smiled. If I say I'm just passing by, would you believe me? Who stands in one place staring at something with a mischievous smile while just passing by? The man said with a skeptical expression. Zhuozhe scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, to be honest, this is my first time seeing such a grand building, so I couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Really? The man said, half convinced. Yes, I'm a traveler from the distant south, Zhuozhe replied with a smile. After hearing this, the man stopped questioning him, as this guy didn't show any signs of soul power. Wait a minute. The man suddenly realized something and assumed a defensive posture. Are you Sin Face? Since Zhuozhe didn't have any soul power fluctuations, the only possibility in the man's eyes was that he was a Sin Face, a dangerous entity whose power could not be sensed by soul masters. Zhuozhe remained calm and smiled lightly. Brother, you might be overly suspicious. I'm really just an ordinary traveler. Due to an accident, my martial soul shattered, so I became an ordinary person. As he spoke, Zhuozhe's expression turned a bit pained, though he was pretending. It gave off the impression that he was genuinely feeling that way. The man was taken aback, then relaxed and approached Zhuozhe apologetically. Sorry, little brother. The Sin Faces have been rampant lately, so it's natural for me to be suspicious. It's fine. Zhuozhe waved his hand and forced a smile. Those things are in the past. I just want to travel the world now. Seeing his forced smile touched the man's heart, and he said, Little brother, I misjudged you. To make it up to you, how about I take you for a tour inside? Is that okay? Zhuozhe showed an eager expression. The man smiled and said, Of course, I keep my word. Thank you so much. Zhuozhe nodded with a smile. The man smiled again, then thought of something and asked, by the way, What is your name? I'm Luli. May I ask your surname? Zhuozhe replied with a smile. The man laughed and said, My surname is Wang. You can call me Uncle Wang. All right, Uncle Wang. Zhuozhe nodded. In no time, Uncle Wang led Zhuozhe into the impressive building. Once inside, Zhuozhe realized it was not much different from an ordinary building. There were just many carvings on the walls and stone pillars. Brother Lu, feel free to ask anything. I can see you're holding back, Uncle Wang said with a smile. Zhuozhe didn't hesitate and directly asked Uncle Wang, Why did you say the Sin Faces are rampant in the city recently? Well, Uncle Wang paused before continuing. Because of the continent's unification, Sin Faces have gradually increased. Many people who awakened to the Sin Face started to act recklessly, taking advantage of their strength. Unification of the continent? Zhuozhe showed a puzzled expression. Seeing his reaction, Uncle Wang said, You don't know? To be honest, I've been locked up in my room for many years and just came out recently. So I don't know much, Zhuozhe said with a wry smile. Seeing his expression, Uncle Wang felt he wasn't lying and slowly recounted. The continent was unified 8 years ago by a boy with the surname Lu. 8 years. Zhuozhe was astonished, thinking he had been away from this world for 8 years. Yes, the continent has been unified for 8 years now. During this time, Sin Faces have gradually emerged. But fortunately, there are people specifically controlling this aspect, and some hot-tempered Sin Faces face dire consequences, Uncle Wang said slowly. After hearing this, Zhuozhe felt a sense of realization and smiled. Uncle Wang, could you give me a moment alone? Uncle Wang looked at his expression and sighed. All right, I understand your feelings. I'll go to the city lord first. Let me know if anything comes up. After saying this, he handed Zhuozhe a round jade. Zhuozhe took it with a smile, and after Uncle Wang left, he walked toward a nearby pavilion. Once at the pavilion, Zhuozhe observed the surroundings and then leaned against the edge to sit down. Are you feeling nostalgic after being away for so long? At that moment, truth spoke slowly from within him. Zhuozhe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and contemplated for a while. After some time, he slowly said, I didn't expect to be away for 8 years. I wonder how Xiaoyu has been during this time. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, and just then, a female voice reached his ears. Who are you? Why are you sitting in my place? Zhuozhe opened his eyes slowly and looked at the source of the voice, finding a young girl glaring at him with an unhappy expression. What are you staring at? Get up this instant. The girl continued to shout. LuZe was not angry. He slowly stood up and walked toward the small pavilion outside. What kind of attitude is that? The girl, seeing that LuZe ignored her, became even more displeased. Oh, how about I apologize? LuZe said casually. Upon hearing this, the girl felt insulted and prepared to teach him a lesson. How dare you talk to me like that? I must make you pay. As she spoke, 6 soul rings appeared behind her. At the same time, a long sword appeared in her hand. The girl tightened her grip on the sword and charged at LuZe without hesitation. Seeing this, LuZe raised a hand, ready to teach the girl a lesson. But at that critical moment, Uncle Wong appeared. Miss, stop! Uncle Wong suddenly shouted as he appeared. Upon seeing Uncle Wong, LuZe immediately withdrew his power. But the girl was different. Puffed. A spray of blood suddenly burst forth as the girl's sword pierced LuZe's chest. As soon as she saw Uncle Wong, the girl panicked and hurriedly withdrew her martial soul. Nevertheless, LuZe's chest was already bleeding profusely. What bad luck, LuZe secretly complained, then pretended to be gravely injured and collapsed to the ground. Uncle Wong hurried over to support him and looked at the girl in confusion. Miss, what are you doing? Brother Lu is just an ordinary person. The girl was a loss for words, her little hands fidgeting awkwardly. Seeing this, Uncle Wong stopped talking and carried LuZe towards the direction of the healing soul master. The girl watched Uncle Wong's retreating figure and realized that she seemed to have made a mistake, but it was too late to remedy it. Lucia, being carried by Uncle Wong, had his eyes closed, looking as if he had fainted, but in reality, he was quite frustrated. What a mess. Chapter 165 ECC. As dawn broke, LuZe slowly sat up on a bed. You're awake. How's your injury? Uncle Wong, who was guarding by the bedside, asked upon seeing him wake up. LuZe smiled and replied, It's nothing serious. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Wong. Haha, no need to be polite with me. This is our fault, Uncle Wong said with a smile. LuZe looked at his smiling face and said nothing, getting out of bed to prepare to leave. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the girl who had stabbed LuZe walked in. Are you okay? Although the girl was very reluctant, she still showed concern. LuZe looked at her unwilling expression and smiled lightly. I'm fine. That's good, the girl said and turned to leave the room. LuZe watched this scene, unsure of what to say, and could only manage a bitter smile. At that moment, Uncle Wong approached and awkwardly smiled. Brother Lu, don't mind her. Our miss just has that kind of personality. She yes, your miss? LuZe asked curiously. Uncle Wong nodded and said, You probably don't know the name of this city yet. LuZe remained silent, but his expression said it all. Seeing this, Uncle Wong smiled and said, This is Fonlin City. Although the city lord is just a soul Douluo, his strength is comparable to that of a title Douluo. And our miss is the daughter of the city lord, Yi Cici. Her name is Yi Cici? LuZe said slowly. Uncle Wong continued, Yes. Our miss is not only the city lord's daughter, but also a student of Shrek Academy. She is from Shrek Academy? Then why isn't she staying at the academy? LuZe continued to ask. Uncle Wong explained without hesitation, This period is a holiday, so the miss came back. I see. LuZe nodded, then thought of something. By the way, has there been any change in Shrek Academy over the past 8 years? Not much change, but it seems to have risen in status. Uncle Wong recalled carefully. LuZe didn't ask further. As he suspected, Shrek Academy should be relying on his brother's influence. Seeing that LuZe had no further questions, Uncle Wong said, Since you're not in serious trouble, let us go have breakfast together. Sure, LuZe replied with a smile, following Uncle Wong. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the people having breakfast, LuZe couldn't help but smile. After they found a seat, Yi Cici walked over. Miss, what is this? Uncle Wong felt very puzzled. Yi Cici did not speak, but merely glanced at him, instantly silencing Uncle Wong with her imposing aura. LuZe, sitting next to her, felt very confused and asked, Is there something you need, miss? Nothing. Just want to have breakfast here, Yi Cici replied coldly. LuZe didn't know what to say in response, so he quietly began to eat. Meanwhile, Yi Cici glanced at LuZe while eating, as if she had something to say to him. LuZe could not possibly be unaware of this, but he chose not to bring it up. After a while, after finishing his meal, LuZe told Uncle Wong that he wanted to go out for a walk alone. Uncle Wong did not refuse and instead wholeheartedly agreed. On the streets outside the city lord's mansion, LuZe was walking alone. At this moment, LuZe was moving slowly, and the truth within him was smiling. LuZe, that girl who stabbed you is following you. LuZe did not respond, but he was certainly aware. He just hadn't exposed Yi yet. After a while, LuZe arrived at a clearing in a small grove, lying down on the ground without saying a word. Yi, who had been following him, felt puzzled upon seeing this. What on earth does this guy want to do? Yi murmured softly. The reason she was following LuZe was that she suspected he was not an ordinary person, because when she attacked before, she sensed a wave of power, which dissipated as soon as Uncle Wong appeared. The only suspicious person at that time was LuZe, leading Yi to a bold hypothesis. To prove her guess, she chose to follow LuZe to find out more. At this moment, LuZe was lying on the grassy ground with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious. Seeing this, Yi did not rush out, but continued to hide in the shadows, quietly watching. Time passed slowly, and LuZe remained lying on the grass, occasionally changing positions. Meanwhile, Yi, hiding in the shadows, was getting anxious. Ultimately, she couldn't hold back any longer and dashed towards LuZe. I want to see your true identity. Yi shouted loudly, then seized her martial soul. At the moment she charged out, LuZe displayed his Oscar-worthy acting skills. The long sword pierced LuZe's shoulder, and he looked at Yi with a pained expression. Miss, what are you trying to do? LuZe asked with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing this, Yi was momentarily stunned and quickly retracted her martial soul. Why didn't you dodge? Yi hurriedly pressed down on LuZe's shoulder wound. Lucia helplessly replied, Well, I need to be able to dodge, Mississippi. How could an ordinary person like me react that quickly? Yi was at a loss for words after hearing this. Thinking to herself, could it be that she was overthinking it? However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She needed to stop LuZe's bleeding quickly. You sit on the ground and don't move. I'll help you stop the bleeding, Yi said anxiously. LuZe complied and sat cross-legged on the ground obediently. Seeing this, Yi tore open his shirt without hesitation and then directly used her soul power on LuZe's shoulder. After a while, the bleeding from LuZe's shoulder was stopped. Yi let out a long sigh and slowly said, I'm sorry, I was too suspicious. Looking at her sincere expression, LuZe smiled and patted her head. It's okay. I believe you didn't do it on purpose. Yi, being patted on the head, instantly blushed, but she didn't push LuZe's hand away. After patting her head, LuZe slowly stood up. Yi, seeing this, quickly asked, What are you going to do? I'm going back, LuZe said with a smile. But you're injured. What if Uncle Wong sees? Yi became worried. LuZe thought carefully for a moment and then said, It's fine, just say I accidentally fell from a tree. No, I should go and admit my mistake myself, Yi said directly. Hearing her words, LuZe didn't say anything but instead smiled at her. Yi understood from LuZe's expression and suddenly realized, You did this on purpose. Isn't it better to be an honest kid? LuZe chuckled. You. Yi suddenly became unhappy and puffed her cheeks as she punched LuZe. But after a few hits, she realized her mistake. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yi hurriedly apologized. LuZe found her reaction amusing. After hearing LuZe's laughter, Yi said directly, What are you laughing at? No laughing. Seeing her puffed cheeks, LuZe realized she was genuinely angry. So he stopped smiling. All right, miss, let us go back. That's more like it. Yi smiled and walked ahead of LuZe. Back home. Chapter 166. Sin Beast. In Fenglin City, LuZe had unknowingly stayed at the City Lord's mansion for nearly a month. However, during this time, Yi frequently came to find him, which caught the attention of the City Lord. Brother Lu, our City Lord wants to see you, Uncle Wong said while chatting with LuZe in a small pavilion inside the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, LuZe slowly stood up and smiled. Since the City Lord wants to see me, why are we delaying? Uncle Wong understood and slowly stood up, walking ahead to lead the way for LuZe. After a while, LuZe arrived at the door of a room under Uncle Wong's guidance. The City Lord is inside. I will wait for you outside, Uncle Wong said with a smile. LuZe nodded and smiled as he pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, LuZe felt a pressure comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Although it didn't have much effect on him, he still pretended to struggle to bear it. You're Luli, whom Cece often seeks. At this moment, a middle-aged man, sitting in a chair in the room, slowly spoke. May I ask what the City Lord wishes to discuss with me? LuZe's expression was very appropriate, appearing quite strained. In here, don't call me City Lord. Just call me Uncle Yi, the middle-aged man, who is the City Lord of Fenglin City, Yi Feng replied. LuZe politely cupped his fists and asked, May I ask what Uncle Yi called me here for? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smiled and then extended his hand, saying, Sit down and talk. LuZe was not polite and directly sat down on the chair opposite Yifeng. After Luze sat down, Yifeng slowly began. I want to beat around the bush. I heard you have a good relationship with my daughter? Just friends, Luze replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yifeng's expression changed slightly, and after a moment, he recalled something. Uncle Wang said you became an ordinary person because your martial soul shattered? That's right. But I think life now is pretty good, Luze said, forcing a smile. Yifeng looked at his expression and couldn't help but show a sympathetic look, then stood up and patted Luze's shoulder. Luli, what do you think of Cici? Yifeng suddenly asked. Luze was caught off guard by this question and awkwardly replied, Uncle Yi, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Don't overthink it. I just want to know what kind of person Cici is in your eyes. Or how would you evaluate her? Yifeng said with a serious expression. Oh, I see. Luze awkwardly smiled, then thought carefully. In my opinion, Cici is a genius, Luze said slowly. Is that all? Yifeng looked a bit surprised. Yeah. Luze nodded and then stood up, saying, Uncle Yi, you're done asking, right? I'll be on my way. Leaving? Where to? Yifeng asked, puzzled. I've been here for almost a month. It's time for me to go to the next place, Luze replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately understood and patted Luze's shoulder. All right, if one day you don't want to travel anymore, feel free to come stay with me. Okay, Uncle Yi, I'll take my leave now. Luze nodded and turned to walk outside. Just as he took a step, Yifeng suddenly called out to him, by the way, where's your next destination? Yifeng asked. Luze thought carefully for a moment and then replied, I want to visit Shrek City. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled and said, coincidentally, Cici is also going back to the academy. You can go together. This. Luze was at a loss for words for a moment, but seeing Yifeng's sincere expression, he agreed. Before long, Luze was ready to set off. Hee, let's go, Cici said as she approached Luze when she saw him come out. Luze looked at her and didn't know what to say. The two didn't engage in much conversation and directly set off for Shrek City. After an unknown amount of time walking, Luze and Cici arrived at the outskirts of a large forest. At this moment, Luze suddenly sensed a hidden danger lurking within the forest. What kind of forest is this? Luze asked slowly. Hearing this, Cici smiled and explained this was originally a forest abundant with soul beasts. But due to the emergence of the Sin surface, it has now become the forest of Sin. Have the soul beasts also been affected by the Sin surface? Luze asked in surprise. Cici nodded. That's right, some soul beasts can awaken their Sin forms under specific circumstances and become Sin beasts. Do Sin beasts drop soul rings and soul bones when they die? Luze asked again. They do, and Sin beasts are at least 10,000 years old, with strength several times greater than that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, Cici said seriously. Hearing this, Luze fell into deep thought, pondering certain matters. Seeing his expression, Cici patted his shoulder. Luli, what are you thinking about? Luze, pulled back to reality, replied, Oh, I'm just a bit curious about Sin beasts. I see, Cici said with a somewhat awkward expression, then added seriously, curiosity is fine, but you must never seek out Sin beasts. Looking at her serious face, Luze could only smile and nod. Seeing this, Cici let out a sigh of relief and then jogged ahead. But at that moment, Luze suddenly sensed something unusual. Bang! A terrifying attack suddenly struck in front of Cici, followed by the roar of a soul beast. What happened? Cici, knocked back by the shockwave, looked confused. But the next second, she showed a shocked expression. A soul beast radiating Sin was blocking their path. This is a Sin beast. After realizing it, Cici hurriedly ran towards Luze. Meanwhile, Luze stood still, carefully observing the Sin beast before him. Is this what a Sin beast looks like? Luze murmured slowly. Inside him, Truth sneered, I never expected this world could produce such a monster. Is it very strong? A smile appeared on Luze's face. Truth only smiled and replied, It's not strong for us, but for others, it's like an apocalypse. Is that so? I'm a bit curious about the limits of Sin beasts. Luze murmured lightly. Just then, Cici suddenly reached Luze's side and without saying a word, pulled him to run in the opposite direction. Upon seeing Luze, the Sin beast inexplicably became furious and charged towards them. The guards who had accompanied Cici had no chance to fight back against such a Sin beast and were nearly all killed. Why is there a Sin beast of this level here? Cici complained as she ran, pulling Luze along. Luze, being dragged, felt helpless. Although he wanted to intervene, exposing himself might attract Lucifer's attention. Roar! The next second, the Sin beast broke through the guard's encirclement and leaped directly in front of Cici and Luze. Oh no! Cici had stopped thinking by this point. Watching the Sin beast attack descend upon her, she closed her eyes. Boom! The attack landed, leveling everything around. Yet Yi, who should have perished under the attack, stood unharmed in place. Not feeling any pain, she slowly opened her eyes, only to be shocked by the scene before her. LuZe stood in front of her, smiling at the sin beast. Liu. Yi was at a loss for words, her heart filled with shock. Hearing her voice, LuZe smiled back at her. You must keep today's events a secret. Don't let it slip. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together. Dimensional reduction. Buzz. The next second, the massive sin beast before Yi instantly became a flat image. Yi was speechless, the scene too overwhelming. Meanwhile, LuZe's expression turned serious as he slowly looked up at the sky. What is meant to come will still come. Chapter 167, 7 Deadly Sins. At the outskirts of the sinful forest, an incredibly powerful sense of oppression emanated from afar. LuZe and Yi, standing in place, each had their own thoughts. After a while, Yi spoke first. Luli, just who are you? She asked seriously. Hearing this, LuZe smiled. Who do you think I am? I don't know, but your true identity is definitely not simple, Yi said with certainty. LuZe chuckled again and turned to look at the dim sky in the distance. You should leave here as soon as possible. That guy is coming, LuZe said lightly. Why? Yi asked, puzzled. But LuZe didn't want to continue this way, knowing that once a fight broke out, it would likely harm those around them. Get out of here right now, LuZe commanded. Upon hearing this, Yi wanted to say something, but her body involuntarily started running away. After seeing this, LuZe also began to worry, so he directly dropped his disguise. I never expected you to disappear for 8 years, a voice came from the sky. LuZe looked up at the speaker and sneered. I didn't think that after 8 years, you'd still be in this state, Lucifer. The one speaking to LuZe was indeed Lucifer. But this time he wasn't alone. 6 others accompanied him. It was obvious that these 6 were among the 7 deadly sins. Lucifer, I really don't understand why you called us all to find him, Lv.10 said slowly from the side. Lucifer, hearing this, showed no extreme emotions, instead smiling calmly. He has become much stronger. Is that reason enough? The others from the 7 deadly sins immediately became serious upon hearing this, but the wrath sin, Samuel, was very excited. He has become stronger. This means I can finally have some fun. Samuel laughed loudly as he rushed towards LuZe. Ha, let me have some fun, Samuel shouted. The next second, he appeared directly behind LuZe and, without a word, delivered a kick. Get down. LuZe reacted swiftly and made Samuel kneel on the ground. Despite this, Samuel didn't stay down for long. How interesting. I didn't expect your ability could even affect me. Samuel was thrilled. He then broke free from Truth's restraint and charged at LuZe again. However, LuZe, already prepared, paid him no mind. With a wave of his right hand, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Samuel. Boom! Before Samuel could react, he was sent dozens of meters underground by the pressure. Meanwhile, the other sins of the 7 deadly sins also made their move. Watch your back, kid, a cold voice suddenly echoed behind LuZe. The next second, before LuZe could react, he was knocked hundreds of meters away, crashing directly into the sinful forest. The one who knocked him away was none other than the original sin of laziness, Belphegor. Upon seeing this, Lucifer couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate him. Others haven't even used their full strength yet. As everyone listened to his words, they couldn't help but chuckle. Although they knew LuZe hadn't used his full strength, hadn't they also not used theirs? Just as everyone turned to look in LuZe's direction, apart from Lucifer and Lv.10, the other 5 showed serious expressions. The area where LuZe stood had transformed into a blood-red world, enveloped in a scarlet aura, and behind him, 10 terrifying scarlet eyes had opened. He had unexpectedly utilized the power of truth to this extent. It was truly remarkable, Lv.10 thought with a faint smile. After hearing this, Lucifer also expressed his agreement, but still cautioned. Although we are strong, we must remain cautious. After all, truth is not something to be trifled with. Lv.10 nodded in understanding and then moved closer to LuZe. Stop! Just as Lv.10 took a step, a scarlet eye suddenly appeared before him. The moment Lv.10 made eye contact with that scarlet eye, his mind was filled with commands of obedience. Oh, has he become this powerful? Lucifer began to take things seriously. But just as he finished speaking, LuZe had already arrived in front of him. Lucifer was shocked when did. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying force struck his abdomen, and he was instantly sent flying. The path he passed through turned into a deep canyon in an instant. Seeing this, LuZe calmly said, "This is for you." The smiles on Leviathan and the others' faces vanished immediately upon seeing Lucifer knocked away by a punch. At that moment, LuZe turned to them, saying, "Now it's your turn." Leviathan and the others looked serious. They could not afford to be careless. "How many times have we faced the truth now?" Leviathan asked with a wry smile. Beside him, Belphegor showed an awkward expression upon hearing this. "The second time, right? The last time was against the Lord. Although we won, the cost was too high." Though Samuel was shocked at this moment, he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Ha ha ha." Samuel laughed heartily and then shot forward like a released arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of LuZe, throwing a punch without saying a word. The power was impressive, but LuZe easily blocked it. "You bastard." Samuel was furious. Just as he was about to launch another attack, LuZe spoke again. "Kneel, Buzz." The 10 scarlet eyes locked onto Samuel, and even Lucifer probably wouldn't dare confront them directly. Samuel was no exception. His brain instantly short-circuited, and he knelt before LuZe. LuZe looked down at him with an imperial demeanor, raising his right hand slightly, causing several golden long swords to coalesce above him. This is the power of rules. Leviathan recognized it at a glance, but he had no time to intervene. Was Samuel really going to accept his death sentence like this? No. Just as the golden long swords were about to fall, Lucifer appeared behind LuZe once again. "I didn't expect you to hold a grudge like this," Lucifer said with a faint smile. He then punched LuZe. Though LuZe managed to defend in time, he was still sent flying for hundreds of meters. Leviathan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but quickly grew worried again, because Lucifer's condition wasn't looking good either. The upper half of his clothing was in tatters, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered significant injuries. Lucia steadied himself after being knocked back and continued to look at them. "I underestimated them," LuZe said calmly. He then brought his hands together, and a terrifying aura instantly radiated from him. "World of truth. Unfold." Buzz. In a breath's time, the reality around LuZe began to twist. The originally dim sky transformed into a blood-red world, and the surrounding reality was distorted. An alternate space? Leviathan felt astonished. But before he could react, LuZe struck again. "World of truth. Invert." As LuZe's words fell, Lucifer and the others were immediately shocked. The alternate space flipped with reality in an instant. With the ground above and the sky below, this is the power of truth. Belphegor couldn't help but feel astonished. Leviathan, with a serious expression, said, "Stay alert. This is no joke." Though he said this, it sounded quite ridiculous in LuZe's ears. "Ignorant and foolish," LuZe said coldly. He then waved his right hand, surrounding Lucifer and the others with countless golden long swords. "This is troublesome." Even Lucifer felt a bit strained at this moment. LuZe didn't hesitate. He waved his right hand, and the golden long swords instantly shot towards Lucifer and the others. But at that moment, the world of truth began to collapse. Sensing something was wrong, LuZe suddenly turned around, only to find a tear in the space of the world of truth behind him, ripped open by someone outside. Soon, a familiar figure stepped out from the spatial rift. The moment LuZe's eyes met his, he was stunned. "Long time no see, my dear brother." Chapter 168, Confrontation. "My dear brother, long time no see." When LuZe heard this voice, he was completely taken aback, unable to believe it. "Xiaoyu," LuZe said slowly. "That's right. The one who broke through the world of truth was Lu Xiaoyu, and behind him, 10 giant eyes had opened. But they were not scarlet. They were golden." "Brother, you left me for 8 years," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt extremely guilty and asked with concern, "How have you been these 8 years?" "I've been doing well," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. LuZe let out a sigh of relief, wanting to go and hug Lu Xiaoyu. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, and the 10 golden giant eyes behind him emitted dazzling light. Once LuZe was enveloped in the light, he fell into shock. "LuZe, my ability has been suppressed. Hurry and leave here." At that moment, Truth suddenly shouted. However, despite this, LuZe had no opportunity to escape. The moment Truth's ability was suppressed, the 10 scarlet eyes behind LuZe instantly closed, and his powers vanished. The inverted world shattered in an instant, and LuZe fell towards the ground. "LuZe, you really let your guard down. You could make such a mistake." Truth was frantically mocking him from within. LuZe had a serious expression, as he was about to crash down to the ground. Even though he was strong, without the support of the Truth, falling from hundreds of meters would leave him either dead or severely injured. Fortunately, at the last moment, a change occurred in LuZe. His black hair instantly transformed into silver long hair, His black eyes turned into golden ones, and his entire body was enveloped in golden runes. This was LuZe's final trump card, the power of rules. Because the power of rules was not affected by relative truth, it became LuZe's last resort. Boom! In an instant, LuZe crashed heavily into the ground. But fortunately, he was covered by the power of rules and did not suffer much damage. However, the next second, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared in front of LuZe. Brother, I didn't expect you still had a backup. After saying that, Lu Xiaoyu gathered the power of rules in his hand and struck LuZe's abdomen. Bang! With one punch, LuZe was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Cough, cough. After being knocked away, LuZe quickly stabilized himself, looking somewhat uncomfortable. See, if we had dealt with your brother earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. The truth complained within LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe instantly became angry and shouted, "My brother's matters are none of your business." After being yelled at, the truth quieted down but still showed a worried expression. After the truth fell silent, LuZe looked towards Lu Xiaoyu again. I really didn't expect to be overpowered by my own brother like this, LuZe thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. But he didn't have much time left. He had to find a way to leave this place. However, it seemed Lu Xiaoyu had no intention of letting him go. With a clap of his hands, the power of relative truth surged forth. In an instant, a barrier was formed, and upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled lightly and said, "Although I can't construct a different space like you, I can still create a barrier. Should I compliment you then?" LuZe replied with a pained smile. "Sure," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Although LuZe wanted to praise him, it wasn't the right time. The next second, LuZe suddenly turned and charged towards the weakest point of the barrier, simultaneously gathering a sword of rules in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu panicked, waving his right hand as a rain of swords fell towards LuZe. Reacting quickly, LuZe quickly formed a giant shield with the power of rules. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds rang in LuZe's ears as he defended himself, but Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind him. "Brother, don't think about running away," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile, then kicked him in the ribs. Bang! LuZe was once again kicked away and heavily crashed into a nearby low mountain. Cough, cough. LuZe coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood while in the low mountain. "You really are in a sorry state," the truth slowly said within him. Hearing this, LuZe retorted, "If you're so capable, you come and deal with it." "Let's forget it." The truth quickly quieted down. After a short rest, LuZe once again charged towards the weak point of the barrier. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Lu Xiaoyu, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Brother, where do you think you're going?" Lu Xiaoyu was incredibly fast and caught up to LuZe in the blink of an eye. He then directly slashed at him with a sword. Seeing this, LuZe quickly formed a golden longsword to block it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the two were evenly matched in strength. The next second, LuZe steeled his heart and delivered a kick to Lu Xiaoyu's chest. Boom! Lu Xiaoyu, caught off guard, was directly kicked into the ground. Upon seeing this, LuZe felt an immense guilt, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He had to leave quickly. Coming back to his senses, he rushed to the weak point of the barrier and was about to break it when Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, "Bro, don't go. I have a way to save you." Lu Xiaoyu, who was far behind LuZe, yelled at him. Hearing this voice, LuZe was momentarily stunned. Just as he turned his head, an unexpected incident occurred. Whoosh! From a distance, Lu Xiaoyu shot a golden arrow from the golden bow he had gathered, instantly piercing LuZe's shoulder. If LuZe hadn't reacted quickly, it might have been his chest that got pierced instead. Cough, cough. LuZe winced in pain, but he could only endure the agony as he cut through the barrier with his sword. With the barrier shattered, LuZe instantly disappeared from the spot. Lu Xiaoyu didn't even have time to chase after him and could only watch his departing figure. "Master, are you just going to let him escape?" At that moment, Lucifer appeared beside Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu's face darkened as he replied, "He won't get away. One day, I will personally take my brother back from him." Time passed, and LuZe, severely injured by the power of rules, could no longer hold on and fell from midair. The power of rules was not something that truth or paradox could heal, and truth crawled out of LuZe's body. LuZe looked at him with a pale face and then forced a bitter smile. "I need to leave this area quickly," LuZe said shakily. However, despite this, the blood hole in his shoulder prevented him from moving forward. After taking a few steps, LuZe finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, truth took over his body. "This is really troublesome. You mustn't die. If you die, I die too," Truth said, shakily walking through a small grove. He was close to the exit, but collapsed beside it. As he lost consciousness, a figure appeared right in front of him. Chapter 169. Healing. You really are lucky, almost died. Truth complained unhappily in the sea of spirit. LuZe rolled his eyes at him and replied irritably, Aren't I still alive? Hearing this, Truth instantly became angry and scolded. If we hadn't run into an acquaintance, you and I would both be dead. If we had eliminated your brother earlier, we wouldn't have caused this mess. See how you is my brother. I will naturally handle his matters. It's not your place to interfere. LuZe's anger flared at these words. Seeing his furious expression, Truth quickly quieted down, knowing that everything was caused by LuZe himself and should be resolved by him. All right, I want to say more. Let you handle your brother's matters, Truth said slowly, then fell silent. At this moment, LuZe thought of something and said, What if I can't solve it? Wouldn't you die for nothing too? Truth seemed to have anticipated LuZe's thoughts and smiled as he replied, From the moment I signed the contract with you, I was prepared to die. Is that so? LuZe smiled, then planned to leave the sea of spirit. In an ordinary room, LuZe slowly opened his eyes and, at the same time, noticed Yicece, who had been watching over him. You're awake? Yicece sensed LuZe's movement and groggily stood up. Thank you for your trouble. LuZe smiled lightly and expressed his gratitude upon seeing her awake. Yicece waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing, after all. We're friends. LuZe smiled faintly. At that moment, Yicece directly asked, Since we're friends, can you tell me who you really are now? LuZe was momentarily taken aback by her question, then replied, Do you really want to know? Yicece nodded vigorously. Seeing this, LuZe decided not to hide anything anymore and said, I am LuZe, the one being hunted by the Sky Hall. So, are you going to turn me in? Yicece was stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her was the LuZe that had been pursued by the Sky Hall for 8 years. If she turned him in, she could directly enter the Sky Hall and elevate her status. At that moment, Yicece was torn. She didn't know how to choose. Seeing her conflicted expression, LuZe smiled and said, Even if you turn me over to the Sky Hall now, I won't blame you. Why? Yicece was taken aback by this statement. LuZe smiled gently and replied, Because we are friends. Upon hearing this, Yicece was instantly shocked. When she regained her composure, she made up her mind. I won't turn you over to the Sky Hall. You can rest here and heal, Yicece said with a smile. Indeed, LuZe did not gamble wrong this time. Yicece chose friendship over personal gain, which was what LuZe had bet on. All right, you just stay here to heal. Whenever you want to leave, just let me know, Yicece said with a smile. LuZe nodded and then lay back down again. Yicece, seeing this, didn't disturb him and walked out of the room. After she left, Truth reappeared. LuZe, I have to say, you really have guts to gamble on something like this. Truth said seriously. LuZe glanced at him and replied, What else can I do? Being injured like this by the power of the rules won't heal quickly. But what if you lose the bet? Truth questioned. If I lose, then I lose. It's just death, LuZe said flatly. Haha, you really dare to say that. Truth couldn't help but sneer, then continued. Have you considered that even if you win the bet, what if your brother finds out? What about that girl's family? Upon hearing these two questions, LuZe fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. He couldn't possibly say he would abandon Yicece's family and fly away alone. Could he? That would be too heartless. Seeing LuZe's silent expression, Truth decided not to press him further. Forget it. This is your own idea. I have no right to interfere as long as you don't die. After saying that, he vanished into LuZe's body. Alone on the bed, LuZe was deep in thought. He had indeed encountered trouble this time, but after thinking it over carefully, he felt that the most important thing was to heal properly first. These matters could be addressed later. A week later, LuZe's injuries had mostly healed. To avoid dragging Yicece's family into trouble, he ultimately decided to travel alone across the continent. Are you leaving? Yicece said gloomily in the room. LuZe smiled faintly and patted her head. Don't worry. If you encounter any trouble, I'll come back as soon as possible. Yicece looked reluctant, but that didn't change LuZe's mind. Just as Yicece was about to say something when she lifted her head, she found that LuZe had already disappeared. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. She knew LuZe was thinking of her family. If the Sky Hall discovered that her family was harboring a criminal, they could face disaster. On a large tree, LuZe stood looking towards the direction of Fenglin City, a heavy expression on his face. Where are you going now? Lucifer and the others already know you've returned and are probably searching for you, Truth said gravely. LuZe thought for a moment, then turned and jumped down to the ground. I'll go look for Huiyu Hao. He might know something. Are you crazy? Huiyu Hao is definitely a member of the Sky Hall now. Looking for him is like walking into a trap. Truth strongly disapproved of this idea. But LuZe didn't care, saying, I don't think so. Rather than hiding and dodging all the time, it's better to take the initiative. Truth didn't know how to respond. But seeing his serious expression, he ultimately said nothing. Seeing that Truth had no objections, LuZe set off towards the location of the Tang sect. During his recovery, LuZe had received a lot of information from Yi Sisi, including some about the Tang sect. Although the current leader of the Tang sect was Tang Ya, the real power was held by Huiyu Hao, and the Tang sect had a close relationship with the Sky Hall. As long as he infiltrated the Tang sect, LuZe was sure to learn a lot about the Sky Hall. He might even find a chance to turn the tables. Meanwhile, back in the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu had issued orders. The fugitive LuZe has appeared. Everyone, search for him with all your might. Whoever captures him can become the new 10 sons. Lu Xiaoyu proclaimed loudly from the throne within the Sky Hall. The people standing below immediately perked up and vowed to capture LuZe. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at this scene, then looked outside the hall. Brother, you better not let me catch you again. Chapter 170. A conversation with Huiyu Hao on the Douluo continent. The once defeated Tang sect was now stronger than ever, all because of the Sky Hall's attention. In the area where the Tang sect was located, LuZe slowly appeared, looking just like usual, giving off no aura and having changed his appearance. LuZe, this is no joke. I can sense the aura of original sin here. Truth said gravely within him. LuZe merely nodded lightly in response and quickly arrived outside a hotel. I'll set out at night, LuZe murmured to himself, then walked directly into the hotel. However, as soon as he entered, he was shocked by the scene before him. The aura of sin inside the hotel was several times stronger than outside. This is troublesome. LuZe became even more serious. He then walked straight to the front desk, where the receptionist looked surprised upon seeing LuZe. Just one night, LuZe disregarded the receptionist's expression. After the woman heard this, she took a while to regain her composure. All right, sir, please wait a moment. LuZe didn't say anything and stood quietly beside her, patiently waiting. At that moment, someone approached him. Hey, while LuZe was waiting, a hand rested on his shoulder. Bro, you seem to be an outsider, right? The person who placed his hand on LuZe's shoulder was a handsome young man. After LuZe reacted, he smiled and turned to look at him. Yes, I'm a traveler. I just arrived here, and since it's getting late, I plan to stay here for a night. Really? The young man asked with a smile. Of course. LuZe replied with a smile. Hearing this, the young man no longer had any doubts and said, My name is Feng Qi, a level 73 control system soul saint. And you? Luli, just an ordinary person, LuZe replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi was instantly surprised and then asked, You, an ordinary person, dare to roam around? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? LuZe was at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the front desk had already prepared a room for him and smiled as they offered to take him upstairs. Seeing this, Feng Qi stepped aside to let him pass, and LuZe smiled and bid him farewell. After LuZe left the front desk, Feng Qi revealed a faint smile, just like him. Even with the disguise, I can still recognize you, LuZe. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had arrived at his room, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Sensing that something was off. Truth, do you know who that guy just now was? After entering the room, LuZe lay down on the bed. But Truth didn't dare to come out, only speaking softly within him. I don't know, but I can at least guarantee that he means you no harm. I hope so, LuZe said, and he no longer paid attention to it. At that moment, Truth asked again, When do you plan to act? At night. It's too easy to be exposed now, LuZe replied calmly. Seeing this, Truth stopped pressing further and stayed quietly within him. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was completely dark outside. LuZe was ready to begin his action. The Tang sect, located in the center of this area, saw LuZe quietly appear on the outer wall of the Tang sect. I wonder what Yuhua will think when he sees me. LuZe smiled faintly. Then his body began to dissolve into black particles, disappearing from the spot. Inside a room in the Tang sect, a blue-haired man was flipping through something. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked sharply behind him. Who? The blue-haired man turned around only to find no one there. Just as he thought he was too tired and seeing things, the surrounding space began to change. The originally normal room started to twist. Following that, countless black particles began to gather together, quickly forming a human shape. Who exactly are you? The blue-haired man stared ahead with a serious expression. Long time no see, Yuhua. The human figure spoke. Upon hearing this voice, the blue-haired man was instantly taken aback, unable to believe, and asked, You are Brother Lu? I didn't expect you to remember me. I'm so touched. The human figure was indeed LuZe. The blue-haired man was Hui Yuhua. Once Hui Yuhua confirmed it, he became even more excited and rushed forward. Brother Lu, I can't believe you're still alive. Yeah, after all, it's been 8 years. LuZe smiled wryly. How have you all been during this time? Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhua smiled and said, thanks to Xiao Yu, nothing serious happened in these 8 years. Except for that incident in the Stardo forest. He paused here, as if there was something he didn't want to mention. LuZe could naturally tell that Hui Yuhua was acting unusual, so he asked, what happened last time in the Stardo forest? How should I put it? Hui Yuhua didn't know how to explain, but his eyes gave him away. Looking into his eyes, LuZe instantly understood that what happened last time in the Stardo forest was no small matter. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Hearing this, Hui Yuhua felt very conflicted. He didn't know how to choose. In the end, he decided to tell LuZe about the incident. Actually, what happened last time wasn't too serious. It was just that Donger left, Hui Yuhua said dejectedly. Donger left. LuZe sensed something was amiss. Yes, Hui Yuhua nodded and continued. That incident is known to almost all members of the Sky Temple. The gods descended onto the continent just to eradicate heresy. The gods descended. LuZe was stunned. Isn't it said that the gods can't interfere in mortal affairs? Hui Yuhua saw LuZe's shocked expression and said, the gods descended were led by the first sect master of the Tang sect, Tang San's ancestor. Although gods sound powerful, they couldn't gain any advantage against Lu Xiaoyu. Plus, with Lucifer and his 7 companions, the gods were directly repelled. Yuhua paused here, his expression starting to become uncontrolled. But when Sea God Tang San and the others retreated, they took Donger with them. LuZe looked at his expression and couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. It's okay. You'll meet again one day, LuZe comforted him. After hearing this, Hui Yuhua felt much better and smiled faintly. By the way, Brother Lu, are you back for something specific? I'm back to save Xiao Yu, LuZe replied seriously. He's been kept in the dark by Lucifer. I must make him wake up. But he's ridiculously strong now, plus that ability to make powers disappear. Even the gods don't dare to provoke him, Hui Yuhua quickly said. LuZe waved his hand. It's fine. So how do you plan to save Xiao Yu? Hui Yuhua no longer had doubts after seeing his expression. LuZe, upon hearing this, said without much thought, I need you to be my inside man in the Sky Temple to give me a better chance to get close to Xiao Yu. That might be a bit difficult. Everyone in the temple is currently looking for you, Hui Yuhua said seriously. LuZe was puzzled upon hearing this. Seeing his expression, Hui Yuhua explained, Xiao Yu recently issued a new command. Anyone who captures you can unconditionally become one of the new 10 sons. I see. LuZe instantly understood. Thinking to himself that his brother truly was his biological brother, he would go to any lengths to capture him. However, this matter didn't attract LuZe's attention at all, as besides his brother, even Lucifer was no longer his opponent, let alone anyone else. All right, that's all I want to discuss with you. I'll find you when I start acting, LuZe said, planning to leave, as staying too long would definitely attract Lucifer's attention. Just as he was about to leave, Hui Yuhua reminded him again, Brother Lu, be careful. Someone inside said that Lucifer is developing a soul guide specifically designed to counter you. After hearing this reminder, LuZe nodded and then directly disappeared from the spot, followed by the distorted room returning to normal. Hui Yuhua stood in place, looking towards the door, and slowly said, Brother Lu, you must save Xiao Yu. He's changed too much. Chapter 171, New Identity. After talking with Hui Yuhua, LuZe went straight back to the hotel. Once back in the hotel, LuZe kept thinking about the soul guide that Lucifer was developing to restrain him. Although it was just a guess, he had a bad premonition. LuZe, you should have more or less guessed it, right? Truth said heavily in his body. LuZe nodded, but said nothing, as he knew that the only ability that could restrain him was Xiao Yu's ability. Lucifer was likely trying to develop a soul guide using the power of relative truth. As he thought about this, LuZe grew increasingly serious. After a while, he set this matter aside because there was something more important. The Sky Palace. Lost in thought, LuZe chose to lie down on the bed, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, LuZe groggily sat up from the bed. Did I fall asleep? LuZe felt very surprised. At this moment, Truth laughed and said in his body, You might have been too tired. Maybe, LuZe replied, and then he got up and walked towards the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw someone standing at his doorstep waiting for him. It was Feng Qi, whom he had met by chance yesterday. You're awake? Feng Qi smiled as he saw LuZe come out. What are you doing at my door? LuZe felt quite confused and became cautious. Seeing LuZe's wary expression, Feng Qi smiled and explained, Don't be so sensitive. I just happen to live next door. Is that so? LuZe still looked at him with suspicion. Feeling uncomfortable under LuZe's gaze, Fengqi quickly said, "Stop staring at me like that. It's a bit embarrassing. How about we go out for a meal together?" LuZe remained cautious and replied directly, "No, I'm leaving here soon." "So soon?" Fengqi sounded somewhat reluctant. LuZe did not answer him, just nodded and walked towards the front desk to check out. After checking out, LuZe didn't hesitate and stepped outside the hotel. Fengqi quickly followed, not wanting LuZe to leave. "What are you following me for?" LuZe asked warily. Fengqi immediately smiled and said, "I suddenly want to travel across the continent too. Take me with you, how about it?" Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately became serious. "I refuse." "Why? Isn't it better to have a soul sage protecting you on your journey?" Fengqi said with anticipation. But LuZe replied perfunctorily, "I'm used to being alone. Having another person around would disrupt my thoughts." "Don't worry, I won't disrupt your thoughts," Fengqi said with a smile. Despite this, LuZe still refused to travel with him, which made Fengqi feel quite disappointed. "All right, since that's the case, remember to come find me if you run into trouble in the future. I will do my best to help you," Fengqi said, calming himself and smiling lightly. LuZe nodded and then parted ways with him. After separating from Fengqi, LuZe went alone to a small mountain on the outskirts of the Tang sect's territory. Standing on the high mountain and looking down at the Tang sect below, LuZe fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared behind him. "Brother Lu, did you call me here to discuss something?" The newcomer was Hui Yuhao. After hearing his voice, LuZe turned to look at him. "I'm about to take action. How can I enter the Sky Palace?" Hui Yuhao thought carefully and then slowly said, "You can only join the academy and sect, and then you must place in the top 3 in the Elite Soul Master competition held every 5 years. Only then is it possible to enter the Sky Palace." LuZe nodded and then asked, "I want to join Shrek Academy. Help me find a suitable identity." Hui Yuhao was quite surprised and said, "Actually, Brother Lu can join our Tang sect. Why go to Shrek? Shrek Academy has the answers I seek," LuZe replied simply. Hui Yuhao understood after hearing that and did not ask further. "All right, since Brother Lu has his own thoughts, I have no right to interfere," Hui Yuhao said slowly. After that, the two chatted for a while before parting ways. Hui Yuhao went to help LuZe prepare a new identity, while LuZe began to modify the power within his body using the rules. After a while, Hui Yuhao came to find LuZe again. "How'd it go?" LuZe asked as he saw Hui Yuhao approach. Hui Yuhao nodded and then took out a document and handed it to LuZe. At first glance, LuZe thought it was nothing special, but on the second glance, he suddenly noticed something very important. "Yuhao, why did you give me a girl's information?" LuZe felt very confused, thinking that Hui Yuhao had made a mistake. But Hui Yuhao's answer left him in silence. "Brother Lu, Shrek Academy is the most dangerous place for you. To better hide your identity, it has to be this way." Looking at Hui Yuhao's sincere expression, LuZe still found it hard to accept the idea of dressing as a girl. "Brother Lu, at this point, are you still hesitating?" Hui Yuhao said, trying to provoke him since he seemed reluctant. LuZe didn't know what to say, but then he thought that being a girl might actually be better for hiding secrets in various situations. Thus, LuZe made up his mind. "It's just dressing as a girl. It's not like I haven't done it before." Seeing this, Hui Yuhao smiled and said, "The next enrollment for Shrek Academy is in a month. Brother Lu, take some time to get familiar with your new identity." LuZe nodded, then bid farewell to Hui Yuhao and headed to the location of Shrek Academy alone. On the way to Shrek, Truth kept teasing LuZe. "Little LuZe, I didn't expect you to dress as a girl again. The last time you dressed as a girl was the last time, right?" Truth laughed mischievously. Upon hearing this, LuZe wished he could kill Truth right then and there, but he couldn't. "Forget it. Let us find a place to modify my age and appearance," LuZe said slowly. Truth then teased again. "Aren't you going to modify your gender? For someone with the power of rules, it shouldn't be hard, right? Don't even think about it." LuZe shot him a glare. Seeing this, Truth fell silent and obediently retreated into his body. At this moment, LuZe found a very suitable place. Without hesitation, he entered a cave, looked around, felt that it was safe, and then directly sealed the entrance. "Let us begin," LuZe murmured slowly. Then he sat cross-legged inside the cave, and countless golden inscriptions surged out instantly, wrapping him into a golden cocoon. Time passed little by little, and soon a month was about to pass. The cave had undergone tremendous changes. The walls of the cave were completely covered with golden inscriptions, and the entire cave exuded a majestic aura. If it weren't for LuZe sealing off this area before he cocooned, Lucifer and the others would have probably found it long ago. Crack! At this moment, the surface of the golden dumpling began to crack, and soon more and more cracks appeared. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden dumpling completely split open, and LuZe slowly walked out from within. At this moment, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Golden pupils, silver-white long hair, skin as milky as jade, and exquisitely beautiful features. If it weren't for the masculine traits, everyone would probably think he was an extraordinary beauty. LuZe opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, with only the aura of rules remaining. The aura of truth and paradox had almost disappeared. Not bad, LuZe checked his state. Now his age had returned to when he was 12, and the fluctuations of soul power were once again evident. A level 25 soul power should not be too outstanding, LuZe murmured, and then a golden long sword appeared in his hand. After saying that, he retracted the golden long sword, and his hair and eye color changed back to black. I'm back, Shrek Academy. Chapter 172, Ye Biting. Shrek Academy, originally a top-tier power on the continent, became even more dominant after Lu Xiaoyu unified the continent, leaving other forces far behind. Today, Shrek Academy welcomed another enrollment season, and many talented youths from the continent came here, including LuZe, who had changed his identity. At the Shrek enrollment office, a figure slowly appeared, and the teacher in charge of enrollment simply glanced at the person's information and let them pass. Another genius this year, the enrollment teacher murmured with a smile, then looked at the information in his hand. Name, Yi Bailing. Gender, female. Soul power, level 25. Great soul master. Martial soul, white, ash sword. In the first-year female student dormitory, a black-haired girl was slowly searching for her dorm room in the corridor. After a while, she found her dorm room. It was this one. The black-haired girl murmured softly, then pushed open the door, but as soon as she opened it, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The next second, a loud scream came from inside the room, but it was not the black-haired girl's voice. It was another silver-haired girl. Slap! Immediately, the black-haired girl was knocked to the ground by a slap from the silver-haired girl. The black-haired girl, who was knocked down, looked completely bewildered. The silver-haired girl quickly came to her senses and hurriedly helped her up, continuously apologizing. I'm sorry, I thought you were a boy. The silver-haired girl sincerely apologized. It's okay, the black-haired girl replied calmly, smiling at her. The silver-haired girl, still unaware of the situation, then realized that she was not wearing clothes, only a piece of clothing to cover herself. Upon realizing this, the silver-haired girl's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly put on her clothes. Sorry for the embarrassment, the silver-haired girl said, blushing. The black-haired girl remained calm, waved her hand to signal it was fine, and then went to the other empty bed in the room to start making her bed. The silver-haired girl stood behind her, and after a while she finally asked, So, are you my roommate? Yes, the black-haired girl nodded. Seeing this, the silver-haired girl asked again, My name is Guyulinga, what about you? Yi Bailing. The black-haired girl replied very calmly. After learning her name, Guyulinga walked over to her side and smiled. Can I call you Bailing? Of course. Yi Bailing replied with a slight smile. Hearing this, Guyulinga directly took her hand and said, Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. That's not good, Yi Bailing said with a wry smile. But Guyulinga said seriously, It's fine, consider it a compensation for that slap, just now. Yi Bailing thought for a long time and then nodded. After all, that slap did hurt a bit. Before long, Yi Bailing and Guyulinga arrived at the cafeteria of Shrek Academy. Looking at the bustling cafeteria, Guyulinga felt a bit at a loss. However, Yi Bailing had no such concerns and directly led her to the ordering counter. Soon, the two girls were sitting in a corner with their meals. Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this place, Guyulinga said with a smile. Yi Bailing just smiled faintly and then began to eat. Seeing this, Guyulinga stopped talking and tasted the food briefly before no longer eating. Yi Bailing noticed her somewhat uncomfortable expression and didn't say much, thinking she must have been from a powerful background before coming to Shrek Academy, so it was natural that she wasn't used to it here. After a while, the two girls left the cafeteria, intending to take a walk by the Sea God Lake, but they encountered some trouble on the way. No matter where it is, there are always people who like to stir up trouble, and Shrek Academy was no exception. You two must be new students, right? At the Sea God Lake, several boys wearing senior uniforms from the outer academy blocked Yi Bailing and Guyulinga. At that moment, one of the handsome boys stepped forward. Although he was good-looking, his demeanor was indeed a bit unworthy of his face. Junior, I see you seem not very familiar with campus life. Why don't you let me, your senior, teach you? The boy said with a smile. Guyulinga immediately retorted, I don't need a hypocrite like you to teach me. As soon as this sentence fell, some of the boys started to stir restlessly. You new girl dare to insult our boss. Do you want to die? a thin boy said angrily, then tried to rush forward. Just as he was about to reach Bailing and the others, their boss spoke up at a critical moment. Enough! How can you talk to junior students like that? The boy shouted loudly. Upon hearing the shout, the thin boy immediately became obedient, quickly retreating behind their boss. While this scene might seem very gentlemanly to others, it appeared quite amusing to Bailing. After the thin boy calmed down, their boss approached Bailing and the others again, saying very gentlemanly, I apologize, it was my poor management, but it won't happen again. Well, we won't have a chance to meet again, Bailing said coldly. After saying that, she directly took Linger and prepared to leave. But just as she turned around and took a step, her other hand was grabbed by the handsome boy. Junior, are you not giving me Wong any face? The boy said with a faint smile. Bai Ling, who was pulled by the hand, had a very cold expression at this moment, even revealing a hint of killing intent. Noticing the killing intent, the young man quickly let go of her hand and said, I'm sorry, my fault. Although the other party apologized, Bai Ling's gaze remained extremely cold. Fortunately, Guyu Linger beside her tugged at her, which helped her regain her composure. Then Bai Ling prepared to leave, but just as she was about to walk away, she thought of something and coldly looked at the young man. Remember, there won't be a next time. Her voice was icy, and upon hearing this, the young man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, as if he had seen some monstrous beast. Boss, are you just going to let those two girls go? The frail young man said somewhat unconvinced, but the young man replied solemnly. That black-haired girl is not an ordinary person. You'd better not provoke her. Why? The frail young man and others following him were quite surprised, but the young man merely gave them a warning before leaving. No reason. Just don't provoke her. In the first-year girls' dormitory, Bai Ling and Guyu Linger returned smoothly to their dorm. Bai Ling, you were so cool just now. Guyu Linger exclaimed excitedly as she recalled the scene. Bai Ling looked at her with indifference and slowly said, I'm going to sleep. We have to report to class tomorrow. All right, I almost forgot. Guyu Linger suddenly remembered and then said, Good night, Bai Ling. Good night. Bai Ling replied simply and then lay down on her bed. In the middle of the night, Bai Ling suddenly sat up. After glancing at Guyu Linger, who was sleeping soundly on the other bed, she got out of bed and walked outside the dorm. After arriving at a deserted small park, a voice suddenly echoed beside her. Looks like it went smoothly. The speaker was a Crimson Phantom. Bai Ling glanced at him and slowly said, It was all right, but you'd better stay inside me. What's wrong? Afraid of being exposed? The Crimson Phantom teased. Bai Ling didn't respond, but her eyes conveyed her feelings. Seeing this, the Crimson Phantom obediently merged into her body. Bai Ling gazed up at the starry sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions, but she said nothing, remaining silent. After a while, she snapped back to reality and walked back to her dorm. I'll come and get you soon, shall you? Chapter 173. The homeroom teacher is an old acquaintance. The next morning, Bai Ling and Guyu Linger arrived at their assigned class, Class 1 for new students. There's so many people in the class, Guyu Linger said with a smile. Bai Ling merely nodded in response and didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, a man slowly walked in, saying, Everyone, please be quiet. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ling turned to look and was suddenly stunned. How could it be him? At this time, the man slowly spoke, I am Yin Yun, your homeroom teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the folder in his hand, looked at it, and said directly, The student with the highest soul power in the class is Guyu Ling. She will temporarily serve as the class monitor. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, all the students turned to look at Guyu Linger, their faces filled with shock. Even Bai Ling was a little surprised. Linger, your soul power is the highest? Yeah, I'm already at level 33, Guyu Linger said proudly. Seeing this, Bai Ling didn't say much more and turned her attention back to Yin Yun. All right, since everyone is here, let's start class, Yin Yun said with a gentle smile. The students had no objections and sat up straight. Seeing this, Yin Yun felt quite gratified. Soon, it was noon and the students began to leave the classroom. On their way to the cafeteria, Bai Ling and Guyu Linger were chatting casually. At this moment, Guyu Linger suddenly asked Bai Ling, I still don't know your soul power after so long. Aren't you going to tell me? Level 25, Bai Ling replied, then looked elsewhere. Only level 25? Guyu Linger pondered, then patted Bai Ling's back and smiled. Looks like you need to work harder. Maybe. Bai Ling still maintained a calm expression. Just then, a figure blocked their way. Long time no see, Junior. It was the young man from yesterday. Upon seeing him, Bai Ling's expression instantly turned cold, and without wanting to say a word, she directly took Guyu Linger's hand and walked in another direction. The young man quickly followed. Junior, do you really not want to see me? What else? Guyu Linger said with an annoyed expression. The young man's face turned pale upon hearing this. but he couldn't take any action. However, he still mustered a thick-skinned smile and said, "Junior, my name is Suko. What about you? Get lost." Bai Ling coldly glanced at him. With just that glance, Suko felt an overwhelming pressure, and his body froze instantly. Bai Ling and Gu Yulinger ignored him and walked past him. After they left, Suko finally returned to normal, slumping onto a nearby chair and letting out a long breath. "That girl is really scary," Suko said with an uncomfortable expression. "Bai Ling, that guy named Suko is really annoying. Should I go teach him a lesson?" Gu Yulinger said angrily. Bai Ling waved her hand. "No, you probably aren't his match. After all, he's a senior." "So what if he's a senior? I could still beat him," Gu Yulinger said confidently. Bai Ling looked at her and then smiled. "What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Gu Yulinger felt a bit embarrassed. Bai Ling smiled and said, "No, I just thought of something funny." "What funny thing? Tell me about it." Gu Yulinger became curious. Bai Ling thought carefully and then teased, "I accidentally remembered someone who was overconfident and challenged someone much stronger than him. And the result, did he win?" Gu Yulinger asked Iagadi. Bai Ling shook her head and said directly, "No, he ended up dead." Gu Yulinger was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Bai Ling couldn't help but laugh again. Just as she laughed, Gu Yulinger suddenly understood something and immediately reached out to hit Bai Ling. "You're talking about me." "Haha." Bai Ling chuckled and ran towards the classroom. Gu Yulinger was not to be outdone and quickly chased after her. Before long, they returned to the classroom and realized that it was already filled with people, indicating they were a bit late. Yin Yun calmly said, "Just don't let it happen again. Quickly return to your seats." Bai Ling and the others did not hesitate and quickly sat back down. Once everyone was back, Yin Yun spoke again. "This afternoon's class is very simple. It's just physical training. Let's all go to the playground." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up and walked towards the playground. "Bai Ling, what are we going to do?" Gu Yulinger asked curiously. Bai Ling just smiled and explained it should be running. "Running?" Gu Yulinger was quite surprised. Bai Ling nodded and then asked her, noticing her serious expression, "Why do you look so serious?" "You don't know. I hate running the most," Gu Yulinger said with a serious face. Hearing this, Bai Ling didn't know what to say and could only continue walking forward as if she knew nothing. Soon, under Yin Yun's lead, everyone arrived at the playground. Looking at the scorching sun, the students felt a bit of tension. In this world, Yin Yun suddenly said, "The afternoon class is very simple. Just run 50 laps around the playground. Once you finish, you can go home." After hearing this, some students in class 1 showed very happy expressions, while others looked quite embarrassed, truly a mix of joy and sorrow. Gu Yulinger's expression was even more awkward as she grabbed Bai Ling's arm and said pitifully, "Bai Ling, I don't want to run. It's just running, it's no big deal." Bai Ling comforted with a smile. "But the sun is so scorching today, I'm afraid of getting tanned," Gu Yulinger continued. Hearing this, Bai Ling felt speechless and directly left her to start running on the playground. Seeing this, Gu Yulinger had no choice but to run under the sun. Standing at the edge of the playground, Yin Yun couldn't help but smile at this scene, reminiscing about the past when he had gone through the same. But at that moment, he thought of something else, and his expression suddenly became heavy. "It's been 8 years. I wonder how Lu Gu is doing," Yin Yun murmured softly. Ever since he learned of LuZe's disappearance, he had been worried, and this worry lasted for 8 years. On the playground while running, Bai Ling glanced at Yin Yun and then smiled faintly. "You haven't changed at all after all this time, Yin Yun." Chapter 174, Sparring time flew by, and a month quickly passed in Shrek, and the new student assessment was about to begin. In the classroom for new students, Yin Yun stood at the podium with a gentle smile and said, "As you all know, the new student assessment is coming up, and next is the grouping." As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the classroom felt very excited, all perked up, hoping to team up with 2 powerful classmates. Gu Yulinger wasn't worried at all, as she knew her own strength and was confident she could win the championship. Soon, Yin Yun began to assign groups. "Our class has a total of 60 students, 3 per group, making 20 groups in total, although the matchups during the competition will be random. I hope you all don't go easy on your classmates, understand?" "Understood," the students in the classroom answered in unison. Seeing this, Yin Yun felt very pleased and continued. Group 1, Tang Yao Wu Ling, Yin Zhuju. Group 2, Wang Gua, Chen Lin Yang Fei. Group 3, Yin Lai. Before long, the class arrived at the last group, and Yin Yun smiled as he announced, "The last group, Gu Yulinger, Bai Ling, Su Qian." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent, everyone sizing up their teammates. Naturally, Gu Yulinger was focused on Su Qian, knowing only that the other party's soul power was level 25 and was a support-type soul master, but nothing else. All right, since we've completed the grouping, you all should get to know each other over the next 2 days. The competition will be held in 2 days, Yin Yun said with a smile. After saying that, he let them leave the classroom and told them there would be no classes for the next 2 days, which made the students extremely happy. By the sea god lake, Yi Bailing and Guyu Linger were staring at Su Qian in front of them. Feeling their gaze, Su Qian blushed slightly and said, "Can you not stare at me like that? It's a bit embarrassing." "Oh, sorry." Guyu Linger suddenly realized and quickly apologized. She then asked Su Qian, "Your martial soul is a flower, right?" "Yes." Su Qian nodded and continued, "My martial soul is the 9-leaf color lotus, and its effect is similar to that of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda." "What?" Guyu Linger was instantly shocked to hear this. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was once a top-tier support martial soul in the continent. Even though it has fallen a bit now, it is still not to be underestimated. 9-leaf color lotus? At this moment, Yi Bailing, who had been silent, also walked over. Yi Bailing looked at Su Qian with great curiosity, making her blush even more. Realizing something was off, Yi Bailing quickly turned her head away and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was just a bit too curious." It's fine. Su Qian smiled and waved her hand. At this time, Guyu Linger suddenly said, "Su Qian, why don't we team up to teach Bailing a lesson?" Seeing her mischievous expression, Su Qian felt a bit shy, thinking that might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate? Bailing is a strong attack type, you're a support type, and I'm a control type. It doesn't seem unfair for us to team up against a strong attack soul master, Guyu Linger said convincingly. For a moment, Su Qian didn't know how to choose. What if they scared Yi Bailing? "It's fine, you can team up with her," Yi Bailing spoke at that moment, her tone very calm, seemingly not taking them seriously. "You, Bailing, how dare you look down on us?" Guyu Linger felt her temper rising at her indifferent expression. Su Qian also felt a bit displeased. She was clearly worried about Bailing getting hurt, but here Bailing was looking down on them instead. "Then come on." Yi Bailing smiled and beckoned with her finger. This scene was undoubtedly a provocation in Guyu Linger and Su Qian's eyes. How could they endure it? "Bring it on. Su Qian, you assist me, and I'll teach her a lesson," Guyu Linger said with displeasure. Su Qian nodded, clearly also provoked by Yi Bailing's earlier behavior. Soon, the area by the sea god lake was filled with intense fighting spirit. Yi Bailing stood alone, facing Guyu Linger and Su Qian. Guyu Linger's soul power had already reached level 30, and Su Qian was at level 26, while Yi Bailing was only at level 20. In terms of soul power, Yi Bailing was indeed at a slight disadvantage, but in terms of strength, it was not so certain. "Are you ready?" Yi Bailing asked with a smile. Guyu Linger did not answer her, but directly summoned her martial soul to attack Yi Bailing. In an instant, countless white silks sealed off Yi Bailing's escape route. With Su Qian's assistance, the speed and toughness of these silks increased significantly. Soon, Yi Bailing was entangled by these silks from all directions and then directly wrapped up. Seeing this, Guyu Linger showed a smile and teased, "Bailing, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You really disappoint me." Just as she was very pleased, a voice came from the bundle of white silks. "Is that so?" Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, those white silks were cut open by countless air blades. Yi Bailing then stood there holding a long sword, looking at them with a calm expression. The long sword was entirely white, with golden inscriptions on the blade, appearing very noble. Is this her martial soul? Su Qian was a bit surprised. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful long sword. Guyu Linger said seriously, "That's right, that's Bailing's martial soul, the white ash sword." In the next moment, Guyu Linger launched another surprise attack, and several white silks flew towards Yi Bailing again. Yi Bailing reacted quickly, directly positioning the long sword horizontally in her hand, and in an instant, the sword energy surged, turning those white silks into fragments. Yi Bailing then lunged forward, instantly arriving in front of Guyu Linger. "You lost," Yi Bailing said with a smile. Guyu Linger, with a long sword against her neck, was very unconvinced, but she knew deep down that if this were a life-and-death battle, her head would have probably rolled off already. "All right, you win." Although Guyu Linger said this, her expression clearly showed she was not convinced. Su Qian, standing behind her, was even more shocked. After all, Yi Bailing's speed was too fast. She didn't even have time to assist Guyu Linger. Sister Bailing is really amazing, Su Qian thought, feeling completely convinced by the loss. Yi Bailing then retracted her martial soul and smiled. "Let's go eat something. It's my treat." Initially feeling unhappy about losing, but upon hearing that Yi Bailing was treating them to food, she immediately threw the loss out of her mind. "Let's go. I must make you go bankrupt today," Guyu Linger said with a smile. Then she directly grabbed Yi Bailing and Su Qian's hands and ran toward the food street. Watching her back as she was being pulled along, Yi Bailing couldn't help but smile as she remembered someone who used to pull her hand like this. If only there were no grievances. Chapter 175. Freshman Assessment. 2 days later, the freshman assessment area was already filled with people, and naturally, Yi Bailing and her two companions were among them, as it would not be good to be late for the freshman assessment. Soon, a teacher stepped forward and announced, "Everyone quiet down. The rules of the freshman assessment should not need much explanation. Your homeroom teachers should have already told you." As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled several teachers beside him to begin partitioning the students participating in the freshman assessment. After an unknown amount of time, the partitioning was completed, and Yi Bailing's trio was assigned to Area 3. "I've heard that there are many Dark Horse teams in Area 3, Su Qian said slowly. Yi Bailing nodded upon hearing this and replied, "It's fine. Just be extra careful." However, Gu Linger next to her was completely unconcerned and boldly declared, "Don't worry. This time the championship will definitely be ours." "Linger is really confident," Su Qian said with a light smile. "Of course," Gu Linger said seriously. Yi Bailing merely smiled faintly and then walked towards the competition stage. Soon, an assessment teacher appeared on the competition stage, holding a list in his hands, and slowly said, "Freshman Assessment, Area 3, Round 1, Match 1, Class 1 Gu Linger, Yi Bailing, Su Qian versus Class 4 Chen Xian, Zhuhao Li Feng. Both sides, please enter the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Bailing and her companions stepped onto the competition stage, while their opponents approached with smiles. "They're all girls. Isn't the outcome already determined?" At this moment, Zhu Hao from Class 4 said with a light laugh. His voice was loud, and Gu Linger immediately heard it. Feeling very displeased, she stepped forward and retorted, "What do you mean, ugly? Do you look down on us girls?" Upon hearing Gu Linger call him ugly, Zhu Hao instantly became angry. "You ugly girl, what qualifications do you have to say that to me? Let's see whose strength is better." Gu Linger became even more agitated and was ready to fight, saying, "I will definitely beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you." Just as she was about to rush up, she was pulled back by Yi Bailing. "Bailing, what are you doing?" Gu Linger asked, confused. Yi Bailing said calmly, "The match hasn't started yet. It's not too late to go up once it begins." Hearing this, Gu Linger suddenly realized that if they fought now, they would be disqualified for a foul. Thus, she reluctantly stood beside Yi Bailing, visibly displeased. Zhu Hao on the opposite side laughed out loud upon seeing this. "Huh? What's wrong, ugly girl? Are you scared now?" Although Gu Linger was furious at these words, she could only swallow her anger since the match hadn't started yet. Meanwhile, a high-ranking man watching from the judges' seating area showed a satisfied smile upon witnessing this. This Yi Bailing appears to have great potential as a captain. Even when her teammates are provoked, she can remain calm, the man said with a slight smile. At that moment, Yin Yin came to his side. "Yes, Yi Bailing is the calmest person I have ever seen. She can endure anything." "Is that so? It seems I need to pay more attention," the man said with a smile. Yin Yin immediately understood upon hearing this, nodded with a smile, and continued watching the match. On the competition stage, the referee saw that both sides were almost ready and directly announced, "The match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the three boys from Class 4 quickly charged towards Yi Bailing and her companions. Seeing this, Gu Linger gave Su Qian a glance, and Su Qian immediately understood. Second soul skill, Purple Leaf. 200-year soul rings rose behind Su Qian, and the second soul ring lit up. At the same time, Gu Linger felt the auxiliary effect and directly lit up her second soul ring. Second soul skill, 1,000 bindings. With Gu Linger's shout, the three members of Class 4 were instantly entangled by countless white silks. Just as they were preparing to break free, Yi Bailing had already made her move. "One sword," Yi Bailing softly said while holding the white ash sword. Then she swung the long sword forcefully. In an instant, a vast sword energy surged towards Zhu Hao and the others. As they saw the shimmering sword energy before them, a sense of fear rose within them. "Referee, we concede." At the last moment, Chen Xian, the captain of Class 4, shouted loudly. Boom! With a loud bang, a cloud of dust was kicked up on the competition stage. And amidst the dust, a teacher stood in front of Chen Xian and the others. "The competition has ended, and the first-year class's Guyu Ling Air Team has won." The referee immediately announced the results of the match, and everyone was truly shocked by the speed of the competition. This team actually cooperated so well. The man who had been watching the match was very surprised by this. Of course, he was even more curious about whether Yi Bailing had used her soul skill. If she had, why didn't any soul rings appear? "Yin Yin, this Yi Bailing seems to be from your class, right?" The man asked with a smile. Yin Yun, who was being questioned, felt a sense of confusion and replied, "Yes, she is my student. What do you want?" "It's simple. I just want to talk to her alone." The man said with a gentle smile. "Is that so?" Yin Yun pondered thoughtfully. Seeing this, the man patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won't force her to do anything." "I find that a bit hard to believe," Yin Yun replied with a faint smile. The man's heart sank at this, and he said pitifully, "Yin Yun, do you really not trust me?" "It's not a matter of trust. It's just that the things you've done in the past are too well known." Yin Yun's expression began to cool. Seeing this, the man could only smile and wave his hand. "All right, since you feel that way, I won't force it. You'd better be honest," Yin Yun said coldly, then turned and walked in another direction. The man looked at his back, then glanced at Yi Bailing's position, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, genuinely curious about why she would make such a choice. "But suit me just fine." Meanwhile, Yi Bailing, who was chatting with Guyu Ling, Er, and the others, sensed someone watching her, but showed no reaction. "It seems there are acquaintances here," Yi Bailing thought with a faint smile. "Let's go. To celebrate our victory, I'll treat you all to something to eat." Guyu Ling Er said with a smile. Su Qian nodded. "Sure, what about Bailing?" Coming back to her senses, Yi Bailing smiled and replied, "Sure. It's just right that I have nothing to do now." "Then let's go," Guyu Ling Er said with a smile. Chapter 176, Easy Champion. The first-year assessment went smoothly, and the Guyu Ling Air team successfully advanced to the finals through their cooperation. However, the team they were about to face was the most favored dark horse team among this year's freshmen, as it contained 2 soul ancestors, making them very strong. "Bailing, we're about to compete against that dark horse team. What do you think our chances of winning are?" Su Qian asked with a worried expression. Before Yi Bailing could respond, Guyu Ling Er chimed in. "What are you afraid of? The championship is definitely ours, no matter how many soul ancestors they have." Seeing her confident expression, Su Qian couldn't help but smile, but she was still a bit worried. At that moment, Yi Bailing noticed her expression and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's fine, just do as we did before." Hearing this, Su Qian felt a surge of confidence. Soon, a referee appeared on the competition stage and loudly announced, "The finals of the first-year assessment will now begin, with the Guyu Ling Air team from the first-year class facing the Lin Xian team from the second-year class. Both teams, please enter the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee stepped down from the competition stage, and the 2 teams walked up. "Hey, I've heard that those 3 girls on the opposite side are quite formidable. Should we be a bit careful?" Lin Xian's teammate Yi Tian asked with a smile. Lin Xian didn't pay much attention and simply replied, "Just give it your all." "All right, but boss, you need to watch out for that girl with the sword on the opposite side. I heard she hasn't even used her second sword yet," Yi Tian said again with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian perked up. He had never heard of this before and could only blame himself for being so focused on training that he was completely out of the loop. Now that he knew their opponent was very strong, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Meanwhile, Yi Bailing was also observing the 3 opponents. They really do seem quite strong. Guyu Ling Er sensed something was off. Su Qian had already started to feel nervous. Having heard about their opponent's cultivation levels, she warned, "Ling Er, Bailing, that Lin Xian on the opposite side, seems to be at level 35, and Yi Tian next to him is 34. Even their weakest member, Lu Yan, is at level 29. Yi Bailing couldn't help but laugh at this. "I didn't expect them to really be a dark horse. Their overall strength is so much higher than ours. What should we do?" Su Qian became even more worried at this point. Guyu Ling Er remained as confident as before. "Don't worry. Bailing probably still has a stronger trump card she hasn't used yet." At this point, Su Qian also realized that since the competition began, Yi Bailing hadn't used her real strength at all, so maybe they really could win. Soon, the referee announced from below the competition stage, "The match begins." With his command, neither team attacked immediately. They both stood still, quietly staring at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian from the second-year class spoke first. "You're Yi Bailing, right?" Lin Xian asked, smiling at Yi Bailing. Yi Bailing made no move and coldly replied, "That's me. Do you have anything else to say?" "That's good. I was afraid I might hit the wrong person," Lin Xian said confidently with a smile. He then charged at Yi Bailing like a cannonball. Yi Bailing responded by summoning her white ash sword, holding it horizontally. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and everyone in the audience witnessed an incredible scene. Yes, Yi Bailing, with only 25 levels of soul power, actually blocked Lin Xian's attack, who had 10 levels more than her. Lin Xian was thrilled. He knew very well how powerful that previous strike was. Ordinary Great Soul Masters simply couldn't withstand it. Moreover, he had summoned his martial soul, the Ink Shadow Spear, which doubled his strength. "You really surprised me," Lin Xian said excitedly. Yi Bailing smiled as well and replied, "You surprised me too." Bang! The next moment, Yi Bailing kicked Lin Xian in the abdomen, sending him flying. Fortunately, he was very skilled in controlling himself and quickly stabilized his form, raising his spear to point directly at Yi Bailing. "I'm increasingly curious about why you're so strong," Lin Xian said, his expression full of excitement. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent since the start of the first-year assessment. Yi Bailing turned back to remind Guyu Ling'er and Su Qian, "You two be careful. I'll handle the most troublesome one." "Okay, but you be careful too," Su Qian said with concern. Yi Bailing smiled upon hearing this, then looked at Lin Xian in the distance, her expression instantly cooling down. "Come on," Yi Bailing said coldly, her pupils shifting from black to gold, and her aura surged, directly reaching the level of a soul ancestor. A secret technique to enhance cultivation? Lin Xian was quite surprised, but soon laughed again, thinking it was better this way, to avoid others saying he was bullying you with his cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his spear and charged out again. Yi Bailing saw this and did not hesitate, tightening her grip on the long sword in her hand. In the next second, Lin Xian, holding the spear, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Bailing, raising the spear high as if it were a meteor crashing down on her. Yi Bailing, seeing this, crossed her sword in front of her and softly said, "One sword." As her words fell, a terrifying sword aura instantly surged towards Lin Xian. Feeling the frightening aura, Lin Xian quickly tried to block it with a spear, but he still underestimated the power of this sword. Poof! The sword aura instantly pierced through Lin Xian, causing him to cough up blood, and a gruesome wound appeared on his chest. "Cough, cough, I didn't expect you to be this strong," Lin Xian managed to say as he stuck the spear into the competition platform, barely stabilizing himself. Yi Bailing looked at him coldly, noticing he still had the strength to speak, and then tightened her grip on the long sword and charged forward again. Truly ruthless, Lin Xian thought, quickly pulling out his spear again for defense. "Sword/abyss," Yi Bailing said softly. In an instant, the white sword in her hand ignited with golden flames. Lin Xian was immediately stunned. He realized he couldn't block this sword at all, and now there was no chance to dodge. Crack! With a sound of breaking, Lin Xian's spear was directly snapped in two, and his chest was already a bloody mess. Thud! Lin Xian knelt on the ground, having lost consciousness and now in a state of fainting. The referee quickly rushed forward to take him off the competition platform, then ran towards the infirmary. Nevertheless, the competition continued, but the remaining 2 members of Class 2 were also close to giving up, seeing their captain unable to withstand even 2 swords from Yi Bailing, let alone themselves. Thus, Yi Tian shouted, "Class 2 surrenders." With his words, the match ended and the freshman assessment concluded. Yi Bailing's team successfully won the championship and entered the core class as they wished. However, Yi Bailing was not satisfied during the award ceremony. As this was not the result she wanted, her goals were far beyond this. "Soon, I will come to take you home." Chapter 177 Unexpected. After the freshman assessment ended, Yi Bailing and her 2 companions smoothly entered the core class. But this was still far from enough for Yi Bailing. In the girls' dormitory, Guyu Ling'er and the others were chatting together. "Bailing, the break is coming soon. What are your plans?" Guyu Ling'er asked with a smile. Yi Bailing thought carefully and then said, "We'll see. Maybe I'll stay here to continue cultivating." "How did Bailing become a martial arts fanatic?" Su Qian asked curiously. Yi Bailing shook her head. "No, I just don't know where to go." "Huh?" Guyu Ling'er was surprised and then smiled. "Since you don't know where to go, why not come to my house to play?" "No, thank you," Yi Bailing said with a smile, waving her hand. Guyu Ling'er sighed, then looked at Su Qian. "What about you, Qian Qian?" "I want to go home," Su Qian said with a smile. Guyu Ling'er fell silent upon hearing this. She originally wanted to take her good friends home to play, but it turned out everyone had their own plans. Seeing this, Yi Bailing comforted her. "It's okay. Next time I will definitely come." "Oh," Guyu Ling'er replied gloomily. The 3 of them chatted for half the day until they finally got up to leave the dormitory in the evening. After dinner, Yi Bailing and her 2 companions were strolling by the Sea God Lake, which was supposed to be a particularly pleasant activity. But at that moment, a figure appeared before them. "Yi Bailing, can I talk to you?" The visitor was the man from the last freshman assessment. Upon seeing his face, Yi Bailing was momentarily stunned, thinking, "How come this guy is here?" Before Yi Bailing could speak, Guyu Ling'er jumped in. "Hey, who are you? And what do you want with Bailing?" The man smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I just want to have a simple chat with your good friend." Guyu Ling'er was even less pleased to hear this and wanted to refuse. "No, my Bailing is not." "It's fine." At that moment, Yi Bailing interrupted her. Bailing, what are you doing? Gu Linger felt confused by being interrupted. Yi Bailing smiled and said, you and Su Qian go back first. I'll chat with him and come back. Seeing her expression didn't seem like a joke, Gu Linger had to nod, but still glared at the man and said fiercely, if you dare to bully Bailing, don't blame me for being rude. Ha, how could I? The man scratched his head and laughed. Gu Linger finally took Su Qian's hand and headed back to the dormitory. Left alone, Yi Bailing looked coldly at the man. I haven't introduced myself yet. The man suddenly remembered something and smiled. Hello, I'm Feng Qi, a level 70 control system soul saint. Indeed, this man was the Feng Qi that LuZe had encountered before. Yi Bailing didn't care about that and coldly asked, what do you want to say to me? Nothing much, just wanted to ask why you came to Shrek, or what your purpose is, Feng Qi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression became serious as she directly grabbed Feng Qi's collar and coldly said, who are you really? I am who I am. Can I be anyone else? Feng Qi, being grabbed by the collar, remained calm instead of panicking. Seeing his expression, Yi Bailing loosened her grip and turned to leave, saying, it's none of your business why I'm here. I advise you to stop inquiring about me. Feng Qi smiled again and said, all right, but I still want to remind you that the Elite Soul Master competition held every 5 years is this year. If you want to participate, you need to become a main team member or a reserve team member of Shrek in advance. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing was suddenly stunned and turned to look at Feng Qi. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Just a reminder to not to miss out. Feng Qi said with a smile, turning to leave but stopped after taking a step. Turning back to Yi Bailing, he smiled and said, if you want to join the main team early, you can come find me. I can help you, but you'll need to pay a price. After saying this, he didn't give Yi Bailing a chance to respond and disappeared from the spot. Yi Bailing, standing there, looked serious, her mind filled with countless thoughts. What will you do? At this moment, that crimson phantom reappeared. Yi Bailing did not answer immediately. After some thought, she finally said, no need to ask for his help. I can directly challenge the main team. Whoever has the strongest power has the say. The Scarlet Phantom smiled upon hearing this and said, changing one's identity gives a different feeling. It's really strange. After saying this, it entered Yi Bailing's body, while Yi Bailing, who remained in place, slowly looked towards the Sea God Lake. After a while, Shrek Academy welcomed its holiday period. After sending off Gu Linger and Su Qian, Yi Bailing headed straight towards the location of the Sea God Pavilion. Feng Qi, who had been observing her in secret, wore a faint smile, thinking, how interesting. No wonder I chose her. By the Sea God Lake, Yi Bailing stood by the edge, looking at the pavilion in the lake. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Bailing moved, dashing towards the Sea God Pavilion at an incredible speed. Before long, she arrived outside the Sea God Pavilion, but just as she was about to enter, 2 guards stopped her. This place is not for you, miss, one of the guards said slowly. Yi Bailing merely glanced at him and replied directly, take me to see Yin Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, the guard was instantly shocked and then reprimanded. How bold! How can you directly call the dean's name? After hearing this, Yi Bailing let out a cold laugh and stepped forward into the Sea God Pavilion. Just as the 2 guards were about to stop her, a deep voice came from within the pavilion. Let her in. The guards, who had just raised their hands, hurriedly stopped and exchanged glances. Come on, I'll take you in, but you cannot directly call the dean's name. Understand? Just lead the way. Don't worry about so much, Yi Bailing coldly replied. The guard felt a surge of anger, but realized that the person was someone the seniors of the Sea God Pavilion specifically wanted to see. So he had no choice but to suppress his feelings and led Yi Bailing into the pavilion. I can only take you this far. You can go the rest of the way yourself, the guard said unhappily. Yi Bailing ignored him and walked inside without looking back. Shortly after, Yi Bailing stood before several old men. The elder sitting in the center looked at her with curiosity and asked, little girl, what brings you to our Sea God Pavilion? Upon seeing the elder's appearance, Yi Bailing smiled and said, Elder Xian, I came here for something. Oh, what is it? Let's hear it, Elder Xian said with a smile. However, he did not expect Yi Bailing's next words to shock everyone present. Standing in the line of sight of several elders, Yi Bailing smiled and said, I want to challenge the main team of Shrek Battle Team. Chapter 178, Identity Exposed. I want to challenge the main team of Shrek, Yi Bailing said seriously to Elder Xian and the others. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian and the others were momentarily stunned. Then they smiled. Little girl, do you know how strong our main team of Shrek is? An elder sitting next to Elder Xian said with a smile. Yi Bailing remained indifferent and said, I know, but I believe their strength is not enough. So you think you're very strong? The elder suddenly became interested. You only have a soul power of level 25. Our main team can crush almost all opponents except for the team composed of Sin Faces. However, this year's Sky Arena has announced that Sin Faces are prohibited from participating in the Elite Soul Master competition. So what? Yebaying Simidet. The elder saw that she was still not convinced and said again, last time, we only got third place because of Sin Faces. It's different now. We are determined to win the championship. Let me join the main team of Shrek. I can also lead Shrek Academy to win the championship. Yi Bailing said with great confidence. The elder was taken aback, and even Elder Xian, who had been sitting quietly in the center, began to show curiosity. Why are you so confident? Elder Xian asked with a smile. Yi Bailing replied slowly, strength will prove everything. Ha ha ha. Elder Xian laughed heartily upon hearing this, and said slowly, little girl, how about this? I will give you a chance to challenge the main team of Shrek in a month. How about it? Of course. Let's meet again in a month. Yi Bailing nodded and turned to walk out of the Sea God Pavilion. Elder Xian and the others did not stop her, but chose to let her leave. After Yi Bailing left the Sea God Pavilion, the elders began to discuss. Elder Xian, do you think this girl can win against our main team of Shrek? An elder with the surname Lin asked slowly. Before Elder Xian could reply, the elder who had spoken with Yi Bailing said, it's impossible. Any one of our main team members is a soul emperor. How can a great soul master like her win? At this point, the elders laughed. However, at that moment, Elder Xian spoke meaningfully. I think there is a possibility, Elder Xian said with a smile. Elder Lin was quite surprised and asked Elder Xian, what do you mean by that? Elder Xian looked at him and said slowly, that girl gave me an unusual feeling. I have a vague sense that there is a powerful force within her. Perhaps that's the reason for her confidence. So what? I still don't believe that our academy's main team will lose, Elder Lin said somewhat unconvinced. However, Elder Xian smiled at him and said meaningfully, we will naturally see the outcome in a month. Elder Lin did not continue to speak. He just didn't believe Yi Bailing could win. After leaving the Sea God Pavilion, Yi Bailing did not hesitate and walked straight towards the dormitory. The reason she spoke to Elder Xian and the others like that was because she had no choice but to participate in the Soul Master competition. Just as she was about to reach the dormitory, a voice called out to her. LuZe, were you in such a hurry? Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing was instantly shocked, but quickly regained her composure and continued walking forward without looking back. She initially thought that the person was calling someone else, but the next second, the figure directly blocked her path. Where are you going? The person was none other than Feng Qi. Yi Bailing looked at him coldly and directly grabbed his collar, pulling him back to a secluded area. After a while, the two arrived at an open space. Seeing this, Feng Qi smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you hiding something, LuZe? The next second, a long sword was pressed against his neck, and Yi Bailing coldly said, who are you? Speak. Seeing this, Feng Qi chuckled and said, don't be so cold. Just as Feng Qi finished speaking, blood suddenly spilled from his neck. Do you think I'm joking with you? Yi Bailing said coldly. Seeing this, Feng Qi stopped joking and honestly said, I am Feng Qi. As for how I know your identity. At this point, Feng Qi seemed hesitant to continue, but the next second, Yi Bailing pressed his head to the ground. I advise you to be more honest. Yi Bailing's tone revealed a hint of murderous intent. Feng Qi, who was pressed to the ground, not only did not resist, but instead laughed. Aren't you afraid of being noticed by the people from the Sky Hall? Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing instantly regained her composure and then let go. Feng Qi stood up smoothly, smiling as he said, it seems you are quite afraid of your identity being exposed. So, tell me, why did you come looking for me? Yi Bailing skipped the pleasantries. Feng Qi thought for a moment and then smiled. Actually, during these 8 years, I initially knew nothing about you, but later I heard more and more stories about you, and I became increasingly curious, so I started looking for you. What do you want with me? Yi Bailing felt quite surprised. Feng Qi looked at her with admiration and said, because I'm curious why you were wanted across the entire continent, and even more curious about your strength. It sounds very honest. Someone who doesn't know the situation might really take this as sincere. But Yi Bailing wasn't that naive and directly pointed out, then how do you know about me? I remember I never revealed my true appearance, right? It's actually a coincidence. Feng Qi smiled and explained, haven't you crossed swords with the master of the Sky Hall? You. Yi Bailing felt increasingly that this guy couldn't be kept alive. Seeing her expression, Feng Qi continued, to be honest, I was present at that time, and I've been near you ever since you fell into a coma. It's normal that you didn't notice me, since you couldn't use your powers recklessly. Now that you know my identity, what will you do? Hand me over to the Sky Hall? Yi Bailing said coldly. Feng Qi waved his hand, and then took her hand, sincerely saying, How could I bear to hand you over? Isn't it better to keep you by my side? Yi Bailing, whose hand was held, was momentarily stunned and then, reacting quickly, shook it off and stepped back a few paces. What do you mean by that? Yi Bailing felt a bit flustered. After all, the events in that illusion were etched in her mind. Are you shy? Seeing her reaction, Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. Get lost. But all he received in response was a single cold word, as if a brick had hit his face. Don't be so cold. Fengqi rubbed his face and continued speaking. But Yi Bailing didn't want to continue like this. She turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned, Fengqi pulled her into his arms. LuZe, oh no, you are Bailing now. Let go of me. I don't want to say a second time. Yi Bailing's expression had turned extremely cold. However, Fengqi still didn't let go. Instead, he held her tighter. Just as Yi Bailing was about to make a move, Fengqi's voice suddenly came to her ears. Don't move. Someone is monitoring us nearby. Fengqi communicated with soul power. Hearing this, Yi Bailing instantly calmed down. Her right hand, which was covered in golden inscriptions, returned to normal at that moment. The two of them hugged like this for an unknown amount of time until the person in the shadows, feeling extremely bored, left. Once he was gone, Yi Bailing directly executed a shoulder throw, sending Fengqi crashing to the ground. His Fengqi, who was thrown to the ground, gasped and then smiled. Bailing, you are really violent. Get far away from me. That person has left. If you keep calling me like that, be careful I'll castrate you with a sword. Yi Bailing said coldly. Seeing her gaze, Fengqi instantly became obedient and then stood up, saying, all right, since that's the case, I won't joke anymore. That's best. Yi Bailing still wore a cold expression. After saying this, she turned and walked toward the dormitory. Just as she hadn't gone far, Fengqi spoke again. If you run into trouble, be sure to tell me. I will definitely help you. Although Yi Bailing heard this, she didn't pay him any mind, pretending she didn't hear, and continued walking forward. Fengqi just smiled faintly at the sight. How interesting. P.S. This book can be read for free on QQ browser. Hope everyone can support more. Chapter 179 The holiday is over. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and those Shrek Academy students who were on break returned to the academy one after another. Meanwhile, outside the girls' dormitory, a beautiful figure appeared. Great, school is finally starting. It was none other than Guyu Linger. Guyu Linger smiled brightly and then bounced into the dormitory. She couldn't wait to see Yi Bailing. But just as she opened the dorm room door, she was stunned. What happened? Guyu Linger found it hard to believe her eyes. At that moment, her and Yi Bailing's dormitory was enveloped by countless golden inscriptions. And at the center of the room was a gigantic light cocoon. Out of curiosity, Guyu Linger approached the light cocoon to observe it closely, and, just as she reached out to touch it, she heard a shattering sound. Crack! Guyu Linger quickly withdrew her hand and hurriedly distanced herself from the light cocoon. Is it about to hatch? Guyu Linger was extremely surprised. The next moment, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the light cocoon, and Guyu Linger, witnessing this scene, felt an immense shock, but she was even more excited. She wanted to know what was inside this cocoon. The next second, a hand covered in golden inscriptions suddenly reached out from inside the light cocoon. Guyu Linger was startled and quickly hid behind the cabinet, peeking out to observe. Immediately afterward, the fragments of the light cocoon began to fall off, and a figure slowly appeared in the dormitory. Once the light cocoon fully peeled away, the person who emerged took a deep breath. When Guyu Linger finally saw the person's face, she exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this scream, the person who had just broken out of the light cocoon turned to look at her and quickly grabbed a blanket from the bed to wrap around herself. Why are you back? Indeed, this person was Yi Bailing. Guyu Linger, covering her eyes, slowly said, Of course I came back after the holiday. I wanted to ask how you ended up in that light cocoon. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing's expression became serious, and her appearance began to return to normal. Guyu Linger then approached her and curiously asked, What happened just now? Why were you covered in golden inscriptions? Hearing this question, Yi Bailing didn't know how to answer and could only perfunctorily say, This is a kind of cultivation method of mine that can temporarily enhance my cultivation level. Really? Guyu Linger looked at her with half-belief. Feeling the scrutiny, Yi Bailing immediately felt a chill down her spine and hurriedly said, I'm going to take a shower. We can talk later. Without giving Guyu Linger a chance to respond, she rushed into the bathroom. Guyu Linger, still processing everything, stared at the locked bathroom door. Lost in thought, Bailing actually has no chest. Guyu Linger couldn't help but smile as she recalled the scene she had just witnessed. Later, She came out to the bathroom and teased, Bai Ling, I didn't expect you to be flat-chested. What a surprise. I thought you were wrapped up. After saying this, Gu Yulinger didn't hear any response, so she lay down on her bed, looking at the golden web-like patterns in the dormitory. She felt curious and began to examine them. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yi Bai Ling was looking at herself in the mirror with a serious expression. Hearing what Gu Yulinger had just said, she murmured to herself, my identity shouldn't have been exposed. After calming down, Yi Bai Ling took out a set of clothes from her storage soul guide, put them on, and walked out of the bathroom. When Gu Yulinger, who was still examining the golden webs, noticed the movement behind her, she slowly turned around and said, Bai Ling, what are you doing? The dorm is such a mess because of you. Yi Bai Ling confirmed her guess and awkwardly smiled. I've been training for a month and didn't have time to clean the dorm, so it turned out like this. I see. Let's clean up first before we go find Qian Qian, Gu Yulinger said with a smile. Yi Bai Ling nodded with no complaints. In the afternoon, in a dessert shop in Shrek City, Gu Yulinger was happily chatting with Yi Bai Ling and Su Qian. Just then, an elderly figure approached. Little girl. The month is up, the old man said with a faint smile. Unaware of the situation, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian looked puzzled and asked Grandpa, the month is up, and then what? I didn't tell you, but I told the little girl next to you. You can ask her what it means. The old man replied with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian became curious and looked at Yi Bai Ling. What does that old man's words mean? Aren't you going to tell us? Gu Yulinger asked with a smile. Although Su Qian didn't speak, her curious expression was evident. Yi Bai Ling saw this and had no choice but to explain, actually, it's a challenge to the Shrek main team. So it's a challenge to the main team. Wait. Gu Yulinger was taken aback, and once she processed it, she was stunned. Bai Ling, are you crazy? That's the Shrek main team. How can you possibly beat them? Gu Yulinger said in shock. It's fine, I'm confident. Yi Bai Ling smiled and then looked at the old man, Xian Lao. When is the match? You can set a time. Hearing this, Xian Lao laughed. Oh, you little girl are so bold. I just have the strength. Yi Bai Ling continued to smile. Xian Lao, taken aback, could only laugh and say, if that's the case, then the match will be tomorrow. I'll come find you then. All right. Yi Bai Ling nodded and fell silent. Xian Lao could only smile and turn to leave. After he left, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian suddenly grabbed Yi Bai Ling's collar. Bai Ling, are you really crazy? That's the main team. Gu Yulinger exclaimed in shock. Yi Bai Ling maintained a calm expression and replied, don't worry, I wouldn't challenge them if I wasn't confident. But the main team really seems very strong. Su Qian began to worry. Yi Bai Ling repeated, it's fine, I'm confident. At this point, Su Qian and Gu Yulinger didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, Yi Bai Ling stood up and said, let's go. It's time to head back to the dorm. As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them got up and left. Can Yi Bai Ling defeat the Shrek main team, which is several times stronger than her? Stay tuned. Chapter 180, 1 verses. 7. In the evening, Yi Bai Ling was lying on her bed when suddenly Gu Yulinger jumped onto her bed. Bai Ling, you have to go tomorrow, right? Gu Yulinger asked with concern. Yi Bai Ling smiled and replied, of course. Can't you not go? Gu Yulinger said somewhat reluctantly. But Yi Bai Ling insisted that she must go. Gu Yulinger began to panic and said anxiously, but the main team. It's all right, you can rest assured. Nothing will happen, Yi Bai Ling said, pressing her index finger against Gu Yulinger's forehead with a smile. For some reason, Gu Yulinger, who was initially anxious, suddenly calmed down at that moment. Seeing this, Yi Bai Ling said again, hurry and go to sleep, it's getting late. Oh, Gu Yulinger replied. The next moment, she obediently returned to her bed and buried her head under the blanket. Yi Bai Ling glanced at her before lying back down and staring at the ceiling, contemplating some matters. After a while, she sighed and closed her eyes. A quiet night passed. The next morning, when Gu Yulinger opened her eyes, she found that Yi Bai Ling was already gone, so she hurriedly ran out of the dormitory, heading straight for the Fighting Soul area. On the way there, she vaguely heard people discussing Yi Bai Ling's challenge to the Shrek main team. Hearing this, Gu Yulinger grew more worried. Just then, she collided with someone. With a thud, both Gu Yulinger and the person she bumped into fell to the ground, rubbing her forehead. Gu Yulinger looked at the other person and realized it was Su Qian. Once she recovered, Su Qian quickly said, Linger, are you worried about Bai Ling too? What else? Gu Yulinger replied with an expression that said you already know. She quickly got up and grabbed Su Qian's hand, running toward the Fighting Soul area. When they arrived, the Fighting Soul area was already packed with people. Why are there so many people? Su Qian exclaimed in shock. But Gu Yulinger didn't have time to think about that. She pulled Su Qian's hand and ran to the front row of the spectator seats. At that moment on the Fighting Soul stage, Yi Bai Ling was already standing there. Facing off against the 7 members of the main team representing Shrek Academy, in this elite soul master competition. Are we too late? Gu Yuling's expression turned sour upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Su Qian had already begun to pray, "Please don't let anything happen by Ling." Soon, Xian Lao arrived at the fighting soul stage. He first assessed the condition of the 7 members of the main team before looking at Yi Bai Ling. "Although I don't know why you insist on challenging the main team. You should be careful," Xian Lao said slowly. "You don't have to worry about me. You should be concerned about the main team," Yi Bai Ling replied calmly. Elder Xian felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this, but he still smiled and said, "You can set the rules for the match. That way, others won't say I'm bullying you." After hearing this, Yi Bailing made a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling and Su Qian, who were watching from the spectator seats, were praying that she would choose the weakest senior. However, Yi Bailing didn't follow the usual script and directly said, "To save time, you all come at me together." After saying this, she revealed a confident smile, and a pure white, long sword appeared in her hand. The 7 main team members were instantly stunned upon hearing this, and then they felt a wave of displeasure. Not only them, even Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback by this statement. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Yi Bailing, I know your talent is very high. You could have entered the reserve team, but you were too arrogant." After that, he sighed and turned to leave the battle platform. The moment Elder Xian stepped off the battle platform, a voice rang out. "The match begins." As this voice fell, Yi Bailing shot towards the 7 members of the main team like a cannonball. The 7 members of the Shrek main team were a beat slow, and by the time they reacted, Yi Bailing was already in front of them. One sword, Yi Bailing didn't hold back at all and immediately swept her sword horizontally. Boom! The power of this sword was even more overwhelming than a month ago, and the 7 main team members instantly coughed up blood. Xiaomi, quickly retreat behind Chung Su. At this moment, the captain of the main team, Sikong Feng, spoke up. Xiaomi, who was a relatively small boy, immediately ran behind Chung Su upon hearing this. Sikong Feng did this because Xiaomi was the only support Soul Emperor among the 7, while Chung Su was the strongest defensive Soul Emperor of the entire team. As long as the support had a protector, they could continuously use soul skills to assist their teammates, significantly increasing their chances of winning. But Sikong Feng underestimated Yi Bailing. After swinging her sword, Yi Bailing quickly locked onto Xiaomi as her target. Whoosh! The next second, a spear formed from soul power pierced through the air and shot toward Xiaomi, who was rushing to Chung Su's side. Seeing this, Sikong Feng immediately activated his martial soul, transforming into a beam of green light that shot towards the spear. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, the spear aimed at Xiaomi was instantly deflected by Sikong Feng. Reacting quickly, Yi Bailing murmured softly. Just then, a boy wielding a spear appeared behind her. Clang! Yi Bailing, as if having eyes on her back, accurately blocked the spear boy's ambush with her white ash sword. The spear boy was shocked by the scene before him, but before he could react, Yi Bailing had already kicked out a swift kick. Bang! The spear boy felt his abdomen flip violently after being kicked. Cough cough after being kicked away. The spear boy barely stabilized himself. "Are you okay, Ziyu?" At this moment, a girl appeared beside him. Ziyu smiled and waved his hand. "I'm fine. I didn't expect this junior sister to be so strong." The girl breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then glared fiercely at Yi Bailing. "Junior sister, you are really impressive." After saying this, 6 soul rings rose from her body, and greenish-blue scales began to appear on her body. Green phosphor snake? Yi Bailing was quite surprised to see the girl's martial soul. But before she could react, a cloud of green mist rushed towards her. Seeing this, Yi Bailing didn't hesitate, her eyes instantly turning golden, and the arm holding the sword was covered with golden markings. Flame wheel. As Yi Bailing's sword fell, the green poisonous mist was instantly burned away by a ring of flames. The girl became serious upon witnessing this, realizing she would be hard to deal with. At this moment, the situation on the battle platform became tense, and Gu Yueling and Su Qian in the spectator seats were already sweating profusely. However, Yi Bailing, standing in the center of the battle platform, looked around and wore a smile instead of any sign of nervousness. As expected of the main team that will represent Shrek Academy in the Elite Soul Master Tournament, "Your team combat tactics are really good," Yi Bailing praised with a smile. Sikong Feng smiled lightly in response. "Junior sister, it's because you are too strong. We have no choice." In fact, Sikong Feng had already planned the tactic from the beginning, deliberately showing weakness to lure Yi Bailing into their encirclement, making it difficult for her to deal with irregular attacks from multiple directions at once. Yi Bailing didn't pay much attention to his words. Instead, she smiled and said, "The tactic is good, but unfortunately, your strength is not enough." As soon as her words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Even Elder Xian, who was watching from below, was stunned. Yi Beiling's appearance began to change. Her black hair gradually turning silver, her body covered in golden markings, and even a few markings appeared among her hair. Upon seeing this, Xikong Feng and the others became serious. This was unexpected. At this moment, Yi Beiling surveyed the 7 of them and coldly said a sentence that shocked the entire battle zone. The match has just begun. Don't let me down. P.S. Welcome everyone to join the group chat to discuss more plot with the dog author. QQ Group 936595666 Chapter 181 Join the main team. At this moment, on the battle platform in the battle zone, Yi Beiling, with silver hair and golden eyes, her body covered in golden markings, was surveying Xikong Feng and the others. Xikong Feng and the others now felt a sense of pressure. Xiaomi, remember to enhance us later, Xikong Feng said seriously. Xiaomi nodded upon hearing this, then released his 6 soul rings, while Xikong Feng and the others also released their 6 soul rings. Let us go, Xikong Feng shouted. Then he transformed into a beam of green light and shot towards Yi Beiling. The speed was fast, but Yi Beiling's reaction was even quicker. She effortlessly dodged Xikong Feng's thrust. Before Xikong Feng could react, Yi Beiling grabbed the back of his head and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a bang, Xikong Feng's face hit the ground, embedding him into the battle platform. Yi Beiling didn't pay him much mind. Instead, she stood up and looked at the other 6. You all come at me together to avoid trouble. Her tone was quite bold, as if she really didn't take them seriously. Feng Ziyu couldn't hold back any longer, gripping his spear tightly and charging towards Yi Beiling. Seeing this, Yi Beiling swung her sword directly. The overwhelming sword energy instantly engulfed Feng Ziyu, and by the time he came to his senses again, his clothes were already in tatters, and his eyes had lost their luster. The girl with the green phosphor snake martial soul became furious upon seeing this, exuding a murderous intent. You will pay the price, the girl coldly said to Yi Beiling. Yi Beiling just glanced at her, then decided she didn't want to drag this out any longer. It should be over. You all must have had enough fun. Yi Beiling murmured coldly. Then she crossed the white ash sword in front of her chest and delivered a sweeping strike. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, the girl and her companions knew they could not resist. At that moment, Elder Xian made his move. That's enough, you've won, Elder Xian said. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to announce the result. Seeing that Elder Xian had intervened, Yi Beiling also ceased her attack and directly said, Since I've won, you should agree to my request. Isn't it just to become the main team of Shrek Academy? I agree, Elder Xian said slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Beiling nodded and then turned to leave the Soul Arena, leaving everyone with her back. Beiling, she won. Gu Yulinger couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Su Qian grabbed her hand and rushed outside the Soul Arena, saying, Let's go find Beiling to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Gu Yulinger understood and began to take action. Not long after, by a long bench beside the Sea God Lake, Yi Beiling slowly arrived and sat on the bench, watching the scenery of the Sea God Lake. At this moment, Gu Yulinger and Su Qian also arrived here, and upon seeing Yi Beiling, they instantly smiled. Beiling, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Gu Yulinger said excitedly. Yi Beiling merely smiled faintly in response. It's nothing. Didn't I say I was confident? Hee hee. Gu Yulinger laughed. Su Qian, with a curious expression, asked, Beiling, what was that earlier? You look so cool. Yi Beiling didn't elaborate and casually replied, It's just a family secret technique. Really? Su Qian looked at her with skepticism. Yi Beiling showed no signs of lying and naturally responded, Of course. This kind of secret technique is often used by my family. All right, Su Qian decided to believe her. But at that moment, Gu Yulinger asked seriously, Beiling, why do you want to join the main team of Shrek? Upon hearing this question, Yi Beiling instantly averted her gaze to another direction and perfunctorily said, It's nothing. I just think the main team can help me gain more experience. You're lying, Gu Yulinger directly exposed Yi Beiling's lie. After hearing this, Yi Beiling's expression gradually became serious, and she suddenly stood up, wanting to leave. However, she was stopped by Gu Yulinger, who said, If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will definitely help you. No, you can't help me. Yi Beiling smiled helplessly. After saying this, she left without looking back, while Gu Yulinger felt a blockage in her chest for some reason. Linger, Beiling. Su Qian didn't know what to say. Gu Yulinger could only shake her head, thinking maybe they really couldn't help her. After some time, the news of Yi Beiling single-handedly defeating Xikong Feng and her 7 companions had spread throughout Shrek City. Almost everyone, young and old, knew Yi Beiling's name. On a high mountain outside Shrek City, Yi Bailing was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, meditating. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the bustling and prosperous Shrek City before her, Yi Bailing couldn't help but feel emotional. Then she gradually stood up and walked toward the academy. When she entered the inner courtyard of Shrek, Elder Xian suddenly appeared and called out to her. Bailing, there's something I forgot to tell you, Elder Xian said slowly. Yi Bailing asked, what is it? It's not too late to say now. In that case, I'll tell you. Elder Xian paused, then directly stated. The Elite Soul Master competition will be held in 5 days, and the venue is the Sky Plaza outside the Sky Hall. The Sky Hall? Yi Bailing felt quite surprised, but quickly regained her composure. Elder Xian noticed her reaction and felt a bit puzzled, but quickly dismissed it. Moreover, the Master of the Sky Hall has a good relationship with me, so he should come and visit us at Shrek tonight. You must pay attention, Elder Xian advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing immediately became anxious. Who is the Master of the Sky Hall? Isn't it Lu Xiaoyu? And he is coming to Shrek Academy tonight. This is simply a life or death situation. Did you hear that, Bailing? Elder Xian asked again. Yi Bailing suddenly came to her senses and nodded, saying, got it. I'll be careful tonight. Elder Xian smiled upon hearing this, and then turned to leave. Standing in place, Yi Bailing felt a mess of thoughts in her mind. Tonight's events had disrupted many of her plans. LuZe, it seems you won't escape a disaster tonight. Feng Qi stepped out at this moment. Yi Bailing coldly glanced at him, saying, so what? You better not meddle in my affairs. Feng Qi was not angry, smiled, and turned to say, anyway, good luck tonight. See you tomorrow. With that, he vanished from sight, while Yi Bailing paid him no mind and turned toward her personal dormitory. I hope nothing goes wrong tonight. Chapter 182, Alcohol. Before long, the sun slowly set, and Shrek Academy was brightly lit. Inside Yi Bailing's dormitory, she sat in a chair, deep in thought about certain issues. At that moment, the dormitory door opened, and Gu Yulinger walked in. Bailing, aren't you going out? I heard tonight is the liveliest night at Shrek Academy, Gu Yulinger said with a smile. Yi Bailing's expression was quite awkward, but she couldn't find a suitable reason, as she was now a member of the main team of Shrek Academy and had to meet the guests from the Sky Hall. Let's go, Yi Bailing said helplessly, but there was no other option. Gu Yulinger smiled at this, noticing that Yi Bailing seemed troubled but chose not to ask, respecting her silence. Soon, Gu Yulinger and Yi Bailing left the dormitory, and Su Qian, who had been waiting outside for a while, joined them with a smile. The three of them walked together and soon arrived at the gathering point for the event. Once there, Yi Bailing slowly said, I'll go ahead. You two just be careful. Gu Yulinger didn't stop her, knowing that Yi Bailing would meet with the main team members to greet the guests from the Sky Hall. After Yi Bailing left their side, Gu Yulinger pulled Su Qian toward the crowd. Linger, don't you think Bailing is acting strange today? Su Qian said, feeling a bit uneasy. Gu Yulinger waved her hand helplessly and smiled. There's nothing we can do to help with Bai Ling's situation. At this point, Su Qian fell silent, unsure of how to continue. Seeing her like this, Gu Yulinger quickly took her hand and said, don't worry, Bai Ling will definitely solve it. After all, she's not an ordinary person. Su Qian nodded stiffly in agreement. Gu Yulinger then said with a smile, let's go. I'll take you to have some fun. After saying that, she grabbed Su Qian's hand and started running around. Meanwhile, inside the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian and the other elders stood neatly together, their eyes fixed intently on the outside of the pavilion. Not long after arriving, Yi Bai Ling stood with Si Kong Feng and the others, all with serious expressions. Soon, a powerful aura spread in from outside. The moment Yi Bai Ling sensed this aura, she became solemn, but her rationality told her not to show any unusual behavior. Then, a man dressed in a black suit walked into the Sea God Pavilion. It was none other than Lucifer. Upon seeing Lucifer, Yi Bai Ling instinctively moved closer behind Si Kong Feng and the others. After entering, Lucifer first scanned Elder Xian and the others, then smiled and said, good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Elder Xian responded with a smile. It's no problem at all. Your presence is the greatest recognition for our Shrek Academy. Lucifer laughed in response and said, Elder Xian, you should say that to our master. After he spoke, a young man walked in. Upon seeing him, Yi Bai Ling's heart began to race. She hadn't expected him to really come. The young man was Lu Xiaoyu, but his expression was rather cold, as if something was troubling him. At that moment, Lucifer quietly asked, Master, are you dissatisfied with this gathering? No, Lu Xiaoyu replied slowly. Lucifer seemed puzzled, but did not show it. Since there's no problem, everyone relax. There's no need to be so tense, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Elder Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief and began to move around freely. Yi Bailing, however, found a quieter spot to stay, her mind occupied with various thoughts. Observing the lively scene inside the Sea God Pavilion, she gradually relaxed her vigilance. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. "Why are you here alone?" Startled by the voice, Yi Bailing quickly turned around and saw it was Feng Qi. Annoyed, she said, "Do you not know not to stand behind others casually?" Sorry. Feng Qi chuckled, then offered her a drink. "Since we're here, why not have a drink?" "No, thank you," Yi Bailing replied directly. However, Feng Qi seemed unwilling to let it go and teased. "Can't you handle your liquor? In this day and age, is there really someone who can't drink even glass?" Yi Bailing looked at Feng Qi as if he were foolish. Such provocation was too kitsch. Feng Qi laughed again. "So you're not planning to give me some face? Don't think too much. I just don't want to drink," Yi Bailing replied slowly. She then turned to leave, unaware that Lu Xiaoyu had noticed them. "Hello," Lu Xiaoyu said as he approached, just as Yi Bailing turned around. Upon seeing him, Yi Bailing's heart grew heavy, hoping not to reveal anything. "Hello, master," Yi Bailing said softly. Lu Xiaoyu didn't seem to mind and smiled. "You must be Yi Bailing, the one Elder Xian mentioned." "That's me. Is there something master wants to discuss?" Yi Bailing asked, bracing herself. "Not much, just think you're impressive and wanted to have a drink with you," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Offering her a glass, Yi Bailing looked at the glass in front of her, feeling conflicted. Refusing might raise suspicion, but accepting and drinking it could lead to trouble. A real catch. 22. Just as she hesitated, Feng Qi abruptly took the glass Lu Xiaoyu offered her. "Bailing doesn't drink. How about I drink it for her?" Feng Qi showed no fear of Lu Xiaoyu's status. Lu Xiaoyu smiled at this and continued. "Of course. But then it won't just be one drink." "No problem. I'm known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk," Feng Qi replied with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, he downed the drink in one go, finishing it effortlessly. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, did not back down and also finished his drink. The rivalry between the two was established, taking turns to drink. Yi Bailing stood by, unsure how much they had actually consumed. However, it must be said that these two had impressive drinking capacities. After so much, their faces showed hardly any flush. "Impressive. You really can handle your liquor." Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Feng Qi responded with a smile. "Your drinking ability is also quite good. You didn't turn a shade of red after all this." "Thanks for the compliment," Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Feng Qi, unfazed, turned to leave. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll head out first." Lu Xiaoyu nodded without stopping him, then looked at Yi Bailing, just as Feng Qi approached her again. "Master, is it all right if Bailing sees me home? I might not make it back to the dorm alone," Feng Qi said, looking pale and weak. Lu Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then replied, "Of course. That's perfectly fine. Just make sure to rest well once you're back." With that, he turned and walked toward Elder Xian and the others. Feng Qi, seeing this, didn't think much and placed a hand on Yi Bailing's shoulder, smiling. "Let's go, take me back." "You." Yi Bailing didn't know how to respond, but felt grateful. The next moment, she said nothing and left the Sea God Pavilion with the pale and weak Feng Qi. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu watched them from behind, his expression slightly displeased. Chapter 183, Identity Exposure Planfoil, on the path of Shrek Academy. Feng Qi had his hand on Yi Bailing's shoulder. After a while, Yi Bailing said unhappily, "Could you please take your hand back?" Feng Qi suddenly realized this and withdrew his hand. Shouldn't you thank me?" "Thank you for what?" Yi Bailing replied coldly. "Come on. I just saved you from a dire situation. Aren't you going to say thank you?" Feng Qi chuckled. Yi Bailing responded directly. "Thanks. Now, can you leave?" "This is more like it." Feng Qi smiled, and then got up to walk towards the dormitory. Yi Bailing, who was standing in place, turned around and walked towards her own dormitory without saying a word. However, she didn't walk for long before she saw Lu Xiaoyu looking at her. The moment she saw Lu Xiaoyu, Yi Bailing became alert. "Where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Bailing awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm not feeling well. I want to go back to the dormitory to rest." "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoyu said, half believing, then continued, "How about this? I'll walk you back. No need to trouble you. I can go back by myself." Yi Bailing smiled as she replied. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was clearly a bit displeased and said, "Are you disrespecting me?" "This." Yi Bailing was momentarily at a loss for words. "Come on. Where is your dormitory? I'll take you," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Yi Bailing did not answer, but slowly raised her hand to point forward and walked ahead. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu became even more suspicious, but said nothing and simply followed behind her. The The two walked like this for a while until they arrived next to a large tree when Lu Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed Yi Beiling's arm. You look like someone I know, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Although Yi Beiling maintained a calm expression, her heart was actually racing. It must be a coincidence, Yi Beiling said awkwardly. But Lu Xiaoyu was not willing to give up, directly raising his right hand and saying, I don't think so. His aura is not something ordinary people can possess. After saying this, he swung his fist toward Yi Beiling's face. Seeing this, Yi Beiling wanted to dodge, but her rational mind kept telling her not to, as dodging would truly expose her. So, she closed her eyes, willing to take the punch to avoid revealing her identity. However, just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to hit her, his fist stopped right in front of her. Did I think too much? Lu Xiaoyu murmured as he retracted his fist. Feeling that she had not been hit, Yi Beiling slowly opened her eyes. You can go now. I thought too much, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Beiling felt a sense of relief in her heart and slowly walked towards the dormitory. After she left, Lu Xiaoyu turned to prepare to leave. Just as he turned around, Lucifer appeared in front of him. Master, are you very interested in that girl? Lucifer said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu just waved his hand and said, No, I just thought too much. Do you think she looks like LuZe? Lucifer was not foolish and could see at a glance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned cold. Is my brother's name something you can call? Sorry. It was my mistake, Lucifer quickly apologized. However, he then continued, Master, since you suspect that girl is related to your brother, why not capture her for questioning? Also, your brother's disguise is very strong. Even I can't sense his aura. What? Lu Xiaoyu's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he suddenly turned to chase after the direction Yi Beiling had left. Lucifer understood what was happening and followed him. However, despite their efforts, they were already too late. When they arrived at the dormitory, they found that not only LuZe's aura was gone, but even Yi Beiling's aura had disappeared. It can't be wrong. That girl thinks she is related to you, Master, and she could even be your brother, Lucifer said seriously. Lu Xiaoyu knew this too, but didn't know how to respond. Let's go. It's time to return, Lu Xiaoyu said slowly. Aren't you going to wait here for that girl to appear? Lucifer asked. Lu Xiaoyu replied flatly, no need. I'll see her when the competition starts. After hearing this, Lucifer understood something and stopped asking questions. The two left the area silently. Meanwhile, Yi Beiling slowly emerged from the shadows. It seems you have truly exposed yourself this time. The Crimson Phantom emerged again at this moment. I know. The original plan is no longer feasible, Yi Beiling said slowly. Then, changes began to happen to her body. Her long hair quickly turned back into short hair, and her height increased. Who else could it be if not LuZe? At this moment, LuZe reappeared in this world, but he was now troubled by a troublesome matter. What are you going to do next? Truth asked. Hearing this, LuZe slowly turned to look at the starry sky and said, I can only go for it. When the Soul Master competition starts, I will directly kidnap Xiaoyu. You really dare to think that, Truth said with a faint smile. What if you can't kidnap him and end up being captured instead? What else can I do? I'll just deal with it. LuZe rolled his eyes at Truth. Seeing that look in his eyes, Truth directly merged into his body. Just then, Feng Qi appeared behind LuZe. LuZe, what are you planning to do now? Feng Qi asked seriously. Upon hearing his voice, LuZe said directly, I don't know what your purpose is in helping me, but you'd better not get involved in this matter. All right, but if you get into trouble, I will come to rescue you, Feng Qi said slowly. LuZe did not reply and turned into black particles, drifting away with the wind. Feng Qi fell silent at what he saw, then looked up at the starry sky. Y1TU, just join me. Am I not good enough? After the night passed, Xian Lao and the others found that Yi Beiling was missing, but they didn't take it to heart. However, Guyu Linger began to search everywhere for Yi Beiling, not believing that she would disappear into thin air, even suspecting that she had been kidnapped. Lingya, where did Beiling go? At that moment, Su Qian also came over. Upon hearing this, Guyu Linger lowered her head and said dejectedly, I don't know. Something must have happened to Beiling. Just then, Feng Qi approached. When Su Qian saw him, she politely asked, Teacher Feng, is there something you need here? Do you want to know about Yi Beiling's whereabouts? Feng Qi directly got to the point. The two girl spirits lifted at this question, and Guyu Linger immediately asked, Teacher, do you know where Beiling is? Feng Qi smiled and turned around, saying, Follow me. I will tell you what you want to know. Chapter 184 Expectation. I really didn't expect that Beiling was actually LuZe, who had been pursued by the Sky Hall for 8 years. In a room, Guyu Linger was mumbling in disbelief, and Su Qian sitting beside her looked just as incredulous. At this moment, Feng Qi spoke again, now that you know his identity. Do you still want to find him? Of course, Guiyuling Air answered very straightforwardly. Even if he is being hunted by the Sky Hall, it cannot change the friendship between us. Teacher, do you know where he's gone? Su Qian weakly asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's expression became serious, and he slowly said, I don't know, but I know he will appear when the Elite Soul Master competition begins, and at that time, he is very likely to be captured. What? The Sky Hall is so dangerous. Why would he still go? Guiyuling Air didn't understand. Feng Qi shook his head. I advised him to, but he still insists on his viewpoint. What should we do? If LuZe gets captured, won't he be executed? Su Qian began to worry. That's why I thought of the worst-case scenario, Feng Qi said solemnly. What scenario? Guiyuling asked anxiously. After a pause, Feng Qi slowly said, LuZe's strength is definitely not weak. Even if he faces the Sky Hall alone, I still worry. If he gets captured, I will find a way to save him. Count us in, Guiyuling Air and Su Qian said simultaneously, seeing their determined expressions. Feng Qi couldn't help but smile faintly. You can't help much, but I'm still grateful that you are willing to stand by LuZe's side. No, there will definitely be a time when we are needed, Guiyuling Air said firmly. Seeing her expression, Feng Qi didn't know what to say. Only managing a bitter smile, I hope so. You two should go to class now. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the room, with Guiyuling Air and Su Qian closely following. Once they left, Feng Qi's expression became serious again. After all, the strength of the Sky Hall is not just for show. I really hope I don't see you get captured, LuZe. Sometime later, on a little-known mountaintop in Douluo continent, LuZe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a while, truth emerged directly. LuZe, you need to think carefully. If we fail this time, when I might really die, truth said slowly. LuZe remained unfazed, slowly opening his eyes to gaze into the distance. I don't think I will fail. You need to think carefully. Without my abilities and the power of paradox, it will be difficult to gain the upper hand against Lucifer's 7 and your brother just relying on the power of rules. Not to mention the many sins in the Sky Hall. Truth's expression became increasingly serious as he spoke. But LuZe still wore a calm expression, slowly rising and saying, Let's go. The Soul Master competition starts tomorrow. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Be extra careful, okay? I don't want to die alongside you. Truth said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly. Don't worry, it won't happen this time. Truth knew that when LuZe said this, he had already made up his mind to rescue Lu Xiaoyu no matter what. At this moment, inside the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu was sitting high on the throne, and beside him stood not only Lucifer 7, but also several others like Collapse and Guyuna. There were even dozens of original sins standing inside the hall, not to mention the countless major sins and powerful soul masters outside. This was the current foundation of the Sky Hall. Just Lucifer 7 alone could sweep across the entire continent, not to mention now. Master, tomorrow is the Elite Soul Master competition. What are your plans? Lucifer asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the people inside the hall and slowly said, Wait for LuZe to appear, then capture him by any means necessary, as long as he is alive. Understood. A very uniform response echoed from inside and outside the hall. Upon hearing this response, Lu Xiaoyu smiled, and then slowly stood up, walking toward the inner hall. Lucifer stayed behind, as his position in the Sky Hall was one of great authority, handling many affairs. You all heard what the Master just said, right? Lucifer asked with a smile. Everyone inside and outside the hall replied in unison. We heard it, please rest assured, my lord. Well, that's best. Lucifer smiled and continued, Leviathan. You 7 stay, the rest of you can retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Leviathan and the 6 left naturally. Once they had left, Leviathan asked Lucifer, What do you think about this capture plan? It should succeed without any issues, but at the same time, there will be some cost, Lucifer said slowly. Upon hearing this, Leviathan's expression became serious. After the last clash with LuZe, he understood the gap between them had widened. LuZe was no longer someone he could easily suppress alone. Even now, despite the master suppressing part of his power, it was still difficult to gain the upper hand. Did you call us to stay because you have something to say? Leviathan asked slowly. Lucifer replied, Naturally, I have something to discuss with you. A few of them felt puzzled, and Lucifer slowly said, You should know that I've been researching something recently, right? That suppressor? Leviathan asked slowly. Yes, Lucifer nodded, then continued. I must say this world has things we didn't have before. It took a long time to create a suppressor specifically targeting LuZe, but it hasn't been tested yet, so we don't know its effect. So what do you want to do? Leviathan asked in confusion. Currently, there are 7 suppressors, 1 for each of you. Tomorrow, The moment we have the opportunity, put the suppressor on LuZe and see its effect, Lucifer said slowly. At this moment, Mammon suddenly said clearly, the master can suppress LuZe. Why do you want to do this? You don't need to think about that. Lucifer smiled. Mammon and the others immediately understood this and fell silent. Seeing this, Lucifer said no more, handing the 6 suppressors to Leviathan and the others before turning and walking into the inner hall. Leviathan watched his departing figure, his mouth twitching as he thought to himself, as expected of you, Lucifer, your ambition is so great. Mammon and the others might not guess much, but Leviathan, who had the most contact with Lucifer, had long seen through what kind of person he was. Then, looking at the suppressor ring in his hand, his face returned to calm. Leaving that aside, Leviathan, in fact, wanted to step on LuZe even more than Lucifer's ambition. As long as he could capture him tomorrow, there would be plenty of good things to come afterward. Tomorrow is truly an anticipated day, Mammon said with a faint smile. The other few echoed, and then they all returned to their respective domains. Not only were the 6 of them looking forward to tomorrow, but even Lu Xiaoyu and LuZe also began to anticipate the coming day. Brother Xiaoyu, I really look forward to tomorrow. I will definitely save you. Chapter 185, Caught. The highly anticipated Elite Soul Master competition officially begins, with all forces on the continent gathering for the championship. The competition continues as usual, but the only difference is that Lucifer and his 7 companions seem to be on guard for something. Lucifer, do you think LuZe will really come? Leviathan quietly asked beside Lucifer. Upon hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly and slowly replied, he will come. Leviathan stopped asking further and focused on the sky square above. At this moment, the sky square was already filled with people, making it nearly impossible to spot LuZe at a glance. They could only wait for him to reveal himself. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and loudly announced, welcome everyone to participate in the Elite Soul Master competition. The rules are the same as before. The competition starts now. With Lu Xiaoyu's words, the teams in the sky square began to move. Lu Xiaoyu then sat back down in the high chair to continue watching. Soon, the first elimination match began, but Lu Xiaoyu did not pay attention to them. Instead, she was still searching for her brother's trace. After an unknown amount of time, the competition reached its last match of the morning, but LuZe had still not appeared. Lu Xiaoyu felt quite bored and then stood up to walk back to her room. Lucifer, seeing this, just wanted to follow but was stopped by Lu Xiaoyu. Lucifer, you stay here, Lu Xiaoyu said lightly. Lucifer, who was stopped, felt quite puzzled but did not say much, only giving a faint smile. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu ignored him and turned to walk into the hall. Inside the sky hall, in a corridor, Lu Xiaoyu was walking slowly. Suddenly, she stopped and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Since you're here, why hide? Brother, Lu Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile. Initially thinking she was talking to herself, the next moment, a man appeared behind her. Xiaoyu, come with me. The man was LuZe. He had been waiting here for a long time. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly turned to look at him. Why should I go with you? Can't you stay? This is not where you should be, LuZe said seriously. But in the next moment, a figure instantly appeared behind him, and at the same time, a black bracelet appeared on his wrist. Long time no see. The speaker was Lucifer. He had long anticipated that LuZe would come to find Lu Xiaoyu when she was alone. Upon seeing Lucifer, LuZe immediately chose to distance himself from him. This is bad. LuZe's expression was quite troubled. The next moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Truth, where are you? LuZe thought to himself. But no matter how he tried, he could not detect Truth's presence, as if they had evaporated from the world. Not only that, even Truth's abilities and the power of paradox had vanished. Realizing this, LuZe's expression suddenly grew serious. Seeing his expression, Lucifer smiled and said, it seems the suppressor is quite effective. Although the power of rules cannot be suppressed, it's enough. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, also smiled and then instantly appeared before LuZe. Brother, will you stay here? I have a way to make that truth disappear, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. But LuZe did not want to stay. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Xiaoyu directly pinned him to the ground. Brother, don't think about running away, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Unable to resist, LuZe had no choice but to enter the state of rules. Surrounded by golden inscriptions, LuZe kicked Lu Xiaoyu away and then glared at Lucifer. You better take off the suppressor for me, LuZe said coldly. What if I don't? Lucifer replied with a smile. Bang! Before Lucifer could react, LuZe punched him away. After knocking Lucifer back, LuZe attempted to forcibly remove the suppressor bracelet using the power of rules, but regretted it after trying. Ziz. The The moment LuZe's power of rules made contact with the suppressor bracelet, a terrifying current instantly surged through his body, causing him to revert to his ordinary state and collapse on the ground. Just as he was feeling confused, Lucifer walked over and said with a smile, "Give it up. This bracelet is tailor-made for you, with two abilities. One is to suppress truth and paradox, and the other is to absorb the rules. In other words, now if you use the power of rules, you will be electrocuted, and you cannot resist," Lucifer said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe fell silent. He knew he had been captured. After a moment of silence, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then slowly stood up, looking disdainfully at Lucifer. "So what? Do you dare to touch me? You?" Lucifer's emotions flared up instantly upon hearing this. But at that moment, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly stood in front of LuZe and coldly said to Lucifer, "Are you going to move against him?" Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's expression, Lucifer instantly became obedient and smiled. "How could I dare?" "That's best," Lu Xiaoyu said slowly, then turned to LuZe. "Brother, you won't leave me this time, right?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe did not answer, remaining silent. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu was not angry. She directly ordered Lucifer, "Lucifer, take my brother to my room and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." "As you command," Lucifer smiled and then directly approached LuZe. "Let's go." LuZe gave him a glare, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to comply. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu turned contentedly and walked toward the hall's exit, as the Soul Master competition was still ongoing. Inside Lu Xiaoyu's room, LuZe was brought here by Lucifer. "What exactly did you do to Xiaoyu?" LuZe said coldly. Hearing this, Lucifer smiled faintly, then turned to him and said, "Guess. You better not harm Xiaoyu," LuZe said angrily, grabbing Lucifer's collar. Bang! The next second, LuZe received a heavy punch to the abdomen from Lucifer, crashing heavily to the ground. "You still haven't figured out the situation, have you?" Lucifer said with a smile, then lifted LuZe's chin to look at him. "It's okay to tell you," Lucifer smiled, then continued. "I just told your little brother that as long as he kills truth, you will be fine." Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression became grave. "You want to use Xiaoyu's hand to kill me?" "That's right. Truth has a contract with you, and if he dies, you have to die too, right?" Lucifer smiled. "Yes. So you aren't afraid I will tell Xiaoyu about this?" Lucifer sneered. "You don't have that chance." Lucifer's gaze turned cold. LuZe instantly sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. LuZe suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. When he regained his composure, he realized his vocal cords were ruined. Now, he could only suffer in silence as a mute. "However, you will soon be free," Lucifer smiled and turned to leave. LuZe, lying on the ground and feeling the pain of his destroyed vocal cords, involuntarily lost consciousness. Did I lose the bet? Chapter 186, Attempt to Escape ultimately fails. "Brother, good morning." As dawn broke, LuZe heard Lu Xiaoyu's voice even before he fully woke up. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found Lu Xiaoyu lying on him, her innocent smile brightening her face. If it weren't for the events that had transpired, LuZe might have genuinely greeted her with a smile. "Brother, why aren't you talking?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. LuZe also wanted to speak, but with his vocal cords destroyed, he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu understood and said slowly, "Once I deal with the truth, I'll help you heal, otherwise. What if you end up speaking for that guy?" LuZe could only give her a faint look, his face showing no expression. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu said again, "I've already prepared breakfast for you. Remember to eat it later. I have to go host the competition now." After smiling at LuZe, she turned and left. Sitting alone on the bed, LuZe first glanced at the breakfast on the bedside table, then looked out the window, deep in thought. With the truth suppressed and the power of rules unusable, it was undoubtedly the most troubling thing for LuZe. Looking out the window, he quietly murmured to himself, "I must leave here." With this thought, LuZe began searching the room for tools to pry open the suppression ring. However, he searched the entire room and found nothing that could be used to pry anything open. Left with no choice, he thought about checking outside the room. After all, Lucifer and the others should be watching the Soul Master competition at this time, and no one would be monitoring him. So, LuZe went to the door, slowly pushed it open, and cautiously peeked out, confirming there was no one before carefully stepping outside. Once in the hallway, LuZe continued to look for something to pry open the suppression ring, but just then he heard a voice coming from around the corner ahead. Alert! LuZe quickly hid in the nearby room. Through the crack in the door, he saw two people he had never met before, but fortunately, he had managed to hide in time. After watching them leave, LuZe let out a sigh of relief, but just then, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Startled, LuZe instinctively recoiled and fixed his gaze on the person who had patted him. LuZe. When he clearly saw the person's face, he froze in place. Not for any other reason, but because it was Qiao. Qiao, upon seeing LuZe, was initially in disbelief, but then noticed his condition. Are you hurt? Qiao rushed forward with concern. But LuZe, unable to speak, went to the nearby table, grabbed a pen and paper, and began to write. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Qiao's brows furrowed. Your vocal cords were destroyed by Lucifer, and your abilities are suppressed. LuZe nodded and then looked at her, writing again and showing it to Qiao. After reading it, Qiao said slowly, Lucifer told us about the suppression ring, but we've never seen the finished product and don't know how to open it. Hearing this, LuZe's expression turned grave. This truly felt like a dead end for him. But at that moment, Qiao said again, although I don't know how to open it, I should be able to forcibly remove it using my power. LuZe felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this and extended his hand with the ring to Qiao. Without hesitation, Qiao's hands filled with soul power, and she grasped the ring, attempting to force it open. However, in the next second, LuZe was struck by a powerful current and collapsed to the ground, helpless. Seeing this, Qiao was instantly startled and quickly asked, Are you okay, LuZe? Is it serious? After hearing this, LuZe wanted to express his feelings, but could only slowly get up and look at her again. At that moment, he seemed to have made a decision, and wrote again, Cut off my hand. When Qiao saw this, she was momentarily stunned, but then realized it seemed to be the only option. However, she hesitated to take action. Seeing her conflicted expression, LuZe wrote again, It's fine, as long as the suppression ring is removed, I can recover. Understanding his words, Qiao began to gather her soul power in her hands. LuZe, seeing this, did not hesitate and extended his hand. Qiao, seeing this, swung down. But just as she was about to cut LuZe's hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and kicked her in the abdomen. Boom! Qiao was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick, crashing heavily against the wall of the room. The person who kicked Qiao was Lucifer. I didn't expect you'd actually help this fugitive. Lucifer looked coldly at Qiao. Upon realizing it was Lucifer, Qiao said displeased. LuZe is not a fugitive. All of this is because of your nonsense. The charge of being a fugitive was issued by the higher-ups. Why do you say it was caused by me? Lucifer smiled. After hearing this, Qiao couldn't say anything back, but she still refused to side with Lucifer. So, she accelerated and charged toward LuZe, summoning a golden dragon spear in her hand. Lucifer, seeing this, immediately understood and released his pressure. Feeling the pressure, Qiao instantly fell to the ground, unable to move. I actually didn't guess this method, Lucifer murmured softly. He then slowly looked at LuZe, a smile reappearing on his face. LuZe, I didn't expect you to be able to harm yourself, but it's too late now. After saying this, he took out a larger suppression device and, without a word, placed it around LuZe's neck. At the same time, the suppression device on LuZe's wrist was also removed by Lucifer. This is better. I don't believe you would gamble with your own life, Lucifer said with a smile. LuZe stared fiercely at Lucifer, wanting to say something but being unable to express it. He could only silently remember it in his heart. After dealing with LuZe, Lucifer turned to Qiao, who was lying on the ground. Well, you helped the fugitive LuZe, so you must be punished, right? Lucifer smiled and raised his index finger. Buzz! An even greater pressure instantly descended upon Qiao, the pain sweeping through her entire body. Cough, cough. Under the immense pressure, Qiao coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, but there was nothing she could do because Lucifer was not someone she could contend with. Just as she was about to collapse, Lu Xiaoyu walked in. Lucifer, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was cold. Lucifer felt a chill run down his back upon hearing this, and then awkwardly laughed. My lord, this guy wants to help your brother escape. I just stepped in to teach him a lesson. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked at LuZe, who was lying nearby, and noticed some minor injuries on him, causing her expression to instantly turn cold. Lucifer sensed something was wrong and was about to explain when a golden long sword pierced through his shoulder. Who allowed you to touch my brother? Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Lucifer covered his pierced shoulder and quickly said, I'm sorry, my lord. It was my fault. I promise there will be no next time. Just as he finished speaking, another golden long sword pierced through his knee, and a violent force of rules rampaged within him. With a thud, Lucifer knelt on one knee, his expression clearly pained. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, my lord, Lucifer said sincerely. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu stopped attacking, walked over to LuZe, and gently picked him up. I'll handle Qiao's matter. You don't need to interfere, Lu Xiaoyu said while holding LuZe. Turning to leave, just as he stepped out of the room, he thought of something and said, Remember, there will be no next time. His voice was cold and highly threatening. Lucifer slowly replied, understood, there will absolutely be no next time. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu ignored him and walked toward his room holding LuZe. Lucifer watched his departing figure, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. It seems that the relative truth is really being suppressed tightly. Chapter 187. The Savior has arrived. In the corridor, Lu Xiaoyu was walking toward his room with LuZe. Brother, do you want to leave me? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked. LuZe remained silent, not making any move. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu's expression clearly turned a bit displeased, and after entering his room, he directly threw LuZe onto the bed. Before LuZe could react, Lu Xiaoyu pressed his hands down onto the bed. You can't leave here without my permission, understand? Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Lu Xiaoyu slowly stood up and then said, I will never allow anyone to touch you. After saying this, he found a chain and directly shackled it to LuZe's foot. The competition outside hasn't ended yet. Once it's over, we can talk together every day, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After saying this, he turned and left the room, while LuZe, shackled inside, felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He then looked out the window, softly murmuring to himself, how could Xiaoyu have changed like this? But the biggest concern was how to leave this place. However, it seemed unlikely now, unless someone could come to rescue him. Thinking of this, LuZe recalled the person who had said they would come to save him if he was captured. Although it was unlikely, he still hoped that guy would come. After all, that person was not simple and must have something about them to see through his identity at a glance. At this moment, in the Sky Square, Feng Qi, who was watching the competition, had his brows tightly furrowed. The two girls standing beside him looked similarly concerned. After a while, Guyulinger suddenly asked, Teacher, why hasn't LuZe appeared yet? I don't know, Feng Qi replied, not daring to guess recklessly. But he already had the worst thought in his mind. LuZe might have been captured. At this time, Su Qian asked, what if LuZe has already been captured? Upon hearing this, Feng Qi's brows gradually tightened, and he slowly said, it seems there's no other way. You two go back first, and I'll check the hall. But the hall is very dangerous, Guyulinger said worriedly. Feng Qi shook his head and said, don't worry, if I really run into trouble, I can retreat safely. But you two cannot. Guyulinger understood after hearing this. If she could be a bit stronger, she wouldn't have to go back and wait for news. Seeing her guilty expression, Feng Qi smiled and patted her head. Don't blame yourself. Everyone has weak moments. Guyulinger nodded. Then took Su Qian's hand and left the Sky Square. Once the two of them left, Feng Qi became serious. After all, waiting like this might really lead to trouble. He then observed Lu Xiaoyu's location and found that Lucifer and his 6 companions were standing beside him. It seems there is still a chance, Feng Qi murmured softly, then turned and walked toward a less crowded area. Wait for me, LuZe. I will come to save you soon. Inside the Sky Hall. In Lu Xiaoyu's room, LuZe, shackled by chains on his feet, was at a loss for what to do. It seemed impossible to remove the suppressor now. Feeling increasingly frustrated, LuZe realized he didn't have much time left. Just then, the door to the room was opened. As soon as the door opened, LuZe became alert until he saw the face of the person who entered, and he let out a sigh of relief. LuZe, what's wrong with you? The newcomer was Feng Qi. He had successfully found this place within the vast Sky Hall thanks to his powerful concealment ability. Upon seeing Feng Qi, LuZe felt hope and quickly pointed to the chains on his feet and the suppressor on his neck. Feng Qi immediately understood and walked up to him, directly unlocking the chains without a word. When he tried to forcibly remove the suppressor, LuZe stopped him. Feng Qi was puzzled, but quickly understood. Because LuZe had written on a piece of paper, leave here first. The suppressor will alert Lucifer. After seeing this note, Feng Qi understood and extended a hand with a smile. Let's go. We'll come back when we have a plan. LuZe nodded and then thought of something. Quickly writing on the paper, take me to find someone. Bring her along. Feng Qi was a bit confused but said nothing and gestured for LuZe to lead the way. Without hesitation, LuZe got up and walked outside, heading towards a room where Chiyoa was. Thanks to Feng Qi's powerful concealment ability, the two of them smoothly arrived outside Chiyoa's room. Without hesitation, LuZe pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Chiyoa, who was sitting in her room, became worried when she saw LuZe and quickly stood up, saying, LuZe, are you okay? Did Lu Xiaoyu do anything to you? LuZe shook his head and then wrote on the paper, come with us. We'll return when we have a plan. Upon seeing this, Chiyoa was stunned, and then she noticed Feng Qi standing behind LuZe, and she understood. Without any hesitation, she said, let's go. I know the back door of the Sky Hall. LuZe smiled upon hearing this, and then turned to look at Feng Qi. Feng Qi also said nothing and directly let Xiao'er lead the way. The three of them began to walk towards the back door of the Sky Hall. But their time was running out. Lucifer had already sensed something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Leviathan, you go guard the back door of the Sky Hall. Lucifer communicated telepathically to Leviathan. Leviathan understood instantly and stepped away from the group. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been sitting in the center, didn't notice this because the competition in the square was still ongoing and she couldn't move around recklessly. Otherwise, it would be unprofessional. At the back door, LuZe and Feng Qi, led by Xiao'er, had successfully arrived. Just then, the three suddenly saw Leviathan guarding the back door. How could he be here? Shouldn't he be watching the competition over there? Xiao'er felt something was wrong, but Feng Qi patted her shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, he can't sense us. Just walk out slowly." Xiao'er was initially a bit skeptical upon hearing this, but then thought, if he could sense us, wouldn't he have known by now? And Leviathan seemed completely unaware at the moment, which meant Feng Qi's concealment ability was effective against Leviathan's senses. With this thought, Xiao'er felt relieved and slowly moved back. Why did Lucifer bring me here? Leviathan felt a bit confused. Just then, he sensed a presence. He quickly turned to the direction where LuZe and the others were. And although there was no one in sight, Leviathan slowly smiled, realizing he had found them. At the same time, Feng Qi also sensed Leviathan's abnormality and quickly picked up LuZe, saying to Xiao'er, "Run, that guy's found us." Before Xiao'er could react, Leviathan was already in front of them. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 188, Save. Where do you think you're going? Leviathan looked at the exposed Feng Qi and the others, a wicked smile on his face. Then, with a sudden teleportation, he appeared right in front of Xiao'er and punched without hesitation. Boom! The massive force sent Xiao'er flying. Seeing this, Feng Qi's expression turned serious, and he immediately picked up LuZe and ran toward a safe place. After settling LuZe down, Feng Qi smiled and said, "You wait here for a bit. I'll take care of that troublesome guy and then bring you out." LuZe nodded in response and wrote on a piece of paper, "Don't take too long, otherwise Lucifer will come." Feng Qi smiled at the note and then turned to face Leviathan. "You're a bit special. Not like ordinary people." Leviathan sensed Feng Qi's abnormality. But just then, Xiao'er appeared behind him, holding the golden dragon spear. Clang! The spear struck Leviathan's back, producing a metallic clash that shocked Xiao'er. "Little girl, your thoughts are too naive," Leviathan said with a smile. He then grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air, while his other hand formed a metal short sword aimed directly at Xiao'er. Bang! But before the attack could reach Xiao'er, Feng Qi had already kicked Leviathan in the ribs. The kick sent Leviathan flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the corridor. "Are you okay?" Feng Qi asked as he looked at the dazed Xiao'er. She shook her head, then stood up again, gripping the golden dragon's spear more tightly. At this moment, Leviathan slowly stood up, touching his ribs with a slight smile. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hurt me," Leviathan said excitedly, looking at Feng Qi. Feng Qi mocked him. "Isn't it normal to hurt you? You're not that strong. You bastard." Leviathan felt irritated by this remark, and an overwhelming pressure began to radiate from him. The pressure made it hard for Xiao'er to breathe, but for Feng Qi, it felt like nothing. However, upon sensing Leviathan's pressure, Feng Qi became serious. His body began to change, black patterns appearing on his face, and his eyes turned crimson. "You won't forget anything that happens today," Feng Qi said calmly. Then with a teleportation, he appeared right in front of Leviathan and kicked. Boom! Leviathan reacted quickly, but the force of Feng Qi's kick was immense, sending him flying. Leviathan crashed outside the back door of the Hall of Truth. Xiao'er was stunned upon witnessing this. She couldn't find the words to describe the scene. Feng Qi turned to Xiao'er and said casually, "You take LuZe and get out of here. I'll hold him off." Without hesitation, Xiao'er rushed to LuZe, picked him up, and ran towards the back door of the hall. When Leviathan returned and tried to stop them, Feng Qi intercepted him. He grabbed Leviathan's right hand, not giving him a chance to react, and punched him in the abdomen. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Leviathan felt his stomach churn, but quickly settled. "This power doesn't belong to you, does it?" Leviathan noticed something was off. Feng Qi, however, showed no shock at this statement, instead smiling and saying, "What if it doesn't belong to me? At least for now, I'm the one wielding this power." As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered another kick straight to Leviathan's face. Boom! Unable to withstand the blow, Leviathan crashed through the corridor wall and into the room inside. Feng Qi did not continue the assault, but turned and followed the direction where LuZe and Xiao'er had fled. Inside the room, Leviathan slowly emerged, looking quite disheveled. His clothes tattered, but more than being disheveled, he was furious. And then a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Lu Xiaoyu's angry reaction when she discovered LuZe had been rescued would surely lead to severe punishment for him. "This is trouble," Leviathan murmured with a serious expression. At that moment, Lucifer appeared behind him. "LuZe ran away?" Leviathan, feeling uneasy, replied, "Yes. The one who came to rescue him is strange. He has power beyond mine, but that power doesn't belong to him." "Is that so?" Lucifer said thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Seeing Lucifer so relaxed made Leviathan quickly add, "What if the Lord asks about this?" Lucifer smiled and turned to say softly, "I will explain it to the Lord properly. You don't need to worry about that." Hearing this, Leviathan finally sighed in relief. If Lu Xiaoyu really blamed him, he would be in serious trouble, but with Lucifer to explain, it should be much better. A few hundred meters away from the Sky Hall, Chiao was sprinting at full speed while carrying LuZe. Just then, Feng Qi suddenly appeared in front of them. "You're out. Where's Leviathan?" Chiao quickly asked upon seeing him. Feng Qi stiffly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, they won't catch up for now." Before Chiao could respond, he collapsed to the ground, blood starting to ooze from his skin. Chiao was startled and hurried to his side to check on him. LuZe, seeing this, also froze for a moment, but didn't show much expression. He calmly approached Chiao and wrote on a piece of paper, "Hurry and leave with him. We can't stay here." After reading this, Chiao nodded. After all, they were still within the Sky Hall, and if they didn't leave soon, it would be over. Since Feng Qi was unconscious, LuZe couldn't activate the suppressor on his neck, so they had to wait until he woke up to figure things out. Thus, Chiao carried the unconscious Feng Qi and LuZe toward a place far away from the Sky Hall. After an unknown amount of time, they found a relatively safe spot and settled down the unconscious Feng Qi. "LuZe, what do you plan to do next?" He asked seriously. LuZe slowly wrote on the paper, "Let's wait for Feng Qi to wake up." "That makes sense. I can't remove the suppressor. So we'll have to see if this guy has a way out." Chiao nodded slowly. Chapter 189. The Function of the Suppressor. In the evening, during a break in the Soul Master competition at the Sky Hall, Lucifer and his 6 companions stood before Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's expression was very cold, as if she was going to eat someone. "Lucifer, you have a chance to explain," Lu Xiaoyu said with a frosty face. Upon hearing this, Leviathan became tense, already imagining what punishment awaited him. At this moment, Lucifer slowly said, "My lord, to be honest, the person who came to save your brother is not an ordinary person." Leviathan was completely suppressed and had no chance to fight back. "But didn't you also notice? Why did you let my brother be taken away?" Lu Xiaoyu asked again. Lucifer remained calm and replied slowly, "I arrived late. By the time I got there, they had already escaped. This matter doesn't seem to be caused by you," Lu Xiaoyu said, glancing at Leviathan. "Explain yourself." Leviathan quickly said, "My lord, this matter is indeed my fault. Please punish me." Leviathan understood that no matter how he explained, he would still be punished, so it was better to admit his mistake. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu slowly stood up, looking down at Leviathan. "This is the first and last time." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden sword pierced directly into Leviathan's heart. Leviathan couldn't withstand the power of the rules, and this sword severely injured him. Lucifer and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing him like this. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly said, "Remember, there won't be a next time." After saying that, she turned and left, heading straight back to her room. Lucifer and the others watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. "It seems our Lord is really angry this time," Mammon said slowly. "What can we do? After all, our Lord cares a lot about LuZe," Lucifer said with a faint smile. "All right, now everyone knows, so don't make mistakes again." Mammon and the others nodded and then left. At this moment, in an unknown location on the Douluo continent, Feng Qi slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" As soon as Feng Qi opened his eyes, he heard Chiao's voice, and he slowly sat up with a smile. "Where's LuZe?" The first thing Feng Qi thought of after waking up was him. Chiao pointed to LuZe, who was sleeping beside them. Due to the suppressor, he needed to rest like an ordinary person. Seeing this, Feng Qi smiled, then slowly approached LuZe, surprised that he had been captured. It was hard to imagine. At this moment, LuZe was also awakened by Feng Qi's movement and slowly looked at him. The two exchanged glances, and Feng Qi quickly understood. "Let me help you remove the suppressor." After saying this, he extended a hand, and black runes spread across it. With a crack, the suppressor fell off instantly. As soon as the suppressor dropped, A terrifying aura erupted from LuZe. Finally, I can move. A voice sounded as truth suddenly emerged from within LuZe. Feng-Chi remained relatively expressionless upon seeing him, but Xiao'er was somewhat shocked. LuZe, is this your soul? Xiao'er asked in confusion. No, LuZe replied, regaining his voice. It's better if you don't know about this. Xiao'er understood. After all, everyone had their own secrets, so she stopped asking. Truth, upon seeing Feng-Chi, was momentarily stunned before slowly saying, You are. Feng-Chi quickly stopped him when he realized Truth had recognized his identity. Truth immediately understood and swallowed the words he was about to say. LuZe, standing by, felt very confused, but he was also a smart person and knew Feng-Chi didn't want his identity revealed, so he wouldn't ask. Truth, what exactly is that suppressor? LuZe asked slowly. Truth smiled and replied, It's actually something that specifically suppresses personalities. But you're not my personality. Why were you suppressed? LuZe was very puzzled. It's just similar. That suppressor can suppress any existence other than you. Feng-Chi explained slowly. Is that so? LuZe seemed to understand a bit. He then made a resolution and slowly said, Truth, take over my body and then try wearing the suppressor. What do you want to do? Truth was confused. Just do as I say, and you'll know, LuZe said directly. Truth seemed to understand and then took over LuZe's body. Immediately after, Feng-Chi put the suppressor back on his neck. Qi'er watched LuZe intently, fearing any unexpected events. As LuZe slowly opened his eyes, the crimson gaze instantly stunned both Feng-Chi and Xiao'er. LuZe, you. Feng-Chi was about to say something, but then realized something. You're Truth, right? He never expected that the kid had such thoughts. Indeed, LuZe was now Truth. Truth stretched his muscles and looked at a large tree in the distance, pointing his index finger at it. Bang! Truth lightly hummed. Immediately, a mass of colorless air swept toward the distant tree, engulfing it. Not bad. Truth was very pleased, then directly removed the suppressor. At the same time, LuZe instantly regained his body and said with a faint smile, I wasn't wrong. The suppressor can only suppress one of me or the truth. Then why can't you take off the suppressor? Xiao'er asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and explained. The suppressor cannot only suppress one of me or the truth, but it also resists the power of rules. If the truth were to take over my body, he could use the power of truth. What about the paradox? Truth suddenly asked. The power of paradox doesn't belong to me or you. Why can I use it while you can't? Did you forget that after I lost my soul power, I've been using your power to activate the paradox? LuZe replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Truth immediately understood. It turned out that the suppressor regarded the power of paradox as my ability. Yes, LuZe nodded. However, he then thought of something else and looked at Feng-Chi. Why did you faint back then? I couldn't help it. I overexerted my power. Feng-Chi scratched his head and laughed. That power doesn't belong to you, right? LuZe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Feng-Chi laughed. Indeed. That power doesn't belong to me, but I can control it. Well, LuZe didn't ask whose power it was, but it was clear that Feng-Chi was on his side. Soon, their conversation came to an end, but Xiao'er asked again, LuZe, when do you plan to go back for revenge? It will take some time. It's not too late to go when the time is right, LuZe replied slowly. After hearing this, Xiao'er fell silent, as she knew the current depth of the Sky Hall. Relying solely on the three of them would probably not be enough to resist. Where to now? Feng-Chi asked as he approached LuZe. LuZe looked up at the sky and smiled slowly. Let's go check out the Divine Realm. Chapter 190. Searching for the Divine Realm, nearly a month had passed since LuZe escaped from the Sky Hall. During this time, they had been searching for the Divine Realm, which had been hidden away by Tang San because of Lu Xiaoyu. Therefore, LuZe and the others had not found the specific location of the Divine Realm. LuZe, how much longer do we have to walk? Xiao'er said with a frustrated expression. Before LuZe could speak, Feng-Chi beside him slowly said, What's the rush? The Divine Realm, having suffered a heavy blow last time, is probably afraid of you coming to find them. Upon hearing this, Xiao'er was instantly speechless, as she had also participated in that incident. In this world, LuZe slowly began, There's a town ahead. Don't reveal your identities. His words immediately alerted the two. Seeing this, Feng-Chi directly took a mask and put on his face. Meanwhile, Xiao'er wrapped herself tightly in a black cloak and then looked at LuZe. When they saw that LuZe hadn't disguised himself, they curiously asked, LuZe, aren't you going to disguise yourself? LuZe, who was deep in thought, turned slowly to look at them, then smiled, I don't need to go through that trouble. After saying this, his appearance began to change, quickly transforming into an ordinary-looking young man. Xiao'er was instantly stunned upon seeing this and exclaimed in surprise, LuZe, You have such an ability? Isn't that normal? LuZe said, a bit confused. Chior became even more flustered upon hearing this, and then thought of something, stepping forward to ask, LuZe, can you use this ability on others? Yes. LuZe instantly guessed what she wanted to do. Upon hearing this, Chior became excited and hurriedly said, then quickly help me become that kind of stunning beauty. That's unnecessary. I think you're already very pretty, LuZe said with a helpless smile. Even Fengqi beside them laughed, saying, yeah, Chior is already a stunning beauty. There's no need to embellish further. Fine then, Chior walked in front of LuZe, looking dejected. Seeing her disappointed expression, LuZe smiled and patted her head while using the power of rules to help change her appearance. Could you not randomly pat people's heads? Chior still hadn't noticed the changes happening to her. However, she quickly became aware of it as she realized her hands were gradually getting smaller and her height was decreasing. Lucia, what have you done to me? Chior shouted angrily upon noticing her transformation. And nothing much, LuZe said, looking away slowly. Fengqi, standing beside them, couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this. After hearing his laughter, Chior became even angrier and puffed her cheeks, throwing a punch at LuZe's abdomen. However, LuZe easily caught her punch and smiled. You look very cute like this. Why do you want to hit me? This is not cute at all, Chior shouted, puffing her cheeks. No, I think it's very cute, Fengqi said as he came up behind Chior and patted her little head. Once again being patted on the head, Chior immediately swatted Fengqi's hand away, glaring at him and saying, don't touch my head. Although her expression was fierce, to Fengqi, she looked exceptionally cute. So he teased, you look cute when you're angry too. You bastard. Upon hearing this, Chior couldn't hold back anymore and charged at Fengqi. Seeing this, Fengqi laughed and dodged. And thus, the two began to chase each other along the forest path. LuZe, who was left behind, laughed and followed them. Soon, the three arrived at the town they had seen earlier. Once in the town, Fengqi and Chior calmed down and stood in place waiting for LuZe to catch up. Soon, LuZe arrived beside them. Seeing that the two had settled down, he smiled and said, you've had your fun. Now it's time to behave. Turn me back. Chior looked at LuZe with an unhappy expression. But LuZe pointed to a signboard on the left and smiled. Are you sure? Confused, Chior followed LuZe's gesture and was immediately stunned. The signboard was covered with wanted posters, the most eye-catching ones featuring LuZe and the other two. If I help you restore your appearance now, you might just get caught, LuZe said with a smile. You. Upon hearing this, Chior instantly felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, turning her head away. Seeing her like this, LuZe and Fengqi couldn't help but laugh again, as the shrunken version of Chior was truly adorable. However, at this moment, they also understood that they had been targeted by the Sky Hall, and exposing their identities could attract the Sky Hall's pursuers. To be safe, LuZe reminded Fengqi and Chior not to act rashly, even if it meant trouble would come to him, to which Fengqi agreed. However, Chior was very unhappy, as LuZe had turned her into this petite form, which annoyed her. As the sky gradually darkened, LuZe and his companions found a place to rest. In the room, LuZe and Fengqi were sitting next to a table, the three of them exchanging glances. After a while, Fengqi slowly spoke up. LuZe, do you still plan to go to the Divine Realm? I can only go to the Divine Realm to take a look. If I stay on the continent too long, I'll eventually get caught, LuZe said helplessly. He couldn't just tear open a spatial rift to another world again. That would only complicate matters. Besides, he wasn't sure where he would end up, and what if he ended up trapped in the spatial rift? Seeing his expression, Fengqi instantly understood and said, the Divine Realm is well hidden. It's hard to find unless a god leaves some traces. No need. During this time, you all keep an eye on the situation around here. I'll look for traces left by the Divine Realm within the spatial rift, LuZe said slowly. No way. The spatial rift is too dangerous. Without someone to guide you, you might not come back, Fengqi hurriedly replied. But LuZe said with great ease, don't worry. I won't get into trouble. Fengqi, who was about to say more, felt relieved when he saw LuZe's relaxed expression. Seeing this, LuZe didn't say much more and smiled. It's getting late. You should go rest. Just be extra cautious during this time. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he stood up and went to the window, tearing open a spatial rift without hesitation. Be careful, Fengqi reminded as he watched LuZe's back. LuZe smiled lightly upon hearing this, then stepped into the rift, which closed up instantly after he disappeared. Fengqi, seeing this, went to the window to gaze at the starry sky, his expression filled with an indescribable feeling. I hope nothing goes wrong. If you get into trouble, I won't be able to complete my mission. Chapter 191. Entering the divine realm in the endless void, LuZe was slowly wandering, searching for traces left by the divine realm. LuZe, have you found anything? At that moment, truth appeared. LuZe shook his head slowly. No. This void is a bit vast. You're really useless, truth mocked. LuZe shot him a glare and continued drifting into the distance. But at that moment, a sense of oppression suddenly swept over. Run, LuZe. Truth was even more sensitive than LuZe. LuZe was not foolish. He could clearly feel the power rushing toward him. He immediately bolted away at high speed, and halfway there, he curiously asked, Truth, what kind of existence is that power? Seeing LuZe's curious expression, Truth slowly replied, it's actually a spatial storm. A spatial storm is not something an ordinary person can withstand. I see. LuZe nodded and looked back. What are you planning to do? Truth had a bad feeling. LuZe smiled and said, nothing. Just found the entrance to the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward the location of the spatial storm like a shooting star. Boom! With a loud bang, LuZe forcefully halted the spatial storm, and he wore a smile on his face. I didn't expect those gods to be quite clever. They actually know that the most dangerous place is the safest place, LuZe murmured with a smile. Truth instantly realized what he meant and laughed. You found the divine realm. If you don't go now, when will you? However, LuZe didn't choose to enter the divine realm immediately. Instead, he turned around and tore open a rift behind him, stepping inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, on Fengqi's side, Qiu'er, who was resting, sensed a familiar aura at that moment. Soon, a spatial rift appeared, and LuZe slowly emerged from it. Long time no see. How long have I been inside? LuZe asked with a smile. Fengqi walked over, smiling lightly, and said, You've been in there for almost a week. I was starting to think you were dead. How could that be? LuZe chuckled. Seeing this, Fengqi asked again, So, did you find the divine realm? LuZe nodded and said seriously, We found the divine realm. Let's go now, or it will be too late. What do you mean? Fengqi felt a bad premonition rising in his heart at LuZe's expression. Sure enough, the next second, an attack suddenly shattered the tranquility of the hotel. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the small hotel was reduced to ruins by a powerful force. While LuZe stood unharmed in front of Fengqi and Qiu'er. Looks like I'm still a bit late. The speaker was Lucifer. Seeing Lucifer, LuZe teased, No, the timing is just right. As soon as he finished speaking, golden long swords began to gather in the sky, and LuZe showed no hesitation. In an instant, a rain of swords fell, and Lucifer, caught in the midst of it, became serious. You're really ruthless, Lucifer said with a faint smile, then waved his right hand, and the world suddenly froze in the previous second. LuZe and the others hadn't reacted yet, but they were already standing still. Lucifer didn't say much, and in a single breath, he appeared in front of LuZe, carefully examining him. As expected of a master's brother, truly a perfect existence, Lucifer began to admire. But the next second, with a crack, the surrounding space shattered, and a huge scarlet eye opened. What is this? By the time Lucifer noticed the situation, it was too late. Buzz. In that instant, it was as if the world had lost its colors, and everyone lost their purpose for living. Lucifer looked at LuZe with a troubled expression and stammered, LuZe, do you want to destroy this world? What does it have to do with you? Lucifer replied coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous golden long sword began to gather above Lucifer's head. If it fell now, this region would likely face utter destruction. Just as the golden giant sword was about to descend, Lu Xiaoyu appeared, and his arrival instantly changed the situation of the battle. However, LuZe reacted immediately, murmuring with a wry smile, This is really troublesome. It seems I have to leave. Just as he turned around, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up. Brother, are you going to abandon me again? Can't you stay by Xiaoyu's side? Lu Xiaoyu said sincerely. LuZe didn't answer him, but turned to Fengqi and the others. It's not the time yet. When the time comes, I will definitely come to find you. After saying that, he instantly carried Fengqi and Qiu'er on his shoulder and entered the spatial rift. Lu Xiaoyu, left outside, wore an extremely cold expression, filled with a murderous intent. Lucifer, give me a full pursuit of truth. I want him to pay the price. Lu Xiaoyu coldly commanded. Lucifer smiled faintly upon hearing this, then turned to the sky and slowly spoke. As you command. At this moment, inside the spatial rift, LuZe was standing in the void with Fengqi and Qiu'er. After a while, Fengqi and Qiu'er also regained consciousness. LuZe, where's this place? Qiu'er asked with a puzzled expression. LuZe smiled and slowly replied. Let us go. It's time to see the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore open a section of the void in front of them, and a crack instantly appeared in the eyes of the three. Don't hesitate. Just go in, LuZe said slowly. Without giving Chiu'er a chance to react, he kicked her directly into the rift. Seeing this, Fengqi couldn't help but chuckle and then stepped into the spatial rift as well. As a blinding light flashed by, when Chiu'er opened her eyes again, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Is this the divine realm? Chiu'er stammered. Fengqi patted her head and smiled. What's wrong, too excited? Not at all. Chiu'er rolled her eyes at him, then looked at LuZe and slowly asked, LuZe, where are we going next? Hearing this, LuZe smiled and then looked towards the central position of the divine realm. Where else? Of course, we're going to meet the strongest in the divine realm, Tang San. After saying that, he stepped forward towards the center of the divine realm. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened in the endless void, something that even Lucifer and LuZe did not anticipate. Crack! A tear suddenly split open in the endless void, and a figure slowly walked out, glancing around before a slight smile appeared on his lips. Is this the world I once existed in? Chapter 192. Alliance in the Douluo Divine Realm. Inside the Divine Realm Conference Hall, Tang San had already sensed the presence of outsiders, and it was quite powerful. But among them was an aura he was familiar with. Third brother, what's wrong? Xiaowu asked worriedly at that moment. Seeing her come in, Tang San slowly said, there are outsiders in the Divine Realm, and among them is the aura of the Emperor Beast. The Emperor Beast? Xiaowu exclaimed in shock. But didn't third brother hide the Divine Realm in the void? How did she find it? I'm not sure, but it should be related to the person next to her, Tang San said with a serious expression, and then directly used his divine consciousness to notify the other gods. All gods, come to the conference hall, we have guests. Before long, the more powerful gods of the Divine Realm had arrived at the conference hall, and their faces were filled with seriousness. Tang San, is what you said true? Are people from Douluo continent really in the Divine Realm? The god of destruction said with a grave expression. He still vividly remembered the encounter with that guy during his last descent, who had caused their divine powers to vanish and reduced them to ordinary people. If they hadn't held back a bit, they probably wouldn't have returned. Hearing this, Tang San said seriously, when have you seen me deceive you? If you don't believe it, just sense it for yourself. Seeing Tang San's serious expression, the gods did not think he was joking, so they focused their minds. Just then, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. I didn't expect you all to be waiting for me here. I'm a bit touched. Tang San and the others turned towards the voice and were shocked to find LuZe and the others standing at the entrance of the conference hall. The hearts of the gods tightened, fearing another conflict would erupt. At that moment, the perceptive Tang San noticed that the other party did not harbor any ill intentions. So he mustered his courage and awkwardly asked, may I ask why you have come to our divine realm? Is there something to discuss? LuZe nodded, and without further ado, he directly said, yes, I indeed have something to discuss with you all. Upon hearing this, the gods breathed a sigh of relief, at least ensuring that this guy was not here to cause trouble. Tang San smiled and said, then please take a seat. LuZe did not engage in pleasantries and directly brought Fengqi and Chiu'er to sit opposite Tang San. The gods, seeing this, also sat down tremulously. The heavy atmosphere erupted immediately, and seeing this, Tang San broke the silence. May I ask who you are? LuZe simply replied. Upon hearing this name, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He vaguely remembered having dealings with this guy. After some thought, he still felt a bit confused. Seeing this, LuZe smiled and said, do you still remember the incident in the Stardow Great Forest over a decade ago? It's you? Tang San suddenly recalled after this reminder, and his expression became even more awkward. I'm not here for anything else, just for one matter, LuZe said slowly at this moment. Tang San did not show any extreme behavior and awkwardly asked, what matter? You should have heard of the Sky Palace, LuZe suddenly mentioned. Before Tang San could respond, the god of destruction beside him became even more agitated. How could we not know about the Sky Palace? That is good to hear, LuZe smiled and nodded. The god of destruction then asked again, may I ask what your relationship is with the Sky Palace? Why burn up here? To be honest, the Sky Palace was actually founded by my brother, Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe said very casually. What? This statement from LuZe caused an uproar among the god of destruction and the others. Seeing their excitement, LuZe did not take it to heart, and instead continued. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I am currently being hunted by the Sky Palace. ISNT the Sky Palace, founded by your brother? Why would they turn around and hunt you? Xiaowu asked, feeling very confused. LuZe could only awkwardly laugh, and then said, because my brother was seduced by Lucifer. So he is standing on the opposite side of me. Then why have you come to our divine realm? The god of destruction asked suspiciously. Feng Qi laughed out loud upon hearing this and said, "At this point, you still don't understand?" The gods looked puzzled, and seeing this, Feng Qi had no choice but to say, "We are here to form an alliance with the divine realm." "Form an alliance with us?" Tang Sen looked puzzled, and then said, "Our current strength may not be able to compare with the Sky Palace. It's fine. You just need to help me deal with the others from the Sky Palace, my brother and Lucifer. I'll handle them myself," LuZe said lightly. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others expressed their disbelief, as they knew the strength of Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer. "LuZe, I know you are strong, but facing your brother and that Lucifer alone might still be a bit lacking," Tang San said gravely. "You don't need to worry about this." LuZe waved his hand. "The fact that I can say this means I have some confidence." "Then how can we trust you? What if you were just acting with your brother?" Tang San suddenly said. Hearing this, LuZe smiled. "Think about it carefully. I can find the divine realm and come in. Why would I need to cooperate with my brother to act this out? Wouldn't it be better to just bring people in and wipe you all out?" Tang Sen was immediately at a loss for words. He then stood up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was being overly suspicious." "It's fine. I can understand." LuZe smiled and then stood up, saying, "So now we are allies, right?" "Yes. Starting today, we are comrades on the same front," Tang San said with a smile as he extended his right hand. LuZe smiled back and shook his hand. Thus, the alliance between the divine realm and LuZe was established. However, at that moment, the Douluo continent was facing a significant change. In the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu was looking at Lucifer and the others with a serious expression. She slowly asked, "Does anyone know about the new force that has recently appeared? Are you referring to the Hall of Truth?" Lucifer smiled. "Yes. I can sense the aura of truth within the Hall of Truth," Lu Xiaoyu said with a grave expression. "The aura of truth. Could it be a force created by your master's brother?" Lv.10 said slowly. However, Lu Xiaoyu immediately denied it. "No, that aura of truth is not from my brother. It is even stronger than the truth aura of my brother and me." "Is that so?" Lucifer's expression became slightly serious. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu spoke again, "But fortunately, it seems that this new force is not willing to deal with us. It's best that we don't provoke them. Otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable." After saying that, she stood up and walked back to her room. Lucifer, who remained standing in place, had a cold expression, and then slowly looked toward the outside of the hall. How could there be a third truth? This is simply impossible. It seems this world is already undergoing changes. Chapter 193, Tang Wudong in the Douluo Divine Realm. The residence that Tang San arranged for LuZe and the others looked very harmonious. "LuZe, when you plan to go back?" Feng Qi asked with a light smile. LuZe looked out at the scenery and slowly replied, "Soon." Upon hearing this, Feng Qi said nothing more and turned to walk out the door. But as soon as he opened the door, he encountered a girl with pink-blue hair. "Is LuZe here?" the girl asked gently. Feng Qi smiled and said, "LuZe, someone is looking for you." LuZe, who was inside the room, walked over and smiled at the girl. "You must be Tang Wudong, right?" The girl nodded and smiled. "My dad asked me to call you over. He has something to discuss with you." "All right, lead the way." LuZe smiled and then set off. Feng Qi saw this and said nothing more, silently following behind. On the way to their destination, LuZe looked at Tang Wudong leading the way and asked with a smile, "Can I call you Wudong?" Tang Wudong smiled and nodded. "Of course, since you know my dad, you can call me that." "Okay." LuZe nodded and then asked, "Do you still remember me? Didn't we just meet?" "Of course, I remember," Tang Wudong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood that Wang Donger's memory had been erased by Tang San. However, LuZe still wanted to try and see if he could help her remember a little. So he asked, "Wudong, do you remember Hui Hao?" The moment Tang Wudong heard this, she felt a heaviness in her chest, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. I seem to," Tang Wudong stammered, covering her forehead. It seemed she truly had forgotten. LuZe smiled. "But for Yu Hao's sake, I will help you restore your memory." Without giving Tang Wudong time to react, LuZe pointed at her forehead. In an instant, white light flashed, and the dazzling light quickly engulfed Tang Wudong. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and Tang Wudong stood there in a daze. Seeing this, LuZe stepped forward and asked, "So, do you remember anything?" Tang Wudong slowly raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and cried out, "Lu Ge, is Yu Hao okay now? I really feel so guilty." Looking at the tear-streaked face of Tang Wudong, LuZe couldn't help but smile and then patted her head. "Don't worry. Yu Hao is doing very well now." Tang Wudong calmed down upon hearing this and then smiled again. "Lu Ge, When are you going back? I want to find you how. Soon. We will return to the continent shortly. LuZe smiled. Let us go. I will take you to my dad now. Tang Wudong smiled. She then walked ahead of LuZe, while LuZe turned to Feng Qi and said with a smile, You go accompany Chiao. I will go find Tang San alone. All right. I can't argue with you. Feng Qi wisely turned to find Chiao. Seeing this, LuZe came back to his senses and followed Tang Wudong's footsteps. Before long, LuZe, guided by Tang Wudong, arrived at the location where Tang San was. Upon seeing him arrive, Tang San directly sent Tang Wudong and Xiao Wu away, facing LuZe alone. Did you call me here to discuss something? LuZe asked straightforwardly. Tang San smiled wryly and then slowly said, Actually, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to discuss returning to the continent. I will naturally inform you when we go back, LuZe said slowly. I know. Tang San nodded, then continued, I wanted to discuss what to do if we encounter an ambush when we descend to the Douluo continent. Your brother's ability is too strong. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle my brother myself, LuZe said slowly. He then stood up and asked, Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. Tang San, who originally didn't want to say anything, suddenly thought of something and asked, You restored Wudong's memory, right? Yes, LuZe did not deny it and nodded. I don't understand why you erased her memory. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his awkward expression, LuZe slowly said, I understand how you feel as a father, but I still hope you want to interfere with their choices. I understand. Tang San nodded and then looked out the window. LuZe did not continue speaking, turned, and walked out the door. Tang Wudong wanted to send him off when she saw him come out, but he politely declined. Thus, LuZe walked back alone. In a forest outside the divine realm, LuZe was walking slowly when suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Roar. Upon hearing the roar, LuZe showed no expression. Instead, he looked in the direction from which the roar came. A divine beast? LuZe smiled, then didn't pay much attention and turned to continue walking forward. However, what he didn't expect was that the divine beast actually came looking for him. Human, why are you here? There's clearly no aura of a deity on you, the divine beast said coldly. LuZe glanced at it lightly and then turned to leave. The divine beast felt displeased at this, and, having never encountered someone who wouldn't even look at it, blocked his path again. Human, I'm asking you a question. How? Get lost. LuZe shot a cold glance, and the divine beast instantly felt as if its heart was being squeezed. It didn't understand why, but this human seemed very dangerous, as if he were its natural enemy. The divine beast, being wise, felt the danger and obediently stepped aside. Seeing this, LuZe didn't say much and walked straight ahead. The divine beast looked at his back and couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine. What kind of existence is this human, and why does he instill fear in me? But no one was there to answer its question, as there were no other beings around. After returning to his residence, LuZe saw Feng Qi waiting for him. Without saying a word, he walked over. Feng Qi smiled and said, You're back. What did Tang San say to you? Nothing much, just talked about the arrangements for going back. LuZe replied slowly. Feng Qi smiled again and said, Then I won't say much. Just make sure to rest well. After that, he turned and left, while LuZe stood there deep in thought. At that moment, truth suddenly appeared. LuZe, something big has happened. What big thing? LuZe asked, puzzled. Truth, looking serious, said, I have a vague feeling that another truth has appeared on the continent. Are you serious? LuZe's expression turned serious as well. Truth nodded and reminded him, You really need to be careful this time when you go back. With that, it vanished back into his body. LuZe looked out the window with a grave expression, a myriad of thoughts rushing through his mind. This is troublesome. Chapter 194, Brothers. As time passed, LuZe and the others planned to descend onto the Douluo continent. Everyone was energized. This battle not only concerned the survival of our divine realm, but also the survival of the entire continent. Tang San stood in front of the gods and declared loudly. With this proclamation, the gods here erupted into passionate cheers. After witnessing this, Tang San approached LuZe and said softly, We are ready. We're just waiting for your command. LuZe, who had kept his eyes closed, gradually opened them upon hearing this and murmured, It's about time. I should go see Xiaoyu. After saying this, LuZe entered a state of rules, his body enveloped in golden inscriptions, his eyes shining with a brilliant gold, exuding an imposing presence. The gods were momentarily stunned by LuZe's appearance. The power of rules he exuded was incredibly overwhelming, as if he were the source of a world. Gods, hear my command. Lu shouted. Tang San and the others quickly regained their composure and focused their attention on LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe smiled faintly and lifted his right hand with a gentle wave. Crack! In an instant, the boundary of the divine realm shattered, and boundless void appeared before the eyes of the gods. LuZe looked into the depths of the endless void, and his expression grew serious. Let us go to Douluo continent. On the Douluo continent, in the Sky Hall, Lu Xiaoyu also sensed something, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she stood up and shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Guests are coming." In an instant, the people across the Douluo continent were stunned by the scene before them. The sky of Douluo continent had, as if the heavens themselves were splitting apart. This must be a joke. Is the apocalypse about to descend upon the continent again? This was the unified thought of the people across the continent, as they were haunted by the shadows of the last incident. But compared to this, the last descent of the deities was merely a test. This time was the real arrival. Meanwhile, the Sky Hall also responded. Lu Xiaoyu, leading many original sins, stood opposite LuZe. The brothers looked at each other, the atmosphere reaching a peak, as if it could explode at any moment. Long time no see, my dear brother. Lu Xiaoyu hovered in the air opposite LuZe, her face beaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, LuZe was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and he took a moment to calm himself. Xiaoyu, come home with me. I will save you, LuZe said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely smiled at this and replied, You are the one who needs to be saved. That guy Truth will only use you. LuZe was left speechless and could only take action. Come on, I hope I can wake you up. With this statement, the second battle between the Divine Realm and the Sky Hall began. The sky on that day was overcast, and a heavy atmosphere filled the entire continent. The news of the battle between Sky Hall and the Divine Realm quickly reached the Truth Hall. Inside the hall, a group of people stood neatly together, facing a girl. A man dressed in a black suit, with an elegant demeanor, slowly approached her. Hall Master, should we go take a look? The man smiled and asked. It's still too early. Let them fight for a while before we go, the girl replied slowly. The man said nothing further and obediently stood by her side. The people in the hall stood still, waiting for the girl as command. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, LuZe was fighting fiercely against Lu Xiaoyu and Lucifer. Brother, why do you insist on being my enemy? I'm clearly trying to save you. Lu Xiaoyu shouted. LuZe, holding a golden longsword, did not say much in response, but replied seriously, It's my fault for indulging you too much. Taking this opportunity, as your brother, I will make you see the reality. Is that so? At this moment, Lucifer suddenly appeared behind him. Reacting quickly, LuZe turned sharply, thrusting his golden longsword. But Lucifer had been serious since the beginning of the battle, and this attack could not touch him at all. Dodging the strike, Lucifer summoned a pitch-black spear. Break! In the next second, the black spear struck LuZe's body. Bang! In an instant, LuZe's body sliced through the air and crashed into the ground, turning the surroundings into ruins. Emerging from the ruins, LuZe had just managed to block Lucifer's attack at the last moment using the power of rules. Otherwise, he really might not be able to handle it. After all, apart from the power of rules, all other abilities were completely ineffective against Lu Xiaoyu. Even Truth could only be a bystander within him, unable to intervene. LuZe, it seems you've really encountered trouble this time, Truth said with a serious expression. LuZe forced a bitter smile, then tightened his grip on the golden long sword. He could only take a gamble. With that, the power of rules surrounding him reached a peak, and by the time Lucifer reacted, LuZe was already in front of him. You're annoying. I'll deal with you first, LuZe said coldly. He then raised his hand and struck with the sword, instantly slicing into Lucifer's chest. Just as Lucifer was preparing to leave, LuZe's attack came once more. The golden long swords in the sky fell like rain, instantly striking Lucifer. Thud! The long swords turned Lucifer into a hedgehog, and he fell from midair. Lu Xiaoyu, watching from the side, furrowed her brows but quickly regained her composure. No wonder you're my brother. You're really impressive, Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Then, without giving LuZe any chance to react, she teleported in front of him. Clang! The two golden long swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. The powerful force rippled out for dozens of miles, even reaching Tang San and the others, who were far away. Truly powerful, the god of destruction sighed. However, he quickly regained his focus. After all, the 6 guys here were about as strong as Lucifer. But just as he came back to his senses, Lv.10 suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't let your guard down in battle, Lv.10 chuckled, then delivered a swift kick. Bang! The god of destruction was sent flying, crashing into the nearby mountains. Seeing this, Lv.10 couldn't help but smile, then turned back to Tang San and the others, sneering. I really don't know who gave you the courage to come here. So what? We've chosen the right person. He will lead us to victory. Tang San replied with a cold smile. He then unleashed an overwhelming killing intent from the Shura blood sword, causing even Leviathan to frown. It's powerful, but still lacking a bit, Leviathan chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing Tang San and the gods to instantly grow serious. It seems we've really encountered big trouble this time, Tang San murmured solemnly. However, despite this, he did not back down, gripping the Shura blood sword tightly and charging forward. Leviathan, seeing this, smiled faintly and then swung a punch. A terrifying aura instantly filled the surroundings, and Tang San quickly used the Shura blood sword to defend himself. But it was of little use. He was still sent flying. The scene shifted back to LuZe, who now had multiple wounds on his body, bloodied and battered. Brother, you should give up resisting, Lu Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. LuZe slowly glanced at her, then once again pointed his sword at her. You should be the one to give up. Chapter 195, Brothers, Part 2. Clang. The heavy rain fell from the sky, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, as LuZe, injured all over, was locked in a fierce battle with Lu Xiaoyu amidst the ruins. Although Lu Xiaoyu also had a few wounds, they were not as severe as LuZe's. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu coldly questioned, "Why are you holding back?" Hearing this, LuZe forced a bitter smile and slowly looked at her. "Because you're my sister. I won't accept that," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly, lowering her head. LuZe smiled bitterly, then tightened his grip on the golden long sword. "I have to do this to make you change for the better." With that, he instantly charged at Lu Xiaoyu, the golden long sword aimed at her. Clang! Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly, blocking with her golden long sword, and then followed up with a kick. She had thought LuZe would dodge, but unexpectedly, the kick landed squarely on his rib. Thud! A dull sound echoed as LuZe was sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Cough, cough! LuZe coughed up blood from the rubble, but quickly stood up again. LuZe, are you crazy? Even now you're still thinking about your sister. Truth shouted angrily within LuZe. Hearing this, LuZe was not angry. Instead, he smiled. But after all, she is my sister. This is all my doing, so I must understand. This isn't about whether you caused it or not. Your power of rules is clearly above your sister's. Why do you let her? Truth shouted. LuZe did not respond this time, but charged toward Lu Xiaoyu again. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. Her brother could have ended the battle early. So why did he always hold back? Why? Why? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer, gripping her golden long sword and shouting at LuZe, "Just because I'm your sister, you have to hold back? Why?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her grip on the golden long sword tightening. Clang! With a crisp sound, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu locked eyes, both filled with memories of the past. Xiaoyu. LuZe wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back. Just then, a violent change occurred in Lu Xiaoyu. Terrifying and uncontrollable power surged forth. Seeing this, LuZe's expression turned serious as he tried to distance himself, but Lu Xiaoyu's punch struck his chest. After taking the punch, LuZe felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. But before he could react, Lu Xiaoyu's attack came once more. Bang! Ultimately, LuZe was kicked away by Lu Xiaoyu, landing hundreds of meters away. What is happening? LuZe struggled to get up from a distance, feeling that those last few hits were much more powerful. At that moment, truth emerged in this world, looking serious. It's the relative truth. Your sister's personality is being eroded. What? LuZe was instantly shocked and quickly stood up. That guy was already backfired by my sister. Why is he still appearing? Hearing this, Truth sighed. I should have thought of this earlier. How could a relative truth of the same level be so easily devoured? Looking at Truth's awkward expression, LuZe's face grew serious. If the relative truth were to come back, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? No, I can't accept this happening, LuZe murmured seriously. Truth understood the situation and advised, the relative truth is tricky. He probably also masters the rules, so be careful. LuZe nodded. Then in a flash, he charged directly towards Lu Xiaoyu's direction, wanting to take advantage of the fact that the relative truth had not fully resurrected yet to deal with him. In the blink of an eye, LuZe had already arrived in front of Lu Xiaoyu, and just as he was about to make a move, he was still a bit late. You think too simply of me, don't you? Lu Xiaoyu said with a strange smile. At that moment, the golden long sword in LuZe's hand was instantly shattered into pieces. Puff! Before LuZe could react, Lu Xiaoyu pierced through his shoulder with a sword. and the bloody wound was beyond immediate treatment. You anomaly. The truth of this world is me. Lu Xiaoyu shouted angrily. Then, he threw a punch directly at LuZe's abdomen. LuZe suddenly felt his stomach turning, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Bastard. Soon, LuZe stood up again, and once more condensed a golden long sword in his hand. After saying that, his feet instantly exerted force, and with a thrust, he appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu. But Lu Xiaoyu just smiled faintly and then raised his right hand, softly saying, "Truth world unfold." Buzz. In an instant, everything around began to distort, and LuZe sensed that something was wrong. He saw the golden long sword in his hand once again shatter into pieces, and even the power of rules on his body was gradually dissipating. "This is my world, the relative world," Lu Xiaoyu said with a strange smile, then grabbed LuZe by the neck. "You still don't know my ability, do you? I will make you understand how you will die now," Lu Xiaoyu said with an evil grin. "In the relative world, besides my ability, all other abilities will be ineffective, including the power of rules." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu instantly stöhnte. His last trump card, the power of rules, was actually useless in this world, leaving him with nothing to counter Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing his astonished expression, Lu Xiaoyu no longer wasted time. It was time for everything to end. After saying that, he pulled out a short sword from his storage ring, which exuded a dangerous aura. When Truth saw this short sword, he was immediately astonished and hurriedly said, "LuZe, whatever you do, don't let that short sword stab your heart. Otherwise, we're doomed." "What do you mean?" LuZe, being choked, couldn't quite react. Truth realized this and thought quickly, "There's no time to explain. Just get out of here." Upon hearing that, LuZe instantly understood that the short sword was dangerous and could truly threaten his life. But what could he do now? The power of rules couldn't be used, not to mention running away. Even breaking free from the restraints was difficult. Just as the short sword was about to stab into his heart, LuZe erupted with energy like a small universe, instantly breaking free from Lu Xiaoyu's grip. "To think you could break free from my restraints, that's truly unbelievable," Lu Xiaoyu chuckled, then began to walk towards LuZe step by step. Seeing this, LuZe regained his spirits, then pulled out a small black ball from behind and slammed it onto the ground. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area. Just as Lu Xiaoyu felt puzzled, he suddenly realized that LuZe had vanished. "Why are you running?" Lu Xiaoyu was extremely angry. He almost wanted to destroy everything here. But just as he was furious, a figure wielding a long knife appeared behind him. "You must die." That person was LuZe, even without the power of rules. He could still give Lu Xiaoyu a little taste of defeat. However, he underestimated Lu Xiaoyu's reaction, as Lu Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and, without saying a word, once again grabbed LuZe by the neck. "Still trying to sneak attack me? How naive," Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Then he kicked fiercely, and LuZe had no chance to counter, only able to take the kick. Cough cough. This kick was not light. If it were anyone else, they would probably have turned into a puddle of meat by now. It seemed that he was truly in trouble. Chapter 196, Brothers 3. Now, LuZe was really in trouble, as the resurrection of the relative truth was making him feel overwhelmed. "Ha ha ha." Lu Xiaoyu laughed as he looked at LuZe, a disdainful expression on his face, then slowly walked towards him. LuZe felt something was wrong. He was now like an ordinary person, completely unable to resist this terrifying power. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared in front of LuZe and, without saying a word, threw a punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly on LuZe's face, directly sending him flying hundreds of meters. After being heavily injured again, LuZe was on the verge of collapsing. "LuZe, did you not expect this day?" Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe, hearing this, let out a cold laugh and looked at him. "Indeed, I did not expect it, but you will never know what will happen in the next second." "Ridiculous. If it weren't for you, I would have resurrected long ago," Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Then he thought of something and smiled, "But I still have to thank you. After all, the power of rules is not something that just appears." After saying that, two golden long swords instantly pierced through LuZe's body. Puff! LuZe, pierced through, immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, then looked at Lu Xiaoyu with difficulty. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu also came to his front, looking down at him with a smile. "This should all come to an end, right?" As he spoke, the short sword reappeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, LuZe's expression became grave. In his current state, he couldn't dodge it. Just as Lu Xiaoyu's short sword was about to stab into LuZe's chest, an unusual scene occurred. "Wah! What is happening?" Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. The hand holding the short sword was tightly gripped by his other hand. The The short sword stopped just a few centimeters from LuZe's chest. Give my body back. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly heard a voice ringing in his mind. That voice was his own, or rather, Lu Xiaoyu's persona. At this moment, LuZe also sensed something was off. He could feel the power of relative truth dissipating, and the strength within him was rapidly recovering. Realizing this situation, LuZe quickly used his power to teleport away. Truth, what's going on? LuZe asked solemnly. Truth smiled lightly and said, you should consider yourself lucky. Your brother is fighting for control of the body with relative truth, so his abilities are currently very unstable. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately understood that his opportunity had come. He had to seize this brief chance to save Xiaoyu. After saying that, he teleported directly in front of the grimacing Lu Xiaoyu and, without saying a word, grabbed him by the neck. Paradox. LuZe initially wanted to use the paradox to eliminate relative truth, but as soon as he activated the paradox power, he was suppressed again by the power of relative truth. Bang! In a hurry, Lu Xiaoyu kicked LuZe in the head. This is quite troublesome, LuZe said as he steadied himself and looked at Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's aura began to become chaotic. If it were any later, there might really be no chance left. So, he rushed over once more, but this time Lu Xiaoyu didn't have time to react, and his chest was instantly pierced by a golden longsword. Lu Xiaoyu, whose chest was pierced, was momentarily stunned, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The one responsible for all this, LuZe, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. This was not the scene he wanted to see at all. LuZe, don't hesitate. Quickly erase him. Truth urged anxiously from within him. LuZe couldn't bring himself to act. He couldn't guarantee that erasing the relative truth would not have consequences for Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Truth became anxious. Hurry up. One more moment, and it will be too late. Hearing this again, LuZe suddenly came to his senses and then murmured with determination, I can't let this happen because of me. After saying that, he directly unleashed the power of paradox. The colorless airflow instantly engulfed Lu Xiaoyu, and LuZe couldn't help but worry as he watched this scene. But soon he was stunned again. Poof! LuZe's chest was pierced from behind by someone, and blood instantly splattered out. How? How could this happen? LuZe couldn't comprehend. Even Truth hadn't expected this outcome. Thank you. That guy's finally quieted down. The speaker was Lu Xiaoyu, or rather, the relative truth. After speaking, the relative truth pulled his hand out from LuZe's chest. Puff! The moment the relative truth withdrew his hand, LuZe collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. At the same time, he realized that his abilities were once again suppressed, and the blood hole in his chest could not heal. To be safe, it's best to kill you, the relative truth said with a wicked smile, then looked at him while holding a short sword. Am I going to die? The question kept swirling in LuZe's mind. He felt utterly powerless at this moment. The relative truth, seeing him still struggling, kicked him hard in the chest without a word. Bang! The tremendous force slammed LuZe against a distant stone pillar. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu appeared before him, and without hesitation, stabbed the short sword directly into his heart. This should all be over. The relative truth smiled at LuZe. At this moment, LuZe also felt the truth dissipating, and his soul was fading away. Is it over? How pathetic. For a moment, memories of the past flooded LuZe's mind, but he smiled faintly. He then struggled to lift his hand and caressed Lu Xiaoyu's face. The relative truth, at this moment, suddenly stopped thinking. He didn't know what was happening, but it felt as if he had lost something incredibly important. Why do I feel this way? The relative truth loosened his grip, and in that instant, LuZe fell to the ground. He looked at LuZe's cold body, and a wave of loss instantly engulfed him. I only did what I was supposed to do. Why can't I feel happy at all? The relative truth knelt helplessly before LuZe's body. He had never experienced this feeling. It was his first encounter with the sensation of loss, and it would also be his last. But at that moment, a powerful aura that surpassed him filled this world. Who is it? In the next second, the world created by the relative truth shattered instantly, and a figure stood in the sky. When that figure saw LuZe's cold body, he became numb. Why? I went through so much hardship to find you. Why did you leave without a word? Why? A terrifying aura descended upon this world, and the relative truth was all too familiar with it. Concept truth. At this moment, concept truth arrived, and another bloody storm unfolded. Chapter 197 Epilogue. Have I died? My efforts were ultimately in vain, right? LuZe thought to himself with self-mockery. The next second, the voice of truth emerged. How pathetic. We, who were supposed to have the most potential, ended up dying here. Hearing this, LuZe glanced at him lightly and then laughed self-deprecatingly. Ha ha, what are you laughing at? Truth asked, puzzled. We were all about to leave. Yes, but I still don't understand. LuZe fell silent after laughing. Seeing his expression, Truth said seriously, I forgot to tell you. Your brother was actually sent away by you with your own hands. What? LuZe found it hard to believe his ears. But Truth didn't stop speaking. Instead, he bluntly continued. It was in the moment before the relative truth was about to be erased that your brother's personality swapped with yours. So what was erased was actually. Truth fell silent at this point. LuZe was stunned at first, then burst into a self-mocking laugh. Ha ha. Ha ha. As he laughed, LuZe couldn't help but clutch his head tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. After all that effort, I ended up with despair, LuZe murmured with numb eyes. Seeing him like this, Truth felt a pang of heartache. After all, he had been with him for so long, witnessing his growth in every detail. Just as he was about to comfort him, LuZe spoke first, but this is fine. I never belonged to this world anyway, and now it's finally over. Is it really over? In the Douluo continent, the world was currently dim. Because of the arrival of Concept Truth, the relative truth felt burdened. Did you kill LuZe? At this moment, Concept Truth, looking down at the relative truth from the sky, said coldly. The relative truth didn't know how to respond, as Concept Truth was simply too strong. Even her aura surpassed that of the relative truth and absolute truth. I was just removing the anomalies from this world, the relative truth said heavily. But Concept Truth did not think so, and slowly said, You're lying. Brother clearly liked you so much. Why did you still kill him? Concept Truth's emotions were getting out of control, and she was no one else but Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe's sister from the parallel world he had existed in. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu probably wanted to kill the relative truth, but she knew she couldn't do that. She did not belong to this world, so she couldn't interfere with its order. She came here only to see her brother LuZe. But now, she indeed saw her brother. But he could no longer see her. At this moment, I really couldn't say anything to the relative truth. Clearly, I had one, yet I felt so miserable. In the next second, Lu Xiaoyu instantly appeared beside LuZe's body, not wanting him to die like this. What do you want to do? The relative truth asked upon seeing her actions. Lu Xiaoyu stared intensely at LuZe and slowly said, I want to save him. Upon hearing this, the relative truth smiled faintly and then said awkwardly, he was killed by the sword of truth. You can't bring him back. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Ignoring him, she began to channel the power of conceptual truth with both hands. As the white light illuminated LuZe's body, in the next second, the light suddenly dissipated. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the dissipating power in her hands, her expression becoming even more agitated. Seeing her expression, the guilt within the relative truth grew stronger. And he finally went to LuZe's side and held him in his arms. I don't know why. Maybe because of Lu Xiaoyu. I seem to be unable to leave you, the relative truth said slowly. After witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyu kicked him away with one foot. This is all because of you, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Then, she picked up LuZe's cold body and flew towards the Hall of Truth. The relative truth, who had been kicked away, was filled with regret. Even so, he couldn't bring him back. The relative truth looked at Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, feeling even more self-reproachful. At that moment, Lucifer suddenly appeared behind him. My lord, the eyesore has been dealt with. We can proceed with the next plan now, Lucifer said with a smile. But what responded to him was a golden long sword. Lucifer looked at the golden long sword piercing through his shoulder, his face filled with confusion. My lord, what is this? I don't want to see you anymore. Get lost. The relative truth shouted coldly. Lucifer was puzzled, but still obediently got up to leave. However, after leaving, the expression on his face was very strange. Since that's the case, the plan will be advanced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the relative truth appeared here. The Lord has arrived. Leviathan, who was engaged in battle with Tang San and the others, suddenly saw the relative truth. Upon seeing him, Tang San instantly understood. He had come, but LuZe had not, which could only mean one thing. LuZe was dead. How could this be? Shower murmured weakly. It can't be true. Seeing their expressions, Leviathan instantly approached the relative truth, smiling as he said, My lord, as long as we deal with them, we will win this time. But as soon as he finished speaking, the relative truth punched him directly in the face. Boom! Caught off guard. Leviathan took the punch hard and crashed heavily into the ground. Tang San and the others were instantly stunned upon witnessing this. At this moment, the relative truth spoke. LV.10. This sentence instantly caused an uproar among Tang San's group. Although they had all suspected it, this time it was confirmed. The one who reacted the most was definitely Feng Qi, who rushed in front of the relative truth and grabbed his collar. "You killed him," Feng Qi shouted angrily. "It was me," the relative truth admitted. Bang! The next second, Feng Qi punched him directly in the face. But what was puzzling was that the relative truth could clearly have dodged, so why didn't he this time? "What do you mean by this?" Feng Qi shouted loudly. The relative truth didn't answer him, but turned his head aside. Seeing him like this, Feng Qi threw another punch. This punch shocked even Leviathan, who had just crawled up from the ground, and he rushed towards Feng Qi. But just as he reached behind him, a golden, long sword instantly pierced through his chest, nailing him firmly to the ground. "My lord, what are you doing?" Leviathan asked in confusion. But the relative truth only replied indifferently, "I am no longer your lord. I am now LuZe's brother, LuZe's. Why?" Not only Leviathan and the others, even Tang San's group felt puzzled. Then the relative truth slowly said, "I will atone for my own mistakes until my brother is resurrected." "What do you want to do?" Feng Qi said coldly. "As you can see, I am officially disbanding the Sky Hall. I will embark on a journey of atonement," the relative truth declared loudly. After hearing this, Feng Qi fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, "Where's LuZe? Take me to see him." He was taken away by the conceptual truth. The relative truth said slowly, "I see." Feng Qi nodded, then turned to leave. Upon seeing this, the relative truth hurriedly asked, "What do you want to do?" Feng Qi ignored him and left with a single sentence, "I'm going to save him." Chapter 198, The Method to Resurrect LuZe. Outside the Hall of Truth, Feng Qi stood there with a serious expression. At this moment, a voice came from within the hall. "Who are you? And why have you come to our Hall of Truth?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qi quickly replied, "I am here to save LuZe." After he spoke, the Hall of Truth fell into silence, which puzzled Feng Qi greatly. Just as he was about to enter the hall, a figure suddenly blocked his way. "What do you want to do?" the person said slowly. When Feng Qi saw the person, his expression changed instantly. The next second, he grabbed the person's collar and shouted, "How are you here, Lucifer?" Indeed, this person was Lucifer, but not the Lucifer from this world. "I have always been in the Hall of Truth," Lucifer said calmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi realized and carefully observed the Lucifer in front of him, discovering that he was indeed not the Lucifer he knew. "You don't belong to this world?" Feng Qi nearly guessed it. Lucifer smiled upon hearing this, and then slowly said, "Yes, our Hall Master has allowed you to enter." Although Feng Qi was a bit skeptical, he had no choice but to trust him now. So he followed behind Lucifer, but at this moment, LuZe's also arrived. "Lucifer, how are you here?" LuZe's exclaimed in shock. But in the next second, he realized that this guy was not Lucifer. He just looked similar. The aura of truth? Lucifer looked back at him. The next second, as Lucifer waved his hand, two figures instantly blocked LuZe's path. "The Hall Master has said that you cannot enter the Hall of Truth," one of the strong men said coldly. And he was none other than Wu Kuang, who had followed Lu Xiaoyu into this world, and the one beside him was Yiyu. Looking at the original sin-like power emanating from the two, although LuZe's could crush them, he chose not to and instead stood obediently in place. "Feng Qi, if my brother is resurrected, remember to tell me. I want to apologize to him," LuZe's said heavily. Feng Qi only glanced at him upon hearing this, then turned and entered the Hall of Truth. Inside the hall, Feng Qi, led by Lucifer, arrived in a gigantic room. In the center of the room stood a massive bed, and lying on it was a corpse that had already ceased to breathe, and that corpse was LuZe. By the bed, a girl was intently staring at LuZe. "Hall Master, the person has been brought," Lucifer said respectfully. Upon hearing this, the girl looked over and slowly said, "You can leave now." "Okay." Lucifer nodded with a smile, then turned and left the room. Feng Qi, standing alone, looked seriously at the girl. "Do you really have a way to bring my brother back?" The girl was Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi nodded and slowly stepped forward. "I have a 70% chance of reviving him." 70%? Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback and then asked, "What about the other 30%? "No guarantee, because I'm not too sure," Feng Qi said gravely. Lu Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it. At least the chance of revival was greater than the chance of failure. Feng Qi approached LuZe's corpse and looked at it, then slowly said, "Once this method is implemented, I will leave this world." "You want to trade your life for his?" Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. Although she wanted her brother to be revived, she didn't want anyone to sacrifice their life for it. "Don't worry about it. My mission in this world is to protect LuZe. Once he dies, Those above will send others to replace him, Feng Qi said with a helpless smile. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyu realized something more serious. But Feng Qi looked at her and coldly said, that matter cannot be disclosed to you. Otherwise, there will be punishment. What punishment? Lu Xiaoyu asked seriously. You'd better not ask too much. That punishment is not something you can bear. Feng Qi's expression was unusually serious. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu no longer pressed the issue and quietly looked at LuZe's corpse. I must save my brother, please. With that, Lu Xiaoyu left the room. Upon seeing this, Feng Qi stopped pretending and began to emit a white light. Soon, he approached LuZe, without saying a word, placed his forehead against LuZe's cold forehead. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a blinding white light. Ding! System transferring. 1, 10, 35, 80, 99. Ding! Transfer successful. As the cold voice echoed, Feng Qi's body began to wither, as if being drained. I'm sorry, I can only help you this far. Feng Qi looked at LuZe with difficulty, then forced a smile. Yes, Feng Qi was not actually a human, but a system. To be precise, he was the embodiment of a system. His purpose for coming to this world was to transfer the system to LuZe. He had originally planned to wait until the war ended to personally tell LuZe everything, but now it seemed unlikely. At this moment, Feng Qi's body began to dissipate, and soon only his upper body remained. Yet even as he was about to disappear, he still managed to smile. LuZe, the fate of this world is now in your hands. Their game is just beginning. You mustn't let me down. With that, Feng Qi's body transformed into countless specks of light and completely vanished from the room. For him, the mission was complete, and he could finally leave with a smile. In the void, LuZe was watching all that had transpired in his life. Truth was beside him, also reflecting on their journey from their first meeting to now dying together. Time really flies, LuZe said. Yeah, I feel like I haven't even officially started my journey. And it's already over, LuZe smiled. Just as they were conversing, a cold electronic synthesized voice sounded. Ding! System binding. 1, 28, 39, 69, 99. System binding successful. Welcome, host, to the game of the Creator God. What is going on? Both LuZe and Truth were bewildered. Urgently, the voice came again. Detected that the host has died, proceeding with resurrection. In that instant, LuZe felt his soul being restored. Just as he was feeling excited, he suddenly noticed that Truth's soul was still dissipating. Truth, what happened to you? LuZe quickly asked. Truth smiled and said slowly, it seems I'm the only one who has to go. You must take care of yourself, without my reminders. You often do foolish things. No, you must stay with me. We signed a contract, didn't we? LuZe said in panic. Truth merely smiled and waved his hand. The contract was void when we died. Now we have no relationship at all. With that, he drifted towards an invisible distance. Seeing this, LuZe reached out to grab him back, but ended up grasping at nothing. Can't you stay? LuZe said softly, kneeling on the ground. Truth chuckled and teased. What's wrong? You can't bear to part with me this time? Didn't you always want to get rid of me before? LuZe fell silent. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. Truth waved his hand, saying, remember, it was I who didn't want you anymore. I can finally be carefree. Ha ha ha. As the laughter faded, Truth gradually disappeared from LuZe's sight. When he saw this scene, despair filled his heart. The most trustworthy companion had left him, and he had erased his brother with his own hands. What was the point of living now? What was the meaning of this life? LuZe questioned himself. But just then, the system's voice came again. Ding! System task. Please choose. 1. Revive. Accept the system. Join the game and achieve victory. 2. Revive. Refuse the system. Face the unknown challenges alone. Please make a choice. Chapter 199. At this moment, LuZe's heart was filled with hesitation. He didn't know how to choose. Both choices were full of unknowns for him, and whichever he chose, he would ultimately have to face it. After a while, LuZe slowly spoke. System, what is the difference between these two choices? Replying to the host. There is a significant difference between the two choices. The former allows you to know many things, while the latter requires you to understand them personally. Upon hearing this answer, LuZe smiled and gradually got up, as if he had made up his mind. He then directly stated, having a system is indeed a good thing, but it is no longer of any use to me now, so I choose the second option. I want to face the unknown challenges alone. The system was momentarily stunned by this choice and took a while to respond. Since this is the host's choice, this system has no authority to interfere. However, please rest assured that all abilities from your previous life will be preserved after your resurrection. How long will the resurrection take? LuZe asked slowly. The system did not provide much explanation, but left a sentence before completely disappearing. Unknown. It could be a day, a year, or even 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and thought, I understand. Outside, nearly a day had passed since Feng Qi entered the room. Lu Xiaoyu, waiting outside, felt extremely anxious until she sensed the atmosphere inside the room stabilize, at which point she opened the door. Brother. As soon as she entered the room, she noticed that LuZe, lying on the bed, was improving. At the very least, his vitality was slowly recovering, but she did not know when he would wake up. After seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu finally felt relieved and ordered, Lucifer, no one is allowed to approach this room until my brother wakes up. Lucifer, standing behind her, understood and nodded before taking his leave. Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly glanced at LuZe on the bed before turning to leave. Creaked the door closed, officially making this place a forbidden zone, where no one could enter without permission. At that moment, Wu Kuang walked over to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Boss, that guy outside wants to see you, and he refuses to leave no matter what we say, Wu Kuang said slowly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and replied, let's go out and meet him. With that, Lu Xiaoyu walked directly towards the outside of the Hall of Truth, and behind her, Lucifer and Wu Kuang followed without hesitation. After a short while, Lu Xiaoyu arrived in front of Lu Xizha. Upon seeing her, Lu Xizha quickly asked, how about my brother? He is not your brother. I hope you do not get confused, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Xizha was instantly left speechless, knowing Lu Xiaoyu's current feelings. My brother, how is he? Lu Xizha asked again. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him and coldly replied, it has nothing to do with you. I do have sins, but I truly have recognized my wrongdoing. I hope you can give me a chance for redemption, Lu Xizha said, lowering his head slowly. Lu Xiaoyu merely glanced at him, and then turned to say, you did nothing wrong. You just did what you were supposed to do. After saying that, she ignored him and directly entered the Hall of Truth. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xizha immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, I will take real action. I will make you forgive me. But even though he knelt down, Lu Xiaoyu did not look back at him. After some time, the Sky Hall was officially disbanded. All survivors who participated in that war survived and formed a new divine realm. Except for Lucifer, who was missing. Leviathan and the others chose to submit. The new divine realm was no longer governed solely by Tang, San, but was managed collectively by everyone. They established a strict rule at the very beginning of the new divine realm. The people of the divine realm must never interfere with or spy on anything happening in the Douluo continent. Of course, when they founded the new divine realm, everything on the Douluo continent returned to its original state. Shrek Academy and other powers still existed. But the memories of that war and past events were erased. The reason for all this was Lu Xiaoyu. She used the ability of conceptual truth to completely erase the information regarding sins from this world, and everyone no longer possessed any memories about sins. This world returned to its proper course, back to the original state of Douluo continent, the one that only had martial souls and soul power. The Hall of Truth also officially disappeared from the public's view. No one knew what it was, nor did anyone know if it ever existed. Perhaps this was the result LuZe most wanted to see, but he could not witness it with his own eyes. 10,000 years later, the Douluo continent had undergone a qualitative leap due to soul-guiding devices, and they had nearly reached modern civilization, making many things very convenient. Mom, can people really become gods in this world? A little girl innocently looked at the woman beside her. The woman smiled upon hearing this and slowly said, of course. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, gods will naturally come to find you and take you to that legendary divine realm. Really? Really? The little girl was very excited. Then I want to become a god in the future and take my dad and mom to see the divine realm. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. All right, our daughter will definitely become a god in the future. At this moment, in a little-known place on the Douluo continent, a space crack slowly opened. A figure slowly walked out, and if one looked closely, they would find a fainted man lying on his back. Finally escaped, the man said with a faint smile. He then looked at the space crack behind him and, without saying a word, directly sealed it off. I still don't believe you really dare to follow me, the man chuckled. After saying that, he quickly left in another direction while carrying the man on his back. After an unknown amount of time, he found a place to temporarily settle down. So he laid the man on his back down. He looked around and then ran towards the nearby human residential area. However, what he did not know was that shortly after he left, the man who had been settled there slowly opened his eyes. What? What is this place? The man murmured in confusion. He then suddenly pressed his hand against his forehead, his expression changing dramatically. "I have finally been resurrected," the man exclaimed in surprise. He then got up and felt his body, realizing that everything was real. "I don't know how long I have slept, but I can feel that this world is much purer than before." A smile gradually appeared on the man's face. Soon he stepped outside, looking at the advanced technology outside, feeling as if he had come to the wrong place. "Is this really Douluo continent?" The man was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and then, covering his face, smiled wryly. "How long did I sleep? The changes are too drastic. It seems I need to go take a look." After saying that, he left without looking back. As the sky was about to darken, the man who had left earlier returned. But when he found the place he had settled in completely empty, he was taken aback. Where did he go? Chapter 200, New Era. Outside the vast city, a man was standing still. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still a bit shocked. The development is so fast. It only took a nap for things to change like this. The man smiled wryly. The man was LuZe, who had died 1,000 years ago. Now, reborn, he was completely unfamiliar with this era. Just as he was feeling astonished, a sudden honk came from behind him. Coming back to his senses, LuZe quickly stepped aside and looked toward the direction of the honk. "You reckless kid, standing in the middle of the road. Aren't you afraid of getting hit by a car?" A hot-tempered man hurriedly got out of the car and approached LuZe. He was only slightly shorter than LuZe, but his imposing manner was not diminished, at least in his eyes. "Sorry, I just got here." LuZe scratched his head and smiled. The man replied, "Since it's your first time, I won't hold it against you." After saying that, he returned to his car and drove past LuZe with a huff. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that there were cars now. Isn't this getting more and more like Earth? After that, he took a step forward and walked into the city. The streets of the city were quite similar to Earth, but there were still some differences. However, what was most important for LuZe now was to get a grasp of the current era's background. Just as LuZe was pondering whom to ask, a sinister aura suddenly revealed itself. Upon sensing this aura, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. A sinister aura. LuZe abruptly raised his head and scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the source of the aura. But with people coming and going on the street, LuZe couldn't pinpoint the source with just his eyes. Therefore, his pupils suddenly turned crimson. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, LuZe vanished from his spot, leaving passers-by dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in a small alley of the city, a little boy was surrounded by a group of people. "We've had our eyes on you for a long time. We didn't expect to catch you," said the leader of the group with a smile. "I warn you, if you touch me, your whole family will suffer," the little boy said loudly, trying to suppress his fear. Upon hearing this, the man immediately laughed and walked up to the boy, grabbing his small hand. "You must be mistaken. You're in our hands now," the man said with a grin. The little boy looked at this scene with fear in his eyes, wishing he hadn't run around. "Kid, if you want to live, pay up," the man stated their intention. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the little boy replied, "How much do you want?" "I can pay 5 million federal coins," the man demanded. The little boy was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. "I don't have that much on me, but I can have someone send it to you if you let me go." "Do you think I'm stupid?" The man raised his voice. The little boy was instantly intimidated and shut his mouth. Seeing him quiet, the man began to grow impatient, knowing that if this continued, his family would soon find out. So, the man punched the little boy in the abdomen, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Kid, don't push me," the man said with a ferocious expression. The little boy remained unmoved, prompting the man to lose his temper completely. He stepped closer, revealing a dagger in his hand. The little boy's pupils shook as he fell into terror upon seeing the dagger. "What are you doing?" Just as the man was about to act, a voice rang out behind them. The man turned around sharply at the sound, initially frightened, but then relaxed upon seeing that the other person had no soul power. And he laughed. "Brother, do you want to be a hero?" The man said with a smile. "I'm just asking what you were doing," the person spoke again. The man immediately grew cold, walking up to the person and grabbing his collar, saying, "Can't you see? Get lost." Listening to the man's threatening tone, the person remained calm and spoke again, "Your aura disgusts me." Hearing this, the man instantly became furious. "You bastard, Before he could finish his sentence, the person grabbed his throat and lifted him high. A greedy aura, though not reaching the level of a minor sin, is still disgusting, the person murmured. Without waiting for the man and his companions to react, a wave of colorless energy instantly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, the man vanished without a trace, leaving no aura behind. The companions of the man were terrified upon witnessing this and immediately knelt on the ground. "Big brother, we didn't mean it," Please spare our lives. The person glanced at them and waved his hand. You don't have the aura of evil. Go. Upon hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran out of the alley. The little boy, who remained in place, looked at the scene with admiration. Big brother, how are you so strong? The little boy gazed at the person with shining eyes, as if he had seen an idol. The person ignored him and turned to leave. Seeing this, the little boy quickly got up and ran to the person's side. Big brother, my name is Xie. What's your name? The little boy said with a face full of admiration. LuZe, the person replied with a faint smile, then patted Xie's head. It's getting late. You should go home. Xie's face turned red after being patted on the head, and he froze in place. Seeing this, LuZe felt a bit awkward and asked again, Little brother, you should go home. Your family must be worried about you. After saying that, he left the alley without looking back, while Xie hurriedly followed him. Thus, the big and small walked one in front of the other on the bustling street. At this moment, LuZe didn't want to say anything, so he just stood still. Xie, not realizing what had happened, bumped into LuZe's thigh. Little brother, don't you know the way home? LuZe said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, Xie rubbed his forehead and nodded with a smile. LuZe felt troubled upon seeing this, but sighed and said, Where do you live? I'll take you back. I don't know, it seems to be that way. Xie pointed toward the city center. LuZe looked in the direction he pointed and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you back. Okay. Xie nodded and followed closely behind LuZe. Chapter 201. History. The sky darkened, and in the vast city, LuZe was walking around with Xie. At this moment, Xie sensed something was off and asked, Big brother, you're not lost, are you? Of course not. I just haven't been here in a long time. LuZe scratched his head. Seeing his expression, Xie was completely unconvinced and said, Big brother, follow me. After saying that, he directly grabbed LuZe's hand and ran in one direction. LuZe, being pulled along, could only smile awkwardly. Before long, under Xie's guidance, LuZe arrived outside a very luxurious building. Is this your home? LuZe looked at the building in front of him. Upon hearing this, Xie proudly said, Of course, I'm the future heir of the Xie family in Donghai City. So this city is called Donghai City. LuZe smiled and prepared to turn around and leave. When Xie saw he was about to leave, he hurriedly ran up to grab his hand. Big brother, it's already so late. Why don't you stay at my house for the night? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? LuZe scratched his head. The next moment, a middle-aged man walked out. Little brother, why don't you rest here for the night? Seeing that the other party had said so, LuZe had no choice but to agree to stay. Inside the Xie family in Donghai City, LuZe was sitting on a sofa in a living room. Xie, with a beaming smile, sat beside him. Big brother, your move today looked so cool. Can you teach me? I can't teach you. LuZe smiled. Hearing this, Xie immediately felt disappointed. Seeing his reaction, LuZe patted his head. Don't be discouraged. You haven't awakened your martial soul yet. Once you become a soul master, you'll definitely be better than me. Really? Xie said with disbelief. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? LuZe replied with a smile. Xie immediately perked up and jumped up from the sofa. One day, I will definitely become the strongest. Xie smiled brightly. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh and patted Xie's head. At that moment, the earlier middle-aged man slowly walked over. Sir, can I talk to you alone? The middle-aged man said slowly. LuZe nodded and got up to follow him out of the living room. Once they reached the balcony, the middle-aged man stared at the stars in the sky. LuZe, standing behind him, slowly smiled and said, I wonder what you want to talk to me about. The middle-aged man smiled, then turned around and said, You are LuZe, right? Yes, LuZe nodded. The middle-aged man continued, Mr. Lu, it seems you don't have any soul power fluctuations. How did you save our young master from that great soul master? The middle-aged man's expression was very serious, clearly wary of LuZe. It must be a coincidence, LuZe said slowly. But the middle-aged man was not foolish. He stepped closer to LuZe, his tone threatening. While we are very grateful that you saved our young master, if you dare to do anything reckless, the CF family will not let you go. Is that so? LuZe laughed upon hearing this. The middle-aged man saw his reaction and stopped talking, directly turning to leave the balcony. After he left, LuZe sat alone in a nearby chair. Looking up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, LuZe fell into brief thought. However, he was pondering the middle-aged man's words, but thinking about something else. An unknown challenge? LuZe couldn't help but recall the choices the system had given him before. At that time, there were clearly two options, and the first one was much better in every way, yet LuZe chose the second one. At this moment, LuZe smiled again. It was just an unknown challenge. After all, Xiaoyu was no longer here, and he had nothing worth cherishing. The next day at dawn, Xia woke up to find LuZe had already left. Although he felt a little reluctant, he quickly got over it. Don't worry, big brother, the next time you see me, I will definitely be very strong, Xia said confidently. While he said this, he would never imagine that he was just a passerby in LuZe's heart, coming and going in a hurry. In the vast Donghai city, LuZe found the library. After researching the continent's history in the library, he learned a lot. In this era, it's really hard to get by without money. LuZe closed a thick book, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. In fact, what troubled him most now was not those unknown challenges, but money. LuZe had no money on him. Even his storage soul guide was gone. How could he survive in this era? So LuZe made a decision. To find a job, LuZe walked out of the library, looked up at the sky, and murmured, I never expected I'd end up as a worker. Sigh. Meanwhile, in a different space of Douluo continent, the space was vast, almost like a mirror image of Douluo continent. Inside this space stood a very luxurious palace. What are you all doing? Inside the palace, a woman was furiously scolding everyone present. Clearly, so many people were guarding outside my brother's room, yet he was still taken away. What are you doing? The woman was extremely angry, wishing she could kill everyone in the palace. She was none other than Lu Xiaoyu, a being powerful enough to crush everyone present, and also LuZe's younger sister. Lucifer, who had been standing quietly beside her, finally mustered the courage to approach Lu Xiaoyu. Master, it seems the person who took your brother is likely that guy, Lucifer said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu immediately understood and stood up abruptly, saying, I completely forgot about that guy. I didn't expect him to suddenly show up while I was in the divine realm discussing matters. Should we send someone to capture him, Master? Lucifer asked with a smile. Although the idea was good, Lu Xiaoyu rejected it. No, the world of truth, like the new divine realm, absolutely cannot interfere with anything in Douluo continent. What should we do then? Lucifer was a bit confused. Lu Xiaoyu could only shake her head and eventually said helplessly, we can only wait. If any anomalies occur in Douluo continent in the future, the world of truth and the new divine realm can take action then. It won't be too late to settle the score with that guy at that time. What the master said makes sense. In that case, we will withdraw for now, Lucifer bowed. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't hesitate, stood up, and waved her hand, saying, withdraw. If there is nothing major, don't bother me. Understood? Rest assured, master. The sound in the hall was very unified and orderly, like an elite troop. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu directly turned around and left. Brother, you must wait for me. Chapter 202, Wuchang Kong. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and the development of Donghai City had become better and better, with the residents' lives improving as well. At that moment, in a coffee shop near Donghai Academy, a handsome young man was serving coffee. Look, that's the particularly handsome waiter I told you about. At this time, several more customers entered the coffee shop, all of them young girls. Welcome, the young man noticed them and smiled politely. Upon seeing his smile, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. The young man was not surprised by this. Instead, he seemed quite accustomed to it. Xiaoze, the manager is looking for you. I'll take care of this for now, a middle-aged man approached. The young man nodded with a smile and walked into the interior of the coffee shop. After he left, the girls felt a sense of loss, but thinking that this was his job, they quieted down. Inside the coffee shop, the young man stood hesitantly outside a door. Just as he was hesitating, a loud female voice suddenly came from inside the room. Lucia, what are you doing standing at the door? Afraid I might eat you? The young man felt embarrassed and had no choice but to push open the door and walk in. Manager, I was afraid of disturbing your rest, LuZe said with a slow smile. The coffee shop manager, named Meng Yin, was a woman, but she was a true soul master of the third ring, much stronger than ordinary people. Meng Yan's appearance could be described as charming, as she showcased the allure of an adult woman to the fullest. LuZe had met Meng Yin 6 years ago one night, which was quite a coincidence. At this moment, Meng Yin suddenly spoke up. LuZe, you've been working here for so long and have lived here for 6 years without paying anything. What do you say? Looking at Meng Yan's gaze that seemed to want to eat him, LuZe immediately felt a chill down his spine. Manager, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand, LuZe said awkwardly. Meng Yin laughed upon hearing this and walked directly in front of LuZe. LuZe, you've been eating and drinking for free here for so long. Shouldn't you pay a little price? What price? LuZe asked with a smile. It's simple. Just spend one night with me, Meng Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe felt embarrassed and quickly distanced himself. Manager, it's been 6 years and you still haven't given up? Of course not. After all, you are my favorite man, Meng Yin said with a confident smile. LuZe didn't know how to respond but slowly opened his mouth. Manager, you probably didn't call me here just for this matter, right? Oh, I didn't expect you to be so smart, Meng Yin said with a hint of surprise, but quickly smiled again. All right, since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Meng Yin's expression suddenly became serious. Manager, your expression makes me feel a bit uneasy. LuZe sensed something was off. As expected, Meng Yin spoke the next moment. The person you asked me to find his clues. Really? LuZe's expression immediately became serious. He then directly asked, what is the clue? You need to go to Donghai Academy to find someone named Wu Changkong, Meng Yin said slowly. LuZe nodded and then turned around to say, Manager, I need to take a few days off. No problem, but you must be careful. That Wu Changkong is not simple, Meng Yin reminded him. LuZe paused for a moment upon hearing this, then turned back and smiled lightly. Don't worry. There is probably nothing on this continent that can hurt me. LuZe, you still love to joke, Meng Yin laughed, covering her mouth. LuZe ignored her and left the coffee shop without looking back. After leaving the coffee shop, LuZe looked in the direction of Donghai Academy. In the corners of his mouth slightly rose. I'm really curious how powerful the soul masters of this era are, LuZe chuckled. As night fell, inside the classrooms and dormitories of Donghai Academy, a handsome young man with lake blue long hair stood by the balcony of his dormitory. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and slowly said to the air, since you're here, let us have a chat. As soon as the handsome young man finished speaking, he slowly turned around to look. He saw a man radiating black particles standing there with a smile on his face. You must be Wu Changkong, the man said slowly. That's me. May I ask who you are and why you enter my room without permission? The lake blue-haired young man said coldly. The man smiled upon hearing this. I am LuZe, and I want to inquire about some matters. What if I refuse? Wu Changkong said coldly. LuZe was not the kind of good person, and he stepped forward. The next moment, Wu Changkong immediately sensed something was wrong. His dormitory began to twist and completely changed in appearance. At the same time, the aura emanating from LuZe made Wu Changkong feel a sense of fear in his heart, and he did not know why. Can we talk properly now, mister? Wu Changkong, LuZe said with a faint smile. Seeing this, Wu Changkong had no choice but to sit obediently in front of him, knowing he was no match for the guy in front of him. Go ahead, what do you want to know? Wu Changkong said helplessly. LuZe did not hesitate at all and politely asked, I wonder if you have heard of someone named Lucifer? Lucifer? Wu Changkong was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't know who Lucifer is. Really? Why do I feel a bit skeptical? LuZe said with a smile, and then his eyes began to turn crimson. Have you heard of Lucifer or not? Answer me. Wu Changkong originally wanted to fabricate a lie, but upon hearing, answer me, he froze. Then, with a vacant expression, he replied, I have heard of him, but I have never seen him. LuZe's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this answer. Where did you hear about him? Answer me. Wu Changkong struggled inwardly but still replied, in Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, LuZe understood and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, Wu Changkong's dormitory instantly returned to normal, and he regained his senses. All right, thank you for the information. I hope to find you again next time. LuZe smiled and prepared to leave. But just as he opened the door, a familiar yet strange figure blocked his way. You are. Chapter 203, The World of Truth. It's you. As LuZe opened the door, he heard a surprised exclamation. He looked closely and realized that the person in front of him seemed familiar. Just as he was pondering, the person spoke again. Big brother, how come you're here with the teacher? You are. LuZe seemed to have a slight memory, and then suddenly recalled. You are Xie? Yes. The person was indeed Xie, though he had changed a bit. Hearing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then ruffled his hair. It's been so long since we last met, and you've grown so much. What a surprise. I'm not only grown, but I've also become stronger. Xie said proudly. Well, that's good, LuZe smiled. He then prepared to leave, but at that moment, Xie suddenly asked, Big brother, how do you know my teacher? Well, LuZe hesitated. At that moment, Wu Changkong happened to walk over. Seeing this, LuZe directly put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. To be honest, I'm actually good buddies with your teacher, right? Changkong upon hearing this. Wu Changkong immediately felt a slight threat, and then forced a smile to respond. Indeed, LuZe and I are good buddies. Oh, I see, Xie nodded slowly. At this time, Wu Changkong suddenly spoke. It's getting late. What brings you here? Hearing this, Xie suddenly remembered the reason he came. Teacher, I just want to become stronger. Becoming stronger doesn't mean you have to push yourself so hard. LuZe chuckled. Xie fell silent upon hearing this. And LuZe looked at his expression and realized something. He then walked directly in front of him. Do you really want to become stronger? Yes. Xie nodded vigorously. Seeing this, LuZe also laughed and slowly said, I can help you, but the process will be tough. No problem. I'm not afraid of hardship. Xie said confidently. LuZe didn't know what to say and looked at him. I hope you have this attitude later as well. Xie looked at his expression and immediately felt something was off. At this moment, Wu Changkong also stepped forward. Take me with you. Xie is my student, and I have a responsibility to protect him. All right. LuZe did not refuse and directly clasped his hands together. World of Truth. Cover. Buzz. In an instant, Wu Changkong and Xie's vision turned black, and when they regained consciousness, everything before them shocked them. The world before them had turned into a hellish scene, and Donghai Academy, along with the entire Donghai city, had become ruins. Teacher, what happened? Xie was a bit confused. Wu Changkong's expression was also very serious. He had never encountered such a situation before. I don't know, but there should be hidden dangers here. We need to be careful, Wu Changkong said cautiously. Just by looking at the surrounding environment, he could deduce that there were potential dangers nearby. But what troubled him more was that LuZe was missing. To him, this should have been created by LuZe, and he himself was likely hiding in the dark, observing his every move. To create a fictitious space as large as Donghai City, I estimate that no one in this world can do that, Wu Changkong muttered to himself. Just as he was murmuring, a fierce roar came from afar. With his vast experience, Wu Changkong instantly realized what it was. Teacher, the thing that just roared seems scary. Should we move further away? Xie said, a bit frightened. It's fine. As long as someone is here, nothing will happen. Wu Changkong said confidently. He then walked ahead to lead the way, and they hadn't walked far before another roar came, and this time it was much closer. Is it coming? Wu Changkong said solemnly. He then conjured an ice-blue long sword, which exuded a terrifying chill, creating an oppressive feeling. Boom! The next second, an explosion occurred right in front of Wu Changkong and them. Before Xie could react, a pitch-black hand suddenly shot out from the smoke and instantly grabbed him. Teacher, what is this thing? Xie exclaimed in panic. Third soul skill. Frost Slash. Wuchan Kong acted instantly. Unleashing a sword energy filled with coldness that struck the black hand. The black hand was instantly frozen into an ice block, and seeing this, Wu Changkong quickly grabbed Xie and ran away. Teacher, what kind of monster are you? Xie asked, puzzled. Wu Changkong did not answer. After all, he only knew a little. Let us leave here first, Wu Changkong said slowly. He then carried Xie on his shoulder and ran towards a distance. In the midst of the smoke, a scarlet eye slowly opened. While running, Wu Changkong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself if something was about to happen. Sure enough, while he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly blocked his path. This is a forbidden zone. Mortals are prohibited. A man dressed in a black battle robe stood in front of Wu Changkong, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Seeing this, Wu Changkong immediately sensed something was off and asked, Senior, I must enter there. Please let us pass. The man in the battle robe said seriously, no. The area ahead is a forbidden zone. Your auras don't even have a title. If you go in, it will only lead to death. Must one reach the rank of title Douluo to pass? Wu Changkong asked slowly. But to his surprise, the man replied directly, no. Even if you become a title Douluo, entering the forbidden zone without permission still means you have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Is it really that dangerous? Wu Changkong began to feel curious, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, the aura from a man in the black battle robe was indeed what Wu Changkong expected. He should be a level 99 title Douluo. If even a level 99 title Douluo had become a gatekeeper, one could imagine how terrifying the forbidden zone inside was. Teacher, what should we do next? Xie felt troubled. Upon hearing this, Wu Changkong shook his head. He didn't know what to do either. Just then, a figure appeared behind them. If you want to enter the forbidden zone, you can talk to me. Wu Changkong was curious and turned around abruptly, only to find that it was LuZe. LuZe, what do you mean by that? Wu Changkong asked, a bit confused. LuZe smiled and said, this is my fictitious world, but some things inside are related to the future. What do you mean? Wu Changkong felt very puzzled. Seeing this, LuZe laughed again. Everything that happens here may be related to the future. After saying that, his body transformed into particles and began to scatter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, on the ground where he vanished, A piece of black jade remained. What is the use of this? Wu Changkong felt a bit confused. Let's go. We can only go in and take a look. Chapter 204 Reunion with Acquaintances. In the city of Donghai within the world of truth, the blood-red sky was very uncomfortable. Both Wu Changkong and Xie, walking on the abandoned streets of Donghai City, had serious expressions. At this moment, Xie suddenly spoke up. Teacher, why did that uncle just now not let us pass, but later agreed because of the black jade piece given by Brother LuZe? This is because this world was constructed by LuZe. Everything here is under his control, Wu Changkong slowly explained. However, despite this, he still looked pensive. Because of what LuZe had said to him, this world will be related to the future. You need to pay attention. Every time Wu Changkong thought of this sentence, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if Donghai City in this world truly existed. If it weren't for the surrounding space being in a very distorted state, Wu Changkong would have almost taken this as reality. Teacher, look ahead. At this moment, Xie suddenly tugged at Wu Changkong's clothes, looking very panicked. Hearing this, Wu Changkong quickly looked ahead and was stunned. What kind of monster is that? Wu Changkong stared at the huge, pitch-black monster covered in tentacles right in front of him. Before Wu Changkong could react, the monster sensed their arrival and launched an attack. Seeing this, Wu Changkong hurriedly grabbed Xie and leaped towards the nearby high building, quickly diving inside. However, those tentacles seemed unwilling to stop, all following them inside. Teacher, what kind of monster are you? It's so disgusting. Xie felt a bit nauseous. But Wu Changkong did not dare to let his guard down, his expression extremely serious. If he guessed correctly, that lump was just the tip of the iceberg of that monster, and its true form should be underground. What? Xie looked a bit dazed, then said with a mournful expression, Teacher, are we going to die here? Seeing his expression, Wu Changkong instantly lost the desire to care for him, and then headed up to the rooftop of the building. Sometimes, only by standing at a high vantage point can one better understand the current state of the world. The idea was indeed good, but reality was very harsh. Hiss! The next second, several black tentacles suddenly emerged from behind Xie, and before he could react, the tentacles directly pulled him down from the 10th floor. Wu Changkong was alarmed at this sight. The 6 soul rings on his body instantly lit up, and terrifying soul power erupted forth. Sky Ice Battle Armor. This time, Wu Changkong did not hold back, as the monster he faced might be in existence beyond title Dalu, as a soul emperor and a battle armor master. Wu Changkong's strength was not weak. At least he had no rivals in Donghai City. Sky Frost Slash. Wu Changkong, falling at high speed, directly slashed at the tentacle, dragging Xie. However, the moment the tentacle was severed, others emerged from another direction, wrapping around Xie once again. This is troublesome. Wu Changkong became serious upon seeing this. But he did not give up. Instead, he accelerated, and with the enhancement of the battle armor, his speed reached an astonishing level. 6 soul skill. Frost condensation. As the black soul ring behind Wu Changkong lit up, a terrifying cold aura emanated from him. In an instant, the tentacles were frozen, and Wu Changkong seized the opportunity to directly chop those tentacles into pieces. Xie was fine, just fainted. Wu Changkong held him in his arms and quickly ran off into the distance. He dared not stay any longer. He didn't know when that monster would launch its next attack. While rushing, Wu Changkong couldn't help but look back at that place, his expression becoming even more serious. It seems that LuZe's trial this time involves me as well. At this moment, within the prosperous Donghai City, the news of the disappearance of Wu Changkong, a special teacher of Donghai Academy, and Xie, the young master of the Xie family, had completely spread. Meanwhile, the culprit behind all this, LuZe, was leisurely walking down the street. Would Shrek Academy know about that guy? LuZe pondered. He didn't know what had happened in that war, nor did he understand the hidden crisis in the current world. Not knowing what the system's previous words meant, LuZe thought again about what the system had said before. What exactly constitutes an unknown danger? Is this world reality or a game? Who is behind all this? These questions were troubling LuZe, who now had no truth and no help from the system, having to consider the impact of each step he took. After some thought, LuZe ultimately decided to stabilize himself in Donghai City first, and think about the next steps when the unknown event occurred. Lost in thought, he returned to the outside of the coffee shop where he worked. Why am I back again? LuZe felt a bit amused, then smiled as he walked inside. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Meng Yin rushed up to him. LuZe, where have you been these past few days? LuZe felt a bit embarrassed. But Meng Yin didn't consider his expression. hastily pulling his hand and leading him into the coffee shop. Manager, what is wrong with you? LuZe felt puzzled. Meng Yin said anxiously, someone is looking for you. They've been hanging around here for a few days. Hearing this, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. He couldn't remember knowing anyone from this era. How could someone be looking for him? What is their name? LuZe asked gravely. Meng Yin replied rather casually, you'll know in a bit. Oh. After a while, Meng Yin brought LuZe to the outside of a room. Go in by yourself. That guy wants to see you alone, Meng Yin said slowly. At this point, LuZe became even more curious about who was inside the room, as he couldn't even sense the other party's aura. Without another word, LuZe pushed open the door and walked into the room without looking back. The room was dimly lit, but LuZe could still sense someone in front of him. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? LuZe asked slowly. He then turned on the lights in the room, but as soon as he did, a figure suddenly lunged into his arms. Brother, long time no see, the person said with a smile. When LuZe saw the person's face, he was stunned, and his expression turned extremely cold. What are you doing here? LuZe said coldly. The person continued to smile and said, of course, I came to find you. Stay away from me, LuZe said with a cold face. The person didn't listen, still smiling. Doesn't brother like me? Get lost. Suddenly, LuZe's voice became extremely loud. Even Meng Yin outside the door could hear it. Afraid something might happen, she hurriedly opened the door and instantly found herself behind LuZe. LuZe, what happened? Meng Yin asked anxiously, but when she saw that nothing was wrong, the heavy stone in her heart instantly fell. What's going on here? Meng Yin felt very confused as she looked at the scene before her. Hello. The person standing in front of LuZe smiled, and then continued, let me reintroduce myself. I am LuZe's brother, LuZe. Chapter 205, Inner Demons. I am LuZe's brother, LuZe. When Meng Yin heard this, she was instantly stunned. Her mind stopped working. This. Meng Yin stuttered, pointing at him. Seeing her like this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh, then waved his hand and said, Manager, you don't need to be so surprised. I do, but I still can't quite process it, Meng Yin slowly said while propping her chin with her hand. Then she looked up and smiled. Since you are brothers, I'll step aside for now. Wait. Just as Meng Yin was about to leave, LuZe suddenly spoke up. Meng Yin felt very confused upon hearing this. What's wrong? I need to correct you. He is not my brother, LuZe said with a serious expression. Meng Yin felt shocked again upon hearing this. After calming down a bit, she asked again, then who is he? I don't know him, LuZe said and walked directly out of the room, leaving Meng Yin and LuZe staring wide-eyed at each other. Meng Yin broke the awkward silence, slowly saying, did you have a disagreement with LuZe? LuZe nodded without speaking. Seeing him nod, Meng Yin comforted him with a smile. It's normal for brothers to fight. Just talk to your brother more. After hearing this, LuZe found it hard to believe. Why do you believe that I am really his brother? Meng Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, but managed to reason. From LuZe's expression just now, he definitely knows you. As for whether you are really brothers, I can't guess. Is that so? LuZe murmured, looking down. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Meng Yin couldn't help but pat his shoulder, smiling. Don't worry. Your brother was just momentarily angry. As long as you talk to him nicely, he will forgive you. LuZe nodded, and then lifted his head. Now, smiling brightly, Meng Yin smiled back, then turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something. So she said, when LuZe is in a bad mood, he usually goes to the cafe's rooftop. You can find him there. After saying that, she left with a smile, while LuZe stood there smiling as well. He then stepped out of the room and headed straight for the cafe's rooftop. Before long, LuZe arrived at the rooftop. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he saw LuZe standing at the edge of the rooftop. He walked over with a smile. Why did you come to find me? LuZe's voice came as LuZe approached him from behind. LuZe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. You're my brother, so of course I came to find you, LuZe said cheerfully. LuZe laughed upon hearing this, then turned around and said, my brother died in that war. Well, why do you have to say you are my brother? His voice sounded filled with hatred, but more so with guilt. LuZe instantly fell silent, and after a long pause, he spoke. I know you hate me, but I also recognize my mistakes. I just want to make up for the harm I caused you, LuZe said, looking down. LuZe's expression turned cold upon hearing this. I don't need your compensation. Xiao Yu is dead. No matter how you wear his skin, you will never be him. LuZe fell silent again upon hearing this. He didn't know how to respond to LuZe. He felt that every step he took was wrong. Seeing LuZe's silent, LuZe started to walk toward the stairwell. Just as he passed by LuZe suddenly grabbed his hand. "Let go," LuZe said coldly. Despite the hostility in his tone, LuZe did not let go. "I truly recognize my mistakes. I want to make amends. Please give me a chance," LuZe said slowly, looking down. LuZe showed no mercy, saying coldly, "You owe me nothing, and I don't need you to compensate me for anything." "But enough." LuZe interrupted LuZe before he could finish. "We have no relationship now. Don't ever appear in front of me again," LuZe said coldly. He then shrugged off LuZe's hand and left the rooftop without looking back. LuZe stood there, feeling numb, as if he had lost his soul. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, tears slowly streaming from his eyes. "I was really wrong, please." This was the first time LuZe cried, and it was also the first time he cried because of his own actions. Meanwhile, LuZe, who had already left the rooftop, had a grim expression as everything around him, including LuZe crying on the rooftop, was visible to him. "Why did you come back? Clearly, there is nothing between us anymore. Why do you still seek me out?" LuZe felt a deep pain in his heart. Although the person on the rooftop was not Xiaoyu, he was still the true owner of that body. Whenever LuZe saw that face, he would think of Xiaoyu, and thinking of Xiaoyu reminded him that he had personally erased him. A wave of guilt instantly swept over his heart, and at that moment, he felt a heaviness in his chest. Covering his chest, he slowly walked back to his room, swaying as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Before long, LuZe finally returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he collapsed helplessly onto the floor. For him, Xiaoyu's departure was not only something he could never forget, but also a demon in his heart, tormenting him at all times. But now, LuZe's appearance had caused the demons that had settled down to explode in that moment. LuZe, trembling on the ground, slowly crawled toward his bed with sheer willpower. What should have been a short distance now felt like it spanned thousands of miles, with every step filled with difficulty. Why is this happening? That guy is not Xiaoyu at all. Why am I like this? Why? LuZe's vision became increasingly blurry, and he was about to faint. At this critical moment, the door to the room was suddenly opened. "Brother." The person who came in was LuZe. He had already noticed the moment LuZe collapsed on the ground, and without even wiping away his tears, he rushed over. When he opened the door and saw LuZe lying on the ground, about to lose consciousness, he became very anxious. He quickly ran over and picked him up, then gently placed him on the bed. In LuZe's eyes, as his vision had blurred, he felt as if he saw Xiaoyu, and he struggled to raise his hand to touch that person's cheek. But just as he touched it, he lost consciousness and completely fainted. "I really hope I never wake up like this." Chapter 206. The Remnant of Truth, brother. What's wrong with you? LuZe looked at LuZe on the bed, feeling that LuZe's body was extremely hot, as if it were going to catch fire. Worried for his safety, LuZe quickly carried LuZe from the bed to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, LuZe wasted no time and directly placed LuZe in a bathtub full of cold water. However, despite this, LuZe's body temperature did not decrease. "What's going on?" LuZe was anxious, truly anxious. He paced back and forth in front of the bathtub, his hands frantically scratching his head. At that moment, Meng Yin suddenly walked in. "LuZe, what's wrong with you, brother?" Meng Yin saw LuZe in the bathtub, and her expression instantly became serious. LuZe, seeing her, helplessly said, "I don't know what's wrong with him." How would I know? Let's just get him settled back in bed," Meng Yin said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, LuZe understood that if this continued, his brother's body wouldn't be able to take it. So he reached out and lifted LuZe out of the bathtub, but his clothes were already soaked. Meng Yin, seeing this, suddenly realized something and blushed, saying, "I'll step outside for a moment, just call me when you're done." After saying that, she hurriedly ran out of the room. LuZe noticed her flustered appearance and realized something, but he didn't rush like Meng Yin. Instead, he slowly helped LuZe out of his soaked clothes. He then placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He also placed an ice pack on his forehead to help lower his temperature. After doing all this, the sky gradually darkened. "Xiaoze, how is your brother now?" At this time, Meng Yin walked in again. LuZe looked at her and said with a serious expression, "Much better. At least his temperature has gone down." "That's good to hear." Meng Yin sighed in relief. Then she smiled and said, "Xiaoze, would you like to eat something? I can help you make it." "No need. Manager, I just want to stay by my brother's side right now," LuZe replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin nodded and then said, "Then you take care and rest. I'll go rest for now." In a state of confusion, LuZe slowly opened his eyes. but he found himself surrounded by an endless darkness. Where's this place? LuZe felt a bit puzzled. But more than that, he felt alert, as this place was definitely not a good one. Just as he was confused, a voice came from behind him. You've come. Who? LuZe suddenly turned around, but found no one behind him. However, he did not let his guard down, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. In the next moment, a figure appeared right in front of him. When LuZe saw the person's face, he was stunned. You're still alive? LuZe stammered. Truth. But the person just smiled and replied, No, by the time you see me like this, I've already died. It's just a remnant I left in your sea of consciousness. This figure was indeed Truth, but it was merely a remnant left by Truth. I thought we wouldn't team meet in this way, but I didn't expect. Truth smiled wryly. Hearing this, LuZe lowered his head. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Truth said, The reason I left this remnant is because I anticipated this. So there are some things I need to tell you. What things? LuZe raised his head, looking at him in confusion. Truth slowly said, About the power of truth. Upon hearing this, LuZe's eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at Truth. Seeing this, Truth smiled and said, You should already know some things. There's not just one truth. There are also relative truths and conceptual truths. If I'm not mistaken, the one who saved you back then should be conceptual truth, and that Feng Qi. How can you be so sure? LuZe felt very puzzled. Truth smiled. I used the power of paradox to foresee the future. Is that so? LuZe nodded. But at that moment, Truth continued. I came to warn you to be careful of Lucifer. The matters between you and relative truth were all orchestrated by him. If you wake up and find that guy is missing, remember, do not actively seek him out, or you will die a miserable death. Why? My current power can definitely erase that guy, LuZe said, confused. I know, but have you forgotten? Every world has a truth, and this world has simultaneously seen the appearance of 3 truths. Do you know what that means? Truth's expression began to grow serious. Although LuZe didn't know, he understood that this matter was definitely not simple, and perhaps even more serious. To put it bluntly, the simultaneous appearance of 3 major truths in one world will definitely attract the attention of those beings. They will surely send someone to investigate the reason, Truth said solemnly. What do you mean? LuZe could only guess a little. Truth slowly spoke. You can be sure that there are definitely people sent by that guy in this world. Don't underestimate them. Although they don't have truth, they possess conceptual weapons that can contend with truth. Conceptual weapons. LuZe realized the challenge he was about to face. So that's what the system meant. The unknown challenge referred to the people sent by that guy. Do you know who sent those people? LuZe suddenly asked. Truth shook his head, indicating, I don't know, that guy has never shown his face. Not to mention me, even the strongest conceptual truth may not be able to see through that guy's disguise. I understand, LuZe nodded. Seeing this, Truth smiled again. Don't lose heart. Your current strength is not less than conceptual truth. With my abilities plus the power of paradox, I can also achieve the effect of conceptual truth. Not to mention you have the power of rules that can grow infinitely. LuZe smiled, but soon became dejected again. Are you leaving? He asked. Truth nodded, then turned and slowly floated away. LuZe did not chase after him, as he knew this was something he could not change. Just as Truth was about to disappear, he reminded, by the way, you've developed a heart demon. If you want to get rid of it, you must treat the relative truth as your brother. Only then can you completely eliminate the heart demon. After saying this, Truth completely vanished from LuZe's sight. Lucia, stunned in place, covered his chest, his expression conflicted. Is this really the only way? LuZe murmured softly. But he ultimately wasn't Xiaoyu. Chapter 207. Accepting the Truth, brother. Are you awake? Half asleep, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, only to find LuZe lying at his bedside. Without hesitation, he sat up. Sensing the movement, LuZe suddenly opened his eyes. The moment LuZe met his gaze, seeing his slightly red eyes, LuZe felt an indescribable emotion. When LuZe saw he was awake, he smiled and hugged LuZe's head, saying softly, You finally woke up, I thought. As he spoke, tears fell again. Seeing him like this, LuZe was at a loss for words and simply allowed him to hold him without resisting. After a while, LuZe slowly released his hold and looked directly at LuZe, seriously saying, I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. I will do better than Xiaoyu. LuZe fell silent upon hearing this, lowering his head, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, LuZe did not disturb him, but instead got up and said, I'll go out for now. You can tell me when you've made up your mind. I can wait. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. LuZe wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he could only watch LuZe's leave the room. Once LuZe's was gone, LuZe lowered his head again, countless thoughts flooding his mind. Is this really the only way? LuZe murmured. At that moment, the door to the room opened again. But it was not LuZe's who entered. It was Meng Yan. You're awake? Meng Yan smiled upon seeing LuZe sitting on the bed. LuZe slowly looked up at her and managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Thank you for taking care of things during this time. Not a bother. Meng Yan waved her hand and continued. You should thank your brother. He has been taking care of you all this time. Really? LuZe smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Meng Yan saw his expression and immediately understood. She sat down beside him and said with a smile, actually, your brother is a good person. He started taking care of you the moment you fell unconscious. Regardless of the conflicts between you two, I hope you can make up. Thank you. LuZe smiled gently. Seeing this, Meng Yan nodded and got up, saying, while you were unconscious, your brother took over your work. Don't let him down. Also, he is living here now, sharing a room with you. Before LuZe could react, she turned and left the room. Sitting on the bed, LuZe was left in a daze, not knowing what Meng Yan was talking about. Sharing a room? LuZe's mind was racing. Right? Remember to come back to work once you recover. Otherwise, you won't have any money. Meng Yan's voice came from outside the room. Although she was urging him to return to work, he could still sense her concern. LuZe smiled upon hearing this, thinking it was just starting over. It wasn't a big deal. With that, he got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom. After getting ready, he headed straight out of the room. Meanwhile, in the CAF, a group of fans were staring at LuZe's, who was dressed in a server uniform. I can't believe there's another handsome guy. How lucky. Yeah, I thought LuZe was already handsome enough, but now there's another one. It's like a handsome overload. LuZe's heard their comments, but did not react much, as he was used to it. At that moment, a blonde woman entered the CAF. The moment she walked in, she locked her gaze on LuZe's and headed straight for him. When LuZe's saw her, his expression instantly changed, and he quickly turned to leave. But it was too late. The woman grabbed his shoulder with a bright smile on her face. LuZe's, where do you think you're going? She said, enunciating each word. Realizing he couldn't escape, LuZe's slowly turned around and said, welcome. May I ask what you would like to drink? I've been looking for you for almost a week. I didn't expect you to be working here, the woman said coldly. What are you talking about, miss? LuZe's played dumb, but the woman was not buying it. She said directly, stop pretending. Come with me. Yan Jian needs you. I. LuZe's was at a loss for words. What do you mean I? Hurry up and come with me, the woman emphasized again. LuZe's felt conflicted. He didn't know how to choose. One was his boss. The other was his brother. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. LuZe's instantly reacted and turned around, surprised to see LuZe. Brother, how did you come out? Your health. I'm fine. LuZe smiled, then looked at the woman. At that moment, she also noticed LuZe, first sizing him up and then appearing shocked. Brother, who are you to LuZe's? She asked urgently. LuZe hesitated for a moment, but slowly replied, I'm his brother. Who are you to my brother? Hearing this, LuZe's was stunned, staring blankly at LuZe, his heart surging with emotions. Wow, so you're LuZe's brother? The woman exclaimed, then stepped forward. Brother, you have an extraordinary aura. Have you considered becoming a star? Without hesitation, LuZe directly refused. Sorry, I haven't considered it. I just want to live a stable life now. The woman felt disappointed upon hearing this and sighed. What a pity. I see a unique aura in you. If you join us, you would definitely become the most popular star on the mainland. I'm really sorry, LuZe replied with a faint smile. The woman, seeing this, no longer pursued him and turned back to LuZe's. Come with me. No, LuZe's firmly refused. The woman was momentarily stunned by the words, and then shouted loudly, LuZe's, do you know what you're saying? Of course I know, but this time I've made up my mind, LuZe's replied firmly. Oh, the woman seemed to understand, then looked at LuZe and said, it's because of your brother, right? Let me tell you, if you refuse, your brother might suffer some consequences. The moment LuZe's heard this, a terrifying aura radiated from him, and he coldly stared at the woman, saying, if you dare to touch my brother, you will regret it. The woman instantly sensed the terrifying aura and fell into fear. It was the first time she had seen LuZe's so angry. The woman was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. Fortunately, at that moment, LuZe stepped forward and patted LuZe's shoulder, slowly saying, that's enough. You go back to your room, and I'll handle this. LuZe's didn't know why, but as soon as he heard LuZe's words, his previously agitated emotions calmed down. LuZe's nodded, then walked towards a room inside the coffee shop. After he left, LuZe turned back to the woman and slowly said, "What exactly do you want with my brother? That's none of your business. But I can give you a chance. If you're willing to come with me, I promise I won't look for your brother anymore," the woman said, feeling relieved after LuZe left. But she didn't realize that the person in front of her was even more dangerous than LuZe. "Are you making demands of me?" LuZe said coldly. The woman didn't know why, but when she saw LuZe's eyes, a chill shot up her spine. I'll give you some time to think it over. When you decide, I'll come find you," she said, not daring to stay any longer, and hurried out of the coffee shop. LuZe didn't chase after her. Instead, he stood still for a moment, looking outside before turning back to his room. Chapter 208. He is a dangerous person. Inside LuZe's room in the coffee shop, LuZe, who had already returned to the room, looked gloomy. He didn't know why his brother had sent him back. At that moment, the door opened, and in walked LuZe's brother. "Brother, what do you want to say?" LuZe smiled when he saw him. LuZe was unfazed by the address and said blandly, "Explain." "Explain what?" LuZe asked, puzzled. LuZe sat down beside him, his expression cold as he asked, "What can you explain? Who is that blonde woman? Aren't you able to see into everyone's hearts? Why are you asking me?" LuZe said, looking frustrated. But who would have guessed that in the next second, LuZe would receive a loving reprimand from his brother. Bang! Ouch! LuZe covered his forehead, looking pained. "Brother, what are you doing?" LuZe was confused, but LuZe slowly said, "The ability to perceive the truth shouldn't be misused. What if those guys notice?" "Oh," LuZe replied dismissively. Then he honestly explained, "Well, just like you, I just came to this era. The currency is different, so I need to find a job to make money for food." "And then?" LuZe asked again. "Then I happened to meet Sister Yin," LuZe replied slowly, continuing, "Sister Yin noticed my looks and thought I had potential to be a star, so she invited me to join her company." "What about that blonde woman?" LuZe pressed. "Her? She's my manager, Sister Yinjia," LuZe said slowly. "So you're a big star now?" LuZe smiled. But LuZe shook his head, saying, "Not yet, I haven't debuted. Sister Yinjia is just here to help me prepare for my debut." After hearing this, LuZe nodded and then stood up, saying, "How did you find this place?" LuZe was taken aback at first, then slowly smiled. "I sense your aura, so I followed it here," LuZe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe fell silent, feeling ashamed that his own recklessness had exposed his location. Realizing this, LuZe felt he had no face to stay here any longer, and he turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the room, LuZe hurriedly stood up and asked, "Brother, what did Sister Yinjia say later?" LuZe recalled carefully and slowly said, "She said to give us some time, and she'll come find us when we've made a decision." "Oh, what do you think?" LuZe asked with a smile. LuZe ignored him and left without looking back. LuZe felt gloomy upon seeing this and hurriedly followed after him. "Brother, do you acknowledge me as your brother now?" LuZe asked with a smile as he caught up with LuZe. LuZe didn't respond, focusing intently on what lay ahead. Seeing that he didn't answer, LuZe felt annoyed but still obediently followed. Along the way, LuZe didn't speak, leaving LuZe unsure of what to say. After a while, LuZe suddenly stopped, his eyes turning crimson. Before LuZe could react, LuZe vanished from the spot. LuZe stood there in confusion, and after a moment, he began to look around. However, despite this, he couldn't sense LuZe's presence. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. But LuZe quickly realized what had happened, then rested his chin on his hand and murmured, "Did he go to the truth world he created?" Thinking this, LuZe wanted to try entering LuZe's truth world, but after several attempts, he couldn't squeeze in, ultimately giving up and obediently going inside the coffee shop to help out. Inside the truth world, on the shattered streets of East Sea City, two figures were racing forward. These two figures were none other than Kong and Xie. The reason they were running so fast was that a group of monsters was chasing behind them. "Teacher, why can't we kill these things?" Xie gasped for breath as he ran. Kong looked serious, as he also didn't know. The monsters behind them were not soul beasts at all. Even if they killed one, several more would appear, making it impossible to eliminate them. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's shake off these monsters first," Kong said gravely. Xie felt helpless and had no choice but to quicken his pace to keep up with Kong. The two figures quickly darted through the dilapidated streets, not daring to stop for fear of falling into the jaws of the monsters behind them. Just as they were fleeing, a figure slowly appeared on a nearby tall building. Still alive? The figure in front of him was LuZe. He thought that after such a long time, Wu Changkong and Xie would have long since died. But he didn't expect them to still be alive. It seemed he had underestimated them. LuZe smiled faintly. He then leaped up and dove straight down toward the ground. At the same time, his aura was instantly released, and the terrifying pressure caused those monsters to stop in their tracks. At that moment, Wu Changkong also sensed something and turned around sharply, discovering LuZe standing in front of those monsters. The monsters seemed to see their natural enemy and didn't dare to move an inch. "Oh, long time no see." LuZe turned around and waved enthusiastically. Wu Changkong's expression turned cold upon seeing him, and he walked straight up to LuZe. Without saying a word, he grabbed LuZe by the collar. "Do you know we almost died here?" "I know," LuZe replied with a faint smile. Wu Changkong was momentarily speechless and could only give up. "Take us out of here," Wu Changkong said slowly as he released his grip. LuZe nodded, then clasped his hands together and smiled. "I'll take you back to the dormitory. If you want to experience this life and death situation again next time, remember to call me." "Sorry, there won't be a next time," Wu Changkong directly rejected. LuZe just chuckled and then dispelled the world of truth. Buzz. A flash of white light passed, and when Wu Changkong and Xie opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the previous place. "Teacher, who exactly is Brother LuZe?" At this moment, Xie, still in a daze, slowly asked. Wu Changkong didn't answer him immediately, but looked out the window. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. "LuZe. He's a very dangerous person." Chapter 209 Departure to the Heavenly Soul Empire in Donghai City, in Meng Yan's coffee shop. LuZe was busy with LuZe. Because of the presence of the two brothers, the business at the coffee shop was getting better and better, and they were becoming increasingly tired. Soon, it was time for the employees to take a break. LuZe glanced at the time and sat down at the front desk. Seeing this, LuZe walked over with a smile. "Brother, you're already this tired after just one morning. Looks like you can't handle it." LuZe glanced at him and slowly said, "People get old. There's nothing I can do. Also, when you plan to solve the issue with the blonde girl?" "I don't know. I'll talk about it when Sister Yanxia comes to find me," LuZe replied, resting his chin on his hand. Just then, as if summoned, Yanxia walked in. "LuZe, when are you going to give me an answer?" Upon seeing her, LuZe's expression instantly darkened, and he directly hid behind LuZe. Yanxia hesitated for a moment, but still approached. "LuZe, why are you hiding from me?" "What hiding?" LuZe stammered in a guilty manner. Yanxia looked at his expression and was speechless, but considering that LuZe was standing in front of him, she chose to remain silent. Coincidentally, LuZe spoke up. "My brother doesn't want to go back. Who should I discuss this with?" Yanxia was taken aback at first, then slowly replied, "Of course you should find our boss." "Where is she?" LuZe asked as he slowly stood up. Upon seeing him stand, Yanxia instinctively took a few steps back and stammered, "Our boss isn't in Donghai City." "Where is she?" LuZe asked calmly. Yanxia, slightly scared, said, in the Heavenly Soul Empire." "Okay," LuZe nodded, then turned to LuZe. "Let's resolve this matter of yours first." "Okay." LuZe smiled. Yanxia sighed in relief. In her heart, as long as the other party didn't cause her trouble, that was the best outcome. Thus, LuZe and Yanxia agreed on a departure time, which was tomorrow. Yanxia didn't refuse and directly agreed. After she left the coffee shop, LuZe headed straight for Meng Yan's office, with LuZe following closely behind. In Meng Yan's office, LuZe stood in front of Meng Yan, who had a serious expression. She slowly spoke. "Are you going to ask for leave again?" "Yes, to handle my brother's matter," LuZe replied calmly. Meng Yan nodded and smiled. "All right, just come back early." In her view, it was best for LuZe to reconcile with LuZe. After obtaining Meng Yan's permission, LuZe returned to his room to start packing, as this was no longer the world from 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, he could have used paradoxes to travel. As night fell, LuZe sat beside LuZe with a faint smile. "Brother, are you really going to see Sister Yin?" LuZe asked with a smile. LuZe shot him a glance. "What else? If you don't handle this matter, it could lead to unnecessary trouble." "What trouble?" LuZe was a bit confused. LuZe replied blandly. "Did you forget about Lucifer? He currently has no leads and might be secretly looking for us." LuZe suddenly understood. He recalled that after he had driven Lucifer away, he disappeared, and no one knew where he was or what methods he had now. "Let's sleep. We have to go to the Heavenly Soul Empire tomorrow," LuZe said slowly. He then lay down on the bed, and LuZe didn't hesitate to lie down beside him. But just as he lay down, LuZe remarked, "Don't you have your own bed?" LuZe chuckled. "I'm afraid of the cold alone. It's warmer to sleep with two people." LuZe didn't know how to respond, but reminded him, "Don't get too close, or I'll kick you out of bed." Oh, LuZe's replied sulkily, burying his head under the blanket. Seeing this, LuZe stopped talking and slowly closed his eyes, quickly entering a dream. In a vast forest, a frail figure was frantically fleeing, closely pursued by others behind him. It was clear without much thought that the person was being hunted. Soon, the frail figure, exhausted, fell into the hands of those pursuing him. Just as they were about to strike, the person suddenly shouted, "Help me! Help me, brother!" Suddenly, LuZe woke up with a start, sitting up in bed, astonished. It was a dream? LuZe murmured, holding his forehead. He didn't understand what was happening. That dream seemed to be reminding him of something. At that moment, he noticed that LuZe, who was sleeping beside him, was getting a bit too close. LuZe had both arms tightly wrapped around LuZe's waist and both feet resting on his legs. Seeing this, LuZe felt speechless but didn't wake LuZe. Instead, he looked out the window and found it was still pitch black outside. It really seems like a dream. LuZe sighed in relief, then lay back down on the bed. The next morning, sunlight poured into LuZe's room. When he opened his eyes, he found that LuZe had become even bolder and was actually lying on top of him. LuZe, feeling speechless, kicked LuZe off the bed without saying a word. Thud! LuZe landed firmly on the floor, the sudden pain instantly waking him up, leaving him looking dazed. "Bro, what are you doing?" LuZe asked in confusion. LuZe slowly sat up and said, "Don't you know what you did?" Upon hearing this, LuZe froze, thinking to himself that what he did last night wouldn't be discovered. Would it? However, LuZe immediately added, "Remember, don't sleep on me next time." LuZe let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then stood up with a smile. "Okay, I promise there won't be a next time." He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just him lying on LuZe. However, the fact that what he did last night went unnoticed still made LuZe quite happy, though his expression gave him away. "What are you laughing at?" LuZe looked at LuZe, who was grinning foolishly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Realizing he might have been too obvious, LuZe quickly became serious. "Nothing." "Oh." LuZe didn't pursue the matter further and got up to tidy himself. Soon, the two of them arrived outside a coffee shop to wait for Yanxia. Before long, Yanxia rushed over and smiled. "Let's go." "Uh-huh." Lucia nodded. At that moment, Mengyan also came over to see them off, but the next second, she noticed the red mark on LuZe's neck. She instantly fell into deep thought, and just as she was about to say something, LuZe fixed his gaze on her. The moment Mengyan made eye contact with LuZe, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Sensing the chill, she quickly became subdued and said with a perfunctory smile, "LuZe, be careful on your way." Upon hearing this, LuZe turned to look at her and then laughed. All right, Chapter 210. The initial appearance, is this the Tianhun Empire? Just getting off the train? LuZe looked around at the environment, a faint smile appearing on his face. Before long, LuZe and Yanxia also walked over slowly. Before LuZe could ask about their destination, Yanxia spoke up. "Let us go. Yanxia's people are already waiting for us outside." After saying that, she walked ahead of LuZe and LuZe. LuZe didn't waste any words and followed directly behind. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the station. And just as they peeked out, a woman in a black suit walked directly up to them. "Yanxia, we have been waiting here for a long time," the woman said softly. Upon hearing this, Yanxia smiled and said, "Let us go. This gentleman is here to see Yanxia." The woman glanced at LuZe but couldn't figure out what was special about him. The only noteworthy thing was the lack of soul power fluctuations around him. However, since Yanxia was there, the woman didn't dare say anything and could only silently lead the way. LuZe wasn't foolish. He could guess what the woman was thinking, but he chose not to say anything. The three of them got into a car under the woman's lead and with the driver's guidance. They quickly arrived at the base of a tall building. LuZe looked up at the building and said, "Let us go. Take me to meet your boss." Yanxia didn't waste words and led him and LuZe directly into the building. Upon entering, LuZe felt the difference. Looking at the handsome men and beautiful women in the lobby, he believed this was indeed a place for creating stars. However, these people were not worth getting to know. He wanted to resolve LuZe's matters quickly and leave, then take a look at Shrek Academy. Before long, LuZe and LuZe arrived outside a room on the top floor of the building. "All right, Yanxia is waiting for you inside. Just go in," Yanxia said slowly before turning and leaving. LuZe didn't hesitate, pushed the door open, and walked in. Upon entering the room, he saw a woman sitting directly in front of him. The woman had purple hair, and her features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll. As expected, she was the boss here. "Yanxia, you're here." Before LuZe could speak, The woman spoke first. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled faintly and said, "Some matters are naturally to be resolved by oneself. LuZe's older brother." "Hello, Mr. Lu." The woman slowly stood up. "I am Lu Yin, the boss of Mingyan Group. Nice to meet you." "In that case, I won't beat around the bush," LuZe said, pausing before continuing. "I want to take my brother away, and I hope you won't interfere." "Oh." Lu Yan's mouth curved slightly upward after hearing this, and she walked directly up to LuZe. "Mr. Lu, that's a rather absolute statement. With your brother's looks, he could become a sensation across the continent in less than a year. Have you thought about it?" "I refuse," LuZe replied bluntly, then turned to say, "Miss Lu, please don't mind. We have our own reasons." Lu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled again, covering her small mouth. "All right, since Mr. Lu insists on taking your brother away, I have no way to stop you, but..." At this point, Lu Yan suddenly closed her mouth, as if there was something she didn't want to tell LuZe. Upon seeing this, LuZe's expression instantly turned cold, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. "Miss Lu, does your statement have another meaning?" LuZe said coldly. Lu Yan couldn't help but shiver at his words, but she soon regained her composure and smiled again. "It's nothing, Mr. Lu, don't think too much." Upon hearing this, LuZe lost his calm and directly commanded, "What do you mean? Speak." Lu Yan initially didn't want to speak, but her mouth just wouldn't listen to her, slowly opening. Then she stammered, "If Mr. Lu insists on taking LuZe's away, then I'll make sure you can't leave here." After saying that, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. "You want to force us to stay?" After hearing the result, LuZe let out a cold laugh. Lu Yan stared at him in terror, tremblingly saying, "What do you want?" I warn you, don't act recklessly. Otherwise..." "Enough," LuZe suddenly said, and Lu Yan closed her mouth again, her eyes filled with fear. "This is the first time. There won't be a next." LuZe shot her a glance, and then directly pulled LuZe out of the room. After he left, a strange smile slowly appeared on Lu Yan's face. It really is him. The master was not mistaken. At the same time, in a little-known place on the mainland, a man dressed in a black and red robe slowly opened his eyes. "He has returned." As his voice fell, several figures gradually appeared beside him. "Didn't you say that guy was dead? How did he come back to life?" One man slowly spoke. They were all dressed similarly, in matching black and red robes, with a string of numerical codes beneath their eyes. The numerical code under the first man's eye was 361, and the second man's was 09. "What should we do next?" 01. The man with the code 09 looked at the man sitting beside him. The man's code was 01, indicating his high status. Hearing the voice, 01 slowly opened his eyes, then stood up and said, "Proceed according to the original plan. We'll find him after 02, 05, 07, and 08 return." "Understood." 09 nodded in response, and then fell silent. Indeed, along with number 361, there were a total of 6 people here, while the other 4 were out on missions. The man with the code 361 glanced at them, then went alone to the window, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "I'm really curious how long you can hold out." LuZe. In the Heavenly Soul Empire, after LuZe dealt with the matter concerning LuZe, he did not rush to leave, but instead found a hotel to stay in. "Brother, what are you going to do next?" LuZe asked, lying on the bed and looking at LuZe, who was sitting on a nearby chair. LuZe did not respond immediately, but continued to flip through the book in his hands. Seeing that he was being ignored, LuZe felt displeased and directly climbed onto LuZe's back. "Why are you ignoring me? What are you so engrossed in?" LuZe questioned unhappily. "It's nothing," LuZe replied flatly, then picked up LuZe and tossed him onto the bed. "You stay here for the next couple of days. I have something to do," LuZe said slowly. LuZe was confused and was about to say he wanted to go too when LuZe tapped his forehead. "Just stay here and don't follow me," LuZe said coldly. LuZe rubbed his forehead, looking frustrated and unable to say anything for a long time. Seeing this, LuZe no longer paid him any attention and turned to leave the room. Before leaving, he reminded him, "When I return, don't run around." Chapter 211, The 9 Hells Underworld. In the eastern part of the Heavenly Soul Empire, in the eastern part of Shrek City, LuZe slowly appeared outside a large gate. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the gatekeeper. This guy has no soul power fluctuations. What is he doing here at Shrek? The gatekeeper murmured in confusion. Just as he was puzzled, LuZe stepped forward and walked towards the gate without saying a word. The gatekeeper, seeing this, politely stepped forward and asked, "Sir, may I ask what brings you to Shrek Academy?" LuZe glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Just came to take a look." "Is that so?" The gatekeeper seemed thoughtful. LuZe smiled and nodded, giving off a harmless vibe. Even the gatekeeper thought he was just an ordinary person wanting to visit Shrek Academy. The gatekeeper then smiled and said, "All right then, I see you have no soul power fluctuations, so you must really want to enter Shrek Academy, right?" LuZe found this a bit speechless, but still smiled and nodded. Seeing him nod, the gatekeeper smiled and said, "Come on, follow me inside for a tour." "Thank you," LuZe smiled back. With that, the two entered Shrek Academy together. But they were visiting the outer courtyard. "Little brother, what's your name?" the gatekeeper suddenly asked. LuZe politely replied, "My name is LuZe, and you are?" "I am Shaolin, a rank 55 Assault System Soul King, currently the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy," the gatekeeper said slowly. LuZe nodded and then asked, "Senior Shao, how is Shrek Academy developing now?" Without thinking much, Shaolin directly replied, "Shrek Academy has developed for nearly 20,000 years and is now very strong." "I know that. I just wanted to know about Shrek Academy's current achievements," LuZe smiled. Upon hearing this, Shaolin immediately became alert and questioned, "Brother Lu, why are you asking this?" Seeing his cautious demeanor, LuZe calmly smiled and said, "Senior, don't overthink it. I mean no harm." "Really?" Shaolin was half convinced. Seeing this, LuZe continued, "Of course it's true." "No, I still can't tell you," Shaolin firmly denied. Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression darkened, but he still forced a smile and said, "It's okay. Since Senior won't say, I won't ask further." "All right, let's go. I'll take you to see other places," Shaolin said with a smile as he turned around. But as soon as he turned, LuZe disappeared right in front of him. Realizing something was wrong, Shaolin became serious and quickly alerted the other guards. However, they never imagined that at this moment, LuZe had already found the Sea God Pavilion and successfully entered. The Sea God Pavilion had changed, but some things still remained. LuZe looked around at the buildings and murmured. At that moment, a deep voice came from ahead. "Who dares to intrude into the Sea God Pavilion?" Hearing the voice, LuZe turned his gaze towards the source and found a middle-aged man with a fiery personality. Before he could speak, the man stepped directly in front of him and reached out to capture him. However, LuZe was not so easily captured. He swiftly moved and appeared behind the man in an instant. "Senior, please don't be so agitated. I'm just going to take a look," LuZe smiled. But the man would not believe him and attempted to seize LuZe again. Seeing this, LuZe no longer greeted him with a smile. His eyes turned crimson, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. "Stop." That word seemed to have magic. The man froze in place, unable to move even a centimeter forward. "Senior, I just wanted to take a look. There's no need to be so angry, right?" LuZe said again. The man felt a sense of gravity. He had never experienced being immobilized by a single word. "What's your background?" the man asked calmly after regaining some composure. LuZe smiled. "I am LuZe. Just passing by. Is that so?" The man was skeptical, but he was currently unable to move. Seeing this, LuZe wanted to ask him some questions. But at that moment, another aura enveloped him. "Do you not know that not just anyone can enter the Sea God Pavilion?" LuZe felt a small shock on his face after sensing this power, but quickly regained his calmness. He turned to look behind him and smiled, saying, "Who might you be, Senior?" "I am Yunming, the master of the Sea God Pavilion. May I ask why you have come to our Sea God Pavilion to cause trouble?" The speaker was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and said, "So, you are the master of the Sea God Pavilion. I apologize for my rudeness." "It's all right. I believe you did not mean any harm," Yunming replied with a smile. Seeing this, LuZe released the binding on the man behind him and walked directly to Yunming. "So, why has the master come to our Sea God Pavilion?" Yunming asked with a gentle smile. LuZe did not hesitate and directly said, "Let me get straight to the point. Do you know Lucifer?" "Lucifer?" Yunming was instantly taken aback. LuZe noticed the change in his expression and gradually grew suspicious. Then continued to ask, "You need not worry, Master Yun. Lucifer is my friend. He disappeared many years ago, and I have come to find him." "An old friend not seen for many years?" Yunming shook his head and sighed, slowly saying, "I'm truly sorry, but I do not know this person named Lucifer." LuZe felt a bit disappointed. He could tell that Yunming was not lying. He sighed helplessly and said, "Then I apologize for the disturbance." After saying this, he prepared to turn and leave the Sea God Pavilion. But just as he turned, he was suddenly stopped by Yunming. "You need not be so disappointed," Yunming said slowly. Hearing this, LuZe turned around slowly and asked, "Does Master Yun have a way?" "Although I do not know this person named Lucifer, there is a place that should know," Yunming replied slowly. LuZe immediately perked up and asked, "What place is that?" "The Yellow Springs of the Nine Nether," Yunming said with a deeper meaning, then added, "You can go to the Yellow Springs Valley in the 9 Nether Imperial City to ask. What is special about that place?" LuZe felt curious. Yunming smiled and replied slowly, "The only special thing about that place is its profound heritage." Heritage? LuZe was puzzled. Isn't the heritage of Shrek Academy comparable to that place? Yunming nodded. That place is a new power that has emerged in the past century. To this day, no one knows the true heritage of the Yellow Springs Valley. They only know that it is very dangerous, and even the Abyss Plane may not be able to compare. Is that so? LuZe pondered. It was the first time he had heard of a Yellow Springs Valley. He had some understanding of the Abyss Plane. All right then, I will take my leave. LuZe thought and smiled. He believed that this place might be related to those beings emphasized by the truth. Yunming, seeing his confident expression, could only remind him, "I know you are strong, but it's best to be careful when you get to the Yellow Springs Valley." LuZe calmly responded, "Don't worry, I have always been careful." After saying this, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Even Yunming, who was at the level of a quasi-god, could not detect him. After witnessing this, Yunming's face showed a hint of shock, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. It seems he really is careful. Chapter 212, 9 Directions Pavilion. On the Douluo continent, after 2,000 years of changes, new powers are emerging increasingly, while the old powers are gradually withdrawing from the stage. "Brother, why are we here?" On a high mountain, LuZe's complained with a worried look. Standing beside him, LuZe smiled faintly and replied, "There must be something we need to do here." Oh, LuZe's responded with irritation, then looked ahead. Nearly 10 miles in front of them, the sky was dark and heavy, creating a very somber atmosphere. Below this sky was a city, which was the 9 Nether Imperial City. The 9 Nether Imperial City can be said to be a rare city in this era, as the buildings inside are quite retro, resembling ancient cities from previous eras. After some time, LuZe and LuZe's arrived outside the city gate of the 9 Nether Imperial City. "Brother, is this really a different world from the outside?" LuZe's said in disbelief. LuZe, however, did not respond, just smiled helplessly and said, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying this, he paid no mind to LuZe's expression and directly stepped into the city. Upon entering the city, LuZe immediately noticed that the inside and outside of the city were completely different places. From the outside, the 9 Nether Imperial City looked like the underworld, but inside it was very prosperous. The streets were bustling with traffic, and occasionally, shouts could be heard. Even LuZe's had forgotten his previous attitude outside the city and began to look around. "Brother, where are we going?" LuZe's asked curiously. LuZe, without hesitation, said, "There should be places selling information in this city. Let's go check it out." LuZe's nodded silently and obediently followed behind LuZe. However, they had not walked far before they caught someone's attention. In a 2-story hotel, a woman was staring at LuZe and LuZe's, then slowly said to a few men beside her, "Keep an eye on those two. Their identities are likely not simple." Understood. The men knelt on one knee, responding with serious expressions. The next moment, they instantly disappeared from the spot, while the woman continued to observe LuZe and LuZe's. The 9 Directions Pavilion is perhaps the place with the most extensive information in the 9 Nether Imperial City. LuZe had only found the 9 Directions Pavilion after inquiring along the way, but now they were blocked outside the door. "Sir, the 9 Directions Pavilion is currently closed to outsiders," a man in purple armor said in a very calm tone. LuZe was quite reasonable, smiling faintly and saying, "Senior, I have important matters to attend to and need to enter the 9 Directions Pavilion. Please let me in." Although LuZe lowered his stance, the man remained unmoved. "Sorry, this is the order of the master. Unless he personally comes forward," the man said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe no longer hesitated. His eyes turned red, and he coldly said, "Take me in." The man was shocked, his eyes going blank as he said, "Follow me." After saying this, he turned and walked into the 9 Directions Pavilion, and LuZe and LuZe's naturally followed. Although they attracted a lot of attention along the way, LuZe showed no signs of panic and remained very calm. Soon, the three arrived outside a room, and it was only after coming here that the man regained his senses and his pupils started to tremble. "You, who are you?" the man said in terror. LuZe calmly replied, "We are here to experience life." The man looked disbelieving, but soon a voice came from inside the room. "Let them in." After hearing this, the man obediently stepped aside. Seeing this, LuZe looked at LuZe's beside him and said slowly, "You find a place to stay by yourself for now. I'll come out later." "Can I go in?" LuZe's asked, a bit confused. But little did he know that LuZe's words were somewhat hurtful. "If you go in, you won't be able to help, and you might even make things worse." LuZe's was instantly left speechless, but upon reflection, he realized that he might not be able to help at all. He could only sit down dejectedly on a chair in the aisle. Meanwhile, as LuZe entered the room, he felt a powerful soul pressure. And in the center of the room sat an old man. The aura of the old man was already comparable to a level 95 title Douluo. Is there something we can help you with at the Jufeng Pavilion? The old man said slowly. Upon hearing this, LuZe smiled and replied, I'm here to inquire about someone. What kind of person is so important that it leads you to our Jufeng Pavilion? The old man asked slowly. Just one person. Nothing special, LuZe continued. The old man became a bit curious upon hearing this and stood up, saying, Go ahead. What is that person's name? Lucifer, LuZe said slowly. The old man was taken aback upon hearing this name. But after regaining his composure, he said, Lucifer's last appearance was in the Yellow Springs Valley. Got it. LuZe obtained the information he wanted and was about to leave. Just as he turned to go, the old man suddenly said, Sir, now that you've asked your question, it's my turn to ask. What do you mean by that? LuZe sensed something was off. The old man lowered his voice and said, How do you know about Lucifer? A friend, LuZe simply replied. The old man's expression instantly turned cold, and he stepped closer to LuZe. However, LuZe stood his ground, unyielding as a mountain. Lucifer is not someone from this era. Unless you are from the previous era, the old man said as he stared intently at LuZe. Upon hearing this, LuZe showed a hint of surprise on his face, then smiled and said, Senior, are you joking? Who can live that long? Then how do you explain Lucifer? The old man pressed again. LuZe smiled and asked, Are you so sure that Lucifer is human? As soon as he said this, the old man was momentarily taken aback because he had also doubted that Lucifer was human. Forget it. I won't meddle in your affairs with him. As long as it doesn't involve our Jufeng Pavilion. The old man waved his hand and turned to leave. LuZe smiled faintly at this and then turned to leave the room. The old man, however, was deep in thought as the young man just now, like Lucifer, was an existence he could not see through. It seemed that the world was about to change again. Chapter 213, Yellow Springs Valley Brother. What did you say in there? LuZe's asked as soon as LuZe came out. LuZe replied calmly, It's nothing you need to worry about. Oh, LuZe's replied sarcastically. Before he could react, LuZe had already left his side, prompting him to hurriedly follow. After a short while, the two of them exited Jufeng Pavilion. Brother, where are we going next? LuZe's asked curiously. LuZe, still with an indifferent expression, replied, Yellow Springs Valley. Upon hearing this name, LuZe's froze and quickly said, Please don't go there. Why not? LuZe asked, puzzled. LuZe's looked uncomfortable and stammered. That place just doesn't sound good. I feel like something's going to happen. A true spirit like you is afraid of that place? LuZe found it amusing. He then ignored him and walked forward. Seeing this, LuZe's had no choice but to follow. The two brothers soon arrived at the entrance of a valley in the northernmost part of Douluo Imperial City. The area outside the valley was already crowded with people, leaving almost no space to step. Just as LuZe was feeling puzzled, a beautiful figure approached him. Might I ask what troubles you, young master? The figure said slowly. Upon hearing the voice, LuZe looked at her and found a very beautiful woman. Who are you? Although LuZe did not know who this woman was, her attire indicated she was not an ordinary person. My name is Qingya. May I ask for your surname, young master? The woman said gently. Just call me LuZe, he replied plainly. However, LuZe's was a bit displeased and stood in front of LuZe, saying with a hostile expression, Hello, I'm LuZe's, LuZe's younger brother. Qingya nodded with a smile and then continued to ask, Does young master Lu have business in Yellow Springs Valley? Yes. I'm here to look for someone, LuZe said without hiding it. Qingya was quite surprised upon hearing this, covering her mouth and saying, Does young master Lu have a friend in Yellow Springs Valley? Not exactly a friend, just an acquaintance. LuZe smiled. Oh, I see. Qingya nodded and then stood beside LuZe. Are you familiar with Yellow Springs Valley, young master Lu? Qingya asked with a smile. LuZe shook his head, and Qingya smiled even more brightly, saying, Coincidentally, I know quite a bit about Yellow Springs Valley. Would you like to hear? Go ahead. I don't know much about it. LuZe nodded. Qingya then began. Yellow Springs Valley is considered the most powerful force in Douluo Imperial City. So far, no one has been able to attract the attention of those inside Yellow Springs Valley. At the same time, Yellow Springs Valley recruits a new batch of talents every year. And those who enter the valley are either extraordinary geniuses or the second generation with strong backing. LuZe became interested upon hearing this and asked with a smile. They recruit new people every year? Yes, Huang Qingya nodded and continued. You came at just the right time. This year's recruitment has just begun. Just begun? LuZe was shocked. Yes, the recruitment method of Yellow Springs Valley is very unique. The first trial is to enter the valley under pressure, Huang Qingya said slowly. LuZe nodded at this. What about the second trial? I don't know. The recruitment method of Yellow Springs Valley changes every year except for the first trial, which catches people off guard, Huang Qingya explained slowly. Just then, a powerful soul force emanated from within Yellow Springs Valley, instantly enveloping everyone present. Except for a few powerful individuals and Douluo masters with high-quality battle armors. Others found it hard to breathe. Upon witnessing this, LuZe couldn't help but laugh. Just this amount of soul power surpassed some forces on the continent, indicating that there was indeed something hidden here. Huang Qingya, standing beside him, managed to maintain her posture, but was still having difficulty breathing. In contrast, the two brothers, LuZe and LuZe's, seemed completely unaffected and appeared quite casual. Miss Huang, are you all right? LuZe finally snapped back to reality. Huang Qingya felt speechless, but didn't dare to say anything, forcing a smile as she said, It's fine. This little pressure is something I can handle. That's good. LuZe smiled, then patted LuZe's beside him. Let's go. We need to go in and find someone. With that, he walked into the Huangquan Valley without looking back, and the passers-by were instantly shocked upon seeing the two of them. Before long, LuZe and LuZe's had stepped into the Huangquan Valley. Once inside, LuZe could see the layout of the valley clearly. I didn't expect it to be like this, LuZe said in surprise. Beside him, LuZe's looked puzzled. Brother, can't you see through everything? I don't know. I can't see through this Huangquan Valley. It seems like something is blocking my vision, LuZe said thoughtfully. However, at that moment, he sensed something was wrong. If something could block his sight, it meant there was something inside that could resist him. In other words, LuZe had walked into a tiger's den. Just as he was lost in thought, a hoarse voice came from a distance. Everyone, being able to come here is fate. Now let this old man lead you into the next stage, said an old man. Seeing this, LuZe deliberately concealed his aura, leaving LuZe's confused. Brother, what are you doing? LuZe's asked in bewilderment. LuZe replied with a serious expression. Hide your aura. LuZe's didn't think much of it and immediately complied, thinking that his brother must have his reasons. The old man then spoke again. Everyone, this year's second round of recruitment has changed, but not much. As long as you can cross the suspension bridge in front of you, you will be fine. The crowd was shocked. How can it be this simple? That can't be true. I've heard that the Huangquan Valley is very strict about recruitment. For a moment, there was a wave of doubts among the crowd. But everyone quickly realized, it can't be this simple. There must be something strange about this bridge. The old man urged, hurry up. If you delay, there will be no opportunity. With that, he turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. The people left behind had no time to think and could only step forward to join Huangquan Valley. This time, LuZe did not walk in front, but stood among the crowd, observing secretly. Brother, why aren't we going? LuZe's asked in confusion. Bang! Just after asking, he was punched on the head by LuZe. This suspension bridge is not simple. Let these people go up and test it first. Oh, LuZe's said, rubbing his head. Seeing this, LuZe ignored him and continued to watch those who had already walked onto the suspension bridge. However, he did not discover anything unusual, which made LuZe breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Nevertheless, he still couldn't be sure because, just like when he observed the Huangquan Valley from the outside, he couldn't see through this bridge. It seemed that this time he really had walked into a tiger's den. Chapter 214, Thick Fog in the Nine Nether Emperor City, inside the Huangquan Valley. LuZe noticed that nothing unusual had happened to the Soul Masters who had already stepped onto the suspension bridge, so he took LuZe's onto the bridge as well. Everything went smoothly on the suspension bridge, and nothing unexpected occurred. Yet LuZe remained vigilant. He couldn't guarantee anything since he couldn't see through the nature of the bridge. Brother, why are you so serious? LuZe's asked curiously. But LuZe simply replied, caution makes a ship last 1,000 years. Hearing this, LuZe's was even more puzzled, but at that moment, something unusual happened on the suspension bridge. A thick smoke slowly enveloped the bridge, and LuZe heightened his alertness. LuZe's, be careful, LuZe said gravely, turning his back to LuZe's. But at that moment, he sensed something was off and quickly turned around, only to find that LuZe's had disappeared from spot. Not only that, but even the Soul Masters who had been walking normally nearby vanished the instant the thick smoke covered the bridge. This is trouble, LuZe bitterly smiled. But he chose to continue walking forward, wanting to know the truth, he had to keep moving. As he walked, LuZe found himself surrounded by thick fog, with the iron chains of the suspension bridge before him, and not a single figure in sight. This made LuZe even more alert. Just then, he saw a blurred figure appear ahead. With no other choice, LuZe walked towards the figure. Upon reaching it, he discovered that it was an old man. The old man had his head down and his eyes tightly closed, and he emitted no dangerous aura. "Old man, do you know how long it takes to cross this bridge?" LuZe asked directly, unafraid. The old man opened his eyes slowly after hearing his voice, then raised his head and smiled. "Young man, I don't know either." "Then how did you end up here?" LuZe became suspicious. But who would have thought that the next words from the old man left LuZe stunned? "I've been trapped in this thick smoke for 50 years and have not found the bridgehead," the old man said slowly, revealing a sense of weariness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, LuZe was first taken aback. Then he came to his senses and smiled. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer." With that, he tried to pass by the old man and continue forward. But just as he was about to walk past the old man, a bony hand grabbed his clothing. "Young man, heed my advice. Do not continue forward," the old man said with hidden meaning. LuZe turned back calmly. "Why?" "This bridge is not as simple as you think," the old man replied slowly. LuZe showed no shocked expression. Instead, he said naturally, "I know, but I must leave here." "Is that so?" The old man slowly released his grip. Seeing this, LuZe took another step forward, but the old man spoke again. "Young man, if you want to leave here, then play a game of chess with me." Hearing this, LuZe froze. He didn't know why, but he felt that this scene seemed familiar somehow. The old man, noticing LuZe's distraction, waved his right hand, and a small table appeared before him. On the table was a chessboard, with black and white pieces placed on either side. "Young man, don't just stand there. Come play a game of chess with me," the old man said, kneeling and smiling at LuZe. LuZe snapped back to attention and sat down opposite the old man. "Old man, if I finish this game of chess with you, can I leave here?" LuZe asked with a smile. The old man smiled faintly in response, then placed a black piece directly in the center of the board. "After this game, you will know." In the thick smoke, LuZe grew serious after losing contact with LuZe. He knew that this bridge was definitely not simple, but he couldn't be sure what he would encounter. Right now, he had to find his brother. However, after walking for a while, he realized that he wouldn't be able to find his brother this way. "Is this a maze?" LuZe's expression was serious. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. "Where have you been? Don't you know this place is dangerous?" LuZe turned around sharply at the sound of the voice and found LuZe standing behind him, looking quite angry. "Brother, where did you just go?" LuZe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. He wanted to hug LuZe, but was instead grabbed by the ear. "That should be my question. Where did you run off to? Don't you know I've been looking for you?" LuZe said angrily. Ouch! LuZe felt a sharp pain from his ear and quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I want to run off again next time." Only after hearing this did LuZe let go of him, then said, "Let us go. We'll talk after we get out of here." LuZe didn't hesitate at all and directly followed LuZe. Although he had a smile on his face, he was very alert inside. After the two brothers walked for a while, they found that they still couldn't see the end of the bridge, which made them feel the seriousness of the situation. "Brother, what should we do now?" LuZe asked with a serious expression. But LuZe slowly said, "Don't panic. A place like this can't trap me." Just then, a black rod shot toward LuZe. Without hesitation, LuZe saved LuZe. "Are you okay?" LuZe asked with concern. LuZe, still shaken, replied, I'm fine." LuZe then looked up at the direction the black rod had come from and coldly asked, "Who are you? And why are you attacking us?" The leader of the group sneered, "Kid, what kind of look is that? I'm asking you, who are you?" LuZe emphasized his tone. Upon hearing this, the man's expression instantly turned cold, and he once again condensed a black rod in his hand. In a moment, "You'd better stay back," LuZe whispered to LuZe. LuZe was a bit confused, but the next second, a black rod shot directly at him. Barrier. Clang. The black rod hit an invisible wall with a crisp sound. "It seems you really are," LuZe said coldly. His eyes then turned red. The man on the opposite side laughed upon seeing his appearance. "I didn't expect you to be the anomaly in this world," the man said with a surprised expression. LuZe was momentarily stunned, but the next second, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Get down." LuZe reacted quickly and activated the power of truth. But an unexpected event occurred at that moment. Bang! For some reason, the power of truth had no effect. Instead, he was hit by a heavy punch and flew backward. Moreover, the paradox's defense did not work. "You didn't think your ability would be effective, did you?" the man said with a faint smile. Seeing this, LuZe's quickly ran to LuZe's side to help him up. Brother, what is going on? I don't know, LuZe replied. They must have something that restrains me. Then what should we do? LuZe began to worry, as even the absolute truth was restrained, let alone himself. LuZe slowly got up and said seriously, you find a chance to leave here first. I'll hold them off. But, there's no but. The situation is very serious. LuZe shouted. LuZe closed his mouth and could only stand silently in place. Everyone, be careful. That guy is getting serious. The man opposite began to take things seriously. It seemed he was not completely afraid of LuZe's ability. Chapter 215. What did he do wrong? Boom. A loud explosion rang out on the fog-covered suspension bridge, caused by LuZe and the black-cloaked men. Truth is really troublesome. One of the black-cloaked men complained. Then, in an instant, he appeared behind LuZe, giving him no time to react, and delivered a heavy punch straight to his face. Bang! A dull sound echoed as LuZe struggled to block the punch with his arms, but was still knocked back by the powerful force. Brother. LuZe watched from the side, almost worried to death. Just as he wanted to help, he was stopped by two black-cloaked men. Kid, we don't want to hurt you. You'd better cooperate, one of the black-cloaked men said softly. Get out of my way. LuZe's gaze grew increasingly cold. Hearing this, the black-cloaked man laughed instantly. But the next second, LuZe, wielding a golden longsword, appeared in front of him and swung the sword without hesitation. Whoosh! The black-cloaked man didn't react in time, and the sword cut through his robe, causing dark liquid to flow from his chest. You little brat really don't know your place. The black-cloaked man was enraged. LuZe was shocked to see that his attack had only scratched the surface. It was clear what kind of existence the enemies LuZe and LuZe were facing this time were. Fortunately, while LuZe was in a daze, the black-cloaked man had already reached him. Thankfully, LuZe reacted quickly and distanced himself. Quick reflexes, the black-cloaked man smiled. Another black-cloaked man approached and said softly, naturally, you should be careful. The only power that can harm us is probably the power of rules. Indeed, I almost forgot that, the other black-cloaked man replied. LuZe stood a short distance away, closely watching the two of them, not daring to be distracted for a moment. I'm very curious about where your power of rules comes from. At that moment, one of the black-cloaked men suddenly appeared behind LuZe. LuZe turned around sharply, but was still a step too late. Bang! The black-cloaked man behind him did not hold back, kicking out the moment he turned around. LuZe, who was kicked, quickly stabilized himself, feeling intense pain in his abdomen. Truth World. Unfold. Without any hesitation. LuZe knew that the group in front of him was stronger than any enemies he had faced before. Oh, so this is the power of relative truth? The black-cloaked man felt the surrounding power and couldn't help but smile. LuZe thought he was secure this time, but the next second, a voice came from behind him. What a pity. Truth is useless against us, the black-cloaked man said with a smile. LuZe was shocked. Just as he prepared to distance himself, he was grabbed by the throat by the black-cloaked man. You might as well stay with me until that anomaly is dealt with, the black-cloaked man said with a grin. LuZe struggled desperately, but it was futile. The black-cloaked man's strength was too terrifying. Meanwhile, LuZe, who was entangled in a fight in the distance, had already sustained injuries. It's really troublesome. LuZe covered the cut on his abdomen, showing a strained expression on his face. To be honest, it's the first time he has felt pain after all this time, and it's pain that cannot heal itself. The absolute truth is somewhat tricky, but it's just a matter of time, the man in the black robe said with a smile. In the next second, two other men in black robes appeared directly on either side of LuZe. Even with LuZe's quick reflexes, he was outnumbered this time. A black rod pierced through his left shoulder in an instant, while his right hand tightly gripped the black rod that was pressed against his heart. Swish! In the next moment, LuZe vanished from his spot and reappeared several dozen meters away. He pulled out the black rod that had pierced through his left shoulder and threw it on the ground, then looked towards LuZe's direction, only to find that he had already been captured. His expression grew increasingly grave, as it was known that relative truths were not that weak when fighting against others. Don't you know not to get distracted? At that moment, the man in the black robe appeared before him again. The black rod in his hand sliced through space, directly severing LuZe's left hand. What? LuZe was shocked. From a distance, LuZe, who was being controlled, instantly became furious upon seeing this. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he broke free from his restraints and rushed towards LuZe. Seeing this, LuZe quickly shouted, "Run! You'll die!" LuZe's heard him, but he did not stop. LuZe, seeing this, had no choice but to kick the black-robed man in front of him away and ran towards LuZe's. The two brothers were about to meet when an unexpected event occurred. Bright red blood splattered on LuZe's face, and the scene before him made him stop thinking entirely. LuZe's heart was pierced by 3 black rods. Blood sprayed out. Bro. LuZe trembled as he spoke. Hearing this, LuZe struggled to say, "Get away from here as far as you can." He laughed as he spoke, then slowly closed his eyes, losing his breath. At that moment, LuZe could no longer control his emotions and completely ignored the few black-robed men, rushing to LuZe's side and holding him in his arms. "Bro, wake up. Please wake up. I beg you," LuZe said with red eyes. But despite this, LuZe remained completely unresponsive. LuZe completely lost control, weeping over LuZe's cold body. The 5 black-robed men stood behind him, their faces showing no discernible expression. "The mission is over. It's time to go," the leading man in the black robe said lightly. He then turned and left the scene. LuZe, left behind, felt hopeless. He had lost twice, once because of himself, and this time also because of himself, because he was too weak to protect his brother. "If only he were stronger. If I were just a bit stronger, you wouldn't have left me," LuZe murmured in despair, LuZe's cold body constantly stimulating his heart. LuZe hesitated to speak. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got up, then picked up LuZe's corpse and continued towards the bridge. But this bridge seemed endless, no matter how long he walked. He could not see the end. Heartbroken, LuZe finally knelt on the bridge. LuZe's eyes closed, a smile at the corner of his mouth constantly provoking him. What wrong did he do? Why did it have to be like this? He had just barely managed to survive. LuZe shouted loudly, but no one responded to him. On a suspension bridge shrouded in thick smoke, LuZe, heartbroken, closed his eyes, his consciousness slowly fading away. "Wake up! Wake up! It's not time to sleep yet." Chapter 216, Illusion. Break. Young man, what do you think a person's life is really for? On the suspension bridge, covered in smoke, the old man sitting in front of the chessboard slowly asked LuZe, then dropped a black piece. After hearing this, LuZe picked up a white piece, smiled, and said, "Of course, for a better life." The old man continued, "You could have chosen to live a normal life. So why intervene in this world?" Upon hearing this, LuZe's expression instantly became serious. "Old sir, what do you mean by that? You should know that only one truth can exist in a world, but because of your presence, there are now 2 anomalies in this world," the old man said meaningfully, then dropped a piece. "Young man, you see, this game is already set. It's time to give up," the old man smiled. LuZe looked at the chessboard and found that it had become a dead-end situation. However, he quickly laughed. "Old sir, your chess skills are superb, but you still made a wrong move." Saying this, a white piece was dropped directly onto the chessboard. The old man initially looked puzzled, but the next second he was stunned because this dead-end situation was actually broken by that white piece. "Ha ha ha!" The old man burst out laughing. In his view, he was sure to win this game, but he never expected someone could break this dead-end situation, which was simply a once-in-a-century occurrence, truly worthy of being the truth. "No matter which world you are in, you stand at the pinnacle," the old man said slowly. He then stood up and looked at LuZe, who also stood up and said directly, "Old sir, can you take me away now?" Follow me," the old man smiled and turned. Seeing this, LuZe followed him. Along the way, the old man spoke to him about many things, each sentence related to the truth. But none of these were shocking enough for him. What truly shocked him were the changes around them. Whether it was his various experiences on the Douluo continent or the experiences before his crossing at this moment, they all emerged without reservation, as if watching a slideshow. The old man was not surprised by this. Instead, he smiled and said, "LuZe, you have indeed had many experiences in your life." "Yes, old sir," LuZe smiled, then continued, "I've had many experiences, but my original intention has changed." Everyone changes. Not many can maintain their original intention, the old man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, LuZe understood a little, then stopped talking. After walking for a while, the surrounding environment began to shatter, and the old man laughed at this moment. "All right, the illusion has been broken. You should go out now." The old man stood in place, looking at LuZe. LuZe clasped his fists in a salute. "Thank you." "Haha, no need for such formalities. This is what I should do," the old man said happily. After hearing this, LuZe smiled, then closed his eyes, and his body began to dissipate. Once LuZe completely left, the old man spoke again, truly worthy of being the one that guy has his eyes on. He is indeed different. When LuZe opened his eyes again, he found LuZe lying beside him. It seems they both fell into an illusion. LuZe smiled. But he was very curious about who could make him fall into an illusion. But he remembered the old man's earlier words. Everyone is pursuing the truth. Everyone is the truth. Everyone is not the truth. He did not understand what this meant, what the truth really was, and why the old man said this. Forget it. I'll think about it after leaving here. LuZe quickly returned to normal and then looked at LuZe beside him. Wake up. Wake up. It's not time to sleep yet. In the depths of his mind, LuZe seemed to hear someone calling him, and he wanted to open his eyes. Slap. The next second, LuZe felt a sharp pain on his face and then opened his eyes wide. Once he opened his eyes, he was instantly stunned because the person who hit him was none other than his brother LuZe, who had just died. Brother, you are not. LuZe couldn't believe it, but LuZe was indeed standing alive in front of him. You fell into an illusion and almost couldn't wake up, LuZe said softly. Upon hearing this, LuZe immediately realized and suddenly found that there was no blood on him, and the body of LuZe that had been beneath him had also disappeared. Are you feeling better? LuZe asked again at this moment. LuZe, who had recovered a bit, slowly got up and smiled, saying, I'm fine. What should we do now? After thinking for a moment, LuZe said, let's go to the end of the bridge. LuZe had no doubts and honestly followed behind him. However, a different emotion appeared in his eyes. He was really afraid that the scene in the illusion would replay in front of him. But LuZe did not notice this and continued walking forward. Along the way, more and more people were lying on the bridge, trapped in illusions, but some had also come out of the illusions. When they emerged from the illusion, they found that the bridge was not as long as they had imagined, at most only about 200 meters long. After a while, they finally reached the end of the bridge. The old man who had guided them onto the suspension bridge had been waiting here for a long time. Congratulations on successfully arriving here, the old man said slowly. Before everyone could react, the old man directly initiated the next round of assessment. The next round is also the final round. I hope you can pass. The old man's voice was hoarse, and then with a wave of his hand, the surrounding scene changed again. Brother, what is it this time? LuZe became serious. LuZe shook his head helplessly. How would I know? While they were chatting, the old man said, the final round is to question the heart. It's very simple. All you need to do is enter the spring water behind me. The old man pointed to the clear spring behind him, and everyone dared not act rashly upon seeing this. Due to their previous experiences, they had to be on high alert. After thinking for a moment, LuZe directly stepped towards the spring water, but just as he was about to step in, LuZe grabbed his hand. What's wrong? LuZe asked. LuZe said seriously, Brother, don't go. This spring water definitely has a problem. I know that. LuZe said a bit speechlessly. Then why are you in such a hurry? LuZe was confused. LuZe smiled lightly. I have a clear conscience. What I have to fear? Hearing this, it seemed to make some sense. LuZe then obediently let go of his hand and followed behind him. The two brothers stepped directly into the spring water, and a chill instantly enveloped their entire bodies. But LuZe did not mind, instead slowly sitting down, closing his eyes and beginning to question his heart. P.S. A new book, I Am Hunting Monsters in Douluo, has been published on the Chidian app. Hope those interested can take a look and give a free collection. Chapter 2:17, officially entering the Yellow Spring Valley. Why have you come here? Knowing it is a tiger's mouth, why delve deeper? In the depths of his mind, LuZe heard a voice from within himself. Listening to these words, LuZe replied calmly, I have things I should do, but you have lost your original intention and can never return to the way you were before. That voice from the heart echoed again. LuZe fell silent, then suddenly opened his eyes. If I'm lost, then so be it. At least I must ensure that my current goal remains. Crack. As LuZe's words fell, the surrounding environment began to shatter. In the blink of an eye, this world completely collapsed. LuZe slowly stood up from the cold spring water. As the questioning of the heart ended, LuZe felt his physical condition. After finding nothing unexpected, he looked at LuZe beside him. He saw that LuZe was frowning tightly, looking like he was in trouble. But even knowing this, LuZe couldn't help him because this was a hurdle in his heart that he had to cross by himself. Having completed the questioning of the heart, LuZe chose not to leave but instead stayed by LuZe's side. It shouldn't take long, LuZe murmured softly. In a blank world, LuZe was wandering within it. He had been wandering here for a long time, but had not encountered any sudden events. Until the next second, a voice sounded behind him. You have changed a lot. LuZe's turned around sharply upon hearing this voice. And the next second he was stunned, because standing in front of him was none other than himself, or rather, Lu Xiaoyu. I don't understand. You clearly wanted to kill your brother the most. Why have you turned out like this now? Lu Xiaoyu asked in confusion. LuZe smiled and replied, Isn't it good to turn out like this? Isn't this the result you wanted? That's right. I really don't want my brother to be hurt, but I can't stand you being by his side. Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. Then what about it? You're already dead. And the one standing by my brother's side now is me, not you. LuZe pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and shouted, I will definitely change the outcome. Looking at his determined expression, Lu Xiaoyu was also stunned, then slowly smiled. However, it was not the previous kind of smile, but a heartfelt smile. I hope you can keep your word. I don't want to see that ending happen, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After finishing his words, his body began to dissipate little by little. Lu Xiaoyu watched him silently. Though he did not speak, his expression already revealed his feelings. Crack! The world began to collapse. And Lu Xiaoyu gradually closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found that the Soul Masters in the spring had completed their assessment. At this moment, he also noticed LuZe standing beside him. Brother. Lu Xiaoyu slowly uttered this word upon seeing him. LuZe glanced at him and then said, Let's go. It's time to check out the Yellow Spring Valley. After saying this, he took a step towards the shore, and the other participants also stood at the edge of the shore. Once everyone was standing there, the old man from before stepped forward. Welcome everyone to become a member of the Yellow Spring Valley. The first thing the old man said upon appearing was to welcome them for completing this final stage. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed and began to celebrate. Only LuZe remained deep in thought, as he felt this stage was too easy and that almost everyone could complete it. It was just a matter of time. But before he could gather his thoughts, the door behind the old man had already opened. Under the old man's guidance, everyone entered through the door. What they thought would be nothing special left everyone completely stunned the moment they walked through the door. The scenery inside was completely different from that outside. While the outside looked lifeless, the inside was full of vitality, with green waters and lush mountains, creating a whole new world. This, Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. He had thought it would be just as lifeless inside, but the contrast was too great. Not to mention him. Even LuZe felt a bit dazed. It seems the Yellow Spring Valley is not what I imagined. LuZe smiled after coming back to his senses. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly approached. Smiling as he said, Newcomers, come report to me so I can assign you housing. A group of people rushed to the middle-aged man, their eyes filled with excitement. LuZe, however, remained calm at the back of the crowd. Brother, when are we going up? Lu Xiaoyu slowly asked at this moment. Upon hearing this, LuZe replied calmly, Let them go first before we report. Lu Xiaoyu guessed a bit and obediently stayed by his side. At this moment, a beautiful figure approached the two brothers. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we are truly fated, said Huang Qingya. Upon hearing her voice, LuZe looked over and smiled back. Yes, quite fated. I didn't expect Miss Huang to be here as well. Are you questioning my strength? Huang Qingya laughed, covering her mouth. Not all, LuZe quickly corrected. After chatting for a while, Huang Qingya went to report to the middle-aged man and soon truly entered the Yellow Spring Valley. At this moment, only LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu were left nearby. The middle-aged man, seeing the two of them, warmly called out, Little brothers, aren't you going to report? LuZe, upon hearing this, walked towards him with Lu Xiaoyu, but the smile on his face sent a chill down one's spine. What are your names? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I'm LuZe, and this is my brother, Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe replied straightforwardly. Upon hearing these two names, the middle-aged man first froze for a moment, then smiled again. But his gaze had completely changed. LuZe then directly asked, You know us, right? The man quickly shook his head. How could that be? We've never met. How could I know you? All right, here are the room numbers for you two brothers. Just follow the directions to find it, the middle-aged man said again. LuZe took the room number, smiled, and then left. Once they were gone, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. He really has resurrected. Chapter 218. Correct guess. It had been a long time since he felt this way. In the Yellow Spring Valley, a new batch of students' residential area. LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu were leisurely walking along a path. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu looked very happy, but soon noticed LuZe following behind him. So he smiled and asked, Brother, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Nothing, LuZe replied flatly. He then continued towards their residence. Lu Xiaoyu did not say anything further, but he did have some guesses. After all, they were in what seemed to be enemy territory, and something might go wrong. Thinking of this, he became increasingly worried about what happened in the mist earlier. Although it was just an illusion, it was still a warning. When he came back to his senses, he found that his brother had walked far ahead, so he quickened his pace to catch up. After a while, the two brothers arrived outside a small bungalow. "Is this where we will live?" LuZe's asked, somewhat confused, because the small bungalow in front of them not only had a small area, but also looked quite shabby. However, LuZe didn't mind, casually saying it was fine, and then entered the house. LuZe's didn't know what to say, but he followed LuZe inside. Once inside, his emotions finally erupted. "Is this even fit for human habitation?" LuZe's said unhappily, directly pointing at the shabby furnishings inside. "There isn't even a decent piece of furniture. And the bed is broken. How can anyone live here? After some tidying up, it should be livable, although it's a bit cramped. At least it provides shelter from the wind and rain," LuZe said nonchalantly. This left LuZe's speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed there was only one bed, and he immediately shut his mouth, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting. "What's wrong with you? Your expression is a bit strange." LuZe, noticing his goofy smile, felt puzzled. Upon hearing this, LuZe's quickly explained, "In nothing, just thinking that as long as I have you by my side, I'd be willing to live in a doghouse." LuZe's expression darkened. "Get organized, change what needs to be changed. We have to report to the outer court tomorrow." "No problem," LuZe's replied eagerly, then began to take action. At this moment, he was as energized as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, moving very efficiently, which made LuZe feel a bit gratified. After some tidying up, the small bungalow was finally somewhat presentable, and LuZe's lay down on the bed he had made. "Brother, come sleep," LuZe's said with a smile. LuZe ignored him and turned to the open space outside the house. Confused, LuZe's chose to follow, but as soon as he stepped out of the house, he saw someone he found unpleasant. "LuZe, I didn't expect you to live next to me. It seems we are really fated," said Huang Qingya. LuZe smiled upon seeing her and replied, "Indeed, we have quite a connection." Huang Qingya smiled back and then started chatting with LuZe. This left LuZe's standing by the door, feeling annoyed but unable to find a reason to interrupt. LuZe and Huang Qingya talked for a long time and only said their goodbyes when the sky darkened. At that moment, LuZe's walked directly up to LuZe. "Bro, do you have feelings for that Huang Qingya?" LuZe's asked right away. LuZe was puzzled but replied, "It's fine. At least I can be sure she won't pose any threat to us." LuZe's responded sarcastically. Seeing his displeased expression, LuZe didn't take it to heart and walked straight into the house. Once in the room, he lay down on the bed, and LuZe's, who followed him, instantly changed his gloomy expression. "Bro, come sleep," LuZe's said with a playful grin. The night passed without a word. The next day, LuZe and LuZe's arrived at the registration area outside Huangquan Valley. Looking at the bustling square, LuZe's was unsure of what to do next. "Bro, what are we doing here?" LuZe's asked, confused. LuZe glanced at him and slowly said, "What else could we be doing?" "We're here to participate in Huangquan Valley's welcome ceremony." Oh, LuZe's nodded. Soon, the noisy square quieted down. LuZe noticed a familiar figure standing above the square, which made him pause for a moment. "Bro, isn't that guy?" LuZe's also saw the figure and showed surprise on his face. "Looks like I guessed right, Lucifer is really here." LuZe's expression gradually turned cold, but for some reason, he felt that taking action here would be disadvantageous. At that moment, LuZe's noticed Lucifer's attire and was stunned, because that outfit was exactly the same as those worn by the figures in the illusion on the suspension bridge. Thinking of this, LuZe's grew increasingly worried that the illusion was becoming real. LuZe saw his worried expression and softly reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Now is not the time to act." Comforted, LuZe's slowly lowered his head, and seeing this, LuZe didn't say anything more and continued to watch Lucifer above the square. "Welcome, new members to Huangquan Valley," Lucifer announced loudly. He then continued, "You all must know the depth of Huangquan Valley. There is no existence that can threaten us in this world, except for those who do not belong to it." Lucifer's words excited the crowd, while also leaving them puzzled. What did the last sentence mean? Are there really beings that do not belong to this world? Hearing this, LuZe sneered and thought to himself, "As expected of you, Lucifer." He then began to observe his surroundings. There were no abnormalities, which made LuZe more vigilant, as Lucifer's words indicated that he was aware of LuZe's presence here. It was also a warning that if he wanted to survive, he should behave himself. Although LuZe didn't know why Lucifer hadn't acted against him, he guessed that they had a bigger problem to deal with first before coming after him. That bigger problem was actually his sister, the owner of the concept of truth, Lu Xiaoyu. However, LuZe knew that Xiaoyu was doing well. The power of the rules left within her had not caused any issues. But this was only temporary. He estimated that Lucifer and the forces behind him had already begun plans to deal with the concept of truth. Bro, what are we going to do next? LuZe's pulled LuZe back to reality, noticing he was lost in thought. Brought back to reality, LuZe looked at him and suddenly thought of something. He grabbed his hand and quietly asked, "Do you know where Xiaoyu is?" LuZe was taken aback by the question, but still nodded obediently. Seeing this, LuZe was even more certain of his plan, and the execution of the plan would likely happen in a few days. At this moment, Lucifer had already left the stage, but his expression was quite strange. "The plan can now commence. I'll keep LuZe occupied," Lucifer slowly said to 01. After hearing this, 01 nodded and turned to remind him that LuZe is not simple. "Be careful." "No problem. I'll be cautious. After all, we are old friends." Chapter 219. The Purge Plan begins. In the space where the Hall of Truth is located, their enemy finally arrived. "Finally found you." A man in a black and red robe slowly spoke near a crack at the edge of the truth space. Other figures began to appear beside him, all dressed similarly in black and red robes and wearing masks, making it impossible to distinguish their gender or appearance. The leader was 01, followed by 02, 03, 04, and 05. "Boss, is the target of this mission the master of this place?" A raspy-voiced member asked as he approached 01. 01 nodded and said slowly, 04, "Don't underestimate the target. Even though we have weapons specifically designed to deal with the truth, the concept of truth is the strongest type." "Got it. Otherwise, why would they send our team to execute the mission?" 04 chuckled. "All right, let's get moving." 01's expression changed, and he stepped forward. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Truth, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes. Lucifer, noticing her expression, realized something was off. He asked, "Hall Master, is there something wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu slowly sat up and looked outside the hall, softly saying, "We have guests." This simple statement was enough to make Lucifer serious, as he knew that no one should know about this place, let alone enter it. "Do we need to prepare?" Lucifer asked. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. "The opponent is not simple. Even I only noticed them by chance. You need to take the others from the hall and go find my brother, understand?" Lucifer became worried upon hearing this, but she insisted there's no time for hesitation. "If we don't leave now, there won't be another chance." Lu Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Just at that moment, a voice came from outside the hall. "What a pity, we have already arrived." Lucifer looked toward the sound and saw a man in a black and red robe suddenly appearing at the main entrance of the hall. It was 02. But when Lucifer saw who 02 was holding, his emotions instantly surged. "Wu Kuang," Lucifer shouted, then questioned, "What have you done to Wu Kuang?" Upon hearing this, 02 casually threw Wu Kuang aside and said, "He was in my way, so I had to kill him." At this moment, not only Lucifer but also Lu Xiaoyu was the angriest. However, she did not act recklessly. Instead, she was waiting for the right moment. But who knew that 02 would once again say something shocking at this time? I forgot to mention, it seems that everyone in this hall died before we got here. This made Lu Xiaoyu unable to hold back any longer. Looking at 02's provocative expression, she immediately appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, she kicked 02 in the head. 02, caught off guard, was about to be hit when, at the critical moment, a hand shot out and grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's foot. Concept of truth, you should accept punishment for your own crimes. The newcomer was precisely 01, exuding a strong smell of blood. "Did you make them act?" Lu Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. 01 did not take it seriously. "It was me. Are you seeking revenge?" "Not just revenge." Lu Xiaoyu's aura began to swell. At that moment, 01 finally understood the horror of the girl before him. But it was too late. A terrifying pressure instantly reduced the hall to ruins. At the last moment, 01 took 02 and left, but just as he got into position, a jade hand landed on his shoulder. "I will make you stay here forever." The speaker was Lu Xiaoyu. 01 quickly distanced himself from her, but he still paid the price. His entire left arm was held in Lu Xiaoyu's hand. "Looks like I underestimated you," 01 said without any sign of pain. "But you probably don't know our identities." At this point, 01's severed arm instantly recovered, and in the next second, 3 others dressed like him appeared. "Sorry, we're late," 03 said apologetically. 01 said nothing but fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaoyu, signaling the start of the fight. "Understood." Lu Xiaoyu felt uneasy looking at the 5 of them. Despite being weaker than her, why did she feel uneasy? Just as she felt this way, 02 attacked. A collar suddenly appeared and clamped around Lu Xiaoyu's neck. Realizing what had happened, Lu Xiaoyu immediately tried to use her power to break free, but soon discovered the flaw. Give up. This collar was specially prepared for you, Truth. Once you wear it, you're no longer Truth, 02 explained with a smile. He then placed a hand on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, a mischievous expression on his face. Little sister, you'd better give up. It's better to come with us than to die. Right? 02 said with a smile. But in the next second, a golden long sword directly sliced 02 in half. 01 was instantly shocked by this scene. Clearly, the power of truth had been suppressed. So why did this happen? Don't worry. You're next, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. As her voice fell, changes began to occur on her body. Golden patterns slowly crawled up her cheeks, and her pupils and hair gradually turned golden. 01 instantly sensed this aura. How do you possess the power of rules? You don't need to know. Lu Xiaoyu directly appeared in front of 01 and kicked him in the chest. Boom! 01 was kicked away and crashed into a nearby low hill, uncertain of his life or death. But what puzzled Lu Xiaoyu was that their leader had been kicked away. So why did they show no signs of panic? Suddenly, a black short sword pierced through her chest from behind. Shocked, Lu Xiaoyu turned around sharply and found that it was 02, who she had just cut in half, attacking her. You underestimated us. As cleaners, what do you think of our strength? 02 whispered in Lu Xiaoyu's ear with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly, turned around, kicked 02, and flew off into the distance. Just as 03 and the others were about to chase her, 01 appeared. No need to chase. She's injured and with the collar. She can't escape, 01 said slowly. 03 then said, Concept Truth can have the power of rules. What if something goes wrong? That power of rules isn't hers. It's given by someone else. It won't be long, 01 replied again. Hearing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, on the Douluo continent, LuZe, who was resting in the Yellow Spring Valley, suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong, brother? LuZe noticed something was wrong and stepped forward to ask. Xiaoyu is in trouble, LuZe said astonishingly. Upon hearing this, LuZe no longer remained calm and immediately said, What are we waiting for? Hurry up and save Xiaoyu. LuZe did not speak, but looked toward a large tree in front. It seems I can't hide it from you, AI LuZe. Why are you here? What are you going to do to Xiaoyu? LuZe questioned. The speaker was Lucifer, who continued, Don't worry, you will soon be reunited with your sister. LuZe sensed something was wrong and instantly teleported in front of Lucifer, grabbing his collar and shouting loudly, If anything happens to Xiaoyu, I will definitely kill you. Lucifer showed no fear and smiled at him. I don't know, but I guess she won't survive. P.S. Let me say this here. It's not that the author is stuck, but rather that there is no motivation to write. But don't worry, the author will still insist on finishing this book. Here, the author wishes all readers an early Happy New Year and a prosperous year. The Tiger Chapter 220. The end. In the Yellow Spring Valley, LuZe and LuZe were glaring at Lucifer, facing each other. You're really worried about that girl, aren't you? Lucifer suddenly said. LuZe wasted no words and instantly appeared in front of him. Boom. In an instant, Lucifer was kicked away. You've lived long enough, Lucifer, LuZe said coldly. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lucifer, who was lying on the ground. Cough, cough. You really are impatient, Lucifer sneered. But the next second, LuZe appeared before him, gathering powerful energy in his right hand. It's over. Stab. Before Lucifer could react, his heart was pierced by a hand. Blood instantly stained the ground, and LuZe stood up and wiped the blood from his hands. Seeing this, LuZe turned to leave the Yellow Spring Valley, but just as the two of them had not gone far, a strange aura emanated from behind them. Feeling something was wrong, LuZe turned around sharply and was shocked by the scene before him. He saw Lucifer, whose heart had already been destroyed. Floating in the air once again, his eyes pitch black, showing no color. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in darkness, emanating a strange aura. You didn't think I haven't changed at all after all these years, did you? LuZe. Seeing the situation, LuZe also felt the obvious change in Lucifer, and said to LuZe beside him, You go first, help Xiaoyu. What about you? LuZe was very worried. He also sensed Lucifer's change. I'll be there soon, LuZe said seriously. Seeing this, LuZe no longer said much, turned around, and disappeared directly into the Yellow Spring Valley. After he left, LuZe became serious. Although I don't know what method you used to become this strong, LuZe said slowly, but you will still die here today. Lucifer sneered, then let's see. Suddenly, a black arrow pierced through space, and shot towards LuZe. LuZe reacted quickly, raising his right hand. Erasure. A colorless airflow instantly swallowed the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow disappeared from reality. However, just at the moment the arrow was erased, Lucifer appeared behind LuZe. Get down. LuZe commanded directly, but something unexpected happened. Boom. LuZe was punched away by Lucifer, crashing heavily into a distant building. LuZe, who was knocked away, felt very surprised. The power of truth didn't take effect. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lucifer's wild laughter came from outside, urgently adding another sentence. LuZe, you should know the people from that world, right? LuZe, amidst the ruins of the building, instantly recalled truth's previous words. A conceptual weapon that can rival truth. You join them? LuZe whispered. The voice was not loud, but Lucifer heard it very clearly. I can't be considered a conceptual weapon, but at least I can ignore your truth ability, Lucifer chuckled. After hearing this, LuZe began to worry about Lu Xiaoyu. If Lucifer had something that could ignore his abilities, what about those who want to find Lu Xiaoyu? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? The power of truth is useless to me now. Do you still think I will die? Lucifer laughed arrogantly. Poof! In the midst of speaking, a beam of golden light shot towards him, piercing through his shoulder unexpectedly. The power of truth is useless to you. But that doesn't mean other powers are useless to you, right? Lucifer sneered. Then, without giving Lucifer time to think, he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Lucifer's head and forcefully pressed it down into the ground. Boom! Instantly, the ground cracked, and Lucifer was pressed into the earth nearly 100 meters deep. LuZe then delivered a knee strike, sending him from underground to the sky. You overestimate yourself. LuZe stood in the 100-meter deep pit. He posed as if drawing a bow, and then the power of rules coalesced a great bow and long arrow in his hands. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring, drawing a brilliant long line in the air. By the time Lucifer reacted, it was already too late. The arrow of rules had pierced through his body. Poof! Lucifer spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching the blood hole on his body in pain. No wonder you are my opponent. Your strength is indeed frightening. Hearing this, LuZe felt that Lucifer seemed not yet at the point of death. He wanted to shoot another arrow, but at that moment, he found that the blood holes on Lucifer's body had actually disappeared, and even the originally unstable aura had stabilized. It was at this moment that he recognized the seriousness of the situation. It seems you do have the capital to be arrogant. LuZe retracted the long bow and returned to the ground. Lucifer, seeing this, slowly landed on the ground, and the two stared at each other as two terrifying powers collided instantly. At this moment, everyone in the 9 Nether Imperial City felt an inexplicable pressure, making it hard for them to breathe. This is the power that the world has bestowed upon me. It's strong, isn't it? Lucifer laughed heartily. Meanwhile, LuZe had a cold expression. To him, the real danger was not Lucifer, but the people from that world who were with Lucifer. In other words, if Lucifer was this strong, would the people sent from that world be any weaker? He began to worry that there were people from that world lying in ambush nearby. But at that moment, Lucifer said, "Don't worry, there's only one enemy in the entire 9 Nether Imperial City. They all went to find conceptual truth." After hearing this, LuZe no longer hesitated. He directly flashed to Lucifer's front, holding no weapon, but the aura he emitted made Lucifer feel terrified. Erasure. Whoosh. A mass of colorless airflow swept through the reality where Lucifer was, instantly erasing everything within its range. Lucifer managed to dodge by luck, smiling with relief. That was close. I almost disappeared. I forgot you still have a paradox. It seems it's really hard to deal with, Lucifer said with a smile. But the next second, he felt completely unable to move. Paradox time stopped. Buzz. The surrounding world seemed to lose color, and everything except LuZe froze at a single point in time. Lucifer was relatively okay. At least he could think, but he couldn't move. You've talked enough. It's time for you to die. LuZe slowly approached Lucifer. He then raised his hand and placed it on Lucifer's shoulder. At this moment, Lucifer was extremely shocked. He never expected to fall into a time stop. It's time to end this, LuZe said softly, then waved his hand. Paradox erasure. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer disappeared from this world. And this time it truly marked his end. After resolving Lucifer, LuZe quickly followed the trace left by Lu Xiaoyu and pursued. Chapter 2, 21 Heavy Injury. That guy Lucifer is dead? In the Truth Hall, 01, who was in a stalemate with Lu Xiaoyu, suddenly sensed the disconnection of Lucifer's link. Looks like I underestimated LuZe, 01 smiled. Crack. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not want to give him any opportunity. A powerful force instantly tore apart the space where 01 was located. How dangerous! 01 easily dodged this attack. Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, but just in that moment of distraction, 02 appeared directly in front of her. Never lose focus in a fight. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiaoyu was directly punched out of the truth hall. However, just as she was thrown out of the hall, she squeezed her right hand. Buzz! In an instant, the truth hall was crushed into ruins. 01 and the others were buried directly in the debris. Lu Xiaoyu, seeing this, dared not linger for a moment and quickly tore open space to escape to Douluo continent. What on earth are these guys? Lu Xiaoyu gasped, murmuring. She couldn't believe that there were actually people who could ignore her power of truth. Soon, she arrived at Douluo continent through a spatial rift. And as soon as she got here, she unleashed her ability. Annihilation. Lu Xiaoyu's right hand clenched fiercely at the air, and those unaware might think she was going crazy. But in reality, she was forcibly reducing the alternate space where 01 and the others were to nothingness. She didn't believe that those people, no matter how powerful, could resist the annihilation of the alternate space. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to look for her brother LuZe, a voice came from behind her. Annihilation is truly terrifying. If 04 and the others weren't there, I probably wouldn't have made it out either. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly shocked and turned around to find that there was not just 01 behind her, but also 02 and 03. As for where the others went, they probably didn't manage to escape from the annihilation. That was really close. I almost got annihilated along with the alternate space, 03 said with a look of relief. Let's not talk about that. Let's complete the mission first, 01 suddenly ordered. Immediately after, 02 launched an attack. Countless beams of light shot towards Lu Xiaoyu, leaving her almost no space to dodge. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to be slow. She raised her hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of her. But this wasn't for running away. It was to defend against those beams. The beams surged into the spatial rift at high speed, and Lu Xiaoyu suffered no harm. After seeing this, 01 said nothing, but 02 slowly spoke next to him. The concept of space is a bit troublesome. I know, but it hasn't fully extended yet. If we don't seize this opportunity, there won't be another, 01 said softly. 02 and 03 nodded, then looked at Lu Xiaoyu. I'm very curious about where your limit is, 03 said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu, kicking towards her as a form of greeting. However, an unexpected scene occurred. 03 actually passed through the spatial rift and kicked towards 01. 03 was a bit confused, but 01 was quite relaxed, raising his hand to freeze 03 in midair. He then looked at Lu Xiaoyu with appreciation. It seems you were quite impressive. Before 01 could finish his sentence, 03, frozen in midair, was abruptly cut in half. The space was cut open? 01 was a bit surprised. But it wasn't because 03 was cut in half. It was because of Lu Xiaoyu's judgment. She actually made that decisive strike without hesitation. She would grow tremendously in the future. Your name is Lu Xiaoyu, right? 01 slowly said, lowering his head. Lu Xiaoyu was a bit confused, but knew it wasn't the time for random thoughts. With a turn, she directly disappeared from spot. Boss, aren't you going to chase her? 02 asked as he stepped forward. But 01 just smiled and said, Chase? Do you think I need to chase her? Upon seeing his expression, 02 instantly understood some things. We're doomed. We're doomed, however. At that moment, 03, who had been cut in half, surprisingly stood up and scathed. It was just a moment of carelessness being ambushed, 02 complained. His remark indeed made 03 feel offended, but due to certain circumstances, he couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was gasping for breath, having felt the taste of death in that brief moment. Her spatial concept couldn't compete with that kind of being. It was absolutely impossible. She had to find her brother now, Lu Xiaoyu thought seriously. Just as she was about to use the spatial rift to continue her journey, a black spike pierced through her. Lu Xiaoyu, pierced through, coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but soon the wounds on her body disappeared. Little mouse, it seems you still don't run very fast. 01 slowly walked out from spatial rift. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked, but quickly reacted. She raised her hand to tear open a spatial rift and prepared to leave, but the next second she realized something was wrong. You can't escape. You've already entered my world, 01 said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu said nothing more, but became very calm. Boss, something feels off, 03 reminded. 01 didn't take it seriously and continued to focus on Lu Xiaoyu. The next second, The surrounding trees seemed to come alive and surge towards her. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. She waved her hands, and all the trees around her instantly turned into segments. After dealing with that, Lu Xiaoyu turned and ran into the distance, thinking that avoiding these three was the best course of action. However, it wasn't that easy to shake off 01 and the others. Short in the distance, 01 chuckled softly. The next second, Lu Xiaoyu, who had already run far away, was suddenly back at her original spot. Sorry, 02 appeared behind her with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu's body was pierced through by 02's hand, and blood sprayed out instantly. Cough, cough. Lu Xiaoyu lay on the ground, her expression grave. Meanwhile, 01 approached her from behind, looking down with a smile, feeling powerless, huh? That feeling when your abilities can't do anything is quite overwhelming, right? Lu Xiaoyu didn't respond, seemingly having given up. Seeing this, 01 didn't say much and ordered eliminate her. Then go find LuZe. But the moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding space began to shatter. In the next second, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Xiaoyu, catching even 01 off guard. Before he could react, Lu Xiaoyu had already torn a hole in his world and escaped. Seeing this, 01's expression darkened, but it quickly returned to normal. Run, this is much more interesting. Chapter 222, The Gap, Happy New Year. The sky was dark, and the rain continued to fall. Ha ha ha. In the dim forest, Lu Xiaoyu walked forward step by step, enduring the pain. She just wanted to see her brother as soon as possible. But the blood hole in her abdomen seemed unable to support her until she met her brother. She wanted to use her ability to heal, but upon trying, she found that the wounds inflicted by them couldn't be healed with her ability at all. Just as she felt regret, a figure appeared before her. Xiaoyu. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu slowly raised her head and found that the person was actually Lu Xizha. You came? Lu Xiaoyu said weakly. Lu Xizha couldn't believe it. The concept of truth had actually fallen to this state. But there was no time to think, because he could sense three powerful auras approaching. He quickly moved forward, carrying Lu Xiaoyu on his back, and ran in the direction he came from without looking back. Soon, 01 and the three caught up. Oh, someone was taken away, 01 said with a light laugh. After hearing this, 02 stepped forward to check, and then said, they just left not long ago. They shouldn't have gone far. Chase. We can't let her get away, 01 said slowly. Then he directly pursued the direction in which Lu Xizha and the others had left. During the escape, Lu Xizha felt Lu Xiaoyu's breath becoming weaker and weaker. Lu Xiaoyu, you mustn't sleep. Your brother is very worried about you, Lu Xizha said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu smiled weakly, as if she had already accepted the outcome. Lu Xiaoyu, pull yourself together, Lu Xizha exclaimed, not wanting to see this scene. But no matter how much he shouted, Lu Xiaoyu remained silent. It was at this moment that 01 and the others appeared in front of Lu Xizha. Didn't he expect you to run so fast? 01 said with a smile. Upon seeing the three of them, Lu Xizha's expression instantly turned cold. Did you do this to her? So what if we did? And so what if we didn't? 01 replied with a smile, completely dismissing his words. After hearing this response, Lu Xizha said nothing more and slowly placed Lu Xiaoyu under a nearby tree. He stood up, turned his back to 01, and said coldly, you shouldn't have touched her. Oh, is that so? Bam! 01 only smiled, but the next second, Lu Xizha punched him squarely in the face. 01, sent flying, turned dark with anger and glared at him. Our target isn't you, but I won't mind teaching you a lesson for this, Lu Xizha said angrily. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of 02 in an instant, not giving him time to think, and kicked him directly. Boom! The ground cracked, and 02 was kicked into the earth by Lu Xizha. But wasn't he over yet? Lu Xizha condensed a golden giant sword and dropped it directly into the pit where 02 was. There was no chance for him to dodge. Seeing this, 01 couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to tear open a rift in the sky. I hope you can entertain me, 01 said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, countless beams of light shot out from the rift. Seeing this, Lu Xizha used the power of the rules to condense a giant shield in front of him. Clang! The beams fell on the giant shield like rain. Although they seemed weak, Lu Xizha could already feel the difference. How long can you hold on? 01 smiled. But soon, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu lying in the distance and asked, how's your speed? As soon as he finished speaking, the beams instantly changed direction and crazily shot toward Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lu Xizha panicked and rushed in front of Lu Xiaoyu without thinking, unleashing an explosion of power. Whoosh! The speed of the beams was too fast, Before LuZe's could raise the giant shield, he was already pierced through the body. LuZe's fell to the ground, covered in blood. Ah, your reaction speed is quite fast, but still won't save anyone, 01 smiled. Then he intended to end the battle, but 03 intervened at that moment. Don't forget, that guy's not our target, and he can't die. Upon hearing this, 01 snapped back to reality and smiled. That was close, I got a bit carried away. After saying this, 01 walked toward Lu Xiaoyu, a short sword appearing in his hand. LuZe's slowly raised his head and was immediately stunned. He recognized that short sword. It was the weapon that could kill the truth. Don't you dare touch her. The moment LuZe's saw the short sword, he lost control of his emotions and stood up to block Lu Xiaoyu. You better step aside. Our target is not you, 01 said, somewhat displeased. LuZe's knew the strength of the opponent. Even his truth ability wouldn't work. But so what? As long as he could hold out until his brother arrived. If you want to touch her, you have to kill me first, LuZe's said word by word. 01 was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but the next second, 02 appeared from nowhere and pinned LuZe's to the ground. That's not for you to decide, 02 said slowly. After seeing him subdued, 01 ignored it and approached Lu Xiaoyu. As a short sword was about to stab Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe's panicked. Stop! A terrifying power erupted from LuZe's body, and he grabbed 02's head, slamming it back to the ground. I told you not to touch her. LuZe's aura multiplied exponentially. Seeing this, 01 smiled. Is it worth using your life source for an outsider? Yes. LuZe's had indeed used his life source to gain powerful strength. Using the life source could indeed grant immense power, but the price of this ability was brutal. The longer the power was maintained, the faster the life source was consumed. If the source was exhausted and shattered, LuZe's would truly die. You will die before me, LuZe's reiterated. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of 01, snatched the short sword from his hand, and then kicked him in the chest. Bang! 01 was sent flying and crashed heavily into a distant boulder. What hassle, 01 sneered. But before he could move, LuZe's appeared in front of him again. Whoosh! 01 stood frozen in place as LuZe's pierced his heart with the short sword he had just taken, blood gushing out instantly. Didn't he see that coming? 01 said softly, looking down. LuZe's thought it was over, but the next second, a hand grabbed his neck. What a pity, the short sword is useless against me. 01 smiled. He then threw LuZe's away. Feeling an overwhelming sense of despair, LuZe's thought, was there really no way out? But just then, a pair of hands caught him. Looks like I arrived late. You've worked hard. Chapter 223. Is it over? You finally made it. LuZe. The timely arriving LuZe looked coldly at 01, his expression serious. He sensed the danger posed by this guy. Even he wasn't certain he could kill him. You are the one sent from above to eliminate me, right? Despite this, LuZe remained calm. 01 nodded with a smile and casually said, good that you know. Before LuZe could respond, he continued, I'll give you two options. Either you take care of yourself, or I will. After hearing this, LuZe said nothing more and turned to LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu. You two leave here first. I'll come find you shortly. No, you'll be in danger. Lu Xiaoyu shouted, fully aware of what LuZe was thinking. But this time it wasn't going to be that simple. LuZe smiled faintly after hearing her voice. It's fine. I'll come and find you soon. With that, he turned his cold gaze towards 01. 01 noticed his expression, but didn't take it to heart. You can go, but that girl has to stay. She's an anomaly in this world, just like you, and must be eliminated, 01 said indifferently. Upon hearing this, a serious expression appeared on LuZe's face. Before he could react, 01 had already appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyu and LuZe's. He then kicked LuZe's away and lifted Lu Xiaoyu into the air. Seeing this, LuZe didn't think too much and instantly appeared behind 01. Erasure. As a wave of transparent energy enveloped 01, LuZe's let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was over. But the next second, an unexpected event occurred. With a splatter of blood, an expression of disbelief appeared in LuZe's eyes. LuZe had been pierced through the chest by 01's hand, and 01 showed no signs of injury. Do you really think such an attack would be effective against me? 01 said with a smile. LuZe didn't reply, but took action. The moment 01 finished speaking, LuZe vanished, along with Lu Xiaoyu. Realizing this, 01's expression darkened, and he turned to look towards LuZe's. Running pretty fast, but what's the use? Yes. LuZe appeared beside LuZe's while still bleeding from the hole in his chest. Bro, you all need to leave now? LuZe's was about to speak when LuZe interrupted him. Seeing LuZe's serious demeanor, LuZe understood but didn't want to abandon him. Xiaoyu, take LuZe and leave here immediately. LuZe could see LuZe's feelings. Xiaoyu didn't dare hesitate. She had just learned of LuZe's intentions. She directly hoisted LuZe onto her shoulder and took off running without looking back. Watching them leave, LuZe breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think they can escape? 01 whispered. The next second, he vanished from the spot, and LuZe immediately felt a sense of crisis. He quickly turned and chased after Xiaoyu and the others. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and LuZe, who were fleeing, had no idea that danger was closing in. What are you doing? Put me down. We can't leave our brother behind. He'll be in trouble. LuZe yelled from Xiaoyu's shoulder. Shut up. Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore and snapped. You have no idea how strong that guy is. Even together, we might not be his match. LuZe didn't know what to say. Just then, 01 blocked their path. I told you, you can't escape, 01 said softly. He then raised his right hand and pointed at them. Instantly, a terrifying chill crawled up Xiaoyu and LuZe's backs. With a whoosh, at the last moment, Xiaoyu conjured a suit of armor with the power of rules, but it was useless. As a beam of white light struck her, the armor shattered instantly, and the white light pierced through her body. A bloody wound appeared on Xiaoyu's chest, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. LuZe, however, was thrown out by Xiaoyu at the last moment. When she stood up again and saw the scene before her, her mind went blank. If it weren't for the task target not including you, this would have ended long ago, 01 said to LuZe indifferently. After saying this, he prepared to find LuZe, but as he turned, LuZe called out to him. Why are you doing this? 01 paused at this question and replied. Each world can only have one truth. Any additional anomalies must be eliminated. Why? LuZe still didn't understand. The next second, he charged at 01. But it was futile. 01 merely raised a hand, and a pressure enveloped him. Boom! With a loud crash, LuZe was pinned to the ground. You are the weakest truth I've ever seen. It's truly laughable, 01 said with disdain. But LuZe only scoffed, then looked up at him seriously and said, You said a world can only have one truth, right? Yes, 01 nodded. With the answer, LuZe made a certain decision and said directly, If I die, does that mean my brother doesn't have to die? Hearing this, 01 was surprised. He never expected someone would voluntarily give up the sole position in a world. Are you really planning to do this? You will die, you know. 01 asked. Without hesitation, LuZe replied, yes. After hearing this, 01 smiled and showed no mercy. Don't worry, your brother won't die. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light pierced through LuZe's heart, but he felt no regret. Instead, he closed his eyes with a smile. After confirming the deaths of LuZe and Xiaoyu, 01 turned and left. Meanwhile, LuZe remained unaware, trapped outside an impenetrable barrier. Just as he was about to launch another attack, 01 slowly walked out. Seeing this, LuZe instantly became serious. As 01 passed by him, he was shocked. Why aren't you attacking? LuZe asked in confusion. But 01's response struck him like a bolt from the blue. Your brother died for you, 01 replied casually. LuZe's face twisted with anger, and he grabbed 01 by the collar and punched him. Surprisingly, 01 didn't dodge and took the punch squarely. Congratulations. You don't have to die anymore. My task is complete, 01 said with a smile. LuZe shouted, what are you really after? Each world can only have one truth. Any additional anomalies must be eliminated. That's the rule, 01 repeated his earlier words. After saying this, he swatted LuZe's hand away, straightened his clothes, and opened a rift in space. Goodbye, I hope to see you again. Chapter 2, 24-time paradox. Is everything over? I couldn't protect anyone. In a desolate ruin, LuZe knelt on the ground, staring blankly at two corpses. He couldn't accept it. If it weren't for him, LuZe and Xiaoyu wouldn't have met such an end. As the sky began to rain, LuZe trembled and stood up, walking towards the bodies of LuZe and Xiaoyu. There must be a way. I will definitely bring you back. LuZe walked step by step, holding the bodies of the two. A year later, on top of a high mountain, a man with a face full of stubble sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone. The sun slowly rose, and the man gradually opened his eyes. But there was not a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he were dead. He was LuZe, who had felt guilty every moment for the deaths of LuZe and Xiaoyu over the past year. In the new year, it was a pity. LuZe slowly spoke, but soon felt as if something had blocked his mouth, and he stopped talking. Looking at everything in front of him, LuZe returned to the ground and walked along the small path beside the blue stone. At the end of the path was a small bamboo house. Pushing open the door, what came into view were two coffins. Inside the coffins were LuZe's and Lu Xiaoyu, both with their eyes closed. LuZe stepped forward and gently stroked the two coffins, then murmured, "I will definitely bring you back." This sentence was not a joke. He had been improving his strength for a year. He wanted to return to a further past through a paradox and change everything. He didn't know how much time had passed when LuZe slowly walked out of the bamboo house. He looked up at the sun overhead and made up his mind. It's time. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, this world was instantly shrouded in terrifying power. This time, no one would die. Oh. A cacophony of poultry sounds rang out. A little boy slowly opened his eyes under a tree. The boy first felt his body and then began to mumble to himself. I did it. The little boy was LuZe, and he was the young LuZe. He was very surprised at this moment, but there was still one thing he needed to confirm. Truth, can you come out? LuZe said softly. The surroundings were silent. Only a group of poultry were calling. Seeing this, LuZe thought it wasn't time yet. But just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. I didn't expect you would use a paradox to return to the past. LuZe was surprised and quickly turned around to find it was his familiar companion, Truth. Truth, you guessed it long ago? LuZe was both happy and surprised. Truth sneered, then said, Do you know you have done something monumental? Hearing this, LuZe realized something was wrong, and his expression became serious. What is it? Truth still had a sneering face, but the next answer shocked LuZe greatly. You're not the only one who returned to this time period. To be precise, Truth and the guys from that world are not affected by the paradox. LuZe was stunned. He thought of the worst outcome, but quickly calmed down. So, does that mean the relative and the concepts remember the time period before I came? Of course, they remember, but only them. Their vessels won't remember, Truth said with a smile. LuZe let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But Truth suddenly said, however, they might wake up early like me, and then it will depend on whether they are willing to come find you. I hope they don't come, LuZe muttered darkly. Truth began to look a bit surprised. What happened after I was gone? LuZe did not answer. But Truth guessed some things. Because of the purger, right? Otherwise, how could you use a paradox to return to this time period? About that, LuZe's eyes lost their light when he heard the term purger. Truth stopped smiling at this point and asked very seriously, So, do you want to face the purger alone? LuZe hesitated for a moment, then finally said, I have no choice. Truth was stunned after hearing this, and after a while said, Well, since that's the case, I will accompany you again. I've long been unhappy with the purger. At this point, LuZe also revealed a long-lost smile. It's really good to have you around. 10 years later, a ridiculously powerful young man appeared on Douluo continent. It is said that even titled Douluo cannot withstand a glance from him, and with a wave of his hand, he can destroy a group of powerful beings. Brother, are we really going to find that legendary figure? On a forest path, a boy who looked no more than 10 years old was talking to the apparition floating beside him. The apparition looked serious. You must find him. Only he can help you. Really? The boy replied innocently. Of course, if you trust me, you won't be wrong. The apparition smiled and ruffled his hair, then dove into his body. The boy no longer spoke and obediently walked toward the place pointed out by the apparition. Unknowingly, the boy arrived at an endless bamboo sea. Looking at the vast bamboo sea before him, the boy felt deeply shocked. This was his first time seeing such a scene. Go in. He is waiting for you, the apparition said with a smile. The boy did not hesitate, stepping directly into the bamboo sea, but just as he stepped into the bamboo sea, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Feeling this powerful aura, the boy instantly panicked, his muscles tensed up. The next second, a gentle breeze brushed across the boy's face, and before he could react, a cold voice came over. Why have you come here? After hearing this, the boy turned to look in the direction of the voice, and when he saw the person's appearance, a different feeling spread deep within him. The apparition felt the same way, as if time had stopped. Why have you come here? At this moment, the other party spoke again, pulling the boy and the apparition back to reality. Upon hearing this, the boy stammered, but the apparition smiled and said, Long time no see, LuZe. Relative truth. LuZe was momentarily stunned, then looked again at the boy beside him and slowly stepped forward. The boy was initially very scared, but he quickly calmed down. LuZe approached the boy. Without saying a word, he directly embraced him. Welcome back, Xiaoyu. The corners of LuZe's eyes were moist, because the boy before him was his younger brother Lu Xiaoyu, not LuZe played by relative truth. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, as he felt a long-lost familial bond in front of this young man. At this moment, Truth also appeared, looking at Relative Truth beside him. You have changed a lot because of the purger? Relative Truth nodded and sighed. I had no other choice back then. So you chose to exchange your life for LuZe's life, right? After all, he is also considered my brother. LuZe is probably more than just a brotherly friendship to you, right? Truth teased with a smile. That should have been before. Things are different now. Relative Truth shook his head. Yes, he understood deep down that he was just a substitute for Lu Xiaoyu. Clearly, he was the true master. Yet he had become a guest. At the moment he died, he had already seen through it. But I didn't expect that LuZe would choose this method to speak again about Relative Truth. But at that moment, it was LuZe who answered him. Don't think too much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't choose this way, LuZe said with a smile. At that moment, he no longer held any disdain for Relative Truth. In fact, he was quite happy that he could coexist peacefully with Xiaoyu. In the Bamboo Sea, LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu gathered together like reunited family members. But a crisis was slowly approaching. I didn't expect we would meet again in this way. Wait for me, LuZe. Chapter 225, You Can't Escape. Truth. How much chance do I have of defeating the purger now? In the Bamboo Sea, LuZe sat on a blue stone, whispering. Truth popped up upon hearing this, looking very serious. It's very precarious. The purger's strength has surpassed the dimension. After hearing this, LuZe looked up at the sky and then smiled. It seems this time it's really troublesome. In the early morning, LuZe had already returned to the bamboo house. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu, who was lying in bed sound asleep, he smiled. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes and sleepily said, Brother, good morning. LuZe responded with a smile. He then opened the window to let the sunlight in. Let's go. I'll take you to play in the outside world. LuZe said gently. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then got up and dressed before following him. After leaving the Bamboo Sea, LuZe took Lu Xiaoyu to the human world. Xiaoyu, is there anything you want to play with? LuZe asked. Lu Xiaoyu thought carefully for a moment, then opened her arms and smiled. Brother, can you hold me? LuZe was momentarily taken aback, then laughed and held Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. Where to? You decide, LuZe said with a very gentle smile. Over there. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to a tall building in the distance. LuZe glanced at it and then slowly walked toward that tall building. Along the way, carrying Lu Xiaoyu attracted a lot of attention. At first, it was fine, but later some people started to come over to greet them. Because of this, Lu Xiaoyu held on tighter, afraid that someone would take LuZe away. LuZe felt quite helpless and could only smile wryly. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the tall building. Just as they were about to enter, two men blocked their path. Little brother, this place is not for ordinary people to enter, one of the men said politely. LuZe didn't say much. Then how can he get in? At least be a soul master, the man replied. LuZe smiled awkwardly. After all, he had never used soul power from the beginning, always relying on paradoxes and rules. So it was normal for him not to have soul power. Can you tell me what this place is for? LuZe asked in a calm tone. The man showed no anger and said lightly, It's a place for soul masters. Usually, those who enter are students from various academies. I see. LuZe seemed to have other thoughts. The man looked puzzled, but still seriously blocked LuZe's way. Let me in. Suddenly, LuZe said this, and the man, not knowing what had happened, obediently made way for him. The other man was dumbfounded. He had just stepped forward to stop them. But after making eye contact with LuZe, he also stepped aside. Brother, what is this? Lu Xiaoyu asked, looking confused. But LuZe casually replied, I don't know. They probably let us in because of Xiaoyu's cuteness. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyu said, half convinced. LuZe smiled and patted her head, then walked straight in. Once inside, many people turned to look at them. Why don't those two have soul power? Yeah, how did they get in without soul power? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion around them, but LuZe didn't care about that and continued walking. Brother, why do I feel like those big brothers and sisters seem to have something against us? Lu Xiaoyu said with a bit of worry. LuZe still looked casual. Don't worry, they won't cause trouble. After saying that, he glanced at the people around them. Just that one glance made everyone around feel an invisible pressure, and they immediately shut their mouths and looked elsewhere. Let's go see what fun things are inside, LuZe said softly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and began to look around. Soon, she discovered a crowded area and quickly tugged at LuZe's clothes. Brother, let's go check that out. There's so many people. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the busy area. LuZe looked over and then walked up to it. Once they entered, they found a crowd gathered around an old man. The old man had set up a stall, and the sign read fortune-telling. The moment LuZe saw those two characters, he thought of a fortune teller. However, he didn't care about that. Instead, Lu Xiaoyu was very interested. "Brother, I want to try," Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. LuZe had no choice but to make way for the people around them and walk directly to the old man. "Old sir, can you tell my brother's fortune?" LuZe politely greeted him. The old man looked up at him and then smiled kindly, nodding. Seeing this, LuZe put Lu Xiaoyu down. The old man glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with this child?" LuZe felt a bit serious. The old man looked at him again and then stood up. "Your brother has a fate of calamity, but it is influenced by some factors, sometimes present and sometimes absent. And you, me?" LuZe was taken aback. The old man shook his head and turned to say, "You can't escape." After saying that, the old man directly vanished in front of everyone present. LuZe stood there, pondering the old man's words. "I can't escape." LuZe fell silent, unsure of what this phrase meant. After such a small episode, LuZe spoke less. In the evening, LuZe was preparing to take Lu Xiaoyu back to the Bamboo Sea. But on the way, he suddenly said, "Xiaoyu, there's something very important I must resolve. I originally wanted to spend more time with you, but time seems to be against us." "What is it?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, looking puzzled. LuZe didn't answer, just glanced at her. Lu Xiaoyu immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Can you not go? It must not be a good thing. Please don't go." Looking at her eager eyes, LuZe hesitated, but this time he couldn't listen to Xiaoyu. "Fall into a deep sleep, Xiaoyu." Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. As soon as he heard this sentence, he felt drowsy. However, just before he was about to close his eyes, he recklessly reached out and firmly grasped LuZe's hand. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu completely fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the relative truth emerged. "What do you want to do?" The relative truth asked with a serious expression. LuZe smiled bitterly and said, "I can't involve Xiaoyu. Everything is caused by me. You want to go find the purger alone?" The relative truth immediately reacted. LuZe didn't answer, but his eyes already revealed everything. The relative truth was instantly displeased and pointed at LuZe, scolding loudly. "Are you crazy? You should know the strength of the purger, right? Not to mention they, like us, retain memories from that time. Aren't you just going to your death by looking for them?" I have no choice. If I don't go find them, they will still come looking for me," LuZe said slowly. "It's fine. We can wait for them to come to us. We can prepare in advance." The relative truth said very seriously. "No, Xiaoyu's current body can't withstand your power. I don't want to see you lying in front of me." LuZe shouted back, then stared at the relative truth. The relative truth had nothing to say then. Lu Xiaoyu really couldn't bear his power right now, and blindly using it would only lead to backlash. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive," LuZe said with a smile again. The relative truth didn't speak, just stared at him blankly. "After I leave, take Xiaoyu to find a suitable place to stay, and wait for me to come back, okay?" LuZe said again. Although very reluctant, the relative truth still agreed. At this point, a hurdle in LuZe's heart was also set down. Chapter 226. The Worship in the Void in the Bamboo Sea. Two shadowy figures were gathered together, talking. "Are you really going to find the purger? There's no other way. Only I understand that place." After saying this, the first shadow figure was stunned, but the other shadow figure smiled and left. "Brother, don't go. Don't leave me." "No." Lu Xiaoyu woke up from his dream, and upon realizing that his brother was not beside him, he panicked instantly. He hurriedly jumped out of bed and began searching around the bamboo house. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find LuZe's trace until the relative truth appeared. "Xiaoyu, your brother. Brother left without saying goodbye, right?" Lu Xiaoyu slumped helplessly on the ground, looking dispirited. The relative truth hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Don't worry, LuZe will definitely come back." The relative truth comforted gently. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have changed into a different person, as if he had matured significantly in an instant. "Can you tell me everything about my brother?" Lu Xiaoyu said softly. The relative truth was surprised and asked, "Do you really want to know?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with certainty. Seeing this, the relative truth had no choice. Some things were better off said. "Your brother is from the future." On a high mountain, LuZe stood at the edge, gazing into the distance. "What's wrong? Can't bear to leave here?" The truth emerged with a smile. LuZe shook his head, then turned around and softly said, "Let's go. It's time to settle the score." After saying this, LuZe climbed to the mountaintop, and his eyes were instantly dyed red. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a crack appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he walked straight in. Inside the crack was an endless void, and LuZe followed the guidance of the truth towards one direction. "Truth, how do you know the location of that world?" At that moment, LuZe suddenly spoke. The truth only smiled wryly and said lightly, "I was born in that world." LuZe fell silent. He seemed to have guessed something, but didn't say it out loud. The two ended the conversation like this, and after an unknown amount of time, they encountered trouble. Roar. A deafening howl echoed from the endless void. Hearing this howl, LuZe felt puzzled, but the truth became serious. What was that just now? LuZe asked. Void-devouring beast. A troublesome creature, the truth said with a serious face. The next moment, a beam of red light shot past their faces. If it weren't for their quick reactions, they might have already been devoured. When the red light disappeared, a gigantic long worm appeared before the two of them. Is this the void-devouring beast? LuZe felt extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a creature, and the aura it emitted was far above that of a god king. Stop looking. Getting entangled with this thing basically means there's no good outcome, the truth suddenly said. LuZe didn't hesitate at all, as he currently didn't understand much about this void. So he immediately turned and fled in another direction. However, the void-devouring beast seemed to have caught up to him, slithering its body toward him. LuZe felt like crying, but couldn't stop. Stopping would mean a fierce battle. Come on, since the void-devouring beast has appeared. It means we're not far from there, the truth said from the side. LuZe didn't know what to say, but soon he sensed a powerful aura emitting from not far ahead. Truth, there's really no way out now, LuZe said somewhat helplessly. But the truth surprisingly did not respond, and even its aura disappeared. Truth? Truth? LuZe called out twice again, but still received no response. This is troublesome. LuZe felt a bit helpless. However, he soon saw a cosmic warship appear ahead. With no other choice, with a void-devouring beast behind and unknown dangers ahead, LuZe had no choice but to take a gamble. Without saying a word, LuZe quickened his pace and boarded the deck of the warship. However, he was quickly surrounded by a group of people. Who are you? One of the men questioned with a guarded expression. LuZe felt very awkward because he didn't understand what the other party was saying, so he could only hurriedly point to the void-devouring beast chasing him from behind. The man looked puzzled, but upon seeing the void-devouring beast, he immediately understood. He turned around and shouted, "Everyone, be alert. There is a void-devouring beast in the vicinity. Prepare for battle." Everyone on the deck got into position to face the void-devouring beast. Roar. At this moment, the void-devouring beast let out another howl, and just as everyone was sweating over it, the void-devouring beast actually turned around. It was at this moment that LuZe sensed that aura again. What's wrong? At this time, a figure stepped onto the deck. When LuZe clearly saw that figure, he was momentarily stunned. The figure was a woman, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the terrifying aura was emanating from her. Upon seeing the woman, the man hurried over, looking quite smitten, and said, "Captain, why did you come out yourself?" "Oh, can I come out?" The woman replied with a smile. Although she was smiling, it gave off a suffocating sense of oppression. This shocked LuZe greatly. Even though he couldn't understand what they were saying, he could still feel that oppressive aura. At that moment, the woman noticed LuZe, who was dressed in unusual clothes, and slowly approached him. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. LuZe knew that she couldn't understand his words, so he could only gesture with his hands. Upon seeing this, the woman immediately understood. It turned out he was mute. After some questioning, they discovered LuZe's identity. "Not only can't you speak, but you also can't understand our language. You're from another world." The woman became more vigilant. However, since LuZe couldn't understand what she was saying, he could only nod, and he was subsequently restrained by a group of people. "Someone, bring me the language communicator," the woman commanded her subordinates seriously. The others didn't dare hesitate and immediately ran into the battleship, returning shortly with a collar. Seeing this, the woman ordered them to put the collar on LuZe. LuZe didn't resist and obediently put on the collar. "Who are you?" the woman asked again. LuZe initially thought he wouldn't understand her words, but the next moment, he realized he actually did. So he tried to respond, "My name is LuZe, a mere wanderer." What shocked LuZe was that the woman actually understood him and coldly replied, "What is your purpose for approaching my fleet?" At this point, LuZe felt relieved. Now, they could communicate properly. "I have no purpose. I accidentally boarded this battleship while fleeing from the Void Devourer," LuZe said sincerely. "Really?" the woman said, half believing him, but seeing that LuZe wasn't acting erratically, she let it go. "Fine, consider it saving your life," she said before turning to leave. The man from earlier then asked, "Captain, how should we deal with this guy?" "Let him stay on the ship for a while. We'll discuss it when we return," the woman said without looking back. The man had no choice but to order those restraining LuZe to disperse. "You'd better watch yourself," he warned LuZe as he left. However, LuZe didn't take it to heart. After all, the only one who could threaten him here was that woman. The others weren't worthy. Thus, LuZe found a temporary place to stay, but the truth had gone silent, which also made him feel serious. Chapter 227. New Civilization in the Void. In an endless void, LuZe stood on the deck of the battleship, gazing into the distance. "Kid, what are you doing standing here?" At that moment, the previous man appeared behind him, harboring some hostility. LuZe showed no emotional fluctuation upon hearing his words and simply smiled gently. "I just want to see what is hidden in this endless void." "I have no other thoughts," LuZe said with a smile. This left the man at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to LuZe. "That's best. If you have other thoughts, I advise you to dismiss them. Otherwise, you'll regret it," the man said, forcing a response for the sake of his pride. After saying that, he turned to leave, while LuZe continued to gaze into the endless void. After an unknown amount of time, LuZe finally saw a civilization. At that moment, the female captain approached him. "You've been standing here for a long time," she said softly. LuZe nodded, not saying much. However, the woman then introduced herself. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Kaisi, and I am the owner of this battleship." LuZe was a bit surprised, then smiled and said, "Hello, Kaisi. I am LuZe from a remote civilization. Thank you for your care along the way." "Haha, don't say that. I haven't seen anyone taking care of you," Kaisi replied with a smile. She soon returned to her cold demeanor, saying, "We're about to reach the battleship's landing point. Are you going to follow me to the next void, or I can't trouble you any further? I have my own matters to attend to." LuZe replied decisively. This made Kaisi look at him differently and piqued her interest. "Aren't you afraid of wandering alone in the void?" Kaisi asked. "Everyone has things they fear," LuZe simply responded. This statement resonated with Kaisi, causing her to ponder for a long time. When she regained her senses, they had already reached the landing point of the battleship, and LuZe had already disembarked. Standing on the deck, Kaisi watched LuZe's departing figure, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She didn't expect to encounter such an interesting person on this trip. It seemed the world was indeed vast. After disembarking, LuZe began to survey this new cosmic civilization. This civilization was highly developed. People's means of transportation were all floating vehicles, and the streets were filled with things he had never seen before. However, he was certain of one thing. This wasn't the place he was looking for, but for now, he could only stop and adjust his state. After arriving, he coincidentally encountered a few small-time thugs in an alley. "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, or you'll be in for a world of trouble," the leading thug said arrogantly. But LuZe merely smiled faintly and then looked at him and said, "What is this place? Speak." The thug leader was instantly stunned upon hearing this, and the nearby thugs sensed something was off and attempted to step forward to inquire. However, as soon as they took a step, they locked eyes with LuZe and immediately froze in place like wooden statues. The thug leader slowly spoke at this moment. "This is Andua's city. Give me more details." LuZe demanded. "This is Andua's city, located on Angel Star in the heavenly god galaxy." "Is that so?" LuZe mused, then spoke again. "Hand over all the money you have." Upon hearing this, the thugs' bodies involuntarily pulled out a kind of wristband from their pockets and handed them to LuZe. LuZe looked at the wristbands with some confusion, but quickly understood. It turned out that here, humans conducted transactions using points, and these points were transmitted through the wristbands. After transferring the points from several wristbands to one, LuZe left the alley with the wristband. However, just as he stepped out of the alley, Truth suddenly spoke in his mind. "Did we land safely?" Truth asked curiously. LuZe nodded, then asked, "Where have you been?" "You didn't say a word." Truth smiled wryly and then explained, "You have no idea how dangerous it was before. That woman had the aura of that place on her, and if I had been a moment later, I would have been exposed." "What would have happened if you had been exposed?" LuZe asked curiously. Truth said with a dark face, "If I had been exposed, there wouldn't have been any problem at that moment. That woman is not your match. But what if she called for help beforehand? In that void, there would have been nowhere for you to run." LuZe nodded and then walked out onto the street. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him. After all, the language communicator around his neck was well known, and anyone wearing it would be classified as someone from another civilization. LuZe didn't care much. It was no big deal. However, trouble soon found him. "Sir, you need to come with us." Not long after LuZe walked on the street, he was stopped by several people in uniform. Judging by their attire, LuZe guessed they were akin to the police in this civilization. After all, as someone from another civilization, he would certainly be viewed as an illegal immigrant and needed to be investigated. Soon, LuZe was taken to the relevant department. Sitting in the interrogation room, LuZe appeared quite natural. At that moment, a woman entered with two others. "What is your name?" the woman asked. LuZe, he replied. Do you have a pass? No. How did you get here without a pass? I hitched a ride. After a series of inquiries, the woman found the situation quite tricky. After some discussion, she said again, since you're from another civilization, you'll need to apply for a pass here. Do you understand? I do, LuZe nodded. He then smiled and asked, May I ask, miss, how should I arrange myself before the pass is processed? The woman thought for a moment and then said, You can stay with me until the pass is processed. But let me be clear, if you dare to cause any trouble, you'll bear the consequences. The woman looked serious, while LuZe simply smiled faintly. Soon, evening arrived. LuZe was taken back to the woman's home by the police officer. Miss, do I have to stay here during this time? LuZe asked curiously. The woman nodded and replied coldly. Where else would you want to go? LuZe awkwardly smiled and then closed his mouth. The twilight in this civilization was beautiful, even more so than the twilight in the Douluo world. Looking at the sunset, LuZe couldn't help but think of the place he lived before crossing over. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sunset, LuZe muttered to himself. Truth smiled in his mind and said, With your current strength, you could definitely go back. Why haven't you returned? What else could it be? My mission isn't complete yet. LuZe showed a helpless expression. He regretted getting involved with Douluo matters. He might have been lying at home watching TV by now. Truth just looked at him, saying nothing, but it seemed he had already made some decision. Chapter 228, Encountering the Fortune Teller Again. Angel Star and to a city. LuZe was brought into a residence, and after a leisurely evening of chatting, he learned that the woman who housed him was named Daisy, and she was a law enforcement officer, essentially a police officer in this city. The next day, just before dawn, Daisy got up and began to prepare to go to the law enforcement bureau. When she arrived in the living room, she saw LuZe standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. For some reason, she felt a sense of weariness emanating from LuZe. Out of curiosity, Daisy approached him and asked lightly, Why are you looking into the distance? Do you believe me if I say my home is over there? LuZe smiled faintly. Hearing this, Daisy was momentarily taken aback, then came to her senses and asked again, Is your hometown far away? LuZe didn't answer immediately. He remained silent for a moment before replying, It's close, yet so far, as if it's destined that I can't go back. This statement left Daisy puzzled. She didn't understand why LuZe would say that, but she felt sorry for him. So she patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, It's okay, since you can't go back. Just stay here. Once I resolve your identity issue, you can become a resident here. Daisy's smile was very sweet, completely unlike what one would expect from her character. LuZe smiled back and then fell silent. Soon, Daisy went to work, and LuZe was left to watch over the house. Before leaving, he specifically asked Daisy how to use the electronic devices. He wanted to take this time to learn more about this world. At first, everything was fine, but soon he was drawn to a piece of text. Angel Star and the entire Godstar system are managed by higher planes. LuZe pondered over this text. Truth seized the opportunity to pop up and said, The one managing this star system is the Purger we're looking for. The Purger is responsible for maintaining cosmic balance, and they always appear when a major event occurs in the universe. Initially somewhat confused, LuZe suddenly understood after hearing this. He then smirked slightly. If I do something big here, will it attract a Purger? That should be possible, but what big thing do you plan to do? Truth began to grow curious. Destroy this planet? Or spread my aura to make them come looking for you? LuZe shot Truth a glare and said irritably, Forget it. Having one is manageable. What more come? You know, in the Douluo world, those Purger who fought against LuZe wouldn't lose their memories. They would all remember him. So what do you plan to do now? Truth was increasingly curious. LuZe smiled faintly and said, To understand this world deeply and then see how it goes. Truth suddenly found it a bit uninteresting. However, LuZe didn't mind. Instead, he said very methodically, The Purger sends someone to patrol each civilization in the void every 6 months, and the last time a Purger came was a month ago. So you plan to act when the next Purger comes? Truth almost figured it out. LuZe didn't respond, but smiled and nodded, making his intentions clear. Phew, I haven't really understood this world yet. I should go out for a stroll, LuZe muttered. After all, the cities in this world were quite similar to the ones he had on Earth. Although the Douluo world had also developed modern technology, it still lacked a bit compared to Blue Star. Soon, LuZe walked out of Daisy's residence and headed straight to the street. The street was bustling with people. LuZe hadn't felt this atmosphere for a long time. However, due to his lack of identity, he could only wander around, but while wandering, he noticed an area marked on the map. The old town should be quite similar to the cities of the Blue Star. LuZe smiled faintly. He then followed the map's instructions to the old town. As soon as he arrived, he felt a sense of coming home. Occasionally, Children were playing on the streets, and some vendors were selling various items. What's going on? Do I feel like I'm home? Truth suddenly chimed in with a smile. LuZe lowered his head and chuckled, then lifted it to say, yeah, I do have that feeling. But just as he finished speaking, a commotion arose nearby. LuZe was immediately drawn to the disturbance and looked over to see a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in something. Curious, he approached and had to force his way in to avoid disrupting the atmosphere. However, when he saw what was happening inside, he was stunned. An elderly man was sitting on the ground with the two large characters fortune-telling displayed in front of him. Originally just an ordinary fortune teller in LuZe's eyes, he was anything but simple, because that elder was the same one he had met in the Douluo world, the one who had read fortunes for him and Lu Xiaoyu. The elder also noticed LuZe at that moment, but he was not surprised. Instead, he had an expression that suggested he had expected this. The elder then stood up and smiled at the onlookers, saying, "Dear friends, my work for today is done, so I will take my leave now." With that, he began packing up his stall, but this time it was done leisurely, unlike when he had vanished in an instant before. The onlookers dispersed, but LuZe remained in place. After a while, the crowd had cleared, leaving only LuZe and the elder. Seeing this, LuZe decided not to remain frozen and walked straight up to the elder. "Old man, haven't we met before?" LuZe asked with a smile. The elder paused his actions upon hearing this and replied, "Let's go to a quieter place to talk." This confirmed it. The elder was indeed the one LuZe had encountered in Douluo. Before long, the elder took LuZe to a high building. "Old man, you should be able to tell me your name now, right?" LuZe spoke again. The elder smiled and then turned to say, "Indeed, us meeting here signifies fate. Since there is fate, I shall tell you my name. Remember it. I am Dream Tianji, a fortune teller." "Really just a fortune teller?" LuZe could hardly believe it. Dream Tianji noticed his attitude and merely chuckled. "What? You still don't believe me?" "Of course. A fortune teller can traverse the void to other universes. Isn't that a bit hard to believe?" LuZe laughed. "Ha ha, you speak quite well." Dream Tianji laughed heartily. "But you guessed wrong. I really am just a fortune teller. Just one who enjoys fortune telling in various places." "Is that so?" LuZe replied lightly. But the next moment, Dream Tianji's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke seriously. "You may not know, but because of your departure, the Douluo world has been spared a life." "What do you mean by that?" LuZe looked at Dream Tianji in confusion, puzzled by his earlier remark. Dream Tianji smiled and then turned to say, "To speak frankly, if you had left the Douluo world any later, the Purifiers would have arrived." "The Purifiers came after I left?" LuZe was taken aback. "Yes. You should also know that the Purifiers roam among the various worlds, and once they find anything unusual in a world, they will initiate a cleansing plan. Just a week after you left, the Purifiers descended upon the Douluo world, and that was when I also left," Dream Tianji said calmly. Hearing this, LuZe increasingly felt that this elder was not simple. "So, the Douluo world is fine now, right?" LuZe smiled. "There shouldn't be any issues." Dream Tianji hesitated. Seeing his demeanor, LuZe felt something was off and asked, "What do you mean by shouldn't be any issues?" "Well," Dream Tianji started to appear uneasy, and LuZe felt increasingly that something was wrong. "Speak, what exactly happened?" LuZe's expression turned cold. Seeing his face, Dream Tianji had no choice but to sigh and slowly say, "It's not a big deal, just about that truth in the Douluo world. He said he would come find you when he grows up." Upon hearing this, LuZe's face darkened. However, he thought it was fine. After all, Lu Xiaoyu was still young, and by the time he grew up, he would likely have already resolved this matter and returned home. But just then, Dream Tianji suddenly added, "By the way, the flow of time in the void is different from that in the Douluo world." "What do you mean?" LuZe felt puzzled. He truly didn't sense anything. Simply put, spending one day in the void is equivalent to 100 days in the Douluo world, Dream Tianji explained. LuZe initially thought it was not a big deal, but Dream Tianji's next words stunned him completely. "That truth from the Douluo world has entered the void with me." But he was slower. "He should be arriving soon," Dream Tianji said awkwardly. Hearing this, LuZe was petrified. He could hardly believe it. "So, if Lu Xiaoyu comes to this world, he's already grown up?" LuZe asked with a dark face. Dream Tianji did not answer, but politely nodded. Now, LuZe felt he had really encountered a big problem. "Forget it. I'll just hide well," LuZe said with a bitter smile. With that, he prepared to leave. Dream Tianji then spoke again, his expression turning quite serious. "There can only be one truth in a world. This world does have a truth. And if you reveal your aura, the Purifiers will likely come looking for you." Hearing this, LuZe was momentarily stunned, then simply replied, I will be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, He walked down the building obediently, like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lv.10, who remained in place, smiled faintly. Then he looked up at the sky and, meaningfully, said, "You can come out now." It was unclear who he was speaking to, but soon a person appeared out of thin air. "Thank you, old sir," the person said politely. Lv.10 waved his hand and laughed. "It's no big deal. He's your brother, not mine. Just don't forget our agreement." The man smiled and turned to say, "Don't worry, I won't forget." Lv.10 smiled and then seemed to remember something, reminding him, "By the way, you heard it too. Remember not to reveal your identity." "No problem," the man said before heading downstairs. At this moment, LuZe felt a chill run down his back, sensing that something was about to happen. Soon, he returned to Daisy's home and went back to the balcony to bask in the sun. Life has been quite comfortable, and at that moment, Daisy walked in. "You're back." LuZe heard the voice and slowly got up to look over. Daisy walked over slowly and then pulled out a wristband and tossed it to him. "This is your pass. Remember to take good care of it and not lose it," Daisy said. LuZe picked up the wristband and examined it carefully before putting it on. "Thank you." LuZe smiled gently. Bathed in sunlight, his warm smile immediately made Daisy blush. "All right, since you have your identity now, go find a place to live by yourself," Daisy turned and said. "Okay, then I'll leave first." LuZe stood up and prepared to leave. Daisy suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Do you have credit points?" LuZe was momentarily speechless, but then remembered he had robbed a few thugs before, so he replied, "Yes, but not much." Upon hearing this, Daisy said, "How about this? I'll lend you 100,000 credit points. Is that okay?" LuZe felt a bit awkward. "What are you thinking? You'll pay me back once you have a job?" Daisy replied, looking exasperated. Hearing this, LuZe could only laugh and said, "All right, I'll pay you back then." With that, he opened the door and walked out. Once outside, Truth popped up and asked, "Where are you going now? You don't know the area." "I'll figure out." LuZe smiled. Truth didn't want to interfere and directly merged into his body, ignoring him. LuZe then carefully studied the wristband he had on. He found a park and casually sat on a bench. After studying for a long time without figuring anything out, a figure appeared in front of him. "Bro, are you in trouble?" LuZe didn't react immediately and replied, "Yeah, I don't quite understand this wristband." "I'll teach you how to use it," the person said again. "Sure." LuZe smiled and looked up. However, when he looked up, he was nearly scared to death. "What are you doing here?" LuZe was a bit shocked. "Why? Shouldn't you be happy to see me here, my dear brother?" The person was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. Seeing LuZe's surprised expression, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled and rushed forward to hug him. "Do you know I've been looking for you?" Lu Xiaoyu looked like a child, although he was now slightly taller than LuZe. "Did I not say? Once I finish this matter, I'll come back to find you." LuZe felt a bit awkward. "You're lying." Lu Xiaoyu held him tightly. LuZe felt even more embarrassed. He had indeed lied. His real intention was to return to Blue Star after solving this matter and live an ordinary life. But he quickly thought of a way out and said with a thick face, "How could I lie to you? Well, have I ever lied to you?" "You've lied to me many times," Lu Xiaoyu said without giving him face. LuZe was immediately at a loss for words. Can you let me go first?" "No," Lu Xiaoyu said firmly. LuZe frowned again, but didn't know what to say. So the two of them just held on to each other for a long time. "Bro, let me take you home," Lu Xiaoyu suddenly said. "Home? Douluo world?" LuZe asked. But Lu Xiaoyu replied, "No, it's the apartment I rented in this world." "Oh." LuZe reacted slowly, not sure when he'd become a bit dull. "What did you say? You rented an apartment in this world?" Chapter 230 Home, when did you come to this world? LuZe questioned while on the way home with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu just smiled faintly and said, "I've been here for almost a week." "What?" LuZe's eyes were filled with surprise. He had just arrived in this world, and his younger brother had already been here for almost a week. "When did you come?" LuZe asked again after calming down a bit. "A week ago." Lu Xiaoyu smiled innocently, but LuZe couldn't stay calm. "When did you leave Douluo?" Lu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually compromised under LuZe's serious expression. He said lightly, "I left the day after you did." "That's not right. With your ability back then, you couldn't possibly break through the void." LuZe was full of doubts. "Well, actually I was brought here by that fortune teller," Lu Xiaoyu whispered, looking away. Upon hearing this, LuZe couldn't stay calm and began to curse inwardly. "That damn old man dared to deceive me. Once I catch him, I'll make him regret it." "Bro, you don't have a job yet, right?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked. LuZe shot him a glare. "What else? Are you planning to support me?" He was just joking. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu actually said, "Sure, I'll support you." LuZe was stunned. He didn't expect his brother to actually have a job. "Where are you working now?" LuZe asked with a dark expression. "I'm working at a beverage shop." Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile. Odusha responded perfunctorily. Soon, as they chatted, they arrived outside a public rental apartment. We're here. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and opened the door. LuZe took a glance and then followed him inside. Upon entering the house, he felt a different kind of atmosphere. Hasn't it been a long time since you lived in a place like this, brother? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared behind LuZe and whispered in his ear. Whoa, don't get so close. LuZe was startled. Seeing his scared expression, Lu Xiaoyu immediately smiled. He then walked in front of him and slowly extended his right hand. Welcome home, brother. For some reason, upon hearing this, LuZe felt an inexplicable heartache, and his eyes began to redden. Bro, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoyu noticed something was off and hurriedly asked. LuZe quickly turned his head and said, Nothing. Just thinking of some things. Lu Xiaoyu understood that his brother's heart held not only memories from Douluo, but also other matters that he couldn't pry into at the moment. I really didn't expect you to come here. Truth suddenly emerged at this moment. Meanwhile, the relative truth within Lu Xiaoyu also appeared. What's wrong? Are you not welcome here? The relative truth smiled faintly. There's no unwelcoming, just a reminder to be careful. If we get exposed, we'll all be in trouble. The relative truth smiled and then merged back into LuZe's body. The relative truth also just smiled faintly, then looked at Lu Xiaoyu. You need to be careful. During this time, I will isolate myself, so you can only rely on yourself. Absolute truth did not tell LuZe, but he understood. This means that during this period, only LuZe and Lu Xiaoyu would face everything alone. It was getting late, and I have to go to work tomorrow, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After hearing this, LuZe did not say much, just calmly said, Then you should go to sleep quickly. What about you? I will sleep too. But there's only one bed. But I believe you won't mind, so let's sleep together. Lu Xiaoyu smiled innocently, while LuZe felt a bit scared. Scared of what? I won't do anything bad, Lu Xiaoyu said, placing a hand on LuZe's shoulder. LuZe felt a bit uncomfortable, and had no choice but to accept it. Soon, the two brothers quickly washed up and lay down on the same bed. Lights out. The night enveloped the city, and LuZe lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Lu Xiaoyu had already fallen into a deep sleep. If I don't go find the Purifiers now, wouldn't I be able to live the life I want? Yes. If LuZe doesn't go find the Purifiers now, living such a plain life is exactly what he wants, right? But he couldn't, because the Purifiers wouldn't forget what happened before the time rewind. Even if LuZe didn't go find them, they would come looking for him. After thinking for a while, LuZe moved a bit, just in time to see Lu Xiaoyu sleeping soundly facing him. Looking at him sleeping so peacefully, LuZe smiled. Then he stopped thinking too much and gradually closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. A night without conversation. The next morning, LuZe slowly opened his eyes, and then froze. He saw Lu Xiaoyu's right hand resting on his collarbone, his left arm tightly hugging his waist, and his head deeply buried next to his ribs. Lu Xiaoyu, let go of me. In the previously quiet bedroom, LuZe's scolding voice suddenly rang out. Although the sound was loud, Lu Xiaoyu still held onto LuZe tightly. Seeing this, LuZe couldn't take it anymore, sat up directly, and kicked Lu Xiaoyu. The sleeping Lu Xiaoyu, unaware of what had happened, was inexplicably kicked off the bed. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoyu looked bewildered, but soon he saw LuZe's gloomy expression and instantly understood. Then he awkwardly smiled, slowly got up, and said, I have to go to work now. There's food in the fridge. After saying that, he dashed out of the bedroom. When LuZe walked out of the bedroom, he realized Lu Xiaoyu had already left. Looking at the empty house, LuZe let out a bitter smile. He then went to the balcony to look outside and sat down on a long bench. Continuing like this is not a solution. I need to find something to do, LuZe thought with a bitter smile. Speaking of doing, he got up and headed outside. Once outside, he began looking for part-time work. However, during his search, he sensed that someone was following him. After sighing, he slowly walked towards a small alley. Once inside the alley, a gentle breeze blew, and LuZe disappeared on the spot. The person who had been following him arrived and was shocked to find him gone. Where did he go? He clearly entered here just now. The person was very confused. Are you looking for me? At that moment, LuZe's voice came from behind him. Realizing this, he quickly turned around and assumed a fighting stance to prepare for confrontation. Who are you? LuZe didn't waste time and got straight to the point. The person, with a cold expression, showed no intention of answering. Seeing this, LuZe didn't waste words either and instantly appeared in front of him. The person didn't have time to react and was directly pinned to the ground by LuZe. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by doing this? Chapter 231. The Job Search. What do you mean? LuZe felt surprised upon hearing the words of the person he had pinned down. If you dare to move against me, your identity will be exposed. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? The person warned again. LuZe became a bit interested and smiled, asking, what do I have to be afraid of? I don't even know who the other party is. So why should I be afraid? Don't you know about the Black Forces in Andavar City? Don't you know about the Black Hand? The person appeared a bit scared. Upon hearing this, LuZe burst out laughing, thinking it was just the Black Forces here, not the Purifier subordinates coming after him. I thought it was someone else. LuZe smiled. After saying that, he directly let go of the person and walked towards the exit of the alley. The person who had been pinned to the ground felt bewildered as LuZe released him. Struggling to get up, he asked, who exactly are you? Don't worry about it. LuZe waved his hand and left without looking back. The person quickly chased after him, stealthily following behind again. After walking for a while, LuZe felt a bit speechless. He directly appeared behind the person, grabbed the back of his collar, and lifted him up. Why are you following me? I don't think I've offended anyone, LuZe asked confusedly. The person began to struggle wildly, and in the process, accidentally tore his hooded coat. Now LuZe finally saw the person's true face. He didn't expect the one who had been stalking him to be just a little boy, and he was dressed very poorly. You don't even know the Black Hand, do you? LuZe pointed out. The little boy panicked upon hearing this. Flailing helplessly, I know him. Yes, my big brother. Really? LuZe didn't believe it at all. The little boy saw his expression and became anxious again. But at that moment, someone called out to LuZe. The little boy took this opportunity to run away without looking back. LuZe, how come you're here? The person calling out to LuZe was Daisy, who happened to pass by while on a mission. LuZe looked at the little boy who was gradually running away. Didn't think much of it, turned around to face Daisy, and smiled. I came out to look for a job. Did you find one? Daisy asked curiously. Not yet, but I found a place to stay, LuZe replied with a bitter smile. After hearing this, Daisy didn't ask further and then remembered the little boy from earlier. So she said, do you know that little kid from just now? I don't know him, LuZe answered decisively. That is good. That little boy should be a vagrant, Daisy explained. Vagrant? LuZe felt puzzled. Seeing his confused expression, Daisy suddenly thought of something and awkwardly smiled. I almost forgot you just came here. It's normal not to know about vagrants. Can you tell me about it? LuZe became interested. Vagrants are actually orphans who rely on begging and robbing to survive. It's best to stay away from them, Daisy explained. Why? Some drifters will do anything to get what they want. Why do you think that is? Upon hearing this, LuZe awkwardly scratched his head. Right? Are you free now? Daisy suddenly remembered something and asked. Of course. LuZe felt speechless. Daisy, realizing the situation, also felt embarrassed, her little face turning red. What do you need? LuZe asked again. Coming back to her senses, Daisy replied. I have a job offer for you. Would you consider it? Sure, what kind of job? LuZe smiled. It's not convenient here. Come with me, Daisy said as she turned around. Soon, the two arrived at a beverage store. They sat by the window, and Daisy first ordered 2 drinks before starting to chat with LuZe. So what job is it? LuZe asked first. Daisy was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, the Law Enforcement Bureau is hiring. The salary is 5,000 credit points a month. If you think it's good, you can let me know. What I need to do? LuZe took a sip of his drink and asked again. Daisy thought for a moment and replied, it's not anything difficult. Just helping residents with small issues or assisting the investigation team with some cases. So what do you think? After hearing this, LuZe pondered for a while before responding. No problem, I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and extended his right hand. Daisy instantly realized what was happening and stood up to shake his hand. Unfortunately, this scene was seen by Lu Xiaoyu, who was working there. When he saw LuZe and Daisy chatting and laughing, his face darkened, and when he saw their hands clasped together, his expression darkened even more. Without thinking, he walked over with a tray in hand. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here, Lu Xiaoyu said as he approached their table, his smile looking rather sinister. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu, LuZe was immediately surprised. I didn't know you were working here, LuZe said awkwardly. Daisy, feeling a bit confused, asked, do you two know each other? Know each other? He's my good brother, Lu Xiaoyu said with a gloomy face. Daisy felt an inexplicable sense of crisis upon hearing this, but still curiously asked LuZe, I didn't expect you to be his brother? Yes. I actually came to find him, LuZe said, lying. After hearing this, Daisy didn't say much more, stood up to pay the bill, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she reminded him, come to report tomorrow. Remember not to be late. Okay, LuZe nodded. After she left, Lu Xiaoyu immediately pulled LuZe into a small, empty room. Who is she? Lu Xiaoyu asked straightforwardly. Are you talking about Daisy? LuZe was a bit confused, but explained. She gave me a pass for this world, so she acts like a lifesaver to me. What did she just say to you? Lu Xiaoyu pressed on. She just introduced a job to me. Nothing serious. Luze said with a bitter smile. Didn't Ti say I'd support you? Why do you still want to find a job? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. This left Luze at a loss, making him feel like he was being treated like someone as kept man. I'm your brother. How can I just rely on you? Isn't it better for us to work hard together? Luze thought for a long time before explaining with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu was immediately speechless. Reluctantly, he began to whine. No, I don't want you to find a job. I'll take care of you. Just stay at home. How can you talk like that? I'm your brother. How can a younger brother order an older brother around? Luze looked at him with a bitter smile. This made Lu Xiaoyu even more anxious. What do you mean by I? If you really want to have a good talk, wait until you get off work and come home to discuss it, Luze said, tapping his forehead. Lu Xiaoyu, who got his forehead tapped, puffed up his cheeks, but he had no choice but to comply with what Luze said. So he returned to his position, while Luze was kept in the beverage store. Chapter 232, Law Enforcement Bureau. Soon, dusk enveloped Andowa City. The people on the streets wore smiles. I really don't understand why you had to keep me there. Wouldn't it be better to let me go home early? Luze complained about Lu Xiaoyu's actions today as they walked down the street. However, Lu Xiaoyu didn't think he did anything wrong. On the contrary, he felt it was the best approach. Brother, what do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully leaned closer to Luze. Luze was taken aback by this gesture and quickly pulled back, saying, just something casual. All right then, I have a recommended place. Lu Xiaoyu said as he grabbed Luze's hand and ran in a direction. Being pulled along by his younger brother, Luze felt an unexpected warmth. Perhaps for him, this was the life he wanted, even though it wasn't he on Blue Star. It felt very similar. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu brought Luze to a restaurant. The food here is great, and after finding a seat, Lu Xiaoyu smiled. Luze was surprised. You often eat here? Yes. I've been eating here since I came. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Luze also smiled back at him. Soon, all the dishes ordered by Lu Xiaoyu were served. After they finished eating, Lu Xiaoyu suggested going for a walk. Luze didn't say anything and simply agreed. The two began to stroll down the street. After wandering for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at a park. The park was bathed in moonlight, looking very peaceful and quiet, which made Luze feel at ease. Brother, let us sit there for a while, Lu Xiaoyu said, pointing to a bench with a smile. Luze nodded and walked over. Sitting on the bench, feeling the evening breeze on his face, Lu Xiaoyu slowly spoke. Brother, what do you think of this world? Luze pondered for a moment before replying. It's good. At least there are no violent conflicts. Then can you not look for the purgers? And we can live here together? Lu Xiaoyu pressed on. Upon hearing this, Luze fell silent. Seeing his expression, Lu Xiaoyu understood and reached out to grab his sleeve. Can't you not look for the purgers? I don't want to see you get hurt again, Lu Xiaoyu said softly. Luze just smiled lightly and replied calmly. I wish I could, but even if I don't look for the purgers, they will come looking for me. But, no buts. This time, I have a reason I can't avoid, Luze interrupted him. Don't you want to live this kind of life? Lu Xiaoyu refused to compromise. But what can be done? Luze reiterated his stance. I want to, but if things aren't resolved, I will never be able to live the life I want. Lu Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. Seeing this, Luze smiled and hugged him, speaking in a very gentle tone. Trust me, I will solve this quickly this time. Being hugged, Lu Xiaoyu fell silent and could only nod. The next day, when Lu Xiaoyu opened his eyes and found Luze was not by his side, he immediately panicked. But after he walked out of the bedroom, he found a letter on the table in the living room. I went to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I'll be back at night. You take care of your work. Luze. After reading the letter, Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his brother had left him again to find the Purifiers, but it seemed he was overthinking. Andowa City, West District Branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Luze arrived here according to his agreement with Daisy from yesterday. As soon as he arrived, he saw Daisy and politely greeted her. Noticing him, Daisy ran over with a smile. I didn't expect you to come quite early. Well, after all, I can't be late for work, Luze smiled. Then let's go, I'll get you on board. Daisy turned and walked into the Law Enforcement Bureau. Luze smiled and followed her. Inside the bureau, Luze saw many familiar faces. Don't worry, everyone here is kind and won't target you, Daisy introduced. That's good. I was afraid that as an outsider I would be targeted, Luze joked with a smile. Daisy, are you bringing a newcomer? At this moment, a handsome man walked over. Hitler, it seems your team is short-handed, right? Daisy directly asked upon seeing the man. Hitler smiled and replied, indeed, our investigation team is currently lacking personnel. After saying that, he He turned to LuZe, extending his right hand, and said, "Brother, would you like to join our investigation team? What do you mainly do?" LuZe politely shook his hand. Hitler smiled and introduced, "Our team is generally quite free. We mainly investigate suspicious cases and report to the action team." "All right, I'll join you then," LuZe agreed. Hitler laughed and patted his shoulder. "Good. I'll help you sort out the materials now." Daisy felt like she hadn't been much help, but still smiled as she approached the two. "Then I'll take LuZe to fill out the onboarding forms." "See you later," Hitler said his goodbyes. Seeing this, Daisy led LuZe directly to the onboarding office. After a simple onboarding process, Daisy took LuZe to the investigation team department managed by Hitler. After introducing LuZe, Daisy left, while Hitler fell into thought after looking at his materials. He then waved for another man to come over. "Shiva, take LuZe to investigate the south district of the old town, and take care of him as well," Hitler said lightly. The man named Shiva didn't think much and directly agreed. He then took LuZe and left the law enforcement bureau. On the way, Shiva curiously asked LuZe, "I heard you came from another world?" "Yeah," Lucian nodded. Upon hearing this, Shiva became interested. "Can you tell me about your original world?" LuZe thought for a moment and then said, "That world doesn't have a law enforcement bureau. It's quite chaotic to say the least." "Is that so?" Shiva suddenly felt like he shouldn't have asked. Thus, the two didn't say another word along the way. It wasn't until they reached their destination that Shiva spoke again. "Our purpose this time is to investigate the recent cases of missing persons," Shiva said lightly. "Okay," LuZe nodded. They then separated to conduct their investigation in the South District of the Old Town. The South District is a relatively ancient area with a long history. However, it has recently become quite eerie due to the ongoing cases of missing persons, because those who disappeared left no traces. The investigation team had been probing the area for a long time without any progress. However, everything would change with LuZe's arrival. Chapter 233, First Mission. Endwith City, South District of the Old Town. The streets of the Old Town are generally quite empty, only bustling during events like market days. Reminiscent of LuZe's hometown. "LuZe, do you really trust what Shiva said?" Truth remarked beside him. LuZe glanced at him and replied lightly, "Whether I believe it or not, at least I can experience the life of an ordinary person again, right?" Truth immediately realized something and smiled. "Yes, this kind of life is too unstable for you now. Experiencing it for a few days is good enough. All right, I really need to seal myself and fall into slumber now. I will awaken if I sense the Purifier's presence." Truth suddenly became serious. LuZe said nothing in response, just smiled faintly, then began to get down to business. Seeing this, Truth stopped talking, then merged into his body and completely fell asleep, his presence truly disappearing this time. To be honest, although LuZe was just a new law enforcement officer, he was quite familiar with the position. This was thanks to his previous world before he crossed over. Although he wasn't doing this back then, he still had some understanding of it. Following the task information provided by the Bureau, he arrived at the door of one of the missing persons' homes. Standing at the front door, LuZe raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. With a ringing sound, the door opened after a while. LuZe looked up and saw a man opening the door. "Hello, sir. I'm an officer from the West District Branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Endwith City, and I am here to address the issue of missing persons in the Old Town," LuZe said very politely. The man inside looked surprised and then said, "Come in and talk." After the words fell, LuZe followed the man into the house. Once inside, LuZe felt an indescribable sensation as he saw the empty room. The man glanced at him and then said with a wry smile, "Ever since my child went missing. It wasn't long before my wife fell into a coma due to this incident and has been in hospital. I'm the only one left at home. Please don't mind." "It's all right. I'm here specifically to resolve this matter," LuZe said in a comforting tone. The man nodded and gestured for him to sit on the sofa. Once seated, LuZe asked, "Can you tell me what happened before your child went missing?" The man paused for a moment and then slowly said, "Actually, there's not much to say. My child went to school that morning, and usually he would come home on time, but that day he didn't come back on time. At first, we thought he was playing with classmates, but by late at night, we realized the seriousness of the situation." And then, LuZe pressed for more information. The man spoke again. "That day, my wife and I went out to look for him in the middle of the night. We first went to the school to ask his teacher, but the teacher said the students all went home after school. After getting no results from the inquiry, we went to several of our child's good friends' houses to ask, but they all said our child didn't go out to play with them. At that point, we started to panic and began searching the road between the school and home, but we couldn't find him all night." The man fell silent here, slowly lowering his head. "All right, I understand," LuZe said, looking at his haggard appearance and no longer pressing for more details. Officer, my wife and I are really worried about our child. I beg you, please help us. The man suddenly looked up and tightly grasped LuZe's hand. Seeing him like this, LuZe's heart couldn't help but ache, and he said seriously, please rest assured, I will find your child. Thank you, officer, the man said as he was about to kneel down. Fortunately, LuZe reacted quickly and stopped him, then helped him back up and asked, do you have a photo of your child? If so, please show it to me. The man didn't hesitate, running into a bedroom and soon returning with a picture frame. Inside the frame was a photo of a cheerful little boy. When LuZe saw the photo, he was momentarily stunned, thinking, have I seen this child before? Unsure, he didn't voice his thoughts and instead comforted the man, sir, please be assured, I will bring your child back. Yes, the man nodded vigorously. He then respectfully saw LuZe out of his home. Back on the street, LuZe began to ponder. If the little boy he had seen earlier was indeed the man's child, then this matter was serious. He then inquired at several similar households and learned that the missing people were all children, which immediately revealed the truth of the situation to him. He couldn't believe there were actually child traffickers in this world. LuZe's gaze turned cold. Such things were despicable even in his original world. Moreover, now it was up to him to handle it. And for a moment, LuZe wished he could immediately take down those traffickers' hideouts. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice came from his communicator. LuZe, come here right now. I've encountered someone responsible for the disappearances in Old Town. I've sent you the location. Hurry over. Upon hearing this, the temperature around LuZe dropped several degrees. He immediately followed the location sent by Shiwa and quickly found him, also seeing the person he was chasing. Without a word, he jumped down from the third floor. Bang! The next second, the person Shiwa was chasing was pinned to the ground by LuZe's sudden attack from above. Looking down at the person he had pinned, he shouted, tell me, where's your hideout? Shiwa, who had just caught up, looked at LuZe's cold expression in shock. He then stepped forward and said, LuZe, we should take this guy back to the station for interrogation. What you're doing now won't solve the root of the problem. Hearing this, LuZe calmed down and pulled the man up. Soon after, in the interrogation room of the West District Law Enforcement Bureau, LuZe and Shiwa sat across from the captured individual, separated by an iron table. What is your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Shiwa fired off a series of questions, his eyes fixed on the captive. The man glanced at them and then showed a disdainful expression. What are you going to do if I don't tell you? Go ahead, kill me. Hearing his arrogant tone, both Shiwa and LuZe clearly showed their displeasure. We definitely won't kill you. After all, this incident hasn't been resolved yet, and you are of great importance to us, Shiwa said coldly, trying to stay calm. Then I won't tell you anything. The captive became even more defiant. Seeing his attitude, even the most easygoing person would likely lose their patience. Shiwa was no exception. He slammed his palm on the iron table and stood up, shouting, this is your last chance. If you don't speak, don't blame us for taking extreme measures. The captive was startled by a sudden outburst, but still stubbornly refused to say anything. Seeing this, Shiwa couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, grabbing the man's collar. Shiwa, don't be impulsive. At a critical moment, LuZe timely stopped his next move and pulled him out of the interrogation room. Outside the room, Shiwa looked at LuZe in confusion and asked, why did you stop me? Senior, this won't solve the problem, LuZe replied directly. Do you have a plan? Shiwa asked after calming down a bit. Surprisingly, LuZe nodded, then approached the door with a smile and said, let me handle this. He will confess. Seeing his smile, Shiwa instinctively chose to trust him. Then it's up to you. As long as you can get any information, it's fine. No problem. Introduction. Do I still have a chance? Can I bring them back? A cross-time redemption. Is it a beautiful ending or a tragic beginning? Who is the person standing above the truth of each world? And what are they truly after? How did the Purifiers come to be? And what do they rely on to eliminate anomalies? All these mysteries will be thoroughly revealed in the final segment. Let us wait and see.